In this world, a conqueror isn't just a simple title, it's the ultimate badge of honor earned through blood and pure glory. They track down dark creatures, collect legendary treasure, and play the most critical role of all, keeping humanity safe. It's a high-risk job, but they are celebrated like true legends, standing at the center of everyone's admiration. It is a career that inspires the masses, giving real weight to what it means to be a hero. Sounds noble, doesn't it? But here's the thing, the exact moment that gets a conqueror's heart racing the fastest is when they dance on the razor-thin line of life and death, leaving an addictive rush they can never forget. It stays burned into their soul forever. But snapping back to reality, everything starts out peaceful enough in a quiet roadside cafe. Then out of nowhere, Jae-hyun bursts into a furious yell, causing everyone nearby to jump out of their skin. "Are you insane?" he snaps. "You want me to be a meat shield?" Jae-hyun frantically tries to calm him down. "Hey, don't get me wrong," the recruiter pleads. "Besides, you said you needed quick cash." Jae-hyun just glares back in utter disgust. He feels completely used. He had already suspected something was off when they invited him to join this high-tier dungeon raid. This guy is Jae-hyun, a scout working for a local agency who basically acts as a headhunter for guildless conquerors like Jae-hyun. So when the kid reached out, Jae-hyun assumed he finally landed his first gig in months. But then came the catch. The actual contract is madness. Jae-hyun wants him on the front lines of an undead dungeon carrying nothing but a shield. In plain English, they want him to be human bait in a death trap. He lets out a bitter laugh. "Why is this my only option?" Jae-hyun asks. "Even rookies below my rank are finding normal combat jobs easily." Jae-hyun doesn't answer directly, only offering a smug, evasive response that hints at the brutal truth of their current market. "You already know why warriors barely get any job offers anymore," the scout says, "even the ones with decent high-level certifications, like yourself." Jae-hyun cuts him off, snapping back. "So you're looking down on me just because I'm a close-range fighter?" The recruiter drops his polite act. He shamelessly admits it. "My bad," he shrugs, "but that is just the harsh reality of the meta we live in. Nowadays, mages run the entire show. Melee fighters are too slow to react and get injured way too often to be viable. Clients want clean, zero-risk runs, making physical classes their absolute last choice. It is a bitter pill to swallow. Compared to spellcasters who safely blast monsters from a distance, Vanguard units have to take all the heavy hits head-on. And in massive raid battles, a single high-tier mage is worth 100 sword swingers. Jae-hyun knows this better than anyone. Things are completely different from 10 years ago. Today, there's simply no room left for old-school combat classes. A wave of deep regret washes over him for making such a stubborn choice. He really should have chosen magic. Let's flash back 11 years to a time when a young Jae-hyun was still wearing his middle school uniform and dreaming big. During his final year, his awakening evaluation scores were through the roof, earning him a spot at the prestigious Milet Academy. It was the elite training ground for top-tier conquerors. Back then, his raw magical potential measured at a stunning 97. For comparison, the top S-rank mage of the current era only peaked at 92, making teenage Jae-hyun's potential absolutely off the charts. On the flip side, his physical close combat stat was a measly 34, yet he still chose to become a warrior. There was no grand heroic logic behind it, really. Back then, mages were treated like absolute jokes, nothing more than fragile support batteries. They couldn't even defeat a low-tier goblin without a vanguard protecting them, but now the tables have completely turned. Melee classes are useless relics while spellcasters are worshipped. If he had just chosen magic 11 years ago, things would be different. Would his life be comfortable now? Unfortunately, a conqueror's growth usually caps out at age 20, making regret pointless. As Jae-hyun drowns in his memories, Jae-hyun pushes the contract toward him, urging him to take the rare offer. "Opportunities like this don't come around often. Human pressures, I only offered this to you first because I know you're broke." Jae-hyun hesitates, clenching his fists in silent frustration as he stares down the brutal reality of his desperate situation. He had legendary talent, once the kind that mages used to envy, but now he is just a pathetic D-rank warrior. His life has hit absolute rock bottom, and with nowhere left to run, he finally makes his move. "I'll take it," he sighs. The sudden agreement catches Jae-hyun off guard, leaving a heavy silence between them. Deep down, Jae-hyun knows he doesn't have the luxury of choice anymore if he wants to survive in this world. Beggars can't be choosers after all. Seeing no further complaints, the scout finally breaks into a relieved grin. "Great choice." Jae-hyun cheers. "I will send you the coordinates. Meet me there tomorrow morning at 8 sharp and don't be late." With the deal finalized, Jae-hyun stands up to leave, grumbling under his breath about why they couldn't just meet inside instead. Even with the branch being busy, Jae-hyun excitedly tells him not to worry. Just focus on his own work. But he refuses. He has business there tomorrow and will see him then. The next day, warriors gather. They cluster in front of the dungeon gate. Jae-hyun arrives early too. He keeps to himself in a corner. He studies the battlefield. But even after an hour, Jae-hyun is nowhere to be found, making Jae-hyun grumble. He curses under his breath about that bastard Jae-hyun. Honestly, who wouldn't be mad after getting stood up? Ju-min really deserves a much more talented hunter anyway. Jae-hyun slowly scans the crowd of warriors around him. He cannot help but compare himself. He is just a bottom-tier D-class warrior hunter, nothing more. Meanwhile, Ju-min is a high-ranking A-class mage. Jae-hyun honestly cannot understand why someone like that works here. Someone with Ju-min's talent could join any top guild, yet he wastes time here. If it were him, he would. As that thought flashes, a terrifying phantom pain surges again. It crushes Jae-hyun's chest so badly he cannot even breathe. Those cruel, toxic words are branded into his mind like a hot iron. You useless piece of trash. It is an invisible shackle crushing whatever little courage Jae-hyun has against this harsh reality. While lost in this nightmare, a familiar voice suddenly pulls him back. He blinks, realizing they have met yet again right here. Jae-hyun smiles, faintly asking Myung-ho if he is joining. The older warrior scratches his head in slight embarrassment. These raids might be dangerous, but they pay well. That is exactly why Myung-ho is here. Jae-hyun sighs. He agrees. Knowing exactly how desperate things are, Myung-ho nods. Warriors like them have nowhere else to go. He complains that kids today have zero love for swords anyway, acting like throwing magic from afar is cool. Hellring, this makes Jae-hyun's face darken. He cannot deny the truth, but it still leaves a bitter taste. Love for the sword, Jae-hyun is just trying not to starve. Myung-ho nudges him, suggesting they grab soju afterwards. Jae-hyun casually agrees but hesitates, awkwardly admitting that he is incredibly tight on cash lately. Hellring about money, Myung-ho immediately objects. No way, he says, pointing out that he paid last time. Jae-hyun feels bad for always relying on him. But with his wallet completely empty, he has no choice. He can only wait shamelessly. Myung-ho squints one eye waiting for a response, but Jae-hyun stays completely silent. Finally, the older man gives in, promising to pay just this last time. Jae-hyun grins widely in relief. He apologizes for always relying on him, though secretly thinking Myung-ho is way too easy. Right then, the guide yells for everyone to gather at the entrance, announcing they will head inside in 30 minutes. Hellring this command, a heavy sigh ripples through the crowd of weary warriors. Even Jae-hyun and Myung-ho look incredibly reluctant, yet for the sake of making a living, they have to drag their feet forward. Jae-hyun takes a deep breath and leans back against a tree, his exhaustion written all over his face. He is deeply concerned about two major threats that every single hunter must face when entering a dungeon. First, there is the threat of sudden mental illusions that can cloud a hunter's mind and lower their guard. With their senses dulled, these illusions test them, hiding deadly traps under the guise of an easy opportunity. It forces hunters to question if their apparent stroke of luck is actually a tragedy disguised as a blessing. Before he can contemplate the second threat, Myung-ho interrupts, asking Jae-hyun what he is staring at. He teases him for always staring at his phone before a raid, asking if it is a girlfriend's photo. Jae-hyun just smiles faintly and dismisses it, looking back at his screen with a rare, genuine grin. On his screen is a cherished photo of him and his mother from back in his high school days. Seeing her radiant smile always fills him with a warm surge of strength, locking in his resolve. Before crossing that dangerous threshold, he silently promises his mother that he will return home safe and sound. He quickly catches up with the crowd heading inside. They find themselves inside a massive, completely ruined hall. Debris is scattered everywhere, and before they can even adjust, monstrous shadow creatures emerge, howling out viciously. The mages quickly call for order, treating the melee warriors as nothing more than meat shields. They bark orders for the front line to raise their shields and hold the formation at all costs. Bitter and frustrated, Jae-hyun swallows his pride and endures the abuse, cursing them furiously in his head. This job is absolute garbage. Meanwhile, the mages behind them stay busy chanting spells to summon their magic. Abel's blinding light shines bright. The blazing flame under the shelter sweeps away all the enemies in front of them. After chanting, the giant fireball gathers enough mana. Amidst the fiery battlefield, warriors risk their lives to hold the line. They desperately push back the furious advance of those dark creatures. Suddenly, a massive explosion echoes, shaking the entire sky. Abel's destructive fire erupts, shooting straight ahead and turning those hideous creatures to ashes in an instant. Watching them writhe in the sea of fire under the mage's power, Jae-hyun silently lets out a sigh of relief. He quietly looks back, searching for something. Is that the Meteor Guild? They are a mage guild widely known as the rising stars of today. If they can fight like this, survival is guaranteed. After this initial battle, everyone takes a break to recover their strength. Myung-ho takes a long, refreshing drink, leaning back with a tired sigh. He says in a tired tone, "Only the boss is left. Getting old is tough. If I knew this earlier, I would have fooled around less as a kid and worked on leveling up." Jae-hyun quickly offers some encouragement. "Come on," he says, "you still have plenty of energy and your level is higher than mine." Remembering something, Myung-ho asks, "Did you pick up anything good? This is an A-grade dungeon after all." Hellring that Jae-hyun quickly checks his inventory, saying, "I'm not sure, let me check." But a second later, Jae-hyun freezes mid-action. His eyes widen as he stares in shock at the screen. Before him lies an item of unknown origin, lacking even a clear shape, leaving him deeply confused. What is this, he wonders. Suddenly, a low beep echoes, ringing so loudly that his head begins to throb. He clutches his temples, letting out a soft groan. Once the noise fades, he regains his senses, wondering what that was. Right then, the system shows an update. The unexpected notification on the screen leaves him completely stunned. The Aesir system has stopped functioning, severing the connection to the player entirely. He panics, a system shutdown. This has never happened before. The Aesir system fails to reboot due to an unknown error, leaving Jae-hyun completely frozen in panic. What does this even mean, he wonders. In the very next second, countless tiny particles of glowing light surround Jae-hyun. An unexpected prompt flashes through his mind, telling him to follow the light. He cannot believe his own eyes, hurriedly looking around to confirm what is happening. But the system notifications keep popping up before him, holding his gaze. An unknown presence is currently invading the Aesir system, attempting a forced modification in safe mode. The modification fails. Jae-hyun completely loses his cool, sitting frozen in place with a million questions running through his mind. What was that unidentified voice, he mutters under his breath? It told me to follow the light. Hell rings, some rustling. Myung-ho looks over in confusion, asking what he is talking about. Unsure how to explain, Jae-hyun simply brushes it off. He tells Myung-ho is nothing, but before he can finish his sentence, those same glowing particles from earlier appear again, completely blocking his vision. Soon the strange glowing light fills the entire cavern. At this point, it is a wild situation, and Jae-hyun cannot hide his panic, wondering if this light is the path to follow. Myung-ho, of course, sees nothing, asking if Jae-hyun is feeling sick. Although Jae-hyun insists he is fine, his vacant gaze says otherwise. Realizing no one else can see the light, he decides to investigate. Seeing him suddenly stand up and leave, Myung-ho calls out, asking where he is going. Jae-hyun quickly shouts back that he will be right back, leaving Myung-ho completely bewildered. Following the guiding path of light, Jae-hyun finally arrives at a nearby cave, his heart racing with anxiety. He tries to open the system to access his interface, but the error message remains. The Aesir system is offline, preventing him from opening the status window. Jae-hyun mutters that it really is down, quickly trying another method. He runs another diagnostic check, and this time the screen shows the cause. A specific function has been damaged, forcing the system to reboot into safe mode. Frustrated by this bizarre error, Jae-hyun lets out a bitter sigh. What on earth is going on? He awakened when he was only 10 years old, yet this has never happened. For 17 long years, the system ran without a single glitch. A corrupted function forcing a reboot is completely unprecedented. Thinking back to the voice, he suspects it has everything to do with the system shutting down. The connection is undeniable. An unknown entity has breached his system interface, sending him a direct command to follow the guiding light. Perhaps the entire Aesir system is about to undergo a massive transformation. With that thought, Jae-hyun becomes even more determined to find the truth. The Aesir system is connected to guardian gods like Odin and Thor, rumored to be the original creation of those mythical Aesir gods. It remains the final fortress, carrying all of humanity's hopes. After being pushed to the very brink of absolute extinction, time winds back 20 years to the fateful year of the 2011 disasters, when an endlessly tall world tree suddenly sprouted overnight right in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. It shot up to completely blot out the entire sky in just 9 days, making some believe humanity was finally doomed. Others called it a blessed savior, but its true name was Yasu, the legendary world tree from ancient mythology. On the 9th day, the massive tree reached full maturity, and that is when the real nightmare finally began. Savage monsters poured across the globe in an unprecedented apocalypse, instantly wiping out over half of the entire human population. The rest of humanity slowly starved or succumbed to deadly plagues, leaving everyone to struggle in absolute hopeless despair. But amidst the ruined wastelands, a lone warrior emerges, radiating an incredibly intense pressure that commands the entire battlefield. He walks forward with absolute confidence, every single step unleashing a terrifying aura that completely paralyzes his enemies. The beasts tremble in terror as he steps forward. Finally, humanity has a ray of hope. Spotting their target, the massive pack roars and lunges forward with razor-sharp claws, ready to tear him apart, but just as they close the distance, his aura explodes. He easily materializes a terrifying blade of pure, sharp energy, ready to slice through them all. With a single swift stroke, he slashes them to pieces, leaving the ruined earth stained deep red. He is famously known as the First Awakened, a legendary warrior wielding godlike power to defend what remains of humanity. These newly awakened hunters and conquerors stepped up to hunt the monsters, slowly shifting the balance of this war. This Aesir system is the ultimate weapon wielded by humanity's strongest protector, but a dark shadow of doubt is growing. Something has quietly altered the Aesir system, and it is definitely not a good sign for the future of humanity. Jae-hyun still has no real answers, but he pushes forward anyway, suddenly pausing as he reaches the depths of a dark cave. He stares at a bizarre massive door blocking his path and wonders how such a huge structure could even exist here. A greedy smile creeps onto Jae-hyun's face. Honestly, who wouldn't dream of hitting the ultimate treasure jackpot? These hidden treasure rooms rarely spawn inside high-tier dungeons, and they are usually packed with incredibly valuable loot. Rumors say even the absolute cheapest item found inside a treasure chamber can fetch hundreds of thousands of dollars. If he manages to score a rank item or better, he can finally quit this dangerous grind forever. He pushes the heavy door open, silently praying to whatever gods are listening for a high-ranking item. Please let it be rank A gear or better, he pleads as the massive gateway finally swings wide open. An incredibly vast chamber lies before Jae-hyun, and his excitement spikes as a brilliant mystical light fills his vision. The gorgeous glow of the room is absolutely breathtaking, and he stands frozen in place, taking in the magnificent sight. Seeing this crazy magical space with his own eyes proves those wild rumors on television were actually completely true, just as he says that a blinding flash of light erupts from the other side of the massive chamber. Jae-hyun stares ahead with intense excitement, knowing that whatever is forming in the center of that light is a high-tier item. He is eager to identify his spectacular new loot, reaching out even before the thick smoke can completely settle. The moment his fingertips make contact, a sudden notification pops up announcing that a system function has been restored. The system has partially recovered its features, unlocking a brand new slot. It asks if he wants to appraise the item. Jae-hyun cheers in absolute delight because everything is playing out perfectly, and the timing of this system recovery is just flawless. Some say good things come to those who wait, and his heart races as he firmly grasps the mysterious artifact. A holographic display pops up immediately, analyzing the newly equipped item, which is named the Lost Eye of Odin. It is a legendary tier artifact, an eye famously sacrificed by Odin, king of the Aesir, to gain ultimate cosmic wisdom. This godly relic allows its user to fully comprehend ancient runes and cast powerful spells to disarm or completely destroy enemies. A warning states that this unique world-class item is now soulbound, leaving Jae-hyun staring in absolute disbelief at his luck. He quickly claims the legendary treasure, and before he can even make a move, the system automatically triggers a powerful skill. His new rank S skill, Cosmic Origin, activates instantly, allowing him to decipher and break down any magical formula in existence. Once a spell is converted, he can instantly shatter it with the mana cost scaling based on the targeted spell level. Having mastered this supreme cosmic ability, he now holds absolute flawless comprehension of all ancient runic letters. This allows him to cast any spell instantly without chanting, and he can even copy enemy skills using a blank card. Better yet, copying a skill triggers absolutely no penalty once acquired. The blank card is simply consumed. Looking over the insane lineup of overpowered features it brings, he absolutely cannot help but marvel at his luck. This is the real deal, easily outclassing even the best S-rank items found in high-end auctions. Those easily blow past $10 million, especially anything magic-related where sellers name their price. Buyers will snap it up regardless of the cost. But this thing is a legendary, completely unique, one-of-a-kind artifact. With this in hand, he'll never have to suffer again nor worry about getting blacklisted by elite guilds. No more getting used as a disposable meat shield in dungeons. His miserable raiding days are finally behind him. Since he's already got the artifact, shouldn't he test it? When else will he hold another legendary item? He should try it out at least once before cashing in. But the moment he activates it, the system flags a major warning. A flashing red alert pops up. Odin's lost eye is now bound to him. Does he want to equip it? Jae-hyun panics and screams to cancel the binding immediately. Slumping to the ground in relief, he lets out a heavy sigh. He almost wasted a priceless legendary item. There's no reason to use it when selling it black market could make him rich. We're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars. Even with top-tier gear, he has zero desire to keep raiding. He is well past his 20s now, meaning his level cap is permanently locked. Raiding is just useless for him. Even with a god-tier weapon, nothing would change. You could say a system glitch like this was totally unexpected. It's a complete anomaly that no one has ever witnessed before. But honestly, he is far too used to these stupid complications. In a world where dungeons have become a harsh reality, raiders face unexpected danger and chaos every single day. Usually, these surprise situations fall into two very simple categories. It's either a massive stroke of luck or absolute tragedy. Shaking it off, Jae-hyun heads back to the camp. Meanwhile, Myung-ho is desperately making excuses for him. He keeps insisting that Jae-hyun just stepped out for a moment and will be back any second now. Just as he begs them to wait, Jae-hyun finally shows up and Myung-ho quickly waves him over. They are about to move out. Jae-hyun hurries over to the group, quickly apologizing for his late arrival. The lead mage scowls, warning him that wandering off makes things difficult and better not happen again. Knowing he's in the wrong, Jae-hyun quickly nods, promising to be much more careful next time. As the mage walks away, Myung-ho sighs in relief but then notices Jae-hyun's shoulders trembling slightly. Misunderstanding his gloomy face, Myung-ho quickly slaps him on the shoulder to cheer his friend up right away. He tells Jae-hyun not to look so down, completely unaware that his buddy is actually grinning like crazy. Jae-hyun is just thrilled about his legendary new treasure. He excitedly assures Myung-ho that everything is totally fine. He even promises to treat him to drinks tonight, leaving Myung-ho completely baffled by the sudden mood swing. Still highly suspicious, Myung-ho asks if he's really sure. But Jae-hyun just heads back to the raiding lineup. Myung-ho is left scratching his head, wondering if the 27-year-old has finally grown up. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun plays it cool. A subtle smirk is the only real clue on his face, as he carefully scans their entire surrounding area. First, he has to escape this dungeon with the artifact. Down here in the dark, there are no laws. Unlike the others, walking around with legendary loot is basically like begging to get stabbed in the back, so his best play is to stay under the radar and wait until after the raid to sell it. Right now, avoiding suspicion is key, but just then a faint cracking sound echoes from the ceiling above. It's too quiet for anyone to notice. The mage leader shouts out that the vanguard is finally ready, but as they prepare to move, the ceiling crack splits wider and wider until the entire structure gives way. The stone ceiling caves in with a deafening roar. Seriously, talk about a worst-case scenario as he watches in horror. Fueled by sheer survival instinct, he throws his body backward just in time to dodge the falling debris. He slides flat across the stone floor just before the ceiling collapses and buries the entire room in rubble. Groaning in pain, he yells out to ask what the hell is going on. But then he sees it. Deep cracks spider web across the floor, and a horrifying purple smoke begins flooding into the ruined chamber. The heavy mist spreads rapidly, creeping right up to his boots before he can even regain his bearings. Frantically looking around, he sees the other raiders desperately coughing and choking on this dark, toxic mist. Sudden shortness of breath hits. A woman coughs violently, screaming out in terror, before Jae-hyun realizes something is terribly wrong. He covers his mouth and nose. It must be poison fog. Staying here means death, and he has to escape immediately. Spotting him in the sheer chaos, Myung-ho screams a warning, telling Jae-hyun they need to get out of there right away. The mist is incredibly dangerous. Jae-hyun nods in agreement and immediately prepares to shout a warning to the rest of the crowd. He yells for everyone to run. But a split second later, a sickening slash cuts through the air. Out of nowhere, a cold blade pierces through flesh, splattering fresh blood everywhere. Jae-hyun freezes in absolute horror. Staring in shock, he realizes the brutal truth. Myung-ho has just been run through by a merciless sword. Coughing up mouthfuls of blood, Myung-ho slowly slides to the ground as Jae-hyun screams his name in pure agony. The lifeless body hits the cold floor. Jae-hyun raises his trembling hands, his entire frame paralyzed with shock. His ears ring with a deafening silence. Wide-eyed, he stares ahead in absolute horror, unable to process the carnage. Overwhelmed by the brutal reality, his pupils contract sharply before slowly clouding over in despair. A wild survival instinct takes over, leaving only one single urgent thought in his mind: he must run. He bolts forward, his breath turning ragged and shallow as the sheer terror of that sudden explosion replays in his mind. Images of the gruesome slaughter flash before his eyes, but as he runs, his legs suddenly lock up. All strength suddenly drains from his body. That is when Jae-hyun remembers the poisonous fog from moments ago. The toxic mist has already spread through the dungeon, blurring his vision and making his surroundings fade to black. Struggling to stay standing, Jae-hyun realizes with his remaining strength that this slaughter was not done by monsters. Cold-blooded assassins are behind this, targeting the entire guild. Trying to head for the entrance is pure suicide. The killers are likely blocking the exit, meaning his best bet is to hide deeper inside the dungeon instead. It's a brutal reality to swallow. Damn it, why did things have to turn out like this? But there's no time to panic. He just acquired a legendary item, he can't let it end here. As he fights to stay conscious, a towering shadow looms right behind him, locking its sights on him. The deadly glare has been tracking him this entire time. In a flash, a flaming blade lunges straight at Jae-hyun. Sensing the incoming danger just in time, Jae-hyun throws himself aside to dodge the lethal fire strike. The mist attack slams into the ground, exploding in a burst of destructive energy that rips through the dark. Surviving by a hair, Jae-hyun immediately whips his head around to identify the mysterious attacker. A familiar mocking voice echoes through the dust, saying he knew Jae-hyun would somehow manage to stay alive. Utterly shocked, Jae-hyun mutters the name Ju-min, and get this, the mastermind is his own trusted ally. Instead of showing remorse, Ju-min smirks proudly, reminding him that he promised to pay a visit today. Jae-hyun grits his teeth in rage, demanding to know if Ju-min orchestrated the poison attack on the Shooting Star Guild. Without any rush, Ju-min simply wipes his mouth, shrugs, and casually admits to pulling the trigger. Hellring, the direct confession makes Jae-hyun's blood boil, pushing his anger to the absolute limit. He wants to lash out in rage but forces himself to stay calm and analyze the situation first. Demanding to know why, Gyu-min just sighs helplessly, explaining it was simply an order from a client. Besides, the Shooting Star Guild has plenty of enemies due to how they constantly look down on others. He explains it's natural for people to hate them. These are dungeon killers, criminals operating in closed gates. They use locked zones to slaughter hunters without a trace, operating completely outside the law. This brutal ambush went down in a perfect blind spot. The realization that Gyu-min is the mastermind cuts deep. The sting of betrayal hurts worse than any wound. Jae-hyun curses silently, wondering if he can even fight back. Fight back? Absolutely not. Gyu-min is a powerful A-rank mage, one of the top geniuses in the country. On the other hand, Jae-hyun is merely B-rank with mediocre skills and a weak build that makes him average. Besides, he is not even their target. Keeping his mouth shut might be his only chance to survive. Even with his system's warnings, escape is far from guaranteed. It is incredibly unfair, but he has no choice. Remembering the faces of those who just died makes his blood run cold, but vengeance is currently out of reach. Retaliation will have to wait. He desperately wants justice for his fallen comrades, but he must survive first. He was supposed to fight alongside them on the defense line, especially Myeon-ho, but the reality was he could do nothing because the world tree had already sprouted. Thinking back on this, Jae-hyun requested Gyu-min to pretend nothing happened today, but sadly the world has no mercy for the weak. The cruel world has no mercy for the weak, and Gyu-min easily read between the lines, guessing what Jae-hyun was trying to hide. Gyu-min cut him off right away, asking if he already knew the truth, and with those words, he decided to strike immediately. Firepower erupted from his hands, unleashing a massive explosion that swallowed Jae-hyun whole and turned the entire area to ash. Thanks to his quick reflexes, Jae-hyun narrowly dodged to the right, but the devastating blast still managed to graze him. Crimson blood seeped from his new wounds, but Jae-hyun only let out a silent sigh of relief at surviving the near miss. 1 second slower and he would have been a goner, but Gyu-min's chilling smile sent a cold shiver down his spine. The villain pointed right at Jae-hyun and declared that the Meteor Guild was not the only target in this dungeon today. Countless fire projectiles rained down on him, instantly cutting off all paths of retreat in a relentless barrage of heat. Jae-hyun bolted to escape the chasing laser beams, fully aware that running was only a temporary fix to buy some time. Damn it, he had to get out of this alive, but why was Gyu-min targeting him when he was only a low-rank hunter? Being hunted like this made no sense for a simple D rank. Had he crossed the wrong person, or did someone want him dead? He racked his brain desperately, searching for a motive as his life hung by a thread until a dark memory surfaced. It was the image of an absolute ruler, a terrifying figure radiating an overwhelming evil energy that still haunted his mind. That monster had constantly tormented Jae-hyun, drilling cruel words into his mind to reduce him to a helpless, useless nobody. Even in his nightmares, those insults echoed, calling him a worthless kid who had absolutely no purpose in living. That painful memory was the final puzzle piece he needed. His lips trembled as he whispered the unthinkable question. Jae-hyun muttered in a shaking voice, asking if his own father was the one behind his death sentence. Gyu-min froze in shock, his eyes widening as the energy cannon he was about to fire hovered silently in midair. The weapon hung suspended as if time itself had frozen, and Gyu-min slowly adjusted his glasses to hide his visible panic. Though he tried to remain calm, his shoulders shook uncontrollably before he suddenly burst into a loud mocking laugh. It was a chilling sound, full of sarcasm. Standing before this cruel amusement, Jae-hyun slumped his shoulders in silent sorrow. He bitterly understood the truth without a single word being said, and Gyu-min finally gave a twisted grin of confirmation. Gyu-min praised his intelligence, calling it the exact reason he liked him as the warm memory of family turned dark. Every fond memory of his father was instantly covered in ash. Jae-hyun had only one final question left for him. He asked to know the truth as the agonizing memories of his past rushed back like a painful movie reel. The betrayal gnawed at his soul, but Jae-hyun gathered all his remaining strength to whisper his final heavy question. He asked if his father did the same thing to his mother last winter, and Gyu-min just kept on snickering. Gyu-min chuckled and admitted he never expected Jae-hyun to put the pieces together, finding the whole revelation incredibly amusing. Jae-hyun ignored the mockery, only caring about the confirmation, while Gyu-min found the sheer gravity of the situation hilarious. Gyu-min stepped closer, his voice dripping with pure sarcasm as he mocked the tragic fate of their family. He joked about a father who murders his wife first and then his own son before raising his energy cannon. The deadly energy beam blasted forward, but Jae-hyun stood his ground, refusing to dodge as the threat closed in. He let the attack graze him while Gyu-min continued his taunts, trying to provoke a desperate reaction from him. Mocking him with a final goodbye, Gyu-min prepared to finish it, but Jae-hyun completely ignored the empty threats. He was laser-focused on turning the tables, silently chanting a spell under his breath that his enemy couldn't hear. Suddenly, his system screen began to ripple and tear open, revealing a powerful rift right in front of him. Floating through the rift was the Eye of Odin, the legendary high-grade artifact he had picked up by chance. Ju-min remained completely oblivious, mockingly asking if Jae-hyun had any last words, but his smug smile quickly vanished. The sudden shift in the air broke Ju-min's twisted performance as a massive surge of magic began to gather. Right behind Jae-hyun, an absolutely massive wave of blinding magical energy began to condense at a terrifying speed. Terrified by this raw power, Ju-min gasped out loud, demanding to know what kind of monstrous spell was being cast. The crushing pressure shattered the ground under his feet, causing the entire cave to shake and crumble violently. Yet amid the chaos, Jae-hyun stood perfectly calm and cold, completely contrasting the sheer terror gripping his enemy. Ju-min is panicking as the mana in the room suddenly flares with intense power. He wonders what is happening as an overwhelming pressure radiates outwards. Thinking he needs to end this quickly, Ju-min screams in desperation, declaring that their little game is finally over and that his enemy must die. The moment the words leave his mouth, a brilliant lightning chain tears through the air. It twists and winds through the empty space like a wild beast charging straight toward Jae-hyun. Ju-min holds his breath, anxiously waiting for the strike to pierce through his opponent's flesh. But with death just inches away, Jae-hyun suddenly snaps his eyes open, successfully activating the hidden power of Odin's lost eye. A massive pressure erupts from his body, freezing the incoming weapon dead in its tracks as it hovers uselessly in midair. It cannot advance even a single millimeter. A second later, the lightning chain completely shatters and dissolves into nothingness under the immense pressure. This absolute force stems from the protective magic radiating behind Jae-hyun. Seeing his ultimate attack shattered so easily, Ju-min is stunned. Ju-min stands frozen in absolute disbelief as the remnants of his magic drift away. Right after his system notification pops up, the system alerts Jae-hyun that Odin's lost eye has been successfully equipped and is now permanently soulbound to his avatar. Now, Jae-hyun finally answers the question from before, coldly stating that he has decided not to spare his enemy's life anymore. With a quick thought, Jae-hyun activates a blank card from his inventory, bringing its unique copy system to life for the first time. After a tense silence, Ju-min screams out in pure frustration, unable to comprehend how his spell was dismantled and scattered so effortlessly. Ignoring the chaotic yelling, Jae-hyun steps forward in silence, calmly calling out his opponent's name as the system quickly updates his status. The interface confirms that the unique effect of Odin's lost eye has been triggered, and the blank card has been fully consumed. He slowly delivers a cold, steady warning, promising to make this defeat as agonizingly painful as possible for the traitor. A new notification pops up on his screen, confirming that the active skill Lightning Guchains has been successfully copied and registered. Jae-hyun immediately conjures the exact same magical chain attack that Ju-min just used, but with a massive power boost that dwarfs the original. Seeing the brilliant lightning chains hovering behind Jae-hyun, Ju-min stammers in sheer terror, questioning how a weak warrior could manage this. He panics desperately, shouting that it took him several grueling years of practice to master such high-level magic in the first place. How could a measly F-rank warrior suddenly use it? He refuses to accept that his opponent has accessed such high-level sorcery. Ju-min screams that copied magic won't be enough to beat him, but Jae-hyun merely shrugs it off with a calm indifference. He replies that they will find out soon enough, instantly unleashing the lightning chains directly toward Ju-min's terrified face. The magic surges forward in an exact replica of the initial strike, triggering a series of deafening explosions that shake the dungeon. Crushing air pressure deforms the surrounding space as the chains continue to rain down relentlessly under Jae-hyun's precise command. No matter how desperately Ju-min attempts to dodge or flee the onslaught, the homing attacks pursue him with terrifying, inescapable speed. Driven to a corner, Ju-min unleashes a hasty counterattack, but his power is only a tiny fraction of Jae-hyun's lightning chains. Refusing to give his foe any breathing room, Jae-hyun swiftly activates his next active ability, Universal Derivation. The moment Ju-min's desperate spell reaches him, Jae-hyun shatters it with a single casual sweep, driving his own attack forward. These strikes pierce straight through the solid defense, homing in on Ju-min's exact position as absolute panic takes hold of him. Cursing under his breath, Ju-min barely manages to deploy a magical barrier right before the projectile pierces his chest. But Jae-hyun has no intention of letting him escape, immediately pushing the destructive power of Universal Derivation to its maximum. The proud barrier shatters instantly, leaving Ju-min staring in absolute horror as the final strike closes the remaining distance. Realizing he cannot dodge, a colossal explosion rips through the quiet space, vaporizing his ambitions into dust. As the heavy smoke and ash gradually settle over the ruined battlefield, Jae-hyun slowly walks over to inspect the area. He finds Ju-min sprawled on the ground, groaning in agonizing pain from the devastating power of the copied magic. The once proud assassin is now completely broken and clinging to life, desperately begging Jae-hyun to spare his existence. But without any hesitation, Jae-hyun delivers a swift final blow to eliminate the threat once and for all. A soft crack echoes through the air as Ju-min gasps his last breath and goes completely still, standing over the defeated dungeon assassin Jae-hyun. lets out a quiet sigh of relief, though fresh blood drips from his mouth as he wonders if it is finally over. Moments later, his exhausted body collapses onto the cold ground, having pushed far past its absolute limits. Covered in severe wounds, he slowly closes his eyes and slips into a deep unconsciousness, his thoughts drifting away. He feels his magical reserves and physical energy completely depleted, nearly dying right after obtaining a legendary mythic item. It seems all of his luck was spent on this single day, forcing him to face his own mortality once again. He had encountered death many times as a raider, but facing it like this feels entirely different. It was freezing cold. Just as Jae-hyun's eyes slowly shut, a notification popped up on the system screen announcing a brand new operating system. It had finally finished downloading and asked if he wanted to start it. Squinting his eyes, he barely managed to read the message. Once this new system activated, time would regress to the exact moment he desired most. He weakly mumbled the word regression. Was the system actually trying to save him? This was yet another unpredictable variable, and he had no idea if it led to joy or tragedy. But for Jae-hyun right now, turning back the clock was his absolute best shot. Stealing his resolve, he agreed to boot it up. If this was the only hand he could play, he had to take it. There was simply no other option left as the system initialized. The new Nornir operating system officially booted up. Instantly, a rush of blurry memories flashed through his mind, and the figures of ancient gods appeared. The entities of Nornir materialized one after another. The very god ruling over the destiny of both mortals and divinities stood clearly before him. It all played out in Jae-hyun's mind like a vivid movie reel. They seemed to be speaking, though he could not understand a word. Suddenly, a goddess gently reached out to him, and another hand slowly reached back to hold it. Moments later, the system flashed an urgent alert. It warned him that he was now an enemy of the Supreme Almighty. He had acquired a passive skill called Watched by the Gods. A second passive skill, Eye of the Almighty, was acquired. Deities opposing the Supreme Order were now watching his every move. Snapping out of a lucid dream, Jae-hyun gasped in sheer terror. The second he woke up, he scrambled to sit upright in bed. But when he took in his surroundings, he shrieked in total shock, wondering what on earth was going on. He quickly stared down at his hands, which had been stiff and battered moments ago. Now they were completely smooth and without a single scratch. Suddenly, a glowing red orb materialized right between his palms. The system then flashed a new update, confirming that the regression was complete. He had successfully traveled back to the exact period he had craved most. Staring at his hands, Jae-hyun could barely process the reality. "Am I dreaming?" he muttered in disbelief. Memories of his agonizing past flashed backwards, and even though they were fading, the pain remained vivid. That bone-chilling agony was still fresh, and he could feel every ounce of it. Now he found himself doubting his own sanity. Had he truly traveled back in time, or was this just a cruel, beautiful illusion? He tried to convince himself it was a dream. Thinking of his mother, he wished he would never wake up. Suddenly, his bedroom door swung open, and she turned around with a warm smile. Before this precious vision could dissolve, Jae-hyun leaped out of bed and threw his arms around her, tears streaming down his face. He clung to her, completely lost in the warmth he had missed for so long. He silently prayed he would never have to wake up. But reality quickly pulled him back as the system displayed the current date. It was June 13, 2022. The chronological reversal to his chosen point in time was officially complete. Suddenly, a sharp pain flared up in Jae-hyun's chest. He let out a low groan, clutching his aching chest, while the system screen overhead continued to flash updates on his condition. All non-combat restrictions had been lifted, and his physical health was restored by 20%. Once he caught his breath, he gazed around his old childhood home, wondering if it was a dream. Right then, a unique side quest automatically initialized. It was called Rest is the Mother of Success. The description noted he was a patient who had miraculously survived a brush with death. He was urged to rest up to restore his physical state. His overall health quickly bounced back to 80%. The difficulty was ranked F, with a reward of 1 white card. Reading the floating panel, Jae-hyun muttered the word quest under his breath. Letting out a long, heavy sigh, he realized he had returned to the starting line. He had survived his fatal encounter with Gyu-min. But how? He recalled the system alert stating that once the new operating system launched, time would revert to his most desired moment. Jae-hyun deduced that this system was the exact reason he had successfully regressed to his childhood past. Even though he was back, his mind still vividly remembered the world tree and the terrifying monsters that once ruled. This was far from his first time dealing with supernatural anomalies. Over the years, he had learned that survival required swift adaptation. Analyzing the field and adapting quickly had always been his absolute top priority. He needed to figure out exactly where he stood. If the system coordinates were correct, he had leaped 11 years into the past, back when he was a middle school student. Right as he was sorting through his thoughts, another notification popped up. The standard operating system had successfully transitioned into the Nornir System. "Nornir," he muttered under his breath, wondering if that was indeed the name of this new interface. Honestly, the regression still felt surreal. But as the reality began to sink in, he picked up a nearby calendar that tracked all his major life events. A subtle smirk played on his lips as he realized one thing was absolutely certain. This was his chance to change everything. Looking at the calendar, there was only a single event marked on the page: the application deadline for the prestigious Mythic Academy. Instead of following his original path, this time he reached over, grabbed a pen, and slowly crossed the entry out entirely. He was determined to enroll in the combat class instead. This fresh start was a miracle, and he would not waste it. He swore he would not make the same mistake twice. Resolving to become a mage, Jae-hyun starts adapting to his new life in the past. Savoring every ordinary moment like eating dinner, Jae-hyun still refuses to relax his face. His dead serious expression starts making his mother incredibly worried. She watches him anxiously, wondering what could have happened lately. She remembers, just moments ago, the way Jae-hyun ran up and hugged her, sobbing his eyes out. Her suspicion deepens. He is normally so quiet, making this sudden emotional outburst feel completely out of character. Putting her chopsticks down, she asks with concern if anything is wrong. But instead of showing his worry, he simply smiles. He tells her it was just a bad dream, leaving Jae-hyun's mother feeling even more confused. A nightmare, she wonders. He gives a quiet nod. That nightmare he mentioned was the horrific memory of his mother dying all alone on a cold iron bed. His eyes well up with tears at the thought, but he forces himself to hold them back. After a heavy silence, Jae-hyun suddenly speaks up, saying he has something to tell her. She nods gently. She knew he had something on his mind and wonders if he is worried about applying to the Mythic Academy. It makes sense. Becoming a raider is incredibly dangerous and competitive. If he wants to back out, she thinks it is better to advise him to go to a normal school instead. The academy is prestigious, but that does not mean a thing if her son does not want to go. After gathering his courage, Jae-hyun finally speaks up. He tells her that he is planning to switch to the mage class. She immediately agrees before even processing his words. Then she suddenly stops. She stares at Jae-hyun in pure confusion. He had been so determined to join the combat class from the start. Knowing he is highly rational, she realizes this cannot be a reckless whim. Her anxiety begins to soften. Placing a comforting hand on Jae-hyun's face, she asks him one more time if he is absolutely sure. He happily confirms he is. He has thought it over deeply, easing the lingering worry in his mother's heart. Offering her full support, she tells him to follow his passion rather than just chasing after money. Whether it is magic or anything else, she promises she will always stand by his side. Hearing her warm encouragement, Jae-hyun feels a sudden wave of emotion. Tears threaten to spill over once again, but he holds them back. Crying won't help him defeat his target, the powerful rank, a raider Min Song-woo. He absolutely has to grow much stronger. Right on cue, the system flashes a congratulatory message confirming he has completed. The rest is the Mother of Success quest. He receives a white card as his well-deserved reward. To stand on equal footing with rank A raiders, Jae-hyun immediately starts his grueling training routine. With the quest finished and another white card in hand, he feels everything is finally progressing perfectly. Though the true nature of the Nornir system remains a mystery, he still holds a massive advantage. He already knows the future, including the locations of all hidden items and secret ruins across the dungeons. His sharp memory even lets him act as a flawless navigator. The real issue now is his skills. Aside from Light Gu Chayan and Universal, his remaining abilities are strictly combat class skills. It makes sense. He chose combat first. Muttering about his limitations, Jae-hyun quickly decides to pull up his status window. Looking at the screen, the displayed numbers leave him feeling slightly overwhelmed. He quietly reads over the status. His level has reset to the very beginning, resetting all his basic stats. He notes the passive skill. One watched by gods, omniscient eye, novice swordsman level 17, swiftness level 15, and agile movement level 14. With first aid level 18 in his active skills, Universal and Light Gu Chayan, his copy skill is still active. Jae-hyun cannot help but wonder, why were only his passive abilities preserved after his sudden regression? The system quickly explains. Thanks to the One Watched by Gods skill, all past passives were retained. Reading the unfamiliar description, he curiously reviews the unique passive skill called One Watched by Gods. This unique infinite-level skill allows the user to grow rapidly under the divine blessings of the deities. All of his stats will increase with every level up, and the powerful post-regression effects remain fully active. A message notes that the gods opposing the queen are watching him. He cannot contain his rising excitement. An incredible skill that boosts all stats. Even better, he now has the undivided attention of powerful gods. He quickly shifts his focus to inspect the other skills, eager to see what else he can exploit. First is his passive skill, the All-Seeing Eye. Ranked Infinity, it pierces through any illusion to reach absolute reality. Then there is his active skill, Light Gu Chayan, an A-rank ability that strikes enemies with chains of light, leaving them completely paralyzed. Seeing them for the first time, Jae-hyun mutters in confusion. He still has no clue what the All-Seeing Eye does, but Light Gu Chayan is definitely useful. A mage does not need to focus much on physical strength, but he at least needs a few agility points to dodge incoming attacks. As for magic, his stat is clearly that of a complete beginner, making Jae-hyun hesitate. However, his other stats are quite surprising. With agility up by 2, magic up by 5, and endurance up by 14, that endurance boost is easily the most important. Endurance is not a stat that directly boosts raw combat power like physical strength. It simply helps the user resist fatigue during repetitive tasks. If he focuses heavily on this particular stat, first he can easily see that it is actually a very useful stat to have during early level ups. With his stat priority locked in, the next crucial step is choosing which skill to learn. He tells himself that since he already has light Guchayin, so his offense is covered. Forcing himself to learn a high-level spell now would be pointless due to he would not have enough mana to cast it anyway. Holding the blank card in his hand, the future mage carefully weighs his options. He figures a healing spell is what he needs most right now. In the year 2020, mages are treated like complete trash by the combat class. However, raiders who possess healing skills are a completely different story. They are treated like absolute royalty, regardless of their background. Even if they do not work as active raiders, healers can easily find lucrative jobs in the medical field, so they are highly respected. Starting out with a healing skill guarantees he will never be looked down upon. However, the major drawback is that finding one is extremely difficult. Meeting an awakened healer is incredibly rare. Plus, a basic heal will not help him at all in his long-term fight against Chimera. To survive against Chimera in the long run, he must use this blank card in the absolute most efficient way possible. He does not know how many cards the system will give him, but it won't be enough to fill a truck or break game balance. Even after endless calculations, Jae-hyun cannot find a satisfying path, leaving him completely stuck. He wonders if there is another option. Just then his phone rings and he answers with curiosity, asking who it is. But as soon as he sees the caller ID, he freezes. Jae-hyun cannot hide the sheer panic in his eyes. He stammers in shock at the name on the screen, Kim Yoo-jung. She was his childhood friend. Since they lived close to each other, they went everywhere together and shared the same dream. They both wanted to join Milet Academy together. However, she tragically lost her life during a dangerous dungeon raid in his past life. Staring at Yoo-jung's blood-soaked body back then, Jae-hyun had cried until his tears ran dry. Just thinking about it fills him with tension. Trying to keep his composure, Jae-hyun quietly reassures himself that it is okay. Now he can change everything. In fact, he must change it. He has to change her fate. On the screen, Yoo-jung is sending him messages asking what he is up to. She tells him that Saintess Yoo Sung-yoon is about to start her speech in the streets and asks if he wants to go see her. She demands a quick reply, begging him to hurry. Reading this, Jae-hyun does not even write back yet, instead crying out in pure excitement. That is it, Saintess Yoo Sung-yoon and her signature spell, Sacrifice. If he can copy her spell, he will not have to worry anymore. Wasting no time, he grabs his coat and rushes out the door. But before leaving, Jae-hyun makes sure to let his mother know. He yells that he is going out for a bit, and she smiles, warning him not to stay out too late. The moment the door closes, Jae-hyun finally checks his phone and texts Yoo-jung back. His message is short and simple, telling her that he is on his way. Meanwhile, Sungwon's car speeds down the road. From the driver's seat, Sung-jae begins briefing her on her packed schedule. She must give an outdoor motivational speech to encourage people on the streets. After that, they will head over to a nearby dungeon. After that, she has a B-rank dungeon in Songbuk and then a station inspection in Gwangju. Once finished, they will fly straight to America. He asks if she is truly okay, noting she looks much paler than usual. She sits in complete silence, listening carefully to his words. When he finishes, she calmly replies that she is fine and only a little tired, but seeing her exhausted state, he cannot help but worry. He scolds her gently, saying she has been pushing herself way too hard with this brutal schedule for months on end. He warns her that using her sacrifice ability is slowly eating away at her own life. Because of his deep concern for her, Sung-jae constantly wishes there was at least one other healer with a spell on par with her sacrifice, so they could relieve her burden. But as he is lost in thought, Sung-yoon softly interrupts him. She reminds him that they already agreed not to talk about this. Hearing her fragile refusal, Sung-jae quietly grips the steering wheel in sheer frustration. He cannot help but worry about her future. If things continue like this, the beloved Saintess of South Korea will surely collapse. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun finally arrives at the meeting place. Seeing him, Yoo-jung excitedly runs over and grabs his hand to pull him along, noting the massive crowd ahead of them. She drags him into the packing crowd, leaving Jae-hyun with no choice but to squeeze through the endless waves of people. Jae-hyun grumbles in annoyance, telling her to stop pulling him. But as they walk, she suddenly freezes, her eyes darting around as she frantically searches for something. Seeing this, he laughs and teases her. Be honest, did you ask me to tag along just because you're terrified of getting lost? Caught red-handed, Kim Yoo-jung shrieks in embarrassment. What are you even talking about? That's not it at all, so stop talking nonsense. She then commands Jae-hyun to let go. Only then does she realize she's the one tightly holding his hand, making her blush instantly. Her face turns beet red. Seeing her embarrassment, Jae-hyun jokingly asks why a girl obsessed with studying and sports is always getting lost. Is it really because she has absolutely no sense of direction? Hearing this, Kim Yoo-jung yells out, "Hey, watch it." Thanks to her, he gets to see the speech and everything else. Did he think meeting Yoo Sung-eun would be this easy? Jae-hyun seriously ponders this and realizes she's right. If he can copy Yoo Sung-eun's sacrifice, it will become an incredible asset in the future. He might even be able to build the largest network of influential figures in all of South Korea. A moment later, they finally reach their destination. Looking around the venue, Jae-hyun can't help but admire the setup. This is exactly what he expected from Yoo Sung-eun, the leader of South Korea's top guild, Ohwa, giving an inspiring speech. She saves the world and its people through her incredible healing magic. As the guild master of Ohwa, she is a top-tier healer. She is a top-tier healer whose legendary reputation stretches far beyond just South Korea, known by people across the entire globe. During his time as an obscure raider, he remembers her as someone who always tried to protect citizens from dimensional threats, but his deep train of thought is suddenly cut short when Yoo Sung-eun herself finally takes the stage. She gently introduces herself. "Hello everyone, my name is Yoo Sung-eun." It's a completely normal, simple greeting. But given her massive popularity, the crowd instantly erupts into wild cheers. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun sits completely motionless. His expression doesn't change one bit. In 2 months, Yoo Sung-eun will face a critical danger during a dungeon raid. And the root cause of that tragedy is directly tied to her selfless healing speech today. There's only one way to save her. While trying to focus on his plans, Kim Yoo-jung's loud, excited shouting suddenly cuts off his deep train of thought. She yells out for her sister to look over here. Jae-hyun coldly comments on how embarrassing and annoying she's being. At his cold remark, she immediately shuts her mouth and turns back around. Standing on the elevated podium, she begins her speech. She speaks to the crowd, saying that everyone in this world currently faces an unprecedented era of crisis. Since the World Tree's arrival, monsters have taken countless lives, although things have slightly improved with the newly awakened. And raiders appearing a few years ago, the overall situation in the dungeons has indeed gotten slightly better. Yet among those awakened today, only 20% volunteer as raiders, despite the death toll rising exponentially. After a brief pause, she makes a heartfelt plea. Our world constantly teeters on the thin line between life and death. Even right now, we cannot count how many innocent people are dying. I stand here to ask for your courage. I want to appeal to all awakened individuals across the globe. Your bravery has the power to change this world. Please become raiders and transform this dark world into a much brighter place for everyone to live in. The Okwa Guild and I will personally stand by your side to turn that bright future into a beautiful reality. She bows deeply to show her sincere devotion. Down in the audience, everyone is incredibly moved by her words. Tears fill Kim Yoo-jung's eyes as she praisefully mutters that Yoo Sung-eun is truly a magnificent public speaker. The raw truth of this world spoken by Yoo Sung-eun even makes a calm and composed person like Jae-hyun hesitate. She's right. The vast majority of awakened individuals don't want to become raiders and face these monsters. Fighting beasts is terrifying. Even Jae-hyun himself, before his regression, wanted to liquidate his items and live a peaceful, leisurely life. He wanted that quiet freedom. Even though the speech has officially wrapped up, Kim Yoo-jung is still deeply lost in admiration. She declares that Yoo Sung-eun surpasses all standards of a true role model, but Jae-hyun immediately shuts down that ideal thinking. I highly doubt Yoo Sung-eun is as flawless as you think. Constantly teased by Jae-hyun, Kim Yoo-jung quickly loses her temper. She snaps at him not to ruin the mood. Jae-hyun shrugs it off, not wanting to argue, and prepares to leave. He tells her he's heading out first, since he has things to do, leaving Kim Yoo-jung completely shocked and yelling back. "What about me?" Jae-hyun instantly plays her weakness, teasingly reminding her of her claims of not being lost. Kim Yoo-jung scowls, gritting her teeth in fury as she calls him a massive jerk who probably bullies people at school. Amused by her childish fit, Jae-hyun calmly reassures her that he already called her mother, who will be arriving shortly. Hearing this, she offers him a ride in her mother's car since he mentioned being in such a massive hurry. Announcing a major life update to his best friend, he turns around and casually tells her that he just switched his class to a mage. Before she can even process the shock, Yoo-jung shrieks in disbelief, but Jae-hyun just keeps walking without offering a single word of explanation. Instead, he casually tells her that she will have to teach him some basic magic later, starting with the core theories first. Utterly baffled, she tries to protest and demands to know why on earth he would suddenly want to change his class like this. But Jae-hyun simply walks away, leaving his poor friend standing there with a million questions, cursing him for being such a cold-blooded jerk. After searching the area for a while, Jae-hyun grumbles to himself, swearing that he saw his targets wandering around this exact spot. Turning a corner, he finally spots Yoo Sung-eun's car parked by the curb, and a satisfied smirk spreads across Jae-hyun's face. As he slowly approaches, the secretary Sung Jae immediately gets on guard, raising his hand to block this suspicious stranger from getting any closer. He bluntly tells Jae-hyun that if he is just another fan trying to hand over a gift, he needs to turn right back around. Jae-hyun flashes a bright smile, explaining that he is actually here to see guild leader Yoo Sung-yoon in person. But to Sung-jae, this is nothing short of harassment, and he mentally dismisses the boy as yet another delusional stalker. Sung-jae coldly shuts him down, saying it does not matter how big of a fan he is, this behavior is completely unacceptable. He warns Jae-hyun that ambushing them like this is bound to make the guild leader feel incredibly uncomfortable. Before the man can even finish, Jae-hyun cuts him off by stating he knows the guild leader is suffering from a critical illness. Claiming he can cure her condition on the spot, his words instantly drain all the color from Sung-jae's face. Snapping back to reality and enraged, Sung-jae grabs Jae-hyun by the collar, aggressively demanding to know where he heard such a secret. Unfazed by the aggressive display of force, Jae-hyun keeps his cool, meeting the secretary's blazing glare with absolute indifference. Now watch how he handles the heat, calmly warning the man that screaming in public will only draw unwanted attention. Sure enough, Sung-jae's loud outburst has already started drawing curious glances from nearby pedestrians who are stopping to stare. Right then, Yoo Sung-eun rolls down her window and tells Sung-jae to wait before asking Jae-hyun if he can back up his claims. Seizing his chance, Jae-hyun brushes the secretary's hand off his collar and confidently assures her that he can absolutely heal her. Though she nods calmly in response, she cannot help but feel a lingering sense of doubt about this mysterious young man. She knows a liar would face immediate arrest, meaning his extreme confidence must stem from having some sort of actual leverage. Weighing her options, she turns to her assistant and asks how much free time they have left before their next scheduled meeting. Sung-jae informs her they have 2 hours, prompting her to order a move to a more private location away from prying eyes. After relocating to a quiet hotel room nearby, Yoo Sung-yoon gestures for him to take a seat so they can finally talk. Jae-hyun politely thanks her as he sits down, while the guild leader wastes no time and immediately cuts straight to the point. She directly demands to know how on earth he found out about her private illness, but Jae-hyun simply maintains a serious expression. He politely declines to reveal his source, warning her that if he does explain, he will no longer provide her the cure. Yoo Sung-eun can only laugh in amusement at his boldness, thinking to herself that this kid certainly has some real backbone. Letting it slide, she asks how he plans to treat her, and Jae-hyun decides to be completely upfront about his intentions. He reveals that he intends to copy her unique sacrifice skill, a shocking declaration that makes her eyes widen in pure disbelief. Overhearing this, an outraged Sung-jae lunges forward, shouting that they have heard enough and that the boy has completely lost his mind. The furious secretary demands to know if Jae-hyun even understands the true gravity of such a highly classified unique ability. Since even high-ranking professionals cannot copy this magic, it is utterly absurd for a random kid to try. Jae-hyun does not bother explaining himself, silently reflecting on how unique skills sit at the absolute pinnacle of all class abilities. These S-rank powers are typically inherited or granted exclusively to a single individual, achievable through only 2 very specific paths. Unlike standard magic that relies on memorizing specific formulas, a unique skill does not have any established formula to speak of. This makes them completely impossible to replicate, serving as the exclusive property of a single person or a distinguished family line. At least that is how the rest of society understands it, but Jae-hyun knows there are always exceptions to the rule. He calmly tells the furious secretary to relax, pointing out that he would not have wasted his time coming here otherwise. Though Sung-jae is absolutely seething, he holds back for his boss's sake, keeping his eyes locked onto Jae-hyun in a deadly glare. Yoo Sung-yoon raises her hand to silence him, deciding they should at least hear the young man out before making a final judgment. She looks directly at Jae-hyun, seeking clarification if he truly intends to heal her by utilizing her own sacrifice skill against her. He gives a firm nod, silently calculating that reversing a penalty from a unique skill requires a power of the exact same nature. Only an equivalent or higher rank skill will work. Besides, the attack that injured Yoo Sung-yoon is unique. And it is not like skills above unique rank do not exist. She just cannot heal herself with her own sacrifice skill. So, this is the absolute best option. The core principle of Yoo Sung-yoon's skill lies in its name, offering a sacrifice to the gods. Because of that, Yoo Sung-eun cannot heal herself. Doing so would conflict with the very concept of sacrificing her life. If she heals her own wounds, it ruins the concept. Seeing her hesitate without saying a word, Jae-hyun steps in. He asks if she is willing to do this, but before he can finish, Yoo Sung-eun happily nods and accepts. Her instant agreement without any hesitation makes Sung-yi panic. Right after the guild leader begins gathering her mana, she prepares to cast her exclusive sacrifice skill right in front of Jae-hyun. Sitting across the table, he watches every single move, carefully nodding in silence. Good. Under the table, Jae-hyun slowly waves his hand. A blank card is instantly summoned, and the system prompts that a new skill is ready to be absorbed. Will he absorb the sacrifice skill into the empty card? He confirms in a low voice to acquire it. As the spell finishes, the sacrifice skill is successfully copied onto his blank card. The cloning process is complete. A highly satisfied smile creeps onto Min Jae-hyun's face. He slowly speaks up to show his sincerity. He says he needs to earn her trust first, and right after Min Jae-hyun activates the sacrifice skill right before them. Now watch how this unfolds. The system confirms the activation of his newly copied skill. Seeing a complete stranger perform this unique spell, the two of them are left utterly speechless. With his demonstration done, he clenches his fist with confidence. He suggests they get back to the healing process now. With this copy, Min Jae-hyun has acquired a highly coveted skill. His status window quickly updates with his new active skill known as Sacrifice, a unique rank 1 ability. It unleashes a massive wave of healing, allowing him to restore the health and status of most allies. But if used on undead monsters, it transforms into an offensive skill known as Judgment of Light. Since he used a blank card, no penalties are applied. Seeing this, he cannot help but smile. She asks what he wants from their guild. Outwardly calm, Yu Sung-eun still has doubts about this mysterious kid. But the simple fact that he can cure her illness is enough to make her willing to negotiate. Still, he looks like a high schooler. It's wild that a kid can stand so confidently before her. She smiles in sheer amusement as a look of high anticipation crosses her face, finding this incredibly interesting. Having waited for this exact moment, Min Jae-hyun states his demand clearly. He wants her to sponsor him. Yu Sung-eun isn't surprised at all, asking if he wants support to grow his career as a conqueror. He eagerly nods to confirm, saying he has massive ambitions but needs resources to actually grow. He needs funds, powerful connections, and more, which is precisely why he wants her. Jagwa Guild's backing. Weighing the pros and cons, she accepts his request but makes sure to add a small condition. She tells him that his sheer courage and obvious talent make him a highly worthy investment, but there is a catch. Hollering about a condition, Min Jae-hyun suddenly falls silent as he ponders what this catch could actually be. Even though she is desperate and he is her only hope, her pride as the guild master remains intact. He politely asks what her terms are while she easily maintains her usual calm and elegant demeanor. Yu Sung-eun gently explains that her illness is a personal matter that does not involve the guild, yet he is asking for the backing of her entire guild. Supporting him without any return would be unfair. She leaves her sentence unfinished, giving Min Jae-hyun the perfect chance to cut in and finish it for her. He points out that the trade seems unbalanced, but he will decide after hearing her condition first. After all, Yu Sung-eun is the one who will suffer without treatment, so she won't make an unreasonable demand. Seeing him hesitate to give an answer, she gracefully makes an offer that is almost impossible to turn down. She asks if he has any plans to join a guild, leaving him stunned for a moment. He wonders if she is trying to recruit him and asks if she is being serious about this. Yu Sung-eun simply nods and immediately explains her reasoning to keep him from guessing any further. She says she would never joke about this, pointing out he somehow discovered her highly classified illness. Only a handful of people know about her condition, making his discovery of this secret incredibly impressive. This proves that your investigation skills are top-notch. Hellring her praise, Jae-hyun couldn't bring himself to celebrate. He knew this secret because of his time regression, but he couldn't exactly explain that to her right now. Sung-eun quietly adds her praise, saying he copied her sacrifice skill perfectly. She has never heard of anyone doing this. Having such a unique ability is unheard of, and she doubts anyone like him will ever appear again. The possibilities are endless. Jae-hyun feels slightly awkward knowing this is all thanks to the system's help. He sheepishly asks if there is a third reason. Sung-eun chuckles softly, thoroughly amused by his reaction. Yes, and it is the most important one. Third, despite sitting right in front of me, you aren't nervous. Facing the Lotus Guild Master without a hint of fear is pretty impressive. So is that enough to recruit you? Jae-hyun isn't so easily swayed. Instead of accepting on the spot, he recalls the guild's fate in his past life. After Yu Sung-eun fell into critical condition, the Lotus Guild collapsed rapidly for reasons nobody ever figured out. But right now, they are undeniably the strongest guild. Joining them means he'll get respect and solid treatment. If he wants to grow stronger, teaming up with a powerhouse is definitely the smartest move. Even so, Jae-hyun still has some doubts. A binding contract with a minor is technically illegal. Seeing his innocent confusion, Sung-eun just smiles with genuine amusement, thoroughly enjoying how his mind works. Regaining her composure, she raises her voice. Have you ever heard of priority negotiation rights? He freezes in surprise, his eyes widening. He never expected her to pull out that trump card right now. Priority negotiation lets a guild fully sponsor a promising rookie hunter before they officially come of age. Once that rookie grows up, the sponsoring guild gets the first right to sign them to a contract. This kind of offer is usually reserved for absolute genius monsters. He never dreamed he'd get one. Before his regression, even B-rank guilds turned him away without a second look. Seeing Jae-hyun sitting there completely dazed, Sung-eun feels even more confident in her decision. She smiles warmly at him, realizing he still has a pretty adorable youthful side after all. She gets straight to the point. We'll send the contract once you give us your address, so think carefully. Jae-hyun nods to acknowledge this, then stands up to suggest starting the healing treatment first. Joining is tempting, but he still needs to weigh his options. This is a massive opportunity for sure. Still, there's no rush to decide right away. He just needs to focus on curing her first. Preparing for the next move can wait. Stepping closer to Sung-eun, Jae-hyun prepares to begin the therapy. He announces he's starting and Sung-eun gently tells him to go ahead, even though he proved himself. Sung-jae still seems to hold a major grudge, scowling whenever he sees them getting close. Sung-jae is struggling to keep up. He saw the spell's power earlier, and though he acknowledges it, he's still worried. He witnessed the raw effect firsthand, but they had hired countless top-tier healers and medical doctors before. Yet none of those lifelong experts could cure the guildmaster. This illness isn't something easily dealt with. But over here, the actual treatment is finally underway. The system screen flashes. The active skill sacrifice is triggered, sending a massive wave of warm healing magic surging through her. A strange sensation suddenly washes over Sung-eun, leaving her completely stunned for a few seconds. An incredibly comfortable warmth spreads deep within her, forcing her to gasp that her body is recovering. The deathly pale color on her face begins to fade, throwing Sung-jae into pure ecstatic disbelief. He stares at them, completely overwhelmed with emotion as he realizes she is actually being cured. Sung-jae bows deeply to Jae-hyun in a profound gesture of gratitude, apologizing for his prior behavior. Begging Jae-hyun to look after their guildmaster, he receives a gentle, understanding smile from the young mage. Anyone would struggle to trust a kid, Jae-hyun tells him, which only makes Sung-jae feel more guilty. Bowing again, the assistant promises to properly make up for it later as the system interface flashes. He has successfully cured the target and his passive first aid skill leaps all the way to level 19. Jae-hyun pulls his hand back, telling her it is done and she should try moving around. Sung-eun complies instantly, jumping to her feet and rushing to the window, completely ecstatic as she feels her strength return. Freed from the heavy burden of the illness that had weighed her down for so long, Yoo Sung-yoon gently reached out to embrace a new dawn in her life. Her entire body trembled. Tears of joy welled up. She couldn't contain her raw emotion as she realized every single symptom was completely gone. She thanked him, though she worried if he would face any system penalties for executing this miracle. Jae-hyun immediately recalled the system's penalty exemption message. Copied skills used with a blank card never trigger any backlash. He smiled warmly, reassuring her that everything would be fine, and if not, she could just cure him instead. Hellring his playful joke, Yoo Sung-yoon burst out laughing, promising to cure him as many times as needed. She handed over her business card, offering to fulfill any of his needs. She urged him to contact her whenever he wished and to favorably consider the deal they previously discussed. Min Jae-hyun quickly accepted the card. After taking the card, Min Jae-hyun hesitantly spoke up. He actually had one favor to ask. From there, time moved fast. By the very next day, a luxury car slowly pulled up to the curb and Sung-jae promptly stepped out to assist. But the person emerging from the back seat was not the guild leader, as one might have expected. Instead, it was Min Jae-hyun. Calm and collected, he stepped out of the vehicle and confidently strode forward. Taking in the surrounding area, Sung-jae looked a bit puzzled. This place was a low-level dungeon owned by the Jo-hwa Guild. The Mythic Academy is a brutal battleground where geniuses constantly clash. If Min Jae-hyun wanted to survive there, he absolutely had to level up. It turned out the favor Min Jae-hyun requested the day before was special permission to enter this exclusive Jo-hwa Guild dungeon. Before the young man headed inside, Sung-jae made sure to prepare a few essential support items for the journey. He handed over basic tools and health potions, explaining these supplies were absolutely vital for conquering any dungeon. As for actual gear, they were lending him some spare guild items which he was free to equip immediately. Gripping the staff, Min Jae-hyun nodded in deep satisfaction and thanked the older man for taking such good care of him. Still, Sung-jae looked uneasy. He anxiously asked if he would truly be alright, warning that even an E-rank dungeon is dangerous solo. Why would anyone ever enter a dungeon completely solo? Yet, twirling his new staff, Min Jae-hyun simply shrugged and offered a very casual response. His only goal was to level up. Hellring that Sung-jae grew even more anxious but remained helpless. But Sung-jae was completely helpless against this stubbornness. Wanting Min Jae-hyun safe, he handed him one final protective item. Insisting it would keep him safe, he held out a glowing crystal. Min Jae-hyun stared at the sparkling object in surprise. Sung-jae explained it was a teleportation stone. By breaking it, Min Jae-hyun could instantly warp back to the safety of the guild hall. He urged him to use it in case of emergencies, presenting it as an apology for his previous rude behavior. It was also a token of gratitude for curing their beloved guild leader, and he hoped the young man would accept. Sensing his sincere concern, Min Jae-hyun gladly took the stone and thanked him warmly. No time to waste. He resolutely turned around and stepped into the portal. The ambient mana certainly matched an E-rank dungeon, meaning zero issues. But before he vanished inside, Sung Jae called out one last time, reminding him to use the warp stone if anything went wrong. Jae-hyun glanced back with a beaming smile, giving a quick nod before entering. And just like that, he crossed over. The moment he stepped through the gate, a system notification flashed, confirming his entry into the dungeon. But things immediately went sideways. During the spatial transition between the two realms, a sudden system glitch occurred. Jae-hyun plunged into a terrifying void. An endless abyss swallowed him. Ghostly hands shot out, gagging him, and throwing the young hunter into pure panic. The system finally issued an alert. Due to a critical error in the Nornir network, the user was redirected elsewhere. His current location was updated to Helheim's Land of Death. Meanwhile, inside a private office, guild leader Yu Sung-yoon was busy. Newly recovered, she threw herself entirely into handling the guild's massive backlog of paperwork. Yet her mind kept drifting to him. She couldn't shake off her nagging worry for Jae-hyun. Was that kid really going to be fine inside that dungeon all alone? After all, he had bluntly requested to borrow a low-level dungeon, specifically mentioning that he preferred going into raids completely alone. That bold attitude of his was genuinely concerning. Soloing even a low-ranked dungeon was an absurdly reckless move for a beginner. Without a proper party clearing, any ranked dungeon alone is practically suicide for a novice. Yet he didn't care. No matter how gifted his inherent talent might be, he remains an unpolished diamond. He must have known how dangerous this was, yet he deliberately went in completely solo. A slow smirk tugged at her lips as a sudden wave of intrigue washed over her. Her face lit up with growing curiosity. What exactly was that mysterious kid scheming? Suddenly, a noise echoed from her door. Following 3 sharp, polite knocks, Hannah's stern voice cut through the silence. It gave the guild leader a brief startle. But Yu Sung-yoon quickly recognized the familiar voice and immediately prepared to receive her visitor as the door opened. She smiles and gives the order for Hana Park to come in. Having received permission, the secretary slowly opens the door and steps inside. Seeing her enter, Sung-yoon excitedly asks if she got what was requested. Hana Park coldly replies that it is right here in Jae-hyun's file. Taking the document, Sung-yoon softly says thank you. She begins flipping through his profile page by page to carefully examine his details. Every single movement is surprisingly cautious. Seeing her so interested, Hana Park cannot help but wonder, as this level of personal curiosity is rare. It is rare for the guildmaster to personally look into someone. She must have truly realized that this young man, Jae-hyun, is special. Flipping to his educational background, the words warrior class rookie stand out clearly on the page. Reading every single word, Sung-yoon quickly covers her mouth, gasping in shock. If he is a warrior class candidate, how can he possibly use magic? Sensing something is off, she closes the file in disappointment. This sudden action immediately makes Hana Park feel a bit tense. After a moment of deep thought, Sung-yoon slowly opens her eyes. Her entire body suddenly radiates an unusually cold aura. The atmosphere in the room is tense. The sheer absurdity of the data makes Sung-yoon highly skeptical, questioning if this is accurate. Hana Park quickly replies and firmly asserts that as long as the testing machines did not malfunction, the data is absolutely accurate. Hellring this, she says nothing more and simply checks his magic compatibility. The 97% score on the page makes Sung-yoon deeply intrigued. After some careful calculations, she suddenly makes a phone call. As soon as the connection goes through, Sung-yoon instructs the person on the line, asking when Jae-hyun will return from the dungeon. She wants him notified immediately. She says she is ready to meet him anytime, so they must arrange a meeting. The other party curiously asks what she means. Sung-yoon cryptically replies that she wants to personally test Jae-hyun's raw talent. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun is currently struggling with a critical system error. Because of the malfunctioning Nornir system, he is about to be forcefully transported to a highly specific and dangerous zone. The current location is Helheim's Land of the Dead. Within seconds, Jae-hyun is dropped into a foreign dark environment. It is completely different from his plans. With a heavy thud, his back slams painfully onto the hard ground below. Groaning in pain, Jae-hyun slowly sits up and takes in his eerie surroundings. Talk about terrible luck. The system has graciously dropped him right into a massive graveyard. Thick dust and noxious mist begin swirling around him. The air gets increasingly heavy, making Jae-hyun cough violently. Extremely irritated by the sudden teleportation, he angrily curses to himself. What is even happening here? Right then, a towering dark figure looms before him, its terrifying form slowly coming into view. Standing right in front of Jae-hyun is a walking skeleton. The creature wears a tattered, oversized cloak, looking incredibly eerie. A large bow is slung tightly across its back, radiating a sinister dark energy. Its skeletal hands slowly raise the weapon. In an instant, the monster releases the string, sending a glowing arrow directly toward Jae-hyun's head at a terrifyingly rapid speed. Sitting on the ground, he finally senses the incoming threat. Just before the deadly arrow can make contact, Jae-hyun acts. He sharply tilts his head to the side, dodging it by a hair. Escaping danger, he quickly glares at his attacker. The skeleton archer is completely unfazed by being spotted. Instead, it boldly strides forward to close the distance between them. It raises its cold bow again, aiming directly at him. Having inhaled a massive amount of toxic gas, Jae-hyun's entire body feels completely stiff and paralyzed. Sitting entirely helpless on the ground, he quickly realizes this paralysis poison is going to be a real problem. Fortunately, he immediately activates his copy's sacrifice skill. From beneath the thick frozen ground, a pair of grotesque hands violently erupts. The twisted body of the summoned creature slowly rises into the night. This monstrous corpse begins crawling along the frozen ground. Crawling along the cold ground, its creepy eyes suddenly glow, piercing the darkness. The moment this creature appears, the battle turns. It brings with it a horde of sinister undead surrounding the entire area. They suddenly charge straight toward Jae-hyun's position. On the opposing side, a full undead force has assembled, ranging from ranged archers to heavily armed melee warriors. The archer is the first to strike, unleashing a brutal shot at Jae-hyun while his body is still paralyzed. But unfortunately for them, Jae-hyun easily catches the speeding arrow barehanded. He sneers, mocking their feeble attempts. He mutters that this is just completely foolish. Meanwhile, back in Kim Yoo-jung's room, she is lying lazily across her bed. Everyone knows she idolizes Sung-yoon, but actually hanging a massive portrait of her on the wall is next level. She lies there and grumbles to herself, warning Jae-hyun that she will absolutely destroy him if he ever dares to show up. He knows perfectly well that she has zero sense of direction, yet he still dared to leave her behind like this. It was nice of him to tag along to Sung-yoon's event, but how dared he play her for a fool now? She simply cannot understand him. Previously, Jae-hyun had always adamantly refused to attend crowded events, saying he hates massive crowds. Recalling this, Kim Yoo-jung is utterly puzzled. He always claimed that, yet he suddenly and willingly agreed to go with her. Whenever Yoo-jung gave a presentation, Jae-hyun would always reply without a single second of hesitation, saying he was already on his way. Ever since they were kids, Jae-hyun would always walk Yoo-jung back home after they hung out, no matter how busy his schedule got. Being abandoned that day left her deeply hurt, wondering why the guy who always walked her home would suddenly leave her all alone like that. It was so unlike him. And on top of that, what on earth was he thinking by suddenly switching his class to a mage? He had always trained day and night, swearing he would follow the path of martial arts. What could have possibly changed his mind so suddenly? Whatever drove him to throw away all his hard work and choose an entirely different path had to be something massive. There was simply no other logical explanation. Jae-hyun had always been an incredibly cautious person throughout his entire life. Even when ordering food at a restaurant, he would take more than 10 minutes just to decide what he wanted to eat. He was always that indecisive. Yet in just a single night, he had seemingly transformed into a completely different person. This thought ignited Yoo-jung's curiosity, making her jump out of bed and grab her phone to send him a quick text. She warned him that he better not forget leaving her alone, and if he dared show up, she would absolutely destroy him. But get this, Yoo-jung had absolutely no idea that Jae-hyun was currently fighting for his life in a monster-infested wasteland. Trapped in this desolate wasteland, Jae-hyun gritted his teeth, feeling the pressure as his mana began running completely dry against the monsters. He sighed helplessly at the sight of the skeleton archers and zombies, wondering if there was really only one of each type. They seemed far more organized than ordinary monsters. Facing them alone would be tough, but thankfully he still had one trick left. The system screen flashed, displaying his newly equipped weapon, the novice staff crafted by the legendary Jagwa Guild. It was a basic entry-level staff forged by a master blacksmith from the Jagwa Guild, yet it felt perfect in his hands. Channeling his mana through the staff, Jae-hyun aimed it directly at the approaching beasts, focusing his mind to gather his magic. He unleashed a powerful blast of energy. This dungeon was Helheim, the desolate world of the dead ruled over by Hel. As the daughter of Loki, she ruled this realm, which was one of the 9 worlds in ancient Norse mythology. Excluding Midgard and Asgard, the dungeon was modeled after the other realms, including Niflheim, the world of ice, and Muspelheim, the world of fire. It also featured Jotunheim, home of giants, Alfheim of the elves, Svartalheim of the dwarves, and Vanaheim, the land of the Vanir. Deep within the freezing darkness of Niflheim lay Helheim, an unforgiving domain where beginners rarely stood a chance of surviving. The sheer terror of facing undead monsters that constantly rose back to life was enough to break any ordinary raider's spirit. Defeating them without holy magic was nearly impossible, but Jae-hyun could not help but grin as a plan formed in his head. He realized this was actually the perfect opportunity. Since he was in Helheim, he could finally test out his newly acquired power. His active skill, Sacrifice, was a unique great ability that unleashed a powerful wave of healing to cure allies and remove all debuffs. But when cast against undead monsters, the skill's nature completely reversed, transforming into a highly destructive offensive attack. Although Sacrifice was originally a holy healing spell, using it against the undead triggered a massive area of effect strike called Judgment of Light. It was an incredibly powerful wide-range offensive spell that was designed to completely obliterate any undead in its path. Having formulated a quick battle plan, Jae-hyun launched his counterattack, instantly deflecting an incoming arrow with a swift physical strike. Across from him, a furious zombie let out a guttural roar, raising its sword high as it charged forward to strike. Moving at a speed that completely outclassed his opponent, Jae-hyun thrust the end of his staff hard into the zombie's chest. The moderate impact was more than enough to shatter the creature's balance, sending the undead warrior tumbling backward onto the ground. He had no intention of relying solely on heavy spells, immediately summoning a familiar skill to keep the momentum going. He unleashed his signature Blitz Guchayan, instantly defeating the monster and gaining 70 experience points as another massive wave of undead rushed in. Despite being heavily outnumbered, he did not flinch gracefully, spinning his staff in a wide arc to prepare his next attack. He dodged their clumsy attacks while priming the staff's magic, even though he still lacked proper combat experience as a mage. Yet he managed to effortlessly summon a massive glowing magic chain in the blink of an eye to wipe them out. Utilizing the momentum, Jae-hyun spun around and swept the radiant chain in a massive circle, scattering the enemies in every direction. The system quickly pinged with notifications of his victory, awarding him 140 experience points for the double kill. Smiling at his successful execution, he told himself he could not let this chance slip by as he leaped back into close combat. He lunged forward into the pitch-black darkness, confident that his current stats were more than enough to handle this style of fighting. Jae-hyun wielded the staff with incredible fluid precision, transforming the magic tool into a deadly blade as he moved. Landing directly in front of a skeleton archer, he ruthlessly swung his staff to deliver a crushing blow right to its skull. He brings it down hard right on his target, but with too much raw power, the weapon shatters instantly without him even realizing. It broke. Less than a minute in, the system alerts him that the skeleton soldier is defeated, earning 50 points. But his beginner gear, the Jokwag Guild starter staff, is completely broken. Holding nothing but a useless wooden stick, Jae-hyun finally panics. Well, damn it. He stands there dazed, looking back at how he has been fighting this entire time. Having never trained in a mage's combat style, he still relies heavily on his old warrior instincts. Every time an enemy appears, his immediate reaction is to just charge right in and smash them to pieces. Only now, with his staff broken, does Jae-hyun actually stop to think. How do mages even fight anyway? There is no time to figure it out, though. The remaining undead are already rushing him. Facing this desperate situation, Jae-hyun lets out a long, frustrated sigh. This is definitely not the time to act cool and farm points when he just broke his weapon. But then again, holding back will not change anything. Shrugging it off, he waves his hand to activate a whole new combat strategy. The active skill, Sacrifice, triggers. Suddenly, high above the pitch-black sky, a strange, brilliant light pierces through the darkness. System alerts flood his vision as it scans the area for undead. It converts the sacrifice into a pure offensive skill, activating the Judgment of Light. Instantly, a deafening, earth-shaking explosion roars across the entire battlefield, lighting up the sky. A blinding pillar of light crashes down from above, living up to its deadly reputation and completely obliterating the target. He earns 100 points as the destructive force sweeps through, shredding everything in its path to absolute dust. The entire area trembles violently under this absolute wrath. Defeating another beast nets him 70 more points. Now Jae-hyun lies there exhausted. He slumps onto the cold ground, watching the screen confirm his level up and his health fully restoring. He feels a sudden surge. As a strange energy flows through his body, he chuckles. Talk about perfect timing. If he did not level up right now, he would have been in serious trouble. Is Judgment of Light always this wild? Because it is an S-rank skill, it goes way beyond the description. This mage specialty is insane. Without it, he definitely would not have made it out of there alive. But honestly, is this some kind of dungeon teleportation trap? No, the Jokwag Guild would never send him here without verifying the safety first. Something forced a sudden warp to another territory entirely. Right on cue, the system alerts flash before his eyes. His current location is He's Dead Fields. Jae-hyun mutters in annoyance. This Nornir System mess has to be caused by that thing. God, what a massive pain. Should he just use his warp stone to escape? While he is weighed down by his thoughts, an icy chill creeps up from behind. Sensing the bizarre anomaly, Jae-hyun immediately snaps into high alert and slowly looks back. He peers into the dark, whispering to himself, "What is that terrifying mana? Something is coming, and it is bringing a heavy, suffocating pressure." The crushing aura blankets the entire area, locking Jae-hyun in place. He clutches his throat in pain. Damn it, he cannot breathe. What on earth is heading his way? One thing is absolutely certain, his breath is gone and a deafening ring fills his ears. Jae-hyun fights to stay conscious, telling himself to remain completely silent. He has no idea what is approaching, so making any sound is suicide. For now, he must hold perfectly still. After a tense moment, that suffocating, terrifying energy surges forward again, forcing him to pay attention. Is that a massive shadow? He quickly spins around, sheer terror written all over his face at what he sees. An absolute colossus stands before him, radiating an incredibly sinister aura that actively bleeds into the ground. The system updates instantly, warning him that the Shadow Dungeon boss has emerged. The level gap between them is critically dangerous. A red alert flashes, screaming for him to escape the dungeon immediately. Staring at the desperate warning, Jae-hyun has to face the brutal reality. He cannot beat this monster. He decides to use his warp stone and get out, but his inventory bag suddenly vanishes, making him yell in panic. The bag is actually sitting right behind the towering boss, creeping forward with pure murderous intent. But in the blink of an eye, the massive creature vanishes into the dark. In those final split seconds before his inventory bag is swallowed up, Jae-hyun desperately reaches out and snatches the warp stone. Right then, the chilling presence of the boss manifests right next to him. Before Jae-hyun can even react, it swings. The brutal blow strikes, sending the warp stone flying from his hand. Taking the full, devastating force of that attack, his battered body is slammed hard against a nearby icy rock wall. The violent impact completely crushes whatever strength he has left. Barely holding on to life, Jae-hyun mutters a quiet curse. A second later, the system screen flashes a grim alert. Warning: HP is critically low, use a recovery item immediately. But Jae-hyun is completely cornered, now unable to move. The dungeon boss looms over him, keeping its deadly gaze locked onto its prey. Swallowing the agonizing pain, he grits his teeth and endures. The beast slowly closes the distance, creeping closer and closer by the second. Without a shred of hesitation, it raises its razor-sharp claws, coldly aiming right for Jae-hyun's throat to finish him. It lunges once again. Facing the boundary of life and death, Jae-hyun has no way to run his mind, completely giving up. He accepts his fate. There is no dodging this. Jae-hyun closes his eyes tightly, waiting for the pain, but the area remains strangely silent. Right in front of him, the sharp claws of the dungeon boss freeze, stopping just inches away from his face. The tips of its claws look like they are swallowed by a dense shadow, draining all color. Shocked by this bizarre sight, Jae-hyun mutters in utter disbelief. Wait, the darkness has stopped moving. Just then a soft, soothing voice rings out, commanding the beast. It is not allowed to do that, as he is a guest. An important guest, you to be exact. The one born and destined to become the ultimate changemaker, right? As she appears, Hell's mesmerizing magical charm leaves Jae-hyun completely dazed. He curiously wonders who this mysterious woman actually is. Glancing at the frozen dungeon boss standing right next to them, Jae-hyun nervously asks if she did all this. Staring down at his battered and miserable state, she lets out a mocking laugh. She thought the destined changemaker would defeat it himself, but he is just a kid. His body is pretty average, and though his mana is decent, it is not enough to face the Aesir gods. Why did Loki choose a kid like him as the changemaker? Being the changemaker, inspected and touched freely like some piece of merchandise, makes Jae-hyun feel deeply annoyed. Damn it, he thinks maybe it is the severe blood loss, but he feels like he is losing his mind. Suddenly, Hell's sharp nails brush across his pale neck, coldly scratching the skin. Jae-hyun shudders as warm blood begins to trickle down. What a brutal life or death moment. If he dies here, all his plans instantly vanish. His revenge for his father, his dream of becoming a master mage, it will all go down the drain. He must survive absolutely no matter what it takes. After thoroughly examining Jae-hyun for a very long moment, she finally speaks with a satisfied grin. She does like that look in his eyes, but he is far too weak, and the apocalypse is drawing extremely near. He needs to grow stronger, much faster. If he fails, and they are all dragged down to Hell, she will kill him first. Hell's grip tightens around his neck, cutting off his precious limited oxygen. Jae-hyun desperately grits his teeth to endure, cursing her silently in his head. Who is this crazy woman anyway? Without letting him speak a single word, Hell continues her monologue, calling him highly crucial to their survival. She offers him a rare chance to grow far stronger than he is now, to eventually defeat that rising darkness. She then glances meaningfully at the frozen, grotesque dungeon boss nearby, hinting at his next target. If he succeeds, she promises a very special gift. But time is running out. As soon as she finishes speaking, the system instantly updates with a brand new main quest. The first major trial of Hell has officially been received. She seriously lays down her ultimate condition. He must defeat the darkness within 2 months. Obeying her command, the system screen displays the details. This is the main quest, the trial of Hell, ruler of Helheim. She has presented a test to overcome the darkness within the set time limit to earn her divine recognition. Quest difficulty: C rank. Rewards: Hell's special blessing. Time remaining 59 days. Failure, penalty, death. Suddenly, Hell releases her tight grip on Jae-hyun's pale neck. Immediately, the grotesque monsters swarm around him like hungry beasts. She offers a chilling warning: do not forget. If she sees no progress, she will personally end him. Child chosen by the Nornir, she hopes he succeeds. With those parting words, Hell vanishes into the dark void, leaving Min Jae-hyun completely alone in the silent, empty space. As his consciousness slowly fades into a dreamlike haze, Min Jae-hyun catches a faint, blurry glimpse of a mysterious goddess. Her gentle voice echoes softly in his mind, wrapping around his frantic thoughts like a warm, comforting whisper. He slowly opens his eyes to see a very familiar sight before him, murmuring in confusion as he wakes up. Is he back at the dungeon entrance? Realizing where he is, he sits up quickly, his mind racing. Clutching his fully healed abdomen, Min Jae-hyun is completely baffled to find absolutely no wounds left on his body. Did that strange woman do this? What on earth was she? She is definitely not a human being. But when he checks his system interface, the active quest screen is still ticking down, absolutely shocking him. It was not a dream. Trying to recall her terrifying face, he finally pieces her true identity together. Hel, the legendary Norse goddess of death who rules over the cold, dark, and chilling domain of Helheim. Min Jae-hyun stands dazed, whispering that he actually met a goddess. He recalls Hel's words describing him as a born changemaker, destined to be the changemaker. Why did Loki choose a kid like you to change the world? Every single word burned into his mind. Changemaker Min Jae-hyun instantly remembered that crucial notification from his system. From now on, you are Asia's changemaker. He definitely recalled hearing something very similar to that quite recently. Right after acquiring the Nornir System, actually. But things are still pretty blurry. Why did he even regress in the first place? What did she mean by changemaker, and what does she actually want from him? Either way, one thing is absolutely clear. He has to get stronger. If everything she said is true, the moment he stops growing, she will definitely destroy him. Defeating the darkness within 2 months is not going to be easy. Still, having a clear goal is a good start. But the current situation is pretty rough. Honestly, considering his absolute beginner combat skills, things are looking highly dangerous. He is not used to fighting as a mage at all. He has not even learned basic low-level spells yet. To survive and go far, building a solid foundation is absolutely critical. Knowing this, Min Jae-hyun immediately takes action. He decides to seek help from the Youngwood Guild. The only people he can turn to are Yu Sung-yoon and Sung-jae. As soon as he opens his chat, he sees a message from the manager. Hello, this is Uncle Sung-jae. I am texting you because Saintess Yu Sung-eun wants to meet you in person. Are you free tomorrow? She wants to hear your final answer regarding the contract she offered. Reading this, Min Jae-hyun gets incredibly excited. Now talk about perfect timing. Yes, let's meet tomorrow. He says he feels pretty positive about the contract. Then remembering another crucial matter, a sly smile creeps onto his face. He quickly fires off another text asking if they can do him one tiny favor. Time flies right, fast forward to the next day, and Min Jae-hyun is already at the guild headquarters. Spotting the Manhwa guild emblem, he is highly impressed. It is an incredibly intricate carving displayed right in the lobby. Sung-jae shows up a moment later to greet him. He quickly guides Min Jae-hyun straight to the office. He was a bit surprised they reached out first, but as he calms down, he starts to connect the dots. They must have checked his awakening profile. A mage with a 97% talent rating is unheard of. Honestly, you could search the entire globe. You still would not find anyone with that kind of insane natural talent. Previously, his own indecisiveness led him to become a physical warrior. That class never suited him at all. Back then, everyone around him and on television hyped up physical warriors. They totally looked down on mages. So his choice actually made sense at the time. Speaking of which, he hopes NBC Network goes bankrupt soon. They head down to the basement. The scene before him leaves him slightly stunned. Hearing footsteps, Yu Sung-eun turns around and welcomes him, saying she has been waiting. Now cured of her terrible illness, she radiates incredible vibrant energy. It is a complete contrast to her usual pale appearance. Amazed by her radiant glow, Min Jae-hyun quickly greets her. It is great to see the guildmaster again. Without wasting any time, she gets straight to business. How does he feel about their proposed contract? It actually offers pretty amazing terms, especially the special benefits. Yes, the conditions are incredibly good. He gets an unlimited monthly salary and B-grade guild gear with free replacements. Broken equipment, no penalties. For dungeon raids, the profit is split 80-20 in his favor depending on his actual contribution. This is a dream contract fully customized to benefit him. It is the kind only offered to elite A-grade conquerors. Thinking this over, Min Jae-hyun hesitates. He cautiously mentions speaking with manager Park Sung-jae about his conditions. Before signing, he has one special condition. Hearing this, Yu Sung-eun smiles warmly, saying she is happy to listen. What is your condition? Tell me. Seeing her eager expression, Min Jae-hyun skips the small talk and gets straight to the point. He assumes she has already reviewed his profile. However, he transitioned from a warrior to a mage less than a month ago. Because of that, he is still not fully comfortable with utilizing spells. Therefore, his condition is pretty straightforward. He wants guild president Yu Sung-eun to personally teach him magic. Hearing his request, she remains quiet for a moment. She doesn't answer immediately, just standing there, lost in thought. Jae-hyun, on the other hand, starts getting slightly nervous. The first rule of survival for a conqueror is simple: play your trump card at the most critical moment. Meanwhile, Sung-jae quietly evaluates him. He thinks to himself that Jae-hyun is truly a very special individual. After all, their guild, president, and leader of Yonghwa is legendary, one of the few S-grade conquerors in the world. Yet Jae-hyun did not hesitate for a single second. He directly asked this legendary figure to teach him. Still slightly hesitant, Jae-hyun adds that if she agrees to his terms, he will sign the contract they discussed, the old guild. That is when she excitedly speaks up, calling it an interesting offer and readily agreeing to his terms. She is highly curious to see what he can do. Jae-hyun is thrilled with such an easy approval, yet he remains polite. He expresses his gratitude, asking for her guidance moving forward. Yoo Sung-won shrugs lightly, saying the honor is all hers, but first, she wants to test his raw talent first. Hellring, this Jae-hyun calmly processes the request, expecting this exact challenge. He already expected Jo Kwa to verify his true abilities. On the other hand, the atmosphere on the other side is tense. Park Sung-jae is incredibly tense, carefully analyzing the guild president's facial expression to make sure all preparations are absolutely perfect. Returning to the conversation, Jae-hyun looks at the guild leader and calmly addresses the elephant in the room. He asks if she wants to test his strength, and she smiles, confirming it. Jae-hyun immediately asks what he needs to do. Instantly, Park Sung-jae snaps his fingers. With that simple gesture, a violent surge of magical energy suddenly erupts in the room. It swirls into a terrifying concentrated storm of power. After this impressive display, she looks at him with a challenging smirk. She dares him to overcome the mana block. Staring at the wild energy swirling in front of him, Jae-hyun gasps in shock. He cannot believe she just unleashed a real mana block. Seeing his sheer disbelief, she silently enjoys his panicked expression. She asks him what he thinks, teasing him. She points out that anyone capable of securing such a grand deal should handle this. Surely he can manage a basic test like this. However, contrary to her expectations, Jae-hyun is actually feeling massive pressure. Usually a mana block is meant for at least B-rank mages to test and fully comprehend their overall sensitivity to mana. Since he is still brand new to his mage class, this test is an incredibly steep hurdle for him right now. Only about 7% of all awakened mages in the entire world can successfully overcome this kind of dense mana block. Can he actually pull this off? He cautiously asks if she is simply trying to break his spirit before he even begins. Yoo Sung-yoon calmly reassures him, explaining that even if he fails, the contract they discuss will remain fully intact and valid. She promises this as the president of the Jo Kwa Guild. Even so, Jae-hyun knows his very survival and pride are on the line. Cornered with no room for failure, he resolves to push past his limits. He realizes there is absolutely no backing down now. Even if he fails, he has to keep moving forward. There is simply no other choice but to forge ahead. Seeing him step into position, she steps back and instructs Park Sung-jae to get everything ready for the official test to begin. Park Sung-jae obeys but voices his deep concern, asking the president if she is absolutely sure this is a safe idea. He warns that even elite mages struggle with this brutal test, yet she is throwing a complete rookie like Jae-hyun into it. With the sharp veteran eyes of a world-class mage, she calmly smiles and offers a very cryptic knowing reply. She asks if he truly believes this boy is just some ordinary kid. It is definitely a gamble worth taking. Knowing better than to argue, Park Sung-jae nods and steps up to the control panel to initiate the system sequence. He completes the fingerprint verification, and within seconds, the massive energy block begins to violently surge and shift. Jae-hyun freezes for a moment, his eyes glued to the active device. He heard rumors about it before his regression, but seeing it in person proves it is far more intense than imagined. Eager to begin, Yoo Sung-yoon calls out loudly. She tells him to start and bids him good luck, urging him to give it everything he has got. With a racing heart, Jae-hyun approaches the glowing, chaotic wall of energy. He pauses to take a deep, steadying breath. Gearing up his courage, he decisively steps straight into the roaring magical currents. Even if this is just a test, he is determined to give it his absolute all. Watching him disappear inside, both Yoo Sung-eun and Park Sung-jae hold their breath. Park Sung-jae voices his lingering anxiety, admitting he is genuinely worried about leaving a young rookie alone in there. He understands her immense fascination with him, but the boy is still just a kid. Yet she maintains absolute faith. She is confident the young man will pull through. Surprised by her absolute certainty, Park Sung-jae looks at her in wonder. He asks how she can be so incredibly certain. She flashes a mysterious smile and points a finger toward the device. She claims it is pure intuition. He can barely believe such a casual answer, but she ignores his bewildered reaction. She eagerly wonders how long it will take Jae-hyun to conquer the challenge. Meanwhile, he is completely submerged in the magic. Surrounded by a massive sea of swirling energy, he realizes the entire space is filled with pure, dense mana. Luckily, he can breathe normally in here, avoiding any dangerous mana overload. He knows that in this magical world, mana is just as vital as oxygen, serving as the essential fuel required to cast spells and activate powerful skills. Being exposed to a massive amount of mana can weaken the heart. If it gets serious, it might even be fatal. Wasting time will only do harm. Perhaps his symptoms just haven't shown up yet. He had to get out. Finding a way out is his absolute priority. If he remembered correctly, there was only one method to escape: locating the only portal to the outside world hidden right inside these raging whirlpools. Jae-hyun focused all of his mental energy. He sharpened his physical senses. Focus. He had to feel the vibrations of those turbulent mana waves. Hidden somewhere in those overlapping currents was his path out. After a long search, the clue he needed finally appeared. A tiny vibration surfaced, making him quite excited. Just now, he had felt a slight, subtle difference in one specific spot. In the next second, a pocket of space carrying an unusual energy manifested right next to Jae-hyun. The thick, vibrant, and colorful light shining from inside made him gasp. After a close look, he realized what it was. It was a crystal core holding mana so incredibly dense that it felt like it contained the energy of an entire ocean. Outside, the two were still waiting. Sungjae spoke up hesitantly, asking if the guildmaster was really that sure. Of course she was. Without any hesitation, Sung-eun confidently responded, but he still felt a bit uneasy about this. Was it really fair to expect so much from him? It had only been a short while since they met after all. Yet everything Jae-hyun had shown them so far was already incredibly mind-blowing. It was truly surprising. Sungjae asked her how long she thought it would take. She calmly estimated that she herself took 40 minutes, and she was currently the fastest record holder in the entire country. Sungjae let out another deep, heavy sigh. There were probably only two outcomes here. Just then, some sudden movement from above caught both of their attention. Both of them stared up in surprise. Sungjae finished his thought: either he would fail completely or succeed. Either he would set an entirely new record. Watching the fluctuating mana cube, Sung-eun chimed in with pure excitement. She agreed, though for some reason she just couldn't picture Jae-hyun failing or crawling out of there in utter despair. Hearing this, Sungjae nodded with a satisfied smile. As they chatted, a sudden powerful wave of energy startled Sung-eun. Instantly, she yelled out to Sungjae to look over. Seeing her frantic expression, he immediately turned to inspect the situation. The sight unfolding right before Sungjae's eyes made him rub his face in absolute disbelief, barely trusting what he was seeing. On the other side of that solid mana cube, several cracks had formed, and they were already spreading fast across the surface. Witnessing this rare phenomenon, he could only stammer in shock. A crack on a solid mana cube? Impossible. Sung-eun was stunned, but absolutely thrilled. Immediately after, they exchanged a quick look, and Sungjae knew exactly what to do. He quickly pulled out his phone to check the timer. The numbers displayed on the screen shocked him once again. 10 minutes. Only 10 minutes had passed, yet cracks had already formed. Both of them waited with bated breath. Now, both of them shared the exact same thought. What on earth was actually happening inside? Right after the cracks formed, the mana inside began to shake violently as if a core was about to appear. This made Jae-hyun highly thrilled. The mana inside this crystal sphere felt way thicker than the surrounding environment. He wondered if this was the core keeping the cube together. If so, simply breaking it would get him out. No need to search for exits. He just had to charge forward. And so he did, using his maximum speed. As he approached the crystal core of the mana cube, Jae-hyun reached out and grabbed it before it could disappear. Clenching the crystal tightly, he shattered it into tiny fragments instantly with zero hesitation. He broke it completely. The moment it broke, the mana cube fluctuated wildly. The space shook and the underground sea of mana began to surge. Nearby, cracks near the walls spread even faster. Jae-hyun smiled as his system notification confirmed he had gained a passive skill. He had unlocked the magic utility skill. Outside, both Sung-eun and Sung-jae watched in absolute awe as the cube collapsed. A loud cracking sound echoed, and the entire structure began crumbling rapidly before their eyes in seconds. Then the noise was swallowed by a massive, terrifying boom. Sung-jae gasped, completely terrified by the sudden noise. He stammered that usually only 7% of magicians could ever escape a mana cube, taking 3 hours on average. B-rank mages take about 2 hours, A-ranks take 90 minutes, and S-rank magicians take 30 to 60 minutes max. But Jae-hyun just did it. The previous record was held by Camila, a true genius magician from the EU. She had a Guinness World Record of 36 minutes. But Jae-hyun just smashed her record, taking only 10 minutes. The moment he saw Jae-hyun emerge, Sung-jae could not contain his excitement and rushed right over to grab his hands. Unbelievable, Jae-hyun! Sung-jae shouts in excitement. 10 minutes. That is all it took you to break out of that mana sphere. 10 minutes. Just 10 minutes, yet trapped inside that dense mana, Jae-hyun had completely lost his concept of time. Wait, really, 10 minutes? Confused, he asks for confirmation just as Sung-eun steps forward and calls his name. How did he escape that mana field so fast? Jae-hyun hesitates, explaining he found some strange object hidden deep inside. It felt like some sort of crystal orb, so he just crushed it. Hearing this, she completely loses her cool and charges forward, shouting. She screams in shock, "You crushed it. That crystal core is the source of the entire mana sphere itself. Normal awakened hunters cannot even find that core, let alone shatter it. To do what he did, it makes no sense. It means his own reserves completely dwarf the massive energy of the test." Realizing what this means, Sung Jae cannot help but grin. He turns to leave a massive grin stretching from ear to ear. "All right, Min Jae-hyun. With the name of our proud Jokwa Guild and my own name, Yu Sung-yoon, I swear to turn you into the greatest mage alive. Are you ready?" Meanwhile, near the apartment building where Min Jae-hyun lives, Yu Jung and his mother are waiting anxiously. The minutes drag on. Every second feels like an hour. The tense silence makes them both highly impatient. Finally, Yu Jung complains in frustration. He is still not here, yet she groans. His mother worries that he is incredibly late and not even picking up his phone. Right as she says that, a sleek luxury car suddenly pulls up across the street, looking like it is about to stop. Sensing that something is completely off, Yu Jung quickly narrows her eyes to watch the vehicle. A sharp screech of tires cuts through. As expected, the luxury car pulls up right by the curb. The people stepping out are none other than Sung Jae and Min Jae-hyun. Watching in utter shock, Yu Jung points out that the car looks incredibly expensive. How is Min Jae-hyun riding in something like that? His mother is equally stunned, stammering that she has absolutely no idea how her son ended up in such a ride. Sung Jae bids him a friendly farewell, promising to catch up later. But Min Jae-hyun is already distracted by two familiar figures. He waves enthusiastically at his mom and friend with a massive grin on his face. Seeing this, his mother waves back. She quietly asks Yu Jung if there is any possible way that Min Jae-hyun could have gotten himself mixed up in something dangerous. 5 minutes later, Yu Jung is sitting cross-legged on his bed, looking deadly serious. Trust me, he is in the hot seat now. She quietly asks if he really thinks being a warrior does not suit him and if he has decided to become a mage. Instead of being nervous, he casually confirms that all his paperwork is already filed and his decision is completely finalized. Besides, trying to become a warrior now would just be exhausting. Hearing this, she cannot help but feel deeply suspicious. She asks if he is seriously the same guy who claimed mages have absolutely zero future just a few days ago. Did you eat something spoiled or did your brain get totally fried? Normally, Min Jae-hyun would yell back, but this time, he is incredibly calm. He just shrugs casually and explains that the human mind is like a reed, easily swaying from one side to the other. That does not satisfy Yu Jung, who yells out that she never imagined hearing such ridiculous excuses from his mouth. After venting her frustration, she softens her tone and asks with genuine concern if he is really doing okay. She knows how much he wanted to be a warrior and suspects he is choosing the mage path just to support his mother. After all, normal mages barely make any money at all. On the other hand, warriors take way longer to clear dungeons. They also risk getting injured far more often, making them a much riskier investment for clients. For a dutiful son like him. But before she can finish her thought, Min Jae-hyun quickly cuts her off, clearly annoyed, telling her to drop the subject. He quickly changes the topic, asking why she is over and if her parents are away on another business trip again. She lazily flops onto his bed and confirms it, adding that his mother already invited her to stay the night. Watching her make herself completely at home, he grumbles about how she always prefers his tiny apartment over her massive house. It makes absolutely no sense to him. But instead of explaining, she simply shrugs it off with a playful smile. As Min Jae-hyun silently thinks it over, he knows the real reason. Yu Jung actually comes from a very wealthy background. Her parents run a highly successful business processing monster carcasses and exporting the valuable parts to countries all over the world. Since different countries have unique monsters, her parents travel constantly, leaving Yu Jung home alone for long stretches of time. Because his mother and her father are close friends, she often crashes at his place to escape her empty home. Shifting back to his main goal, Min Jae-hyun begs her to teach him some basic magic theory. Yu Jung sits up instantly. She gives him a highly mischievous smirk, demanding to know what she gets in return. A wealthy girl trying to extort a broke guy. It is completely unfair, but Min Jae-hyun has no choice but to ask what kind of payment she is looking for, wondering if she can even make it happen. Hearing that Kim Yu Jung seriously thinks it over, realizing she never actually asked. Really thought about this before. Min Jae-hyun is left waiting as she mumbles on and on about her current wish. Finally figuring it out, Kim Yu Jung lets out a smug smile, looking at him with hopeful eyes as she demands a wish. Any wish, she wants, telling him to just refuse immediately if he does not like it without wasting any time. Agrees in a heartbeat, but adds a strict 1-year limit, warning her that if she does not use it within this time frame, it will expire completely. Hearing about the deadline, Kim Yu Jung is visibly annoyed but reluctantly agrees, grumbling about how unfair it is. But everything is actually going exactly as Min Jae-hyun planned, knowing full well that with a 1-year limit on the table, she will completely forget all about it. Looking at his friend, Min Jae-hyun teases her about her overly serious face, asking her what she plans to wish for. He jokes that her face cannot possibly look any worse than it already does. Absolutely furious, Kim Yoo-jung yells, asking if he has a death wish, reminding him of how he abandoned her the other day. She grabs a pillow and relentlessly thrashes Min Jae-hyun, leaving him completely annoyed as he screams for her to stop. He yells that beating him up over something so minor is totally uncalled for, but Kim Yoo-jung coldly orders him to shut up. Right at that moment, a loud knock rattles the door as Min Jae-hyun's mother calls out for them to come down for dinner. Downstairs, she has just finished setting up a massive feast, unable to hide the bright, happy smile on her face. Hearing the call, Kim Yoo-jung pauses for a brief second before chucking the pillow right at Min Jae-hyun's face. He catches it easily, not showing even a single hint of annoyance since his mind is occupied with much bigger plans. Still, this peaceful moment is quite nice. Meanwhile, inside a mysterious A-rank dungeon, a swarm of black crows suddenly goes wild. They flap their wings in a frenzy, filling the pitch-black abyss with terrifying, chilling cries that echo everywhere. With a sickening squelch, a cold blade drives deep into the skull of a dungeon beast, sending warm blood spraying. The one who pulled off this seamless, lethal execution is none other than the Shadow in the Dark. It is Hu-jin, currently posing as Min Jae-hyun's father, Oh Min-woon. With a single devastating strike, the top-tier beast is slain. It collapses dead at his feet. A moment later, a warrior approaches with a report thanking Lord Min-woon. He praises him for making the entire raid a massive success, admitting that he cannot even remember their last easy run. Hearing the warrior's praise, Hu-jin briefly turns his head before coldly pulling his sword back from the corpse. Completely oblivious to his cold attitude, the warrior keeps rambling on with his endless pitch, trying to sound helpful. He mentions how amazing it would be if a powerhouse like him joined their guild, asking if he has ever considered it. Hu-jin turns down the offer in a low, flat tone, stating that he currently has absolutely no interest in joining any guild. Yet the guy keeps pushing, but a sharp, threatening look from Hu-jin cuts him off instantly, making him hesitate. Desperate to recruit him, the warrior tries one last pitch, promising that the Scarlet Guild will offer him the absolute best terms. But before he can even finish, an annoyed Hu-jin cuts him off, calling him incredibly noisy and annoying to listen to. Even though the threat is completely obvious, the clueless warrior just blinks, unaware of the looming danger. Losing all patience, Hu-jin glares back with pure, suffocating bloodlust as a dense, dark aura wraps tightly around the warrior. A sphere of pure, destructive energy begins to manifest in his palm, and with a deep, chilling whisper, he remarks. He mutters to himself that such pathetic, endless greed is indeed the defining trait of foolish humanity. With a cold sneer, Hu-jin suddenly vanishes into thin air, leaving absolutely no trace of his existence behind. The dazed warrior blinks in confusion, completely forgetting what he was even doing there, as his memory is entirely wiped clean. Back in the real world, Min Jae-hyun is finally starting his training to become the country's absolute greatest mage. Right as they warm up, Yoo Sung-yoon excitedly announces that she wants to test his combat reflexes and instincts first. To do that, they are going to have a direct duel. Hearing this, Min Jae-hyun breaks a sweat, feeling the pressure build. His opponent is the legendary president of the nation's strongest guild, Jowa. A duel right off the bat seems completely insane. But Yoo Sung-yoon just gives him a playful smile, reminding him that someone who cleared a major dungeon in 10 minutes shouldn't complain. She tells him to give it everything he has. Min Jae-hyun carefully analyzes her stance, realizing she has always been like this. It is clear she has been planning this battle from the very start. Knowing there is no running away now, he sighs. Min Jae-hyun takes a deep breath to calm his racing heart, then immediately gets into an attacking stance. Watching his preparation, Yoo Sung-eun narrows her eyes, analyzing his left foot forward and low shoulders built for speed. Using the quick evasion moves that frontline warriors constantly rely on, he easily slips away. Seeing this, Sung-eun speaks up. She immediately tilts her body to the right and decisively ducks low, perfectly dodging his high-level punch. That was Jae-hyun's powerful high strike. Taking advantage of the momentum, she springs back up and grabs his dangling fist. Right there in midair, Jae-hyun freezes in utter shock while she only flashes a smug, subtle smile at his surprise. Breaking free from her grip, Jae-hyun decisively wrenches his arm away and quickly leaps backward to establish some safe distance. Keeping his distance, he carefully analyzes his opponent's style, thinking he could have landed at least one decent hit. Even though she is just a healer, this is definitely the terrifying skill level of a top-tier S-rank invader. On the opposite side, Sung-eun speaks up, saying she will call him Jae-hyun from now on, and asks if he was originally a warrior. He nods confidently to confirm it. After thinking for a moment, she notes that he still has not shed his warrior habits. A mage should never recklessly charge forward like that. She then asks him what the biggest difference between them actually is. Without needing to think it over, he answers simply that it comes down to fighting up close versus from a distance. Hearing this, Seong-un nods in satisfaction, confirming that a mage's role is to weaken the enemy from afar first. They should only close in for the final blow, but he keeps trying to get way too close to his opponent. Fighting like that as a mage with naturally low defense stats will only lead to a very quick defeat. Realizing she has been holding back too much, she decides it is time to get a bit more serious. She wants to show him how a real mage fights, warning him that she will be going on the offensive now. She promises not to hurt him too badly, playfully reminding him that she can easily heal any of his wounds. Hollering that makes Jae-hyun's face twitch with anxiety while she prepares to strike with an excited challenge. She demands that he show his true power this time, knowing he has been holding back. A glowing orb of energy rapidly expands in her hand, forcing Jae-hyun to stay on high alert. She fires the powerful blast, but a highly focused Jae-hyun easily slips past it, rolling across the ground. Escaping the blast zone completely unharmed, he stands tall as Seong-un instantly challenges him to make his own move. Without a moment of hesitation, he unleashes his prepared skill, prompting a sudden system notification to pop up. With his lightning chain's active skill now fully triggered, crackling bolts of electric chains shoot straight toward her. They slam directly into her position with a massive explosion, leaving him holding his breath in suspense. But her calm voice quickly shatters his hope, praising him for hiding an impressive A-rank lightning chain skill. Before she even finishes speaking, Seong-un swiftly conjures a deadly ice arrow and sends it flying straight at him. Before Jae-hyun can even recover, the sheer speed of the incoming attack forces him to curse under his breath. The words barely escape his lips before he is completely engulfed in a massive, deafening explosion. Seong-un casually notes that even the most powerful skills are completely useless if they cannot hit their target. As the thick smoke clears, a familiar figure emerges, still standing strong despite taking the attack head-on. She is highly impressed that he is still standing, even though she did hold back some of her power. Wondering if he can handle even more punishment, she confidently prepares to unleash an even larger barrage. Staring down the incoming storm of icy arrows, Jae-hyun remains absolutely calm, slowly regulating his breathing. He activates the legendary Eye of Odin just as she releases a relentless wave of ice arrows. He activates his unique nullification skill, instantly dismantling her entire magical assault right out of the air. The system immediately confirms that her active skill has been successfully destroyed before it could even reach him. Stunned to see her attack obliterated in an instant, she struggles to comprehend how he managed to do it. Pulling herself back together, she realizes he countered and destroyed her magic with incredible split-second timing. Seong-un cannot help but praise him, asking just how many more shocking secrets he is keeping hidden. Exhausted after the intense counter, Jae-hyun only offers a tired smile and says he has no idea. In the next second, glowing electric chains suddenly erupt directly beneath her feet, catching her completely off guard. Just as they are about to strike, she quickly activates her mana shield to successfully deflect the deadly attack. Even though she escaped, the shockwave leaves her highly impressed by the raw power of an untrained novice. But Jae-hyun is far from finished, immediately shifting his stance to unleash his next big strike. Seizing the initiative, Jae-hyun goes all out, firing a relentless barrage of light chains that briefly overwhelms Yoo Sung-yoon. Casting without chanting, that is practically breaking the laws of magic. High-tier mages can use silent casting, but it always severely drains the spell's actual destructive power. A total rookie. Yet he pulls it off with absolutely zero chanting. That relentless high-speed assault leaves Jae-hyun completely drained, gasping for breath as his energy bottoms out. None of it worked, he mutters, completely out of mana. Meanwhile, Yoo Sung-yoon's mana pool remains practically overflowing. Amused, she praises him for being full of surprises. Jae-hyun strains his eyes, but she is simply too fast. She vanishes into thin air. The very next second, he is launched high into the sky, completely disoriented. Yoo Sung-yoon appears beside him and slams him down in a blink, flat on the dirt. Jae-hyun is utterly shocked and tries to recall the strike, but he cannot. Yoo Sung-yoon laughs, asking if he actually expected to win. She easily pulls him up, but his mind remains completely stuck on that final blinding strike. Blind speed. The gap between him and an S rank is just too massive. Seeing his defeated face, Yoo Sung-yoon secretly smiles to herself, but deep down she is genuinely impressed. His close combat instincts honed from warrior training are top tier. Combine that with instant casting and insane mana recovery, and this kid might actually be the one. She breaks the silence, sharing a sudden idea. Jae-hyun asks what she means, completely caught off guard. Yoo Sung-un speaks with absolute confidence. She mentions a unique fighting style everyone dreams of, but absolutely nobody has ever mastered. It is a combat style meant only for him. He freezes, seriously considering the offer. A style only he can learn. Before he can reply, she excitedly declares herself his new master. She welcomes him as her first disciple. Now back at home. Total silence. He completely ignores Yoo Jung screaming his name. He snaps back, telling her to swallow her food first. But today she is surprisingly sweet, claiming she only bought the food because he needed to study. Jae-hyun stares in horror at the pile of empty ramen cups. He points out she is currently working on her fourth cup, but she happily keeps chewing and shrugs. She claims every single bite tastes like absolute heaven. Pointing to her neat drawings of combat enhancement and healing magic, Yu-jung begins her lecture. She explains these are the three core pillars of sorcery. He admits she is a great artist. After focusing on her lesson, a sudden notification pops up. His magic comprehension has increased, boosting spell effectiveness by 5%. Again, this system notifies him about literally every single achievement. It is like the system desperately wants him to get stronger, typical RPG logic, right? She still wonders if he really used to be a physical warrior given his insanely fast progress. He mastered complex spells in days and he confirms it. He reminds her she memorized it in 3 days too, which suddenly makes her snap and yell. Having zero leverage, he reluctantly complies with a heavy sigh. Yu-jung huffs, realizing that if he keeps improving at this rate, he will easily surpass her in no time. He argues that magic simply suits him better. Besides, he is the one with a terrifying mission hanging over his head, not her. But remembering that terrifying pig boss makes his skin crawl. Life or death. He is the one who should be complaining here. Shifting gears, Yu-jung casually mentions how completely shocked she truly was when they first started. How could you say you want to be a warrior? Sure, being a mage doesn't make as much money. But why throw away such incredible talent? Even you have to admit that choosing this path is completely bizarre, right? As a mage yourself, you should know. Just look at the way people look down on magic users nowadays. Facing Yu-jung's constant criticism, Jae-hyun felt like he was locked in the heavy chains of public disdain and contempt. That shadow appeared once more, crushing his spirit. Hyujin's harsh words echoed in his ears, making Jae-hyun fall deeper into silence. Did he really want to walk this path? As he drowned in his own delusions, Yu-jung's voice suddenly broke his trance. She asked if he was even practicing his spell casting. Snapping out of it, he quickly replied that he was, but from a different teacher. His brief, dry answer made her snap at him again, demanding to know why he had dropped his polite honorifics. Hellring. This Jae-hyun scrambled to correct his tone politely, saying yes. Still, he remained dazed from the fleeting illusion he just saw. What was that? A hallucination? He could have sworn he heard a very strange sound. The more he thought about it, the more shivers ran down Jae-hyun's spine. Hell's firm warning flashed in his mind. 2 months. Within that strict time frame, had to defeat that guy. Jae-hyun knew he had to push himself. This was absolutely no time to lose focus. He needed to find a more motivating source of inspiration. He hoped the special mana pill would prove to be a massive help. To hunters all over the world, a legendary potion like that could easily help him break through his current limits. Meanwhile, over at the Jowa Guild Special Training Center, Park Sung-jae kept a strict, watchful eye on the members' intense physical sessions. He carefully observed their every move. The second he caught even a minor mistake, Park Sung-jae would step in to correct them. He yelled at Byung-jin to focus on his hips while swinging his sword. Then he turned to Kang Ji-na, warning her that her spellcasting was too slow. Her allies would die before reaching the enemy if her healing magic failed them. She had to focus. At the exact same time, Yu Sung-yoon was also on the field leading the guild's core training. Stepping up beside her, Park Sung-jae delivered a quick status report, noting that the new recruits were looking pretty solid so far. Their average skill was slightly better than last year. Hellring Park Sung-jae addressed her as Guild President Sung-yoon snapped out of her thoughts. She softly apologized, admitting she got distracted. He raised an eyebrow, asking if she was thinking about Min Jae-hyun. At the mention of his name, she let out a soft laugh, confessing that nothing could ever escape his notice. Leaning back, Park Sung-jae spoke in a calm tone. If he remembered correctly, what she planned to teach Jae-hyun was incredibly dangerous. Countless hunters had tried it before, but every single one of them failed. Sung-yoon shrugged and reminded him of his talent. He nodded in agreement. Truly, one could easily mistake him for an experienced veteran, as his movements were completely flawless. There was no wasted effort at all. Reflecting on his immense potential, she confidently claimed that in the near future, if another S-rank mage were to emerge, it would undoubtedly be Jae-hyun. She remained the only S-rank mage in the nation, but as a dedicated healer, her direct combat ability was relatively low. But what if a rising star like him suddenly appeared? That would completely turn the magic world upside down. Now let's talk about the legendary mana enhancement pill for a moment. Just as the name suggested, this pill permanently boosted the mana of any awakened hunter who consumed its powerful essence. It was a treasure every single mage desperately craved. At that moment, Jae-hyun was busy brewing this legendary elixir himself, but staring at the thick, pungent liquid bubbling right in front of him, he felt a cold shiver run down his spine. Frustrated by another failure, Jae-hyun threw his ladle aside, cursing under his breath about how many times he had tried. He had already burned through 3 entire sets of rare ingredients. If this kept up, his funds would completely dry out. He was absolutely certain the solution was supposed to turn white in the initial stage. There was no one to ask. Sighing, he sat back down to carefully tend the fire, completely drained. Back in November of 2020, nobody in. the world had any clue how to brew a mana enhancement pill, it would not be invented for another 5 years. That meant he was the only person alive who knew the exact formula and precise steps to make it. Before regressing, the recipe had been shared publicly by a world-class alchemist. When that master alchemist had finally released this secret formula, he expressed hope that the magical pill would serve as a great aid to all of the hunters across the globe. Jae-hyun could not help but grumble to himself. If things dragged on like this, it simply would not work out. He needed to find an alternative method with a much higher chance of success. Suddenly, a crazy idea flashed through his mind. What if he tracked down Lee Jae-sang? The very genius who originally invented the potion could definitely brew it. Even if they could not make the miracle medicine right away, building a solid relationship with him was extremely valuable. It is absolutely worth it. Jae-hyun puts on his coat, ready to set off and meet him. The guy isn't a senior student. Is he still a first-year student at M Academy? That means the destination is Milet Academy. A little later, a soft knock sounds at the door. His mother steps inside, calling out happily for her son. She announces she is home, but the words die in her throat. The complete disaster makes her scream in horror. Jae-hyun's mother stares in shock at the black burnt pots he left behind. What on earth happened here? Should she call the police? She does not think a robber came unless a thief exists who only ruins kitchens. Muttering to herself, she grabs a frying pan, fully prepared to fight any intruder who might jump out from the shadows. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun is already heading to Milet Academy. He has absolutely no idea about the chaotic mess he left behind at home. Instead, he only focuses on his memories from his past life. The moment the world tree appeared, monsters began to swarm everywhere. Only a select few could train themselves at lightning speed. One of them was the legendary swift sword Lee Jae-shin. When the first awakened person disappeared without a trace, Lee Jae-shin stepped up as if to take over that mantle. He became the very first S-rank conqueror in South Korea. And the person Jae-hyun needs to meet right now is that man's youngest son. Lee Jae-sang is standing right in front of the ticket counter. The staff member politely asks where he would like to go. He responds in a quiet voice requesting a ticket to the Daegu Warp Gate. Daegu is currently abandoned due to a massive monster outbreak. It is a dangerous city where monsters crawl from every corner, making people constantly fear for their lives with every single step. That is the grim reality of Daegu. Yet there is still one major reason why people choose to go there. The ticket agent asks in surprise if he is a student of Milet Academy. Jae-hyun sheepishly answers that he is only an aspiring student. Soon, he arrives at his destination. Staring up at the massive academy building in front of him, Jae-hyun feels a rush of memories. If he takes a few more steps, he will reach the main gates of Milet Academy. It is a place filled with his youth. It is also a place packed with his worst memories. But none of that matters now. It is time to head inside. There is absolutely no time for nostalgia. The area is highly dangerous and unslain monsters could still be lurking in the shadows. He steps inside and strolls through the halls. Fortunately, Jae-hyun has a temporary pass that grants him access to the facility. Pausing for a moment, he tries to calculate. Where on earth could Lee Jae-sang be hiding at this moment? Although Lee Jae-sang belongs to the combat department, he has zero talent. The guy hates fighting, which dragged the Academy combat ratings down. Because of him, the Academy Combat Foundation hit rock bottom. The more Jae-hyun thinks, the less he knows where to look. He finally decides to check around the classrooms first, but after taking only a few steps, a loud commotion cuts him off. The noise makes Jae-hyun pause. He glances toward the sound and steps closer out of curiosity to overhear the nearby conversation. He listens in. One student asks if they should stop them. The other scoffs, warning against getting into trouble for a stutterer. Apparently his grades are already too low this semester anyway. Hearing the word stutterer, Jae-hyun instantly knows who they mean. Jae-hyun mutters the term quietly, already picturing the target in his mind. But considering his current status, he hesitates. Making a little scene should be perfectly fine, right? Deciding to act, he shoulders past the bystander and heads straight inside. He scans the room. Just watch with nobody else willing to step in, his pace quickens. Jae-hyun steps forward. The moment he opens the door, he runs straight into Lee Jae-sang, catching him before he hits the ground. He holds him steady. Scrambling to his feet, Lee Jae-sang apologizes in a panicked voice, his face completely pale with fear. Jae-hyun does not answer. Instead, he just glares coldly at the bully, who immediately barks back with a challenging shout. The bully demands to know who he is and why he is messing with their stuttering punching bag. Jae-hyun remains silent. Instead of responding, he turns to assess the victim. Lee Jae-sang is clearly in a terrible state, his breathing incredibly shallow and rapid. He looks absolutely terrified, as if facing a nightmare. Tears well in his eyes as he turns to look at Jae-hyun. His crying face says it all, but Jae-hyun is secretly thrilled. He found him. This guy is definitely Lee Jae-sang. The two stare at each other for a long moment, sensing a strange connection. Jae-hyun slowly asks if he is okay. Feeling genuine concern for the very first time, Lee Jae-sang is completely caught off guard and stammers back in confusion. Right then, the bully steps forward, putting an arm around his shoulder. He loudly asks if he is the stutterer's brother. He sneers that they look nothing alike, adding that the stutterer never mentioned having any family left alive. The bully figured monsters must have wiped them out, but he claims they are just having an important chat with his brother. He warns that if he does not want trouble, he should wait outside, but Jae-hyun instantly slaps his dirty hand away. Getting rejected so fast makes the bully scowl, his face turning incredibly sour. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun remains entirely unbothered. Lee Ji-sang is absolutely terrified. He shakes violently. Tears well up in his eyes as he waits for a response to the rapid fire questions from the bully, but Min Jae-hyun calmly tells him he should head to the hospital, asking if he can even walk. Being brushed aside, the angry bully gnashes his teeth. He lets out a savage roar, then screams at the top of his lungs, asking this bastard why he won't listen and if he wants to die. Facing this raw fury, Min Jae-hyun shows zero fear. He glares straight back. That is his second warning, and things are about to get ugly. The tension between them spikes. Lee Ji-sang has no idea how to stop it. Meanwhile, Min Jae-hyun growls under his breath, wondering why people lately just love grabbing his collar so much. Pointing at the bully's wrist, he recalls the crucial teachings of Du Trung about preparing magic by forming a clear picture in his mind, calculating the formula, shaping the curse, and finally casting it. That is basic magic. Form the image. A beam of light shoots out like a sharp arrow. Attack now. A second later, the system alerts him that the active skill magic arrow is successfully triggered. Right where Min Jae-hyun points, a magic circle manifests, instantly locking the bully's arm firmly in place so he cannot move. A soft cracking sound echoes, clear enough for them all. The bully's eyes roll back in his head, gritting his teeth as agonizing pain spikes through him. Coughing up a mouth of water, the bully screams out in pure agony. Lee Ji-sang watches this in complete disbelief, unable to process what is happening. There is no way he just cast a spell, without even chanting. Outside, the gathering crowd starts whispering and buzzing with excitement over the sudden show. They wonder what just happened, asking if anyone saw what he did and how such a thing is even possible. That magic arrow just broke the arm of an experienced warrior. Maybe the bully is actually much weaker than he looks. He always struts around acting tough. Hell ring the mockery, the humiliated bully burns with rage, wanting to destroy Min Jae-hyun right now. If this goes on, his reputation is ruined. He swears he does not care where this bastard came from, he will not let him go. With his threat cut short by sheer fury, the bully lunges forward to attack before even finishing his sentence. Lee Jae-sang screams out a warning to watch out, but the enemy is already striking, slashing his blade viciously toward Min Jae-hyun's neck. In this split second, Min Jae-hyun activates Odin's Eye to trigger his counterattack mechanism, keeping his cool under pressure. He remembers Sungun's lessons on wrapping mana around his body to create a solid shield and reflect any incoming strikes. Visualizing the technique, Min Jae-hyun puts it into practice. The active skill Mana Shield is successfully triggered. In an instant, the weapon flies right out of the bully's grip. It spins wildly, crashing backward. The force that deflected the blade is his powerful Mana Shield. The bully realizes this and trembles in absolute fear. He is powerless. Min Jae-hyun's iron grip reaches out tightly, squeezing the bully's face without hesitation. His breathing is cut off. Eyes wide with panic, he gasps as Min Jae-hyun pulls him close. He delivers a cold, angry warning. But even after this beating, the stubborn bully still tries to fight back. Insults fly. But without giving him another second to speak, Min Jae-hyun decides that it is time to end this. He fires his active skill, Magic Arrow, for a final blow. The direct hit packs a devastating punch. He completely blacks out. Exhausted, the bully collapses onto the hard ground with a heavy, dry thud. Min Jae-hyun just stands there. He casually dusts off his hands like he is clearing away absolute trash. Meanwhile, Lee Ji-sang is left completely jaw-dropped. He looks at his friend in sheer shock, wondering who he really is. Who is this guy? But when Min Jae-hyun's icy gaze sweeps over at him, Lee Ji-sang's heart completely stops. Pure terror. Yet the cold stare softens and Min Jae-hyun slowly walks back over to the unconscious bully. Staring down at his beaten opponent, Min Jae-hyun murmurs that he might have gone a bit too far with the beating. He notes he did not buy this item for this specific purpose but decides to use it anyway. Seeing the potion bottle in Min Jae-hyun's hand, Lee Ji-sang's eyes light up with curiosity as the cap is slowly popped open. Min Jae-hyun pours the liquid straight down onto the bully's face, leaving Lee Ji-sang staring in absolute amazement. He does not dare blink for even a second, terrified of missing the magic. The potion's healing properties kick in instantly. The nasty bruises on the bully's face vanish right before their eyes, healing at an unbelievable rate. Min Jae-hyun clicks his tongue in approval, noting that whoever brewed this potion did a pretty fantastic job. He tells Lee Ji-sang it is time to head to the nurse's office while Lee Ji-sang just stares in stunned silence. Min Jae-hyun casually leads the way, and a nervous Lee Jae-sang quickly tags along, calling out as they reach the stairs. He calls out loudly, telling him that the clinic is not that way. Hearing this, he pauses, speaking flatly. He does not seem famous at all. No one will hear them here anyway, but Jae-sang still feels uneasy. Instantly on high alert, Jae-sang looks down. He is absolutely certain this stranger tracked him down on purpose. Driven by curiosity, Jae-sang asks if his father sent him. Looking at his defense posture, Min Jae-hyun is confused. Something is definitely off. There is a huge misunderstanding here, meaning he does not need to be so defensive. Dropping his mysterious act, Min Jae-hyun gives a friendly reply. He does not even know who his father is, but that quick answer is not enough. Jae-sang still looks at Min Jae-hyun with deep suspicion in his eyes. Still, he demands answers. He asks why Min Jae-hyun sought him out if he has no connection to his father. Seizing the chance, Min Jae-hyun asks for a favor. He admits he needs help, leaving the alchemist completely shocked. Confused, Jae-sang asks what kind of favor. Min Jae-hyun quickly explains, asking if he can brew a special potion. Before he can even finish, the alchemist fearfully rejects the request, claiming he has no idea about potions. Min Jae-hyun remains perfectly calm. Reaching into his pocket, he is ready to reveal his ultimate trump card. He points out that Jae-sang is the alchemist who sold this potion on the black market, leaving him horrified. Talk about getting caught red-handed. Jae-sang quickly covers his mouth, terrified of how his secret got leaked. Tracing his identity should be impossible. Seeing his sheer panic, Min Jae-hyun completely understands his extreme caution. He can basically read his mind right now. After all, the black market is famous for hiding everyone's identities. Every transaction is completely anonymous. Even listing items handling the money and transferring goods are heavily protected. Everything goes through a secure digital system, making their security airtight. No ordinary buyer could ever crack it. If it wasn't for this privacy, he would have never sold his creation. But those worries are useless now. Min Jae-hyun stops thinking and observes him. He instantly catches the nervous alchemist, stealing a quick glance. Busted. Jae-sang tries to quickly look away, but his anxious reaction is already completely laid bare to Min Jae-hyun. Fortunately, the system worked flawlessly. Without buying this rare potion, things wouldn't have been solved so easily. Smiling, Min Jae-hyun holds out the potion bottle, asking him directly if this is indeed his own handiwork. Jae-sang desperately denies it, claiming he has no idea, but Min Jae-hyun easily sees right through the terrible lie. Watch how easily he reads him. He tells the alchemist he is running out of time to play games. Jae-sang is starting to regret his choices. Back when he first brewed the potion, he blindly listed it anonymously. Now he wonders if putting it up for sale was a massive mistake. He only did it because he needed the cash. Trapped between confessing and lying, he hesitates, absolutely terrified of what will happen if his secret gets out. He tells himself he cannot confess under any circumstances. If his father finds out, there will be serious trouble. Yet his body betrays his inner thoughts. He looks up at Min Jae-hyun with a pleading, desperate expression. He begs him to keep this a total secret. Sensing his deep anxiety, Min Jae-hyun gently places a hand on his shoulder. He reassures him that this is not blackmail. Handing the potion bottle back, Min Jae-hyun speaks in a warm, friendly voice. He explains that he is simply looking for a highly skilled alchemist who can brew a very special medicine. Hearing his talent being recognized, the alchemist is deeply moved. Maybe this guy really is not from his father. He can tell Min Jae-hyun is being completely sincere. With his doubts cleared, Jae-sang finally lets down his guard. He asks him who he really is. Finally, Min Jae-hyun gets a proper chance to introduce his true identity. He reveals he is an incoming preparatory student at Milet Academy and politely asks to be called Min Jae-hyun. Clutching the vial, Jae-sang feels a wave of relief. He leads the way to his office to talk in private. He suggests they head inside to discuss the details. Soon, they are in a safe room where no one can overhear. Min Jae-hyun looks around, admiring the cozy workshop. It is the first time anyone has ever complimented his workspace. Flustered, Jae-sang quietly thanks him. An awkward silence settles over the room as they sit opposite each other. Finally, breaking the uncomfortable tension, Jae-sang nervously asks about the specific medicine his guest wants to make. Min Jae-hyun smiles softly, revealing he wants a rare potion designed to permanently boost his magic power. Hearing about a potion that can permanently increase mana, Jae-sang leaps to his feet in absolute shock. He can barely believe his ears, demanding to know if such a legendary permanent boost is actually possible. He doesn't rush to answer, only silently admitting it to himself. Of course it's possible, since Lee Jae-sang is the one who made it. His soft voice speaks of a permanent magic boost. But what kind of insane ingredients does a potion like this even require? What ingredients does this need? Mandragora, Jotun, spring water? No way. Look at him, Jae-hyun is totally stunned. Jae-hyun freezes for a few seconds as the atmosphere shifts. His guest is no longer stuttering, speaking with absolute clarity now. He can actually deduce almost every ingredient needed just by hearing the desired effect. This guy is a genuine genius. Recruiting this kind of talent is an absolute must. But then Lee Jae-sang remembers there are others in the room. He shrinks back into his chair, whispering that if it is really a potion with this much power, someone else should make it. Before Lee Jae-sang can even finish his sentence, Jae-hyun suddenly cuts in with pure, unbridled excitement in his voice. He firmly insists that he wants Lee Jae-sang to make it, promising to supply absolutely every resource he might need. Sure, other alchemists might be able to replicate this special brew if they somehow got their hands on the recipe, but none of them can hold a candle to someone with Lee Jae-sang's overwhelming talent. When investing, you bet on the best. Seeing his senior hesitate, Jae-hyun pushes harder, asking for his help. Hearing this, the alchemist finally gives in. He agrees, though he admits he has no idea if it will actually succeed. Jae-hyun immediately reassures him. He says failure doesn't matter. But Lee Jae-sang is highly skeptical, asking if it's truly fine since only Jae-hyun would suffer the loss. Yet Jae-hyun shrugs it off calmly, explaining that he chose to invest because he genuinely believes in his ability. High-stakes investing is never easy and failures are just part of the game. Hearing this, Lee Jae-sang feels something shift deep inside. After all, if he doesn't take this leap now, he'll never succeed at anything in his entire life. With that thought, he bashfully scratches his head and asks for help. Tears are already welling in Lee Jae-sang's eyes. He nods in agreement, overwhelmed with gratitude. It is the first time in his life anyone has ever trusted him like this. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun is inwardly celebrating, flashing a subtle victorious smirk. He just secured a massive asset for his future. With the deal finalized, Jae-hyun heads out, leaving Lee Jae-sang sitting all by himself in the quiet room. Sunlight streams through the window, perfectly matching the tiny spark of hope that has just been lit in his gloomy life. Those reassuring words keep echoing in his head, making him feel lighter than air. I invested in you because of your talent. He thinks about how rare it is to find someone willing to risk failure just to show they believe in him. He wonders if he's ever trusted anyone this much before. Looking forward to working together, those words still ring out. Jae-hyun's encouragement makes him feel truly alive for the first time. He was always seen as weak and talentless compared to his siblings. Motherless from a young age and constantly abandoned, he could never win his father's approval. Yet here is this absolute trust. Hearing that failure is fine is deeply moving to someone who has never been able to prove his own worth. Meanwhile, the system is silently ticking away, counting down the literal seconds of Jae-hyun's remaining lifespan. If his main quest remains uncompleted, his time will run out. The clock is ticking at 49 days, 31 days, 18 days. The system dings relentlessly, warning him that he only has 10 days left, but he isn't wasting a single second, pushes his limits inside the special training grounds of the Jo-hwa Guild. The training program designed by Yoo Sung-yoon is brutal, forcing Jae-hyun to sharpen every single sense just to survive. Her unpredictable attacks keep him on his toes. Every arrow she fires carries a devastating, terrifying level of speed. Faced with this deadly onslaught, his reflexes kick in. He nimbly dodges to the left, barely evading the initial strike. But there is no time to catch his breath before a massive barrage of freezing ice arrows immediately rains down. Jae-hyun ducks low, drops his center of gravity, and deploys a mana shield to deflect the incoming frost. He deflects the attack with ease. Ready to retaliate, he immediately triggers his primary active skill, Holy Arrow. Light arrows streak through the air, slamming directly into Yoo Sung-yoon's defensive barrier. A sharp cracking sound echoes through the hall. Her expression falters in sheer disbelief as her barrier shatters. She never expected him to grow this powerful so quickly. As the thick white smoke slowly clears, it reveals two figures standing frozen, locked in an intense, silent stare-down. They use this brief pause to catch their breath, but that quiet moment is nothing more than a clever distraction. Within a split second, Jae-hyun summons his light Gu Chaeyeon while Yoo Sung-yoon readies her own holy arrow. After 3 tense seconds, they unleash their attacks simultaneously. But a sudden shout from Sung-jae halts them mid-strike. He announces that time is up, thanking them for their hard work, his eyes scanning the absolute wreckage. Sung-jae looked around. The sheer destruction left him completely amazed. Deep, jagged scratches from their clash covered the entire floor. This place was reinforced dungeon metal. It usually required an insane amount of force just to leave a single scratch on its surface. If Sung-jae had not stepped in to stop them immediately, the training facility would have been reduced to absolute rubble. Yoo Sung-yoon broke the silence with a warm smile. Jae-hyun was growing strong at an unbelievable speed, far faster than they ever did. Back when they were his age, mastering spells of this sheer scale and intensity was completely beyond anything they could dream of. She asked if he was studying magic theory somewhere else. Jae-hyun quietly admitted he was learning from a close friend. That's great, she praised him. Since she couldn't handle teaching him both theory and practice anyway, she had been a bit worried. It seemed his friend was incredibly smart. Remembering Kim Yoo-jung, Jae-hyun could only offer a pretty hesitant nod of agreement. True, Kim Yoo-jung was undeniably brilliant, but her bizarre narcissistic personality was a major headache. She was constantly boasting about her greatness. Her endless self-obsession left him speechless. She would constantly ask if he truly appreciated having such an amazing teacher. She even demanded free ice cream. Just then, Sung Jae called out asking if Jae-hyun still wanted to raid the dungeon. Jae-hyun nodded slowly. He wanted to test his combat skills in a real fight to see the results of his training. Yu Sung-yoon quickly agreed with his plan. With his current level of strength, an E-grade dungeon would be an absolute breeze. She cheered him on, telling him to do his best. But Jae-hyun knew his true target was actually far more dangerous. If only it were a simple E-grade dungeon. Jae-hyun knew he had to keep a cool head and stay completely focused. Was he truly ready? The dungeon boss was the terrifying C-grade Dark Shadow. Trust me, he was going to need every bit of strength. In his past life as a mere D-grade awakened, he had zero chance of defeating this beast in a solo fight. Could he really face it alone? No, he had prepared everything. Now the only thing left was the battlefield. He would make it through. After his intense training sessions, Jae-hyun still regularly visited Lee Ji-sang's quiet office. Lee Ji-sang greeted him warmly but shyly, asking if he had arrived. Ever since they partnered up, Lee Ji-sang had been working day and night. He had pulled all-nighters to craft the medicine. Seeing the single pill sitting in the tray, Jae-hyun's eyes lit up. He thanked his hard-working senior. Even before Lee Ji-sang could speak, the system interface popped up to identify the consumable item. It was a legendary mana enhancement pill designed to permanently boost the user's core mana stats. Since an exceptionally talented alchemist had crafted it, the positive effects of this medicine were amplified to an incredible degree. Jae-hyun excitedly asked if he could take it now. With a warm nod, Lee Ji-sang told him to go ahead. The moment the pill dissolved, mana surged violently inside Jae-hyun's body and a system alert confirmed the consumption. His mana stats had successfully increased by 15 points. The sudden rush of raw power left him completely amazed. The results were unreal, so good that even the bitter medicine tasted incredibly sweet. Talk about an absolute perfect power-up. Alchemy was indeed a profound, difficult science. Even with the same materials, the quality depended entirely on the creator. If Jae-hyun had given these raw materials to any other average alchemist and asked them to make this pill, forget about a massive 15-point boost. The finished product from an amateur would probably struggle to raise his stats by even 5 points. The results blew past his expectations. Jae-hyun praised Lee Ji-sang, telling his senior that he possessed a truly incredible gift for alchemy. Lee Ji-sang shyly replied that it was only because of Jae-hyun's trust, expressing his gratitude. Hellring, this Jae-hyun immediately shook his head. He insisted he was the one who should be grateful, urging Lee Ji-sang to get some rest since he looked exhausted. Rubbing his tired eyes, Lee Ji-sang agreed, telling Jae-hyun to let him know if he ever needed anything else down the line. Jae-hyun said his goodbyes and headed back home, filled with an indescribable surge of excitement. He was finally ready. Tomorrow he would defeat the Dark Shadow. Only 9 days, 22 hours, and 47 minutes remain on the clock. At the exact same time, Hel sensed the impending battle, muttering to herself that a special guest was coming. In the blink of an eye, Jae-hyun arrived at the Juhua Guild dungeon gate. This was the path to her dead fields. He checked his gear for the raid, equipping the C-grade Apprentice Valkyrie ring to boost his core stats. Next was the C-grade Apprentice Valkyrie necklace, a special defensive item designed specifically for warriors still in training. Finally, he put on the C-grade Apprentice Valkyrie earring, successfully completing his powerful set of magical equipment. With the set complete, he unlocked the passive skill Mana Siphon. He reviewed his status one last time. Jae-hyun smiled deeply, satisfied. His gear was perfect and his physical condition was at absolute peak. Sung Jae nodded in approval. After bidding him a final farewell, Jae-hyun took a long, deep breath to steady his mind, standing still before stepping forward. He slowly walked straight inside. Let's go. As soon as he enters, notifications flood his screen. Space shifting in progress. You are being transferred to a designated location via the Nornir System. Welcome to the killing fields of Helheim. Learning from his last mistake, Min Jae-hyun lands gracefully instead of face-planting. Just as expected, he stands in a dead zone cemetery. This time, Min Jae-hyun actually has plenty of time. He scans his surroundings carefully. He had not noticed it before, but there is a pretty ominous magical force. It drifts everywhere. This must be the aura of the Dark Shadow. Defeating him is the key to finally meeting that woman again, and his greatest enemy, Loki. But as he ponders, an archer silently prepares to strike. A skeletal archer nearby quietly draws its bow. Min Jae-hyun mutters a brief prayer to the gods of Nornir as the arrow flies. The moment it almost hits, his mana shield flashes. It successfully deflects the attack. Min Jae-hyun is completely unbothered. Min Jae-hyun does not even counter. He just stands there mockingly, asking them what they want and why they are here. He slowly turns his head. And get this, a massive sea of zombies awaits him in dense, endless rows. They wait silently to tear their prey apart. Facing this overwhelming undead horde, Min Jae-hyun feels absolutely zero fear. Instead, he feels intense excitement. He smiles, preparing to teach them a lesson on how a magic warrior truly fights. The teachings of Sung Jae echo in his mind. Back in martial arts class, they called this a magic swordsman. But at its core, it is a unique hybrid class combining both magical arts and physical martial arts. Nobody has ever succeeded with this class before. For ranged combat, they lack the raw power of true mages. With that thought, he aggressively charges. Holy arrows pierce deep into rotting flesh with absolute blinding speed. They have no room to react. His eyes gleam with a terrifying cold, murderous intent as his hands reach out. For close combat, they cannot match true warriors. But cutting his train of thought, Jae-hyun grabs his zombie. He slams it hard into the dirt, completely neutralized. His hybrid style is incredibly bizarre, matching no standard class. But it works. Unwilling to waste his stamina on these weaklings, he decisively decides to end this immediately. He unleashes his ultimate skill, Judgment of Light. A thunderous explosion follows, wiping them all out instantly. System alerts flood in. Zombie defeated, demon defeated, skeleton defeated. His experience points are rising rapidly. Meanwhile, right outside the gate, Sung Jae is still keeping watch and reviewing his files when something shifts. Suddenly, a strange energy wave ripples through the air. He immediately grows alert to this bizarre presence. Nobody else should be here today. But just across the road, a sleek car slowly rolls into view. Tires screech loudly as a bright red car stops directly in front of him, blocking his path. Jeonju arrogantly steps out seriously. Her attitude is something else, complaining about how remote his workplace is. Sung Jae is completely shocked to see her, but she just casually greets her old senior after all this time. Sheathing his sword, he asks why she is here and how things are going back at the guild. Tapping her phone, she indifferently replies she came to handle guild business and finally see him in person. She blames him for being completely absent from the Jokwo guild. Hellring, this Sung Jae can only sigh. He knows she is lying. After all, she has completely ignored him since the day they graduated. Still, he plays along politely to save her some face, welcoming her back. But he remains highly suspicious. She is definitely not the type to visit him out of kindness, especially traveling all this way. Approaching the gate, she asks if he manages this dungeon. He bluntly tells her to mind her own business. Shut down ruthlessly, she huffs in annoyance, mockingly asking if his career took a hit and he got demoted. Then she drops a major bombshell, asking if the rumors about Yu Sung-yoon are actually true or not. His face immediately darkens. Snapping back, he demands to know who started spreading such ridiculous nonsense. Jeonju smugly claims to have eyes and ears everywhere, bragging about her guild's extensive network of informants. This only infuriates him more. Is she openly admitting to spying on them? He tries to breathe calmly. Suppressing his anger, he dryly notes her visit just gave him a lot more cleaning up to do. He tells her to leave if she is done. But she completely ignores his warning and presses further. She asks if he knows a kid named Jae-hyun. Sung Jae freezes for a long moment. Arrogantly, she notes this kid has been hanging around the Jokwa Guild headquarters way too often lately. He even ran into President Du Sung. It was unclear if the man knew the truth, but his warning was clear. This is not something outsiders need to worry about. Seeing Sung Jae's cold glare, Jeonju backed down with visible disappointment. Turning around to leave, she bitterly muttered that she honestly never expected him to tell her the truth anyway. She called him Senior Sung Jae, mocking how stiff and proud he always was. But since she had traveled all this way, she had to at least pretend to work since the guild was still paying her. She bid him farewell and left. With that, she revved her motorcycle engine and sped away. Immediately after, Sung Jae sent a quick message to report the situation. He needed to notify the president right away. Meanwhile, deep in the dungeon, Jae-hyun had already cleared out every single zombie on his own. Sitting casually in the corner, he muttered to himself that his target had finally arrived. The massive boss of this shadow dungeon was finally dragging its body forward. To welcome his hideous opponent, Jae-hyun fired off a brilliant holy arrow as a warm-up. He threw a mocking greeting, asking if it had been too long. Taking the hit head-on, the shadow boss roared in absolute fury. But Jae-hyun did not flinch, brimming with pure confidence. He warned the beast that this fight would go differently. The monster bared its maw of sharp thorns, letting out another deafening roar. It tried to assert its dominance, launching a wild counterattack. Instantly, an immense wave of pressure erupted from its massive jaw. The blast shot straight forward, but Jae-hyun was already moving. With lightning reflexes, he leaped high into the air. He evaded the strike completely, focusing his mind and scanning the area to find any opening in the boss's defense. The second a weakness appeared, he unleashed a barrage of powerful holy arrows, driving them straight into the beast's flank. The direct hit forced a painful shriek from the shadow. It clutched its head in agony, its burning rage exploding completely. Glowing red eyes locked a murderous gaze onto Jae-hyun. It unleashed a massive volley of sharp thorns, firing them like bullets. While dodging the projectiles, he quickly activated the Eye of Odin. He scanned the battlefield to map out his next move. He quickly calculated his path. Stepping left, his body automatically shifted aside as a loud explosion tore through the cave. The sudden blast startled the shadow boss. Capitalizing on its brief panic, Jae-hyun shifted his gaze to locate its next weak point. At the same time, his feet glided quietly across the snow, adjusting his posture to prepare for the perfect follow-up strike. Regaining its footing, the hideous beast lashed out with its massive razor-sharp claws, desperate to tear him to pieces. But before its swipe could land, Jae-hyun's luminous light chains shot forward, wrapping tightly around the beast's limbs. With the boss completely pinned down, he prepared his explosive chains. Even from a safe distance, he held total control. A simple flick of his finger was all it took to command the magical energy with flawless precision. The magic chains snaked through the gaps of the shadow's armor, pausing briefly to avoid detection before reaching the sweet spot. After a tense moment of careful maneuvering, the trap was set. It was time for the final blast. A massive explosion erupted, leaving the shadow boss completely dazed. Its health bar instantly dropped by half. Severe pain racked its entire body, driving the colossal dungeon boss absolutely mad as it screamed in agony. But Jae-hyun knew this was just a temporary setback for the beast. It wasn't enough to finish the job. Before the monster could even recover, he rained down another barrage of holy arrows straight onto its head. His target was its remaining eye. A massive blast shook the chamber, tearing through the oppressive silence. The boss let out an absolute blood-curdling screech as dark fluid splattered everywhere, filling the air with a metallic stench. As the smoke began to clear, the shadow boss still stood firm, showing no signs of weakness. In fact, Jae-hyun was the one starting to feel the strain, realizing his attacks weren't dealing enough fatal damage. Although the massive beast had lost half its vision, its murderous intent only seemed to grow stronger by the second. Locking onto his position, the shadow raised its massive claws and slashed wildly, desperately trying to crush him. It had completely lost control, snapping the remaining light chains, holding it back. That was when the system chimed in. A system warning suddenly flashed on screen. The shadow boss had officially entered a state of absolute frenzy. Its physical strength and agility had both increased by 1.5 times. Seeing this, his focus tightened. Jae-hyun steeled his resolve. But a second later, another notification popped up, causing him to freeze in shock. The text was completely glitched and encrypted, revealing that a strange demonic seal had been cast on him. Caught completely off guard, Jae-hyun found himself entirely immobilized, trapped deep within a thick shroud of black mist. Emergency alarms blared in his ears. If he couldn't remove the seal within 10 minutes, a severe penalty awaited. Sudden death. The only way to remove the seal is by defeating the Black Shadow. Now Jae-hyun realizes his desperate situation. A sudden death penalty is unheard of. Driven by pure desperation, Jae-hyun quickly plays his final card. The universal active skill, Eye of Odin, activates, but it backfires horribly, squeezing his neck even tighter. He is trapped. Refusing to accept this, he screams in panic, "What is this?" Still, he forces his magic to cast again. His active skill triggers, but nothing happens. Only a silent, hopeless void answers. This monster is just too powerful. A single name flashes in his mind. He screams out in pure fury, "Hell, how could you interfere like this?" But the system remains completely cold and silent. The timer counting down to his sudden death ticks away without mercy. 9.28 seconds. Out of options, he realizes his only hope is to kill this thing immediately. Across from him, the Black Shadow roars with monstrous rage. But then it suddenly spins around and runs. It sprints away at absolute breakneck speed. Spotting the trap, Jae-hyun quickly moves to intercept the fleeing boss. Why is the boss running away? His holy arrow rips through the air, but the creature is just too fast. The projectile misses completely. 8.32 seconds remain, and this boss is literally playing tag to stall him. Jae-hyun grits his teeth in pure rage. This absolute coward is just messing with him, waiting for the timer. Stalling is its winning strategy. Fine then. He will drop a massive area attack it cannot possibly hope to dodge. After sprinting away, the Black Shadow abruptly stops. It spins on its heels and charges straight back at Jae-hyun. Before he can react, the beast teleports right behind him. A crushing wave of mental pressure suffocates his thoughts. His thoughts completely freeze. He stands rooted to the spot as the air around him is gradually sucked dry. A system warning flashes before his eyes. Resistance failed. You have been afflicted with the temporary fear debuff. He cannot believe this. What? The Black Shadow lunges forward, aiming to tear him apart with its razor-sharp claws. At the absolute last second, Jae-hyun counters. It is a brutal struggle, but the fear debuff finally shatters. Still, the terrifying impact blasts him backward nearly 10 meters. He stubbornly refuses to let himself fall. Digging his heels into the dirt, he stabilizes his stance. He desperately tries to regain his balance and clear his head. 7.11 seconds. The pressure is intense. He cannot rely on crowd control skills to lock it down. If the monster sees him prepare Judgment of Light again, it will definitely find a way to break it. Is he supposed to just take hits until his mana runs completely dry and he drops dead? No way, he needs a new plan. Then he notices the wound on the beast's face. Jae-hyun smirks as a brilliant strategy flashes in his mind. That eye took a direct hit earlier, meaning its vision must be severely impaired. The perfect counter-strategy forms in his mind. He triggers the Gale active skill. To pull this off, he needs to completely blind the monster first. Wind energy wraps around him, temporarily boosting his agility stat. Suddenly, the entire dimension begins to violently shake. The sudden tremors startle the Black Shadow. It frantically scans the area, trying to find the source of the danger. Seeing Jae-hyun standing there calmly, the monster lowers its guard. But those visual tremors were actually a clever decoy. Jae-hyun has channeled every single drop of his remaining mana into a massive lightning storm. "You think I would charge blindly?" Blinding lights condense into a single point in the sky. His voice cuts through the wind like ice. "Idiot." The system immediately confirms lightning storm is active. In a flash, a devastating bolt of lightning crashes straight down. The massive strike pins the Black Shadow. The sheer force of the blast completely warps the space around it. The blinding vortex of destruction swallows the monster whole, brutally tearing its massive body apart with zero mercy. As the roaring thunder finally fades into silence, Jae-hyun slowly steps into the impact zone to inspect the damage. He stares down at his target, watching the Black Shadow slowly crumble. A wave of satisfaction washes over him. "Finally put this bastard down," he mutters happily. But the danger is far from over as a shockwave triggers. A secondary explosion completely vaporizes the ruins, yet the deadly countdown timer on his screen still refuses to stop. 4.11 seconds. Staring at the remaining undead thralls fighting back, he sighs at their stubbornness. "You guys really do not know when to quit, do you?" But their time has run out as the system flashes. The system confirms the sacrifice skill is active. Locking onto the remaining undead, it converts the sacrifice into an attack. Judgment of Light is unleashed. The final seconds of his countdown keep ticking away. 3.46. 0.309 seconds remain. Jae-hyun lets out a long sigh of relief as the boss dissolves into the void. Jae-hyun lets out a sigh of deep relief. It succeeded. 5. Even the shadow's physical wounds are slowly starting to fade. 4. At the count of 3, a system alert pops up. You have defeated the boss, Dark Shadow. You have earned the title of the first trial conqueror. At the same time, Hell is absolutely thrilled at this result. No surprise there. That person chose you for a reason. Come now, my boy, enter my temple. Already. I invite you in. Space begins to warp as the system rings out with non-stop congratulatory notifications. You have defeated the Dark Shadow boss. The sudden death penalty is lifted. You have received 3,000 points and a special item. You have leveled up 3 times and earned a legendary title. Now scanning player achievements. The player achievements. Scan complete. Hell's Temple is now issuing a direct summons to the player. Just a second ago, he was standing in a field of death, but now Jae-hyun is instantly teleported to the temple waiting room. Looking around in utter shock, he wonders if this is really Hell's Temple. Suddenly, a massive noise ahead draws Jae-hyun's gaze. Instantly, a voice booms out. "Garm." Jae-hyun flinches in terror as he sees the beast's massive face staring right at him. Garm tries to roar a friendly greeting, but his sheer volume shakes the entire chamber. The terrifying pressure from the roar stumbles Jae-hyun, forcing him to quickly deploy lightning chains to regain his balance. The beast's fierce eyes sweep over him before it suddenly flies into a rage, lunging forward with razor-sharp claws. Just as they are about to strike Jae-hyun, a stern voice commands him to stop. "Garm, lead the guest inside." Hell ring the order. The beast backs down, retracting its razor claws. Instantly, it turns its massive head and leads the way inside. Deep inside, Jae-hyun lets out a sigh of relief. He finally made it. The massive beast leads the way, while the young man follows. The entire temple is bathed in a blinding, glorious light. The moment he steps inside, he urgently shouts out, "Hell, I am here to meet you." At that moment, Garm crouches low on the ground, waiting for his master's arrival. A playful voice echoes, "You haven't arrived yet, but your loud voice could actually pull this off." A second later, a tiny figure carrying an absolutely terrifying aura lands right onto Garm's back. Hell smirks and says, "Congratulations, child of destiny. You have successfully cleared the trial I set for you." Jae-hyun cuts straight to the chase. "What is the point of giving me the Nornir System this trial? What are you trying to accomplish?" Facing his rage, she only scoffs with a cool, nonchalant tone, "To turn you into Asgard's greatest archenemy." Hell ring this. Jae-hyun freezes in total shock. An archenemy? Really? He quickly demands to know why it has to be him. Hell calmly explains that from the very beginning you were born to carry this heavy destiny. Jae-hyun frowns, completely lost. "Destiny," she playfully teases him. "Further, as Asgard's noble archenemy, you will destroy the supreme god Odin. That is what Loki and we want." Jae-hyun is deeply skeptical. You want me to destroy Odin? I don't understand. Yet, Hel just casually answers, why do you need to understand? I never needed you to. Treated like a mere toy, Jae-hyun's temper flares. She leans in, pressing her hand over his mouth while asking, you must be incredibly frustrated right now, having to play the pawn in the god's game. Hel's finger slowly slides down to Jae-hyun's chest as she declares, but remember, this isn't just about us, Asgardian gods. Before he can even react, she suddenly leaps backward. She lets dark energy surge forward, lifting Jae-hyun high into the air as she loudly explains the world is approaching the end of days because Odin wants everyone kneeling at his feet, and we need the strength of the one prophesied to possess great power. Flying high in the air as Asgard's ultimate enemy, Jae-hyun. Jae-hyun quickly yells out, wait, Hel, I still have one more thing to say, but she doesn't bother replying. Her unfinished thought become even stronger. I will count down the days until we meet again. Instantly, the dark energy sweeps Jae-hyun out of the temple. Left alone with Garm, she quietly mutters, do you still want to watch? I don't recall inviting you here. A few minutes later, Jae-hyun is ejected from Hel's realm, returning to the dungeon entrance. He opens his eyes in frustration, complaining under his breath about how unfair it all is. Oh, again, she didn't answer a single one of my questions. Suddenly, a loud system chime makes Jae-hyun instantly shut up. Hel's reward has arrived. You have learned the passive skill, Hel's Blessing. A mythic grade ability that nullifies all abnormal status conditions. Seeing this overpowered skill, he screams in absolute shock. Meanwhile, deep inside the temple, the mysterious Mimir replies to her, please forgive this old man's rudeness. I heard you just met. He is growing impatient again. Hel says nothing else, simply reaching out to pet Garm's incredibly sleek, glossy fur. Mimir softly continues, calling him a truly loyal friend, then asking Hel what she actually thought after meeting him in person. After thinking for a few seconds, Hel offers a brief comment saying it is far too early to judge. After all, the great adversary is only taking his first steps. Mimir looks skeptical, asking if that means she actually likes the guy. Hel falls completely silent, letting the quiet moments slip away. But a few minutes later, she bursts into amused laughter, admitting the great adversary is progressing much faster than she ever expected. He even overcame the obstacles she placed in his path just to find her, making her glad she underestimated him. Mimir smiles with satisfaction, glad to hear the boy is doing so well and admitting it puts his mind at ease. Sensing his true motives, Hel gets straight to the point, asking if he has anything else to confess. But Mimir immediately dodges the question, claiming he has absolutely no idea what she means. That only makes her growl in anger, asking if the wicked old man plans to play dumb until the very end to hide his true cunning. He is behaving just like her second brother. Besides, the causality surrounding the great adversary has been completely warped. Did he really think she wouldn't notice after meeting him face to face? It seems his grand title of the Giant of Wisdom is completely outdated. Seeing Hel fly off the handle, Mimir quickly tries to soothe her, telling her to calm down. Complaining about how hard it is to trick people, Mimir gets shut down as Hel points out Jae-hyun's left eye. It is definitely the eye Odin sacrificed to the Well of Wisdom, demanding to know what he and Loki are planning. Realizing the gig is up, Mimir finally confesses, asking Hel for forgiveness and claiming he wanted to tell her. But he insists it is just too early and blames it on fate, which Hel scoffs at. She is used to waiting, but there is one thing she absolutely cannot tolerate, making Mimir quite curious. Asking if she has come up with some brilliant plan, he waits as Hel slowly replies with a dangerous look, explaining that Jae-hyun lacks real experience and according to the prophecy he has many obstacles to face. He needs guidance to always choose the right path, no matter the scale of the obstacles ahead. Now we transition to the bustling halls of Milet Academy, where Jae-hyun lets out a heavy, worried sigh. Hana Park notices his troubled look and asks if something is bothering him, causing Jae-hyun to hesitate. He quietly brushes it off, so Hana suggests they head out to buy the rest of their items. He follows behind, scratching his head. Even after everything he has survived, he still cannot shake this uneasy feeling. Still carrying so many unanswered questions, his expression darkens, but he desperately tries to reassure himself. At least he gained a legendary passive skill called Hel's Blessing, which completely neutralizes any abnormal status. Looking over the floating status windows, Jae-hyun carefully reviews the rewards from his past evaluations. He is actually quite pleased to have unlocked several incredibly useful passive skills from those results. First is the S-rank passive Watched by a God, which drastically boosts leveling speed through divine favor. Then there is the S-rank All-Seeing Eye of God, which pierces through illusions to reveal the ultimate truth. Jae-hyun realizes these insane ranks do not even exist in the standard system, completely shattering the normal limits. If everyone else possesses skills of this caliber, then his all-seeing eye of God is incredibly precious. He suspects this power is exactly what the demigods are after, explaining why they went to such extremes. Recalling Hel's words, he knows he is destined to slay the supreme god Odin, which is their ultimate goal. Snapping back to reality, Jae-hyun sighs heavily while Hana's energetic voice suddenly calls out from across the shop. She points to an item, leaving him completely speechless when he sees the price tag of 299 million. Hana casually hands over her card to pay, leaving Jae-hyun absolutely stunned by her absurd spending habits. Imagine spending 300 million on a common mana dagger. Hana accepts the package and calmly explains her reasoning. The Academy provides basic gear, but student-grade equipment is usually trash, so it is safer to buy your own. As Hana keeps scrolling through her phone, Jae-hyun stares at the massive shopping list in horror. He breaks out into a cold sweat, staring at it, but a moment later, Hana suddenly bows deeply. She greets him formally as Hana Park from the Yeonhwa Guild, delivering a special message from her superiors. They wanted to present him with a gift before he enters Milet Academy, asking if he has some free time. Holding a mountain of shopping bags, Jae-hyun stands there completely helpless, having expected a simple potion as a gift. Jae-hyun expected maybe 1 or 2 items. He looks down totally stunned. He never imagined a place like this. It is basically a giant playground for the guild. Hana Park turns and tells him to go check the armor now. Jae-hyun quickly calls out from behind, asking her to wait up. He summons his own gear to explain things. He does not need armor because he already has some. Right then, a system notification pops up. The equipped item is a rank B gear called Black Horn. It is a shroud of night wrapped in deep, mysterious darkness. Even after death, its lingering presence remains. Once equipped, it triggers stealth mode. Jae-hyun quietly observes the details. He realizes he cannot find a better rank B defensive armor than this anywhere in the room. His eyes turn incredibly sharp. Plus, it grants the stealth effect. Hana Park glances over at him with surprise when she hears Jae-hyun talking about his equipment. Finding armor with such a rare skill is nearly impossible. She asks him straight out if he wants gear with stealth capabilities. Hana Park rubs her chin with a worried expression. Hunters love that kind of stuff, but finding it here is going to be tough. No, he waves his hands to dismiss the idea. He just brought it up randomly, so she should not worry about it. He walks past Hana Park and says you would have to get incredibly lucky inside a dungeon to ever find one. She gets quite serious. That is true, she explains, because the only hunter in Korea who has stealth is her brother. Hearing this, Jae-hyun is completely stunned. Her brother Hana Park turns back around to explain the details to him. She asks if he knows manager Baek Sung-tae. Jae-hyun pictures Sung-tae's face and instantly freezes right in his tracks. Hana Park walks past him and tells him to skip the armor section so they can look at weapons instead. Jae-hyun watches her walk away completely baffled. Seriously, he looks at her thinking the two of them look nothing alike. He shrugs it off and keeps moving forward. Suddenly, a massive wave of energy rushes straight through Jae-hyun. A system notification flashes confirming synchronization with the player. Suddenly, the entire room erupts into absolute chaos. Jae-hyun stands tense in the middle of the crowd. He looks around wondering if this light is from a treasure portal. Hana Park anxiously calls out his name. Jae-hyun bolts forward, breathing heavily as he tells her to wait up. Nearby lies a vault overflowing with gold and legendary treasures. Just outside the door, a mysterious figure suddenly appears. A barrage of notifications alerts him that passive skills like All-Seeing Divine Eye have been successfully unlocked. He has also learned a legendary active skill called Appraisal. This brand new active skill is a powerful rank S ability. Effect 1 lets him identify rare items, and Effect 2 makes him completely immune to stealth and illusion magic. Jae-hyun stands surrounded by floating screens, totally bewildered. Suddenly, the system rings out with yet another alert. The Nornir System activates his active appraisal skill. Meanwhile, a fierce battle is raging in an entirely different location. A young fighter grinds his teeth and curses. Standing opposite him is a formidable opponent with sharp eyes and white hair. Countless sword strikes clash in the blink of an eye. The referee quickly announces that the match is finally over. Hoseon is declared the winner. Seik smiles proudly, noting that victory was expected against such a tough opponent. He acknowledges that the opponent was highly experienced, but the difference in combat intelligence was simply too massive. Seuk praises Hoseon, calling him the future of the guild and a guaranteed rank S hunter in the making. He walks past the boy, offering a brief word of praise. Hoseon looks down quietly, thanking his father. But Seuk quickly warns him not to get overconfident since the matchup was heavily in his favor anyway. Hoseon calmly nods, saying he understands. Seok tells him to get ready for the next scheduled event immediately. Seuk leaves to run errands, telling him to meet downstairs after washing up. That leaves Hoseon in deep frustration. He stands under the hot water trying to relax. He thinks to himself that he is exhausted of this rigid life. He is tired of having zero freedom. This is definitely not the kind of hunter he wanted to become. He wonders where things went wrong. Meanwhile, the story cuts back to Jae-hyun, where several system alerts suddenly appear. He has equipped a growth-type item named Misteltane. It is the legendary mistletoe branch that ended a god's life. It scales with the player and unleashes unbelievable magical energy. Once equipped, a special sensory skill is activated. He obtains a rank, a passive skill called Magic Detection, which maximizes his ability to sense active mana streams. This skill boosts his overall mana perception to an insane degree. Jae-hyun cannot help but let out a thrilled chuckle. Miss Stiltine sits glowing in front of him. He wonders if this is just another crazy prank by the Nornir System. Right at that moment, Hoseon walks past him. Over at the grand department store, Seok is busy talking to sales clerks. He orders item after item. Hoseon watches him and softly suggests that he might be buying a bit too much. He calmly picks up a sword to inspect it, declaring that all of this belongs to him and not to think it is already a lot. After all, he is a future S-rank conqueror. Yet the boy remains deeply anxious. Spending this much money means his mother's hospital bills this month, but before Hoseon can even finish, Seok irritably cuts him off. He sternly asserts that it is his business and the boy only needs to focus on training. Unable to push any further, Hoseon quietly submits, agreeing to obey his father. The light in Hoseon's eyes fades into complete emptiness. What is he even doing here? Nearby onlookers already start pointing and whispering. They recognize him instantly. Is that not Hoseon, the famous martial arts genius? What is he doing here? Feeling their gazes, Hoseon hurriedly pulls his hat low and turns away. Did he truly want to become a conqueror just to end up like this? He slowly loses his direction, feeling like a caged animal. He thinks back to his childhood right after his awakening and remembers how his mother gave him a warm smile and patted his head. Back then, he dreamed of one day becoming a proud conqueror. Their family was drowned in poverty and darkness, and he was their only beacon of hope. Yet, to his father, that shining hope was nothing but a mere tool. Now he feels like nothing more than a machine, an empty instrument that exists solely to obey his father's commands. Doubt slowly creeps in. Can a pathetic guy like him really endure 3 long years at Milet Academy? Right then, an emergency broadcast rings out. Panic instantly grips the crowd. An urgent announcement blares across the mall, warning everyone of a dungeon outbreak nearby. Monsters have already surfaced, and various guilds are rushing their elite conquerors to the scene. Hoseon tenses up. A dungeon outbreak in the middle of a crowded city. Staff members spring into action. They shout for everyone to stay calm and head toward the exits. He assures them that help is coming. Amidst the chaos, Seok demands to know why Hoseon is not moving. A genius holding South Korea's future cannot afford to get injured here and ruin his academy admission. This mess is none of his concern. Hellring those cold words, Hoseon can only stand there completely frozen in place. His father is right, professional conquerors will clean this up shortly. Yet a nagging voice inside his head refuses to go silent. What about the innocent civilians trapped here while they wait? Suddenly, a spark of resolve ignites deep within his eyes. He sees this as his chance. Disobeying his father, Hoseon spins around and dives headfirst into the fleeing crowd, ignoring the furious shouts, ordering him to get back. As he runs, he tells himself that this is his only shot to prove his worth. This is about protecting his dignity and freedom as a conqueror to see if he can become the man he always wanted. But the moment he confronts the danger, his body locks up. Right in front of him stands a menacing goblin with glowing red eyes, backed by an entire pack of hungry monsters. Panic instantly takes over, and Hoseon is too terrified to move an inch. Cold sweat drips down his face as he desperately tries to force his paralyzed muscles to respond to his commands. The only thing his body can do is tremble uncontrollably. He is shaking so violently he cannot even lift a single finger. Move, he screams internally, begging his limbs to react. But as the vicious goblins charge forward, his mind goes blank. He knew the risks of stepping up, yet he is completely paralyzed by a bunch of low-ranking monsters. How pathetic. He stares in horror as the creatures close the distance. Is this how the dream of becoming a legendary conqueror ends? Right before they strike, Jae-hyun suddenly drops from the sky. The sheer force of his impact blows Hoseon's hood completely back. Falling flat on his back, the trembling boy looks up as Jae-hyun slowly speaks, asking with a hint of confusion if he is Hoseon. Flashback to a moment earlier inside the mall where Jae-hyun holds a newly purchased item worth 50 million won. Suddenly, Hannah Park rushes over from the distance, shouting his name in sheer panic as she demands to know what he is doing. She spots the item and asks about the strange stone, leaving Jae-hyun quietly wondering if it looks like a mere rock to everyone else. Pocketing the item, he shrugs it off as nothing, knowing that only someone with a system would recognize its true value. Turning to Hannah Park, he casually mentions that he probably will not be needing to buy any weapons after all. This sudden change of plans completely irritates her. But before she can complain, the emergency siren blares over the speakers, warning of a massive dungeon break right outside the commercial center. The moment the warning plays, Jae-hyun's eyes widen as he bolts without a second thought. Hana Park screams his name in panic, but he is already leaping forward, shattering a massive glass window. Free falling from the upper floor, Jae-hyun locks his eyes on the goblins below. The monsters look up completely clueless of what is coming. Unleashing an oppressive wave of raw energy, he crashes down like a meteor, triggering a massive shockwave that shakes the entire plaza. Landing calmly right in the center of the goblin pack, his eyes sweep the area with cool precision. There are more than he expected, and protecting civilians while wiping these pests out is going to be a chore. Lightning suddenly erupts, trapping the goblins in a cage of electricity. Jae-hyun triggers another massive blast right on target, never stopping his relentless assault. He bounds across the battlefield, slipping right behind the goblin horde. With a brutal kick, he crushes the head of a monster charging straight for Jae-hyun. Jae-hyun looks up. He instantly recognizes the boy. "You are on Jae-hyun," he says, while the dazed student quickly pulls up his hood, trying to hide his face. Jae-hyun's eyes soften with pity. He never expected to encounter the tragic genius on Jae-hyun in a place like this. Flustered, Jae-hyun stammers. How did Jae-hyun recognize him? It makes sense, they both attend the prestigious Milet Academy. Jae-hyun shrugs it off. He needs a favor anyway. But Jae-hyun suddenly panics, shouting out a warning about what is creeping up behind them. Jae-hyun does not even turn around. He swings his arm, vaporizing the goblin instantly, and calmly replies that he already knew. A display that leaves Jae-hyun speechless. Jae-hyun warns they cannot let monsters reach the city, coldly asking if the boy plans to just stand there forever. He commands the boy to pick up his weapon and fight alongside him. With those words, Jae-hyun's paralyzed spirit is finally reawakened. He nods, a sudden wave of strength surging through his chest. Remarkably, the terrifying tremors that had kept him frozen completely vanish. Staring at Jae-hyun's back, Jae-hyun realizes this is what a true hunter looks like, a real conqueror of the dungeons. He steps forward, resolved to do the one thing that matters right now, saving lives. His eyes burn with absolute determination. Side by side, they stand tall. Now watch, they march straight toward the waiting horde as Jae-hyun suddenly asks a question. "Can you use taunt?" he asks. "Get ready to draw every single monster in the area right to us." Laying out his plan, he explains that there are too many goblins around, so they need to lure in every last one of them. He looks at the boy, asking if he can handle it. Jae-hyun swallows his fear, knowing he cannot afford to hesitate for another second. Jae-hyun draws his blade, vowing to give this everything he has. He drives the sword deep into the earth to channel his magic. Energy violently erupts all around him as he unleashes his high-level skill, the powerful roaring taunt. The system alerts that monsters within a 50-meter radius are locked onto him, reducing their offensive power by 30%. The notifications continue to chime as the skill takes hold. The dazed goblins freeze their eyes, suddenly flashing a dangerous crimson. Watching from the sidelines, Jae-hyun is highly impressed. Roaring Taunt is an incredibly advanced skill, far superior to any standard provocation. His level is already high enough to cast it. Geniuses really do operate on another level. Still, before Jae-hyun's regression, the boy only ever reached B rank at best, likely held back by his unstable mentality. Despite his current fame, his performance was destined to take a rapid nosedive, which is why people called him a tragic genius. But Jae-hyun does not care about past timelines. A fragile mind can always be rebuilt with the right guidance. Jae-hyun can still become a powerful asset as long as he develops exactly according to Jae-hyun's master plan. With his goals in mind, Jae-hyun hypes up his partner, telling him to get ready to face the horde together. Jae-hyun firmly nods. An energy slash flies forward, though a goblin blocks it, but the boy keeps pushing ahead with relentless force. In a flash, the entire swarm is completely wiped out. Suddenly, a confused man approaches from the distance, utterly baffled by the sight. Asking what on earth just happened, he draws their attention. Realizing they spotted him, the man quickly walks over to introduce himself. He introduces himself as Han Ji-woong from the National Subjugation Bureau, asking if the two of them really cleared the entire horde. Jae-hyun nods. Looking closer, Han Ji-woong notices the boy's gray hair and eyes, suddenly realizing exactly who he is looking at. He wonders if this young high schooler is the rumored genius and how two kids their age managed to destroy so many monsters alone. Scratching his head in confusion, Han Ji-woong mutters that he has no idea how he is going to explain this to his superiors. Jae-hyun quickly cuts in, suggesting they discuss that very issue as he has a proposal that might benefit both sides. He suggests reporting that the Bureau cleared the monsters since nobody would believe two teenagers did it anyway. Han Ji-woong rubs his chin thoughtfully. Although it is technically against the rules, Jae-hyun points out that there are no cameras or witnesses around to prove otherwise. Shrugging, the agent explains that working under the government limits his freedom, but he is willing to help keep their identities hidden. He promises to manage the report and even ensure they receive the official reward from the command center for their efforts. Min Jae-hyun sighs, not wanting the attention but agrees on one condition, pointing right at Ho-seon to make his terms clear. He tells the agent to give his share of the reward to Ho-seon and scrub any mention of his own involvement. Since Min Jae-hyun already has backing from a major guild, he has no need for the cash and prefers to remain anonymous. Keeping a low profile before entering Milet Academy is smart, and leaving Ho-seon in his debt will definitely pay off later. Han Ji-won agrees to the deal, but Ho-seon suddenly cuts in, glaring at Min Jae-hyun and asking what he is thinking. He protests that Min Jae-hyun did all the heavy lifting, leaving the agent startled as Min Jae-hyun turns to calmly explain himself. He claims it's for his own reasons, smiling through his hidden anxiety. Min Jae-hyun cannot risk being detected by that bastard before stepping into Milet. Min Jae-hyun makes his decision. Before his regression, he was just a nameless warrior completely ignored by that man. Now everything has changed. The enemy doesn't know he switched to magic, and if he did, he'd surely try to stop him. There's no predicting how he might interfere. From now on, Min Jae-hyun must lay low, keeping his revenge plan completely silent. He has to conceal his path, build his power in the shadows, and wait for the perfect moment to slit that bastard's throat. The more Ho-seon hears, the more confused he gets. He bows his head in sheer panic, completely unable to resolve this. His conscience screams that taking all the credit is wrong, yet he hesitates that reward money could save his sick mother. Ho-seon's mind is a battleground. He wants to be a righteous conqueror, but his mother's life hangs in the balance. He can't find a way out. Delaying her treatment means losing her forever. What is he supposed to do? Just then, Min Jae-hyun spots his conflict. The kid looks way too serious. There must be something else holding him back. It can't just be pride. Realizing there's a deeper struggle, Min Jae-hyun decides to help him make the ultimate choice. He speaks up directly to encourage him. Remember, you've done plenty, and hesitation will only get someone killed. So stop thinking you don't deserve this. Hearing this, Ho-seon turns around, finally finding his resolve. He admits Min Jae-hyun is right. Deep down, he always had his answer. He should never have hesitated from the start. If overthinking costs him someone precious, his dream is worthless anyway. He turns back to Min Jae-hyun. He promises to repay him someday. Meanwhile, Han Ji-won stands to the side, having witnessed the entire exchange. The man is impressed. Min Jae-hyun is incredibly persuasive, a truly outstanding guy. Han Ji-won notes the matter is finally settled. He confirms they'll proceed with the plan. Min Jae-hyun turns to leave, but Ho-seon calls out after him. He begs for his name and phone number. Min Jae-hyun just smiles. There's no need for that or the formal tone. Since they are the same age, they can speak casually. They're both headed to Milet, so they'll meet again. Ho-seon stands there completely stunned. Same age. Meanwhile, Min Jae-hyun secretly notes that his prep for Milet is finally finished. In truth, he is fully prepared. Flash forward to day 1 at Milet Academy. The crowd is already buzzing. Everyone is whispering and pointing. Is that him? The martial arts genius. All eyes lock onto Ho-seon. Some scoff that he's just a foreigner. But then a gorgeous girl nearby catches everyone's eye. Who is she? That's Seo in awe. Min Jae-hyun watches her quietly. No surprise she's turning heads. She's destined to be a top conqueror. Recruiting her would be a massive cheat code, but she's definitely not someone easily swayed. Still, Min Jae-hyun doesn't need to rush. He has Kim Yoo-jung and Lee Jae-sang. Speak of the devil, Kim Yoo-jung looks pretty annoyed. She grumbles that yes, the girl is pretty, but staring like that is just creepy. This caught him completely off guard. Min Jae-hyun stammers in protest. Right then, Ah glances their way just as a speaker steps up to the main podium. Welcoming the freshman with a broad grin, the principal introduces himself as Gu Chaein. Min Jae-hyun instantly glares. Gu Chaein, this is exactly where it all began. Min Jae-hyun remembers that face all too well. Beside him, Kim Yoo-jung stares blankly, horrific memories flooding her mind. Please stop. Sensing this, Min Jae-hyun's face darkens. He offers some quick reassurance. Anything can happen at Milet, right? She manages to smile back, playing it cool. She asks why he's suddenly so caring, promising she'll do great. That lets Min Jae-hyun finally breathe a bit easier. Exactly. Kim Yoo-jung is destined to be one of their top 3 mages, and this time he'll make sure she survives. Up on the stage, Gu Chaein barks into the mic. It's time to begin the Milet Academy entrance ceremony. Folding his notes, he chuckles that his speech is over since everyone looks bored. Then his face twists into a smirk. Raising his hand, his expression turns downright creepy. Milet's opening ceremonies always feature a very special event. It's a game where every single student must hunt down and steal their peers' name tags. The freshman hunt is officially on. Instantly, bright blue magic circles glow beneath everyone's feet. Panic erupts as students scream about magic circles. Caught off guard, Kim Yoo-jung trips and starts to fall. Min Jae-hyun lunges forward, warning her that falling is dangerous. He grabs her hand to pull her back, but she still crashes into someone nearby. A blinding flash of light erupts and the scene shifts to an office, where Sung Jae mentions it's Min Jae-hyun's big day. Yu Sung-yoon gasps at how fast time flies, admitting he wanted to text him some good luck. Well, it's too late for him to read it now anyway. Is it also 3 days? Yes. Sun Jae confirms that the brutal freshman hunt runs continuously for 3 entire days. It takes place in an isolated zone. Yu Sung-yoon sighs. 3 whole days without any contact, what a shame. Sung Jae chuckles, mentioning he already sent the message yesterday on her behalf. Hearing this, Yu Sung-yoon cheers up instantly and smiles. Really? Did he reply? What did Jae-hyun say? Sung Jae pulls out his phone to show her the messages, but the scene shifts. We are back at the freshman hunt. Jae-hyun checks on his friend, asking if he is all right. Right beside them is Ye. Jae-hyun carefully studies her. Black hair, hazel eyes. Suddenly, things start to click in his head. She is ranked 92nd in magical talent. The monster who completely broke the mage class. An S-class conqueror. Her eyes flash with a brilliant light. Back with the parents, Sung Jae shows the text. Jae-hyun told them there is no need to worry. Jae-hyun knows her real identity is Seo In-ah. Meanwhile, inside Milet Academy's central control room, a massive crowd of people is gathering. Staff members whisper about this year's insane lineup. An Ho-seon is so promising he is already drawing global attention. Other elites like Seo Jun, Seo In-ah, Kim Yoo-jung, and Lee Soo-hyuk also stand out, boasting impressive talent scores well over 90. The candidate profiles are not updated yet, but right then, Chae-in walks in and tells everyone to stop bothering with them. Meet Coach Kim Seok-dae. He casually claims that if anyone switched classes this late, they are completely worthless. This place is no charity. Though most of these new applicants are incredibly gifted, some are just on another level. Chae-in quietly eyes the standout prodigies, keeping his focus on Ho-seon. He sneers. Those weaklings will only be stepping stones for the geniuses. Talk about a brutal coach. Normally, if an awakener is in lethal danger, they get pulled out, but the academy plays by much harsher rules. They would gladly sacrifice 100 class recruits just to forge a single A-class beast. That is their system. A conqueror must constantly prove their worth. If they fail, they simply did not have what it takes. That is his job. Chae-in tells himself to focus on finding the gems. Resting his chin, he smiles. There is no more time to waste. The freshman hunt officially begins on an artificial demi-planet created by pure magic. In this pocket dimension, normal physics do not exist. You can manipulate time or completely turn off gravity. Over 50% of the recruits fail here every single year. Honestly, it is a brutal reality check for everyone. Jae-hyun braces himself, knowing one slip and it is over. He remains highly cautious, keeping a close eye on Seo In-ah. Suddenly, Chae-in's face flashes on the screens. He grins warmly and begins explaining the rules of the hunt. Within this artificial world, your active abilities are heavily restricted. You can only use skills of X class or lower. Stealing opponent's name tag grants points. If a senior manages to snatch a freshman's tag, they pocket 10,000 points. But if a freshman pulls off an upset and takes down a senior, they score a massive 100,000 points. Every point can be spent inside Milet Academy. Jae-hyun frowns, analyzing the limitations. Only X-class skills are allowed. That means his A-class Lightning Gu Chan is locked. Luckily, the coach never mentioned anything about restricting special skills. The coach wraps up wishing everyone a fun time. To keep things safe, all skill outputs are reduced to 10%. This prevents any fatal accidents, so they do not have to worry about injuries. Jae-hyun lets out an annoyed sigh. This is ridiculous. Jae-hyun sees right through this setup. The coach deliberately ignored both special skills and stat limits. They clearly want to weed out the weak and only keep the best. Turning around, Jae-hyun calls out. He tells Kim Yoo-jung they need to move and find shelter right away since they are stuck here for 3 days. This demi-planet holds plenty of useful survival resources, like traps that yield rations, hidden healing pools, and even safe shelters. The local ecosystem provides everything required to forage. If they want to survive the full 3 days, shelter is absolutely key. Securing shelter comes first way before hunting for points. But then Kim Yoo-jung suddenly stops Jae-hyun with a quick suggestion. Wait, wouldn't they be much safer if they teamed up with her? Jae-hyun blinks in total confusion, wondering who he means. She is a magic cadet too, so having one more ally makes sense. Jae-hyun scowls, weighing his options. Why is his friend suddenly making so much sense? Teaming up with Seo In-ah is definitely the smartest option here. Yet he cannot shake off his deep suspicions. He knows that she is completely unpredictable and impossible to control. The rumors about her are terrifying. She once lost control of her rage, putting countless innocent lives in grave danger. Jae-hyun points out they cannot make rash choices. How can they be sure she won't just betray them? Besides, she clearly doesn't trust them either. Kim Yoo-jung glances over at her, completely stunned by this dark warning. Yoo-jung looks at her and sees a flash of Jae-hyun. She casually tells him that the girl is exactly like he was when they were kids. Yoo-jung quickly steps towards Seo In-ah, completely ignoring Jae-hyun as he calls out for her to wait. Smiling brightly, she asks if she wants to join their team since they are mages too, her eyes shifting slightly to the side. Yu-jung keeps trying her best to convince her, arguing that mages are way more effective when fighting in large groups. But hearing this, Seo-in-ah calmly cuts her off, saying they should probably decide on that later. Following her gaze, a shadow swoops down as dust storms up, revealing two figures. Jung Sang yells out in excitement that they found three freshmen, boasting that this year will be an absolute breeze for them. Beside him, So-yoon frowns in deep confusion. She was sure her radar only detected two signals, but seeing three people standing right there makes her freeze. She is completely baffled, wondering how she could have missed one of them. Why couldn't she sense him at all? Jae-hyun quietly observes the newcomers, noting how obvious they are. Realizing the danger, Yu-jung quickly warns the others that those seniors are warriors and they should probably run away. But Jae-hyun has other plans and tells them they need to capture them instead since escaping is impossible. He quickly calculates his moves, remembering that So-yoon possesses a special tracking ability with a massive 300-kilometer range. As So-yoon searches the area with glowing eyes, Jae-hyun realizes that if they do not defeat these two now, they will just call for backup. Meanwhile, Jung Sang is already boasting about the feast he will buy with their points. So-yoon glares at him and warns him not to be careless because that handsome kid feels dangerous. But Jung Sang just scoffs, arguing that he is only a freshman and this isn't their first rodeo. With that, he charges straight ahead. Promising to finish them in a split second, the big guy swings. Jae-hyun watches with freezing cold eyes, casually slipping past the blade at the very last second. Jung Sang gasps in shock and even So-yoon is left utterly stunned. Her caution grows as she mutters that she knew something was off about him. Jae-hyun calmly notes that it has been a while since anyone dared swing a sword at him. Yet Jung Sang is still clueless, chalking it up to pure luck. He silently fumes, refusing to believe a mere freshman could be this good without him ever hearing about it. Roaring that he is just a weak mage, Jung Sang charges forward once again, putting everything into his next series of strikes. Yet Jae-hyun effortlessly dodges every single blow without even trying to strike back. Within moments, Jung Sang is drenched in sweat, panic setting in. His terror peaks when Jae-hyun casually grabs his bare blade with his bare hand. Jae-hyun leans in close, mocking Jung Sang by asking how someone with a body like his has even managed to survive this long. With a quick squeeze, he completely shatters the sword into pieces, leaving Seo-in-ah staring in absolute disbelief. He coldly demands the name tag in exchange for his life, giving him exactly 3 seconds to hand it over and get lost. Jung Sang is frozen in pure terror, staring at his shattered weapon, unable to comprehend this monster is a rookie. Crushed under Jae-hyun's suffocating aura, Jung Sang can only tremble in terror beneath that freezing glare. Jae-hyun calmly tells him not to complain about not getting a choice since he was the one who refused to take it. Jae-hyun immediately unleashes a brutal punch straight to the center of Jung Sang's face, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. As So-yoon freezes in shock, a light beam shoots down, leaving Saek-dae frowning as the system announces the elimination. He grumbles about the first rookie getting knocked out so quickly, but then a massive system notification pops up, showing Min Jae-hyun reaching 100,000 points. Yisu freezes in absolute shock, staring at the screen in disbelief. Stunned guides Park Ha-jun and Ryu scramble to verify the database, but the system shows absolutely no errors. When they ask guide Kim Ji-yeon if she sees any glitches on her end, she can only blankly reply that everything seems normal. From the sidelines, Chaeyoung watches the unfolding madness with a quiet chuckle, whispering Jae-hyun's name. Back on the battlefield, So-yoon screams in sheer frustration, demanding to know who he is, while Jae-hyun calmly tells Yu-jung to get ready. He tells her they need to take down the rest, sending a party invite and instructing her to accept immediately. She dazedly accepts, wondering in utter shock if he was always this monstrously powerful, as he extends an invite to Seo-in-ah as well. So-yoon watches them with gritted teeth, cursing her defeated partner for making things so complicated. She quickly analyzes the battlefield, knowing that a 1 versus 3 fight is suicide. Reaching into her bag, she pulls out 3 energy daggers, planning her next move. Her plan is to quickly eliminate one of them and make a swift retreat. Lunging forward with a dark, determined expression, she aims directly at Yu-jung, who gasps in utter shock. Jae-hyun watches closely, noting that her speed is actually pretty decent. Cold sweat drips down his face. Why? He is absolutely terrified of Jae-hyun, who just caught his blade bare-handed. Jae-hyun leans in close to mock Jung Sang. How did a weakling with such a pathetic body manage to survive? With a single squeeze, he shatters the sword. Seo-in-ah stands frozen, staring wide-eyed as Jae-hyun calmly issues a brutal ultimatum. He offers a simple deal. Hand over the name tag and walk. He gives him exactly 3 seconds, leaving Jung Sang completely paralyzed. The coward cannot believe his eyes. Staring at the shattered blade, he refuses to believe this monster is actually a rookie. Completely crushed by his aura, he cowers under that cold gaze. Jae-hyun calmly speaks up again, offering a warning. He warns him not to complain about not getting a choice. The moment those words leave his mouth, Jae-hyun strikes. His fist strikes Jung Sang dead center, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Watching from afar, So-yoon freezes in pure shock. Talk about a massive twist. A column of light beams down and the system announces that Shin Jung Sang is officially eliminated. He sighs, noting that the first rookie has already been knocked out. Right then, another system screen flashes, revealing the scores. The rookie has achieved a staggering 100,000 points. Isu stops dead, scanning the screen in total disbelief. Who is this guy? Guide Park Ha-jun scrambles to verify the data, but he confirms there are absolutely no system errors. He asks if everything is fine on her end. Guide Kim Ji-yeon blankly reports that her system shows the exact same. From a distance, Chaehyun is also quietly watching. He chuckles, repeating Chaehyun's name. Back on the battlefield, So-yoon snaps in anger. Who is he? She angrily snaps. Chaehyun completely ignores her, calmly telling Kim Yoo-jung to prepare for the remaining enemies. He tells her he is sending a party invite and urges her to accept immediately. She can only nod along in confusion. Kim Yoo-jung stands aside in total shock, wondering if he was always this strong. Seo In-ah is added to the group next, making So-yoon frown. She curses the defeated Jung Sang, realizing things just got complicated. Analyzing the situation, she knows fighting 3 is too risky. Even without that monster, a 3 versus 1 battle is suicide. So-yoon pulls 3 aura blades from her pouch, deciding to escape. With a dark expression, she suddenly lunges forward, launching a swift, aggressive attack directly at Kim Yoo-jung. Her target is wide-eyed. Kim Yoo-jung gasps in surprise. Chaehyun warily evaluates the incoming attack, admitting it is not bad. He instantly analyzes those blades. Thrown off by the rapid strike, the opponent spots an opening and quickly flees. Fleeing is So-yoon's best option. But things are never that simple. Seeing Kim Yoo-jung instantly deploy a barrier, So-yoon is completely stunned. Can she really react to this speed? Jae-hyun notes that her desperate strategy would only stand a chance if Kim Yoo-jung were just an ordinary fighter. Suddenly, So-yoon pivots to launch a linked attack tightly, clutching 4 throwing daggers in her palm. She halts her stride and hurls them. Kim Yoo-jung quickly raises her shield to block as Jae-hyun calmly watches the exchange. He figures fighting a senior is still pretty tough for Kim Yoo-jung, so he decides to help by channeling the holy light of Aphim. At the exact same time, Seo In-ah is already shaping a holy sword. Jae-hyun looks up completely stunned. He instantly recognizes Seo In-ah's special skill, the Mirror of Hem. A storm of blades rains down on So-yoon. She helplessly coughs up a mouthful of blood. Damn it. So-yoon finally realizes the truth. All 3 of them are absolute monsters. The system announces that player So-yoon has been eliminated. Based on contribution, player Kim Yoo-jung receives 50,000 points. Seo In-ah crosses her arms and asks, is she interrupted? Another notification rings out based on contribution player. Seo In-ah receives 50,000 points. Kim Yoo-jung cheerfully replies that not at all, she only won thanks to her. Then she asks if that previous proposal still stands. Meanwhile, Min Jae-hyun plots, realizing he needs to update his information on her. Right now, his impression of Seo In-ah is that she is quiet and untrustworthy. Suddenly, Seo In-ah casts a sharp glance right at him. Min Jae-hyun is quite intrigued. Right then, a system alert pops up. You have formed a 3 out of 3 party. Leader is Min Jae-hyun with members Kim Yoo-jung and Seo In-ah. The scene shifts to the nightmare forest near the shelter where a massive footprint sits on the ground. Sung-hoon looks down, noting traces of passage. It seems they entered a shelter. He wonders in shock how rookies could possibly eliminate So-yoon and Shin Jung Sang. Sung-hoon then orders the group to stop searching and just keep watch around here. Rookie hunting is a 3-day game and those kids cannot just hide out forever. Let's see what they actually look like. Right now, Kim Yoo-jung is keeping guard nearby when a sudden beam of light flashes, piercing right through Sung-hoon's chest. Immediately after, the system displays that player Kim Sung-hoon is eliminated. Jin Hyuk instantly tenses up and spins around. Catching a glimpse of her fleeing figure, he roars in anger. The others hurriedly chase after Kim Yoo-jung to capture her. Her eyes darken as she calculates, are there 5 of them? She exhales a slow breath. Great, everything is going incredibly smoothly. Finally, Kim Yoo-jung turns around to mock them, comparing them to dogs chasing a bone, asking if they feel any shame traveling in such a massive group. This drives Jin Hyuk absolutely wild with rage. He demands she freeze while Kim Yoo-jung internally laughs at how incredibly simple this is. The scene flashes back to earlier, where Jae-hyun was laying out the strategy, carefully explaining the issue. The shelter might be safe, but they cannot stay cooped up forever. Jae-hyun points out they must venture out for food, and more importantly, they need to secure points. Kim Yoo-jung stares blankly while Seo In-ah quickly catches on, asking if he means they should fight back. Jae-hyun confirms it. He planned the exact raid that Kim Yoo-jung is currently executing. They are going to hunt some seniors. Suddenly, she dashes past a glowing object and a warning screen flashes. Level 1 creatures live here. Kim Yoo-jung's eyes gleam with satisfaction. She found it successfully, luring them just like planned. Though her stamina is draining fast, the system alerts that her active skill, Gale, has been successfully activated. Kim Yoo-jung leaves the rest to Min Jae-hyun. In her heart, she knows that failure means certain death. Another warning window pops up, alerting that she has entered the habitat of paralyzing spore mushrooms. Before school started, Min Jae-hyun had sought out Lee Ji-sang to gather intel on how to deal with these paralyzing mushroom spores during the rookie hunt. Lee Ji-sang pondered, if for a moment recalling their growth patterns to find a counter. The sap from an ash tree might be best, since it is easily sourced in the nightmare forest. However, it only cures the paralysis rather than preventing it entirely. Even with just that small bit of information, Jae-hyun was incredibly thrilled, quickly expressing his deep gratitude for the help. Back in the nightmare forest, the pursuing seniors suddenly begin to panic as they realize something is very wrong. Jin Hyuk shouts for everyone to wait, but it is already far too late to stop their momentum. By the time they freeze in their tracks, they find themselves standing deep inside the deadly zone of paralyzing spores. Sensing the highly unusual atmosphere, one of them nervously warns Jin Hyuk that they should probably retreat. But Jin Hyuk is already succumbing to the paralysis, his bloodshot eyes widening in sheer horror as the system warns, with terrifying red veins bulging out. Suddenly, a cold system notification rings out, warning that creature, a Tier 1 beast, stirs on the opposite side, making a sudden commotion that forces the crowd to quickly turn their attention. Meanwhile, the seniors are still wandering the area with nothing to show for it. An annoyed Jin Hyuk snaps at them. How dare you guys talk about giving up after we made it this far? Since we are here, we must be careful. One single slip-up and everything is over. Seeing his stubbornness, Young-hoon tries to step in and stop him out of worry. He warns him to stop chasing. But Jin Hyuk immediately shouts back, bringing up how Sung-hoon was beaten by some random rookie. He asks what he is thinking, spouting such nonsense. Facing the harsh scolding, the guy can only tremble in silence. He nervously mutters that getting outsmarted by a rookie is fine, but they could end up poisoned if they keep going. Hellring this, Jin Hyuk remembers that the paralyzing mushroom spores have a massive poison range of up to 50 meters. He confidently reasons that the little brat will get poisoned too, ordering Young-hoon to stay back and guard the outer perimeter. While he watches the safe zone, the rest will follow him, declaring that any cheap tricks are completely useless against them now. He figures the girl is just bait to lure them into a trap, mockingly adding that they are being severely underestimated by amateurs. He fumes over a mere rookie daring to trick them, and the whole group charges forward. Sure enough, Yoo-jung's small figure appears ahead. Jin Hyuk excitedly yells out to catch her, cursing at the girl for making them chase her all this way. He wonders where else she could possibly run. Spotting the pursuers, Yoo-jung feels a brief wave of panic wash over her. But she quickly calms herself down and shouts a defiance, telling them they are completely finished if they dare step any closer. She asks who wants a piece of her first. Getting toyed with by a kid makes Jin Hyuk absolutely blow his top. He orders his team to seize her, yelling that her arrogance ends today. Yet Yoo-jung does not flinch one bit. Instead, she gets incredibly excited. Having calculated the perfect distance, she prepares to unleash a spell directly beneath them. She detonates a paralyzing mushroom spore, which will instantly freeze all living things within 50 meters for 2 whole hours. Flashback to a few minutes earlier, Yoo-jung curiously asks Jae-hyun what he is searching for in this barren forest. She wonders what could be so important here besides trees. Looking at the link on his hand, Jae-hyun calmly reassures her. He asks her to be patient, since they are on track, noting that this particular event highly favors physical melee fighters. Seo-in-ah chimes in to agree, pointing out that only being allowed to use lower-tier skills is a massive disadvantage. Relying on basic Class C skills and below is a severe handicap for mages, and Jae-hyun quickly agrees with her. He points out that natural-born warriors do not care about this limit, since their low-tier skills are already strong. Mages are only a threat with high-tier magic. Hellring, this explanation makes Yoo-jung let out a sleepy, bored yawn. She sighs that while Seo-in-ah has special skills to fall back on, her own power has been completely sealed away. All she has left are a few simple buffs and basic skills, leaving her wondering how they can even win. Jae-hyun slowly explains that they just need a clever strategy to make full use of those basic spells. When he asks if she can cast transposition, she proudly nods, reminding him that she practically taught him magic theory. Seo-in-ah curiously chimes in, defining transposition as a simple position swap spell, but wonders how that helps them here. Jae-hyun suddenly cheers in excitement as he extracts some ash tree sap, plotting a very fun game using that swap spell. Back in the present, a massive explosion suddenly echoes from the forbidden mushroom zone, signaling the trap has sprung. Hellring the signal, Jae-hyun immediately gives the order to start, and a prepared Seo-in-ah nods in agreement. Inside the toxic mushroom zone, the arrogant seniors are left coughing and struggling to recover from the impact of the sudden blast. Jin-hyuk furiously curses at the crazy girl just as a system notification pops up in front of his eyes. The active skill transposition is triggered, and Yoo-jung gleefully bids them goodbye since her turn is officially over. She instantly vanishes from the dangerous spore zone, leaving nothing but empty air behind. A split second later, Jae-hyun materializes high up in the air, ready to drop straight down on his target with a smug smile. He delivers a brutal kick directly to Jin-hyuk's face, teasingly announcing that it is finally his turn to play. The impact sends Jin-hyuk flying backward, blood spraying from his nose as he hits the ground with a thud. He collapses completely, sending shockwaves through the soil that make the surrounding toxic mushrooms bounce up in the air. Feeling his combat power plummeting rapidly, a desperate Jin-hyuk struggles to sit up and curses his opponent. He mocks Jae-hyun for being a fool who willingly stepped right into the paralyzing spore zone with them. Since he anticipated a trap, he kept a guard outside, meaning they are finished the moment the spores clear out. Before Jin-hyuk can even finish his sentence, Min Jae-hyun coldly shatters his hope. Hate to disappoint you, but that guy is not coming. Before being logged out of the game, Jin-hyuk screams in complete disbelief, demanding to know what the hell is going on. Just then, bad news arrives from outside the Forbidden Zone. Player Bak Song-hyuk has been eliminated. He collapses on the ground, his eyes wide with pure terror. From the agonizing pain of repeated stab wounds, and the one who took him down is none other than a key member of Seo In-a's team. Point notifications start flooding in. Players Min Jae-hyun, Kim Yoo-jung, and Seo In-a have just been awarded 100,000 points. Meanwhile, inside the Forbidden Zone, Jin-hyuk writhes on the floor, unable to even close his eyes due to the sheer humiliation of his defeat. Min Jae-hyun smirks, telling him that he already warned him the guy would never show up. Unable to accept this devastating loss, Jin-hyuk grits his teeth so hard that his entire body starts trembling. Incapable of containing his blinding rage, Jin-hyuk suddenly explodes in anger. He screams to just wait 2 hours for the poison to wear off so he can turn the tables on them all by himself. As he lies there howling threats, Min Jae-hyun only sneers, asking if he really thinks he will ever be allowed to do that. Watching him stroll casually through the Forbidden Zone, Jin-hyuk is utterly dumbfounded. How on earth is he moving without being affected by the toxic spores? He keeps muttering that it makes no sense. Min Jae-hyun coldly replies that indeed it does, but he should tell it to God. The real reason Min Jae-hyun is completely immune to the paralyzing mushroom spores is actually all thanks to the sacred blessing of the goddess. Min Jae-hyun slowly closes the distance, driving Jin-hyuk into a terrified frenzy as he screams for him to get away and stay back. In an instant, his desperate whines cut off, replaced by a blood-curdling shriek as the sharp, metallic scent of fresh blood fills the air. The remaining upperclassmen immediately plunge into absolute panic, instinctively stepping backward as pure terror takes over their minds. The system announcement chimes in, confirming that player Jin-hyuk has been fully eliminated, while Min Jae-hyun, Kim Yoo-jung, Seo In-a receive another 100,000 points. Eyeing the survivors with cold hunger, Min Jae-hyun notes that only 3 targets are left. Without giving them a single second to react, he ruthlessly finishes them off. Meanwhile, news of the sudden massacre reaches the outside world. Yoo is left completely speechless with shock, unable to believe what just happened. After 30 minutes, the rookie leaderboard updates. Min Jae-hyun is first, followed by Kim Yoo-jung, Seo In-a, An Hoseon, Lee Soo-hyo, Cha Joo-hyun, and An Hoseon in 7th. After that intense skirmish, Min Jae-hyun's team finally takes a moment to rest. Kim Yoo-jung quickly pulls out a mana recovery potion to drink. She downs the entire vial in a single gulp, and seeing how exhausted she is, Seo In-a asks if she is doing okay. Kim Yoo-jung lets out a long sigh and says she should be fine now. Hearing this, Seo In-a immediately presses for confirmation to be absolutely sure. She asks if they can keep moving, and with her eyes shining bright, Kim Yoo-jung eagerly urges her on to keep going. They both stand up and resume their journey. After walking a few paces, Seo In-a casually brings up a curious observation about Min Jae-hyun. He seems to possess deep knowledge of magic, and she never imagined that transposition could be utilized in such an ingenious way. Kim Yoo-jung quickly corrects her, explaining that he only became a magician recently, not even 3 months ago, and she actually taught him. Hellring, this completely stuns Seo In-a, who stammers in shock, asking if that means Min Jae-hyun originally wanted to become a physical warrior. Kim Yoo-jung excitedly shares the whole story, explaining that just a few months back he was entirely focused on close-quarters combat. Back then, he had absolutely zero interest in magic. But what really surprises her is how Min Jae-hyun knew about the birch sap. She wonders where he could have possibly learned about it, especially since he remained completely unaffected by the paralyzing poison. It is truly a mystery, and Seo In-a can only nod along in agreement. After walking a bit further, the entire group finally reunites. Kim Yoo-jung waves and calls out to Min Jae-hyun. He chuckles playfully, teasing them about whether they have finally recovered from the paralysis. She confidently scoffs in response, boasting that, of course, they are fine since she only had to run and recite a quick spell. She then turns the question to Seo In-ah, who is caught off guard by her name being called, and softly replies she is fine too. As soon as they get close, they immediately start bickering. Kim Yoo-jung laughs aloud, offering some praise that sounds more like a tease. She tells Jae-hyun that his plan was actually not bad, and that he seems a bit different and slightly less foolish today. Annoyed by the blunt insult, he playfully squeezes her mouth shut, warning her not to speak to him like that. Surprisingly, Seo In-ah finds herself reacting to that comment as well. Foolish or not, she secretly thinks he looks quite handsome, her eyes locking onto him. She analyzes him up and down before suddenly catching herself having such distracting thoughts. Shaking it off, she quickly snaps back to reality. Now is really not the time to be daydreaming about romance when they need to stay focused. On their very first night, the group sets up a defensive barrier around their shelter, but instead of resting, Jae-hyun immediately begins brewing a special potion. Watching the liquid bubble and boil, Seo In-ah cannot help but ask what he is making. He calmly replies that it is a stamina recovery elixir, explaining that he learned how to brew it from an older close friend just to be fully prepared for emergencies. Right now, Lee Ji-sang is crying, his eyes out over his rare, precious ingredients vanishing into thin air. Thinking back to that moment, Jae-hyun thinks back awkwardly. He had actually failed more than 100 times during his training. Hellring this, Yoo-jung interrupted with her usual sarcasm. Hey, what do you mean by an acquaintance? You do not even have a single friend. He immediately fires back, shutting her up instantly. Right, because you have so many friends besides me. Yoo-jung clutches her chest, gasping as if she is deeply hurt. In contrast, Seo In-ah is filled with absolute admiration, quietly murmuring, Jae-hyun, you are seriously impressive. You do not act like you are our age at all. You seem way too experienced, almost like you are 10 years older. Hellring this highly sensitive topic, he freezes for a few seconds as panic creeps in. What is this? Her intuition is way too sharp. She even nailed the exact number of years. Yoo-jung suddenly stands right up, yelling out, all right, enough chatter, everyone. If we are heading out tomorrow, we need to put some food in our stomachs. Just wait here, I will whip up something. Jae-hyun speaks up, looking deeply concerned. What, no way, I am fine, let us just eat some fruit or something. She pouts. Hey, no way, do you not trust me? He nods his head instantly with a firm, absolute look. Trust you. Tell me, what color was that cookie you made in cooking class? Mentioning this instantly deflates Yoo-jung's confident attitude. She mumbles defensively that it was purple. Meanwhile, Seo In-ah, imagining a delicious, beautifully baked treat, asks in pure curiosity, did you add blueberry jam? But Jae-hyun immediately exposes the brutal truth. No, she did not. She is just a terrible cook. He actually threw up so bad back then that Yoo-jung had to scream for his mother. Auntie Jae-hyun is completely knocked out. Thinking back to that nightmare, he sighs softly. I do not know how to cook either. That is when Seo In-ah steps in with an offer. I know how to cook a bit, so why do I not make us some food? Surprised, Jae-hyun quickly checks with her. You can cook, Seo In-ah, she answers shyly. I live with my grandmother, so I cook for her every single day. With that, Seo In-ah rolls up her sleeves. Watching her work so confidently, Jae-hyun realizes he barely knows anything about her family. Does she live alone with her grandmother? Because of some issues with her parents. After a while of preparing, Seo In-ah finally reaches the seasoning stage. Looking at the appetizing dish, she signals excitedly that it is finally done. The mouth-watering aroma hits their noses, making it impossible for the two to resist. They quickly grab their spoons for a taste. The rich, savory flavor immediately causes a massive explosion of taste on their tongues. Yoo-jung happily dives in to hug Seo In-ah, squealing in delight. This is delicious. Jae-hyun cannot stop praising the food either. He never expected they would get to eat such a gourmet meal in a place like this. Seeing her teammates so satisfied, Seo In-ah is hit with a strange sense of happiness. It has been so long since she felt this warm and appreciated. Meanwhile, inside the central control room, the instructors and Principal Gu Cha-in keep their eyes glued to the screens. Kim Seok-dae reports in disappointment, noting that despite high expectations, their top student An Ho-seon is only in 4th place. Shockingly, the top 2 spots are held by mages. Instructor Yu raises a suspicious doubt, wondering if there is a system error since nothing else makes sense. On the contrary, Principal Gu Cha-in is absolutely thrilled. His eyes stay locked onto the ranking board with a highly mysterious smile. He mutters that this is highly interesting. Normally, only those in the martial arts track can pull off a performance like this. So what exactly is happening here? A bunch of low-grade mages are completely outclassing the martial arts seniors and taking the lead. Scheming something, Gu Cha-in issues an order. Kim Ji-on play back the footage around the paralyzing spore mushroom area. She complies immediately. The screen pauses right on the moment Jae-hyun's boot violently collides with Oh Jin-hyuk's face. The sheer intensity of the battle leaves the principal deeply suspicious. Such tactical judgment and raw courage in a life-or-death situation, plus the physical strength to overpower a martial class fighter. It is simply mind-blowing for a mage to pull this off. Even more shocking, it is almost impossible to believe that he is just a freshman. Gu Chaeyan's eyes quickly drift to the neat file on his desk. This is Jae-hyun's personal folder. Cooking up a wild, borderline crazy scheme, the principal calls out loudly to the director. Park Ha-jun reports back immediately. She found Jae-hyun's information as requested, though she cannot verify if it is entirely accurate. Hearing this vague response, Gu Chaeyan asks with a sharp, demanding tone, "What do you mean you are not sure?" Frowning deeply at her hesitation, he firmly commands her to stay calm and just spit it out. "What is the issue?" Handing over the papers with shaking fingers, Park Ha-jun stammers out that his magic sensitivity level is at 70%. This impossibly high number for an unknown rookie makes Gu Chaeyan jump out of his seat. "What?" She continues reading, revealing that Jae-hyun's potential is actually 97%. The absurdly high stats completely blow him away. 97. The dead silence in the room makes Park Ha-jun grow incredibly tense. But a second later, the room fills with a creepy chuckle. Gu Chaeyan clicks his tongue in pure satisfaction. Excellent, this kid Jae-hyun. He wants to see with his own eyes what he can do. Kim Seok-dae wonders just how talented this student really is, asking if the principal plans to personally interfere. Right then, a devious glint flashes across Gu Chaeyan's eyes. The man lowers his voice, telling him to plan something truly entertaining. Reading between the lines, Kim Seok-dae quickly promises to get everything ready. Meanwhile, deep inside the forest, the ruthless hunting continues without a single moment of rest. Piercing screams echo through the dense trees as Jae-hyun's team racks up an unbelievable number of points in the blink of an eye. A massive reward of 100,000 points is granted to Min Jae-hyun, Kim Yoo-jung, and Seo In-ah, making Kim Yoo-jung shout with pure joy. He cheers that they finally have 100,000 points, but Jae-hyun calmly cuts in, telling the team that this is more than enough. Confused by their sudden departure from the safe zone, Seo In-ah questions why they are leaving their shelter so quickly. Evaluating the tense situation, Jae-hyun explains that they have no choice since the other academy students are now too terrified to even enter this nightmare forest. Beside them, Seo In-ah nods in agreement. Jae-hyun adds that they must keep moving if they want to secure even more points. With a wide yawn, Kim Yoo-jung mutters that there is no other way, telling everyone to pack up and get ready to move out. Kim Yoo-jung asks what the highest record for a freshman is, and Seo In-ah quickly replies that it stands at 140,000 points. Jae-hyun notes that Seo In-ah is surprisingly competitive and curious, making a mental note of it before suggesting they head out. But suddenly from the other side of the woods, a faint rustling sound echoes. Even with such a tiny disturbance, Jae-hyun instantly senses the danger. Alerting his team immediately, he tells them to hold their ground because something is coming. Right as the words leave his mouth, a blinding, freezing slash rips through the air, heading straight for Jae-hyun's group. The massive pressure radiating from this strike is absolutely overwhelming, shaking the very atmosphere around them. Jae-hyun instantly realizes that this attack is far beyond a mere C-rank skill. Suddenly, a system warning flashes on screen. The subspace connection is highly unstable, temporarily disabling all restrictions placed on the students. As the restrictions are lifted, a familiar aura makes Seo In-ah gasp in shock, realizing that the attacker must be someone they already know. Kim Yoo-jung quickly recovers his footing and frantically asks if Jae-hyun is alright, completely baffled by how a freshman could possess such power. Never taking his eyes off the mysterious attacker, Jae-hyun whispers that he never expected they would cross paths again in this manner. He calls out to An Ho-seon, but the boy just hangs his head, gasping for air in pure exhaustion. Observing this highly abnormal behavior, Jae-hyun wonders if his target is even conscious of his surroundings. Beside him, Seo In-ah senses the dark truth and shouts a warning. She warns them to stay back, realizing the boy has completely lost his mind, looking as though some dark entity is possessing him. Rage flares in Jae-hyun's chest as he realizes Gu Chaeyan is behind this. Before his regression, a similar tragedy had struck. The Grand Milet Academy festival, meant to be a joyous celebration for the freshmen, was suddenly turned into a horrific bloodbath. The culprit was none other than Gu Chaeyan's terrifying brainwashing skill. Once the principal's corrupt actions were exposed to the public, he was cornered, forcing him to orchestrate this ultimate tragedy just to distract the world while he quietly vanished. Many innocent students lost their lives that day before the principal escaped. It was also the very day Kim Yoo-jung sacrificed his own life to save Jae-hyun. Across from them now, the possessed Ho-seon fiercely tightens his grip on his sword. A freezing wave of murderous intent rolls off him, forcing everyone back. Yet Jae-hyun only feels a deep rising worry. His primary focus is to break the spell and save his friend. Just then, a familiar system alert pings in his ear. Reading the glowing screen, he realizes a sub-quest has triggered, tasking him with saving the student currently under mind control. The target has completely lost his free will to a dark curse, and Jae-hyun must break the spell to save his life. The difficulty is C rank, offering one blank card as a reward. He has exactly 1 hour 59 minutes and 59 seconds. The potential loss of a blank card fires up his determination, making him smirk at the legendary prize waiting for him. Seeing Jae-hyun step forward alone, Kim Yoo-jung tries to run after him, shouting that he is going to help fight. But Jae-hyun immediately stops his friend, telling him to take the others and evacuate the area as fast as possible. He even jokes that they should harvest some extra points on their way out. Stunned by his relaxed attitude, Seo In-ah freezes. She demands to know how he expects to defeat An Ho-seon, the ultimate martial arts prodigy of their entire generation. Jae-hyun simply turns around with a calm smile, asking if they honestly think he is going to lose this fight. Taken aback by his absolute confidence, Seo In-ah hesitates for a second before letting her deep worry melt into pure trust. She yields, telling him they will retreat. Kim Yoo-jung gaps in disbelief, demanding to know if she has lost her mind too. But catching the fierce determination in her eyes, Kim Yoo-jung lets out a defeated sigh, agreeing to follow her lead. He grumbles that they will rack up as many points as possible, warning Jae-hyun to stay safe and resolve this quickly. Telling Seo In-ah to move, he runs off. Watching their retreating figures disappear, Jae-hyun finally lets out a relaxed sigh. It does not take long. Rewinding to about an hour ago, An Ho-seon was still busy hunting down targets. Looking at his points, he mutters, 600,000. Somehow he managed to survive the last 2 days. Just one more day and this game is finally over. The current freshman rankings show some interesting results. Min Jae-hyun is first, Dojung second, Ia third, An Ho-seon fourth, Lee Soo-hyuk fifth, and Cha Ju-hyun sixth. This leaderboard is absolutely shocking. An Ho-seon is surprised. He thought he was doing pretty well, but catching up to first place seems almost impossible. That top spot is held by a mage, a magic class with heavy restrictions, yet his entire team dominates. He remembers Min Jae-hyun, single-handedly wiping out that entire goblin army back then, a visual that still haunts his mind. But instead of feeling jealous, An Ho-seon genuinely respects the guy. He knew all along that Min Jae-hyun was just better. Closing his eyes, he takes a deep, steadying breath. Game face on. But right as he stands up, everything changes. An Ho-seon mutters that he needs to push harder. Suddenly, before he can even finish his sentence, a screen pops up. A broadcast from the control room flickers to life. Guess who is calling the scheming principal? Gu Chai-in. An Ho-seon freezes. The moment the young warrior looks at the screen, the principal activates a sinister puppet spell. Claiming he just needs a small favor, Gu Chai-in releases a dark wave of magic that instantly breaches the boy's mind. Intense pain shoots through An Ho-seon. He screams out in agony, while the game system begins flashing red with alerts. A mental invasion warning flashes. An Ho-seon desperately tries to resist, but his consciousness is rapidly swallowed up by Gu Chai-in. Dazed, he can only mutter hollow, meaningless questions. Once his mind is fully dominated, he becomes a simple puppet. An Ho-seon falls into a trance. His brainwashed mind accepts a singular directive, reminding himself of what must be done. He attacks Min Jae-hyun like a mindless killing machine. A brutal sword strike tears through the air with terrifying speed. The crushing blade is about to slice his skin. Min Jae-hyun calmly steps aside, effortlessly avoiding the lethal blow. Min Jae-hyun slips the attack, keeping his eyes locked on his classmate. Meanwhile, An Ho-seon immediately readies his next strike. Unleashing an A-rank skill, ultimate martial arts. Acting like a programmed weapon, An Ho-seon bends his knees for power, then launches himself forward at an insane speed. Gripping his sword and shield, he executes a flurry of strikes. Min Jae-hyun is forced to defend. He notes that An Ho-seon is vastly more skilled than he was just days ago. It is almost unrecognizable. Min Jae-hyun realizes that a battle of pure stamina puts him at a disadvantage. This is annoying. A heavy clash against his shield sends Min Jae-hyun flying 10 meters back. Mid-air, he spins to regain his footing. Min Jae-hyun quickly recovers, landing safely. He triggers his speed boost skill to plunge right back into the action. He rushes straight toward his opponent. In a flash, Min Jae-hyun materializes directly behind An Ho-seon before he can react. Min Jae-hyun detonates his light Gu Chai-in skill. Sensing the danger, An Ho-seon flinches just as a blinding explosion erupts. But even amid the blast, An Ho-seon somehow swings his blade, unleashing a massive wave of counterforce in response. The resulting shockwave blasts An Ho-seon backward. He quickly digs his heels into the dirt to arrest his momentum. Min Jae-hyun closely watches this display. Absolute martial genius. He chooses not to press the attack, immediately waiting it out. The dust slowly clears. Min Jae-hyun analyzes his opponent's mechanical footwork, noting the strange, unnatural flow in his movements. The boy is reacting purely on muscle memory, moving faster than his eyes can even track the incoming strikes. Min Jae-hyun sighs. This brainwashed fighter is far more dangerous than he originally anticipated. definitely not an easy fight. He could end this quickly by unleashing his ultimate to snap him out of it, but there is one problem. Someone is watching. Specifically, the puppet master is likely waiting to see how he handles a talent like An Ho-seon. Ending the fight too easily would be boring. He will give the observer a show, but at a price. Watching the broadcast, Yu is completely glued to the screen. Honestly, can you even blame him for being this shocked? What on earth is he witnessing? A mage class is fighting exactly like a seasoned close-quarters warrior. It seems utterly impossible. A magic-based class should never be able to casually overwhelm a top martial artist like An Ho-seon. In his experience, a wizard can never beat a fighter so easily. That is an undeniable universal truth. So how is Jae-hyun pulling this off? Back in the monitoring room, Principal Gu Chae-in watches the battle with amusement. He murmurs how interesting this is. Back on the battlefield, An Ho-seon's sword is driven deeply into the ground. The pungent smell of fresh blood fills the air as the young warrior crouches on the dirt shivering. Jae-hyun approaches slowly. He tells him that he never wanted things to go this far, admitting An Ho-seon is strong. He assures him that he will be fine. Right after he activates his flash bomb skill, the moment it detonates the monitoring screen, for the principal and his staff goes completely white. Kim Seok-dae panics and screams out asking what is going on and why the feed is cut. Park Ha-jun stammers in absolute panic. Over on their side, Cha-in snatches the remote control right out of Kim Ji-yeon's hands. He frantically mashes the buttons, desperate to do something, but it is completely useless. The monitor only crackles with static and stays blank. Seeing this, Kim Ji-yeon quietly makes his guess. He thinks the kid used some kind of spell to block their view. Crushing the remote in pure rage, Chain growls out the words, "Flash bomb." Exactly, that has to be it. He turns to instructor Kim Seok-dae and orders him to bring the student Jae-hyun straight to his office once the event wraps up. A bit hesitant, Kim Seok-dae tries to voice his concern, asking if making such a hasty decision right now is really a good idea. But Chae-in gets right in his face, warning him. He asks instructor Kim why he thinks Jae-hyun used a spell to block their view in the first place, especially when the kid was clearly in a position to win. As Kim stammers in fear, Chae-in cuts him off. Chae-in squeezes Kim's shoulder tightly, muttering that Chae-hyun certainly knows exactly how to make himself look incredibly intriguing. The moment that flash bomb went off, the entire area suddenly fell into a strangely quiet, heavy silence. Ho-seon collapses onto the ground. His breath is shallow and heavy, but he desperately tries to force himself to stay calm. Standing just a short distance away, Jae-hyun cautiously scans their surroundings. Once he confirms everything is clear and safe, he finally makes his move. He slowly approaches his opponent to save him. Jae-hyun gently reaches his hands out, placing them on his head. He closes his eyes as if trying to sense something. Suddenly, the quiet air erupts with a violent gust of wind. His active skill, Absolute Calculation, is finally online. Right on cue, a sharp system chime echoes in his ears. The system alerts him that the scan is complete and the target is ready to have the brainwashing effect fully purged. Within moments, Ho-seon starts to snap out of it. His eyes fly open, chest heaving, gasping in sudden shock. He is absolutely terrified as reality floods back. Spotting Jae-hyun, Ho-seon stammers, asking who he is. Jae-hyun just smiles warmly. Jae-hyun asks if he is alright. Ho-seon struggles to his feet, stammering that he is fine, but a sudden sharp cry cuts him off. He has zero strength left to even stand, but his voice is still working fine as he yells in pain. Jae-hyun rubs the back of his neck, apologizing. He explains that Ho-seon suddenly attacked him, forcing him to get a little rough. Ho-seon is absolutely shocked. He asks how that is even possible, and why on earth he would ever attack him. Jae-hyun casually brushes it off, explaining it was likely some form of mind control magic. The news leaves Ho-seon completely speechless. He tries to piece together what happened before everything went dark. He cannot recall much, but a faint echoing voice lingers in his mind. Mind control magic is rank A at the very least, but the exam rules clearly state that only rank C skills are allowed. Jae-hyun is just as curious about this discrepancy. He admits he has no idea, guessing there might be a system glitch, or perhaps someone is pulling the strings from behind the scenes. That thought makes Ho-seon realize something is incredibly wrong. Even if the virtual space glitched, no student could pull off high-tier magic like this. He asks if Jae-hyun knows who is responsible. Although Jae-hyun already knows exactly who is behind this and why he keeps his mouth shut and simply offers a quiet smile. He refuses to drop any names, but he notes that anyone capable of using high-level skills like this must hold a powerful position. Once they spend enough time at Milet Academy, it will become obvious what kind of ruthless man Gu Chae-in truly is. A moment later, the system chime rings with a congratulatory message. The quest to rescue the brainwashed student is officially complete. He has earned a blank card. Meanwhile, Ho-seon struggles to sit up silently, groaning about how completely wrecked his body feels. He glances over at Jae-hyun, completely amazed by the fact that the guy does not have a single scratch on him. He wonders if this is his ultimate limit. Even though he was brainwashed, he still feels incredibly guilty for causing this mess. He apologizes deeply, but Jae-hyun simply waves it off with a polite smile, telling him there is absolutely no need to apologize. Now that he can move on his own, Jae-hyun bids him good luck and turns to leave. But Ho-seon quickly calls out to stop him. Ho-seon throws something over. Jae-hyun catches it. It is on Ho-seon's name tag. Confused, Jae-hyun asks what he is doing. If he gives up his tag, he will be disqualified. But Ho-seon just smiles, admitting he is nowhere near Jae-hyun's level anyway. Besides, he lost fair and square, so handing it over is only right. He vows that next time the outcome will be different. At the upcoming Milet Academy festival, he promises to win it back. With that, Ho-seon logs out of the game zone. He leaves Jae-hyun standing there in complete silence. Suddenly, the system announces that Min Jae-hyun, Kim Yoo-jung, and Seo In-ah have earned 10,000 points. A single name tag is worth 10,000 points. Staring at it, Jae-hyun grips the tag tightly in his palm, murmuring to himself. Each of those aura blades carries a value of 10,000 points. Gripping his name tag tightly, he whispers to himself, "Good luck," but for him it was completely different. He finally held the martial arts talent he had long yearned for, and a talented warrior had recognized his worth. Jae-hyun had been through so much since his regression, but this feeling was absolutely incredible and thrilling. This was likely just the beginning. For the first time, he felt true progress, putting his once helpless past behind him and taking steps forward step by step. It was time to keep moving. A few hours later, the game system's voice chimed to deliver a message. The 72-hour freshman hunt has ended. Calculating points. You have achieved a record-breaking score. You have successfully achieved 1,030,000 points. Returning to the real world. A second later, countless glowing lights emerged, filling the entire waiting hall. The Milet Academy students returned one by one. The disappointment was written all over their faces for having to leave the hunt so early. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun stood in a corner, muttering to himself under the suspicious and critical stares of the crowd gathered around him. 1,030,000 is not bad. Yoo-jung suddenly approached from behind, shouting in an annoyed voice, "Hey, that is a record-breaking score, so shouldn't you be happy? Don't you agree?" Unbelievably, In-ah was in the exact same state, her face turning pale as she lamented with deep regret. "Just 1 hour. If we only had 1 more hour, we could have hit 160,000 points. By then, she could only accept defeat. You two are so weird, but we can live comfortably with this many points." Suddenly, remembering something, Jae-hyun spoke up excitedly. "If we multiply our points by 10, that is the money we get, that means we made over 10 million won. In-ah could not believe her ears, stammering, "Is it that much?" He slowly explained that since he won and they tied for second with 248,000 points, they would get bonuses. Hearing this, Yoo-jung suddenly screamed in pure excitement, "A bonus too?" Jae-hyun replied with an annoyed look on his face. "It is around 1 million or so now, back off." He tried to push her away, but by now Yoo-jung was completely lost in pure joy, paying no attention to the little things. Grabbing In-ah into a tight hug, she kept cheering loudly. 1 million, In-ah, did I hear that right? 1 million. In-ah was flustered too, calculating their 2.48 million points. That meant 24.8 million won in just 3 days. Their wild celebration quickly drew the attention of everyone nearby. Jealous glares locked onto them, calling them arrogant show-offs, which made Jae-hyun wish he could sink into the ground in embarrassment. Everyone is staring, he thought, blushing and covering his face as he quietly slipped away from his two noisy friends. While they chatted excitedly, the crowd suddenly fell dead silent as instructor Seok-dae walked in with a very stern look. He introduced himself as Kim Seok-dae. Seok-dae. Startled, Yoo-jung quickly bowed, greeting him with a formal "Yes, instructor." In-ah also bowed politely, offering a greeting. Glancing toward the three of them, Seok-dae spoke in a low, serious tone. Indicating he had something to discuss with them, but not here, he suggested they move to a private space. Jae-hyun reacted instantly. He calmly asked if this talk was related to their performance during the hunt, catching the hidden meaning behind the instructor's words. Understanding the warning, Seok-dae could only look down and let out a soft sigh. Jae-hyun walked right past him, sounding completely unfazed. In-ah followed them curiously, quietly asking where they were heading. Before the instructor could even open his mouth, Jae-hyun chimed in, answering that they were going to the director's office. Seok-dae turned back to meet his cold, unfriendly gaze, confirming it with a slight nod. Only after a quiet pause did he finally speak, confirming that Gu-chan wanted to see Jae-hyun, Yoo-jung, and In-ah. Shortly after, the group arrived at Director Gu Chae-in's office. Taking a seat, Jae-hyun spoke coldly. He demanded to know where the director was, pointing out that they came because he requested a meeting, yet he was absent. Hearing his arrogant, disrespectful tone, Seok-dae knit his brows in anger but desperately forced himself to keep his emotions in check. The suffocating tension in the room left both girls feeling highly uneasy. Yoo-jung leaned over and whispered, asking what was wrong. Ina glanced back, signaling that she had no idea either. Seeing them standing so awkwardly, Seok-dae broke the silence. He told them to sit down and wait. Hearing his instruction, both girls immediately took their seats, too afraid to speak. 10 minutes slowly dragged by before the office door finally clicked open. The man stepping inside was none other than Jae-hyun. He offered a casual, friendly greeting, apologizing for his late arrival and asking if everyone had successfully gathered together. Seeing him, the two girls quickly stood up to greet him politely, introducing themselves as magic class students Yoo-jung and In-ah. Jae-hyun maintained his warm, gentle expression, replying that he already knew who they were. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun just sat there calmly. He bluntly complained about the delay, muttering that waiting had almost put him to sleep. His words instantly froze the room. Yoo-jung turned completely pale with fear, while In-ah felt her anxiety skyrocket. Seok-dae was absolutely furious at this blatant disrespect. He desperately wanted to teach the boy a lesson right then and there, wondering if he had completely lost his mind. The atmosphere grew increasingly dark and heavy, with absolute silence filling the room as everyone watched frozen for the next move. Right in front of Min Jae-hyun, Jae-hyun gets criticized so bluntly he does not even know where to hide his fake smile. It freezes completely. Trying to salvage things, he claims he just needed a little prep time. Min Jae-hyun cuts him off, stating that they are actually the ones who should feel embarrassed. They spent 4 grueling days fighting in the subspace with absolutely no time to even take a shower. There was simply no time to prepare. Jae-hyun chuckles awkwardly, saying he does not mind it at all. Silently watching the old man play his role, Min Jae-hyun knows this kindness is pure act. Moving back to business, Jae-hyun excitedly announces a highly attractive offer to make up for the trouble. He tells them not to worry, congratulating them for taking the top spots. They secured the top 3 spots in the freshman hunt, with Min Jae-hyun taking the crown as the champion. Min Jae-hyun downplays it, saying he could never have done it without the incredible efforts of his teammates. The director gets the message the kid is hiding his true strength. With a knowing laugh, he mentions he watched the test, wondering if the boy even tried his best. Breaking the record with an unbelievable 140,000 points is nothing short of legendary. Seo-in-ah mutters a bored thank you. Impatient Min Jae-hyun demands he get straight to the point. Jae-hyun freezes but quickly recovers his mask of calm to present the Academy's special offer. Milet Academy wants to offer some highly exclusive benefits, starting with free luxury housing at the Milet dorms. Second, they will get full access to Milet's premium training facilities completely free of charge. And third, if they fail an exam, they can retake it to completely wipe away the bad score. These massive privileges are listed out, but none of the 3 students look even remotely interested. To lock in these 3 incredible rewards, they just need to sign a formal partnership contract with Milet. I refuse. Min Jae-hyun flatly shuts him down, leaving the director frozen mid-air. Leaning back, Min Jae-hyun instantly tears down Milet's fake generosity, calling it out for what it is. Those perks are easy to get after just 1 month of hard work, especially since Milet favors pure skill anyway. Commission fees? No way. Min Jae-hyun snatches the contract right out of his hands. Flipping through the pages, his sharp eyes quickly scan the fine print to find the hidden trap. Reading the terms out loud, he questions the ridiculous conditions of becoming a Milet conqueror. Giving 30% of their hard-earned income to the school is not a reward, it is straight-up exploitation. His manipulation is caught red-handed, but he still tries to act like the victim, classic greedy boss move. With a sigh, the director claims the contract is optional and up to them. Yoo-jung and Seo-in-ah exchange silent glances, hesitating for a moment before making their final choice. No deal. They both refuse, leaving the principal absolutely furious beneath his calm mask. Forcing a polite tone, the principal hides his rage and calls it highly regrettable. Suddenly, Min Jae-hyun senses danger. Since sweet talk did not work, the director prepares to unleash his trump card. Activating his mind control skill, he claims he wants to give the boy another chance. Min Jae-hyun just stares right back, completely unfazed by the mental manipulation. The system blares a warning that someone is actively trying to hijack the host's mind. Instead of panicking, Min Jae-hyun smirked, having anticipated this very move, and immediately copies the man's skill. The pig blessing passive skill immediately kicks in, completely neutralizing the mental attack. Honestly, messing with this guy is way too much fun. His mind control attempt shatters in an instant, completely useless. With the job done, Min Jae-hyun announces that they are leaving. The system confirms he has successfully stolen the active skill, Brainwash, letting him seize control of weaker targets. By dominating their minds, he can force targets into total unquestioning obedience. With the massive upgrade secured, he casually suggests his friends go grab some food. 4 days in the subspace left him absolutely starving, and Yoo-jung dazedly agrees. Walking right past him, the trio exits, leaving Seok-dae fuming with absolute rage. Yoo-jung politely bids him goodbye, saying she hopes to see him again, while Seo-in-ah obediently waves farewell. Once the kids finally leave, Jae-hyun immediately turns on Kim Seok-dae, Seok-jae furious and demanding answers. The poor instructor sweats bullets under the intense pressure. Just when it seems a massive explosion is coming, Gu Cha-in calmly tells him he can leave now. The moment the door clicks shut, Gu Cha-in drops his polite facade. Watch closely, he's finally showing his true sinister colors. He wonders how that new student Min Jae-hyun resisted his natural skill. Quite interesting. Meanwhile, walking through the campus, Jae-hyun suddenly stops. He asks his friends if they are doing okay. Yoo-jung looks back in pure surprise and asks what he means. Jae-hyun brings up Gu Cha-in's special offer, which both of them ended up rejecting. Hellering, this Seo-in-ah starts to think deeply. She admits she liked the perks at first but agrees that the director was likely just trying to take advantage of their inexperience. Seo-in-ah adds with a frown that the contract seemed totally unfair, making her feel that rejecting it was definitely the right move. Besides, starting with special privileges would only make the other students resent them and they should earn things on their own. Even if it takes a lot longer, they want to earn those privileges on their own merit. Hearing her honest words, Jae-hyun smiles inwardly. She really has incredible integrity, a completely different person compared to how she was before his regression. Jae-hyun tells them he is genuinely relieved they declined the offer. But remembering Gu Chae-in's strange behavior, Yoo-jung chimes in. She points out how bizarre Gu Chae-in was, especially how his face instantly contorted the moment they turned him down. Seo-in-ah eagerly agrees, mentioning that she also felt a sudden chill when things went sideways in the pocket dimension. Since neither Kim Sok-dae, Sok-jae, nor Gu Chae-in said anything about it, Jae-hyun keeps quiet but nods to himself. He silently praises their sharp intuition. Turning to him, Seo-in-ah quietly asks if he knows anything about Gu Chae-in. Jae-hyun does not answer her immediately, but his steady footsteps suddenly grind to a halt in the middle of the path. He asks why she thinks that. Seo-in-ah explains that based on her observations, he is always remarkably calm for a newcomer. Yet, when he confronted the director, his attitude suddenly shifted in a very strange way. Yoo-jung playfully jumps into the conversation. She urges Min Jae-hyun to spill the secrets. Seeing her excitement, Jae-hyun just shrugs and claims he is not entirely sure either. He tells them it's hard to explain but warns them strictly never to trust anyone, including the director and the instructors. Seo-in-ah suddenly steps closer, looking into his eyes with a trace of sadness, asking if that warning applies to him as well. The unexpected question catches Jae-hyun completely off guard, making him freeze. Talk about an intense, silent standoff between them. He opens his mouth but cannot find the words. Suddenly, Yoo-jung sneaks up right behind Seo-in-ah and whispers a warning. She jokes that they shouldn't trust Jae-hyun either because he looks selfish and once abandoned her on the road. This actually triggers Jae-hyun, who protests that it was in the past. But she immediately lunges and grabs his hair, shouting. She screams about how much she struggled after he left. Desperately trying to hold Yoo-jung back, Jae-hyun tries to make peace. He urges her to head home since the sun is already setting. Yoo-jung suddenly snaps out of it, realizing how late it is. Seo-in-ah quietly suggests they split up here. As soon as the words leave her mouth, both she and Jae-hyun turn away awkwardly. Yoo-jung is left standing in the middle, completely clueless about the sudden heavy atmosphere. She quickly grabs both of their necks. Yoo-jung complains about the romantic vibe and demands to be included. Gently pushing her away, Jae-hyun points her in the right direction. He reminds her that the female dorms are on the left and the male dorms are on the right, telling her to go rest. She huffs and stomps off. Seo-in-ah quickly bids him goodbye, advising Jae-hyun to get some sleep since classes start tomorrow. Watching them walk away, Jae-hyun bids them goodnight. A short while later, he quietly returns to his designated room. The familiar space instantly triggers a wave of nostalgia. It has been so long since he smelled that musty old creaking floor. The depressing atmosphere from all the untalented students who got expelled still lingers heavily inside. Truly, a lifetime has passed. He resolves to find a new place to live right after tomorrow's lesson, having experienced this hell once already. Early the next morning, under a crisp sky, Jae-hyun is already out on the academy grounds for his morning run. After jogging for a while, he slows down to catch his breath, resting his hands on his knees as he murmurs. A simple warm-up is enough. He starts jogging back to get ready for what lies ahead. His very first magic class. Soon the classroom begins to fill up as students gather. Both Jae-hyun and Yoo-jung look forward to this moment. Just then, the sharp click of high heels echoes through the room, accompanied by an authoritative, welcoming voice. She formally welcomes them to the magic class, introducing herself as Kim Ji-yeon for the Mana Control 1 course. Kim Seok-dae politely expresses her excitement to teach them. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun silently narrows his eyes in contemplation. Jae-hyun wondered who Kim Ji-yeon was. Even with his memories from before his regression, he had no recollection of her. Perhaps she was an instructor who resigned early. The classroom buzzed with excitement, but Jae-hyun remained lost in deep thought. He knew a truth that every awakened person understood: becoming an academy instructor was incredibly difficult, and those who made it were often corrupt bastards like Kim Seok-dae, gladly swallowing any bribe Gu Cha-in threw their way. Meanwhile, up on the podium, Ji-young clenched her fist to signal for silence, slowly walking down toward them. She noted that they all must be quite confused. Without waiting, she immediately continued addressing why they were standing in such a massive facility rather than a regular classroom. Her reason was simple. Right then, the tightly locked heavy doors swung open, unleashing a surge of raw power from inside. This sudden display left the entire class gasping in utter shock. Turning back to face them, she explained her true purpose. She wanted to test their mana sensitivity. Instantly, the students began whispering, with some asking if that was actually a mana pool. Many shook their heads in disbelief, whispering among themselves and wondering if such an intense test was too much for their first class. Jae-hyun simply looked up calmly, observing the room. It was identical to the mana chambers he had entered in his past life. However, the mana concentration here seemed much lower. Ignoring the students' loud protests, Jae-hyun stood firm and called for their attention. She quickly began her explanation, telling them that the massive device standing in front of them was known as a mana room. The staff had built it by modifying the standard mana chambers typically used by major guilds. Ji-on then added a warning. She made it clear that normal students could never withstand a real mana chamber. With a swift wave of her hand, she introduced their modified setup. As they could clearly see, this specialized mana room was divided into several different chambers. The first chamber held a density similar to normal air, but the pressure would steadily increase with each succeeding level. According to her research, freshman students usually only made it to level 3, whereas graduating seniors could barely reach level 7. Today, they were going to find out exactly how much heavy mana pressure their rookie bodies could actually handle. Seo-in watched silently, wondering in her mind if a simple room like this could truly measure her raw potential. After explaining the rules, Ji-on instructed everyone to form a line and follow her closely into the testing area. She warned them to raise their hands if they felt overwhelmed, promising that a nearby assistant would immediately guide them out safely. Hearing no complaints, Ji-on stepped inside and declared the test officially open as the students began entering one by one. They went in and out quite easily. Observing their smooth progress, she quietly noted that nobody seemed to struggle with level 1 at all. Soon, she called out for them to move on to the second chamber, where the sudden pressure began weeding out a few students. They had to exit early, unable to endure it. Glancing back at the survivors, she announced they were moving to level 3. Jae-hyun, Yoo-jung, and Seo-in cleared this level with absolute ease, but several other students were already raising their hands to quit. Ji-on quickly noticed, realizing half the class was done. She remarked aloud that nearly 50% had reached their absolute limit, but the test was far from over. She called for level 5, and immediately even more hands shot up into the air. When she announced level 6, students dropped out in droves. Only a scattered few still remained standing inside the heavy pressure. Some could barely walk, helping each other out to rest. Watching them struggle, Yoo-jung muttered that the air was getting pretty tight. Jae-hyun shrugged, admitting he really couldn't tell. Seo-in glanced over, noting that he did not seem bothered by the pressure at all. She quietly resolved to push herself even harder to catch up. Meanwhile, Ji-on closely scanned the room, observing who was left. Only elite students remained standing. The top prospects were Min Jae-hyun, Kim Yoo-jung, Seo-in, and one final standout candidate. That would be Lee Soo-hyuk. She remembered them all clearly as the highest-scoring rookies from the recent entrance examination. The freshman ranking board had Min Jae-hyun first, Yoo-jung second, Seo-in third, Anho fourth, Soo-hyuk fifth, and Cha Ju-hyun sixth. Jae-hyun's gaze lingered on Min Jae-hyun. It was no accident that Gu Cha-in had explicitly ordered her to watch and report on him. She pursed her lips, determined to completely ignore such corrupt orders. Shaking off her thoughts, she loudly announced the next stage. It was time for level 7. The Elite Four stepped inside and emerged moments later, completely unfazed to stand before her. The defeated students lay sprawled on the floor, gasping for air and whispering about what kind of monsters these four were. Many were utterly baffled, believing only graduating seniors could handle level 7. Yet Ji-on remained perfectly calm through it all. She calmly asked if anyone objected to trying level 8. Unsurprisingly, none of the remaining 4 said a single word. With that, she turned and led the way inside. The watching crowd of students lost their minds and started yelling. They could not believe the group was actually entering level 8. As Ji-on led, Yoo-jung clutched his chest, struggling to breathe. Seo-in closed her eyes to endure the pain, and Soo-hyuk clenched his teeth. Only Jae-hyun stood completely untroubled, casually glancing around. Looking around, she realizes that from level 8 onwards, the mana density fluctuates every single second, exactly like in a real dungeon. Jae-hyun knows even elite students face massive pressure at this level. Seo-in is already completely drenched in sweat, struggling to hold on. Yet she tightly purses her lips, refusing to make a sound. Even Ji-on is completely surprised by their sheer determination. Her eyes flash with a deep, silent worry. Then she announces they are moving to level 9. Someone eagerly steps forward. They step quickly through the thick mana. Suddenly, Seo-in freezes and tightly clutches her face, prompting Jae-hyun to shout her name. Inan is equally worried and immediately turns back, but as she reaches out, a memory suddenly triggers in her mind. A distinct voice echoes, "Remember this." Kim Suk-dae Gyu-chae once insisted that no matter what situation students fall into, they must never ask for help. When placing down his chess piece, he had boldly claimed that every crisis is actually a golden opportunity for the students. Next, instructor Gu Chae-in had lightly rattled the chess piece in his hand. If you strip that growth opportunity away from them, recalling his incredibly sinister grin, Ji-on couldn't help but wonder if robbing them of that chance was just downright cruel. Snapped back to reality, she bites her lip and curses his absurd logic. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun quickly rushes over to support Seo In-ah, asking if she is okay. She weakly stammers that she can still go on, but her vision is already fading fast. She can only see him frantically calling out her name. Her eyes grow dim as she desperately tells herself she cannot lose. Everyone around her has always said they live in a world where only the strongest survive no matter how hard they try. You will always fall beneath those who are better. There is simply no future for the weak, and no place for them. Jae-hyun gently catches her head as she collapses while she faintly mutters that she has failed once again. A medical team quickly arrives to carry Seo and Ah away. Once they leave, Jae-hyun whispers the word failure and immediately charges ahead. Ji-hyun plunges right into the next gate. Ji-on gasps his name in shock and quickly chases after him, immediately catching her breath. At level 10, even breathing becomes an absolute struggle. Ji-on hesitantly asks Ji-hyun if he is doing all right, staring at his broad back. Suddenly, he turns around with a calm smile, admitting this level is a bit much, so he will head back. She simply nods, rejoining that they should leave together, and tells him to follow her. But walking ahead, she glances back, highly skeptical about his claim. Ji-hyun's completely relaxed demeanor makes her highly suspicious. The guy does not look like he is struggling even one bit. A moment later, all the students gather. Ji-on speaks up, calling for applause because Ji-hyun successfully reached the 10th level. Applause echoes through the large room. Ji-on quietly notes that for a cadet to reach such a level, his potential is absolutely limitless, which means he could easily go even higher. Right now, Seo Hyuk's eyes also lock onto Jae-hyun, while Ji-on continues her speech, urging everyone to do their absolute best to catch up. Hellring this, Seo In-ah lowers her head again, prompting Jae-hyun's worried inquiry, asking if she is all right. She looks up, telling him not to worry. Beside them, Yoo-jung quickly chimes in with an explanation. It is just standard mana poisoning since it is her very first day, and she overexerted herself. Jae-hyun lets out a soft sigh. He is relieved she is not injured. Yoo-jung nods and asks if he is doing fine, noting he looks remarkably healthy, which makes him laugh. He tells her to take off that scarf because it makes her look like an old man. Yoo-jung immediately fumes, outraged by his teasing. She grumbles that she was genuinely worried, but Jae-hyun completely ignores her complaints, turning around to ask if she is truly doing all right. His concern catches her completely off guard. Yoo-jung quickly places her hands on her hips, laughing that she is totally fine. Jae-hyun does not push further, simply glancing back and saying that is good. Witnessing this, Seo In-ah lets out a very gentle smile. She initially thought he was just incredibly competitive, but now realizes otherwise. Back in that intense mana room, she felt something unusual. Jae-hyun had activated some kind of force override. Even with blurry memories, she felt it. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun is deep in thought. He is relieved she is not severely injured, but realizes that if she keeps pushing herself like this, she will lose control. Of course, he has no intention of controlling her life, but he is gradually being drawn into the lives of these key individuals. People like Naon and Lee Jae-sang. He knows for a fact that their destinies are already shifting. His gaze then drifts to Yoo-jung. Feeling his intense, lingering gaze, Yoo-jung smugly flips her hair and asks him if she is just too pretty to ignore. He can only sigh, asking if she is actually okay since she looks quite sick. Instantly, she flies into an absolute rage. Yoo-jung lunges to beat him up while Seo In-ah frantically restrains her. Jae-hyun strokes his chin, lost in his own calculations. He understands his actions carry immense weight. To always stay 2 steps ahead in this rapidly shifting environment, he must plan carefully. He needs to prepare thoroughly before making his move. Just then, a clean white towel suddenly flies directly onto his head. It easily wraps around his neck, while a smug Yoo-jung stands right behind him, teasingly asking what on earth he is mumbling. Jae-hyun smiles silently, marveling at how incredibly sharp her hearing is. He quickly retaliates by pulling the towel over her head. He forgot to stay quiet. It took a few minutes. Jae-hyun grinned and slowly backed away. But Kim Yoo-jung was absolutely fuming. Her anger boiled over. Hissing under her breath, she stared at him with pure hatred. She ground her teeth hard. Then she screamed, "Do you know how long my hair took this morning? Are you trying to die?" Jae-hyun playfully shot back, "Sorry, but it doesn't look like it took long." Ouch, that hit her hard. Her eyes went red. "Are you saying I am ugly?" He realized his mistake. In a flash, Kim Yoo-jung charged forward. "Hey, get back here." But Jae-hyun was already running for his life. Seeing that Seo-in-ah cheered up, giggling, she realized Jae-hyun was going to get beaten up much worse than her. But then she paused. She looked lost in thought. Seo-in-ah just stood there watching them chase each other. They seemed so close. Meanwhile, Lee Soo-hyuk watched them from afar. He was deeply bitter and frowned in frustration. How did that bastard reach the 10th floor mana room anyway? Suddenly, a black-haired guy yelled out to him. Hey Lee Soo-hyuk, what are you brooding about? Lee Soo-hyuk whipped around, lowering his voice. Tell me about him, Min-soo. Across the yard, Kim Yoo-jung dragged Jae-hyun by his hair. He screamed apologies. Lee Soo-hyuk grew even more impatient. Spill it now. Min-soo was pretty annoyed, wondering if he was his servant. Still, he kept his cool. Do you really not know who he is? Min-soo asked, reminding him to analyze his competition's actual power. He is the first mage to take first place. Lee Soo-hyuk shrugged it off. I already know that. I mean his background. Min-soo simply shrugged, leaving the frustrated boy to let out a long, heavy sigh. He grit his teeth. It makes no sense. There is something fishy about Jae-hyun. He is definitely hiding something. Min-soo recalled a faint memory, a forced smile. Honestly, he could never get used to it. That scrawny kid was actually Lee So-hyun. Min-soo pointed out that the guy had already proven himself twice. What more do you want? Seeing his stubbornness, Min-soo asked how anyone could even cheat here. This was Milet Academy after all. But Lee Soo-hyuk was relentless. If he didn't cheat, how is he stronger than me? That silenced Min-soo. The atmosphere turned awkward. Honestly, Min-soo figured Lee Soo-hyuk would probably lose to Seo-in-ah or Kim Yoo-jung anyway. He waved his hand, telling Lee Soo-hyuk to stop overthinking before turning around and walking away in frustration. Min-soo muttered about that emo bastard, but then quickly ran after him, shouting, Hey, wait for me. Night fell. Stars filled the sky. Jae-hyun made a phone call asking his teacher if she wanted a hunt update. Yoon-hae said hearing it from him would be more fun, so Jae-hyun noted she probably already knew the outcome. He proudly announced that he took first place. Suddenly, another voice chimed in, just as I thought. Jae-hyun guest manager back was right there. She nodded, saying he was thrilled. Eun-hae then commented on his room. It was pretty luxurious for a freshman, meaning he must have racked up a ton of points in the hunt. Before he could answer, she congratulated him on a great start, noting that Met is famous for being incredibly brutal. Yoon-hae told him she was proud. He humbly replied that he was actually worried he would only get second place. She asked if anyone caught his eye. Jae-hyun immediately guessed her intentions. Do you want to recruit them? Yoon-hae admitted she was considering it, offering a reward for information. But Jae-hyun thought that was too easy. He joked that she was being a bit too generous. Eun-hae smiled, confident she could convince them to join. She revealed she would offer them 2 to 10 times the amount of money she was currently giving him. Hellring that he paused before giving in. Fine, I will tell you. The first name he mentioned was Magic L. Seo-in-ah, followed by Magic L, Kim Yoo-jung, and finally Ma Ho-seon. Those three were definitely worth considering. Jae-hyun then teased her, mentioning he knew one more pretty capable person playing hard to get. He asked if she wanted to know. She tilted her head and smiled, of course. Eun-hae then said goodbye. Jae-hyun nodded, telling her he would see her later. Once alone, Eun-hae closed her eyes and drifted into thought. Jae-hyun had mentioned Lee Jae-sang, a name she recognized as the youngest son of Tier 5 chaser Lee Jae-shin. When Jae-hyun confirmed it, she rubbed her chin, recalling rumors that Lee Jae-sang was not as gifted as his siblings. Because of that, his family completely ignored him. But Yoon-hae knew that family ties could not be easily broken. Recruiting him meant clashing with Lee Jae-shin's guild, so Eun-hae left the ultimate choice up to Jae-hyun. She asked if they should recruit him anyway, and without a single moment of hesitation, his answer was yes. In Jae-hyun's past life, he knew Lee Jae-sang would eventually become the greatest alchemist on Earth. Back in reality, the guildmaster gently lowers her eyes with a mysterious smile. Just then, Sung-jae enters to announce that Guba Guildmaster Jae-hyun has arrived. Sung-yoon quickly tidies her hair, prepares herself, and orders them to enter. The heavy wooden door slowly creaks open. 2 women step inside, followed closely by Hannah Park. Suddenly, Jae-hyun signals her assistant, and Sung-jae catches it with a soft sigh. Sung-eun takes the initiative to welcome her, saying she arrived just in time. Jae-hyun replies that to merchants, time is money. She elegantly reaches out for a handshake, greeting her after all this time. But the cold guildmaster completely ignores her hand. Sung-yoon coolly reminds her they aren't close, simply gesturing toward the chairs. Jae-hyun doesn't seem bothered at all. She sits down with a casual thank you, while a gentle smile remains plastered across Sung-eun's face. Jae-hyun crushes her expectations, asking what she wants and suggests they skip the pleasantries since they aren't friends anyway. Removing her dark sunglasses, Jae-hyun admits she doesn't mind the cold attitude because it saves them from useless small talk. Sung-yoon nods and demands to know her real business. At that, Jae-hyun flashes a wicked smirk and gets straight to the point. She asks about a certain promising academy student, casually inquiring about his price. Sung-eun simply tilts her head and smiles. After a heavy silence, she sighs, commenting on how incredibly tense the air has become. Then she smoothly declines the offer. She states that they don't treat their members like commodities, suggesting Jae-hyun take her business somewhere else. Jae-hyun counters, asking if the kid feels the same way. The guildmaster keeps her calm composure, stating that some things in life simply can't be bought with money. Her eyes turn cold. I guess you don't. Jae-hyun doesn't get angry, though the mental tug-of-war is obvious. Closing her eyes with a faint grin, she finally stands up. She admits she never expected an easy agreement anyway. She explains that coming to negotiate was just a matter of basic etiquette. Hellring those arrogant words, Hana Park glances over while Sung-jae watches the tense confrontation unfold with a great deal of anxiety. But Sung-eun doesn't buy that excuse, dryly pointing out that such courtesy feels incredibly rude to her. Jae-hyun shrugs it off, saying that's too bad, then twirls her glasses and decides it is about time for her to leave. She notes that the guildmaster surely wants her gone, and Sung-eun doesn't hide her relief, glad that she finally noticed. This makes Jae-hyun smile with confidence. Putting her sunglasses back on, she remarks that a true merchant always knows the score. The next morning, a massive leaderboard appears on the classroom screen. The academy students gather around for their physical fitness test results. Everyone watches the rankings shift on the monitor. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun is completely drenched in sweat, breathing hard after the intense session. The screen displays a loading bar for the final evaluations, and the system updates the rankings in the blink of an eye. First place goes to Hoyeon with a score of 101, while Jae-hyun takes second with 99. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he quietly admits to himself that he still can't match a natural-born martial arts genius. Even so, Jae-hyun knows that second place is still quite impressive. His red eyes look down as he calms his racing heart. There's no need to rush. Still, this isn't his goal. He glances over at Hoyeon, who is also panting heavily, but the top-ranked student is already walking away without a word. Seeing the movement, So-in-ah and Yoon-jung turn their heads. Right away, Yoon-jung steps forward and asks him a very direct question. She demands to know how he managed to pull that off. Jae-hyun just looks at her completely clueless, which only angers her more. She snaps, asking how a mere mage can take second place in a physical test, her eyes wide with total disbelief. He shrugs indifferently, asking if it is really that strange considering he originally trained in the warrior class. Yoon-jung grinds her teeth and nods. Jae-hyun just laughs, patting her head. He playfully advises her not to focus solely on magic, teasingly asking if she has ever heard that muscle is a country's greatest asset. Her face completely darkens as pure rage flares up. She looks ready to explode, swearing she will break his smug face one day. So-in-ah quickly holds her back, telling her to calm down, while instructor Seokji quietly observes the whole interaction from a distance. He notes that Jae-hyun is indeed a dangerous character, exactly as the principal warned. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun just sighs and smiles. That physical power isn't something a normal mage should have. Suddenly sensing something, So-in-ah shifts her gaze in another direction. Jae-hyun follows her look, turning his head just as a deep authoritative voice echoes across the entire room. Yoon-jung frowns in utter confusion. Instructor Seokji steps forward with a very stern face, calling the students to attention. He announces that they will immediately begin their second physical test, thoroughly explaining the rules of the escape exam. An escape room test. Jae-hyun narrows his eyes. This is it. To test their own abilities and push them to their absolute limits. Pointing toward a nearby area, Instructor Seok introduces it as the place. Equipped with all the advanced technology of the academy, it is known as the testing room. He looks around closely. He tells them that everyone must participate in an escape test here. Hellring, this Yoon-jung can only murmur in utter confusion, wondering what an escape test is. He nods with his hands on his hips. Yes, the virtual reality combat system behind you will enhance your battle capabilities through highly realistic virtual combat matches. As soon as those words are spoken, the students in this place fall completely silent. Min Jae-hyun looks down quietly, realizing that the academy is putting them on the spot. Up front, Instructor Seok speaks up again. He notes they would usually let the students analyze combat situations themselves when facing monsters or other entities. But for this physical evaluation test, they will only be assessing their escape skills. He also goes on to make a further announcement that they can obviously earn a much higher score by actually defeating the monsters during this test. Hellring, this Min Jae-hyun remains tense, his brow furrowed. That is exactly how it is since raiders hunt monsters to gather equipment, potions, and items. A raider who is unable to fight is completely useless. As Instructor Seok hands out some devices, both Yoon-jung and So-in-ah obediently reach out their hands to receive them. Looking it over, So-in-ah wonders if it is an earphone. Min Jae-hyun puts his on and explains that it is a receiver used to support the system in projecting the virtual reality combat. Naturally, the instructor has been watching this whole time and confirms it. Student Min Jae-hyun, you are quite knowledgeable and you are absolutely right. Instructor Seok explains a bit more, noting this device is a virtual reality receiver that directly stimulates the student's brain as well, making the projected monsters appear even more realistic. This combat system uses specialized drones to project three-dimensional images into space, making the simulated monsters look incredibly lifelike. The absolute key to this training equipment is safety, as it perfectly replicates the monsters with their full power, but since they are just illusions, there is no risk of actual injury. Jae-hyun looks at the two girls, thinking that the neural stimulation from the receiver will still replicate about half of the enemy's damage. Then there is Ho-seon, who understands how this will help the students, and Seo-hyuk, whom Jae-hyun knows well, getting used to facing monsters, which will greatly increase their survival rate in real dungeons. Instructor Seok mentions that this system has levels ranging from level 1 to 100, but today they will only go up to level 10. He opens his document file and calls out that 4 people in each group will take the test, and they will go in that specific order. Very quickly, Instructor Seok announces that the test is starting. A flash of light shines brightly, slightly blinding them. Here is Group 3, including Jae-hyun, Seo-hyuk, and 2 other girls. These 2 girls are actually from the warrior class. The long-haired girl waves her hand and says it is nice to meet them. He remains silent along with the 2 from the magic class. Jae-hyun glances around, assessing how balanced their team is. Suddenly, a voice calls out from across the room. Hellring it. He looks over as Seo-hyuk asks irritably if he is Jae-hyun. Jae-hyun calmly confirms with a cold nod. The guy continues, saying he heard Jae-hyun ranked first in the freshman combat evaluation a few days ago. But Seo-hyuk speaks with a doubtful tone, claiming he still does not understand how a mage class user could possibly rank first. After saying this, he smirks smugly, acting as if he knows everything, and asking what Jae-hyun thinks, but Jae-hyun only tiredly raises an eyebrow and asks what if there is no special reason at all. Seo-hyuk still does not back down, asserting that he will find out. He swings his fist, claiming he will even use force. Jae-hyun just chuckles, asking why he did not just say he wanted to fight from the start. The 2 girls witnessing this tense atmosphere feel a bit worried. His eyes flash with amusement at the thought of a fight. Seo-hyuk replies with satisfaction, praising him for catching on quickly, which makes him like him. The short-haired girl speaks up in confusion, wondering why they are acting like this in the same group. Pausing for a few seconds, the long-haired girl also watches worriedly, wondering if this is okay. Next, she steps right between the 2 of them to stop it. Right at that moment, Instructor Seo calls out that Group 3 is up next. Please step forward. Instantly, Jae-hyun does not bother arguing any further and turns to walk away. This dismissive attitude only makes Seo-hyuk grit his teeth in sheer frustration. One by one, the footsteps of the group echo as the 4 members quickly assemble at the designated spot. The receiver has been put on by the long-haired girl. The system announces that the escape test will begin in 5 seconds. The short-haired girl also gets ready with a serious expression. As the system starts counting down, someone reaches out their firm hand. The counter reaches 4. As Seo-hyuk shoulders his weapon, the system counts down 3, 2, 1. The skeleton soldiers are about to appear as the entire area directly in front of them lights up brightly. He realizes he must back away immediately. But at that exact moment, someone already leaps forward, running so fast that white smoke rises, making he watches in shock. Beside him, the short-haired girl looks over only to realize Jae-hyun is already dashing forward like a wild tempest. She stares in absolute confusion. Behind them, 2 other girls scream in terror, warning Jae-hyun that it is far too dangerous. Seo-hyuk scoffs in disgust. What is that bastard doing? How does a mere mage expect to survive by charging in like that? Suddenly, his face darkens. He is clearly plotting something malicious. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun keeps sprinting ahead, completely ignoring the noise around him. He expects the bully to back off now. Glancing to the side, Jae-hyun knows he has no other choice. Pure mana erupts around his fists. In his heart, he has already decided to show everyone exactly what he is capable of. Jae-hyun swings his arm, unleashing a massive wave of energy. His bare hand reaches out and grips the skeleton soldier's skull with perfect precision. With a single devastating pull, he hurls the monster back, far back. Yet he still glances to check their shocked reactions. Just as expected, the 3 teammates watch in stunned silence as the skeleton crumbles, leaving Seol-ji completely speechless with her mouth wide open. This is only the beginning. Watching the live feed on screen, every single student in the room gasps in utter disbelief. Even Yusung and Yena are caught completely off guard. Suddenly, the system blares another, warning that more skeleton soldiers are spawning. More monsters materialize one after another, their hollow eyes glowing as they let out terrifying, bone-chilling screeches. But before they can even celebrate, Jae-hyun flashes right before them, delivering a brutal kick straight to the skull. His cold gaze locks in as his jaw tightens. His boots slide heavily across the stone floor. Then chaos. An overwhelming torrent of mana suddenly engulfs the entire room. As the light fades, the system announces the activation of the active skill Mana Weapon. He knows this is an exceptionally rare technique. It is a unique ability that ordinary mages could never hope to cast, drastically boosting the user's raw physical damage with every strike. Jae-hyun throws another devastating punch. Normally, this close combat skill would be completely useless in the hands of any ordinary spellcaster. He drops into a perfect combat stance. Ready. His eyes are resolute because for him things are completely different. Watching this madness unfold, Seo-hyuk shouts in pure disbelief, calling him a lunatic, while the long-haired girl just stares blankly. She whispers that it is completely impossible. Right then the system blares, announcing he successfully cleared the level 1 dungeon trial. He cleared the room with absolutely zero damage, eliminating all enemies for bonus points. The system calculates his contribution rate at 100%. The contribution rate for Cadet Min Jae-hyun is 100%. Without pause, the system announces the start of level 2. A monstrous dagger beast materializes before him. Spotting the familiar creature, he simply smiles and greets it like an old friend. Moments later, the training room is left in absolute ruins. The cracked floor is now littered with massive craters from his strikes. Jae-hyun stands silently in the center of the wreckage. He listens as the system confirms level 10 is cleared untouched. He has officially set an unprecedented record. Watching this, Seo-hyuk grits his teeth in denial, desperately trying to convince himself it is a lie. He refuses to believe his own eyes. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun could not care less. He quietly examines his own hands. Not bad, he thinks. Ever since he adjusted his fighting style to match Yu Sung's training, his body feels completely different. His entire body feels incredibly light and responsive. A satisfied smile plays on his lips as he feels genuinely pleased with the results. He suddenly recalls Sung-yoon, wondering why she always gets so strangely excited during training sessions. She can be terrifying, but her lessons are invaluable. Unbelievable. Suddenly, Seo-hyuk calls out to him from behind. Jae-hyun turns around, his relaxed face instantly turning cold. Seo-hyuk demands to know how he did it. Jae-hyun calmly fires back, reminding him that he literally just watched it with his own eyes. Seo-hyuk raises his voice, asking if he honestly expects anyone to believe a mage could leap straight into close combat and solo every monster. He screams that it makes no sense. Cheater Jae-hyun simply turns his back, offering him absolutely no explanation. He tells him that what he saw is the absolute reality regardless of his doubts. Hearing this, Seo-hyuk lets out a cold, mocking laugh. Jae-hyun's tone drops to a freezing whisper, warning him not to make him repeat himself. He steps closer, getting right in his face. He tells him to test it out himself if he is so skeptical. Sensing the overwhelming murderous intent radiating off him, Seo-hyuk grits his teeth. He curses under his breath, calling him a bastard. Just then, Seolji shouts from across the room, asking if they have a problem. Seo-hyuk fumes in silence, tightly clenching his fists. If it were not for their instructor's presence, Jae-hyun would have ended him right there. Jae-hyun turns to walk away. No hesitation. Seo-hyuk quickly shouts after him, telling him not to think he won. Jae-hyun freezes in his tracks. He softly counters that he certainly did not lose either. Then the arrogant boy makes a proposal. He demands a duel at the upcoming school festival. No, Jae-hyun answers immediately, flatly rejecting the sudden challenge. Seo-hyuk's face contorts with absolute rage. Jae-hyun simply chuckles, replying that he already has other plans. By evening, twilight drapes over a massive estate. An Ho-seon lies on his bed, the memory of Jae-hyun's words still echoing clearly in his mind. He reflects on how Jae-hyun told him he had other plans, realizing that the guy might actually view him as a worthy rival. Back then, he even swore that during the upcoming Milet Academy festival, he would beat him up for real to reclaim his lost honor. Back in the present, An Ho-seon just stares blankly at the ceiling. Suddenly, he bolts upright, realizing this is no time for memories. No more dwelling on the past. An Ho-seon grabs his gear, telling himself he must get to the training center. He slips his coat on, smiling. He mumbles to himself that he cannot let that guy down. Outside, dark clouds are slowly rolling across the sky, leaving the long corridors completely empty. Suddenly, Kim Sok-dae appears alongside two fully equipped men, one of whom is masked, and starts speaking. He asks if they have seen the physical test results yet. The man next to him nods, confirming he is praising the impressive new recruits this year. He gestures and adds that there is even a brand new record set by a student from the magic department. That would be Jae-hyun. Right, how is that even possible? Hellring, this Kim Sok-dae gets lost in thought, remembering that Jae-hyun is more than just highly talented. Kim Sok-dae vividly recalls the boy's battle, admiring his sheer courage and readiness to fight, to charge straight into the fray despite being a mage. The three men stop in front of a massive door, which Kim Sok-dae then slowly opens. Stepping inside, they see a man sitting in a chair with his back turned. Hellring them enter, he speaks up. He thanks them for their hard work. It turns out to be Jae-hyun, who spins around with a sinister smile asking for the results. Under the harsh, bright glare of the ceiling lights, Kim Sik-dae delivers his report with a clear, resonant voice. Only 3 students scored perfect marks: An Ho-seon, Chaku, and Jae-hyun. Jae-hyun's score, however, went far beyond the absolute limit. Hearing this, Jae-hyun politely thanks him, praising Kim Sik-dae for a job well done. But suddenly his eyes turn cold and calculating. On the massive screen, footage of Jae-hyun's test day is displayed, capturing even his smallest, most subtle movements in detail. After reviewing everything, Jae-hyun grins with dark satisfaction. He then orders them to keep sending reports on Jae-hyun's scores and activities. He demands to be notified immediately if the boy makes any suspicious moves. Kim Sik-dae bows deeply and agrees to the command. Jae-hyun doesn't miss the chance to flatter him, telling Kim Sik-dae that he feels truly fortunate to have him to rely on. Turning to the 2 masked men, the director declares his briefing over and tells them to prepare for the next instructor's event. One of them bows, acknowledging the order. After they all file out, Jae-hyun remains behind, intensely studying the footage on the screen. Meanwhile, a bright blue light of the game system flashes before Jae-hyun, notifying him of a flawless completion of his level 27 test. The notification system screen hovers right in front of him. He is panting heavily, cold sweat completely drenching his entire body. Sitting up, he evaluates his progress. At his current strength clearing, level 27 seems to be his absolute limit right now. He stretches his limbs to loosen up. It is going to be tough, but at this stage he can already take down 6 C-rank conquerors, which means he is finally caught up to his enemy's level. Next up is the mock dungeon training, and he needs to be prepared. This mock training is actually tied to one of the most tragic and infamous disasters in the history of Milet Academy, a massive tragedy that claimed the lives of hundreds of students. Back then, his own team was caught right in the center of it, and he was the only one who made it out alive. He spent years tormented by the guilt, constantly wondering why he survived. Yet, he could never bring himself to leave the academy. Back then, Jae-hyun had to walk that lonely path all by himself. But this time around, he is determined never to let down those who believe in him. Snapping back to reality, his red eyes gaze down at the counter. Items are neatly laid out in front of him, and the shopkeeper bids him a cheerful farewell. Walking out into the bustling street with his newly bought items, he wonders if things will truly be different in this lifetime. In his past life, he failed to protect anyone and carried all the blame. He was just a weak, insignificant nobody. But he refuses to live like that again. The regrets end here. Soon, day 1 of the mock dungeon training officially begins. Returning to the familiar classroom, the students sit in neat rows as the instructor wraps up the lecture for the day. As Jae-hyun rests his chin on his hand in boredom, Yoo-jung grabs Seo-in-ah by the ear and waves him over. Helpless, he lets out a heavy sigh and joins them. Yoo-jung immediately starts whining, wondering how they will handle tomorrow's first dungeon trial. She admits she hasn't been able to sleep since yesterday. Jae-hyun offers a comforting word, saying it's completely normal for a beginner. Yoo-jung laughs at his experienced tone teasingly, asking if he's done this before or if he's just acting tough. With a playful smirk, Jae-hyun replies that while it's not his first time, he has already encountered plenty of monsters. In fact, he jokes that he is looking at one right now, pointing at her. Instantly, her murderous aura flares up. She lunges forward, pounding him with fists and calling him a jerk, while Seo-in-ah quietly stands in the corner watching them. He looks down at Yoo-jung with fond eyes, only making Seo-in-ah feel more sure about her feelings as she looks away. Finally, they calm down. Jae-hyun pulls something out of his pocket, telling them to take it if they are really that worried about tomorrow's trial. He takes the pink bottle. Do-jung shakes it curiously, asking if it is a magic potion, while Jae-hyun explains that he simply bought it while out shopping. He tells her to use it whenever she needs. She lets out a cold huff, muttering that she is letting him off the hook just this once. Seo-in-ah softly offers her thanks. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun reflects on how his survival last time was due to nothing but sheer luck, but this time he will succeed through his own strength. Soon, the first day of the dungeon simulation begins. Outside the window, the sky is hazy. Jae-hyun takes a deep breath, preparing himself as a sudden surge of mana rises to completely envelop his body. Deep within him, the core constantly radiates that powerful energy. Jae-hyun closes his eyes to focus his mind, preparing for the challenge ahead. Warm-ups before entering a dungeon are absolutely crucial. No matter how talented a mage is, suddenly casting high-level spells will inevitably cause trouble. A devastating mana backlash is practically unavoidable. If that wild energy rebounds while casting, the consequences are incredibly dangerous. The caster's body will suffer severe, lasting damage. Mages who constantly rely on high-level magic become even more sensitive to these backlashes. Spells like Light Bind and Sacrifice are advanced magic. Jae-hyun frowns, knowing that without proper preparation, he will not be an exception. He won't be an exception either. Besides, he remains highly vigilant since nobody knows just how dangerous today's practical exam will actually get. As the mana inside his core gradually stabilizes, Jae-hyun lets out a long breath, opening his eyes with a look of absolute gravity. After all, any mistake could cost him or his friends their lives. Sitting on his soft bed, he takes a moment to focus. Jae-hyun places his hand over his chest. By gathering mana into his core beforehand, he can instantly buff his physical body or his spells. It is incredibly useful. Suddenly, he pauses as a memory strikes him. Once the new system activates, time will rewind to a desired moment. He will return to the era he yearns for the most. Jae-hyun knows exactly which moment he desires above all else. A bright orange screen suddenly flashes before his eyes. Jae-hyun blinks in surprise, not quite understanding what is happening as a notification appears. The system slowly displays his main quest. His first crucial step was successfully returning to the exact time period he yearned for. Now, whenever he encounters a turning point that he once regretted in his past life, he can choose to repeat it or take a new path. His choices can save lives, but they can also destroy them. The power of choice belongs entirely to him, shaping his rewards. Route A means repeating his past, while Route B offers a new path. The remaining time is 11 minutes 59 seconds. There is even a penalty for failure. Jae-hyun grits his teeth, staring at yet another bizarre twist as new options appear on screen. He quickly scans through the various paths. He realizes this system must want him to grow stronger simply because it needs him. Crossing his arms, he mutters to himself, wondering why they want him to choose a route. What is their ultimate goal here? Down in the underground simulation dungeon of Milet Academy, the heavy metal doors slam shut. This time, Jae-hyun is leading the class. She announces that they will draw lots to divide everyone into teams before entering. Jae-hyun watches from the crowd, evaluating the setup. It seems fair on the surface, but it is also completely unbalanced. If a team gets lucky with a high-level carry, they win. They will breeze through the dungeon without a scratch. But if a team is filled with low-level students, they will struggle hard. Whispers break out across the room. Jae-hyun raises her hand instantly, silencing the crowd as everyone puts on a serious face. She reminds the students that this practical exam is a crucial part of their final grade, so failure is not an option. She claims the dungeon only contains monsters they can handle, wishing everyone the best of luck. Jae-hyun listens with a serious face, but he knows her reassuring speech is just a scam designed by Kwak Chang-in to trick them into a false sense of security. According to Kim Sok-dae, most of the monsters here are indeed low level. However, based on Jae-hyun's memories from before his regression, the Academy slipped high-level boss monsters into the mix. Jae-hyun's expression grows tense as he remembers the danger ahead. An actual D-rank boss monster will be hiding inside. While defeating it is easy for him, his concerns lie elsewhere. He glances toward Du Jung and Seo In-ah. He refuses to play along with Kwak Chang-in's plans, especially with Ho Seon watching so closely. Jae-hyun casually slips his hands into his pockets. His red eyes narrow as he begins formulating a plan for this practical exam. He calculates that Kwak Chang-in will expose a critical weakness today, which might be the perfect opportunity to eliminate him once and for all. He shifts his gaze back to Jae-hyun standing on the platform. She raises her watch, crossing her arms behind her back with authority. She calls out to the class to begin drawing lots. She carefully explains that as she calls their names, they must step forward. The students line up, whispering excitedly amongst themselves. Meanwhile, Seo In-ah and Jae-hyun walk side by side, sharing a quiet moment. He takes the initiative to speak, saying he is glad to have a familiar face on his team. She responds with a shy smile. Jae-hyun is relieved to have someone he can talk to easily. He is also quite confident in her magical abilities. Even so, he keeps scanning the area. If he plays his cards right, he might prevent the tragedy that happened in his past. He is fairly confident in her abilities, but he continues to watch, determined to ensure that history does not repeat itself. Suddenly, someone approaches their group. Hearing the footsteps, Jae-hyun turns his head and his eyes widen in complete shock at who he sees. The orange-haired girl waves and says she is a warrior named Kim Jina. Beside her, a blonde guy happily joins in. He introduces himself as a warrior named Park Sung-woo, asking if they are also in Team 3 and looking forward to working together. In Jae-hyun's mind, a painful memory flashes of the two of them desperately trying to protect him, telling him to run while they hold the line. He stands completely frozen, taking a long time to utter a single word. He remembers facing the system screen yesterday, asking him to make a choice. The choice was in his hands, a crucial decision that could either save lives or lead to absolute destruction of those around him. Only now does he finally realize what that choice truly meant as the weight of the system's warning finally clicks. While the other three are chatting happily, Jae-hyun remains dead silent. His expression is dead serious, his brows furrowed in deep thought. He realizes the Nornir System had planned this from the very beginning. Left with no other choice, Jae-hyun can only let out a heavy sigh. He steps forward to shake hands with Park Sung-woo, introducing himself as Jae-hyun, a mage. Then his eyes drift over to his companion. He introduces her as Seo Ina, another mage, explaining that she is pretty shy around strangers and that he will be speaking on her behalf. As Ina hides timidly behind Jae-hyun's back, Park Sung-woo just chuckles and scratches his head, saying it is totally fine. He adds that they will get used to each other quickly. Gina also steps in to reassure her that they are very easygoing. Jae-hyun silently notes that they are exactly the same as they were before his regression. Right now, they are eagerly trying to chat with Ina. Feeling a bit helpless, Jae-hyun lets out a soft sigh and suggests they get down to business and discuss their strategy now. The group nods in agreement and suggests choosing a team leader first, but one of them immediately refuses to take the job. They ask if Jae-hyun wants to lead instead. Instantly, his mind flashes back to that ominous system warning, making him fall completely silent. After a tense pause, Jae-hyun crouches down and starts sketching a plan on the ground, illuminated by the faint glow of the cave ceiling. He tells them that this is the plan, sternly warning them that no matter what monsters appear in the dungeon, they cannot back down. Locking eyes with Gina and Park Sung-woo, Jae-hyun stresses that the vanguard warriors must keep their footing no matter what. If the frontline hesitates, the entire party will be wiped out. Hellring this, Park Sung-woo praises Jae-hyun's flawless tactical mind. Park Sung-woo quickly processes the details, confirming that there are 6 monster types in total. Ina nods along, agreeing she has got it down too. Suddenly, loud clapping echoes through the room as instructor Jae-hyun looks around. She announces that time is officially up and the training starts right now, calling all team captains to step forward. As Jae-hyun steps up, Park Sung-woo cheers him on, but Jae-hyun suddenly spots something in the crowd and halts in his tracks. It is Kim Yoo-jung, pouting because she was grouped up with An Ho-seon. Still, Jae-hyun is relieved since she will be safe. Knowing An Ho-seon is leading Team 4 means Kim Yoo-jung won't get hurt. Soon, instructor Jae-hyun announces that ready teams can head in. An Ho-seon's team is locked in and ready, and he politely wishes the other groups the best of luck. Jae-hyun's team is oozing confidence too. He closes his eyes for a brief second to gather his focus, stealing his resolve. He turns around with a calm smile and asks his team if they are ready to move out. Together, they step inside. The rocky ground is littered with pebbles and giant quartz crystals hang overhead as An Ho-seon leads his squad forward. A purple-haired girl complains about the dark, damp, and musty air, questioning if this is really a dungeon. Meanwhile, Kim Yoo-jung scans the cave, guessing that kobolds will likely show up since they are in an old mine dungeon. The brown-haired boy nods, mentioning he heard mine dungeons are rich in ore, while she playfully snaps her fingers in excitement. She jokes about finding diamonds, drawing a skeptical look from her teammate. Kim Yoo-jung just laughs it off, saying anything is possible. But as they keep searching, Kim Yoo-jung suddenly senses a strange presence and freezes her playful banter, instantly cutting short. An Ho-seon barks an order, warning them that something is coming and to get in position. Kim Yoo-jung tightly grips her staff. The rest of the team stands back-to-back as ferocious wolves with glowing blue eyes emerge from the shadows surrounding the party. Brandishing sharp weapons in their claws, a massive pack of these beasts quickly surrounds and traps the 4 young raiders. An Ho-seon quickly assesses the situation, knowing that while individual beasts are weak, a swarm of them will be tough to handle. Without wasting a second, he charges forward to end the fight quickly. Kim Yoo-jung raises her staff, unleashing a blinding beam of light. The system immediately chimes, announcing the activation of her active skill, Lightning Burst, followed by a deafening earth-shaking blast. Ensnared in the devastating magical blast, the wolves howl in agonizing pain as a sharp blade of sword energy tears through the air. The strike slices cleanly into the monster's thick hides. Hearing a sudden strange noise, An Ho-seon quickly glances over to investigate. He spots the brown-haired boy struggling desperately against a massive wolf, while the purple-haired girl is also reaching her absolute limit. She urges them to hurry. A faint green mana flares up. Suddenly, it wraps around the small body of Yoo-jung. As the winds gather, the system announces her active skill, Wind Burst, forming a massive tornado. She leaps into the air. Staff swinging, sharp mana swords rain down, stabbing straight into the bodies of the remaining giant wolves. The ground is cleared. An Ho-seon finally closes his eyes and sighs in relief. He turns around anxiously, asking if anyone is hurt. The purple-haired girl bends over, catching her breath as she speaks. She is fine. Yoo-jung chimes in to say the same. Meanwhile, the brown-haired boy just pants heavily. No answer. He pulls at his collar, falling to his knees with teary eyes. Yoo-jung gasps in horror. She rushes over to support him. What is going on? Why did no one mention kobolds could use poison? An Ho-seon tries to calm everyone down. But right then, a massive hairy foot stomps down. Sense that energy. Yoo-jung turns pale. Suddenly, she realizes something crucial and firmly declares that this is actually not poison at all. It is pure magic. A colossal beast towers over them, and its identity is instantly recognized by An Ho-seon. A kobold lord, what is it doing here? Meanwhile, Jae-hyun's third team is still moving as Cheona boasts proudly. She praises Jae-hyun, calling him absolutely incredible for defeating so many monsters alone. He humbly brushes it off, saying it was nothing special. Things just happened to turn out that way. She laughs, questioning his extreme modesty. At this rate, they might finish the mission completely unscathed. However, on the other side, Seo-in-ah remains dead silent. Noticing her stiff defensive posture with her hands tightly crossed as if rejecting contact, Jae-hyun looks over to check. Smiling gently, he asks if she still feels awkward around everyone, and she shyly nods in confirmation. So timid. He recalls her back, remembering that even before his regression he never saw her speak much. She barely uttered 3 sentences a day. Right then Song-gu suddenly notices something up ahead and freezes in shock. Dark expanse ahead. Quartz is scattered everywhere. Jae-hyun scans the area, realizing this place looks completely different. He suspects Gu Chang'in's hand in this, meaning his own existence has become a massive variable to him. Suddenly, Jae-hyun's body tenses up. One thing is absolutely certain, it is already here in the dark. Looking down, he warns them that something is coming. Plan C, we will counterattack right after defending our position. Chena instinctively grips her sword hilt. Careful, Jae-hyun warns, this monster is on a completely different level. Song-gu raises his shield, staring ahead warily. He wonders if a stronger monster is really about to appear in this zone. He thought only weak beasts spawned here. Suddenly, a massive explosion echoes as an intense wave of mana erupts. The Kobold Lord roars in pure rage as its mana swells. Chana begins to panic at the sight of it. Song-gu yells in confusion. Why is a boss here? Seo-in-ah is so terrified she tightly grits her teeth. Jae-hyun's words echo in her mind. If the vanguard attacker hesitates, the entire team will be wiped out. Determined not to back down, Seo-in-ah grits her teeth. Fighting her inner conflict, she finally makes her move. Magic armor. Suddenly, a protective barrier deploys over Song-gu and Chena just in the nick of time. Guard down. Song-gu quickly activates his active skill, Taunt, to draw the giant boss's attention. He blocks the spear, yelling for Jae-hyun. Right on cue, Jae-hyun charges in like a gust of wind. His sharp eyes flash with deadly intent. He clenches his fist, channeling a massive amount of concentrated mana. Sensing the overwhelming pressure, the monster reels back as Jae-hyun unleashes a devastating punch of pure magic. Direct hit, the impact completely engulfs the Kobold Lord. Watching this, Seo-in-ah marvels at his incredible strength. Smoke clears, but its glowing blue eyes pierce through the haze. The beast stands completely unscathed. Jae-hyun freezes in brief surprise before letting out a dry scoff. Drops a blood drip onto the ground. No variables, wrong. Amidst the flickering red embers, the Kobold Lord stands perfectly fine without a scratch. Even with 2 lifetimes of experience, Jae-hyun is absolutely shocked. A healing Kobold Lord actually exists. He grits his teeth, muttering that this has gone way too far. Suddenly, system alerts begin to ring rapidly. Mastermind identified Odin's ravens. A special quest has been issued to him. He is now a raven hunter. A cloaked figure appears. Glowing red eyes pierce the darkness. The system pings with the Raven Hunter quest details. Odin's ravens are currently suppressing the Gaia system parallel to yours. Your primary objective is to eliminate them immediately. Your current progress is 0 out of 5 with a difficulty rating of 5. Rewards include a blank card. It is a leveling quest where the penalty for failure is death, yet the sealed rooms outside look strangely peaceful. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun waits anxiously while looking at her tablet, which displays a live feed of the ongoing battle. It is Jae-hyun fighting with a dark, intense look. She rubs her chin, wondering how a simple cadet could be this talented, especially for a combat mage. She is an A-rank mage herself, yet she cannot replicate the insane things he pulls off. Staring at the sealed doors, Jae-hyun figures that Team 3 has a pretty solid chance of passing this practical exam. Seconds later, the massive doors slowly slide open as raw mana floods the corridor. She quickly puts her tablet away. She turns to ask if the kids are back, but she freezes in pure shock. Yoo-jung is shouting in absolute panic. She screams for Kim's sake, Jae-hyun, because something has gone horribly wrong. Behind her, Ho-yeon is carrying a collapsed brown-haired cadet. Jae-hyun rushes over, asking what happened to cause those severe scratches on his face. The cadet quickly delivers the bad news. A B-rank Kobold Lord has somehow breached the training ground, leaving the seasoned academy instructor completely stunned in utter disbelief. That is impossible, she thinks as alarm bells ring in her head. Right then, 2 masked medics rush over to help. They treat the brown-haired boy, diagnosing him with mild mana poisoning and telling him to take deep, steady breaths. But then Yoo-jung delivers another devastating blow, revealing that Team 3 still has not made it out yet. Jae-hyun closes her eyes, admitting there is no update. Ho-yeon stands there completely dazed, muttering that this makes no sense. He stares blankly at the sealed door, knowing those 2 should have easily cleared their objectives without any trouble. Jae-hyun remains silent, keeping her composure under control. Meanwhile, in a dark and completely secluded office elsewhere, A desk phone vibrates nonstop. Hearing the buzz, a man slowly reaches out to pick it up. Spinning around in his leather chair, the corrupt principal Jae-hyun answers. On the other end, a panicked voice calls out. It is Instructor Jae-hyun, and she sounds incredibly stressed. Jae-hyun flashes a sinister smile, asking what the emergency is. She reports that a B-rank monster has infiltrated the Academy dungeon, begging him for an immediate tactical backup squad. The situation is highly critical, but Jae-hyun calmly tells her not to worry and promises to dispatch backup. He vows to dispatch a rescue team immediately, his face twisting into a dark, satisfied grin. Jae-hyun pauses before quietly agreeing. She hangs up the phone, but a heavy sense of dread washes over her as she stares at her device. Her brow furrows in deep suspicion. Meanwhile, back in his office, Jae-hyun is grinning like a total maniac. A strange symbol on his ring glows faintly, while Jae-hyun remains frozen by an overwhelming sense of bad news. Deep inside the old cavernous dungeon, crystals hang from the ceiling as a massive explosion rocks the entire chamber. Thick smoke fills the air. Seo-in-ah and Yoo Sung-yoon are collapsed on the hard stone floor, completely out of breath. They groan in absolute agony, leaving only Jae-hyun standing upright, though even his eyes betray some shock. The towering kobold lord turns his hideous head, clutching a massive staff adorned with jagged, razor-sharp fangs. Right then, a system alert pings. The mastermind behind this chaos is identified as one of Odin's ravens. Jae-hyun's gaze sharpens. He remembers the myth. Odin commands two divine ravens, Hyujin representing thoughts and emotions, and Munin representing memory. They scour the mortal realm, gathering boundless knowledge to help him rule over Asgard. He finally connects the dots, looking over at the smugly grinning kobold lord as it bares its fangs. He smirks, realizing the beast is acting under Odin's direct orders. Suddenly, the raven's ruby-red eyes flash brightly. Gazing at the monster's weapon, Jae-hyun senses its terrifying power. This thing is easily a B-rank threat. To make matters worse, it possesses high-speed regeneration. Even with his raw power, this fight will not be easy. Deep down, he hesitates, wondering if the smartest move right now is simply to turn back and run. A flash of white light slices through the darkness. Logically, escaping is the smartest choice he could make. Spreading his hand, a protective barrier hums to life, shielding Seo-in-ah. He remembers doing this constantly in his past life. Back then, he was a coward hiding behind pathetic excuses just to survive. But those days are over. His past life was filled with nothing but bitter regret. Now he finally has his second chance to change. Test or not, he refuses to back down. Rising to his feet, Jae-hyun glares defiantly at the monster. He will stand and fight. Turning to his battered classmates, Jae-hyun delivers a firm, serious command. He tells them to escape the dungeon while he stalls the beast. Yoo Sung-yoon looks at him in utter disbelief. He demands to know how Jae-hyun expects to fight a B-rank monster alone. Suddenly, twin beams of mana erupt. He strikes down the two wolves that sneaked up behind him. His expression remains dead cold as he maintains his combat stance. Jae-hyun frowns and raises his voice to order them to shut up and run. He warns that he cannot fight while protecting them. Meanwhile, the Goblin Lord has already raised his weapon, preparing to launch a deadly sneak attack on Jae-hyun from behind. Seeing this, the other three scream in panic for Jae-hyun to look out. He quickly spins around, but the blow strikes. The heavy strike slams directly into Jae-hyun's protective barrier. Sensing another presence, he slowly turns his head, catching the enemy off guard. The beast scowls in frustration. It turns out Seo-in-ah was the one who just intervened, her expression dead serious as she speaks. She firmly tells him that she can help. Even Jae-hyun is caught off guard, staring at her determined gaze in utter disbelief. He wonders if this is yet another variable he has created. He turns his attention back to the other two teammates. He tells Seo-in-ah to stay and assist him while instructing the others to head back and report the situation to the instructor. Sungwoo tries to argue, but Jae-hyun shuts him down with a cold, absolute command. Gina hesitates, looking down in conflict. After a brief silence, she finally nods. She promises they will bring the instructor back as fast as possible. She urges them to hold out until then. Without wasting a second, the two turn and sprint away, leaving Jae-hyun and Seo-in-ah behind. They silently watch their friends retreat. Jae-hyun then turns around, ready for the next move as they face the looming threat. The furious Goblin Lord stands waiting. After quickly assessing the battlefield, Jae-hyun calls out Seo-in-ah's name, but she remains silent and focused. Yet with perfect mutual understanding, he promises to cover her back. As she steps forward with her sword, twin sword auras manifest above. Stopping in her tracks, she swings her blade in a graceful arc, weaving swift hand signs to execute her summoning skill. A brilliant flash of sword energy erupts, slicing through the approaching goblin wolves and shattering a nearby boulder into tiny fragments. A sharp light gleams inside Jae-hyun's golden eyes. Sensing the tables turning, the enraged Goblin Lord quickly unsheathes his massive weapon. Jae-hyun immediately lunges forward, covering a massive distance in the blink of an eye to close the gap. He suddenly halts as he notices something odd. The beast grits its teeth, swinging its club in a desperate offensive. That is when he realizes the Goblin Lord is actively bleeding. Every individual has a strict limit to the mana they can hold. Jae-hyun smirks as the truth clicks. Someone is puppet controlling the beast and forcing it to absorb mana far beyond its limits. He stretches his hand out as glowing golden rings materialize around his wrists. He silently calls out to Odin's raven hiding in the shadows. The system interface suddenly flashes a notification, announcing that his legendary mythic-grade item M-Titan has been successfully equipped. Thanks to its passive effect, his field of vision expands significantly, granting him a specialized magic scouting skill. A brilliant golden band locks firmly onto his wrist as the system explains that he can now detect any flow of mana. Jae-hyun smiles with satisfaction, knowing this is more than enough. Suddenly, a massive veiny hand stretches out to control the Goblin Lord. He instantly spots the puppeteer's energy signature and laughs. He has finally located the hidden mastermind. In response, Odin's raven twitches its finger. Instantly, the Goblin Lord swings its club and lets out a deafening roar. Jae-hyun stands his ground unleashed, killing intent flaring up as magical chains begin to hover all around his body. He coldly vows to tear the enemy to absolute shreds. Meanwhile, in a realm beneath a beautiful pink sky, someone speaks. A divine wall glows brightly as a voice inquires what is happening. Hyujin stands tall, patiently waiting for the report. Hyujin kneels before the throne and reports that he has located the missing relic that vanished from the sacred archive. Black feathers scatter everywhere around his kneeling form. Freyr frowns upon hearing the news and immediately demands its location. Munin bows low, explaining that the relic is currently on Earth, possessed by the very adversary foretold in the prophecy. She grits her teeth in shock, wondering if this enemy is Mimir, referring to him as a silver-haired bastard. Thor chuckles mockingly, telling her she is overthinking since they already have pacts with those opposing the Aesir. Freyja cannot help but scold him for his lazy attitude, reminding Thor of their devastating defeat in the previous war. She points out that the weapon that destroyed him was indeed a mythic-grade item. Meanwhile, Odin silently strokes his white beard. He orders Hyujin to investigate whether the prophesied adversary has made contact with the anti-Aesir factions yet. Dark energy rolls off Hyujin as he bows his head in absolute obedience, taking his leave immediately. The scene shifts back to a familiar, luxurious office where Jae-hyun is carefully polishing a unique signet ring on his finger. He casually asks Kim Seok-dae how the situation is progressing. Kim Seok-dae bows deeply to report that no one has noticed anything. They remain oblivious as Jae-hyun's magical chains continue to rotate around his body. Jae-hyun lets out a sigh of mock relief. He acts pleased by the good news, though a sinister smile plays in his eyes as a dark plot unfolds. He smirks at the thought of the Goblin King, glad he anticipated its sheer power, because no matter how arrogant it acts, it will fall. It would ultimately collapse before him anyway. With his task complete, the man slowly slips the ring onto his index finger. Casting a cool shadow, he declares that all of this belongs to Odin. Meanwhile, back in the battle, golden chains carrying powerful magic wrap tightly around the massive body of the Goblin King, trapping it in place. But the massive monster quickly begins struggling, grabbing the heavy chains with its bare hands before using its monstrous strength to fling them directly back to attack Jae-hyun. Luckily, he manages to dodge just in time while keeping a sharp, watchful eye on the beast. As he hits the ground, he quickly executes a clean backflip, retreating to stand right beside Seo-in-ah to keep her safe. He asks her to back him up for a moment so he can analyze the monster's attacks. At this point, she is also completely exhausted and panting heavily with a pale face, but she still promises to try. He glances over, immediately realizing how weak she is. Seo-in-ah is clearly reaching her absolute limit. He knows her mana is backfiring, meaning even if he defeats the Goblin King, she will likely still die from the severe backlash. Yet, looking at her determined expression, he cannot help but wonder about her motives. Why is she still so eager to help him? In this second life, he promised himself never to trust anyone again. After all, this world is utterly cruel and unfair to the weak. But snapping back to reality, a fresh cut on. Jae-hyun's face is slowly dripping blood. It is time to end this. His sharp eyes narrow as he calculates his next move. Jae-hyun stares at the Goblin King, gripping his magic, knowing he only has one single shot to make this work. His magic circles manifest one after another, summoning a sharp spear-like weapon that radiates an immense amount of mana. Countless magic chains shoot forward at high speed. Suddenly, a flash of white light sweeps right past the Goblin King, forcing the beast to dodge. Seo-in-ah extends both hands forward, biting her lip as she tries to hold her ground. Right then, the system alerts him that the mana shield has been successfully activated, shielding them from the danger. With the shield active, Jae-hyun charges forward with massive strides. Meanwhile, Seo-in-ah bites her lip, desperately trying to stay conscious. However, her hands are already beginning to tremble uncontrollably from the sheer strain. Thankfully protected by her magic barrier, he easily dodges the incoming attacks. This absolutely infuriates the giant Goblin King, who swings its massive club downward. Yet Jae-hyun remains completely unharmed. He recalls a warning from Minho about how painful it is to die without trusting your allies. But right now, he is fully determined to prove that wrong. Stomping his foot hard onto the rocky ground, he kicks up a cloud of dust and leaps high into the air, shouting with absolute determination to shatter that belief. Jae-hyun sprints along the chains as the beast tries to strike back, his face a mask of cold resolve. Watching from below, Seo-in-ah is stunned to see him using the chains to move. She wonders how he mastered this skill. In the blink of an eye, Jae-hyun is right in front of the Goblin King. The giant beast opens its mouth, tracking his speed. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun keeps his eyes locked on a specific weak point on the giant monster's body. His sharp eyes narrow in search. Within seconds, he spots a pulsing vein on the creature's thick, muscular arm. The Goblin King drags its massive clawed club across the ground, leaving deep gashes before swinging it backward in panic. Watching this terrifying display from afar, Seo-in-ah gasps in sheer horror. Yet Jae-hyun stands perfectly still, waiting for the perfect moment. As the giant club approaches, a sudden realization hits him, and he smirks. At the exact right millisecond, Jae-hyun leaps high into the air as the ground beneath shatters. Landing firmly on a ledge, he opens his palm. Summoning a wooden sword box, he drops into a low stance, spinning around to smoothly draw his blade. Gripping the hilt with both hands, he delivers a powerful swing before launching himself directly back into the air. His eyes are incredibly sharp. Looking closely, he holds the sword with a unique dual grip, combining regular and reverse styles. Letting out a fierce battle cry, he leaps high into the air, spinning his blade in a sweeping motion. With a quick sudden twist of his wrist, he aims his blade straight down at the roaring Goblin King. Suddenly, his wooden sword shatters into pieces. He briefly glances at the falling debris but remains completely unfazed by it. Meanwhile, Seo-in-ah watches from below with her brows furrowed in deep worry. Right on cue, the system alerts him. The connection between the Goblin King and Odin's crow has been severed. Jae-hyun lands gracefully back on the ground. He slowly stands up straight as the massive body of the Goblin King crashes to the ground with a thunderous roar. Jae-hyun simply scratches his head before looking up with a razor-sharp gaze that silently declares, "It's your turn now." The giant cavern walls tremble as echoing, furious roars fill the entire chamber, leaving a heavy tension in the air. Jae-hyun remains completely calm, unbothered by the chaos. On the ground, Odin's raven lies writhing in agonizing pain as dark blood pools around it. Unsurprised by the sight, he walks over step by step. Stopping right above the creature, Jae-hyun slowly begins his interrogation, demanding to know Odin's plan. Without waiting, he stomps his foot directly onto its chest. The impact forces a necklace to pop out. The pendant bears a strange symbol, multiple overlapping triangles carved deep into the metal. Jae-hyun's face instantly darkens, his eyes narrowing with killer intent. In an instant, he rips the necklace away. Odin's raven can only reach out in a desperate, futile attempt to stop him from taking it. Pressing his foot down hard on the beast once more, he demands answers. What exactly is the connection between Odin and Jae-hyun? Suddenly, the raven's glowing red eyes widen before instantly going completely blank. Jae-hyun realizes something in that moment. The creature has no actual soul. It's just a puppet, making this integration totally pointless. With a sigh, Jae-hyun pulls his foot back, but his sharp gaze remains locked on the dying beast. He turns his back and walks toward the cave entrance, muttering to himself. But wait, what about Seo-in-ah, who was left waiting outside? Right on cue, her anxious voice echoes from the darkness. Hellring her makes him stiffen. Panicking, Jae-hyun yells out to warn her. "Stay back, the mana backlash is going to hit you hard." She freezes on the spot, completely bewildered. At that exact moment, the system warns that toxic mana is building up. Jae-hyun grits his teeth, clutching his chest in sudden agony. But he isn't the only one suffering. Seo-in-ah can't hold back a painful scream either. Just as things look critical, another notification pops up. Due to your absolute mana purity, the infected energy is being completely purified. The core of his power slowly returns to its natural color. However, Jae-hyun's expression doesn't soften, yet the lingering ache still pulsing inside. Moments later, the system chime rings again. Your maximum mana pool has increased by 5%. He finally lets out a long breath. Leaning against the wall, he mutters that it actually worked. As Jae-hyun blinks through the sweat, a shiny new quest window pops open. The holographic screen clearly displays that he has successfully eliminated the first target of his special quest. Raven Hunt completed, rewards ready. He receives 5 stat points, 1 blank card, and a level up which instantly restores his physical condition back to peak performance. Looking at the meager rewards, Jae-hyun sighs, feeling pretty underwhelmed. Before he can finish that thought, though, a chill runs down his spine. The system warnings start flashing rapidly in bright red. Your party member's condition has deteriorated into a critical state. Seo-in-ah has collapsed onto the cold floor, completely unconscious. Jae-hyun panics, screaming her name as the system warns she will die without healing. After what feels like an eternity, Ina slowly blinks her eyes open. She groans in pain, pushing herself up while rubbing her throbbing head. Looking around in a daze, she tries to piece together what just happened. Spotting Jae-hyun sitting nearby, she nervously calls out to him. He simply yawns, rubbing his eyes, and casually replies, "Oh, you're finally awake." Jae-hyun stands up and stretches his tired muscles. Asking how she feels, Ina quickly opens her system interface to check. But as her eyes scan the screen, her expression turns completely serious. She is stunned to find her divine power and mana have been fully restored. How is this possible, especially after suffering a magic backlash? After a brief silence, she hesitantly speaks up, saying she feels perfectly fine. She then asks Jae-hyun how he is holding up. Slowly getting to his feet, he tells her he is good too, apologizing for accidentally falling asleep while waiting. Suddenly remembering something, Ina glances toward the side of the cave. The battered body of the kobold lord is still lying there. Following him toward the exit, she curiously asks why they haven't left yet, since the kobold leader is already dead. Without looking back, he seriously explains that he was just waiting for her to wake up. Immediately after Jae-hyun changes his tone, he tells her there is something important they need to discuss. Ina is taken aback, wondering what he could possibly want to say. Sensing her anxiety, he simply nods. Her expression tightens as she asks what it is, a sudden wave of awkwardness filling the air. As they stand there staring at each other, Jae-hyun breaks the silence, suggesting they should be completely honest with one another. The words catch her off guard. Misunderstanding his intentions, Ina's face flushes a bright red as she stammers out a confused response. Meanwhile, outside the massive dungeon gate, an angry voice cuts through the air. Kim Yoo-jung furiously demands to know how only two survived. Seeing her rage, Ji-won quickly grabs her arm to hold her back, reminding her that she understands her concern for the others. Despite the warning, Kim Yoo-jung yells out in frustration. Nearby, Song-woo's expression is just as grim, the tension thick enough to cut. Watching from a distance, Ho-seon silently wonders what his next move should be, feeling utterly helpless to bring Jae-hyun and Ina back. Just then, a bright flash of white light erupts from the gate, catching Ho-seon completely off guard. He immediately shouts for them to stop. Kim Yoo-jung struggles against the grip, screaming for him to let her go. Ho-seon tries to speak over the noise, saying they are both back. Before he can even finish, two figures materialize in the light. He points toward Jae-hyun and Ina, announcing their return. Noticing the intense argument, Jae-hyun awkwardly scratches his head and asks if they were seriously fighting over them. Even Ji-won grits her teeth in disbelief, swearing that the patrol team had assured her both of them were dead. Her jaw drops in disbelief. Remembering the Gaon Guild leader, she is certain that monster was at least a name-tier beast. Yoo-jung's face is a tear-stained mess. She rushes forward and wraps both of them in a tight hug, still crying hysterically. The instructor and the patrol team all said you guys were dead. The two of them smile softly as she whimpers out her relief. So glad you both survived. Jae-hyun grimaces and sighs. I get it now, please let us go. Watching this, Song-gu feels terribly embarrassed and hangs his head. Jia bites her lip to stop her tears. Jae-hyun instantly senses their rapidly sinking spirits. Suddenly, he calls out to back Song-gu and Kim Jae-hyun. Neither of them dares to look up and meet his gaze. To everyone's absolute shock, Jae-hyun thanks them for believing in them. Song-gu looks up completely, caught off guard by the words. Tears finally spill over her cheeks. With a serious expression, Jae-hyun explains that those two only left because of him. He had instructed them to go back and get the instructor's help. Jae-hyun firmly declares they do not deserve any blame. Even so, Yoo-jung cannot accept this. She frowns, yelling out, "But how could you just abandon your teammates like that?" Pausing for a brief moment, he answers, "I would have done the exact same thing." Memories of his past life flash forward. He remembers them sacrificing their lives to protect him. Jae-hyun tells her to stop silently, thinking that not everyone is as brave. Quickly shifting back to his usual playful smirk, he adds, "And stop getting angry on my behalf." This drives her absolutely mad. She bristles in fury, hugging Ina tight. "I am mad for her sake, you idiot. You totally got it wrong." Jae-hyun just grins. He playfully makes a funny face to tease her. From a distance, Instructor Ji-hyun keeps a close, serious watch on the scene. Jae-hyun grows quiet as a memory surfaces. Ina had previously asked him if he was the one who healed her body back then. He confirmed it but carefully explained, "I know it is confusing, but explaining everything right now is pretty complicated." He just does not want anyone else knowing about his ability. Hearing this, she realizes something and shifts her gaze, murmuring. Realizing she had completely misunderstood, she softly asks, "But why would you want to hide a power like that?" Jae-hyun avoids a direct answer, turning the question back on her. "Are you not curious why the Gaon Guild leader was here?" Ina nods her head. With a deadly serious expression, Jae-hyun bluntly explains that Gu Chang-in is a total monster who uses others. He views the cadets as mere expendable tools. This harsh, bitter attitude completely stuns Ina, catching her off guard. He insists the man is nothing like the hero the media portrays. To him, losing a few useless cadets is no big deal. Everything finally clicks for her. So that is why you are fighting him and keeping your true abilities hidden from everyone. Jae-hyun nods in confirmation. Suddenly, In-ah falls silent deep in her own thoughts before bringing up another memory. She clearly remembers his words from the day they visited his office. You told me not to trust anyone, even if it is the president or the instructors. Pressing further, she demands to know just how much he actually knows. Jae-hyun hesitates. Seeing his reaction, In-ah realizes that he knew the president was evil from the very beginning. He has been acting like he knew exactly what would happen. Confused, she asks how he could possibly know all this. Losing her patience, she desperately begs him to tell her. Jae-hyun is taken aback, not expecting such a strong reaction. He frowns, realizing that if she gets dragged any deeper, it will be extremely dangerous. He even contemplates using brainwashing. But Jae-hyun quickly dismisses the idea. Her magical power is immense, and her mind is far too strong for it to work. His hand clenched tightly at his side. Besides, that was never a good option anyway. He cannot recruit allies that way. Finally, Jae-hyun speaks up, offering a quiet apology, admitting he simply cannot share any more details with her. In-ah asks why, completely baffled. He seriously explains that knowing any more will only put her in grave danger. Could she just let it go and move on? Back in reality, Jae-hyun stands in a quiet corner as someone approaches. Instructor Ji-yoon bows her head deeply, apologizing sincerely for failing to rescue them from that dangerous dungeon. Her voice cracks with emotion, expressing her deep relief that they survived. Jae-hyun is slightly surprised by her vulnerability. He quickly reassures her, knowing she did not knowingly send them into a trap. At that moment, she looks up. She quietly calls out Jae-hyun's full name, but he is too exhausted to talk and politely excuses himself. As he walks away, In-ah quickly catches up, stepping close to whisper his name. She asks if he really cannot tell her, wondering how they can prevent this from happening again in the future. Before she can finish, Jae-hyun cuts in with an apology, smiling as he says he trusts her to keep her promise. He walks away without a second thought, leaving her stunned. Suddenly, the system rings with a familiar mechanical chime. A quest completion message pops up. The rewards for this crucial choice depend entirely on the path he decided to take. He takes a different path, Route B. He secures the Golden Apple of Eden. Meanwhile, in a different place, blinding lights shine down. Jae-hyun sits coldly in his chair. He addresses his subordinate, Instructor Kim Seok-dae. You disappoint me deeply. Cold sweat pours down Kim Seok-dae's face. He bows. I am sorry, Director, he mutters. Jae-hyun continues calmly. I will overlook it this time. But as the man trembles, the director speaks again. He absolutely loathes useless subordinates. His face contorts into a truly terrifying scowl. Do you understand me? Kim Seok-dae bows flat against the floor. I won't disappoint you again. Jae-hyun watches him in silence. You better not, the director replies. Kim Seok-dae's dread spikes. Then a stack of paperwork drops right before him. The director issues a strict order. Jae-hyun must be subdued in the upcoming event. Jae-hyun adds a final threat. His patience is wearing thin. Meanwhile, in a pristine, comfortable room, warm morning sunlight gently streams in. Jae-hyun steps out after a fresh shower. Towel drying his hair, he suddenly freezes in his tracks. On the floor lies a bloody, soiled jacket. Instantly, the memory of In-ah's stubborn face flashes in his mind. He remembers her deep disappointment when he hid the truth. Back in reality, he looks down and sighs heavily. Jae-hyun slowly bends down to pick up the dirty jacket. Before his sudden regression, Yoo-jung had already died. He casually tosses it into the trash. In his mind, Ho-seon still hasn't unleashed even half of his true potential. He must step in to change the future. But not for In-ah. She will thrive perfectly fine without his interference. Sitting down, Jae-hyun makes a firm decision. He needs to be extremely careful around her from now on. He doesn't want to disrupt the timeline. Grabbing the television remote, he wonders if there is anything worth watching. On the screen, three men argue, but Jae-hyun is focused on clarifying the link between Cheon and Asia. He needs answers fast. This dungeon is just the beginning. Far more dangerous situations are coming in the future. He absolutely must grow stronger. He needs to be ready to survive whatever insane danger comes his way next. On screen, the host Chen speaks up. He asks the experts about other completely undiscovered dungeons. He leans forward, waiting. Seok-woo scratches his head in deep thought before answering. Take themed dungeons, for example. Usually, you just kill the boss to clear them. But themed dungeons operate on completely different rules. This sudden detail completely shocks Jae-hyun. On screen, the host asks about the unique characteristics of these themed zones. Seok-woo delivers the crucial facts. Challengers are completely locked inside and cannot leave until the dungeon is cleared. Jae-hyun bolts upright. His bare feet pace the warm carpet. He leans over the table, staring at the calendar. A confident smile spreads across his face. This is it, exactly what he needs. On screen, the broadcast continues. Seok-woo explains further. To clear a themed dungeon, challengers must take on the role of a specific character. They must complete specific quests. It is like an immersive role-playing game, but with incredibly rare rewards. Jae-hyun's mind instantly starts racing. Hidden items, secret drops. The ultimate prizes are waiting for him. Raiders call them God's arrangements. They are the sole reason people risk their lives in these deadly zones. This is his golden opportunity to get ahead. The next morning, inside a quiet kitchen in a modern high-rise apartment, a warm cup of tea is held tightly by anxious fingers. After a brief hesitant pause, Ina finally speaks. "I am sorry for making you worry." Yoo-jung casually waves her hand with a bright, comforting smile. "As long as you both are safe," she laughs. "Honestly, I was worried Jae-hyun would treat you poorly." "He is always like that," Yoo-jung reassures her. Hearing this, Ina looks down, her sadness returning. Yoo-jung notices the heavy silence. She pauses, then gets protective and raises her voice in frustration. "Was he really mean to you?" Ina quickly waves her hands, frantically trying to deny the accusation. "No, it is not that. It is just that he seems to trust you a lot." Ina lowers her head further. She quietly wishes she could be closer to him. If only he would trust her just a little bit more. Her grip on the teacup tightens. She pauses, telling herself that things would be different if she were only stronger. Things might change. Yoo-jung watches her quiet struggle, completely unsure of how to comfort her friend. Suddenly, she stands up. Ina looks up as Yoo-jung reaches out a hand with a warm, bright smile. "Forget about him. Let's go grab some delicious food. I know a place I have been dying to try." The sudden invitation completely catches Ina off guard, but she smiles and places her hand in her friend's warm grasp. Yoo-jung excitedly shouts for them to get moving, promising to help her clear her mind. Yena is caught off guard at first, her jaw dropping, but she soon bursts into a cheerful laugh and agrees. Meanwhile, a hand tightly grips a golden apple. The system announces a legendary consumable item, the Golden Apple of Eden. It is a special fruit grown and harvested by the one responsible for the eternal youth and immortality of the Aesir gods. Eating it instantly slows aging and boosts recovery while permanently increasing magic talent, reducing aging speed by 50% and adding a 50% recovery bonus. It also grants 20 stamina and 20 mana but cannot be traded or sold. Jae-hyun stares at the legendary fruit, wondering if it really halts aging and boosts recovery. These are ultra-rare attributes that should make it worth millions. Worth at least millions. The system instantly reiterates that this item cannot be sold or traded, causing Jae-hyun to awkwardly admit that he obviously cannot just give this away. But shaking his head, he decides to check his loot first anyway. Suddenly, he goes quiet as a memory surfaces from deep within his mind. If he remembers correctly, a specific A-rank-themed dungeon is about to open at the local amusement park. And that is exactly where he can obtain the speed-boosting boots of Thjalfi, the legendary servant of Thor. Those boots are known to dramatically increase agility, making them highly sought after by top-tier hunters. Jae-hyun wipes the golden apple clean with his shirt, realizing this item will allow him to perfectly balance his mana and stamina with agility. He then opens his mouth to bite into the golden fruit. The very first bite feels like a burst of fireworks exploding inside, freezing him in pure astonishment. But right after, he looks disappointed, muttering that it actually tastes completely ordinary, just like any other apple. Then the system chimes again, announcing that the Golden Apple of Idun is taking effect. His stamina and mana have both permanently increased by 20 points, while his aging slows by 50%, recovery boosts by 50%, and his magic talent receives a permanent upgrade. Jae-hyun pauses, feeling the sudden rush of power surging through his body. A small surprised chuckle escapes his lips as he realizes the effects are absolutely incredible. Standing up to stretch his limbs, he notices his body feels remarkably lighter and in peak condition. Grabbing his phone from the table with a smile, he decides to make a call, introducing himself to the person on the line. "Yes, this is Jae-hyun." Soon, a beautiful amusement park appears, buzzing with families and filled with lively energy. Jae-hyun takes a look around, realizing the place looks a bit messy to him since his regression. Still, he steps forward and makes his way inside. When he reaches the ticket booth, the receptionist warmly welcomes him, asking what kind of ticket he wants to buy. Instead of answering immediately, he slides over a black card engraved with a strange, unique symbol. Introducing himself as Jae-hyun, a conqueror from the Jokwa Guild, his eyes flash with intensity as his tone deepens, warning her that a themed dungeon is about to open right here. Meanwhile, back in the academy hall, students stand around, chatting. Jae-hyun approaches the front desk and asks if Cadet Jae-hyun has already left. The receptionist nods, confirming. He stopped by yesterday to say he had some business today. When asked if there is a problem, Jae-hyun quickly waves, her hands reassuring her that everything is fine. Secretly, she wonders how he could have recovered so fast from such a severe trauma, especially since he is only a freshman. Recalling his departure, Jae-hyun knows he is highly skilled and possesses incredible mental resilience. A soft smile appears on her face as she quietly notes to herself that the boy is exceptionally brave. While the receptionist looks confused, Jae-hyun asks her to tell Min Jae-hyun to come see her once he returns. Smiling, the receptionist promises she will do exactly that, and Jae-hyun politely thanks her before walking away. As she steps outside, towering skyscrapers loom in every direction and one familiar high-rise catches her eye. She stares silently at the building for a long moment. After a brief pause, she pulls out her earpiece and takes another look at the structure. Slipping the device into her ear, a faint blue light flashes as she adjusts the settings. She speaks into the comms, calling manager Jae-seok to check if he can hear her clearly. Jae-seok quickly responds that he is listening, prompting her to report on how the investigation is going. She explains that after a thorough search, she discovered Gu Chang-in is the mastermind behind the incident. Jae-seok ponders this and orders her to keep a close eye on both Kim Seok-ji, who oversaw the simulated dungeon training, and Gu Chang-in, instructing her to call back immediately with any updates. Jae-hyun nods in agreement but mentions one last thing. Jae-seok asks for clarification, and she admits she suspects Cadet Min Jae-hyun, whom she mentioned earlier, knows something. Meanwhile, back at the amusement park, the sky remains clear as families enjoy the crowded attractions. Suddenly, a tense announcement blares through the speakers, declaring an emergency situation and warning everyone that this is not a drill. An evacuation drill is announced, ordering all remaining guests to leave. Min Jae-hyun smiles, thinking to himself that they are pretty quick. The Johua Guild certainly has a lot of influence. Checking his phone, he mutters that it should be starting soon, but his eyes suddenly narrow. Staring straight ahead, he recalls a recent conversation. Fine, if you are really that confident, I will let you represent our guild. But just as Min Jae-hyun was about to thank her and end the call, she cut in with a single catch. It turns out Sung-eun had specifically requested the guild to prioritize his safety above all else if the situation got bad. The condition took even him by surprise. Is that really it? He asked. Setting down her teacup, she replied that it was not a matter of doubt. Sung-eun explained that no teacher wants to see their student in harm's way, and anything can happen inside a dungeon. Min Jae-hyun had simply listened in silence. Back in the present, the system suddenly chimes with a new notification. The themed dungeon Ruins of Neverland has materialized. Dark energy rises from nowhere, wrapping around the entire amusement park. The system continues to alert him that a special item will be granted once 3 consecutive quests are fully completed. The special quest Big 3 has been unlocked. For this themed dungeon, he must locate and finish 3 hidden challenges. The quest difficulty is set to rank B, and the final reward is the elusive Lightning Footsteps skill, the legendary Lightning Footsteps of the Divine Beast. If he fails, unstable mana will flood the area. Min Jae-hyun looks around, confirming that this is exactly as he remembers. It matches his past life memories perfectly. Back then, a pink-haired girl rubbed her chin and claimed she could spot the quests. She easily found the Viking Ride quest. That was how she uncovered the haunted house and the parade as well. That was Seo Ah-han, the notorious themed dungeon raider. She had smirked, boasting about her incredible sensory perception skill. She claimed nothing was impossible if she used her head just a little bit, always incredibly eager to show off. She was excited for a themed dungeon but admitted she found it disappointing. Shaking off the memory, he sighs deeply. A self-proclaimed genius with an IQ of 150, she was so thrilled by her own talent. She bragged constantly, only to be taken out by those who envy her. Because of that, the lightning skill was lost. It fell into someone else's hands instead. But Min Jae-hyun is not discouraged. He steps forward, determined to rewrite history. Up in the sky, something is taking shape. Crimson teleportation lights flash and dark energy begins to twist together in the air. Vibrant black and red magical sigils expand, swallowing the entire amusement park as the dungeon fully materializes. Stepping onto the shifting, chaotic energy, he makes his way inside his figure, glowing slightly against the oppressive darkness. If only he could be the one to claim that skill. Suddenly, the words entrance glow brightly on a nearby wall. He has found the first quest of the Big 3. Will he accept the Viking challenge? Reading the prompt, he smirks. Let's do this, he mutters confidently. Instantly, the system begins teleporting him directly into the Viking trial. A dark vortex opens in midair, pulling him in to alter the preset ending of this ancient tale. A sudden flash of blue light illuminates Min Jae-hyun's serious face before the massive spatial rift swallows him whole. In a blink, his body is pulled inside and the swirling portal slowly dissolves into nothingness. But someone was already lurking in the corner, watching him silently. As Min Jae-hyun enters, the system begins loading. The synchronization hits 100%. He is taking over the role of Thialfi, a survivor of the Viking invasion. With the integration complete, the first trial of the Big 3, the Wrath of Thialfi, is officially active. Slowly opening his eyes, he reviews the detailed system prompt outlining his primary objective in this legendary quest. Thor, the god of thunder, grew incredibly jealous of Thialfi's swiftness and took his sister Roskva hostage to force him into service. Stepping into Thialfi's shoes, he must rescue Roskva and resolve his deep-seated resentment. The quest difficulty is rank B. The reward is the active skill Commander's Roar. Failure conditions are simple if either Roskva or Thialfi dies. Failure means death. Suddenly, he finds himself in a burning village overrun by ruthless bandits causing absolute chaos. Nearby, a brother and sister huddle together. Thialfi, who eventually serves the thunder god Thor, was the fastest of humans. Though born a mere mortal, he grew to deeply hate the Norse gods after losing his entire family to Viking zealots. They worshipped the ancient Aesir gods. Stunned by this sudden revelation, Jae-hyun's eyes widen. Wait, Thialfi hated the Norse gods. That certainly wasn't in the original mythology. Could this be a deep conflict between the Aesir and other deities? Suddenly, a loud and desperate scream echoes through the flames, calling out Thialfi's name to wake him up immediately. He snaps awake, clutching his throbbing head in pain as the chaotic burning world slowly comes into focus around him. The chaotic deck is bustling with crew members hauling ropes while several prisoners kneel tightly bound to the wooden floor. Chappie instantly recognizes the exact vessel he previously stole to set sail in search of Josva. He then glances over at the green-haired young man standing right beside him. This is Fezzik, the very person who suggested stealing the ship. He asks if Chappie is alright, prompting the dazed young man to nod. Suddenly, the two massive vessels crash into each other with violent force, causing everyone on board to stumble and slide across the deck. The assault continues as multiple enemy ships close in, surrounding them completely. Before they can react, a wild group of bloodthirsty bandits leaps onto the ship, brandishing lethal weapons with absolute aggression. Fezzik curses in pure frustration, while Chappie remains dead, silent, deeply lost in thought. He realizes he cannot comprehend this sudden chaos, meaning his search for Josva must be put on hold for just a moment. Dashing forward instantly, Chappie shouts that he is leaving the situation here in his hands. Fezzik is left entirely bewildered by this move, screaming for him to wait. But Chappie already bends his knees, launching himself into the air while his companion desperately calls out from behind. Wait, Tei! Chappie easily clears the massive gap separating the two vessels in a single leap, keeping his eyes glued to the battlefield below. The intense skirmish continues to rage on the deck, and one of the combatants suddenly notices Chappie flying overhead, gazing up in shock. The young man lands gracefully right on the very tip of the ship mast. Down below, the bandit leader laughs maniacally, pointing up at Chappie. He mocks him, questioning why someone would choose to board an enemy vessel when they should be running for their lives instead. A wave of mockery and insults quickly follows from the other bandits, calling him a fool, while another threatens to end his life immediately. Chappie ignores the threats, but his expression shifts when he spots something unbelievable. Wait! His gaze lands directly on Josva, who is currently bound to the central mast. She appears completely unconscious, and seeing her here triggers a flood of vivid memories of Jae-hyun in his mind. He remembers her as a vibrant, mischievous girl with wide, passionate eyes and a sly smirk. He simply cannot comprehend how she ended up here. Just as he is processing this, a system notification rings out loud. It alerts him that he has successfully located the youngest sibling, Josva. She always boasted about being an absolute genius with a brilliant mind and a grand conqueror. Jae-hyun would flip her hair with immense confidence, insisting she was truly extraordinary. But then her energetic mood completely deflates. Clutching her head, her face grows dark with frustration as she screams in rage, questioning why she is locked up here of all places. She clearly remembers telling them she needed to use the restroom, but they immediately saw through her trick, teasing her for being too scared to enter the haunted house. This happened exactly 3 minutes before the emergency alert. Jae-hyun clenches her hands, her bloodlust flaring as she mutters that there is only a 0.6% chance of a dungeon appearing, and only a 0.3% chance of being trapped inside a themed one. Why does her bad luck strike now, leaving her sobbing? She shakes off the despair quickly, regaining her composure. She resolves to find a way out, refusing to die in this miserable place. Looking around, she hopes that a raid team has finally arrived to rescue her. Suddenly, her eyes lock onto a familiar back silhouette. It belongs to Jae-hyun, causing her to feel highly suspicious. Jae-hyun stealthily creeps closer to investigate, deeply confused by this strange person presence. He clearly does not resemble anyone from the typical raid squad. Narrowing her eyes, she makes a quick decision to tail him quietly. Back on the pirate ship, Chappie stares at Josva, tied securely to the massive wooden mast. His blood boils, cursing silently at the situation. He rubs his temples in utter disbelief. They had sent out a clear evacuation warning, so why of all people did she remain behind? Misinterpreting his frustration for weakness, the ecstatic pirates draw their bows, shouting for their comrades to turn Chappie into a human pincushion. An entire volley of sharp arrows is unleashed, hurtling straight toward him, but Chappie does not move a single inch as they approach. He simply raises his eyes and a solid defensive barrier instantly deploys. Opening his palm, a dense magic orb forms with immense power. As his hand tightens into a fist, a heavy suffocating pressure erupts around the deck, signaling that he is now completely enraged. With a thunderous roar, he unleashes a devastating magic strike. The direct impact sends the entire pirate crew flying backward through the air. Blood splatters across the ship, yet Chappie remains in his striking stance, crackling waves of residual magic energy still swirling around him. He lowers his gaze, trying to stay optimistic. Even if Ahan is incredibly difficult to deal with, her abilities are still useful. Suddenly, a massive bald bandit, armed with a heavy battle axe, sneaks up behind Chappie. Without even turning around, he effortlessly dodges the blow. The axe crashes heavily into the wooden deck. Chappie's eyes flicker with a calculating glint, knowing he cannot simply discard her. Since she is stuck here, his best strategy is to make full use of her. He steps forward swiftly, launching a strike. His fist connects directly with the brute's face, making him scream in agony before collapsing heavily onto the hard deck floor. He decides to completely wrap up this battle first before figuring out his next move regarding the troublesome girl. He turns to glare at the remaining pirates, who instinctively shrink back in absolute terror. Chappie sighs, tiredly rubbing his neck. He bluntly tells them he lacks the time for games. Golden eyes gleaming with confidence, he demands they all attack at once. Moments later, absolute silence returns to the ship, leaving Chappie standing alone among the unconscious bodies of the defeated pirates. With the enemies down, Chappie slowly walks over to where Radva is tightly bound. He confronts her directly, saying she can only play dead and pretend to sleep for so long. She holds her breath until her face turns bright red. He calmly keeps questioning her as she tries to keep up the act before clicking her tongue in frustration. Radva finally looks up and admits she was caught guessing his identity is indeed Chappie. Hellring that. Chappie just smiles and squats down. He asks if she knows what comes next, suddenly throwing a violent punch right at the wooden post she is tied to, making her turn pale with absolute terror. His face darkens as he warns her that he knows exactly what she is plotting, so she had better drop those incredibly foolish thoughts and act smart. Radva turns pale with fear, gritting her teeth as she desperately nods her head in agreement. Just then, the system chimes to announce the first quest is complete. Chappie's lingering soul is now returning, and the rewards are being calculated. A short while later at the amusement park, an eerie purple mana swirls heavily through the air. Inside an empty abandoned shop, only Jae-hyun and Ah-hyun remain. He looks incredibly serious, crossing his arms as he stares at her while she looks down, biting her lip, as if deep in thought. Jae-hyun slowly begins to speak, pointing out that she is officially registered as a professional mage-class raider. Yet she fights exactly like a warrior-class raider of her age. He finishes by calling her personality downright terrible. Hellring this, Ah-hyun's mood completely plummets. She wonders why she ever got involved with such a bizarre guy, questioning who he really is. Seeing her frustrated expression, Jae-hyun raises his voice to ask what kind of skill she claims she could use. She can only laugh sheepishly, claiming it simply helps her handle her swordsmanship a bit better. Secretly, Ah-hyun slyly believes this simple lie will work. After all, very few academy students actually know the details of these skills. Since he has a bad personality, she plans to use him to make a quick profit. However, Jae-hyun immediately cuts her off with a piercing glare, declaring that he absolutely despises dishonest people. She forces a quick smile and swears she is telling the truth, calling it a basic D-rank skill for reviewing standard swordsmanship. His voice turns ice cold as he drops the real name, cognitive acceleration. Ah-hyun freezes instantly, her face pale with sheer horror as Jae-hyun calmly breaks down its details, explaining how it slows down perceived time to vastly accelerate the user's thought process. It is normally used by party leaders to analyze and predict their opponent's mental moves. Finishing his explanation, he lets out a quiet sigh and asks if he got any of those facts wrong. Completely caught off guard, she breaks into a cold sweat and stammers, wondering how he could possibly. Jae-hyun suddenly stands up firmly, stating that he cannot take her along anyway since she is clearly planning to lie and exploit his strength. Ah-hyun's heart drops instantly. His expression turns incredibly sharp as he warns her that he is not that foolish. Looking at his retreating back, Ah-hyun desperately screams for him to wait. Tears well up in her eyes as she reaches out and grabs his sleeve, begging him. She apologizes, crying that she will literally die if he abandons her alone in this dangerous place. Yet his face remains entirely indifferent, asking how he can possibly trust her. Ah-hyun immediately promises that she will prove her worth. Predicting this exact reaction, Jae-hyun flashes a sly smirk and demands she sign a contract. She never expected him to go this far, and freezes in shock before quietly agreeing. Above them, the sky remains dark and distorted, while Ah-hyun grimaces below her, cold sweat pouring down endlessly. The system screen displays the binding contract stating Seo Ah-hyun cannot harm Min Jae-hyun under any circumstances. She must obey all of Jae-hyun's commands while he will guarantee her physical safety until they successfully clear the Neverland theme park dungeon. Additionally, she cannot speak of this agreement. Reading the terms, she ruffles her hair in utter despair, silently cursing him. Jae-hyun watches silently with a solemn expression, noting that subjugation is basically a brainwashing skill, allowing him to hold all the leverage. He chuckles to himself, confident this is the absolute best way to utilize her skills without worrying about any potential backstabbing. Though she is incredibly frustrated, Ah-hyun has no choice but to gloomily sign the deal. Instantly, a heavy golden, magical chain manifests around her neck and wrists. The system quickly sounds a notification confirming that CO Ah-hyun is officially bound. She has become a direct subordinate, and this powerful link cannot be broken even after completing the dungeon quests due to the contract. Watching this happen, Jae-hyun smirks with absolute satisfaction, teasingly asking if these terms aren't quite generous since he isn't controlling her mind. Ah-hyun grits her teeth in pure annoyance, muttering that she can hardly feel comfortable with someone constantly occupying her thoughts. He immediately fires back with a cold threat, telling her to cancel the deal if she wants since he can just leave her here. Instantly, Ah-hyun switches to a bright, enthusiastic attitude, promising she will do an amazing job. Jae-hyun sighs, realizing she is incredibly simple. The scene shifts abruptly to a hellish landscape. Outside a grand hall, a massive beast with vibrant red fur lies resting, as a sharp clawed hand gently strokes its clean white fur. It seems hell, our petty little enemy, is working incredibly hard. The gaze of the Aesir god has grown much sharper. Thinking of this, a cunning smile slowly creeps across her face. Leaning against the massive beast, Hel mutters to herself about what she should do since they will be furious if she leaves now. She continues to smile playfully as a dark black shadow creeps closer. Suddenly, the Aesir system presents a tempting proposal, urging Hel to become my eyes. It says I need some time until he is ready to return. Ah-hyun wonders, where are we heading now? Min Jae-hyun answers, the haunted house is our first stop. Hel ring that she jumps back with a sudden shriek. A haunted house. He turns to her, totally confused. Are you scared? Ah-hyun angrily jumps up, asking if he actually thinks she is afraid of that. Even though her face is pale, she stubbornly claims no high school student would ever be afraid of something like that. Min Jae-hyun knows her too well and smirks, teasing that kids just like her are. She loudly protests, insisting that she is absolutely not scared, but tears are already welling up in her eyes. Since she claims she's fine, Min Jae-hyun shrugs and announces they have arrived, telling her to get ready. That is when real terror hits Ah-hyun, draining all her energy. As Min Jae-hyun steps forward, she screams out, "Wait, I need a second. Need to take a deep breath." But the system waits for no one, announcing the start of the big boss's second quest. Inside the haunted house, stepping through the portal, they find themselves at the destination with Ah-hyun already holding a video camera. The place looks somehow nostalgic, yet the stained door and the heavy grim air feel deeply unsettling. It is a completely cursed mansion, and right then, the system screen pops up. They must escape this haunted house without breaking 3 strict rules, and certain skills will be locked. With their powers limited, Min Jae-hyun turns to ask what her role is. Ah-hyun proudly holds up her camera and says she is obviously the camera woman. She asks about his role, and Min Jae-hyun looks back to point out that he is clearly a horror streamer. Right then, a man in a pristine suit suddenly appears. In a raspy voice, he remarks that it has been a long time since they had guests. He welcomes them politely. The sudden voice makes them jump, and as they slowly turn around, Ah-hyun is already turning pale with fright. The man introduces himself as Albert, the head butler of this grand mansion, currently serving the esteemed Countess Fia. He has come to welcome them at his lady's request. Instantly, the system chimes with a notification for their second big boss quest. The quest is set in the Flandia Manor. They have been invited by Countess Flandia herself, but this dark place is deeply terrifying and hides a horrifying secret. They must use their camera to expose the mansion's truth and escape. The difficulty is set to rank A, rewarding an active illusion skill. Failure occurs if they cannot escape within the time limit or fail to uncover the dark truth behind this mansion. The penalty for failure is certain death. Outside, a gloomy purple sky hangs over the dead bare trees. Slipping his white-gloved hand onto the handle, Albert pushes the heavy mansion doors open. Gesturing politely, he invites them inside. Min Jae-hyun cautiously stares into the dark hallway, prompting Albert to speak up again. He reassures them that the Countess insisted on giving them the absolute best hospitality. Meanwhile, Ah-hyun keeps shivering, breaking out in a cold sweat. Seriously, who wouldn't be trembling in a creepy place like this? Albert leads them toward the dining room, claiming they must be exhausted from their long journey. Ah-hyun cannot help but look around, utterly fascinated by the spooky interior. But while she is distracted, Min Jae-hyun spots a strange painting. It shows a flower vase with a label dedicated to the most beautiful and foolish girl. He keeps staring intensely at it as they walk past. That is when Ah-hyun notices a different piece and sighs in admiration. pointing out a lovely painting of a blonde girl posing with her dog. Jae-hyun looks at it with deep suspicion, wondering about its origins. Albert openly explains that it is a portrait of the manor's master and her beloved dog. Jae-hyun carefully examines the portrait, guessing the girl must have been only 12 or 13. He remarks that the owner must deeply cherish her childhood memories, given how prominently she displayed this portrait. Hearing this, the butler turns toward the painting and nods slowly in agreement. Of course, but when he turns back, his entire body suddenly glows bright red, and his eyes go completely blank and lifeless. He mutters that she had many happy memories like a dream. Jae-hyun merely frowns at this creepy shift, but Oh-hun is absolutely terrified out of her mind. Unbothered by her reaction, Albert keeps walking politely, urging them to follow him. They have no choice but to follow while she continues to break out in cold sweat. Jae-hyun warns himself to stay sharp. Usually the system provides a clear background for quests, but not this time. He must uncover every secret on his own. Suddenly, a series of eerie noises echo through the halls. Ahun is on the verge of tears from sheer fright. Jae-hyun frowns at her and asks if she is really okay, pointing out she clearly lied about not being afraid. Swallowing her tears, she sharply retorts that she is just not used to this creepy place yet and just needs some time. Right then, the heavy double doors ahead swing open, making Ahun jump. Once again, Albert turns back with a dark, expressionless face to announce they have arrived at a grand banquet hall fully set, with food and flickering candles. He explains this is a special feast prepared by Countess Flandia exclusively for both of their enjoyment. Before closing the door, Albert tells them to enjoy their meal, promising to return once they have finished eating. The door suddenly slams shut behind them. For a long moment, the two of them just stare at the locked exit in silence. Finally, Ahun glances over at the dining table, warily inspecting the food before frowning. Eating this might turn out to be a very bad. After taking it all in, Jae-hyun quickly finishes his calculations. He suggests they search the area while the butler is away, but Ahun stops him, suggesting they gather more clues right here first. With that, she closes her eyes to focus. Instantly, her system screen flashes. Activating her active skill, House Perception, a brilliant blue mana wraps around her entire body. The table holding the vase suddenly glows bright gold. Then the chairs, the plates, and even the cutlery turn into solid gold too. As the blue light lingers, Ahun scans the room carefully. She takes in every single detail around them. Finally, the mana fades and her eyes return to normal. She beams with excitement and announces she found something about this mansion. Jae-hyun is quietly impressed by her speed. It makes sense for an innate skill, but he keeps his cool exterior. He calmly asks what she found. Ah-hun confidently replies that she thinks the owner of this mansion is a young child, specifically a 12-year-old. Jae-hyun raises an eyebrow, asking how she figured that out, so she pulls out a chair to show him. The seating layout is the key. The host's chair is built much higher than the rest, meaning they are likely very small. Plus, all the shelves in the hall are surprisingly low. Ah-hun points out that only the bottom handles have any wear. Jae-hyun nods as he visualizes the layout, agreeing that the mansion's furniture was indeed placed quite low for a reason. Satisfied, he suggests they move on, and she happily agrees. As they walk, Ah-hun spots a camera and starts marveling at it. She mutters about wishing she could take the expensive gear with her, but Jae-hyun suddenly stops dead in his tracks. "What's wrong?" Ah-hun asks, but his face is already ice cold. He warns her this is no time to joke around. They are trapped. There is no way out. His grim expression says it all as he delivers the bad news. Meanwhile, 2 hours have already passed since this themed dungeon manifested. Outside, news helicopters are already circling the sky. A reporter broadcasts live stating that a conqueror from the Jo-kwa Guild and a high school student, Ah-hun, are trapped inside. Can they survive, she asks. The public is terrified they won't make it out of the dungeon alive. Nearby, Shisok and Yong-hun lean against a wall. Shisok cracks his neck in frustration, cursing their absolute garbage luck. They were supposed to get promoted soon, so what the hell is this? Yong-hun lets out a heavy sigh, completely agreeing. Seriously, who could have predicted a themed dungeon popping up inside an actual theme park? But they both know the real danger. If the Civil Association's evaluation fails, Yong-hun warns that Shisok could face a demotion despite his recent success against the goblins. Not to mention, Yong-hun's own promotion will be completely cancelled. Shisok sarcastically thanks his senior for the wonderful, uplifting words. Shisok lights up a cigarette with a heavy sigh, realizing they are about to take the fall for this entire mess. He tells him to check on the two trapped inside. But as Yong-hun pulls up the files, his eyes suddenly widen. It is Jae-hyun's profile. As Yong-hun skims through the cadet's data, his face goes completely blank with sudden shock. He realizes exactly who this is. Rumors said this guy had enrolled at Milet Academy. Did the guild recruit him? Wait, what? Shisok drops his cigarette in total disbelief. 3 people are in there, not 2. Not quite, Yong-hun replies. He looks up thoughtfully, a spark of sudden confidence returning to his eyes. Thinking of Min Jae-hyun's insane potential, Yong-hun confidently tells his partner that this dungeon might actually get cleared after all. Meanwhile, the massive exit doors remain sealed. Ah-hun looks like she's about to cry, her face completely pale with fear. Locked tight. Min Jae-hyun stares at the heavy door, lock his annoyance growing as Ah-hun trembles beside him. What if they never escape? Seeing her panic like this, Min Jae-hyun steps in to try and calm her down. He reassures her that every dungeon always has an exit. Ah-hun tries to pull herself together, offering a forced, nervous smile. She agrees that no dungeon is truly inescapable. With her spirit slightly renewed, she runs off to search another corner. As she runs off to search, Min Jae-hyun turns his attention back to the massive sealed door, carefully analyzing their grim situation. The villa's owner clearly does not want them leaving, and their current stats are way too low to force it open. He glances at Ah-hun, recalling that in his past life before he regressed, she actually managed to escape this place entirely on her own. This means the raw physical stats required to beat this dungeon must be relatively low, pointing to another hidden factor. Hey, come here and look. Ah-hun screams from across the room, her voice shaking as she calls him over. He turns around and asks what's wrong. Ah-hun stutters, nervously pointing out that something is seriously off with the camera. Is she just role-playing? Min Jae-hyun leans in to check, but the moment he sees the screen, he completely freezes. Pure horror. He stares in utter disbelief. The camera feed reveals a gruesome sight right beneath the High Owner's seat. The body of Aesir lies right there, cold and lifeless in a massive pool of fresh, dark blood. Even some of the prepared food lay scattered. After watching, Ah-hun finally spoke up, wondering if the Alfred who had guided them here was real. Min Jae-hyun's face also grew tense as he frowned and firmly declared it was a fake. Right then, the system alert chimed in. The screen announced they had uncovered 70% of Alfred's secret, the mansion's first mystery. Min Jae-hyun glanced over, wondering if this was only the beginning. By now, Min Jae-hyun realized that this camera allowed them to see things that were completely invisible to the naked eye. Ah-hun quickly connected the dots and shouted that this must be why she was the camera operator, making this camera their key to solving everything. Min Jae-hyun chuckled and praised her, telling her she was actually pretty smart. Yet in his mind, he could not help but wonder. He wondered how on earth she could conquer this dungeon when she was so easily terrified. Meanwhile, she was still happily praising herself. She bragged about being quite clever, while Min Jae-hyun figured she only calmed down when she actually had to use her brain. Reaching out for the camera, he noted that the real issue was what the lens revealed. Min Jae-hyun then panned it toward another spot. Still analyzing, he reasoned that even if the Alfred they met was a fake, this screen was displaying either the present or the past. Ah-hun clapped her hands and agreed it made perfect sense. She fully understood they were in a dungeon and had to solve the mansion's mysteries. Yet Ah-hun quickly grew anxious again, worrying that the system would not show them the future as they peered through the lens once more. Suddenly, through the camera, they spotted a blood-drenched hand hanging limp. Min Jae-hyun watched closely as he began to speak. He declared that the camera was showing them the past along with the dark history of this bizarre mansion. Currently, the table held a delicious-looking plate of beef steak alongside another beef dish cooked differently. Just then, tears welled up in Hun's eyes. She slowly muttered, asking if all this food was actually made of something else, and Min Jae-hyun grimly confirmed it. This was definitely not meant to be eaten. Flashbacks of Alfred's gruesome death played in Min Jae-hyun's mind, putting him on high alert. He suddenly called out to her. Ah-hun muttered uncomfortably that she had a bad feeling, prompting Min Jae-hyun to hand over the camera. He told her to take it, and she quickly grabbed it, warning him to be careful. His face turned serious as he detected something. Sensing a trace of strange mana, he realized that everything around them was just an illusion, a rare magic found in dungeon traps. Min Jae-hyun silently extended his hand as a brilliant golden magic erupted. He seemed to have made a clear decision. As multiple magic circles manifested one after another, the system announced the activation of his active skill, Absolute Calculation. But then the system reported that the skill activation had failed, as if some hidden wild beast was watching them closely. The system declared that this particular skill could not be used here. Min Jae-hyun nodded in understanding, realizing what they were up against. Seeing Ah-hun bending over to search the area, he asked what she was doing. She explained she was looking for key items. Hoping that some crucial escape items might be hidden nearby, she came up empty-handed and quickly brushed off the dust. Looking closely at the camera feed, she saw Alfred lying on the table instead of the food, suggesting the escape key was there. Her deduction caught Min Jae-hyun by surprise, but he quickly let out a satisfied, sly smirk, realizing she might be onto something. He declared there was a way to solve this. Instantly, the system announced the activation of his mana detection skill. As Min Jae-hyun's eyes flashed, his gaze locked onto the head of the dining table, specifically focusing on a dessert dish. Staring at the dessert plate, Min Jae-hyun smirked inwardly, thinking he knew it all along as things played out exactly as expected. He knew that magic locks were fundamentally anchored to objects or spells. To break them, there were only two options. You either destroy the physical anchor or dismantle the spell formula itself. Jae-hyun was absolutely certain of the solution. He pointed out that the key was likely inside that pudding. Ah-hun stared at it in disbelief, her eyes narrowing with hesitation. Peering into the camera, she hesitantly questioned if it was truly in the pudding, as the horrifying image of Alfred flashed again. Cold sweat poured down her face from sheer terror. Seeing her react this way, Jae-hyun teased her, asking if she was scared. Ah-hun loudly denied it, rolling up her sleeves as if heading straight to war, and bravely declared she would retrieve it. Steeling herself, she reached into the pudding. After rummaging around, knowing Alfred's corpse lay within, she suddenly froze in shock. Finally, pulling the key out, she cheered in triumph that she found it. Instantly, the system began chiming with notifications. They had successfully solved the second secret of the Illusion Mansion, the magic seal, earning them extra rewards upon dungeon completion. Meanwhile, in the pitch-black darkness, the upright figure of Alfred appeared, standing quietly as he observed them. Watching their every move through a crystal ball, the butler lamented that their guests did not seem to enjoy the meal. Alfred repeatedly muttered to himself, insisting they could not afford any shortcomings when entertaining their esteemed guests. It was unacceptable. Just then, a voice called for Butler Alfred, and he promised he would never disappoint the Countess. As Alfred's shadowed back receded, eerie cries of sorrow echoed. Meanwhile, back with the duo, things had settled down slightly. Light streams down from the ceiling as Jae-hyun and Ah-hun walk forward side by side, though she keeps looking around warily. She is still checking her surroundings through her camera, seeing a mess of toy bears and stuffed rabbits stained with dried blood. Suddenly, both of them stop dead. A closed door stands in front of them. He guesses it is the guest bedroom. Ah-hun lowers her camera and nods. Right, since they called us guests, we were supposed to head here after dinner, but with all this blood, there is really no other option. Peering through her lens, she spots messy blood splatters smeared all over the entrance, proving they have no safe choice. Jae-hyun gets curious. Let's go inside to search for clues. But Ah-hun flinches immediately. Do we really have to go in? He patiently explains that they need to find a way to escape unless she wants to stay trapped in this mansion forever. She can only cry, sobbing that she definitely does not want that. So Jae-hyun warns her to shut her pretty mouth and stay alert. Just yell if you see anything, he says. Ah-hun weakly nods in agreement as he slowly pushes the door open to step inside. The only light in the room is the pale moonlight filtering through the window. Jae-hyun announces that he is going to search for clues. Right then, a sudden breeze rustles the curtains. Rain pours outside, and that creepy white fabric keeps brushing against his leg. Jae-hyun glances behind him. His eyes lock onto a tiny girl standing there in a white dress, though it is stained with blood. Her small body is also covered in dark bruises. She slowly reaches out a tiny pale hand, pointing her finger straight ahead. She is pointing right at Ah-hun. Suddenly, their dark surroundings shift with only a tiny torch flickering to light up a small corner. A shadowy, faceless figure with glowing red eyes starts to loom, flickering right before her eyes in the dim light. Ah-hun panics, screaming his name. When Jae-hyun finally sits up while clutching his head, she breathes a huge sigh of relief. He groans, telling her to stop screaming because his head is killing him. Jae-hyun mutters a quiet curse as he looks around. He knew this twist was coming, yet he still fell for it. Is this forced event necessary for the dungeon to progress? Seeing Jae-hyun inspect the area, Ah-hun explains that she used her cognitive acceleration skill to analyze their current situation. Judging by the heavy mold moss and extreme humidity, she figures they are locked up inside some sort of underground dungeon. To make things worse, there are clear traces of torture left behind, along with an ancient iron lock lying on the floor. Ah-hun shivers, muttering about how creepy it is that someone would build a literal prison cell inside a private mansion. Jae-hyun ignores her complaints, gripping the heavy iron bars to test their strength. He draws back his hand as mana begins to flare. He mutters that the key must be somewhere nearby. Suddenly, the system announces the activation of his silence skill. Jae-hyun clenches his fist. He channels a massive surge of raw energy before punching the heavy iron bars with everything. Talk about a loud entrance. The massive explosion leaves a cloud of dust, and Ah-hun standing there with her mouth agape. The entire structure shakes as debris rains down, completely destroying the iron bars and collapsing the wall. Yet, as they step out, he warns her. Jae-hyun quietly warns her to stay as silent as possible because things will get ugly if whoever is out there catches them. Ah-hun narrows her eyes dryly, asking him if he honestly thinks blowing up a brick wall counts as being quiet. He snaps at her to shut up. Focus on escaping instead of complaining. Suddenly, a strange noise cuts him off. Something leaps out of the darkness. Jae-hyun instantly whips around, dropping into a defensive stance to protect them. But the mysterious creature leaps straight onto his chest. He furrows his brows, staring down in absolute confusion at what just happened. Jae-hyun holds it out, still doubting his eyes. A puppy. Behind him, Ah-hun stands completely frozen, unable to speak. Clenched fists raised, she yells at him to put the dog down immediately. Jae-hyun just gently shakes the pup and asks why. Based on its weak mana, it seems like a normal puppy. Besides, it has a key in its mouth, meaning it was locked up too. Ah-hun lowers her voice to protest, arguing that a dangerous dungeon would never hand over a key so easily. What if this harmless-looking dog is actually a deadly trap? Hearing her words, the puppy instantly gets offended and angry. Its face turns red as it growls, still tightly clutching a golden key in its mouth. Ah-hun only grows more suspicious. Just as her anxiety peaks, a series of system notifications suddenly flash before them, announcing a brand new quest. The side quest is titled Fia's Diary, requiring them to enter Countess Fleria's fourth-floor room and read her private diary. With a difficulty rating of B, the reward is a complete reversal of the themed dungeon's annoying scan lock. Failure conditions are simple: dying before the timer runs out or failing to finish within the strict limit. With exactly 1 hour and 59 minutes left, Jae-hyun smirks, noting that the reward is actually pretty decent. He chuckles, realizing this quest must be directly connected to the mansion's deepest secrets. A moment later, they reach a new area. They slowly push open a heavy wooden door, immediately splitting their focus to scout the room for any potential danger. With the puppy close by, Jae-hyun announces that they have successfully made it to the third floor. Standing in the center of the massive room, he admits that he has no idea which way to go. Hearing this, Ah-yoon lets out a heavy sigh, pointing out they no longer have their camera, so their only choice now is to search the surrounding area. Right then, Jae-hyun suddenly freezes without a word, leaving her completely baffled, and calling out his name. It takes him a few seconds to snap out of it. Ah-yoon anxiously asks if something is wrong, admitting he is making her feel. But get this, just as she mentions her anxiety, the little girl appears in the distance, still wearing her white dress, her face and body completely drenched in blood. Jae-hyun does not hesitate to call out to the girl, but right away a firm hand grabs his arm and pulls him back. Ah-yoon, turning pale, urges him to just keep going, insisting they do not have time to chat with a wandering spirit. But he stubbornly shakes her hand off, asking the ghost why she is still here. Jae-hyun wonders if she still holds some deep grudge against this mansion. The blonde girl gently shakes her head in response. Seeing this, he asks if she is here to help them instead. This time, the young girl nods in agreement. Now completely certain of his theory, Jae-hyun gets straight to the point and asks where Countess Flandier's room is located on the fourth floor. In response, the blonde girl's blood-soaked arm slowly reaches out, pointing in a specific direction. Both of them look over in confusion, and he guesses she is pointing toward the end of that hallway. Is that it? Jae-hyun then replies, "All right, thank you." The girl seems to offer a soft smile, and before leaving, he doesn't forget to promise her that he will help her soul pass on the moment he gets a chance, urging her to wait for him. Only then does Jae-hyun turn and urges his companion to move out. Still, Ah-yoon looks back at the young girl one last time. Following the directions, the two arrive at a dark room filled with a thick, suffocating aura of murderous intent. Meanwhile, inside a far more luxurious mansion, two men sit opposite each other at a table. Ji-suk speaks first, repeating that the Lotus Guild will take full responsibility for everything concerning this themed dungeon. Is that what you were trying to explain? Sung-jae nods without a moment of hesitation. Yes. He goes on to explain that they can redirect the anger of the National Subjugation Bureau and the public straight toward the Lotus Guild. In return, Sung-jae strongly emphasizes that Guildmaster Yu Sung-yoon requested that they must not reveal any information regarding Jae-hyun. Hearing this, Ji-suk leans back in surprise, finding it incredibly hard to understand why the Great Lotus Guild would choose to take such a massive risk for a mere student. But Sung-jae just shakes his head. He cannot reveal the reason to him. Ji-suk falls silent, seemingly hesitating over something. In the end, he is left with no choice but to accept. Well, they have nothing to lose from this offer, so they will do as requested. But if he fails the dungeon raid, hearing that Sung-jae already seems to have anticipated the question and speaks up to reassure him. Don't worry. He asserts with absolute confidence that if Jae-hyun were the type to fail a task like this, then the Lotus Guild would never have gone this far to protect him. Meanwhile, in the dark room, a flash of sword aura shines brightly, decapitating a living armor monster. Ah-yoon stares in complete shock, gasping out that it is impossible. She looks at Jae-hyun standing amidst the slain beasts, wondering how this is happening. She thought living armors were C-rank monsters. Taking a step forward, he points out this is the shortest path, so this level of danger is nothing. Along with the pup, they open another room. Instantly, the system announces they are entering Flandier's private chamber. Looking around the gloomy room, Ah-yoon remarks that it feels pretty creepy. She immediately suggests checking the desk first, but before she can even take a step, Jae-hyun grabs her shoulder. Having already predicted this, he notes that finding items on the desk is too obvious, urging her to check places she would least expect. Ah-yoon scratches her head and agrees. Meanwhile, the little puppy is already scratching at the desk while Jae-hyun stares intently at it. He slowly reaches out to grab a book, and the system immediately alerts him that the item cannot be equipped, revealing Countess Flandier's diary. It belonged to the master of this grand mansion, Countess Flandier. The diary was written daily, hiding the ominous and creepy secrets of the Flandier mansion. At this discovery, Jae-hyun is absolutely thrilled and bursts into a laugh. Found it. And check this out, he flips through the pages as fast as the wind, suddenly pausing on a specific entry. Written by the blonde girl in 1474 on May 5th, her skin is growing more pale by the day. Doctors have visited numerous times to treat her and check her health, but to no avail. Will she have to leave this world behind in this very place without ever getting to see the outside world even once? The next page, written on May 10th, 1474, where her parents promised to buy her the doll she always wanted. Her parents are the absolute best, and she eagerly looks forward to their return from the city. The next day in 1474, on May 12th, she received a tragic death notice stating her parents passed away in a brutal bandit attack. Her tears just would not stop falling. Would they still be alive if she had not begged for that doll? The scene shifts to a rainy day. It was as if that day was replaying. The little girl silently hugged her doll, glancing back. On this page, a small stain lingered. A stain. May 15, 1474. The funeral ended. She was now the owner. Since she was the last of the Flandia lineage, she felt no joy. She was completely alone. Alone. From now on, every single event was recorded. In 1474, on the 4th, a girl was captured. She had apparently picked a flower from the garden. She was around her age and looked quite a bit like her doll. Because of that, she liked her. She decided to ask if the girl wanted to live in the mansion with her. It did not stop there. On July 20th, 1474, she said she had no name, so she named her Sally. They played every day inside the mansion. She was incredibly happy to have made a friend, wishing that this would last forever. But then a gloomy day arrived. The young girl wrote that in 1474, on the 8th of the month, Jae-hyun left without saying a single word. Sally told her that he must have been in a great hurry heading to the neighboring city. She didn't know why, but she was so worried. Yet the girl seemed to sense something unusual, clutching her doll tightly. On October 10th, 1474, he returned, but everything felt incredibly off. Sally also seemed to be hiding something from her. Something bad must have already happened. At this point, the page was marked by dried, dark stains. On October 9th, 1474, she kept hearing terrifying screams from inside the mansion. Celine, the assistant cook, and her maid kept screaming as if their throats were being torn apart, torn open. Was it just a dream? No, it couldn't be. This was definitely real. She was so terrified. Terrified. What was happening? Sally and Hun were banging on her door. She was certain they wanted to kill her. Eventually, Jae-hyun closed the dense diary. Right after the system announced that the restrictions were finally lifted, meaning scanning restrictions were no longer active, his face darkened. Jae-hyun muttered that he now understood. The Flandia family was completely wiped out. This had to be the work of the monster that seized this mansion. Perhaps. Jae-hyun suddenly spoke from behind him, revealing himself as a doppelganger. Taken by surprise, Jae-hyun turned around as a creepy voice echoed, gradually taking shape right behind Jae-hyun. A horrific face loomed over him. This was indeed the doing of a doppelganger, wasn't it? Suddenly, a Hun's clone materialized right in front of him, and there wasn't just one but dozens. When Jae-hyun looked closer, he saw countless clones of the old man surrounding a massive monster. Just then, the system issued another quest. The first secret was uncovered. A Hun's true identity was discovered. The side quest, Flandia's diary, was completed successfully. You have successfully uncovered all the secrets of the mansion. Now escape safely. Right then, the beast stretched out its hands tipped with razor-sharp claws, wildly swinging its limbs to launch a frantic attack on Jae-hyun. He quickly grabbed the puppy and dodged. As a deadly strike lunged forward, Jae-hyun leaned low, practically flat against the floor before springing away. The puppy in his arms looked ready to cry. Jae-hyun suddenly skidded to a halt, his feet leaving dark marks across the floor. Jae-hyun finally spoke up, taunting the monster for finally showing its face. He smiled mockingly, totally over this act. Watching the beast's fake acting had grown tiresome. The monster hissed back, praising his speed compared to other humans. Jae-hyun showed no modesty, replying that it was no big deal. He recalled his time down in the dungeon cells, where he had sensed something odd. Smiling, he said it was just because of his intelligence. Then he suddenly changed his tone. Or maybe the beast was just incredibly stupid. Incensed by his words, the monster roared and charged. "How dare you insult me?" it screamed. Inside the cursed mansion, things were getting wild as a sinister crimson light swirled. On the ceiling, the chandelier flared brightly. With a loud blast, a massive surge of power poured down from above. Jae-hyun hugged the puppy and leaped backward to evade. The monster stared in utter shock. That's when he summoned. His magic and glowing rings of fire erupted behind his back. With a wave of his hand, golden chains shot out, straight toward his targets. Every single monster head was caught by a glowing sphere and bound in heavy chains. In a split second, another explosion tore through the room, kicking up thick dust as he landed gracefully. The puppy, shaken up, felt completely dizzy. His sharp eyes scanned the dust. This was a B-class doppelganger, highly dangerous due to its ability to copy skills and appearances of others. Yet, in pure close combat, it was more like a class beast. The monster struggled back up, fuming with absolute rage. "I will devour your body," it shrieked, handed over. Jae-hyun just watched in silence, his lips pursed in clear annoyance. The melting monster kept screaming to hand it over. As those words left its mouth, its sharp claws lunged directly at where Jae-hyun stood. But before the attack could even get within a handspan, suddenly the giant monster is held back by a strange invisible force. Jae-hyun coldly looks down at it and asks how it feels to be on the receiving end. Unable to comprehend, the beast cries out in confusion. At that exact moment, massive magic chains wrap tightly around its grotesque, towering body. As it writhes in agony, Jae-hyun calmly explains that this is payback for terrorizing others for so long. The beast is pinned flat to the ground. It lets out a blood-curdling shriek as Jae-hyun triggers another massive blast, completely blowing up the stone floor while he coldly watches the destruction unfold. Staring at the ruins, he watches the dying monster muster its final breath to scream. Its fading eyes slowly turn glassy and hollow. Deep down, it felt a bitter envy, imagining the beautiful golden-haired girl as it whispers that it too wanted to live as a human. Or maybe just be a cute girl with shoulder-length brown hair. Another violent explosion roars through the chamber, wrapping everything in thick, blinding black smoke. Jae-hyun stands calmly, waiting for the thick smoke to clear. He suddenly bends down to praise the little puppy, saying it has a real talent. The little dog just growls back in annoyance. It keeps barking relentlessly, leaving Jae-hyun with no choice but to scratch his head in defeat. He tells the pup it did great and lets it go. Reaching toward the glowing light on the wooden door, he pauses to look back. Standing at the far end of the hallway, the golden-haired girl is waiting for him. She is now wearing completely clean clothes, free of blood. She beams with a warm smile, waving to say goodbye to Jae-hyun. The young hunter genuinely smiles back, wishing her a peaceful farewell. With that, the door erupts in brilliant light, beginning his teleportation. The system chime rings out, announcing his successful completion of the second quest. He has cleared the mansion of Flania. Since he unlocked every hidden scenario, a generous bonus reward will be waiting for him upon arrival. As they teleport back to the real world, a completely unfamiliar landscape materializes before them. Jae-hyun and Ah-hyun cautiously step forward. Ah-hyun bends over, completely out of breath. She weakly gasps, asking if this is some crazy parade, and Jae-hyun nods, advising her to stay alert. They have absolutely no idea what dangers lie ahead. Suddenly, a nearby loudspeaker crackles to life, startling both of them with a loud announcement. "Welcome to Neverland, everyone." The cheerful voice echoes, making the two hunters jump in surprise. A strange man in a classy tailcoat appears. Introducing himself as Loon, the master host, he gives a grand welcome. Instantly, massive bundles of fireworks launch into the sky, exploding into brilliant colors. Beautiful masked dancers emerge, swirling around them in a hypnotic performance. Loon excitedly shouts out, inviting them to join his spectacular festival parade. He suddenly dashes right in front of them, greeting Jae-hyun and Ah-hyun, praising them for successfully making it through the first two trials. Jae-hyun wastes no time, demanding to get straight to the point and asking what their final, most difficult quest is going to be. Loon chuckles, explaining that the final quest is a game of tag. Ah-hyun wrinkles her brow, asking if he really means tag. Loon points toward a massive gate in the distance. He explains they must escape from the monsters that will soon flood out of it. They have to reach the final destination alive. Jae-hyun crosses his arms, knowing the system too well to believe it would be that simple. Loon claps his hands enthusiastically, praising his sharp intellect. He gestures forward, confirming that the game of tag is indeed far more complex. The difficulty scales based on the number of challengers and their collective power. Hellring, this Jae-hyun grits his teeth as a bad feeling hits. This is bad, Jae-hyun thinks, glancing at Ah-hyun. With his high-tier skills, the system will definitely summon monsters far stronger than anything they've faced before. Protecting Ah-hyun while fighting is going to be incredibly tough. Suddenly, Loon cuts in, announcing he needs to analyze their abilities first. Without waiting for a reply, Loon reaches his hand out, asking for their indulgence. His playful expression vanishes, replaced by a cold, serious glare. Suddenly, Loon gasps in pure excitement, congratulating them both on being S-class hunters. The sudden announcement leaves Jae-hyun and Ah-hyun completely stunned. The host looks close to tears, admitting he has never hosted such elite high rankers. Jae-hyun protests, shouting that this scaling is completely unfair. Loon completely ignores him, offering only a playful grin as he turns away. Suddenly, a massive wall of fire erupts, carrying his parting wish of good luck. Ah-hyun stands completely frozen in disbelief. In the next second, the system alert chimes loudly, notifying them that the final festival trial has begun. Their objective is to escape from Surtur and reach the destination or somehow defeat him. Nearby, a terrifying massive shape begins to materialize. The system urges them to enjoy Neverland's final event. The fiery giant's form solidifies, radiating a heat that makes the air tremble. They must outrun Surtur to the final destination or defeat him. The reward listed is Chappie's coveted Boots of Lightning. Failure means being instantly destroyed by Surtur or his consuming flames. Suddenly, Jae-hyun notices the party status list displays 3 out of 3 active members. The hidden quest requires them to eliminate Surtur and clear the hidden threat. Jae-hyun stares intensely at the screen, his mind racing. He locks his eyes on the 3 out of 3 member count, gritting his teeth in disbelief as he wonders who the third person could possibly be. Looking at the massive fire giant, he senses something is terribly wrong. Surtur is a legendary entity designed to drown the entire world in fire. Born before the first giant, Surtur wields a colossal flaming sword so hot it can turn entire landscapes into ash without any effort. Feeling the scorching heat pressing against his back, Jae-hyun curses under his breath and immediately sprints away from the colossal threat. Even in his panic, he grabs Ah-hyun by the wrist to pull her along. Terrified, she begins to cry, wondering how they can escape. Jae-hyun yells back, telling her to stop talking and just run if she wants to stay alive, while his own mind desperately searches for a solution. The beautiful attractions in this park are almost entirely swallowed by a sea of flames. Right then, a cat sitting on a mana sphere watches the chaos, thinking she went a bit too far as she licks her fur, wondering if she should help them or not. Then she calls herself terrible since she has absolutely no intention of helping. Meanwhile, Hela flashes a very sly smile, deciding to just leave them be. She is actually quite curious to see how he will manage to survive. Meanwhile, the flames from Surt's sword only intensify the overwhelming pressure. It is a blade with devastating power, capable of punching a hole right through a mountain. Jae-hyun watches every single move in sheer terror. He quickly realizes that facing this giant head-on is far too dangerous and that he must avoid direct conflict and reach the goal. Suddenly, Ah-hyun spots something and shouts out, "Look over there, there is a guide sign waiting," guessing it must be their destination. Jae-hyun nods, telling her to just hang on a little bit longer. The system suddenly chimes, activating an active skill. His mana immediately flares up, letting him accelerate rapidly while Ah-hyun is dragged along as Jae-hyun sprints like crazy toward the sign. He's already figured out the rules this simple event only. Jae-hyun starts planning to distract the monster himself. Glancing back at the exhausted panning girl, he thinks that only Ah-hyun needs to reach the goal. Meanwhile, Surt grows furious, demanding to know who summoned him as he conjures a massive fireball, preparing to attack. The fireball is unleashed, sending a shockwave that catches up to both of them as they run. Jae-hyun grits his teeth and growls, telling her to snap out of it and listen. Even Ah-hyun is completely exhausted, breathing heavily without stopping. He immediately suggests they split up, telling her to head straight for the giant Ferris wheel. She quickly realizes his plan and asks if he is trying to lure the monster. Jae-hyun retorts, asking if she wants to be the bait instead. Without another word, he shoves Ah-hyun forward, telling her to just run. Instantly, Jae-hyun turns around with gritted teeth to face the giant Surt. Jae-hyun shouts at the top of his lungs, calling him a bastard to draw attention, which successfully infuriates the beast. As another devastating strike rains down, Jae-hyun leaps into the air to dodge. He cleanly lands on top of a massive clock tower with a hand in his pocket. He taunts the giant, asking if it really expects to catch him at that turtle speed. This time, Surt is absolutely furious, spewing wild fire from his mouth as his massive burning fist smashes directly into the clock tower, shattering it completely. Jae-hyun quickly flees, but Surt suddenly realizes what is happening and locks his gaze onto Ah-hyun as she runs. Oblivious to the danger, she pushes herself to the absolute limit, whispering that she is almost there. Suddenly, a massive fireball crashes down right in front of her. Thick smoke erupts everywhere, forcing Ah-hyun to freeze in horror as cold sweat drenches her face. Across the field, Jae-hyun notices this and shouts out in disbelief while the system issues a grim warning that the target has been destroyed, rendering the main quest clear conditions completely impossible to achieve. Right in front of her, the massive Ferris wheel is engulfed in roaring flames. Surt laughs triumphantly, mockingly, asking the weaklings if they truly thought they could ever defeat him. Jae-hyun slowly lowers his gaze, his face completely darkening with unreadable emotion before fiercely gritting his teeth. He realizes that at this point there is only one path left. Regaining his usual cold demeanor, he firmly decides that he has to eliminate this monster. Instantly, another powerful fireball is hurled toward him, but this time he simply uses a single hand to catch it cleanly. Surprised by this, Surt commends him, noting that only a tiny handful of people have ever successfully blocked his attacks. Surt then draws his fiery blade and unleashes a devastating wave of pure sword energy, challenging Min Jae-hyun to try blocking it. Standing his ground, Min Jae-hyun calmly extends his hand as his blue mana energy immediately, flaring up to meet the crushing impact. Meanwhile, Ahun hides in a nearby corner, watching this terrifying display in absolute despair, wondering if everything is truly over for them. Yet, she fiercely refuses to give up just yet, telling herself to think of something she can do. Meanwhile, Min Jae-hyun is desperately using his shield to block Surt's heavy attacks. Suddenly, she calls out to him from the shadows. Bursting with sudden hope, she excitedly shouts that she has figured out how to defeat the giant. As the entire amusement park continues to burn in a sea of thick black smoke, Min Jae-hyun bolts forward at top speed once more. Annoyed, Surt mockingly asks if he is trying to flee. Ahun takes a deep breath to prepare herself. Keeping pace with Min Jae-hyun, she loudly instructs him to take exactly 5 steps to his left. He suddenly slides a long distance, leaving a smoking trail on the ground. As Min Jae-hyun backs up, the roaring flames follow him closely to this exact spot. He suddenly remembers her mention of a water tank, raising his eyebrows in complete surprise at the idea as Ahun points backward, explaining that they must lure the massive giant toward the large outdoor water tank. Listening carefully, Min Jae-hyun is extremely focused. They can use the water to weaken his fire, and Min Jae-hyun already knows exactly how to target his weak spots. Well, even if he is a mythical titan, this copy is far from the original, and he will definitely die if we must attack his weak point. She told him that she would use her skill to predict Surt's movements and report them, so he had to lure the giant toward the water tank. Back in reality, Ah-hyun's voice continues to echo in his ears. 3 steps left, duck down. Suddenly, Jae-hyun stops dead in his tracks, standing completely still, catching even Surt off guard. Surt mocks him, asking if the human has finally given up. Jae-hyun slowly lifts his head, lets out a sudden smirk, and laughs. With complete confidence, Jae-hyun starts taunting his opponent. He mentions hearing that Surt is no match for the grand Aesir gods. He bluntly exposes him as a mere gatekeeper, questioning how a lowly guard dares to call him weak. The insult leaves the giant trembling with rage as he shouts out. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun maintains a smug, playful look on his face. He mockingly asks if the giant is actually scared of a mere human. This completely sets Surt off, his fiery body boiling over. His eyes glow with intense rage, cursing the foolish human. But right then, layers of colorful magic circles suddenly manifest, shocking him. Simultaneously, the system announces the activation of the active skill, illusion, and massive torrents of water burst out from the tank. The powerful waves slam directly into Surt's massive fiery body. Jae-hyun shouts out, seizing the perfect opening he just created. Gripping his sword tightly, Jae-hyun leaps into the air and charges straight toward the spot where Surt is struggling. He drives his blade straight into the giant's weak point. Surt screams that he played dirty, but Jae-hyun simply does not care. He shrugs it off, saying victory is all that matters. The dying giant's eyes flash with a dangerous parting warning. Surt reveals that Jae-hyun was only fighting a mere clone, warning him that their next encounter with his real self will not be easy. With those final words, Surt is completely destroyed, fading away. The system immediately floods the screen with successful quest notifications. He has cleared the final quest of the Big Three, the last festival, by successfully discovering a hidden path. His performance earns him the undying fire of Surt, and trust me, this reward is absolutely massive. Ah-hyun watches from her hiding spot, leaning against the wall in disbelief, quietly wondering if the battle is truly over. Under the night sky, Hela watches the entire scene unfold from high above, playfully swaying her tail with a smile. She notes that he did not seem to need any help after all, looking down at Jae-hyun and Ah-hyun below. Seeing them talk, she notes that Jae-hyun has made his choice. She quietly evaluates him, finding his growth highly intriguing. He seems completely driven by an intense desire to get stronger. Hela then lowers her head quietly, asking a question. She asks if her master agrees. A cold scoff echoes from the ring of energy behind her as Hel replies. Hel dismisses him as nothing more than a mere ordinary mortal. Hearing this, Hela cannot help but tilt her head. She playfully points out that Hel was actually the most curious one. Yet Hela knows the Aesir must not discover him. They cannot find out about this formidable opponent. Below them, Jae-hyun looks around with absolute vigilance, still on his guard. War may be their ultimate destiny, but it is still far too early. Hela's distinct eyes suddenly begin to glow. Her mismatched red and purple eyes look incredibly striking as she declares Odin, the supreme god of Asgard, as their true enemy. To defeat him, the young man must grow far stronger. Suddenly, the system rings out with a series of new notifications. He has equipped the S-rank Thalfi's Thundersteps boots worn by the mortal who ascended to become a god of light. Equipping them permanently boosts his strength and agility while granting him the powerful active skill known as Steps of Light. His strength is increased by 50 and agility is boosted by 150 along with the active skill. This skill temporarily grants explosive speed, doubling his agility stat for 5 minutes, and it can even be cast on others. Jae-hyun stares at the system window with high anticipation, and a pair of glowing golden boots finally materializes before him. An S-rank item of this caliber is incredibly rare, and it is going to make him unstoppable. Suddenly, feeling someone staring, Jae-hyun looks up to find Ah-hyun watching him closely, her lips tightly pressed together. She looks extremely tense with cold sweat dripping down her face. Jae-hyun sighs softly as he notices her anxious state. He wonders if she is trying to pull some stunt but quickly dismisses the thought and calls out to her. She immediately replies like a programmed robot, explaining that she received the Seal of Jova, which boosts her stats. It also grants her a passive skill called Courage. Jae-hyun repeats the word in confusion, which completely offends her. Trembling with anger, she explains that the skill provides complete fear immunity while boosting both strength and agility. Jae-hyun strokes his chin, thinking he does not really need crowd control resistance when cognitive speed is much more useful. Behind him, Ah-hyun is pulling her hair out in frustration, muttering about how incredibly annoying he can be. While he plans his next moves and waiting strategy, a familiar voice suddenly addresses him from the shadows. So he turned his head and nodded in confirmation, admitting that he had a pretty rough time because of it before telling them to move out. But Yoon only pursed his lips and fell silent before slowly taking a step forward. He placed a hand on Jae-hyun's shoulder and whispered, wishing his fated rival a safe return from this dungeon. These words left Jae-hyun somewhat surprised, prompting him to glance back. But then, Jae-hyun suddenly realized something and bolted upright, yelling for Yoon to wait. However, his only response was a faint, silent smile from Yoon. Inside the amusement park, the dungeon's boundaries still had not retracted, leaving a deep red glow covering the entire area. A tense crowd stood waiting outside with Ji-seok and Yong-hun among them when suddenly, cracks began spiderwebbing across the dungeon barrier. In the blink of an eye, the boundaries shattered completely, scattering glowing fragments everywhere. The livestream host was absolutely thrilled, shouting that the survivors were finally about to emerge. Just then the sky cleared up as Jae-hyun and Ah-hyun calmly stepped out together. The reporters shrieked in excitement, pointing out that 2 survivors were right there. Relieved cheers erupted from the crowd, celebrating their safety. Seeing this chaotic welcome, the 2 survivors were caught off guard. Right then, Ji-seok pushed through the crowd, yelling for everyone to make way so he could question the survivors. But when he got closer, he froze in utter disbelief. Jae-hyun was already gone, having vanished right before their eyes. The onlookers were completely baffled, whispering to each other about how he could have slipped away when he was there just a second ago. With Jae-hyun gone, every single camera immediately swerved toward Ah-hyun, with aggressive reporters clamoring to interview her. But medical staff quickly pushed through the reporters, shouting that they needed to check her condition first and telling everyone to back off, which only added to the immense pressure Ah-hyun was feeling. Meanwhile, Yong-hun looked around in confusion, wondering if Jae-hyun had some kind of stealth skill. That might be possible if he was an assassin class, but Ji-seok just frowned quietly, disagreeing with that theory. Even Mage Kim Seokdae Chunmin let out a long, heavy sigh, completely stumped by what he was witnessing. He wondered how a mage could pull off a disappearing act without any stealth skills before muttering a short explanation, "Battle Mage." This made Yong-hun shout out in pure shock, while Ji-seok only chuckled, now absolutely certain about Jae-hyun's secret combat mage class. Meanwhile, inside Song-un's familiar high-rise office, the woman smiled into her phone, praise dripping from her voice. She gave the green light for her subordinate to return warmly, promising that they would meet again very soon. After hanging up, Seong-won stared intently at her computer screen, completely lost in her own deep thoughts. She rested her chin on her hand, amazed that someone who just pulled off such a miracle could vanish so easily. Spinning her chair around her, sharp blue eyes gleamed with the realization that this boy would never open up on his own. Glancing at the academy guide sitting on her desk, she knew their paths were bound to cross sooner or later. She held the guide for Milet Academy, the exact place where Jae-hyun was currently heading back to his room. Inside his familiar room, Jae-hyun sat freshly showered in front of his computer, scanning the web for information. He let out a sigh of relief upon finding absolutely no mention of his name in the news. The articles only reported on the cleared city dungeon, noting that the incident was wrapped up with no major casualties. It stated the survivors had returned safely and were currently recovering, leading Jae-hyun to suspect outside intervention. He figured the powerful guild must have pulled some strings, and he couldn't help but respect their quick work. His expression hardened as he thought about the massive, chaotic crowd that had been waiting outside the dungeon. But at least he got to test his limits and see just how incredible his gear's speed could be. Recalling his past battles, Jae-hyun knew that equipped with this gear, his base movement speed was quadrupled. He had taken down his foes in a literal blink, making him wonder how fast he would be with extra acceleration skills. He wondered how much faster he could go with acceleration skills before snapping back to reality and stretching his tired muscles. It had been exhausting, but the run was well worth the effort. Pushing his chair back, he opened his system menu. With a few taps, he pulled up his inventory to check the unexpected loot he had acquired. A rare consumable item called the Undying Flame of S rank popped up, a powerful heart fragment. It would boost any weapon to its absolute limit while adding a searing flame effect, prompting Jae-hyun to clench his fist. His eyes turned sharp as steel. This dungeon run had made him realize that he was still far too weak. Thinking of his magic chains, he knew he had to become strong enough to crush his foes without relying on cheap tricks. He wanted the raw power to unilaterally dominate any fight on his own terms. Staring at his hooded reflection, Jae-hyun's resolve hardened. He would become so formidable that others wouldn't even dare to approach him, leaving his weak past behind for good. Jae-hyun knows he must protect his family and friends. It is his ultimate duty. Thinking of those precious to him, his golden eyes turn incredibly serious. He has to get stronger, starting right now. Just then, a familiar black portal appears before his eyes. Inside, Jae-hyun sits in his usual chair, issuing orders to someone and telling her he is leaving the task in her hands. Standing before him is instructor Yisu, a sharp-faced woman with short hair. As she hears her name, she bows politely and promises he will not be disappointed, assuring him that she will report every single detail regarding the student Min Jae-hyun. With that, she turns and exits, leaving the man alone with his scheming thoughts. Jae-hyun quietly turns his gaze toward a massive glowing screen. Sitting entirely by himself, he monitors everything playing out. He watches it all, noting that weeds must be cleared to keep a garden beautiful. Meanwhile, the ring with a familiar symbol on Jae-hyun's finger begins to glow. He stares at it, whispering that he is highly anticipating this upcoming event. He declares his intent to sweep away any trash blocking his path as a sudden blinding light flashes across the room. Cards scatter across the floor, and get this, one specific student profile is marked clearly in red. But it is not just one card, multiple students have been singled out. The next morning, Yoo-jung screams in absolute disbelief. She demands to know if it is true, then demands to know why Jae-hyun has been completely ignoring her calls. Jae-hyun sighs helplessly, explaining that he did not intentionally block out her phone calls or messages. Feeling completely exhausted, he holds his head and begs her to stop being mad. But Yoo-jung just stands there with crossed arms. She looks annoyed but quickly softens to point out that his mother is incredibly worried about his recent absence. Yoo-jung smirks, demanding that he treat her to some delicious food for covering for him, which only makes Jae-hyun grumble. Ina looks deeply worried as she asks if he is okay or hurt. Jae-hyun just offers her a gentle smile. He reassures her that he is fine. Hearing this, Yoo-jung remarks that his luck is so terrible God must absolutely hate him. Jae-hyun glances away, remembering his blessings from Odin and Hephaestus. He scoffs at the idea of being hated by God. In fact, he is blessed. Suddenly, a pair of sneakers stomps loudly onto the floor and Seo-hyuk sneers mockingly. He asks if that annoying face belongs to Jae-hyun. Confused, Jae-hyun turns around while the two girls look back as well. The red-haired boy smirks as he steps forward, warning Jae-hyun that he better watch his back if he plans on causing trouble. But Yoo-jung simply tilts her head, whispering to ask if Jae-hyun actually knows this person. Jae-hyun shakes his head in confusion, which drives the redhead absolutely mad as he screams out his name, Lee Seo-hyuk. Suddenly, a cold voice warns student Lee Seo-hyuk to lower his loud volume inside the classroom. Startled, Seo-hyuk whips around to find instructor Yisu glaring at him with an irritated look on her face. Clearly frustrated, he grits his teeth and shoots one last fierce glare at Jae-hyun before walking away. Jae-hyun can only let out an exhausted sigh. Yisu steps up to the podium and scans the classroom. She slowly introduces herself as Jung Yisu, the new instructor who will teach them magic computation. Glancing over the classroom, Yisu promises to do her absolute best to sharpen their spell-casting skills. She encourages them to work hard, prompting Jae-hyun to quietly observe that she looks incredibly young for an instructor. He wonders how she could have gained enough experience to teach at Milet Academy. Yisu gestures to the board, explaining that her class will cover magic theory and its associated calculations. Diagrams and clear descriptions light up the massive screen. Suddenly, she asks the class how much they know about magic. Seo-hyuk confidently raises his hand, defining magic as using mana through calculations to create supernatural phenomena. Yisu flatly agrees, confirming that magic is the study of manifesting phenomena through precise calculations. Seo-hyuk practically beams with pride. Right after that, two assistants walk in carrying heavy stacks of books. Yisu announces she is handing out the textbooks, explaining that the material covers everything, from basic magic formulas up to advanced spell construction. She adds that mastering this book is their main task for the semester. But as they open them, a student panics that the pages are completely blank. Li Jisang is equally baffled, pointing out that the inside is empty and wondering if it is a printing error. The textbook is placed in front of Jae-hyun. Looking down, he freezes before letting out a knowing, confident smirk. His smug look makes Yi-soo frown in confusion, but she quickly pivots to a new plan, announcing a sudden quiz. Her eyes lock onto his desk, and she sharply calls out to student Min Jae-hyun, asking him a direct question. "Can you tell me what is written in this book?" Jae-hyun remained perfectly calm, giving a brief reply, "Ancient runes." It took a few seconds for Soo-yuk to finally find his voice. Witnessing this scene made him grind his teeth in pure jealousy. On the podium, instructor Jeong Isu frowned in frustration. She knew this magic tome required solving complex equations just to be read. Most new students needed an entire week to decipher it, yet this guy cracked the code on his very first try. He was even better than what Chairman Gu Chaein had described. Suddenly, Jeong Isu spoke up again. "I have one more question." Her face completely darkened, her gaze growing incredibly sharp as she asked, "Do you know the meaning of the ancient runes written on the book cover?" This time, Jae-hyun did not rush to answer. He kept quiet, a faint, subtle smile playing on his lips as he wondered. Was the system playing a joke, or was this his actual destiny with the Aesir? Finally, Jae-hyun began to answer. He slowly explained the life of Odin and the basics of ancient runes, wearing an incredibly smug look. Meanwhile, in another room, a loud scream echoed from a neat, tidy dorm room. An Ho-seon sat on his bed with red, swollen thighs, shouting in agony. It was all because of that absolute bastard. His legs were killing him from walking so much. He gritted his teeth. He had been dragged all over the place just because Jae-hyun had vanished, leaving him completely alone to face hundreds of cameras. Answering endless questions about the themed dungeon was bad enough. Even worse, they dragged him into the office. They demanded he explain what happened and list his rewards. An Ho-seon vividly remembered Jae-hyun's dark expression back then. Jae-hyun had simply told him, "I have to leave, so handle the press yourself." An Ho-seon was left utterly baffled. Before vanishing, Jae-hyun had strictly warned him to never mention his skills. That warning felt like a heavy chain binding him. "Don't bring up a single thing related to my skills." Just remembering that moment made him fume with absolute rage. Tears of frustration welled up as he repeatedly punched his soft mattress. "Min Jae-hyun, when are you going to lift this contract?" Suddenly, An Ho-seon paused, his mind racing. A sharp look flashed in his eyes. Right, he could just go find him. That was it. Next, a devious laugh echoed through the halls. Meanwhile, stacks of books sat neatly inside the library. Stacks of books were arranged in neat piles. Jae-hyun was completely absorbed in reading the page of his selected book. This was far more interesting than he expected. A magic circle formed in his mind, changing properties based on calculations. Yellow strands of mana materialized, resembling glowing chains of light. His own magic chains began to adapt as well. They were basically a combination of mana chains now crackling with a brilliant blue hue of pure lightning magic. He snapped the thick book shut. Jae-hyun's expression turned serious as he realized that mastering the basics was key. It unlocked a much wider range of low-level magic. Just like martial artists who quickly obtain elite status. Just like martial artists, mages could easily climb to a higher tier simply by mastering basic magic calculations. Sensing something nearby, Jae-hyun suddenly looked up from his reading. On the other side of the room, someone had collapsed. Yu-jung was already fast asleep, face down on her book, leaving only Seo-in-ah reading intently. Seeing this, Jae-hyun smirked. "At least you managed to read the cover," Jae-hyun teased. Yu-jung glanced over with a very heavy sigh. "It is so unfair," she whined, "considering I was the one who originally taught Min Jae-hyun basic magic." Jae-hyun smirked, teasing that the student had finally surpassed the master. Yu-jung was about to lose her mind. Suddenly, Seo-in-ah let out a joyful cheer. "I can read it." The other two turned to see her, pointing happily. "Look, I can finally understand the very first page." Jae-hyun offered some warm praise, noting how hard she worked. "Congratulations, you earned this." His words made Seo-in-ah blush furiously, and she quickly hid her face behind her books. Jae-hyun felt a sudden shift, wondering why she was acting so differently lately. Did drawing that boundary change things? Suddenly, Yu-jung slammed her hands on the table and stood up, yelling, "Why is it only me who cannot read this?" Everyone in the library turned to look. As Yu-jung fumed, the librarian appeared with a deep frown on her face. Jae-hyun could only offer an awkward laugh, muttering that it was not his fault. Outside the window, a crow watched them. Its eyes glowed a deep crimson red, taking in everything before spreading its wings and flying off into the distance. A black feather drifted down. On the table, various potions and a timer were set up for a naming contest. The prize was a top-tier potion box. Sitting around the table were An Ho-seon, Yu-jung, Seo-in-ah, and even Lee Jae-sang. Jae-hyun frowned, completely at a loss for words as he watched them. Finally, he spoke up. "This is pretty tough. Deciding on a name was harder than expected." Seo-in-ah glanced over, noting there were barely any potion shops around. Yu-jung looked worried, wondering what would happen if the business failed. An Hossein chimed in to explain that survival was key, is the most important thing for any conqueror. So there is no way their pharmaceutical business is going to fail, he adds with a serious look, reminding them that they all just tried it, hellring that both of them instinctively turned to look. An Hossein still believes what they have here has the power to change everything. Flashback to a few days ago, back in Min Jae-hyun's familiar room. He clicks his pen, murmuring with absolute satisfaction that he's finished the theoretical magic test was incredibly easy, and now he won't have to worry about exams for a while. Next, he gently spins the pen in his hand to think. Suddenly, Min Jae-hyun's expression turns serious as he casts a sharp look aside. His screen is flooded with notifications. A conqueror is always ready to do anything to grow stronger. The current auction status shows a shadow corpse at 170 million and a shadow core at 315 million. Hard work is crucial, but demonic scythes times 31 at 3.1 million, demon swords times 17 at 1 million. Money is what matters most. He tilts his head in thought. Sure, a conqueror's path isn't just about money, but as a regressor, there's no way. He is passing up this chance. Twirling his pen once more, he thinks of business and investment. He remembers Jae-sang, insisting it's the easiest way to make money when you already know the future. Back in the room, tension hangs thick, and Jae-sang seems pretty anxious. Min Jae-hyun, however, is busy calculating, knowing this guy will eventually run half of the global pharmaceutical market in the near future. To secure absolute wealth, he definitely needs this guy on his side. Right then, Ah-hun storms in with an absolute fury. She slams the door open, her expression incredibly dark as she looks straight at him, gritting her teeth and demanding that he keep his promise. Her sudden outburst catches everyone off guard, even Min Jae-hyun. She angrily slams her hands down, complaining that she couldn't do a single thing because of that weird skill he used. He recalls the past system details the user and the subjugated target can always track each other, an effect that cannot be undone. Hearing this, Kim Yoo-jung's face turns grim, asking if he actually blackmailed a kid like that, while Seo In-ah simply keeps quiet. Min Jae-hyun sighs, waving his hand, and tells her that since she's already here, she might as well sit down and help them brainstorm. Hearing this, Ah-hun gets even more confused, her head full of question marks. Moments later, she raises her hand over and over. She excitedly suggests naming the shop Heavenly Demon Pharmaceuticals, noting that, since it is widely known as the strongest title in the martial world, it would sound absolutely epic. But his patience is completely gone. He rubs his temples and commands her to be silent, instantly muting her. Seeing this, An Hossein quietly lowers his head. Jae-sang suggests Jae-sang Pharmaceuticals, while Seo In-ah chimes in with Alice Pharmaceuticals because it sounds cute. Min Jae-hyun can only facepalm in despair, wondering if he somehow gathered the most useless team ever. Even dungeon monsters have better naming skills. Suddenly, Kim Yoo-jung gets pretty annoyed and yells out, asking why Min Jae-hyun is completely ignoring her and not asking for her input. He sighs deeply, muttering that with her brainpower the name would probably be a disaster, but asks her to speak up anyway. To his surprise, she blurts out a brilliant suggestion, the Elixir Workshop, leaving him completely stunned. She looks on with hope, asking what he thinks. He silently reflects on the term elixir, another name for the legendary stone that revives the dead. Hellring that Jae-sang instantly gets excited, noting that such a grand name will easily boost their brand value and promote their products. Min Jae-hyun walks right over and grabs Kim Yoo-jung's shoulders, thanking her for saving the day, which makes her face turn completely red. She stammers, asking what's gotten into him. He suddenly stands straight up and cheers, incredibly determined to make this work. He clenches his fist and proudly announces that the official name of their brand is indeed the Elixir Workshop. Meanwhile, back in the classroom, Min Jae-hyun calmly answers that ancient language is the true language of magic, adding a very detailed explanation. He breaks down the structure to show that ancient runes form the absolute foundation of magic, acting as the formulaic core. At this point, the instructor Yi-soo has absolutely nothing to complain about, offering her genuine praise for his brilliant answer. Meanwhile, Soo-hyuk grits his teeth in pure frustration as the rest of the classroom breaks into noisy murmurs. The instructor wraps up the class, telling everyone they did a great job today. Hearing this, the students stand to leave. Suddenly, Min Jae-hyun actively approaches the lecturer's desk, holding out some documents and calling out to get her attention. He asks a question about the reference papers he just read. She glances down at the pages, breaking into a cold sweat. She immediately recognizes it as an advanced grimoire. Looking at the boy's face, Yi-soo can't help but feel an inexplicable chill of terror, knowing even experienced lecturers struggle with material at that high level. What kind of student is Min Jae-hyun? The scene shifts back to the library as Min Jae-hyun shuts his book, cursing to himself that he is completely stuck. Frustrated, he narrows his eyes, realizing he gained absolutely nothing from asking Yi-soo. With that, he decides on a new. Maybe he should approach it from a more basic perspective. As Jae-hyun walks past, someone has already been sitting there watching him. Since when he wonders. It is a white-haired librarian with sharp eyes who is currently taking careful notes on student Min Jae-hyun. Grimoire of Stars. A moment later, in a familiar room filled with beautiful plants, 2 cups of hot tea are set on the table. Sung-yoon slowly closes her eyes, noting he arrived earlier than expected. Jae-hyun gives a forced smile and says he wanted to come even sooner, but he got caught up in exams and other things. She slowly lifts her teacup and asks why he is waiting. She gets straight to the point, asking if he wants her help to understand his stellar grimoire. He does not hide it either. He nods, saying yes. Creation to bring forth new magic, destruction to eliminate and wipe out spells, and amplification to reinforce magic. Jae-hyun explains that all the algorithmic formulas and theories are at an advanced level, making it quite hard for him to learn alone. His eyes gleam with deep thought. Until now, he has always relied on the Eye of Odin, but he needs to understand magic deeply. She takes a sip of tea, listening. The issue is she then smiles and states she cannot just tell him the answer. This response leaves Jae-hyun completely baffled, causing him to blurt out in surprise, asking her why that is the case. Sung-yoon calmly sets down her teacup. Her eyes narrow slightly as she repeats that the concepts in a stellar grimoire must be realized alone. Otherwise, everything will be completely meaningless. She adds that he must achieve this by himself at the very least. Sung-yoon then explains that he must achieve this at least to take his first step into the realm of a named conqueror. Jae-hyun lowers his gaze in deep thought, repeating the title of a named conqueror. Seeing this, she looks over with a soft smile. Since a student has come all this way specifically to ask for her assistance, she decides to offer a tiny hint. A powerful blue mana surges from Sung-yoon's palm and a long ribbon materializes as she promises to share at least one rule. Jae-hyun looks up in surprise and asks what kind of rule. Sung-yoon nods, confirming it is a rule that will help him. She asks if he wants to hear it to master amplification. His golden eyes gleam as if he is weighing his options. But he ultimately accepts, firmly declaring his determination to do whatever it takes if it means he can become stronger. Now, inside the combat simulator, Jae-hyun is panting heavily with sweat pouring down his body. In front of him are 2 monsters, summoned by the system, while the yellow ribbon from Sung-yoon is still tied around his wrist. Despite his fatigue, his gaze remains sharp. Suddenly, the system announces the activation of the active skill, Magic Missile. From another dimension, countless arrows fly out. They target the monsters directly, but the smart skeleton swings its sword, sending out a slash that deflects the arrows. Witnessing this unexpected defense, Jae-hyun grits his teeth, his expression turning tense as he begins to formulate a plan. And trust me, this training is about to get brutal. He recalls her warning to use only one skill as the system pops up. The equipped item is a replica of the binding band that once sealed Fenrir, which reduces all stats by 50%. This replica mimics the original Gleipnir, slashing the user's stats in half whenever they bind it around their body. If the band is damaged or torn off, the stats will immediately return to normal. Jae-hyun wonders if he should really use just one skill. She raised a single finger and confirmed that he must analyze the formulas of that skill over and over again. He makes a guess, wondering if this intense repetitive training has something to do with amplifying his power. Sung-yoon refuses to give a straight answer, telling him he must find out himself, noting harder skills are tougher to amplify. Hearing this, Jae-hyun stops asking questions and she leaves him with a recommendation to start with Magic Missile. Back in the simulator room, the band wrapped tightly around his wrist continues to glow with a powerful surging energy. Drenched in sweat and gritting his teeth, he mutters to himself that his entire body feels incredibly heavy and slow. The system alerts him once again that all of his stats have been temporarily reduced by 50%. Clenching his fists, he thinks this penalty is far worse than he imagined as dimensional gates burst open behind him. The next day, the classroom seats are completely empty. Seeing something unexpected, Yoo-jung looks quite annoyed. She asks him if he is honestly doing okay. He gently rubs his neck and replies that he thinks he is fine. She crosses her arms in annoyance, claiming she can smell his pain relief patches from over 100 meters away. She points out he has been inside the simulator for an entire week. Even Seo-in-ah cannot help but chime in. She warns that overworking is not good for him. Jae-hyun warily grabs his backpack to leave, thanking them for their concern. He reminds them about the upcoming exam in 2 days. Jae-hyun looks over to Yoo-jung, catching her off guard. He points out she has not even finished decoding her grimoire yet, making her flinch. Seo-in-ah does not escape either. He adds that she might have to take remedial classes if she fails. Hearing this, Seo-in-ah panics as well. Yoo-jung turns away, forced to laugh it off. He announces it is time to head to the library quickly, dragging Seo-in-ah along. Let's go, Seo-in-ah, we are heading out, Min Jae-hyun. Watching them finally leave, he lets out a heavy sigh of relief once again. Returning to that training simulation room. Still clad in his battle gear, his breath remains shallow and heavy. Jae-hyun reaches up, wiping away the sweat dripping down his cheeks. Right then, the system in the simulation room chimes with an alert. You have perfectly cleared the level 41 evaluation. Then his personal system notifications begin to ring out one after another. Your understanding of the formula has dramatically increased. You have acquired the passive skill Formula Comprehension. The effectiveness of your magic arrow skill has surged. The skill has leveled up. You have mastered level 2 magic arrow. Jae-hyun chuckles in satisfaction. Now I get it, he thinks what magic amplification actually implies. Means for 4-star magic. Amplification is simply a raw skill boost. In other words, leveling up a threshold that heavily depends on his own personal mastery over a specific skill as well as his level of direct comprehension regarding that particular magic formula. He looks down at the glowing band on his wrist. The system explains that the active skill known as Magic Arrow, at level 2 fires arrows of concentrated mana to strike down targets, is a very basic offensive spell, yet he clenches his fist, wondering if this is the absolute peak of a B-rank raider or just the entry level of an A-rank. Raider Jae-hyun purses his lips, tightly messy hair shadowing his face as his mind drifts back to the advice he received. He had to comprehend the concepts in the 4-star magic tome entirely on his own with absolutely no shortcut. His gaze unconsciously drops to the glowing band, thinking back to how he originally approached everyone just to use them for his own gain. It truly feels like she is a genuine mentor, while he is merely a student. Meanwhile, inside the familiar principal's office, a sudden knock sounds at the door. An aide announces instructor Kim Suk-dae is here to see Heldmaster Gu Chaein. Hearing the announcement, Gu Chaein nods and commands him to enter. Kim Suk-dae slowly steps inside with a frosty look while Chaein observes him in silence. Kim Suk-dae lowers his head, gritting his teeth in fury, cursing that his hard-earned reputation has hit rock bottom due to that disastrous simulation dungeon incident, and he must restore his honor at all costs. Bowing low, Kim Suk-dae reports that the preparations for the Guild Experience event are finally complete. Slightly caught off guard by the swift news, Chaein murmurs in surprise, asking if everything is ready ahead of schedule and ensuring nothing goes wrong with that specific object. Kim Suk-dae remains deeply bowed, assuring him that he personally guarantees it. Finally satisfied, Chaein leans back in his leather chair with a sinister dark grin. His voice is ice cold as he remarks that everything can be utilized, even things that currently seem completely useless. Hearing this, Kim Suk-dae obviously understands the underlying threat, gritting his teeth in sheer frustration. Meanwhile, back outside on the quiet campus grounds, all seems peaceful. Jae-hyun walks while staring intently down at his phone, his broad shoulders reflecting a sense of solid confidence. Yet up in the rustling branches behind him, a hidden observer watches closely. Suddenly, Jae-hyun stops dead in his tracks, waiting. The branches rustle slightly, but he remains motionless, showing absolutely no reaction. After a brief pause, he finally speaks up, asking if they plan on coming out. His face hardens, eyes glowing fiercely as he threatens to hunt them down himself. The mana inside Jae-hyun's body erupts violently, flooding the entire area. In less than a second, he pinpointed the exact location of the stalker, Shadow. The figure tries to slip away, but is completely pinned down by his oppressive mana. Jae-hyun lets out a smug smirk. Suddenly, black wings unfurl as a massive crow creature leaps straight toward him. Reacting with lightning speed, Jae-hyun sidesteps cleanly, just as the creature's attack strikes easily, dodging the lethal blow. Jae-hyun's sharp eyes gleam, locking onto the dangerous beast. He immediately unleashes a brutal kick straight into the crow's stomach. A massive explosion erupts, sending smoke billowing outward and obscuring everything. Standing tall, Jae-hyun mockingly points out that they must not have heard the latest news yet. Their former colleague Jang Gil was already sent straight to hell. Suddenly, a series of deafening screeches echo down from the sky above. Annoyed, he curses them as a bunch of absolute idiots. Pivoting on his heel, Jae-hyun plants his feet firmly in a combat stance, realizing they are bold enough to attack him right on school grounds. No turning back now, Guin has officially made his move. Dimensional portals begin to tear open all around him. He coldly declares that there is one thing he is absolutely sure of. They messed with the wrong guy. The system announces the activation of level 2 Magic Arrow. From within those glowing portals, massive mana spears materialize and shoot violently toward the newly arrived enemies. As these two opposing forces brutally collide with one another, deafening explosions echo repeatedly. His eyelids droop, looking somewhat bored by the ease of it all. Suddenly, his eyes widen in shock as he senses an oncoming danger. A strange, eerie shroud of hostile mana suddenly wraps around his entire body, forcing him onto high alert. Scattered crow feathers begin to flutter through the air, and as soon as he notices, he frowns deeply in sheer disbelief. "Why are you here?" he gasps as a figure clad entirely in black. Charging forward, Jae-hyun's eyes flare with a burning rage, but Hugh Jin just calmly replies that it's been a long time, my son. Suddenly, violent surges of mana erupt from deep within Jae-hyun's body, instantly summoning massive magic chains from all around. The chains shoot out from multiple spatial portals, flying straight toward Hyojin, who casually tilts his body to dodge them. Unable to hide his thick killing intent, Jae-hyun condenses a magic sphere in his palm as more chains strike again. Finally, Hyojin grips the hilt of the sword resting on his hip, not even bothering to draw the actual blade. With just a quick, effortless turn, he shatters the magic chains wrapping around him, leaving Jae-hyun completely shocked. Gritting his teeth, he barely leaps back as a lethal wave of sword energy cuts straight toward him. The attack still grazes Jae-hyun, sending fresh blood spraying from his side as he stares down with a grim look. He realizes with absolute horror that he couldn't even track the sword's path, leaving a massive trench carved into the ground. Cursing under his breath, Jae-hyun watches the dust clear as the two opponents lock eyes in a tense standoff. Suppressing his killing intent, Hyojin mentions he has been watching him for a long time, noting his rather hot temper lately. Clutching his bleeding side in agony, Jae-hyun snaps back, telling him to shut up because he will never call him father. The old man is completely unbothered, joking that his boy is just going through a rebellious phase which only infuriates Jae-hyun. Angry Jae-hyun demands he stop the nonsense and explain his presence, but as Hyojin begins to answer, a strange presence interrupts. This feels incredibly strange, and Jae-hyun simply cannot believe it, even if his father really obtained the prophesied power. There has to be a limit to this ridiculous strength, but Hyojin just slowly steps forward, preparing to ask a question. He casually demands to know if the ice resistance has contacted Jae-hyun, sending a sudden wave of panic through the boy. Seeing his reaction, Hyojin's purple eyes flash as he mutters that he understands, instantly charging his blade with sharp energy. A devastating arc of light slices through the air toward Jae-hyun, who grits his teeth, feeling the sheer pressure of it. Instantly, Jae-hyun conjures a protective barrier but cracks quickly web across the surface before it violently shatters into pieces. The residual force singes his arms, leaving nasty scrapes all over a mere graze that still carries absolutely terrifying power. He wonders if this is the true strength of a legendary conqueror, realizing he is not the only one hiding power. Across the field, Hyojin praises his growth, while Jae-hyun desperately masks his inner panic with a calm, confident smile. He asks how the man knows about the resistance, wondering what secrets he's hiding, and asks if he plans to kill him. Now get this, Hyojin simply says no, but silently observes that this young adversary is growing stronger. At this insane speed, the boy could easily become a massive obstacle to his grand plans in the near future. He would be a massive threat to both his goals and the resistance, leading Hyojin to make a final decision. He decides to use holy power to suppress this growing threat, letting his terrifying aura flare as he makes an announcement. He calmly declares he will only take his legs, turning to unleash another blinding shockwave of sharp sword energy. Jae-hyun's eyes flash as a purple light fills his vision, braced for the impact of two massive forces colliding. A massive explosion erupts, sending shockwaves through the area, prompting a highly surprised Hyojin to look up toward the sky. They're sitting casually on a tree branch as Hela, prompting Hyojin to ask if the link between Aesir and the resistance broke. He demands to know if she dares defy the great Odin, but she simply plays dumb, claiming complete ignorance. Jae-hyun watches in absolute bewilderment, shocked to see a literal talking cat, while Hyojin furiously orders her to leave. Ignoring his command, Hela leaps from the branch, her small body shifting as a pair of slender legs begin to form. Her long white hair flows in the wind as her human transformation completes, and she gazes down with a cold stare. She casually announces she has business to discuss with the kid, while Jae-hyun reels from the massive mana she radiates. Her power easily eclipses even Min Songwoo, leaving him utterly confused as she steps directly in front of him. Shielding Jae-hyun, she draws an annoyed scowl from Hyojin, who asks if she really wants to make things worse. Unfazed, Hela merely smiles and claws her own flesh, letting droplets of crimson blood splatter directly onto the ground. The spilled blood instantly begins to boil, summoning monstrous skeletal hands straight from hell to surround a calm Hyojin. Showing zero surprise, he simply draws his blade to defend himself as Hela reminds him this is their only option. Just as she says it, a massive demonic arm swings violently from below, but Hyojin reacts instantly to block it. He spins rapidly to break free from the surrounding grasp, whipping up a massive destructive vortex in the process. Caught in the violent backdraft, Jae-hyun quickly shields himself as things get crazy. Hyojin shields himself. He mockingly remarks that they must rely on a mere mortal to end the war between the gods. Loki is growing weaker, but Hela remains completely calm. She questions whether that human is just a mere mortal who tried to destroy Odin, or if Hyojin is the real exception. Hyojin finally sheathes his sword and prepares to leave. He still leaves a stern warning: if she interferes with his affairs again, she will definitely face punishment under the Aesir Treaty. She gradually recalls those creatures as requested, but tells him to reach out if he ever needs her. Suddenly, a sharp-clawed hand reaches out. Hyojin does not react as the claws lightly graze his neck, leaving a bloody scratch. Hela coldly reminds him that she can take his head at any given second. At the same time, she emphasizes that the treaty only applies to the Aesir and the resistance. Her voice suddenly drops to a freezing temperature. No law stops her from destroying Odin's personal crow. Hugin's eyes remain completely still and without any reaction. He turns and walks away. The black smoke slowly vanishes alongside its master, leaving Hela with a satisfied smile. But right behind her, Jae-hyun suddenly collapses to the ground. He clutches his stomach, coughing up a mouthful of black blood. Hearing this, she turns around and greets Min Jae-hyun. Hela gladly introduces herself as the close friend of Hel. As Jae-hyun raises his eyes to look at her, she stares right back, revealing herself to be his secret observer. Images of Hel flash through his mind as she reminds him that she is also his guide through the 5 trials. With those words, Hela gently pulls her skirt and bows in a polite greeting. Soon the familiar computer room appears. Jae-hyun sits on his bed, channeling mana to heal the wound on his side. He frowns slightly from the pain. Seeing his struggle, Hela makes herself comfortable and offers to help. She tells him to ask any questions he might have. She even floats on a ball of mana, playfully promising to answer whatever she can. Jae-hyun immediately speaks up. He asks who Min Song-oh actually is. Hela steps down and bluntly reveals that Song-oh is not his real father. In reality, his true name is Hyujin, and he is one of Odin's legendary ravens. She even goes on to reveal that Hyujin is a mythical beast capable of manipulating human minds. He borrowed memory-altering powers from another raven named Mun. To pull off this massive lie, Hyujin lingered around Jae-hyun for years pretending to be his father. Hela explains that his goal was to monitor the great enemy from the prophecy, which explains why Jae-hyun never suspected a thing. Realizing how shocked he is, Hela decides to show him the truth. Get ready because his real past is heartbreaking. Jae-hyun's eyes widen instantly as the system announces that his suppressed memories are being restored. Suddenly, a harsh voice yells out, calling him completely useless. Jae-hyun snaps out of it and looks around, wondering if this is his childhood home. Realizing the truth, he flinches. His fake father continues to shout, screaming that he doesn't know why he raised such a pathetic creature. Jae-hyun lies bruised and beaten on the floor, while the man aggressively questions him. What would change just because he unlocked mana? Jae-hyun remembers that his father absolutely hated the day he awakened. From that day on, he endured non-stop beatings and abuse. His mother suddenly steps in to shield him, crying out for him to stop. Tears stream down her face as she asks why he is hitting their son. The painful arguments flood into his mind. Right then, a glowing doorway appears like an invitation. A funeral altar comes into view along with comforting words. His mother gently holds him close, patting his back to soothe his pain. She keeps comforting him as her tears fall, endlessly repeating that everything is okay. Jae-hyun gasps silently as something clicks in his mind. His eyes slowly look up, witnessing a new scene. In the distance is the funeral of his real father, who smiles warmly from the portrait. Jae-hyun clenches his fists tightly. He feels like he can't breathe, but it's not because of the heavy smoke. His face darkens in utter shock. It feels like he had forgotten something incredibly precious that should never be forgotten. Through the white smoke, a figure holding ice cream appears playfully, gesturing for silence while handing it over. His mother frowns and warns that sweets are forbidden. The father merely scratches his head, explaining that the boy really wanted it. In response, young Jae-hyun bursts into happy laughter. Watching his family so joyful, a single tear slips down his cheek. The tears keep flowing as he wonders why he is crying. He slowly reaches out to touch his father's portrait. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of light pulls him back to reality. The system chimes, announcing that all data has been restored. Now back in his familiar room, Jae-hyun cannot stop weeping. Hela quietly informs him that he is finally free from his manipulated memories. His hand presses against the floor, tightening into a hard fist as anger boils inside. He grinds his teeth, demanding to know why. Why would Hyujin do this? Hela answers bluntly, because he was born. Fate is the ultimate enemy. Hearing this, Jae-hyun looks up and repeats it. The great enemy of the prophecy. Frustrated, he grits his teeth. Why did they have to make his life so incredibly difficult? This time, Hela stays completely silent, not knowing how to explain. After a brief moment, she conjures a glowing ring of mana and finally speaks. 10,000 years ago, it was not just a few. Countless floating magical spheres appear around Hela as the first apocalypse broke out. Her eyes light up as she recounts where it all started. The twilight of the gods, where brave warriors stood up to fight and where their tragic story ultimately came to an end. Total annihilation. The alliance of resistance against the Aesir gods fought desperately in this war of genocide, but they ultimately lost. They fell before the Aesir and their terrifying army, which was led by the Valkyries. After the war, Odin offered a tense treaty. He agreed to let the captured gods and giants live, but only under the brutal conditions of a binding covenant. This was proof that the resistance had utterly lost the first apocalypse. From that dark day forward, things would never be the same. The defeated alliance could never harm any Aesir god in any way, forced to obey every command of the supreme Odin. As Hela's green mana flares up again, she explains that this very covenant cemented Odin's absolute hold on power. Living creatures across every single world suffered endlessly under their tyrannical rule, crying out in absolute despair. Hearing this, Jae-hyun lowers his head, his expression turning ice-cold. But Hela is not done with her story yet. She reveals that the three Norn sisters made a final prophecy. 10,000 years later, during the second apocalypse, a miracle would happen. The weakest creature would overthrow Odin, destroy Asgard, and usher in a brand new world. She looks directly at Jae-hyun to deliver the truth. The legendary great enemy mentioned in that ancient prophecy is Jae-hyun. As he looks up, Hela confirms his destiny. "You are our only hope here." Jae-hyun finally understands the turbulent emotions in his sharp eyes, slowly cooling down as he tightens his fist. He speaks up, "So using me to destroy Odin was your plan all along." Hela does not even bother to deny it. "That is correct," she admits. Suddenly anxious, Jae-hyun presses further, asking what Odin's ultimate goal is and what he gets from all this. "The supreme rule over the 9 worlds," she answers instantly. Suddenly, the surrounding air begins to distort, putting Jae-hyun on high alert. "Wait, the entire Earth is at stake here." Hela warns him that Odin wants to completely control the 9 worlds. This news makes him even more furious. Hela's eyes flash as she adds that this includes Midgard, the world of humans. The entire Earth is under threat. Meanwhile, high above in the beautiful sunlit heavens, Odin gazes out and mutters in pure annoyance. It is deeply irritating to worry about lowly creatures over a mere prophecy. Right then, a subordinate steps up to disagree. "One single human is nothing compared to us. If we destroy the seed now, no giant tree can ever hope to grow." Odin turns around. The resistance is determined, and we cannot afford to show any weakness before such a massive event. Then Odin speaks to Heimdall, granting him temporary authority. "I believe you understand exactly what needs to be done, right?" Heimdall flashes a satisfied grin, confidently declaring, "Of course, it has been a long time since I left Asgard." The scene shifts to a quiet gym. A heavy barbell is slammed back onto the rack with a loud thud. Jae-hyun sits on the bench, completely exhausted and gasping for air. His glowing golden eyes look weary and heavy. Sweat pours down his face as he cannot help but replay the previous day's conversation over and over in his mind. The absolute peak of the 9 worlds, Hela had nodded. Yes, that is Odin's ultimate goal. She then revealed the worlds he already conquered. Those included Vanaheim, Jotunheim, Svartalfheim, and Muspelheim. Yet Jae-hyun was still completely baffled by the sheer scale of it all. Does he really want to conquer the remaining worlds through a second apocalypse? Hela slowly closes her eyes, confirming his fears. "Then why has he not eliminated me yet?" Hela suddenly stands up. She explains that it is due to the power of prophecy. It is a force that even the almighty gods themselves cannot stand against. This revelation truly catches Jae-hyun off guard. A power even the gods cannot resist. Hela nods her head. Exactly, that is the shield keeping him safe. You are protected by that very force. But she warns him, no power in this universe lasts forever. Her hanging hand suddenly reaches up. Once the second apocalypse draws near, all worldly boundaries will begin to dissolve entirely. She points at his chest. That protective barrier will vanish, leaving him wide open to the wrath of the Norse gods. An intense energy seems to surge inside Jae-hyun. Hela looks straight through him, adding that he was already destroyed once anyway. Jae-hyun merely lets out a bitter laugh. It all makes sense now. His past death before regression was all part of Odin's design. He feels a surge of burning anger, his teeth grinding together. Those arrogant gods had been playing with his life from the start. They slaughtered his family, warped his memories, and dragged him through a living hell. Slowly, Hela retracts her hand. She can clearly feel the deep burning rage radiating from him, knowing his journey of vengeance has truly begun, deep within him. She asks him if he hungers for revenge, which finally catches his attention and forces him to look up. Hela holds his gaze, asking if he wants the power to protect the things that are most precious to. Suddenly, the system blinks to life alongside a massive surge of mana, and she introduces herself as the Guide of 5 Trials. Hela then waves her hand in front of Jae-hyun, calling him the great prophesied enemy as blinding sparks of energy ignite. She promises to give him a chance, displaying a system quest designed to grant him the power needed to finally defeat Odin. A new main quest appears, marking him as the prophesied enemy destined to rise up and destroy the king and the Aesir. He must gain the strength to withstand the overwhelming pressure of the Norse throne to stop Odin's endless greed. The details appear: Hela's trial S-rank difficulty with an unknown danger level, offering a blessing that resists Odin's divine power. A brilliant spark of determination flashes in Jae-hyun's eyes as Hela urges him to continue growing much stronger. Her parting words feel like a solemn warning as the vision fades back to reality, shifting to a quiet, sunlit room. Sunlight streams through the window as Hosan stretches through his brutal workout, sweat dripping down his face. He scratches his head and walks to a bench, grumbling about how sore these special workouts make him. He wonders if he should ask his Sr., for some recovery potions. Hossein sits down and opens his gym bag, tightly gripping a bottle of water. Thanks to his intense special training, he successfully unlocked an S-rank skill, even though his body is still struggling to fully accept it. He falls silent, deeply lost in thought as memories of Jae-hyun flash through his mind once again. Hossein knows Jae-hyun is already leagues ahead of him, and there is still a massive mountain to climb before he can hope to defeat him at the upcoming Milet Academy festival. Yet he lets out a quiet sigh and smiles. Suddenly, finding his second win, Hossein leaps to his feet, clenching his fists and declaring that he will train even harder. Right then, the overhead speakers crackle to life, announcing that Principal Jae-hyun wants to see student An Hossein in his office immediately. Confused by the sudden summons, Hossein heads over to the familiar office, where a voice echoes from inside. Jae-hyun is on the phone, sounding incredibly pleased as he tells the caller not to worry. He explains that once they weed out the low-ranking students, all the government support will naturally flow to the elites. A sinister grin plasters his face as he adds that he trusts the politician on the other end to handle the rest. On the other end of the line, the stressed politician tears his hair out over the simulated dungeon incident, spinning completely out of control. He warns that the Hunter Bureau is launching an investigation, soon prompting Jae-hyun to realize his partner has outlived his usefulness. He coldly reminds him that those investigators are just government hunting dogs who pose no real threat. Furthermore, he calmly announces that his secret preparations are already complete, sending a shockwave through the politician on the other end. Jae-hyun simply smiles, explaining that his plan is actually quite simple. He reveals that, during the upcoming guild trials, he plans to personally open a catastrophic dungeon gate right in the middle of the event. Hearing this, the politician feels a wave of relief, realizing they can wipe everyone out without getting their hands dirty. Jae-hyun praises his quick understanding, asking if they are in agreement. The man quickly nods, promising to release the promised government funding to Milet Academy before asking to discuss the finer details of their conspiracy. Absolutely delighted, Jae-hyun readily agrees, assuring the politician that everything will go exactly as planned. Meanwhile, a hand reaches out toward the doorknob. It is Hossein, who has been standing outside and silently listening to every word of their conversation. Stunned, Hossein stands frozen as Jae-hyun's earlier warnings about the dark space echo in his mind. He remembers Jae-hyun suggesting that someone must have tampered with the system. Now Jae-hyun's sinister face comes into focus. Horrified, Hossein instinctively covers his mouth, realization hitting him like a truck. Everything finally makes perfect sense. He finally knows who invaded his mind during the entrance trials. The culprit behind his mental manipulation is standing right inside, the exact same monster engineered the simulated dungeon disaster. Pure rage bubbles up, forcing him to grit his teeth. His hand grabs the brass doorknob, ready to storm in, but he quickly forces himself to take a deep breath. Closing his eyes, he reins in his emotions, knowing that acting recklessly right now would be incredibly dangerous. He resolves to handle this threat on his own terms. Stealing his resolve, he knocks on the heavy wooden door. Announcing himself to the principal, he hears Jae-hyun call out from inside, telling him to enter the office. He pushes the door open silently, reminding himself that he needs to find someone he can truly trust. Meanwhile, back in class, most desks remain empty. Yoo-jung listens closely to the lecture while Seo-na dozes off and Soo-hyuk sits in. Uncharacteristically, Jae-hyun spins a pen in his hand. Boredom takes over. His eyes stare completely blankly into space. His mind wanders back to their previous conversation. Hela was visibly worried. She warned him about Odin. If Odin knew he contacted the Norse resistance, the apocalypse would arrive much sooner than they ever expected. Suddenly, a book slams shut. Instructor Yu cuts through the silence, announcing that today's lesson is finally over. "Wake up," she calls out coldly. She has a crucial message that every single student needs to hear. As the students whisper and wake up, Jae-hyun senses a shift. A new event is about to begin. Yu quietly announces that the guild trials will start in a few days, though her eyes look uneasy. This upcoming event is meant to show them how real conqueror guilds work and hunt down dangerous monsters. She even adds that Principal Gu Chang-in specially arranged this entire guild experience just for their class. Jae-hyun smirks. If only he had patiently endured a low-rank guild before his regression, he would have more experience. Sitting on a moldy bench a little longer back than would have definitely given him a massive head start. But now he can practically go anywhere. His past achievements have already opened every single door for him. He envisions a massive skyscraper. The Poseidon Guild is definitely his best choice. And honestly, who can blame him? He wants to see the top-ranked guild from his past life. Back in reality, Aesir speaks up again. She reveals a special priority list. These select students will soon receive direct guidance from those elite guilds. This priority list basically guarantees them an eventual spot in those massive organizations, fully securing their bright future. Jae-hyun lets out a forced awkward laugh, silently worrying that something in this situation might actually go wrong. Sure enough, Aesir reads off the familiar names of elite students. Min Chun, Seo In-ah, and Du Jung are all chosen. These three are immediately recruited by the Red Lotus Guild, while the talented Ju Haeok is selected by the Poseidon Guild. Ju Haeok grits his teeth in frustration. Suddenly, Du Jung stands straight up, completely shocked by the unexpected news. "Wait, the Red Lotus Guild," he shouts aloud. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun calmly recalls his allies' past advice about guilds. A top guild always hunts for raw potential, which perfectly explains why she previously asked who had the most skills. Up at the front, Isu continues calling out the names, completely ignoring the rising chatter from the excited crowd. She tells them to submit their final decisions before midnight, leaving the classroom immediately after delivering the news. The murmurs do not stop. An ecstatic Du Jung bursts into tears of joy and tightly hugs a very startled Seo In-ah. He is absolutely thrilled to meet guild leader Yoo Sung-yeon. Jae-hyun can only sigh at the dramatic display. Standing up from his seat, Jae-hyun figures that Ho Seon was scouted too, but suddenly both Seo In-ah and Du Jung freeze. Jae-hyun stops in his tracks as well. All three of them simultaneously pull out their ringing phones in confusion. Du Jung wonders why they received a text at the exact same moment. Seo In-ah looks down at her glowing screen, hesitating. The message is from Ho Seon, urgently requesting to meet them right away at Senior Lee Jae-sang's private workshop. They gather in the familiar room, sitting around a wooden table engulfed in a heavy, stifling silence. After a tense pause, Du Jung furrows his brow, asking if the principal is trying to eliminate them. He questions if Gu Chang'an is intentionally targeting low-ranking students during the trials to benefit the Awakeners. Ho Seon solemnly nods, confirming the dark rumor. Meanwhile, Senior Lee Jae-sang anxiously bites his fingernails in sheer panic. The principal's corruption is covered up every single year, but Seo In-ah sighs, saying this is just too much. Toying with lives is completely unacceptable. Jae-hyun remains silent, his expression darkening as he processes the situation. The upcoming trials are shaping up to be a total bloodbath. Talk about a massive step up in danger. In his previous life, he only heard rumors of students dying in a tragic accident during the event. Looking incredibly serious, Ho-seon points out that they are the only ones who can actually stop this. Jae-hyun keeps his arms crossed, silently worrying that jumping in blindly could put everyone in grave danger. They cannot make hasty decisions when a single reckless move might easily lead to their absolute demise. Clenching his fists, Ho Seon pleads with them. He simply refuses to stand by while innocent lives are actively threatened. Jae-hyun frowns, acknowledging that helping others is noble, but they must separate true courage from sheer recklessness. It is a noble sentiment indeed, but charging in without a plan is just suicide under a different name. Even Du Jung hesitates with a lowered head before suddenly standing up, shouting out that this is completely insane. Is this the time to hesitate? Yoo Jung speaks up since no one else is answering, pointing out their friends are in danger. Jae-sung raises his hand next. It is terrifying, he says, but he is fully ready to help any way he can. Seo In-ah nods. If there is a way to stop this, she does not want to just sit around doing absolutely nothing. Min Jae-hyun is completely stunned. He stares in shock, but then a slow, proud smile quietly creeps onto his face. He smiles. They are true raiders. In his mind, memories of his past life protecting humanity from monsters flood back. Raiders always protected others. As those thoughts fade, the familiar ring of the system suddenly echoes in his mind. A new notification pops up. The second turning point main quest has been added, commanding him to stop Guchain. The goal: save the trainees. This A+ difficulty quest offers a blank card and a sealed grimoire upon success. Students dying means failure. Meanwhile, the Aesir resistance is watching closely from the shadows to see his next decision. Standing up, Min Jae-hyun announces they are making a plan. His words instantly bring bright smiles to Jae-sung and An Ho-seon. Even Seo In-ah and Yoo Jung grin beautifully, while Min Jae-hyun himself lets out a pretty sly, confident smirk of his own. They have a plan to destroy Gu Chaein. The next day, Instructor Yi-soo freezes in disbelief after hearing his proposal. Mastered the magnetic grimoire already, she demands to know how on earth such an impossible feat is even feasible. Why not? Min Jae-hyun asks coldly. Her mind goes blank, feeling like a sharp sword has pierced her chessboard. This student is terrifying. Something is wrong with him. The headmaster planned to use him, but things are failing. Min Jae-hyun is clearly not a pawn who can be manipulated. Sensing her inner panic, he decides to call her out. You look sad. He mockingly notes a teacher who taught him so much should not look so completely miserable. Are you planning to? He drags his words out, letting absolute dread and panic wash over the trembling instructor. He smiles. Are you going to take all this knowledge and hand it over to that bastard Gu Chaein again? Yi-soo is paralyzed. Her eyes widen in pure shock and she screams out, demanding to know how he knows. Suddenly, Min Jae-hyun reaches out, touching her forehead. He quietly whispers that he has a few questions for her. His purple eyes glow. Instantly, her gaze goes blank as the system shows the brainwashing skill taking effect. The skill successfully invades her mind. Pulling his hand back, Jae-hyun smiles, realizing he is now stronger than her. He looks down at the brainwashed instructor. Just like that, he has gained absolute control over his teacher. Talk about a genius play. Controlling the enemy from within is always the most effective way to win a war. Jae-hyun stares at her. Raising a single finger, he commands the instructor to act as his ally from now on. She repeats the command robotically. He nods, satisfied that they can finally have a real, honest conversation together. Placing a hand on her shoulder, his cold eyes gleam as he orders her to spill all her secrets. He demands details on the dirty schemes Guchain is planning to pull during the upcoming guild training session. 3 days later, the guild event begins and Yujung is practically vibrating with sheer excitement, blushing and stammering. Suddenly, she screams out that they are visiting the Jokwon Guild headquarters, leaving her friends dazed by her energy. A voice interrupts them. Welcoming the students, manager Baek Sungjae steps forward and politely introduces himself to the group. He will guide their tour today. Without wasting any time, he walks forward, gesturing for them to follow him. They nod and follow him. As they walk down a massive corridor, Sungjae keeps pointing out different rooms. He leads them deep into the facility. Finally, he stops in front of a grand door and opens it. Welcome to the final room, he says. Just then, Ryu Sung-yoon slowly walks toward the stunned group of trainees. She greets them warmly. Standing at the door like an angel, she introduces herself as the Jokwon Guild Master. A beautiful feast is laid out on the table. Sung-yoon smiles, placing a hand on her chest and inviting them to sit. Yu-jung sits down, giggling non-stop. Suddenly, she pulls out a sheet of paper and screams at the top of her lungs. I am a massive fan, please sign this. Her sudden confession actually makes the legendary guild master blush in embarrassment. Sung-yoon quickly takes the paper. Thank you, she says, noting her motivation comes from passionate fans like her. Jae-hyun sighs, thinking of her fangirl obsession. Sung-yoon looks at him, saying he has made many great friends. Jae-hyun waves it off, but An Ho-seun asks curiously if they already know each other. Sung-yoon speaks up immediately. Of course, she says. He is my disciple. Hearing this, Yu-jung freezes in shock as a massive question mark pops up. She leaps out of her seat, screaming the word in pure disbelief while Sung-eun just smiles at her reaction. Sung-eun confirms this immediately, admitting she called everyone here today, specifically because of Jae-hyun, before getting straight to the point. Honestly, the Jagwa Guild and several other major factions are already fully aware of all the terrible things Gu Chaein has done. Sung-eun adds they just haven't been able to make a move yet because of the immense power he holds, while Jae-hyun chimes in. Besides, his true motives remain unclear, and it seems he might even possess the strange ability to force dungeons open. She shakes her head, explaining most of his skills are kept secret, so they will need a very meticulous plan to stop him. For this, they need a careful plan. Saolai waves her hand forward, projecting a map of the mana fields surrounding the guilds. This map highlights the guilds participating in the current training event as a bright system screen slowly materializes before their eyes. Scanning the area, the screen displays 2 bright red circles. He speaks up, noting they seem to concentrate far more mana than usual. Song Sung-jae also points out that if a hidden dungeon is going to appear, it will almost certainly be in one of these zones. Sung-jae adds that he will deploy a few hunters from the Jagwa Guild to quietly surround these exact locations right away. If anything goes wrong, they will evacuate the students immediately. Jae-hyun rubs his chin, admitting it sounds like a solid plan. But knowing Gu Chaein, the villain, has undoubtedly prepared a complex trap, things are about to get really messy. Especially if Gu Chaein realizes the Jagwa Guild is actively interfering. Understanding his concern, the older woman looks at him. She asks if he has a counter-strategy. After a brief pause, Jae-hyun replies yes, speaking with absolute dead serious determination. He announces that they will personally rescue those trainees. Meanwhile, a group exits an elevator into a long, quiet hallway. Their footsteps echo softly through the empty space as the guide leads the nervous trainees deeper into the mysterious building. Song Chan suddenly smirks to himself, letting out a quiet, arrogant laugh. He mockingly remembers all the trash who once doubted him. They used to look down on his lack of talent, but everything is completely different now as he stares proudly ahead. He truly believes the principal personally selected him because he finally recognized his true potential to become an elite conqueror. Suddenly, a soft tap on his shoulder breaks his daydream as a classmate tells him to wait, making him turn around. She glances nervously at their surroundings, pointing out how incredibly strange the entire building feels. Song Chan asks what she means. The purple-haired girl whispers that a prestigious conqueror guild should be packed with top-tier equipment and bustling with high-ranking hunters. Instead, the place looks completely desolate and abandoned. While Song Chan stands there utterly clueless, she keeps voicing her concerns. She notes it feels like an abandoned ruins. Finally, Song Chan begins looking around, noticing the strange vibe of the place. He spots dusty cardboard boxes piled haphazardly against the walls. A sudden wave of deep suspicion finally flashes in his eyes. Massive cobwebs cover the cracked walls, and the unsettling atmosphere begins to make the rest of the group extremely uneasy. Suddenly, the mushroom-haired guide announces they have arrived at their destination. Beside him, Chao Nane flinches with a bad feeling. Standing directly in front of them is a very familiar face, prompting one of the students to shout for Kim Seok-dae. The instructor slowly turns around, a dark, calculating expression on his face as he mutters how fast his skill wore off. Clicking his tongue, he decides he has no choice. It is a bit early, but suddenly, a glowing purple magic circle appears. It opens directly beneath the feet of the terrified students. He coldly whispers that this is where they say their goodbyes. Dark, ominous energy erupts from the ground, throwing the class into absolute chaos as Song Chan screams for everyone to run. Watching from the corner, Seok-dae smugly raises his fist, calling this their very final lesson before letting out a sickening laugh. He mockingly wonders if a single one of these kids can actually survive that hell. Meanwhile, Ho-seon stares at her phone. She looks up to double-check their surroundings, confirming with a map that they have reached the designated spot on their screen. Just then, her phone rings with a notification confirming their arrival, leaving Yu Jung completely puzzled by the creepy location. The structure looks like a dilapidated, abandoned warehouse rather than a proper guild. The three quickly huddle over the screen again. Ho-seon insists they are in the right spot, telling them to double-check, while Jae-hyun stands quietly behind them, scanning the area. Spotting something unusual, Jae-hyun heads toward a dense forest nearby where a familiar figure waits silently behind a massive tree trunk. It is Sung Jae, who leans over to reassure him. He then suddenly asks how Jae-hyun managed to learn telepathic communication. Jae-hyun chuckles casually, replying that he simply picked it up after reading a few old books on advanced magical theories. The veteran hunter smiles, pointing out that interfering with someone's mind and casting telepathic magic is normally an incredibly difficult feat. He praises Jae-hyun's immense talent, while the other three companions continue discussing their map a short distance away. Ho-seon scratches her neck with a shy laugh, expressing her absolute trust that Jae-hyun will protect them if things get dangerous. Sung Jae nods in agreement. Meanwhile, back at the headquarters of the Jagwa Guild, the tense atmosphere continues to build. She keeps grumbling under her breath, calling Jae-hyun a thick-skinned brat for borrowing her personal manager. Hellring, this Hana closes her eyes, hoping he actually helps them since he gets pretty scatterbrained. Hellring, this Sung-eun can't help but laugh. He is your older brother, so try being nicer instead of bickering all the time. Then a sudden tremor shakes the room. She freezes, staring down at her teacup as a pitch-black shadow suddenly appears inside. Sung-eun is completely baffled. Where is this dark energy coming from? Instantly, she spins around to search, certain that the source is nearby. She looks out the window, her mind racing back to their conversation from the other day. Jae-hyun mentioned that the guild Jae-hyun was partnering with to raid the dungeon was none other than Kai. She frowns and repeats the name, noting that Kai is a guild established by Jae-hyun himself. He nodded in agreement. Sung-eun leans back, stroking her chin thoughtfully. It is quite strange because Kai is normally just a mid-sized guild located pretty close to Lotus. Besides, causing such a massive, obvious scene really does not seem like Jae-hyun's style. But Jae-hyun was absolutely certain, explaining that his source was someone working directly alongside the corrupt director, who is definitely plotting something. Back in the present, Sung-eun still looks out the window before finally asking if Hannah Park has looked into the guild Jae-hyun setup. Hannah Park nods and immediately begins to read her report. She reveals that Kai is actually a ghost guild. Sung-eun is stunned, repeating the words, while Hannah Park nods in confirmation. She explains that these guilds are usually set up for tax evasion and other shady illicit operations, and they never keep any official records. Hannah chimes in, guessing that Jae-hyun likely created this guild for the exact same dirty purpose. Sung-eun realizes Jae-hyun was totally right. Her eyes turn serious, wondering what Jae-hyun is planning. What is he plotting? Suddenly, Sung-eun slams her hands on the table and stands, leaving while barking out orders. She tells Hannah Park to prepare her gear since anything could happen. Hannah Park quickly complies and they hurry down the hallway. Sung-eun knows she has to prepare for the absolute worst. The stigma on her neck glows with an intense light, but she silently prays for safety. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a desolate wasteland where an old basement door is pushed open as the group of four slips inside. Yu Jung looks around, feeling skeptical. She asks if he is absolutely sure about this rundown, empty building. Jae-hyun just nods with a confident, cocky grin. This is definitely the spot. As dark mist begins to swirl around them, Jae-hyun notes with a cold expression that a disgusting, rotten magic aura is leaking into the air. He barks out for them to move, and they follow close behind. They trek deeper into the pitch-black basement, surrounded by piles of decaying junk. The deeper they go, the more serious Jae-hyun gets, sensing an ominous magical signature that makes him deeply uneasy. He might have to pull everyone out and let the administration handle this. Suddenly, they feel eyes watching from behind. Seo-in-ah points out that she can feel lingering magical traces. Jae-hyun kneels down to inspect the floor, nodding in agreement. It looks like some kind of high-level magic circle was recently triggered in this very spot. He realizes there are still active magical traces left. Get ready because dark mist suddenly erupts with insane force. The group backs up immediately on guard. Jae-hyun turns and yells at everyone to get out of there right now. But it is too late. A giant magic circle glows beneath their feet, and Ho-yeon gasps that he cannot move. Just then, a voice echoes calling them fools. Yoo-jung and Jae-hyun look around frantically for the source, welcoming them to Svartalfheim, the legendary kingdom of the Dark Elves. Ho-yeon and Seo-in-ah panic in absolute terror. Suddenly, the system alerts them that they are being sent to Svartalfheim. It warns them to escape this high-level threat. Meanwhile, deep within the pitch-black dungeon, the powerful Dark Elf King sits high on his throne wearing a wicked smirk. He welcomes his new prey and commands his minions to rise. Instantly, glowing blue eyes pierce through the darkness. The king grins with absolute delight, declaring that it is time to feast. Welcome to Svartalfheim, a brutal world, dominated by cruel dark elves. In the blink of an eye, the 4 team members are forcibly teleported here. Jae-hyun grinds his teeth in sheer rage, cursing under his breath. Yoo-jung looks around trying to stay calm. She asks if this is Svartalfheim while Jae-hyun stays silent, recalling Norse legends about these dark elves. They supposedly possess powers strong enough to challenge the gods, though their strength has been diluted as a dungeon. Jae-hyun grinds his teeth in absolute fury. He finally realizes the truth behind this trap. Gu Jae-in actually intended to slaughter the academy students right here. Ho-yeon looks around the desolate area feeling completely terrified. This is baffling. How could Principal Gu Jae-in pull off such high-level teleportation magic? What is his true identity? No one knows. But hearing those words, Min Jae-hyun suddenly realized something. Ho-yeon was right. Gu Jae-in is just a human. How could a mere mortal possibly interfere with the teleportation system of the 9 realms? Min Jae-hyun stroked his chin in deep thought. There had to be some mysterious force backing him. He murmured that their current situation was looking pretty grim. Suddenly, footsteps echoed nearby, accompanied by a voice. The person emerging from the shadows was none other than Park Song-jae. The other 3 looked completely stunned. Kim Yoo-jung ran forward and called out to him while Ho-yeon anxiously asked why he was here. Park Seong-jae pointed toward Min Jae-hyun, explaining that Min Jae-hyun had asked him to tag along in case things went sideways. They needed an official witness for this operation, so he came to fill that role. Hearing this, the tension eased. In-ah let out a sigh of relief, admitting she thought they were all about to die, but Park Seong-jae quickly shut down that hope. He warned them that the situation was actually no better just because he had arrived, leaving them even more confused. When they asked why, he explained that this was Svartalfheim, the territory of dark elves where even an A-rank raider would struggle. Surviving here was almost impossible. Hearing this, the color drained completely from Ho-yeon and Kim Yoo-jung's faces. In-ah furrowed her brows in worry. The veteran warned they would perish the second they let their guard down. Meanwhile, Min Jae-hyun scanned the area. Min Jae-hyun calmly agreed there was no perfect way to clear this dungeon, noting the strange quartz rocks glowing all around them. A confident smirk played on Min Jae-hyun's lips. That survival rule only applied to people who had not regressed yet. He looked at his 3 terrified companions, knowing he had memorized countless dungeon raid guides in his past life before regressing. He assured them they would all walk out of here alive, promising to guarantee their safety, which even took Park Seong-jae by surprise. The S-rank veteran stared at Min Jae-hyun's sheer confidence, while Min Jae-hyun simply cracked his knuckles and prepared to move. He casually suggested they head out to locate the other survivors. Meanwhile, inside a lavish, brightly lit room, Ahn Sak-gyu tapped his fingers on the desk in deep frustration, muttering about a serious breach of contract. He glared at the principal, demanding to know why Ho-yeon was not stronger as promised. In response, Gu Jae-in just chuckled. He assured Sak-gu there was absolutely nothing to worry about, promising that Ho-yeon would easily take first place in the upcoming event. Seok-gyu silently compared the principal to a venomous snake but maintained a calm demeanor as he asked who won the freshman hunt. He could not fathom how his talented son could have possibly lost to some random kid from the magic department. Gu Jae-in took a slow sip of his tea, pointing out that Seok-gu had watched the live broadcast himself before setting his cup down. With a darkening expression, he uttered the name Min Jae-hyun, a monstrous genius born with 97% magic adaptability. He demanded to know how anyone could have 97% magic adaptability, slamming his hands on the table in sheer shock. Gu Jae-in remained silent, merely furrowing his brows as he stared down at his cooling tea. Muttering that it had already gone cold, he looked at Seok-gu and politely offered to have a fresh cup brought in. Seok-gu's hands shook with pure rage at the thought of some nameless brat ruining his plans, and he abruptly prepared to leave. Declining the offer, he stormed out of the room. Gu Jae-in quietly watched him leave his mind, calculating his next move. He knew Seo-gu was a former military official with powerful government connections, making him an incredibly valuable pawn. However, glancing at the empty teacup across from him, Gu-jae realized he had no reason to overstep his boundaries just yet. A scheming smile stretched across his face as he sat alone in the silent room, completely unfazed by the brewing storm. He proudly declared to the empty walls that he never played a game he was not absolutely certain of winning. Back in the treacherous realm of Svartalfheim, the faint glow of the quartz crystals was the only thing illuminating their path. The party of 5 walked in single file, led by Jae-hyun. In-ah whispered that it was way too dark and offered to cast a spell. Suddenly, Jae-hyun placed a hand on her shoulder, stopping her as he claimed he had a much better idea. He gently took the magic orb from her hands and raised it high. Instantly, the system announced the activation of his active skill. Level 3, Light Sphere flooded the cavern, multiplying into dozens of brilliant orbs that completely banished the darkness. The cavern ceiling lit up like a miniature sun, prompting a stunned Kim Yoo-jung to marvel at the brilliant, blinding display. Jae-hyun nodded, explaining he had upgraded the spell, leaving In-ah utterly baffled since skill upgrading was restricted to elites. Hoyeon stared with his mouth wide open, his mind racing as he wondered how Jae-hyun had already achieved such an impossible feat. Noticing that his team had stopped dead in their tracks, Jae-hyun looked back and asked if they planned on moving anytime soon. Park Seon-jae was the first to snap out of his daze, urging the younger cadets to hurry up and follow their leader. An Ho-seon nodded in agreement, but his expression quickly turned serious. Was a crazy stunt like this actually possible for him? He had trained countless rookie conquerors over his long career, but he had absolutely never seen anything like this before. Staring at the young man's back, he could not help but wonder just how much stronger could this guy actually get. As they navigated a path of heavy hanging stalactites, Jae-hyun suddenly stopped and suggested they take a quick break right here. Sung-jae did not hesitate to agree, noting they should recover their strength since they had been walking for quite some time. Then, with a quick wave of Jae-hyun's hand, the light suddenly vanished, plunging the entire surrounding cavern into absolute darkness. Kim Yoo-jung was completely baffled and asked why he turned off the light sphere, but Jae-hyun warned that dark elves thrive in shadows. They can easily destroy any light source, which is why the party needed to adapt to the dark as fast as possible. She nodded, admitting it was a major relief they brought potions since the thick mana in the air made it hard to breathe. As everyone took a bottle, An Ho-seon smiled, glad that he had asked Jae-zhang to prepare these vital remedies beforehand. Seo In-ah whispered her thanks as the 5 teammates, each carrying their own heavy thoughts, handed a potion over to Jae-hyun. Suddenly, An Ho-seon sensed something lurking ahead. He pointed down the path, guessing that the survivors must be hiding nearby. Jae-hyun spoke up with a plan as his golden mana flared, spreading outward like a wave to map the entire area. Closing his eyes, he tracked the path leading straight to the boss room, but his eyes suddenly snapped open in shock. A single arrow cut through the air from above, aiming straight for Seo In-ah, who was standing right next to him. But before it could hit Jae-hyun snatched the arrow barehanded, his eyes flashing as the system activated absolute calculation. He clenched his fist as a massive wave of mana erupted, while Kim Yoo-jung quickly drew her staff ready for combat. Beside her, An Ho-seon had already drawn his sword, the blade glinting in the dark as they prepared for a tough fight. Let's see how they handle this. Red eyes suddenly gleamed from a hidden corner of the cave as enemies emerged. A dark elf stepped forward wielding a razor-sharp spear, prompting An Ho-seon, Seo In-ah, and Kim Yoo-jung to warily scan their surroundings. Standing back to back, the 5 of them covered every angle as Jae-hyun immediately recognized the attackers as dark elves. He tightened his fist as golden energy exploded from his body, shocking Seo In-ah as the sound of breaking glass echoed. Even An Ho-seon couldn't look away, and Sung-jae stood completely frozen with his mouth wide open in utter and complete disbelief. Kim Yoo-jung's blonde hair whipped in the wind as she raised her staff, casting a powerful defensive mana field around them. The system confirmed the barrier was active, giving Seo In-ah the chance to wave her wand and prepare her next spell. Instantly, the system announced the slow spell was active, sending a wave of green energy toward the incoming enemies. Without missing a beat, Seo In-ah chanted for the sacred sword, launching beams of pure light directly at the monsters. The dark elves managed to block the attack with their spears, prompting An Ho-seon to charge forward as the system chimed. His ultimate martial arts skill activated, allowing him to raise his shield and protect Seo In-ah from any counterattacks. Go now, An Ho-seon roared. Sung-jae wasted no time lunging forward with his blade to strike down a nearby dark elf. He delivered 3 rapid slashes of pure sword energy, coldly finishing off the monster as it collapsed to the ground. Jae-hyun laughed and decided to join the fray, which immediately sent a shiver of terror through the remaining monsters. Massive portals opened behind his back, releasing an overwhelming pressure that made the dark elves break out in cold sweat. The system announced the activation of light chains, utilizing an elemental advantage that was highly effective against dark creatures. Razor-sharp chains shot out of the portals, instantly skewering several dark elves at the exact same time without warning. Their purple swords clattered to the floor as Jae-hyun casually slipped his hands into his pockets, recalling his strategy. According to the dungeon guide, dark elves wielded gear forged from pure magic, which gave him a brilliant idea. Looking up with eyes glowing with mana, he realized he could easily dismantle their magical equipment using absolute calculation. However, countless more dark elves were still hiding in the shadows of the cavern, waiting for their chance to strike. Jae-hyun barked out an order telling Kim Yoo-jung and Seo In-ah to strictly use fire spells, leaving Kim Yoo-jung highly confused. She agreed despite her confusion, while Seo In-ah quickly nodded as a dangerous purple light suddenly flashed in the darkness. A blast of purple sword energy surged toward Jae-hyun, but he calmly blocked it while calling out to An Ho-seon. He redirected the attack with one hand, turning to tell An Ho-seon to use taunt to control the enemy's movements. Currently clashing with a dark elf, An Ho-seon agreed, and the system immediately announced the activation of his skill. His eyes glowed intensely as his awakening skill took effect, instantly freezing 3 dark elves under his direct influence. Jae-hyun tells manager Bak Sung-jae to eliminate the dark elves affected by his provocation skill, and the older man grips his sword hilt in agreement. Still, Sung-jae wonders if the kid knows something secret about these creatures. The system chimes in once more. Stealth level 51 is now active. His presence completely vanishes from the world. His body fades into total transparency. A startled dark elf flinches in terror as a mana-infused dagger suddenly appears. As Sung-jae glides past, he swiftly unleashes at least 4 rapid slashes, while the creature stands there completely dazed. 2 critical strikes split its body right in half. Despite the chaotic noise, Jae-hyun keeps his head down, focusing deeply. Golden mana flares up as he clenches his fist. Suddenly, the system announces the activation of his fire attack skill. He defeats the dark elf. Jae-hyun widens his stance, shifting his weight as a bright flash erupts beneath his feet. In a single blink, he darts forward with incredible speed. He punches clean through the dark elf's chest, sending the monster flying straight into a massive blaze. As the system alerts pop up, the brutal display leaves the remaining dark elves trembling with fear. They begin to back away. Talk about an absolute beatdown, Yoo-jung yells out Eternal Flame, activating his fireball skill. Meanwhile, a sneaky elf hiding in a dark corner lunges forward to strike from behind, but Seo In-ah quickly summons a fierce blaze. Suddenly, something tries to force its way through the wall of fire. Sure enough, 2 heavily charred dark elves emerge. Seo In-ah frowns deeply, gripping her magic wand tightly. With a swift swing, she unleashes a barrage of fiery arrows forward. Shouting out fire arrows, 2 glowing projectiles pierce their targets, making the elves shriek in agony. This absolutely infuriates Loda-Mitsung. He grinds his teeth, demanding to know how these mere humans figured out their weakness. Dark energy begins swirling around him. Loda-Mitsung's eyes glow with rage as veins bulge across his body. But out of nowhere, An Ho-seon thrusts a sword right through him. The boss snarls in fury, cursing them as worthless humans who dare defy him. But before he can even react, Jae-hyun's spiked chains wrap tightly around his neck, forcing Loda-Mitsung to cough up blood as his dark form slowly dissolves, leaving behind only a floating cloud of dark mist. Even so, Yoo-jung and Seo In-ah remain alert, scanning their surroundings. He asks if everything is finally over. Sung-jae nods while Jae-hyun speaks up from the corner, urging them to keep moving. They do not have much time left. Seo In-ah looks confused, asking if the left path is the correct way forward. Jae-hyun explains that while it might not lead to the exit, he can distinctly feel the presence of survivors. Staring intently at the dark gate, his eyes flash as he warns them that if they arrive late, those people might die. Meanwhile, back inside the familiar principal's office, a furious voice echoes out as Jae-hyun screams in absolute anger. He demands to know how he could screw up this badly. Kim Suk-dae bows his head in shame, apologizing to his superior. He claims he never expected an outsider to infiltrate the guild hall. Enraged, Jae-hyun slams his fist hard against the desk. He snarls, asking if that is supposed to be a valid excuse. Kim Seok-dae slowly looks up and offers a strained explanation. He tells his boss there is no need to worry since civilian casualties from random gates are quite common and easily covered up. Before he can even finish, Jae-hyun roars at him to shut up. Kim Sok-dae drops to his knees, instantly trembling in silence. Jae-hyun points out that teleportation magic has no effect on non-mages, meaning someone clearly knew about that flaw and snuck inside. Kim Seok-dae can only stammer another apology. That is when the cruel principal begins issuing a very dark, chilling threat. He warns him things had better end well. Trust me, you do not want to see what happens if any student survives. Cold sweat pours down Kim Sok-dae's face. Furious, Jae-hyun drops his voice, asking if he fully understands the consequences of failure. He addresses him coldly as Kim Seok-dae, Kim Seok-dae. Elsewhere, the sound of rushed footsteps echoes through a quiet corridor. Hana Park anxiously asks if everything will be fine. Sunjin, dressed in tight-fitting gear, replies that this is a critical emergency. She explains that moving alone is far more discreet, but as she turns away, her expression grows incredibly tense and worried. That ominous surge of magic has to be at least S rank. The kids in Sungjae are in grave danger, but her communication earring remains silent. Sunjin knows the lack of a signal means no one has died yet, but if she arrives late, the consequences will be irreversible. Reaching the exit doors, she mentally urges herself to hurry up before things spiral completely out of her own control. Before leaving, Sunjin instructs Hana Park to contact the association for immediate backup if she is not back by tomorrow morning. She also demands that Hana Park gather all surveillance footage from the surrounding area. Hana Park nods understandingly, agreeing to the plan. Sunjin puts on her helmet and mounts her motorcycle. Suddenly, Hana Park calls out softly, urging her guild leader to stay safe. Sunjin looks back and tells her not to worry. With those final words, she accelerates, tearing down the road like an arrow. Anxiety consumes her. If Go-chaeun dares to lay even a single finger on those kids, she will make him pay dearly. Even with Sungjae there, Shim-ha remains determined never to forgive him. Meanwhile, in the dark, gloomy tunnels, heavy breathing echoes. A purple-haired girl is desperately carrying Song-chan on her shoulders, urging herself to push just a little further. She cannot stop her tears from flowing. Crying, she whispers that they have to make it. But suddenly she trips, sending both of them crashing down onto the hard ground. She groans in sheer pain but cannot get back up. Reaching her hand forward, she desperately begs for someone to help them escape. Right at that moment, cold rain begins to fall, blending with her helpless, desperate cries as they lie there. Overcome with despair, she blames herself. If only she was not so incredibly useless, none of this would have happened. Suddenly, she senses a presence and slowly looks up. A warm, reassuring hand is placed gently onto her shoulder. She turns around to see Jae-hyun and the rest of the squad. He speaks softly, telling her she did great and to leave the rest to them. Stunned, she stares at them with tear-filled eyes. But the cavern around her begins to blur and she finally loses consciousness. A short while later, still in the dark tunnel, Yu-jung is seen administering medicine to the unconscious purple-haired girl. Nearby, Ho-seon heals Song-chan, who quickly wakes up with a soft groan. He clutches his head and looks around in confusion. He mutters, asking where they are. Jae-hyun overhears and explains they are currently in the territory of the hostile Dark Elves. Jae-hyun introduces his teammates, explaining they came to rescue them. Hearing this, the purple-haired girl nods in understanding. Jae-hyun then asks what happened. Song-chan grits his teeth, revealing that everyone who traveled with them was captured. They were heading to the Kai Guild. The purple-haired girl slowly stands up, adding that they were ambushed immediately after falling down here. She recounts how the Dark Elves captured everyone else. Only she and Song-chan managed to evade their sight and escape. She hangs her head in absolute shame, admitting they simply could not handle the extreme mana overload during the escape. Both of them look away in embarrassment. Observing them closely, Jae-hyun quietly realizes exactly what is going on in her mind. She must feel like an absolute coward, thinking she should have stayed and died fighting right alongside her comrades. But Jae-hyun knows that is just pure arrogance. Memories of his own past suddenly flash by of fighting an overwhelmingly powerful enemy. As a growling monster snaps him back to reality, he realizes that sacrificing oneself only works in the movies. Back then, Jae-hyun could only grit his teeth and gasp for breath. Now he speaks up, telling them the capture was not their fault. The two look up in shock. Jae-hyun gets serious, asking them to reveal where their captured comrades were taken. Song-chan's expression darkens. Jae-hyun's eyes turn ice cold as he asks if they really want to leave their friends to die. Seeing this, the purple-haired girl steps forward, placing a hand on his shoulder before explaining a king is controlling the Dark Elves. She confirms that all of their captured allies were taken straight to that Dark Elf king deep within their territory. Hearing this, Jae-hyun rubs his chin, guessing that must be the path to the main boss. Then remembering something, he continues. He asks who sent them to this place. Song-chan's face suddenly fills with rage, hesitating before tightly clenching his fists. He reveals that Kim Seok-dae was the one who brought them here. Deep inside, quartz crystals remain scattered everywhere. As they face a split in the cave with countless paths, Jae-hyun calmly commands them to wait right there. Yu-jung gasps in disbelief, demanding to know where he thinks he is going. He simply points down a dark tunnel. He explains he can sense the Dark Elves' presence nearby, confirming this path leads straight to their location. He notes the hostage's life force is fading rapidly, making speed critical. Yu-jung shakes her fists, calling him absolutely insane. She warns him that going alone is suicide. Seo-ina quickly speaks up, agreeing completely with Yu-jung's concerns. She suggests they stick together for safety, while Ho-seon remains silent, appearing deeply hesitant about the decision. After a few seconds of tense silence, Ho-seon raises his hand and agrees with Jae-hyun, shocking Yu-jung. Jae-hyun bluntly points out that none of them are strong enough to defeat a Dark Elf in a solo fight yet. He adds that someone has to stay behind to protect the wounded, making this the only logical choice. Yu Jung's face grows grim, worrying about the dangers he will face, but Jae-hyun cuts her off before she can finish. He asks if she has any better ideas, completely silencing her. Watching this unfold, Sung Jae closes his eyes with a sigh. The older man finally agrees, strictly warning Jae-hyun to turn back immediately if the situation gets too dangerous. Jae-hyun chuckles, trusting him to watch over his friends. Ho-seon tells him to go ahead and not worry. He vows to protect the group with everything he has, bringing a reassured, confident smile to Jae-hyun's face. As Jae-hyun walks past, Yu Jung pats his shoulder. He promises to return quickly, leaving the group behind. They watch his retreating figure disappear into the darkness. The purple-haired girl anxiously asks if he will be all right, and Sung Jae nods. He is incredibly strong after all. Yu Jung stayed silent, endlessly wiping her tears, while the other girl looked on with a heavy, quiet gaze. The two girls held hands tightly, reassuring themselves that he would be fine. Sensing something, she turned around only to see Yu Jung again, smiling again. They just had to do what they could for now. Right then, a sinister, dark energy crept in from the shadows. Sung Jae's ears twitched slightly. An Ho-seon and the two girls immediately looked over, while the purple-haired girl and Son Chan also watched with worry. He put a finger to his lips, signaling that the enemy was drawing close. Sung Jae drew his sword, yelling for everyone to be ready. In an instant, a massive slash of dark sword energy tore through his vision, ripping right through him and splattering fresh blood everywhere. Sung Jae Yu Jung screamed in sheer panic, calling his name. As the echo of her voice faded, heavy footsteps approached from the darkness. Lodin muttered, wondering where these annoying flies came from. Suddenly, a dark wave shot forward, leaving Son Chan frozen in absolute terror. His eyes widened as he watched the horror unfold. Lodin had indeed returned, sneering at the humans trapped before him. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun reached a massive ornate gate. He knew that things could easily go wrong while he was away, so he had to finish here quickly. He needed to resolve this situation immediately. Placing his hand on the giant door, Jae-hyun shoved it hard, triggering a loud explosive boom. The door was blasted completely off its hinges. Inside, the Dark Elf King, who seemed to have been waiting, spoke with a smirk. He mockingly welcomed him, laughing slyly as he explained that he had prepared a very special reception for his incoming guests. Suddenly, the earring on Jae-hyun's ear began to glow brilliantly. What was this? To his surprise, the artifact also started to vibrate. A sudden wave of mana surged wildly. Jae-hyun gasped in shock as he felt the fading presence of their manager, Sung Jae, growing weaker. Right then, the massive gate slammed shut behind him. Hearing the loud thud, he glanced back as the Dark Elf King spoke up. The king mocked him, asking if he liked this setup and taunting that there was absolutely no way to escape this room. Well, except for one way, if he could somehow survive this place. Gritting his teeth in fury, Jae-hyun realized his friends were in mortal danger. Clenching his fists tightly at his side, he desperately wondered how he could save them in time. Just then, he remembered An Ho-seon's vow to protect everyone with his life. The memory brought a sudden wave of calm to Jae-hyun. He had to trust his companions. With glowing eyes, he decided that trusting them was his only choice. Meanwhile, the Dark Elf King laughed, asking what he would do now. Glaring at the flames, Jae-hyun coldly remarked that the king should know one thing. His words instantly made the king tense up with caution. Suddenly, a massive pillar of fire erupted, swirling around Jae-hyun's body. Glaring with a demonic intensity, he promised that they would all die right here, back in the dark cavern where the others waited. Blood stained the cold ground. Sung Jae lay in agony, while the rest of the group stood completely frozen in shock. An Ho-seon rushed over and pulled the manager into his arms. Inspecting Sung Jae's pale face, he grew deeply concerned as things looked bad. This had to be poison. He realized that these beasts knew exactly how to exploit the weaknesses of an assassin-class hunter. Sung Jae's expression darkened, cold sweat pouring down his face as Lodum slowly pulled his black sword back to prepare another strike. Lodum looked at them, boasting that since the biggest nuisance was gone, only weaklings remained before swinging his sword with surging dark energy. An Ho-seon's expression grew incredibly grim. He knew it, this monster had been waiting for the exact moment Jae-hyun left them behind. Seo In-ah also stepped forward. With their manager down, she believed that the guild master Sung-eun must have noticed their critical situation by now. Seo In-ah recalled the moment Sung-eun had handed Jae-hyun the mysterious artifact, leaving him staring at his palm in utter confusion. She had explained that they were the Valkyrie's earrings. Sung-eun warned him that she would receive a signal if his life was threatened. She promised she would immediately teleport to his side in an emergency. Hellring that Jae-hyun had clenched the accessory tightly. Saying his farewell, he had entered the fight. Now the earring cracked slightly as rings of fire swirled around the enemy. Jae-hyun's eyes flared with intense mana, triggering a sudden massive explosion. He tried to dash away to save his friends, but stopped dead in his tracks as his eyes widened. A horde of dark elves had blocked his path, sneering with bloodlust. With glowing cores in their chests, they hungrily licked their lips. Jae-hyun quickly realized they would pay for what they did. He did the math, but they simply did not have enough time. If only they had just 10 more minutes, he thought. An Ho-seon had been confused, asking if 10 minutes was truly enough. But when Jae-hyun turned back, he was taken aback. He saw absolute terrifying resolve in his eyes. It was the face of a madman who had already accepted his fate. Jae-hyun had seen that desperate look countless times in his past life, making it impossible to ignore. He bit his lip. Haunted by those painful memories, he remembered An Ho-seon placing a trusting hand on his shoulder, urging him to go ahead. He had told him to defeat the king and save the others while he held the line. Back in reality, Yoo-jung hung her head. But then she screamed in fury. Gathering her sword aura into a glowing magical circle, Seo-in-ah also drew her weapon ready. Song-chan and the purple-haired girl readied their weapons, prepared for battle. He frowned and yelled that he would lose too much face before the others if they ran away now. Lodem laughed mockingly, calling it pathetic to see them struggle like this when it was all completely useless anyway. The dark elf lunged forward with his blade, declaring they would all soon become part of a grand feast offered to his king. An Ho-seon kicked off his light shield and leaped into the air. Watching his sudden movement, Seo-in-ah could only stare in shock. The enemy was incredibly fast, but An Ho-seon kept his sharp eyes locked onto him as Lodem's deadly blade came slashing down. An Ho-seon quickly raised his shield to block the devastating blow. Lodem smirked smugly while An Ho-seon remained completely focused, refusing to let his guard down. An Ho-seon gripped his sword hilt tighter as a system notification chimed, activating his super-strength martial arts skill. He swung his sword with an explosion of powerful mana, but Lodem agilely leaped backward to dodge the strike. The dark elf smirked, admitting his opponent was not entirely useless. An Ho-seon bit his lip, realizing this creature was far stronger. It was much stronger than any dark orc they had ever faced. An Ho-seon demanded to know what kind of monster he was fighting. Lodem scraped his dark foot on the ground, proudly declaring himself the royal guard captain who protects the dark elf king. He claimed to possess royal blood. Du-chung clenched her staff, knowing a royal dark elf would be immensely powerful. This royal warrior was definitely far stronger than any regular high-tier monster. Meanwhile, An Ho-seon lowered his head, hiding his face. He suddenly remembered Jae-hyun, recalling the deep respect he felt. He could never forget how Jae-hyun had stood in front to protect him. Back then, Jae-hyun looked like the perfect embodiment of a true hunter, reminding him of everything he had forgotten about their path. Jae-hyun walked his own path without caring about anyone else's opinions. That was the kind of strength An Ho-seon had always dreamed of. The memory ended, and An Ho-seon swung his sword with renewed determination. He refused to let his life end in a place like this. Jae-hyun's image flashed in his mind once more. He had to catch up to that strength, no matter what it took. An Ho-seon rolled up his sleeves and suddenly threw his heavy shield aside. Watching this, Seo-in-ah gasped in sheer disbelief. Du-chung could not understand his actions either. She screamed in a panic, asking An Ho-seon what on earth he was doing. Du-chung's eyes widened as she watched him. An Ho-seon stepped right off his protective blue barrier, completely exposing himself. Leaving his safe zone behind, he gripped his sword tightly. A colossal wave of mana began to erupt from his body. He knew he should have done this from the very start. Jae-hyun had once told him that a true hunter possesses more than just one heart. His eyes burned with intense resolve. Deep inside, An Ho-seon, an energy core began to glow, starting from his middle dantian. Then the power flowed down to his lower dantian as he gripped his sword. Feeling this sudden heavy pressure, Lodem flinched. The dark elf wondered what kind of monstrous mana this was. Right then, a massive explosion shook the ground as mana surged like tidal waves. The swirling energy locked directly onto Lodem. The captain could only watch in terror as waves of sharp sword chi rushed toward him. Lodem screamed in absolute horror, wondering how a mere human could possess such overwhelming power. But An Ho-seon's expression remained completely blank. The system chimed, activating the active skill, Sword Unity. An Ho-seon narrowed his eyes, thick veins bulging across his forehead from the strain. The immense pressure forced An Ho-seon to cough up a mouthful of blood. Seo-in-ah shrieked in terror, begging him to stop right now. Despite her cries, his hand clamped down even harder on his sword. Suddenly, a series of system warnings flashed before him. The skill level exceeded his current limits, causing his meridians to violently rupture. The system urged him to cancel the skill immediately. Ignoring the warning would lead to his death in 6 minutes and 36 seconds. Meanwhile, Lodem roared out his savage command. He ordered his troops to capture him alive, even if they had to sever his limbs. Hearing this, An Ho-seon forced his head up. Any dark elf that dared to step closer was instantly shredded by his flaring mana. Though his body grew weak, he gritted his teeth. An Ho-seon remembered his training days. He had successfully unlocked a Tier 5 skill back then, but his body had never been ready for it. Sword Unity was the ultimate tier of swordsmanship. It was a peak state that his mortal frame simply could not handle yet. Snapping back to reality, his eyes flashed as he spun around. A dark elf tried to ambush them from behind. Before the monster could even get close, a sharp burst of sword chi sliced it in half. An Hossein realized his body and blade were merging. He lunged forward like a rocket, targeting the commander standing in the back. An Hossein bit his lip, remembering the enemy leader's name. Looking at Lodum's arrogant smirk, An Hossein knew this unstable, newly awakened power wouldn't be enough to actually defeat him. His only option right now was to stall for as much time as possible. A violet flash of sword chi cleaved through the air. He pushed forward desperately, hoping that his actions would at least buy his friends a fighting chance. Both of their blades clashed and slid off target, neither landing a clean blow. Lodum jumped backward to create some distance, but the commander immediately lunged back and swinging his sword aggressively. An Hossein stood his ground closely, watching his opponent's next move. An Hossein swings his sword back, fighting like a true hunter. Their weapons collide with a deafening clash. Lodum mocks him as they fight, sneering that watching him struggle is amusing and asking if he thinks his state is a secret. An Hossein stays silent, focusing entirely on keeping his promise as another massive blast rings out and forces them apart. Emerging from the smoke, Lodum charges forward like a lethal arrow, but An Hossein's eyes remain absolutely locked on him. Stumbling back on shaky legs, An Hossein finally speaks, telling his opponent that he will never understand the reason behind all of this. He plants his feet firmly on the ground, bracing himself as his hand tightens around the hilt for another round. A sharp wave of sword energy flies straight at Lodum, closing the distance instantly. But Lodum effortlessly tilts his body to dodge the strike, instantly bringing his own blade dangerously close to his opponent. Sensing the lethal blade, An Hossein immediately leaps back into the air, putting quite a bit of distance between them. Lodum lowers his weapon with an annoyed sigh, calling him a lowlife. But An Hossein ignores it. Gathering every bit of strength left, he launches himself high into the air, suspended above the battlefield for a brief moment. Coming down with a massive overhead slash, Lodum barely blocks it, but the pressure of the blade keeps pushing forward. It slips past his guard, pressing right against Lodum's face until a sudden counterswing sends An Hossein crashing backward. A violent shockwave of energy surges through his body, forcing him to plant his sword into the ground to stay upright. He bites his lip. Pure agony. The system issues a dire warning that his body is breaking down. His muscles are paralyzed and his blood vessels are collapsing, giving Lodum the perfect opening to launch a lethal counterattack. The blade barely grazes his hair, and before An Hossein can even recover, Lodum is already laughing as he swings yet again. That massive blast shatters the nearby cliffside into rubble, though An Hossein managed to deflect it in time. Still, the effort leaves him gasping for air with a flushed face, knowing his body has reached its absolute limit. Gripping his sword horizontally, he channels one last burst of glowing mana, his eyes burning with absolute determination. This is his final strike, a wild wave of pure energy that tears up the ground as it rushes forward. A massive explosion fills the area with thick smoke, but as it slowly clears, we see Lodum standing there. He is coughing up blood, dark droplets staining the ground, but wait, look at what saved him. An Hossein's eyes widen in horror as he realizes Lodum used one of his own dark minions as a human shield. The poor minion cannot believe his fate, but Lodum just laughs, praising him for finally being of some use. He ruthlessly absorbs the minion's energy, while a completely drained An Hossein spits up blood, calling him an absolute coward. Before An Hossein can say a word, Lodum's sword brutally drives through his chest. It's a bloodbath. Lodum breaks into a maniacal grin as An Hossein's sword slips from his lifeless fingers and clatters to the ground. Watching this horrific scene from afar, Kim Yoo-jung covers her mouth in absolute shock, screaming his name in pure agony. But Lodum only twists the blade deeper, while back at the shaking dark mansion, a massive pillar begins to crack. Fiery magic chains suddenly erupt from the cracking stone pillar, wrapping tightly around the terrified dark minions in the area. Sensing a sudden shift in energy, Jae-hyun whips around and spots a massive cage locked in the shadows behind him. Inside are his comrades, completely drained of mana, sitting with their heads hung low in utter exhaustion. Just as a sudden bright light flares around them, An Hossein's final promise echoes clearly inside Jae-hyun's mind. He remembers him saying to take 10 minutes to defeat the boss while he holds the line, and Jae-hyun's eyes flare. Any remaining patience he had instantly vanishes as a dark spearman suddenly charges at him from behind. Without even turning around, he gathers a colossal amount of mana in his fist before pivoting to face his attacker. The minion thinks he has the drop, but as he closes in, he's the one who panics. Jae-hyun unleashes a devastating fire punch right into the monster's face, his expression remaining utterly cold and detached. Watching from his high throne, the Dark Goblin King laughs maniacally, calling our hero an absolute fool. He mockingly asks if they really think they can win while surrounded by such an overwhelming army of monsters. But Jae-hyun just looks up with a confident smirk, asking why not, which only makes the king laugh harder. The Dark Goblin King mocks Min Jae-hyun as an arrogant but utterly useless human triggering old memories. With the word useless echoing in his mind, Min Jae-hyun just lazily scratches his neck. Muttering that he has heard that word since childhood, his gaze suddenly turns lethal. Even they would be terrified. Suddenly, massive boulders rain down from above, but his aura flares, exploding in all directions. Every single rock nearby is instantly pulverized. Min Jae-hyun's face remains dead calm, but his voice turns terrifyingly cold. He is utterly bored of this. Finally, the Dark Goblin King leaps up in sheer terror, screaming at his men to destroy him. The Dark Goblins swarm forward all at once. Flares of intense heat erupt around him again as the system announces a skill activation. His active skill, Crimson Hell Goo Chines, is triggered, summoning fiery chains that wrap around his body as the wild beasts growl. More and more magical chains materialize in the air. Moving as if they have actual souls, they search for their targets. As the deadly chains spread further outward, Min Jae-hyun suddenly launches himself high into the air from the dusty ground. He aims a massive punch straight at a white-haired goblin, delivering a brutal smash that triggers a deafening explosion. When Min Jae-hyun touches down, thick smoke completely covers the battlefield, but he smiles, quite pleased to finally test this new power. He tells them he is actually pretty grateful for the chance to try out this ability. Meanwhile, the Dark Goblin King watches from above, so furious that he clenches his fists in silence. Inside the raging fire, his soldiers scream in agony. Not a single goblin escapes the flames. Shaking with pure rage, the king spits out a venomous insult through his teeth. Pointing a finger in a desperate threat, he asks if Min Jae-hyun truly expects to walk away alive after doing this. Min Jae-hyun ignores him. His eyes widen in shock as his gaze falls onto the nearby holding cells, gasping in disbelief. Seeing dried blood and the motionless bodies of his allies inside, Min Jae-hyun coldly walks past the dead goblins, heading straight forward. He steps right up to the king, his overwhelming presence instantly causing the goblin leader to freeze in sheer terror. Cold sweat pours down the king's face as he realizes this is impossible. He slowly glances behind the young human. How could a mere human possess such monstrous strength? The grim realization hits him hard. He stands absolutely zero chance. Gritting his teeth, the king warns that even if he dies here, Min Jae-hyun will deeply regret crossing their path. He screams that the other 7 goblin kings will avenge him, but Min Jae-hyun does not care. His body suddenly flashes. He instantly reappears right in front of the king, shoving him back violently while summoning a burst of scorching fire. Watching the flames swallow the boss, Min Jae-hyun mutters that he does not care. If those other kings are mad, they can find him. Meanwhile, over on the other battlefield, Loam Itsum's purple sword is already heavily coated in fresh dark blood. Yet he refuses to pull the blade out of Hoseon's body. Staring at the dark blood pooling below in awe, stands frozen. She is completely paralyzed by her own helplessness. Watching him stagger, she wanted to scream, but she could not even react. The combat speed is simply too high. Watching her companion fall, absolute despair grips her. Is she really just too weak? Painful memories of past losses rush back and she realizes she is losing another friend. Just then, Loam Itsum slowly turns. He locks his cold gaze directly onto her, realizing she is the only survivor left to deal with. His massive hand shoots out, gripping her neck, tightly, mockingly, calling her a perfect dessert. In the background, a desperate cry from Dujung echoes. Struggling to breathe, In-ah refuses to give up. She must find a way to fight back. But wait, an incredibly dense, strange source of energy suddenly floods the entire space, forcing Loam Itsum and Dujung to freeze. A blinding flash of golden light erupts at the entrance, revealing a stunning figure standing amidst the swirling dust. Loam Itsum shouts in utter disbelief at the overwhelming pressure. Taking a slow step forward, Sung-un asks if he hurt them. Her long hair drifts in her intense energy field. She warns him to think very carefully before answering her. As she steps into the light, Song-chan and the purple-haired girl watch, completely paralyzed by her staggering aura. Loam Itsum starts sweating bullets. Sung-un continues her steady advance, closing her eyes briefly before snapping them open with pure bloodlust. She promises him a painful death. Bleeding out on the floor, Hoseon barely manages to open his eyes, sensing her arrival. He relaxes, knowing help has finally arrived. But Sung-un's patience is wearing paper thin and she demands an answer. The entire cave begins to tremble violently, terrifying Loam Itsum as her icy voice echoes through the darkness. The sheer gravity of her presence weighs down on him like a massive lead weight. Did you do this to them? Cold sweat drenches Loam Itsum, his jaw locked in stubborn silence. Nearby, Sung-jae lies motionless in a pool of blood. Woo-yo is knocked out completely cold. Du-jung quickly helps In-ah stand up after she is freed from her chokehold. Loam Itsum realizes he has absolutely no hope of defeating her in a fair fight. But taking hostages might work. Looking up, he boldly admits to the crime, claiming their broken bodies are his masterwork. Sung-un's eyes narrow. She looks down silently, uttering a chilling question of whether that is really so. Standing at a distance, she prepares. Meanwhile, Lodum remains kneeling on the ground. Yu Sung-yoon steps forward, waving her hand as a brilliant golden light bursts forth. She mutters that she never wanted to get involved with a monster. The system chimes, activating her active skill, Sacrifice. Waves of pure energy wash over them. Seo In-ah senses the soothing power and dazes out, while Kim Yoo-jung reaches out her hand. The system explains that multi-target healing directly consumes her own life force. Despite the toll, Yu Sung-yoon remains incredibly calm. Watching this happen, Lodem is completely struck with panic. He cannot comprehend how she can perform high-speed healing like this. Seeing his bewildered face, she kindly explains that a true healer never abandons an injured person even if they are enemies. But as she finishes speaking, Lodem panics again. Her gentle smile suddenly takes on a chilling vibe. He stammers in fear, but her smile grows cold. She calmly warns him that she absolutely detests anyone hurting her allies. All he can see is her blurry figure. With a simple, effortless wave of her hand, he is sent blasting backward. Kim Yoo-jung watches in utter disbelief as Lodem's physical form begins to break apart, slowly dissolving into wisps of dark energy. She realizes this isn't even an actual active skill. Yu Sung-yoon is simply releasing raw mana, yet the sheer power is terrifying. Shifting gears, Yu Sung-yoon quickly rushes over to tend to Sung-chae, who is collapsed on the ground. She must treat them first. Waving her hand once more, she channels her mana. A soft stream of pure magical energy begins to swirl around. The magic flows directly into Sung-chae's battered body. Standing close by, Seo In-ah anxiously asks if he is going to make it. Yu Sung-moon assures her he is stable, but her expression darkens as she turns toward Huel, who is struggling to breathe. His condition is highly critical. Yu Sung-yoon wastes no time casting her healing magic as the system warns of severe internal damage. It will take a massive amount of time to fully recover. Reading the prompt, she realizes he completely overexerted himself. By pushing his body past its limits, his mana pathways have ruptured and his mana-conducting nerves are severely damaged. Had she arrived even a second later, he would have been permanently cut off from magic. A moment later, the system chimes. The healing process is complete, though it costs her a permanent 2% reduction in maximum life force. Huel stabilizes. Exhausted, Yu Sung-yoon lets out a heavy sigh, noting how draining this skill is. Without Jae-hyun, she would have given up. Kim Yoo-jung steps forward with a worried look, asking if he will really be okay. Yu Sung-yoon smiles, assuring her it just takes a few days. He woke up, so don't worry, is a total relief. Hearing those words, she finally sighs in relief. As for Sung-eun, well, where's Min Jae-hyun? The four of them hang their heads again, too scared to speak. Song-chan finally speaks up. Min Jae-hyun went somewhere. He went to the boss room completely alone. She is stunned at first, but quickly smiles. So that is how it is. Sung-eun is incredibly confident, promising that he will be just fine, so do not worry. Kim Yoo-jung, however, is still nervous. He did go all the way out there, alone to take down the boss, so how can they be sure he will be fine? She reassures them once more, he is not dying that easily. I am absolutely sure of it. Meanwhile, the Dark Elves unleash their magic to attack. Back at the boss room, Min Jae-hyun's fist is still smoking. Sung-eun is absolutely certain they stand zero chance against him. The Dark Elf King coughs up dark blood his giant body, crashing hard backward and shattering the rocky ground. Still standing in his battle stance, Min Jae-hyun warns him to come find him if he is angry. Then Min Jae-hyun flashes a mocking smirk, adding that the monster has to actually survive and leave this place first. The shattered rocks keep raining down onto the floor. Right now, the king sits flat on the ground, absolute frustration written all over his face as he curses silently. Looking at the young man before him, he wonders how a dark elf king could possibly lose to such a pathetic, ordinary human. He hastily scrambles back to his feet. This is no time for wounded pride. He has to inform the others about this threat. His feet move instantly, dashing away to escape, but he suddenly senses something behind him and turns to look. Looking back, the Dark Elf King only sees a hand reaching out. Instantly, a terrible sense of dread washes over him right in that moment. Just as he feared, those chains drop from above. Min Jae-hyun slams his head down. Talk about some absolute raw power. The cold floor wrapping tightly around his massive body. Min Jae-hyun's voice goes ice cold as he asks where he thinks he is going. His hand presses down with absolute crushing force. Suddenly, the Dark Elf King gets a desperate idea. Does Min Jae-hyun think he will just die here all alone? A bright blue surge of mana erupts as he screams that he will drag him down to hell too. The surrounding area slowly begins to freeze. The Dark Elf King smirks as he channels a secret technique reserved only for their kings. It is the legendary ice domain, instantly coating the entire mansion. The king eagerly waits for Min Jae-hyun to start trembling in pure terror. He is ready to show him what true death feels like, but Min Jae-hyun actually laughs. Honestly, who laughs at a time like this? The monster is completely baffled. Is this guy seriously smiling? Highly satisfied, Jae-hyun pulls out an item praising the king for perfect timing. He never expected to use this item here. Just then, the system alerts him that he can now acquire a brand new skill. Do you want to add Frozen Earth to a blank card? Jae-hyun nods and the system prompts to add the S-rank skill, Frozen Earth, into the blank card. Soon the system activates his active skill, Absolute Calculation, shattering the frozen earth. The entire frozen space instantly fractures. The Dark Goblin King screams in absolute disbelief, demanding to know how this is even possible. Before the beast can react, Jae-hyun grabs him by the hair, jerks him up, and asks in a cold, low growl if he's never heard the saying about knowing your enemy to win 100 battles. With those words, brilliant flames erupt from his hand. Just like that, the system announces that he has defeated the Dark Goblin King, achieving a massive feat. The monster collapses. The system chimes again, granting him the legendary title of Dark Goblin Kingslayer. Jae-hyun stands tall over his fallen foe, and coldly declares that the beast should have known they were on completely different levels. He stares down as the giant body of the Dark Goblin King slowly dissolves into light. The system announces that he has obtained a Dark Elf King essence, as well as the rare Thorn Armor of the Dark Elf King. With this, he has successfully completed his second Turning Point quest. He swiftly turns around to leave, but the system flashes with even more rewards, notifying him that he has received a blank card, a sealed magical scripture, and a brand new active skill that allows him to materialize magical tools on command. His footsteps grow increasingly heavy as he hurries through the dark corridors, heading straight toward the dingy holding cells. Flexing his raw strength, he bends the thick iron bars. He made it in. Now to find his exhausted teammates. He quickly helps Sung-gu lie down and checks on Jae-hyun, finally breathing a sigh of relief when he confirms he is still breathing. His gaze shifts to the other cells, but the prisoners inside are completely drained of energy, their hands resting limply on the dirt, with dirt caked under their fingernails. Jae-hyun grits his teeth as the system prompts him to activate his sacrificial Helling active skill. A pure warm light wraps around his hands as he begins the process, channeling the restorative magic to save his allies. He reaches out to pour the healing energy into Sung-gu, but suddenly another hand gently covers his, making him jump in surprise. He spins around, his eyes widening in complete shock as he gasps out. Instructor Sung-eun looks down, noting that being a healer is cruel. The glowing light grows warmer as she explains that a healer is actually happiest when they do not have to heal anyone in the party. Then she looks over at Jae-hyun, adding that nothing compares to the joy of pulling a teammate back from the brink of death. Hearing this, Jae-hyun looks down at their overlapping hands. Suddenly, a massive surge of pure, warm energy erupts and floods the entire room. Meanwhile, in the real world, Seok-dae loses his mind, violently slamming his fists onto his steering wheel. Inside the car, he screams in rage. His face contorts in pure frustration, cold sweat dripping down his neck as he demands to know who ruined his plans. He punches the dashboard again, face turning beet red as he curses over and over before suddenly falling silent as an idea hits him. A sinister grin creeps onto Seok-dae's face as he mutters that even if they make it out alive, they will still die in agony. But out of nowhere, Jae-hyun knocks on his window. Before the man can react, the glass shatters into a million pieces. Jae-hyun reaches in, grabbing Seok-dae by the throat and demanding to know what he did right back at the guild's entrance 1 hour ago. They had actually returned completely safe and sound. Ho-sung politely bows, offering his sincere gratitude to the instructor for all her help. Sung-eun simply smiles jokingly, suggesting that if they want to pay her back, they should join her guild. Yoo-jung practically jumps with joy, declaring that she would happily sign up right away. Jae-hyun sighs, telling her she seriously needs to read the room during moments like this. For that comment, he gets a swift kick from Yoo-jung, who loudly reminds him that he was banned from speaking for the day. Jae-hyun collapses in pain, wondering how her kick can hurt so much when her strength stat is not even that high. He smiles weakly, muttering that he was only worried about her. Seo-in-ah blushes, quickly looking away as the group laughs together. Suddenly, Sung-eun glances over, noting that their ride must have arrived as a sleek white car comes speeding down the road. Hana Park quickly steps out of the vehicle, running toward them in a panic while asking her leader if she is all right. She explains that she rushed over because she could not get in touch for hours, but Sung-eun promises to explain everything later. Sung-eun instructs her to take the injured members and the kids back to the guild first. Hana Park looks confused, asking about her. As the bodyguards step in, the leader answers that she still has work to finish, pointing out that Jae-hyun must come with her. Hana Park sighs in defeat and opens the car door, calling for Manager Park Sung-jae to get moving. Sung-jae is completely startled. Jae-hyun looks at him, asking about his arm. Panicking, the manager desperately uses telepathy, begging the young man to keep quiet. Frowning, he realizes the man is already burning through his mana for telepathy and wonders if he is actually doing okay. Sung-jae looks incredibly stressed, explaining that things will get far worse if his sister finds out. Meanwhile, Hana Park loses her patience. She turns around, warning him that if he keeps standing there, she is leaving him to walk home. Sung Jae immediately scrambles after her. Coming, she calls out, looking through the window. See you later then. Sung-un reminds her friend to watch over the kids. The two stand watching the car drive off. Only then does Min Jae-hyun speak in a cold voice asking if she felt it too. Sung-un turns around. That is right, she replies, feeling that dark energy lingering in the city, a gaze filled with sheer hatred and disgust. Back at the parking lot, So Jae is thrown brutally onto the hard ground, his body bouncing off the asphalt. Terrified, he crawls backward. How did they hit me, he wonders. Someone steps forward, questioning why Kim Sok-dae Sok-jae is even here. Seok-jae's face twists in panic as sweat pours down his neck. How could you, Sung-un, possibly know about this? Suddenly, he lunges forward, summoning a strange mana orb. Damn it, he snarls, did you really think I would just run away? The orb floats into the air, glowing brighter. Seok-jae remembers, this is the magical tool Director Lee gave him. He knew using it now was incredibly risky, but this was an absolute emergency. Suddenly, his entire body flashes. He vanishes, reappearing right behind Sung-lin. Die, he screams, but she calmly turns her head around. With a simple, elegant pivot, Sung-lin dodges, sending Seok-jae crashing face first onto the ground. His face burns with humiliation. She offers a calm explanation. Does that magic tool let you teleport? Honestly, she says, it is not even that impressive. She points out it only teleports him a few dozen meters. Trying to escape with that would have been completely useless anyway. Somewhere else, photos of Seok-jae and Jae-hyun are being printed. Gu Chaein is just casually cleaning his ear. Back at the fight, Sung-un demands to know why he tried to murder the students on purpose. Who is the mastermind behind this? Seok-jae grits his teeth in rage. What makes you think I would ever tell you? He snarls, conjuring a sinister purple mana orb. She recognizes it instantly. A mana compression device, she says. What a pity. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, Gu Chaein senses something. He realizes this particular chess piece has finally outlived its usefulness. It turns out Gu Chaein already knows what is happening. Back at the scene, Sung-un's mana flares up with terrifying intensity. Do you really think you can defeat me with that toy? She demands. At that same moment, Gu Chaein leaves his office. Drenched in cold sweat, Seok-jae gasps in shock. Watching quietly from the side, Min Jae-hyun realizes his suspicion was right. He recalls the magic circle from the other day, explaining why he failed to detect the seal earlier. But then, he mutters under his breath, calling the man a fool. Sung-woo, now cloaked in thick mana, warns that she does not care. I already know it is Gu Chaein, she says coldly. I never expected you to give me an honest answer anyway. Seok-jae's face pales with sheer terror. Sung-woo casts her gaze down at the mana device vibrating in his hand. A mana device will easily shatter if you overload it beyond its limit, she notes calmly. As Gu Chaein steps out of his office, his trash can holds a heavily crumpled photo of Seok-jae. Sung-un delivers her final verdict, telling him he is going to die right here. Overhead, dark clouds swirl into a vortex. A brilliant golden light pierces through the storm. Seok-jae looks up, frozen in absolute terror as he stares at the sky. Instantly, a massive explosion erupts, sending violent shockwaves blasting in every direction. The raw energy slams directly into him, triggering an agonizing scream. Even Min Jae-hyun is visibly stunned by this raw power. That spell is an A-rank lightning element skill. Its destructive force scale depends entirely on the caster's own stats. It is the same rank as his own light chains, but the sheer power is on an entirely different level. Seok-jae's body practically disintegrates, leaving only splatters of fresh blood. The energy orb then drops and shatters into pieces. Within seconds, a secondary explosion occurs. Sung-un's cold face is briefly reflected in the falling shards. Next, we see a tidy bedroom. Seo In-ah is lying on her bed, clutching a pillow with a heavily blushing face. She cannot stop thinking about that day. She remembers Min Jae-hyun catching the spear with his bare hand, saving her. Her face turns redder as she mutters to herself. He really protected me, she thinks, burying her face into her pillow. She realizes Min Jae-hyun somehow reversed the magic in seconds. After pushing herself to work even harder, she smiles softly, planning to give him a proper thank you later. The next day, a massive barrier seals off the entire academy. A crowd of eager reporters has gathered outside. A reporter yells, demanding to know if Milet Academy has any statement. We need answers from Principal Gu-in. Inside, the academy remains dead, silent, contrasting sharply with the chaotic crowd building up outside. Deep inside his office, Gu Chaein sits with his head lowered. The academy's reputation is currently in absolute ruins. Yu steps into the room, reporting rumors that the principal set up the Magic Association to eliminate their own students. Enraged, he slams his fist onto the desk. His teeth are clenched, veins popping on his forehead as he glares. Fuming, his gaze falls back onto the computer monitor he just smashed. How did this happen? His assistant speaks up again. Principal reporters are waiting outside the academy and the investors are calling in constantly. What should we do? Still, he gives her no answer. Jae-hyun just rubs his temples and mutters, "What do you mean by what should we do?" before suddenly screaming. Lock the academy doors and tell them there are no interviews. She nods without a single trace of emotion on her face, bows and says she understands before walking away. Jae-hyun lets out a sinister laugh, realizing someone has completely seen through his entire plan. There must be a traitor inside Milet leaking out all their secrets. At this moment, Jae-hyun also deduces that Kim Sok-dae is already dead, so there is no way he was the leak. Suddenly, his eyes lock onto his phone, vibrating on the desk. He picks it up to check the caller, another dark smile creeping onto his face. Yes, blood demands blood. Answering the call, he immediately identifies himself as Gu Chae-in, stating he wants the media to bury this story completely, and is willing to pay any price for it. The next day, the school campus returns to a quiet morning, and in the hallways, students crowd past each other as they head to class. Ho-seon walks alone, but suddenly Jae-hyun appears right next to him, nudging his shoulder. "Hey, that looks good on you," he says. Ho-seon flinches in shock, complaining that Jae-hyun nearly scared him to death. Offering a weak smile, he thanks Jae-hyun and his representative, admitting he would not have made it out alive without their help. Suddenly, Jae-hyun stops in his tracks and turns to look at him. "Why did you do that?" he finally asks, causing Ho-seon to freeze up for a second before awkwardly scratching his face. Seeing this, Jae-hyun can only chuckle, telling him to keep that exact energy and keep moving forward. This confuses Ho-seon, but Jae-hyun patiently explains that he can figure out the reason later on, so just focus on what he wants. Do what needs to be done even without being told. Then Jae-hyun gently pats his shoulder, bidding him farewell since class is about to start. Ho-seon just stands there watching him walk away while Jae-hyun casually waves his hand. Suddenly, Jae-hyun turns back, reminding him to take better care of himself since others are deeply worried. With that, he finally leaves. Ho-seon sinks deeper into silent contemplation, his hands clenched tightly by his sides as he resolves to make his choice. Suddenly, he chuckles, questioning what he really wants to do while looking out the giant window with a confident grin. Back in Jae-hyun's quiet dorm room, the blue system screen flickers to life, displaying a brand new title he recently earned, Slayer of the A-rank Dark Demon King. An honorary title for defeating the boss, granting 30 bonus mana and 10% extra power against any dark attribute monsters. However, equipping it triggers the wrath of all dark demons, making him an instant target. Reading through it, Jae-hyun realizes the perks are incredible. An A-rank title with massive mana boosts and extra damage against dark enemies is a sweet deal. He wonders if all titles carry such insanely rare effects. Scratching his head, he realizes just how busy he has been lately, clearing up the mess after the tragic Kai Guild accident without even having time to inspect his rewards. If he had checked this sooner, things would have been much easier. Tapping the holographic screen, the display splits into two columns. The first item is an A-rank Dark Demon King Essence. It is a highly potent mana concentrate harvested straight from the body of Kinan, the 8th Dark Demon King. It acts as an incredible recovery potion, permanently boosting his max mana by 10 points upon consumption. Next is a high-grade A-rank piece of equipment, the Crown of the Dark Demon King Kanan. It gives 25 strength, 25 mana, and 1500 health. Jae-hyun smirks, realizing he will never run out of raw power or energy again. He'll pass this insane essence to his brother Lee Ji-sang. Wait, can you imagine how hyped he'll get? His brother always goes crazy over rare materials. Suddenly, Jae-hyun spots one last notification on the screen, causing him to pause. It reveals an active skill called Magic Artifact Manifestation, Level 1. This skill allows him to conjure custom armor using his mana mid-battle. Naturally, the higher his skill level, the stronger the gear becomes. Any equipment summoned using this ability will instantly vanish once his mana runs dry. The stats and grades are completely randomized, with the absolute lowest starting rank currently set at C. If the rolled grade is too high, it scales down to match his current level. Reading this, Jae-hyun completely freezes in absolute disbelief. Sitting straight up, he realizes the sheer broken utility of this skill. He can literally fabricate high-tier gear on command whenever he needs it. Imagining the possibilities and battle, visions of lightning-infused weaponry flash through his mind as he tests out the new ability. The system screen fades as a soft glow begins to concentrate around his hands, slowly solidifying into a solid physical shape. A compact, vibrant green dagger materializes in his grip. The system chimes, notifying him that he has successfully crafted a new weapon. Grinning with pure satisfaction, Jae-hyun admires the blade. This is incredible. He mutters to himself, realizing the true cheat of this skill goes far beyond combat utility. On the black market, even a standard piece of magic armor sells for over 10 million won. Tossing the dagger lightheartedly, he realizes he can basically print high-value gear out of thin air whenever he wants. But then, Suddenly, the sword glows and flies high into the air. Jae-hyun gasps, shouting, "What on earth is this?" The system immediately pops up, showing his newly equipped Mythic gear. You have met all the requirements. Currently unlocking the special abilities of Mythic, you have just acquired a new passive skill, Mecha Genius. Mana wraps around the blade and it finishes instantly. The system then announces, from now on, every single item he crafts will automatically be upgraded by 1 tier. That is absolutely insane. Holding the blade again, Jae-hyun's eyes light up with pure excitement. He finally gets how all of this works. He recalls the bracelet Yoo-jung gave him earlier and the description the system showed. It said he could only use limited functions because he lacked the requirements. Now Jae-hyun waves his hand. He always wondered why this bracelet was classified as a weapon. This has got to be the reason. Suddenly, 3 identical swords materialize right above him. He grins with pure satisfaction. Honestly, if you get a free upgrade like that, who would complain? Time to go train. The next morning at school, the infamous exams of Milet Academy are starting. These tests are notoriously brutal. They are a total graveyard for students trying to pass thanks to the cutthroat competition and insane difficulty. The tests are split into theory and practical portions. The written part is done on paper, but the rest requires crafting high-level potions and raiding a deadly dungeon. Oh, and the entire event is broadcast live nationwide. Right now, Yoo-jung is trying to wake An Ho-seon up. Seeing him completely unresponsive, her face turns dark. She threatens to kick his butt if he doesn't open his eyes. An Ho-seon bolts upright, rubbing his face. My bad. He was studying and just drifted off. Yoo-jung snaps. Seriously, she frowns and asks if he knows how close the midterms are. If he fails again, he'll be so traumatized that reading a single sentence will give him a headache. Beside him, Seo-in-ah is already hiding behind her book. Jae-hyun can only watch and sigh at this utterly hopeless scene. These two are absolutely terrible at written tests. Jae-hyun suddenly remembers how he ended up in this situation. He was the one who offered to tutor them, thinking their success would help him. Now they are begging for mercy. He holds his head in his hands, completely defeated. Seo-in-ah sighs, joking that they will meet again in remedial class. A loud slap of a ruler hits the desk. Yoo-jung glares with an icy face. Are they done talking nonsense? Sit up straight, she commands. The next 2 subjects are wavelength analysis and raider tactics. Jae-hyun just groans in agony. A few days later, the sky is clear as students gather outside. A red-haired boy asks how the exams went. A white-haired kid shakes his head, groaning that it was insanely difficult. Suddenly, a brown-haired student yells out in shock. He points toward the courtyard. The wind blows and there she is, Seo-in-ah, looking gorgeous. Everyone is staring in admiration. They recognize her as the top scorer from the rookie hunt. Yoo-jung calls her name, drawing even more eyes. Whispers spread about Jae-hyun and Yoo-jung. Rumor has it they dominated the rookie trials, ranking right at the top. The red-haired kid notes that elites only hang out with elites. But wait, is not An Ho-seon with them too? Oh, those guys are all absolute prodigies. They definitely aced the test, leaving everyone else in the dust. Must be nice to pass without even trying. Jae-hyun overhears them and sighs, feeling the massive pressure of expectations. Still being admired beats being hated any day. Yoo-jung turns to Seo-in-ah, asking her how she did. Seo-in-ah is completely silent, her face darkening. The guys get the message instantly. She forces a weak, awkward smile. They really did try their best. Jae-hyun pats her shoulder. Honestly, studying just is not in their DNA. The two of them whisper to each other, making Seo-in-ah pout in total frustration at their blatant teasing. She yells out that she can hear everything they are saying, warning them to take their studying seriously. Seo-in-ah runs off in a huff. Watching from a distance, Seo-hyuk glares at them, clearly irritated by their closeness. He mutters about how arrogant they are, swearing to crush Jae-hyun this time. Min-soo can only watch helplessly. He hopes Seo-hyuk stays out of trouble and avoids picking another fight. As night falls, a quiet cabin appears. Inside, someone is busy brewing a strange concoction, carefully pouring a colorful liquid into a boiling cauldron. A thick cloud of smoke suddenly bursts out. Yoo-jung looks unimpressed, but Jae-hyun bursts into laughter, pointing his finger. He boasts that her work is nothing compared to his. He turns to Lee Jae-sang, asking for some backup. Lee Jae-sang scratches his cheek, looking incredibly awkward. He hesitatingly admits that if they keep this up, both of them are going to fail the class completely. Yoo-jung gasps in utter shock. Lee Jae-sang simply closes his eyes. He bluntly states that neither of them possesses any talent for alchemy. Jae-hyun groans, running a hand through his hair. They had to avoid a failing grade at all costs. Lee Jae-sang looked discouraged, apologizing that this was just too hard. So Jae-hyun asked the next question. He asked if there was really no way to keep them from failing. Rubbing his chin, the alchemist said a way did exist if they used a special item. The two locked eyes in shock, exclaiming a special item. Meanwhile, near the connecting staircase, not a soul was in sight. In the empty hallway, a familiar pair of shoes appeared as a girl stood reading something, while a large room door loomed ahead. Her footsteps suddenly stopped. At that time, Lee Ji-sang had told them they were dealing with a monster called the Moonlight Firefly. He explained that these creatures only lived in pristine, completely unpolluted environments, completely free from pollution. These creatures were so rare that the black market averaged fewer than 100 of them annually. If one ground their outer shell into powder, it would optimize the potion's effectiveness to the absolute highest tier. Jae-hyun then stepped forward, asking if she was Song Seo-yoon. He nodded politely, noting it had been a while. Hellring, this Seo-yoon closed her book. Taken aback, she asked what Min Jae-hyun and Kim Woo-joon were doing there. Jae-hyun completely straightforward as always made his proposition, stating he had a request for her. But Seo-yoon immediately rejected him, telling him to get lost since she would do nothing. Yet he asked if she was rejecting him without even hearing the request. She frowned in annoyance, asking who he thought she was. Did he really think a few academy points would tempt her? Jae-hyun immediately offered cold cash, suggesting they write up a contract. This proposal instantly froze Seo-yoon in her tracks. The system screen popped up, displaying 30 million won. Even Woo-joon was completely stunned. At this moment, Seo-yoon's face darkened, hiding her expression. Suddenly, she looked up with a fierce glare, making it seem like she would reject the offer. Instead, Seo-yoon was absolutely thrilled, declaring that she would obviously do it and telling him to explain, to let her hear the details. Woo-joon nudged Jae-hyun, whispering they succeeded. Deojusan Mountain, their destination, was incredibly beautiful. Woo-joon looked around, unable to help but praise how fresh the air was. Jae-hyun helplessly asked if he was here on vacation. This made him snap back to mind his own business. Seeing this, Seo-yoon sighed while Lee Ji-sang smiled awkwardly, noting they were pretty similar. An hour earlier, they were still in the classroom. Song Seo-yoon had rubbed her chin, admitting the plan sounded pretty good. She also quickly warned them that even with her inspection skill, she still needed traces to find anything. She asked if he had a plan. Jae-hyun explained that he was bringing a talented alchemist along, so she had nothing to worry about. Seo-yoon coldly inquired who it was. The two of them leaned back, looking over their shoulders. Right at that moment, Lee Jae-sang peeked his head in before awkwardly stepping into view. She frowned deeply, glaring at Lee Jae-sang and asking if he was the talented alchemist. Jae-hyun was surprised, asking if she knew him. Seo-yoon nodded, explaining they were actually on the same team during their first freshman hunt. Seeing this, Meanwhile, Lee Jae-sang just scratches his head with an awkward smile. Back in reality, Seo-yoon admits she never expected an alchemist like him. She thought he was just desperately struggling in martial arts class. Lee Jae-sang gushes, admitting he was pretty naive back in those days. Up ahead, Kim Yoo-jung calls out that it is time to move. Turning back to look at him, Seo-yoon notes that he looks quite different now. She adds that he actually seems really happy, which catches Lee Jae-sang completely off guard. Before he can even reply, she walks off, leaving him to quickly scramble after her, begging her to wait. As for those moonlight fireflies, they might be monsters, but they are natural monsters often found in the real world. Walking deeper and parting the leaves to make a path, Lee Jae-sang looks around and shares his knowledge. There are many theories about why monsters live in packs and their habitats, but most agree that it has to do with the mana in the air and ground, which mutated normal plants and animals after the outbreak. With a bright smile, he explains that is exactly why choosing this quiet location is a great idea. Min Jae-hyun looks up to inspect the area, agreeing that this is the best spot for fireflies. Seo-yoon looks around carefully, admitting she has some doubts about whether they will actually show themselves to them. Kim Yoo-jung looks confused, but she still maintains complete faith because Lee Jae-sang said it would all work out. Lee Jae-sang avoids eye contact, admitting that right before they entered the portal, he mentioned he just really loves bugs. Hellring this, Kim Yoo-jung instantly deflates. Suddenly, Lee Jae-sang gets excited and points directly at a nearby tree, spotting a glowing yellow mark left behind by the moonlight fireflies. Seo-yoon and Min Jae-hyun share a quick nod. She steps forward, declaring that it is now her turn to get to work. Instantly, a bright blue magical aura bursts forth. As the system announces the activation of her inspection skill, the blue energy begins to weave and sweep through the forest, searching, even tracking the local wildlife. The system quickly locates the fireflies, lighting up a direct path toward their target. With a sudden gasp, Seo-yoon happily announces that she thinks she has successfully tracked them down. Kim Yoo-jung looks completely shocked, asking if she is serious. A glowing blue line stretches across the ground, and Lee Jae-sang quickly warns them that making noise will instantly scare the fireflies away. Covering her mouth, she complains that he startled her, making him quickly apologize as they follow. That strange blue mana suddenly made everyone stop in their tracks. Min Jae-hyun looked around thoroughly confused and wondered what on earth was going on. He muttered that they had taken a wrong turn, while Kim Yoo-jung wrapped her arms around herself, feeling a sudden chill creep up. Still, Jae-hyun insisted that her skill had guided them there. Even Jae-sang started frowning, scanning their surroundings with deep suspicion. He moved forward cautiously, noting how bizarre the area felt when Min Jae-hyun suddenly gasped at the glowing green clearing opening before them. Floating in the center were massive fireflies, a sight so breathtaking it completely silenced Kim Yoo-jung as the swarm drifted closer. Jae-sang excitedly identified them as moon fireflies, though Kim Yoo-jung nervously took a step back. Min Jae-hyun nodded, noting their unusual appearance. He looked up in wonder, pointing out how massive they were. Min Jae-hyun simply slipped his hands into his pockets, keeping his cool. After all, these things were still monsters. He watched their flight paths, noting their incredible speed before opening his hand. Deciding it was best to restrict their movements, he prepared himself. Suddenly, a system prompt chimed, activating his active gravity skill. The moment Min Jae-hyun raised his hand, gravity gripped the insects, but they began struggling with immense strength as Jae-hyun warned him. She noted they were far too strong for typical bugs and asked him to crank up the pressure, but he shook his head. He explained that his skill proficiency was too low. Jae-sang panicked, wondering what would happen if the targets got away. Min Jae-hyun just gave a confident smirk, promising they wouldn't lose a single one as he gathered a dense sphere of energy. The energy quickly expanded into a massive net wrapping around the trees and anchoring itself firmly. The opposite side looked identical. A giant cube formed, leaving Jae-hyun speechless as simulation memories flashed back. Standing right in the center of the constructed space, Min Jae-hyun smugly wagged his finger and asked what they were waiting for. He told them to start catching the bugs. Jae-hyun frowned in disbelief, amazed that he had replicated a functional mana room. She chuckled, muttering that he was a total monster. Inside, the fireflies were trapped. Jae-sang cheered in excitement, admitting he never would have dreamed up this clever trap. He rushed straight inside. Kim Yoo-jung, however, stayed behind. She shrank back, whimpering that she couldn't possibly join in because she absolutely detested creepy, crawly bugs. Min Jae-hyun pushed her forward, telling her to quit whining and start helping out, leaving her to grumble under her breath. Despite her complaints, Jae-sang was already working hard inside. The moment he held his container open, the nearby fireflies were instantly drawn inside. Jae-hyun got to work with her containment box, but her eyes kept drifting back toward Min Jae-hyun, who stood quietly behind them. She looked down, wondering if any other academy student was capable of pulling off a crazy stunt like this. Even a skilled third year would find this impossible. She wondered where this guy came from until he suddenly yelled out. He shouted to warn them, but Kim Yoo-jung immediately shrieked about the sticky residue. Min Jae-hyun sighed in absolute exhaustion as she complained. Meanwhile, a purple potion began bubbling inside a large cauldron. Kim Yoo-jung and Min Jae-hyun stared anxiously at their own cauldron. Watching from the sidelines were Jae-sang, Seo-in-ah, and An Ho-seon, all looking incredibly serious. Everyone held their breath as Min Jae-hyun carefully scooped up a spoonful of ingredients to add to the delicate mixture. They dropped the ingredients into the bubbling pot together. For a moment, the dark sludge remained still, but then a sudden light flashed. An Ho-seon cried out in shock at the sudden glow, while Seo-in-ah gasped, wondering what was happening to the potion. Jae-sang proudly bragged about his hard work designing this potion, but as he kept rambling about the purity level, his expression suddenly went pale in absolute disbelief. Kim Yoo-jung and Min Jae-hyun stared at their glowing red cauldron, completely stunned by the result. They cheered together that it was finished. Min Jae-hyun smiled, thanking Jae-sang for the speed, while Kim Yoo-jung danced in pure joy. An Ho-seon watched with curiosity, asking if that was really all it took, while Seo-in-ah smiled and praised their unexpected success. Jae-sang sweated nervously, noting that Min Jae-hyun's potion was only 51% pure, and Kim Yoo-jung's was even lower at 47%. A few days later in the lecture hall, Kim Yoo-jung and Min Jae-hyun slumped in their chairs, looking miserable as An Ho-seon teased them. He joked their concoction looked more like a monster summoning ritual. Kim Yoo-jung sighed, complaining that despite using premium ingredients, she had still placed 42nd. An Ho-seon quickly changed the subject, reminding them they relied on Jae-sang's help anyway. When An Ho-seon weakly added that they did well, a menacing aura erupted from Min Jae-hyun, who asked if he was mocking them. Realizing he was in danger, An Ho-seon quickly excused himself and ran off. Min Jae-hyun just sighed, remembering he still had several upcoming exams. Kim Yoo-jung jumped up, declaring she would redeem herself on the next tests. Though Min Jae-hyun knew the upcoming exams were brutal, the practice exam was a real nightmare. It combined everything they had learned so far into one massive test, making it nearly impossible. Min Jae-hyun crossed his arms, knowing there was another hidden factor that would make things even worse. It all came down to team matching. Meanwhile, Seo-in-ah asked Kim Yoo-jung about her rank value. Kim Yoo-jung clutched her head, groaning that she only scored 14. Finding a good team is incredibly hard. Meanwhile, Min Jae-hyun is still calculating his options, which are strictly limited by each student's current score. They must form a 4-person team with a total value under 50. An-hoon is 17, Seo In-ah is 15, and Kim Yo-jung is 14. Min Jae-hyun is surprised to find his own value set so high. In his past life as a 6-star hunter, he would have been thrilled. He remembers getting into a top team back then only for things to end in absolute disaster. Back in reality, Min Jae-hyun tightly purses his lips. He scoffs at the absurd matchmaking system. The top-ranked students are supposed to carry the lowest-ranked ones, which is just ridiculous. He wonders what gives them the right to force this. He radiates a freezing, intimidating aura until another student suddenly walks up to greet him. Hearing the voice, Min Jae-hyun looks up. Suddenly, his eyes flare red and his hands clench so tightly that veins bulge across his knuckles. The student asks if he is Min Jae-hyun. In his past life, this guy Ju-han-sung used to mock him constantly for being weak. Now Ju-han-sung reaches out. This is the supposed genius who took first place in the rookie hunt and dominated the simulated dungeon. In his memories, Ju-han-sung always sneered at him, asking how a weakling dared to act so proud and telling him to know his place. Back then, that guy always wore an eerie, twisted smirk. But right now, Ju-han-sung smiles warmly and says it is a pleasure to meet him. Min Jae-hyun coldly asks what he wants. Ju-han-sung is taken aback by his icy response, wondering why Jae-hyun seems so terrifyingly intense. Forcing a smile, Ju-han-sung gets straight to the point, suggesting they team up. He claims his current value is far lower than his actual skills. Since Jae-hyun's value is 20, finding teammates will be tough, so Ju-han-sung offers to help him out. Min Jae-hyun just stands up silently. He realizes guys like this are the same everywhere. They are just pathetic parasites who kiss up to the strong while stepping on the weak. Jae-hyun flatly rejects him, saying he has no interest in teaming up. With a cold expression, he tells him to find someone else. Ju-han-sung refuses to take no for an answer, protesting that his value is low but his actual skill set is top tier. Min Jae-hyun nods and says he knows but asks why that should matter to him. He asserts that he can easily pass the test on his own. He tells Ju-han-sung that he is simply too weak to be of any use, then walks away, leaving the guy utterly fuming. Suddenly, Min Jae-hyun stops and calls out to a couple of other students, asking if they have thought over his offer. They happily agree. Park Song-woo and Kim Ji-na readily accept, which drives Ju-han-sung absolutely mad with rage. They shout that they are definitely in. Ju-han-sung grits his teeth in disbelief. He remembers those two clearly as the cowards who abandoned Min Jae-hyun in the simulated dungeon. Min Jae-hyun lets out a sigh of relief, smiling as he says he is glad because he was worried they might reject him. His golden eyes quietly peer back, watching Ju-han-sung boil with pure anger as the guy sees over being rejected for those cowards. Ju-han-sung cannot stomach the humiliation and stomps off, his face twisted in raw, uncontrollable fury at being cast aside. He vows that Min Jae-hyun will regret this decision. A bit later at a quiet cafe, a fresh glass of watermelon juice sits on a table. Min Jae-hyun sits across from Park Song-woo and Kim Ji-na. She hesitates, asking Jae-hyun if he is absolutely sure about choosing them. She points out they were useless in the virtual dungeon. Kim Ji-na feels incredibly embarrassed as Jae-hyun listens to her in silence. She reminds him that they even ran away and left him behind. She lowers her head, mentioning that he already knows their poor reputation. They were basically kicked out of their guild for being weak. Hearing this, Min Jae-hyun gently reassures them not to worry. His tone turns serious as he tells them he has no intention of losing. He makes it clear that he never jokes about winning. The two exchange uneasy glances. Min Jae-hyun takes a slow sip of his coffee, knowing exactly what he is doing with this lineup. The scores of Kim Ji-na and Park Song-woo are lower than their actual abilities because they managed to escape the virtual dungeon safely. They are actually highly competent, unlike Ju-han-sung. Finally, Park Song-woo lets out a sigh of relief and agrees to the team. Kim Ji-na asks who their final teammate is. Min Jae-hyun tilts his head, realizing he forgot to mention it, though the person should be here. Right on cue, the cafe door swings open. The newcomer looks confused, demanding to know why Jae-hyun is hanging out with these two. The others look up as Min Jae-hyun smiles and welcomes her. Kim Yoo-jung frowns deeply, clearly irritated by the sight of them. She vividly remembers the despair of that day and how those two ran away. Kim Yoo-jung asks coldly why he called her here. She cannot believe she is supposed to team up with cowards. Meanwhile, in President Gu Chaeyen's office, threatening headlines flash across the screen. Milet Academy is facing severe backlash, putting its reputation as the nation's top hunter training academy at serious risk. Crucial articles blame President Gu Chaeyen for his student's tragic death. The more he reads, the more his anger boils out of control. Gritting his teeth, President Gu Chaeyen snaps, unleashing a burst of purple mana that shatters the monitor. He curses under his breath. Staring at the cracked screen, President Gu Cha-in glares with bloodshot eyes and curses the media, furious that his bribes did not silence them. Despite the massive amounts of money he paid, they still published those trash articles. Suddenly, the ring on his finger glows brightly. Taking a deep breath, President Gu Cha-in leans back, realizing the media has fully turned on him, his face twisting with pure malice. Gu Cha-in knew only one organization could pull this off. Standing with his hands clasped behind him, he clenched his fists tightly. He slowly walked toward the window, staring outside as his face darkened. He then muttered Yu Sung-un's name with deep irritation. He told Yu Sung-un that he was absolutely sure that wretched woman was involved. Slamming his fist, he realized he had no choice. He would have to swallow his pride and humble himself, even if it meant taking a loss. He had already calculated his next move. He would wait for the public to calm down first. Meanwhile, back at the cafe, Yu Jung sat quietly with her arms crossed. The other two awkwardly avoided eye contact as they sat there. Finally, she broke the silence, glancing over with a sharp look. She asked if he was truly fine with bringing them along, even if she decided to let the matter slide. Jae-hyun slightly pursed his lips, choosing his words carefully. He explained that he knew it was uncomfortable, especially since they fled back then. But Jae-hyun firmly stated it was the absolute best option they had. Hellring this, Yu Jung was still visibly unconvinced. She could not wrap her head around his reasoning. But seeing his serious expression, she helplessly backed down and sighed. She reluctantly agreed to trust him, but she stared directly into his eyes, demanding to know his true hidden motives. He could have easily gotten a perfect score alone. Jae-hyun silently praised her sharp intuition, realizing how observant she was. His criteria were simple. They had to despise Gu-in, and they had to keep the chaotic dungeon incident a secret. Suddenly, Jae-hyun reached his hand out. He announced his grand plan to use this practical exam to completely overthrow Gu-in. Yu Jung was completely taken aback by his words. The other two teammates also stared in absolute disbelief while Chae-na gasped. She wondered if he was actually serious. Jae-hyun's expression remained stern as he silently plotted to destroy Wu Gu Cha-in. On the practical exam day, under a clear sky, Jae-hyun and Yu Jung stood together when an instructor finally approached. Greeting them warmly, Bak Ha-chun introduced himself as the head instructor in charge of the second part of the test. Jae-hyun immediately recognized Bak Ha-chun as yet another loyal lapdog working under Gu-in's corrupt command. He was the new right-hand man replacing Kim Sok-ji. Without wasting any time, the instructor announced his next update. The practical exam would be broadcast live nationwide, giving every student a massive stage to show off their skills. This allowed them to showcase their incredible talents to the world, but it also meant performing under direct national scrutiny. Bak Ha-chun urged them to do their best and wished them luck. Suddenly, a massive wave of mana erupted. The overwhelming energy completely enveloped them. Yu Jung bit her lip in anxiety while Song-gu watched with a serious face. Chae-na frowned in concern while Jae-hyun kept a calm smile. As they huddled close, a portal opened. Upon entering, raging flames greeted them. The system announced they had been successfully teleported to the flat plains. Jae-hyun materialized in the fiery wasteland, taking a firm step onto the cracked, hot lava-covered ground. The system confirmed the four-man roster with leader Jae-hyun, Yu Jung, Chae-na, and Song-gu. Their ultimate objective was to clear every stage and retrieve the boss's core. Jae-hyun looked up as the system issued their quest. The first floor mission was to eliminate all monsters and find the stairs. Song-gu and Chae-na looked around in absolute shock. They immediately complained about the suffocating heat, prompting Jae-hyun to explain this dungeon was modeled after Muspelheim. Lava bubbled violently all around them. Yu Jung continuously fanned herself, noting the massive pillars of fire erupting in the distance. Jae-hyun pulled up his system interface, planning to scout the area first to gather as much essential information as possible. This would prepare them for any unexpected surprises. Plus, there was a specific rare item he desperately needed to retrieve. Curious about his plan, Chae-na asked what it was. Yu Jung explained they were looking for frost grass. Enduring this intense heat would quickly exhaust them. Song-gu smiled sheepishly, praising their impressive survival knowledge. Dismissing his system screen, Jae-hyun replied that basic survival in a dungeon was always a hunter's absolute top priority. Suddenly, he activated his active skill, mana detection, and a stream of glowing blue energy pierced the thick smoke. The glowing blue current snaked through the cavern, searching every nook and cranny before locking onto a target. Excitedly, Jae-hyun called out that he found it. Yu Jung gasped as Jae-hyun urged them to move. Urging them to move fast, they quickly arrived at a hidden area covered in rare glowing medicinal herbs. Chae-na looked on in wonder, identifying the legendary frost grass. Jae-hyun instructed everyone to gather as much as possible. Turning to Song-gu, Jae-hyun recalled his top grades in the Academy's alchemy class, which Song-gu humbly downplayed. Jae-hyun tasked him with crafting the essential cooling potions, and Song-gu agreed. Suddenly, Jae-hyun's eyes flashed with intensity. The system suddenly alerted him that live viewers would soon enter the room, warning him to watch his words carefully. Staring straight up, they freeze as a camera drone appears. A blinding light suddenly flashes, shining directly onto the cadets' faces. They must show their skills to the entire world. Simply put, they have all become streamers who must always satisfy their online viewers. Millions are watching them live, and Jae-hyun secretly hates this whole broadcasting idea. He dislikes the streaming setup, but it has its benefits. Suddenly, he warns the team that 4 monsters are approaching. As Seo In-ah looks up, Jae-hyun reminds the C rank to stay alert. Sung-woo quickly pivots while Yoo-jung nods in quiet agreement. He orders the team to deploy Formation B, and the 4 hunters quickly stand back to back as bubbling lava surges around them. Sung-woo raises his sword and shield, triggering the system notification for his active skill called Provoke. Even so, Jae-hyun warns everyone to maintain their distance from these highly dangerous lava beasts. He warns they will explode upon contact, while Yoo-jung raises her staff to call the water spirit. The monsters charge through the molten stream. In a panic, Seo In-ah yells out, but Jae-hyun shakes his head, telling her it is not time yet. None of them dare to make a move as the live stream channel goes active. New viewers immediately begin joining, wondering if these are actually first-time rookie hunters. The stream notice spreads online. Jae-hyun suddenly shouts the command, and the system activates his active spell Water Arrow. Yoo-jung silently shoots her bow, blasting a massive hole clean through one beast. Seo In-ah approaches carefully, leaping to cast her ice magic from a safe distance. Jae-hyun watches, realizing there is no better battlefield to showcase her skills. Suddenly, the broadcast camera flashes yet again. He smirks, knowing he shouldn't rush the climax. Pacing the hype is crucial to keeping viewers hooked until everything peaks. At that exact moment, the system triggers his active skill. Ice Rain, as his glowing eyes signal the detonation. The clashing elemental powers collide, sending a massive shockwave across the screen. The chat goes wild. One viewer asks if this is real, while others wonder if he is really a rookie hunter. They are in complete disbelief, questioning if this could actually be a high-ranking skill. But this is only the beginning. Opening his eyes, Jae-hyun smirks, knowing his plans are working. He has calculated that these viewers will become his ultimate weapon to expose Jae-hyun. Meanwhile, on a screen, in a dark room, the replay plays. Observers read the chat comments, completely stunned by the kid's power. They refuse to believe a mere freshman could use high-level A-rank magic, assuming he is a senior. Watching the broadcast, Jisoo quietly mutters Jae-hyun's name, amazed the kid did not even break a sweat. On screen, Jae-hyun stares directly at the drone. Jisoo recalls how Agent Kim mentioned she has no love for Jae-hyun either. With Lotus backing Jae-hyun, Jisoo grins, realizing he can use the kid to expose the director. He snaps a toothpick in his hand, looking forward to seeing how Jae-hyun will handle the corrupt Jae-hyun. He is highly anticipating the rookie's next move. After all, the raw destructive force Jae-hyun just unleashed was absolutely massive. The resulting shockwave kicks up thick dust, blinding everyone as the lava slimes are completely vaporized by his spell. Yoo-jung is speechless, wondering when he even managed to learn such high-level magic. Yet the brutal heat remains. Seo In-ah complains about the suffocating temperature. Jae-hyun suddenly stops in his tracks and turns around to face his team. He suggests they take a break and use some recovery potions now that the immediate threat is cleared out. She readily agrees, complaining about the intense heat. Yoo-jung scans their surroundings, looking for a much cooler spot. Sung-woo keeps watch and spots a nearby area, pointing out that the temperature seems much lower over there. Jae-hyun nods in agreement with the suggestion. He then summons a special camping item from his inventory. He suggests setting up camp to rest. Meanwhile, in another part of the dungeon, another team draws their weapons. Seo In-ah swiftly unleashes her archery skills. A barrage of arrows rains down, instantly wiping out the approaching lava slimes. As she scans the area, An Ho-seon suddenly charges forward with incredible speed to clean up the remaining monsters. His sword flashes through the air, easily splitting the lava slimes and leaving only their ashes on the ground. He looks around, disappointed that the fight ended so quickly. Seo In-ah nods, finding the low difficulty highly suspicious. She wonders if the dungeon is too easy, and An Ho-seon agrees that these monsters are surprisingly weak. It feels even easier than their training simulators. Hearing this, Oh Jin-hyuk panics, knowing they cannot afford any careless mistakes. One wrong move could lead to a total wipeout, especially with them engaging these volatile monsters in close combat, standing right in the lava without taking a single scratch. An Ho-seon turns to Seo In-ah, betting Jae-hyun already cleared the monsters. Seo In-ah nods and tells them to hurry. Jin-hyuk looks over at his teammates, utterly speechless if both of them believe this. How crazy strong is Jae-hyun anyway? Cut to a boiling river of lava nearby where a small tent has been pitched. Inside, Jae-hyun's team is resting up to recover their stamina. Sungwoo looks at the boiling mixture trying to estimate the time. He guesses it will take about 1 hour for the potion to brew. Sitting opposite him, Jae-hyun calmly tells him that is fine. That is plenty of time. Sungwoo chuckles, promising to wrap up quickly. But Yoo-jung cannot help complaining about the heat. It is way too hot in here, this place really is Muspelheim. Jae-hyun glances over knowing she is trying to rush them. Yoo-jung panics and quickly denies it, stammering that she had absolutely no intention of rushing him at all. Gina watches them and teases that they are way too close. Frustrated, Yoo-jung snaps that Jae-hyun is making her look bad. Jae-hyun quickly apologizes for teasing her. Still, it takes a moment before a huffy Yoo-jung finally turns her face away. Jae-hyun fixes his hair after she messes it up, thinking to himself. He is sure his team realizes the trap was not their fault. Even so, the sheer terror of that simulated dungeon was enough to completely paralyze their ability to think straight. After weighing his options, Jae-hyun suddenly raises his hand. His face turns completely serious as he calls out to his team. He directly proposes discussing their next strategic move. Soon after, they step outside, but Yoo-jung still looks deeply worried. She asks if his plan is even possible. Jae-hyun confidently assures her it is, and they both look up at the sky. A recording drone is hovering right above them. Staring at his screen showing 12 minutes and 4 seconds, Jae-hyun starts calculating. This is the perfect window to hijack the signal and cause some real chaos. Reaching out, he activates his magic skill. Pulses of raw mana carry his voice outwards, spreading across the entire subspace. Right then, the system alerts the viewers. Unstable connection detected. Voice restrictions have been completely disabled. Instantly, a flood of viewer comments erupts on the screen. Anonymous 32 wonders if he is doing it again, while Anonymous 71 calls on 500 allies to witness the sweep. Another asks why there are only 2 members left, prompting Anonymous 5 to assume the others got wiped out already. Jae-hyun confidently broadcasts that his team is perfectly fine, shocking the audience. Anonymous 5 cannot believe his ears. He asks if they can actually hear the cadet's voice, while Anonymous 3 chimes in to confirm the absolute insanity. Anonymous 1 points out they are never supposed to hear the students, making Anonymous 9 ask if other streams are broken. Anonymous 47 clarifies it is only Jae-hyun's channel. Smiling, Jae-hyun is not surprised at all, having predicted this exact outcome. He calmly addresses his viewers, explaining that he modified the structural coordinates of the trial's subspace plane just a tiny bit. He cheekily welcomes everyone, declaring that the real broadcast is finally starting now. He stands tall, delivering his speech. He questions the point of a broadcast if the audience cannot even hear the cadet's actual voice during the trial. Back in the control room, Park Ha-jun nervously asks Principal Gu Chae-in if he is feeling all right. The principal raises a hand. His expression is incredibly grim, claiming he only has a slight headache. Deep down, Gu Chae-in is absolutely boiling with rage. This is totally impossible. How could a mere student bypass security and rewrite the very foundations of the subspace field? This high-level simulation was crafted by the Academy's elite faculty and himself. Bypassing it makes absolutely no sense. Still, the damage is done. A nearby instructor immediately steps forward, suggesting they hand down a severe punishment. He urges Gu Chae-in to penalize Jae-hyun. But Gu Chae-in has his own dilemma. He desperately wants to, but cannot. He points out that no existing rule handles this bizarre loophole. Who could have ever predicted a student rewriting the system? It took a whole team of elite master mages to build this trial, yet one rookie just broke it completely. He quickly reins in his fury, reminding the staff that cadets are strictly forbidden from leaking classified academy info. Violating the non-disclosure agreement carries the ultimate penalty of immediate expulsion. Gu Chae-in knows he still has the upper hand. The moment the boys signed that contract, his hands were completely tied. But then Jae-hyun speaks directly to the camera. He brings up Principal Gu Chae-in on screen, noting that plenty of viewers must be curious about the man. He drops a massive hint about the dark secrets hidden behind the recent guild accident. It is a total bombshell. Gu Chae-in turns pale as Jae-hyun mockingly asks if he is worried about getting expelled for revealing this information. He fearlessly laughs it off, claiming there is absolutely nothing to worry about. He is completely holding all the cards. Jae-hyun asks if he should expose the principal's favorites bluntly, stating that Gu Chae-in only values those strong enough to survive. Without a single trace of fear, Jae-hyun keeps pushing, stating that power is the only thing that matters to him. That is the rule at Milet Academy. The drone is still tracking his every move, and Jae-hyun stares right back at it. Staring right at it, he asks the audience if they think Principal Gu Chae-in will expel him completely, triggering the man. Gu Chae-in covers his face and laughs mockingly, his eyes burning with intense, murderous intent. Jae-hyun had always been like this from the very start. How did he only realize it now? Plotting his next move, Gu Chae-in calls for Instructor Baek, who immediately answers the call. Yes, sir. Gu Chae-in clenches his fists in sheer rage, demanding they expel Min Jae-hyun the moment the test ends as he continues plotting. He commands that once the media storm blows over, they must hire at least 2 veteran A-rank hunters to finish him off. With grim determination, he growls that they will deal with Min Jae-hyun. Understanding the plan, Bake bows and replies that it will be done. Meanwhile, Gu Chaein struggles to suppress his rising fury, his eyes glued to the monitor. He has no intention of letting Jae-hyun off easily. He vows to make the boy pay. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun speaks up without a shred of fear, questioning if the principal will break his word. Expelling him despite his perfect scores would prove the principal is a liar, making everyone wonder if the man would actually do that. The chat erupts into heated discussion. User A23 says the principal does not care, while user ADN2 is totally hyped. They agree that if a student is speaking out like this, there is definitely a major issue, explaining why Jae-hyun got so angry. As the chat buzzes, user ANDN3 points out that Gu Chaein faced numerous allegations but was never once investigated. Jae-hyun feels highly satisfied. He is deeply satisfied seeing this massive reaction, fully aware that the media has already turned its back on Gu Chaein for good. Did Gu Chaein really think he could cover it up this time? Flashback to a moment earlier inside the sweltering tent where Jae-hyun revealed his master plan. He tells them he will modify the formula of the subspace to make sure that the viewers can hear everything they say. Hellring, this song, he curiously asks about the subspace formula, prompting Jae-hyun to explain the entire technical process in detail. The first step of the plan is to publicly ruin Gu Chaein, winning the viewers over to their side by feeding their curiosity. Doo-jung asks with a hint of worry, wondering if this is truly safe or if Gu Chaein might retaliate behind their backs. Jae-hyun stands up to reassure her, telling her not to worry at all. He is extremely confident in his own calculations. They have the audience on their side and he has prepared for every scenario. After all, no rule bans altering his subspace formula. With everything set, Jae-hyun immediately puts his plan into motion. He declares that it is finally time to start the real stream. He boldly announces to the viewers that they are about to witness a genuine dungeon raid, an event specially prepared just for them. He tells them to sit back and enjoy the show as the live chat immediately floods with excited comments from the viewers. User AD76 praises his professional streaming skills, while user AD43 comments that this is about to get highly entertaining. Unable to hold back, Doo-jung walks over and whispers to Jae-hyun that she is actually quite intimidated by all these online viewers. Immediately, a comment about her pops up. User A2 asks if that is Kim Doo-jung, a supposedly talented warrior who looks nothing like it. Suddenly flooded with criticism, Doo-jung feels the heat as user ALD77 aggressively tells her to step away from their precious Jae-hyun. User An30 mentions they teamed up for the rookie hunt, while user Alden8 points out how quickly she took down those thugs. Despite the few positive remarks, the online toxicity deeply hurts Doo-jung's feelings, prompting her to turn off the system's screen in annoyance. She complains to Jae-hyun about how fragile her heart is, calling the whole thing a massive hassle while he observes her reaction. Jae-hyun reassures her, telling her to hang in there for the sake of the plan, and she reluctantly agrees that she knows. Watching her deflate, Jae-hyun deeply empathizes with her feelings. He gets completely lost in his own thoughts, remembering his past struggles. He recalls the countless times he wanted to end it all because of online hate, falling into a tense, heavy silence. After a quiet moment of reflection, Jae-hyun snaps back to reality and seriously tells her that they still have work to do. Moving on, the scene shifts to a dangerous volcanic region flowing with active lava where Jae-hyun and Doo-jung have just arrived. The sudden change in scenery leaves the viewers completely baffled, with user ADN3 asking where they are heading since all monsters are dead. User A82 wonders what could possibly be there as intense heat radiates from the molten lava, but Jae-hyun remains perfectly calm. Addressing the screen, he mysteriously promises to show everyone something incredibly exciting, stating they have some business to resolve in this area. Jae-hyun reveals his true objective. They are going to uncover the hidden zone of this subspace, absolutely blowing the audience away. User AD9E gets excited just looking at his face, while others spam questions asking how a hidden zone could exist here. Telling them it is time to begin, Jae-hyun signals Doo-jung, who immediately draws her weapon as system notifications begin to chime. The system announces the activation of her active rogue skill, Gale, preparing her for the challenge ahead as the interface updates. Jae-hyun unleashes his own active gravity skill, causing a soft light to envelop his body as he prepares for the next step. With grim determination, he tells himself that it is finally time to show the world how a true regressor conquers a dungeon. The scene shifts behind the quiet Milet Academy where Jae-hyun speaks to someone on the phone, confirming that she will make contact. She promises to reach out to Min Jae-hyun right after the test, though she still hesitates, asking if they are absolutely sure. After all, the powerful Joe Guild is currently backing Min Jae-hyun. Staring intensely at his computer screen, Ji-seok looks dead serious. Frowning, he replies that this is exactly the problem, warning her that she must establish contact as quickly as possible. They need Min Jae-hyun on their side. Ji-seok lays out his plan, suggesting they will even let him dictate the terms. Ji-yeon understands and quickly acknowledges the order. Hanging up, she pulls off her earpiece and immediately heads out of there. As she walks away, she secretly calculates the benefits. Snagging Jae-hyun for the hunter management team would be a massive win. But it is not going to be easy. Jae-hyun knows the current situation is complicated, especially with their rivals making moves. That annoying Jae-hyun guy is already pursuing him too. Wine whipping through her hair, she tells herself to stay calm. She reminds herself to analyze the situation first. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun is making his move, heading straight toward the flowing lava. He does not show any fear. Suddenly, Jae-hyun reaches out, grabs Do-jung by her waist and pulls her close. Time to go, he tells her with total resolve. Wait, she panics, making the viewers go absolutely wild. Seeing them fly off, one commenter jokes that they expected a romantic moment, but this looks way more like close combat. Another user points out her chokehold, while user 73 jokes that Kim Do-jung acts like a martial arts champion. But wait, how did they just jump into thin air? The chat is losing its mind over this sudden move. Unbelievable user 20 asks if he is really floating, while Do-jung herself is totally stunned by this crazy stunt. She cries out that there really is an invisible foothold, just like he said, but Jae-hyun remains completely calm. He calmly tells her to hold tight and start casting her spell, warning her not to mess up the timing. She grumbles that she gets it, begging him not to let go because she will literally die if he drops her. Holding her tight, Jae-hyun dashes forward silently, respecting whoever was clever enough to find these hidden paths in the first place. He analyzes the situation, realizing that despite state funding, Jae-hyun deliberately hid this zone because he did not want students finding it. The scene shifts to an empty, isolated chamber, but soon enough the air begins to warp and ripple with intense energy. Jae-hyun and Do-jung materialize right in the center, landing safely on the ground as they take in their strange new surroundings. Stunned, she asks if that is the special item he talked about, pointing toward a brilliant glow radiating in the distance. Yeah, he confirms it with a grin. Those beautiful glowing stones are the key to clearing this entire dungeon. Watching this unfold on screen, Jae-hyun breaks out in a cold sweat, absolutely terrified by how much they have uncovered. Meanwhile, the chat is absolutely blowing up with comments with anonymous users asking how he knew about the invisible footholds. Jae-hyun gets even more anxious as he scrolls through the stream chat, his heart sinking with every new message. One viewer wonders if the legendary Jae-hyun designed this secret path on purpose for his students to discover. Staring at the pile of rare treasures, Jae-hyun cheers, remembering that he spotted this location back when he mapped the area. Still, this is pretty wild. He did not expect them to hide it this incredibly well, though. Then again, he practically knows every single secret in this entire dungeon anyway, so he quickly prepares to cast his spell. Boom! The system activates his ice rain skill, and the freezing magic instantly clashes with the boiling lava below. Thick steam fills the air as the intense heat begins to drop, giving them a perfect window to make their move. He tells Do-jung it is time to drop down, leaping into the abyss without a single shred of hesitation. She quickly leaps down right after him. At the bottom, some mysterious glowing spheres immediately catch his eye. Bending down to scoop them up, he shows them to the camera, playfully asking the viewers if they know what they are. The stream chat floods with rapid comments, with some guessing it is a magic tool, while others gatekeep the answer. While users argue, Jae-hyun finally decides to end the suspense, explaining that this sphere is actually the essence of fire. He feels pretty lucky to stumble upon it, teasing his audience that there are even more crucial items hidden around. He promises that finding these essential items is the only way to successfully clear this entire high-level dungeon. Right on cue, his system updates. A screen pops up showing the details of his brand new item. It is a rank B fire essence that dramatically boosts the user's fire resistance for a limited time. Consumption grants a massive 300% fire resistance boost, but the effect cannot be stacked a second time. Jae-hyun smiles, realizing the Academy designed this dungeon to feel as real as possible to motivate their elite students. By securing a worthy reward is the key to hiding those puzzle pieces. He also realized another crucial problem, but this is something that ordinary students could never hope to obtain. Right then, the spectators started buzzing with excitement, chatting. Anonymous 3 noted they had seen them in supermarkets costing a whopping 30 or 40,000 per stone. Anonymous 19 remarked that Milet Academy is insanely rich, investing over 10 million on each team for these midterms. Anonymous 1 wondered who could even find items here. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun is feeling quite satisfied with how things are going. It is time to move. They already have what they need, and everything is going perfectly according to his plan. That is one thing checked off. Jae-hyun suddenly grows curious, wondering what kind of face Jae-hyun is making right now. Indeed, Jae-hyun is gritting his teeth in fury, while Jae-hyun feels incredibly thrilled, hoping Jae-hyun is not satisfied with just this. Jae-hyun mutters without a hint of fear, noting that he still has plenty of gifts left to deliver to the man. On the first night of the midterm exams' second practical round, a sudden blood-curdling scream echoes from inside their tent. In their hands is a pitch-black medicinal brew. Yoo-jung cannot help but complain, whining that it is just too bitter. Jae-hyun calmly tells her that he knows it tastes awful, but she must drink it to make clearing the red dungeon easier. She groans in frustration, muttering that even if she understands, swallowing this nasty stuff is close to impossible. Sung-woo quickly chimes in to comfort her, reminding her that anything good for the body always tastes incredibly bitter. Yoo-jung grits her teeth and stares at the bowl, having no choice but to gulp it down anyway. Once she finishes, she collapses flat on the ground. Jae-hyun turns to Sung-woo, asking if he poisoned her, which Sung-woo frantically denies. Deciding to let it drop, Jae-hyun changes the subject, pointing out that since they are almost done with the first floor, they simply need to locate the path to the second floor and wrap up their preparations as quickly as possible. The scene then shifts to the Academy control room where only Ji-won and Ha-jun are present. Ha-jun is closely watching the security monitors, curiously asking about the current situation from Instructor Baek. Hearing this, Ha-jun turns around to face Kim Seok-dae Ji-won, letting out a smug laugh upon her arrival. He asks why she even came here when he is the one in charge, glaring at her with clear irritation. He demands to know if she doubts his abilities, but Ji-won simply stands there casually brushing him off. Her dismissive attitude makes him scowl in anger, while Ji-won silently labels him an idiot in her mind. She knows that with Kim Seok-dae gone, full control over the second practical round belongs entirely to her. Ha-jun merely snuck around to snatch that authority away. He then casually boasts about his sudden promotion. He tells her they were hired as equals, but he is now a step ahead, mockingly apologizing for it. Ji-won listens to his boasting in silence, waiting a moment before dryly stating that she honestly does not care. Confused, he demands to know what she means, proudly asking who wouldn't be envious of his prestigious position. He tells her to be honest, but her cold silence only serves to make him even more furious. Ha-jun's expression turns incredibly ugly as he angrily clenches his fists, trying to keep his rage under control. He quickly calms himself by remembering that he currently enjoys the full backing of Chairman Go Chae-in. Filled with confidence, he tells himself she might have been better 2 years ago, but things have changed. Ji-won suddenly calls out to him, turning back with a cold warning she wants to deliver. She advises him to look closely at the lifeline he is gripping so tightly to ensure it isn't rotten, flashing a highly provocative smile before telling him she will see him around, then walking out the door. Left behind, Ha-jun boils with absolute rage at her words, cursing her ongoing arrogance under his breath. He still holds onto his massive confidence, believing Chairman Go will soon reclaim his glorious position. With that backup, this obstacle is nothing. Meanwhile, the system suddenly updates with a new notification. They have officially entered the second floor, tasked with hunting down high-level beasts lurking in the area. Finding the hidden treasure, they will automatically transport their entire team directly to the third floor. Elsewhere, Hyundoo curiously asks Hyojin if he still looks like some lowly lower-dimensional trash to him. Hyojin stands there completely unfazed, simply asking if he is referring to that supposedly powerful enemy. Hyundoo scoffs, calling him boring and asking what the rush is before Hyojin suddenly leaps into the air. Hyojin casually declares that since the enemy is just a mere mortal, eliminating him will take no time at all. Whether Heimdall cares about that is another issue, but what happens after he is eliminated? What comes next? Heimdall suddenly raises his hand. Unleashing his skill, he mutters in pure frustration, "I will just end up stuck at the Bifrost Bridge again as a mere gatekeeper." Damn it, do you even understand? Heimdall has made his choice. He will personally destroy that powerful enemy himself. So you do not need to worry about it. He sneers, mocking that they are nothing but a seed born from pure evil. Yet Anon Hoseon remains completely calm and composed. His eyes carry a touch of sadness while Hyojin stands perfectly still, lost in thought. He ponders both gods and humans alike, suddenly thinking of a certain someone from the past. A person whose bright smile could melt any heart. Now Hyojin gazes blankly into the distance. It is true, nothing will change and nothing can ever alter that harsh reality. But suddenly his heart fills with a deep resolve. He intends to prove that his path is absolutely right very soon. Only one name remains locked in Hyojin's mind, Min Jae-hyun. Meanwhile, with every step Jae-hyun takes, the system displays a new notification. You have entered the second floor. System database updating. Second floor quest: hunt the high-grade monsters here to find the hidden treasure. Clearing this quest will automatically transport the party to the third floor. Just then, Gina wipes the sweat off her face. She complains that this place is even hotter than the first floor, wondering what monsters await them. Yoo-jung quietly analyzes the situation. The quest requirements look pretty annoying to her. She recalls their previous challenge, clearing out every monster just to reach this second floor. Now they must see what the second floor has in store. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun silently stares at the path ahead, confident in his next moves. He knows this layout like the back of his hand. But if we flash back to an hour earlier, the party was still exploring. They stare down the narrow, dark path before them in sheer disbelief. Seeing the oppressive gloom, Gina could not help but sigh. She never expected a staircase to the second floor would be hidden in a place like this. Park Sung-woo also looks highly skeptical. He He wonders why there are no clear paths forward since the stairs leading down are completely buried under heavy sand. Yu-jung assesses their odds. Finding the correct route in a chaotic dungeon like this is extremely difficult, and the uncertainty begins to make her pretty anxious. Staring intently at Jae-hyun, Yu-jung cannot help but wonder how on earth did he locate this path so easily without any hesitation. Has he been here before? But right as those thoughts cross her mind, Yu-jung spots a strange movement right next to her feet. Her face turns completely pale as she realizes it is a giant centipede. Terrified, she immediately grabs Gina and screams at the top of her lungs. The live chat explodes with comments about her intense reaction. One viewer jokes that her vocal cords must be made of steel. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun looks at the terrifying centipede without a single shred of fear, casually picking it up. He found his target. The stream viewers are absolutely stunned. Some demand a jump scare warning, while others jokingly call the hideous bug cute. They wonder why he's even catching it. Jae-hyun quickly explains that he is securing this creature for later use. Giving his teammates a knowing look, Jae-hyun pulls out a strange item and tells them they need to prepare before moving further. Yu-jung asks in absolute horror if they really have to eat those things. Her face is completely pale with dread. Park Sung-woo suddenly recalls his past, mentioning he once worked at a circus where he performed fire-eating tricks. Seeing their reluctant faces, Jae-hyun warns them to stop frowning and just eat up while he is still being nice. The three teammates exchange deeply troubled looks, but with no other choice, they reluctantly force the bugs down. Agreeing to his orders, they swallow it. Jae-hyun fully understands this three-floor dungeon, which is completely covered in scorching lava. He also knows that a massive worm-like monster is waiting on the final floor, and he intends to handle every threat now. Suddenly, Jae-hyun halts his steps. But before taking another move, he turns toward his streaming camera with a confident grin. He announces to his viewers that they need to locate the boss first to completely clear the second floor. He keeps them in suspense, playfully asking if they want to know where the hidden treasure is. The chat immediately explodes. Who could possibly say no to treasure? Everyone gets extremely hyped up guessing where it could be hidden. Seeing their excited reactions, Jae-hyun smiles with deep satisfaction. The viewers are completely hooked on his little hints. Revealing tiny details is the absolute best way to keep the audience fully engaged. Jae-hyun has a perfect plan mapped out. His ultimate goal is different from the others, targeting a very specific mythic treasure hidden deep inside this dungeon. Raising his finger, Jae-hyun finally reveals the exact name of the creature they are hunting, the greedy fire salamander. He explains its strange habits, noting how these beasts love collecting shiny objects like crowns and valuable gear. Because of this, rare items are usually hoarded right inside their nests. The viewers quickly understand the strategy. One viewer points out that fire salamanders are notoriously greedy creatures, known to hoard powerful weapons for themselves. But they still wonder how on earth does Jae-hyun know exactly what is hidden inside that nest. He quickly clears up his stream viewers' doubts about the fire salamanders, confidently explaining that he studied hard for this. Jae-hyun researched thoroughly. The second floor hidden treasure is a replica of Balmon. Suddenly, old memories flood his mind of a legendary sword. It first appeared in Xanten during the 1200s in Germany, making this historical data incredibly valuable to his raid prep. They say it was once used to slay dragons. Just like Chaffee's lightning gear, it possesses overwhelming destructive power. The original belonged to a German conqueror named Balak, and Jae-hyun uses that exact knowledge to measure its current worth. If the original is an S-rank item, this replica should still be quite powerful. Meanwhile, Shina suddenly wonders about the fire salamander's weaknesses. Yu-jung immediately answers her, pointing out that their weakness is the belly, as their outer hide is incredibly tough. This makes dealing damage to them extremely difficult. Yu-jung keeps explaining eagerly, noting that their bellies are far softer. If they focus all their attacks on that soft spot, taking them down will be a walk in the park. The most common method is using ice magic, leaving Shina completely amazed by her teammates' deep knowledge of these beasts. Shina asks how she scored so high on the theory test, making Yu-jung cough in mild embarrassment at the praise. She adds that the best time to strike is right after they eat, when they are slowest. That is when Jae-hyun chimes in. He agrees with her, completely advising everyone to prepare thoroughly before moving out, while feeling a sudden wave of excitement. Finding a hidden treasure here would be absolutely amazing. The scene shifts to inside the sweltering dungeon, radiating intense heat. Lava glows all around them as Jae-hyun and his party push forward. Sung-gu wipes the sweat from his brow, complaining about the heat. He notes this area is far hotter than the others, admitting he would really struggle without his fire essence to protect him. Jae-hyun suddenly raises his hand to halt the group, secretly planning to pretend he has just noticed something strange nearby. Acting on his plan, he tells them to wait because he senses mana, prompting a flurry of comments from his stream viewers. Anonymous 2 says he knows exactly what item Jae-hyun is about to get, and Anonymous 23 agrees, placing a bet on it. Anonymous 55 asks if it is really that item, while a confused Anonymous 93 asks what on earth they are talking about. Then Anonymous 52 finally catches on, asking if they are talking about those old swords currently stuck inside the stone. Yu-jung is highly curious, wondering if these swords could be the treasure, though Sheena agrees there are far too many. Shina points out they look like unregistered junk items, but Jae-hyun knows better than to dismiss these rusty weapons. These dozens of swords stuck in the rock are actually the second floor's main hidden treasure, and he easily predicts what happens next. Gu Chaein deliberately scrambled the area to keep students from finding it, but his basic machines could never fool Jae-hyun's eyes. Activating his active detection skill, Jae-hyun begins scanning all the unregistered items to pick out the real prize from the junk. And honestly, who can blame the stream chat for being completely baffled by what he does next? Anonymous 77 asks why Min Jae-hyun is channeling mana into his eyes, while Anonymous 1 tells everyone to shut up. While Anonymous 3 admits they are lost, Jae-hyun smiles with pure satisfaction as a massive glowing sword finally appears before him. He immediately steps forward firmly, gripping the hilt and pulling it free as a system notification pops up in front of him. It is the Defiled Balmung, an A-rank replica of the Dragon Slayer's legendary sword, giving him 70 additional points of strength. Along with 30 points of agility, its S-rank dragon slaying passive skill is currently sealed due to the corruption on the blade. Once active, the Dragon Slayer skill boosts physical damage against dragons, and Jae-hyun's sudden find absolutely stuns his entire stream audience. Anonymous 1 wonders how he could possibly spot the hidden treasure among all the junk, while other viewers share their theories. Anonymous 6 believes the player has his secrets, but Anonymous 10 quickly questions where this baseless confidence is coming from. Anonymous 91 demands to know how, but Jae-hyun simply swings the sword mysteriously, telling them not to worry because he has a plan. He teases that telling them everything now would ruin the fun, while secretly acknowledging the limitations of this corrupted weapon. Without meeting the proper conditions, this replica is basically useless trash outside this dungeon, but Jae-hyun has a plan for it. Looking at the heavy blade, he knows it is actually worth more than gold to him, confidently scheming his next move. He is completely sure he can bring this weapon outside. Meanwhile, as they walk further, Yu-jung speaks up about their target. She believes the beast is nearby, and Jae-hyun agrees but advises that they must wait for the right moment to strike. The boss fire salamander only eats once a day in the evening. While waiting, the cavern ahead catches his full attention. Yu-jung is still hesitant, asking if delaying the fight is safe, since these beasts have an extremely sharp sense of smell. Standing too close might trigger an early ambush, but Jae-hyun remains completely relaxed as he addresses her concerns. He agrees that they must avoid an ambush, leaving Yu-jung confused about how they will pull it off until the next second. He stares in horror at what is in front of him. Min Jae-hyun is looking at the centipede in his hand, explaining they will be using it. The centipede is still very much alive and wriggling. Yu-jung backs away in sheer terror, but Min Jae-hyun suddenly grabs her. Min Jae-hyun stops her right there, asking where she thinks she is going. He explains that she is the key to this entire plan. Yu-jung keeps staring at Min Jae-hyun with absolute dread. She asks if he really means her. Min Jae-hyun thinks back to earlier. He remembers the zom they caught near the entrance. The moment the creature appeared, it had immediately caught his eye. Min Jae-hyun quickly identified the bug as a zom. He knows exactly how it works whenever it senses danger nearby. The bug secretes a foul liquid. The stench is famous for being so incredibly toxic that it brings tears to your eyes. It was all part of Min Jae-hyun's scheme. This tiny bug is their ticket to a successful hunt. Meanwhile, Chae-nae and Song-woo watch. They look on in utter disbelief. Here it comes. Yu-jung is left completely exposed to the danger, looking at him with despair. Yu-jung glares at him, reminding him of his promise. Min Jae-hyun just smiles back and asks who she thinks he is. Privately, he starts panicking, thinking he is completely doomed. Meanwhile, Yu-jung is turning pale with terror, totally horrified by the plan. Tears stream down her face. She screams about how much she hates bugs, especially these disgusting centipedes. Min Jae-hyun has to negotiate. He quickly offers a deal, telling her he has an item her master Yu Sung-eun absolutely loves, promising to hand it over later. Secretly, Min Jae-hyun is plotting. He originally wanted to just pawn off some random trash on her, but that might get him killed. If she finds out she got scammed, she will literally end him, so he has to find something decent. Meanwhile, the stream chat goes wild. User 1 asks if this is even possible. User 62 chimes in, saying it actually sounds pretty logical and might just work. Min Jae-hyun does his best to calm Yu-jung down. He starts giving her reasons not to be afraid, pointing out their party setup. They have a wind magic specialist right here. Suddenly, Yu-jung slams her staff hard against the ground and begins her technique. She channels her mana directly into the centipede. The foul stench starts to condense, and she expertly directs the concentrated odor forward. The stream viewers are absolutely stunned by what they are seeing. User 1 yells that she is actually controlling the foul smell. She is steering the stench right into the nest. User 2 comments that such a feat requires incredibly precise mana control. User 81 is deeply impressed, but User 15 admits they have never felt this much pity for a pack of monsters. This is such a dirty trick. User 18 adds that humans are truly underhanded when they want to be. Inside the cave, the fire salamander catches a whiff of the stench, its eyes watering instantly. It lets out an earth-shaking roar. Song-woo watches the chaos, realizing the plan worked. He wonders if that horrible sound is the giant beast actually throwing up. The salamander thrashes its tail, wildly writhing in absolute agony. Jae-hyun spots his opening and charges straight into the fray. He shouts to his team, making sure they all remember the plan. Chae-na and Song-woo nod, ready to back him up. Song-woo confirms they will hold their ground right here, ready to move the exact second they receive his signal. Jae-hyun nods, satisfied. He raises his hand to unleash his skill, ready to bring the beast down once and for all. The system alerts him that Ice Spear Level 2 is active. He fires the frozen projectile straight at the target. The ice spear hits hard, sending the creature crashing to the ground with a painful shriek. Jae-hyun stands back and observes. The fire salamander struggles to hold itself together, fighting the urge to go completely berserk. Jae-hyun watches its every move. He silently waits for the monster to prepare its fire breath. That will be his cue. He readies his newly acquired sword. Drawing the fresh blade, he waits. The instant the beast opens its mouth, Jae-hyun calls out that this is the moment. He hurls the sword, driving the blade deep into the salamander's throat. The beast freezes, unable to process what just happened. Yu-jung is already cursing him out, calling him a total lunatic. Up in the chat, the viewers are completely stunned. Users 2, 9, and 10 ask what on earth he is doing. User 20 wonders if this is some kind of lizard mukbang. User 12 asks if that is what they usually eat. Unbothered, Jae-hyun looks directly at the screen and says this is just the start. He tells them to sit back and watch. Meanwhile, the entire battle plays out on the surveillance monitors in the control room. Jae-hee watches in utter disbelief, a cold dread creeping over him. There is no way a mere rookie student should know this. He specifically omitted that weak spot from the academy curriculum. Back in the dungeon, the salamander thrashes around in pure irritation. The beast claws at its neck as the blade irritates its throat. Sensing the perfect moment, Jae-hyun yells for everyone to go. The salamander violently hacks, spitting the weapon right back out. Chae-na and Song-woo are already in position, raising their heavy shields. The discarded sword suddenly begins to glow with blinding light. Jae-hyun grabs the hilt, leaving the chat completely dumbfounded by his move. Users 65 and 22 spam question marks. User 2 demands to know how a regular sword is suddenly glowing like that. Anonymous 35. Can someone explain what is happening? Right after that, Jae-hyun drives the sword deep into the ground. He points straight at the floating system screen as it appears. It shows an A-rank replica of the holy sword Balmung. The Dragon Slayer, Siegfried's legendary blade. Effect 1 grants 70 strength and 30 agility alongside 2 passive Dragon Slayer skills. The corrupted item is fully purified now. Jae-hyun is pretty curious to see how the livestream audience will react. Tons of chat comments are flooding the screen right now. Anonymous 41 says Balmung. Anonymous 61 asks if this is even real. Anonymous 95 points out that German hunter Balak owns that sword. Anonymous 76 is shocked a mere replica is this powerful. Seeing their shocked reactions makes him quite pleased. It is going exactly as he planned. Jae-hyun steps up to explain. The core of a salamander holds a strong, purifying energy. We can utilize this raw power to cleanse corrupted gear. He lectures his chat confidently. But there is a catch. The cleansing flame only works while the monster is still alive. That makes pulling this off incredibly difficult. Jae-hyun stares at his hand, thinking that with his projection magic, it is actually quite simple. His incredible knowledge of magical mechanics completely blows his viewers away. They did not expect a rookie to know all this. Anonymous 7 notes that this newbie acts like a veteran. Anonymous 39 says the trick actually worked. Anonymous 75 chimes in saying they thought he was just a rookie, but he is moving like a seasoned pro. The chat keeps moving fast. Anonymous 9 asks why a mage is carrying a sword. Anonymous 35 chimes in next. He is standing in front of 2 warriors, so will he give them the blade? Anonymous 56 asks the same. Everyone is trying to guess what class path Jae-hyun is building. Anonymous 1 thinks he is definitely a magic warrior. Right then, the fire salamander locks its glaring eyes onto him, and guys, his entire gaze shifts instantly. The system immediately updates his active status. Passive skills, haste and agile movement are now fully supporting his steps. He triggers his main active skill. Gale Force activates, surrounding his blade with a wild roaring wind. Armed with intense killing intent, he dashes forward with the sword. The monster raises its massive leg to strike back. Jae-hyun delivers a lightning-fast, precise blow. His heavy blade slices straight into one of the beast's giant legs. After completing his skill, he slams his sword into the ground, using it as leverage to spring backwards safely. Stopping on a dime, he immediately casts another spell. Active skill, Ice Field triggers, rapidly spreading freezing frost outward. The ice spreads right under the salamander. Song-gu spots the weakness. Immediately the beast's soft belly is completely exposed. Jae-hyun notices it too and seizes the split-second opening, driving his sword straight into the monster's underbelly. Yu-jung watches in absolute awe. Beside him, Jia is just as stunned by this insane level of play. The live audience goes wild with shock. Anonymous 1 asks what they just witnessed. Anonymous 21 gasps in disbelief. Jae-hyun is thrilled with how his setup paid off. Viewers realize he is not just pretending to be a magic warrior. It is his literal nature. Meanwhile, we cut over to a small minimalist room where someone is typing away furiously. Ah-young leans back from her desk after hitting enter, letting out a heavy sigh now that her work is done. She complains about why she had to do such a tedious task, but admits she enjoys the attention it brings. Her monitor displays a trending post revealing the true identity of the breakout rookie hunter Min Jae-hyun. The post is packed with juicy details, starting with an intro claiming to be from a massive Hunter fan. It praises Jae-hyun's performance in the second round of midterms, explaining they decided to dig up his mysterious past. The post provides several links below, starting with a headline about a themed dungeon appearing in Neverland. It highlights how a brand new high school cadet and a first-year student cleared a dungeon that shook the nation. The media was in absolute chaos over how just 2 simple students managed to conquer that themed dungeon. One of those students was the famous Jae-hyun, and his partner was Seo Ah, a very cute and clever girl. Beside their profile photos is another picture. It asks readers if they can recognize who's in it. Yes, it is Jae-hyun. Ah-young supplied plenty of data, knowing many believe Jae-hyun only knew how to edit videos. Her massive post quickly gains traction. She notes that she originally wanted to keep this secret to herself. She claims she heard inside details from those involved in the Neverland incident, making her post go completely viral. But after watching his incredible performance during the midterm livestream, she felt she absolutely had to share this truth. She ends her post saying she is heading back to watch the stream. Miss Sung is also reading the post. She cannot help but smile to herself. This is exactly why the young man made that proposal to her. Is that how it is? Pretty sneaky. Flashback to a moment ago when Min Jae-hyun straight up said that during the midterm broadcast, something really interesting is going to happen. Yoo Sung-yoon cautiously warned him that this involved the whole guild and the risk was way too high, but Min Jae-hyun kept pushing. He proposed that she just watch his plan unfold, and once it seemed worth stepping in, she could make her move then. What do you think? His words successfully changed her mind. So she decided to step in, realizing this was exactly why the kid was so confident she would not refuse. Sung Jae stood there and quietly replied yes. She immediately gave her next order, telling him to contact the reporters. Sung Jae hesitantly asked if she meant right now. Yoo Sung-eun just smiled, sounding completely relaxed as she spoke up. I think Gu Jae-in is about to sink. She was starting to find this little war quite entertaining. If everything goes according to Min Jae-hyun's plan, Ah-hun was currently thrilled. Her post was getting crazy views and the numbers just kept climbing higher. She sat there muttering that the fame was great for her, but she still wondered why he made her do this. Ah-hun remembered asking him out of curiosity right before the second round what he was doing. At that time, Min Jae-hyun was reading a book. He glanced at her, closed the book, and stopped reading to reveal his plan, saying he was cooking up a strategy to deal with that bastard Gu Jae-in. Ah-hun was curious and asked how, but he just stood up and told her that she would see soon. He was too busy to explain everything now. Recalling that conversation made her mutter in annoyance. He was just making her more curious, which was super annoying. If he wanted her help, he should have explained a bit. Suddenly, Ah-hun froze and stared at the screen because a comment popped up from Anonymous 31 asking if that really was Seo Ah-hun. The commenter wrote that although they did not know her face, she seemed pretty sharp during the interview. She immediately took it seriously. Another comment popped up saying they saw her in real life and she looked like a complete goddess, looking prettier the longer they stared. Now Ah-hun was finally satisfied, thinking that was exactly right, while warning herself not to reply. She decided to just let them keep talking while she went to grab some more snacks. Meanwhile, inside a dungeon filled with hot lava, Min Jae-hyun was busy dissecting a fire salamander carcass. After a short while, he excitedly called out that he found it. Do-jung walked over asking what it was as Min Jae-hyun pulled out an item to explain. It was the Ring of Overpower. The system instantly updated, showing an incomplete B-tier accessory named Ring of Overpower. It temporarily amplifies mana to boost magic power, allowing the wearer to learn the active skill called Overload, though it is weak, because they lack the super strength stone. The stats of the skill are highly unstable because the item is incomplete. It grants a tier A active skill that amplifies mana to boost magic power by 1.5 times for 5 minutes, but you cannot use mana for 5 minutes after activation due to the missing stone. Min Jae-hyun clearly understood the value of what he held. This was the prize the Academy set for the midterm exam. Although it was incomplete, it was still a pretty decent item to have. Next, Jae-hyun turned to his teammates and proposed playing rock, paper, scissors to decide who gets to keep it, since there is only one ring to go around. Chae-nae immediately refused, saying whoever contributed the most should take it. Song-woo completely agreed with her, adding, they could not accept it like that. Do-jung joined in pointing out that Jae-hyun did all the heavy lifting during the battles, so he just needed to buy them a meal afterward. Seeing their reaction, Jae-hyun put the ring on. Since they insisted, he accepted. Right after that, the system updated, rewarding him with a teleportation effect to the next floor for all his party members. Within moments, they were warped away and arrived safely at the next stage. But it did not stop there, as the system announced that the protective shield would drop in 1 minute and the boss battle would begin, warning them to prepare. Looking at the barrier, she remarked that it looked like glass and felt like it could shatter at any second. Suddenly, Do-jung looked up in confusion and flinched as she noticed some massive external impact. In an instant, Do-jung turned pale with pure fear. Chae-nan and Song-woo also looked up in utter shock. She suddenly lost her footing and slipped backward in a panic. Do-jung fell hard onto the ground, staring forward blankly. A massive monster stood right before her. Jae-hyun asked Do-jung what was wrong, and she lightly coughed, responding that the barrier was actually pretty solid. He agreed with her completely. Chae-na then curiously asked Jae-hyun if he had any plan for this. Jae-hyun calmly replied that he did not. Do-jung sat up and asked him in disbelief what he meant. He showed zero fear, declaring they did not need a plan at all. Jae-hyun confidently stated that he was going to fight it entirely alone. Right on cue, the system announced the arrival of the lava golem. The livestream viewers start buzzing with questions. Anonymous 9 asks what he is doing, while Anonymous 10 wonders if the absolute basics of gathering enemy intel while holding formation are being ignored. What are the other teammates supposed to do if he just charges in solo? Anonymous 22 defends him, saying he definitely knows what he is doing, telling the backseat gamers to quiet down. Jae-hyun silently analyzes the arena, which shifts with every passing year. This brutal exam is notoriously famous for failing 70% of the academy cadets. Jae-hyun stares ahead, lost in deep thought. Even though different monsters spawn each term, they are always dangerous B-rank or C-rank threats. Right on cue, the system updates with a mission to slay the lava golem and retrieve its core. He scans the surrounding area, carefully preparing for the clash. Jae-hyun guesses the academy cleared out all obstacles to give the live stream audience a perfect view of the fight. The arena is completely barren and empty, but Jae-hyun remains entirely unfazed by the situation. He leaps high into the air to initiate the fight as the colossal monster lets out a terrifying, bone-chilling roar. Jae-hyun charges straight at it without a single trace of fear, leaving Seo-ina deeply worried. She warns him that it is too dangerous, while Song-woo yells for him to wait. Yoo-jung calmly steps in to ease their panic. She tells them it is fine, leaving Song-woo completely shocked. Yoo-jung holds absolute faith in Jae-hyun, knowing he is incredibly powerful. She declares a monster of this level is absolutely nothing to him. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun easily slips past the giant beast, the fiery fists of the boss. Seo-ina is still incredibly worried about him, knowing a B-rank lava golem will be a massive challenge for him. Yet Yoo-jung must have her reasons for trusting him. Frustrated, the beast swings its heavy fist toward Jae-hyun. He remains perfectly calm, easily sliding out of the way of the devastating strike. Though the force of the impact pushes him back quite a bit, the system immediately activates Gale Level 4. Jae-hyun quickly calculates that he can end this fight with his next move. He unleashes his next attack, casting Frost Magic. The beast instinctively dodges the icy blast, but then steps forward to stomp heavily right onto the frozen barrier. It prepares to leap forward for another strike, but the system suddenly alerts a surprised Jae-hyun. With mana detection active, he quickly leaps backward to dodge a lethal swipe. Since the beast missed its target, it winds up to launch a follow-up attack. Jae-hyun ducks low to evade the blow, leaving the livestream viewers utterly stunned. Anonymous 3 comments that he dodges like he can see the future, while Anonymous 8 asks where this guy even came from. And Anonymous 31 wonders if he can actually solo a giant raid boss like this completely on his own. Anonymous 99 notes that he likely has a plan. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun is busy analyzing the massive lava golem, is incredibly tanky and hits like a truck, but still has weaknesses. Ready to strike, Jae-hyun prepares to execute his crowd control skill, activating binding. Countless glowing chains emerge to lock the monster in place, but he is far from done. He immediately triggers his Ice Rain skill, letting loose a devastating barrage of frozen spikes on the beast, analyzing the situation, knowing the chains will only hold the monster for a moment, but the ice shards are piercing deep into its burning flesh, successfully freezing a large portion of its body. Seeing his opportunity, Jae-hyun gathers his mana, smirks, thinking this is more than enough. He quickly unleashes his next skill, Water Bullet, firing a barrage of liquid projectiles that shred the monster's icy armor. This devastating elemental combo completely shatters the colossal boss, triggering a system notification that the dungeon boss is officially slain. Jae-hyun stands completely unharmed before the massive corpse, looking back at his team to announce they won. The livestream viewers watch in disbelief with Anonymous 51 asking if this was even a boss fight at all. The other poor academy students are going to be compared to Min Jae-hyun now. Seo In-ah and Si-young-woo stare in complete shock at the sudden victory. Yoo-jung cannot help but mutter under her breath about what a crazy guy he is. She realizes that every time they meet, he grows exponentially stronger, making her feel like he is drifting far out of her reach. Yoo-jung can only stare at Jae-hyun's back as he focuses on his system alerts confirming he cleared all the floors and secured the golem's core. However, Jae-hyun knows this brutal academy exam is far from over. He reminds himself that there is still one final task left, intending to overthrow Gu Cha today. Suddenly, the system asks if he wants to return to reality, but Jae-hyun immediately chooses to decline the transfer without hesitation. While the anonymous viewers wonder what he is doing, the system asks again if he is sure he wants to reject the teleportation. Jae-hyun finally confirms his decision, leaving the chat completely baffled. Anonymous 56 asks why he is staying, and Anonymous 49 wonders what could possibly be left to do there. Jae-hyun calmly addresses his audience, asking if they are disappointed by how short the fight was. He smirks, hinting that the real show is just about to begin for everyone. Yoo-jung looks on in surprise as, for his next challenge, Jae-hyun prepares to battle a hidden boss monster as his squad quickly moves out, down a narrow path in the dungeon. The stream viewers are baffled. Anonymous 78 asks what they are doing here, while Anonymous 4 wants to know too. Jae-hyun then voices his thoughts, saying he can feel an incredibly powerful presence of mana right in this spot, but the reactions of his teammates catch his attention as they all dodge his gaze. He feels pretty helpless watching this unfold. Yoo-jung hesitantly asks if he is sure he will be fine. He just smiles to reassure her, saying not to worry. No matter how bad it hurts, it will not kill him. The other three hear this and collectively facepalm, thinking they definitely teamed up with the wrong guy. Soon enough, they arrive in front of a glowing orb. He steps up to examine it, murmuring that this is it. Right then, the system updates. It reveals they have discovered a hidden floor hosting a special challenge. Yoo-jung cannot help but gasp at the notification. The quest objective is clear: defeat the boss of this hidden floor and return to reality. Right now, Jae-hyun is deep in thought. Normal academy students would not even notice this hidden floor exists. He starts silently analyzing the entire situation. Even if they stumbled upon it by pure luck, they could never make it this far. Gu knew this, which is why he placed a hidden floor here. Jae-hyun is quietly thrilled because, unlike the others, he knows every single secret of this dungeon. He mentally tells Gu-in that he must be absolutely shocked right now before pointing his finger toward a dark corner. He asks the group if they think something amazing is waiting for them. Meanwhile, the stream chat goes wild with confusion. Anonymous 3 wonders how he even found this place, while Anonymous 8 is completely speechless at his tracking skills. Anonymous 91 points out that everyone else is still struggling on floor 2. Jae-hyun calculates his next move. He already knows how to summon the hidden boss, but he still needs to pretend he is searching the area. Suddenly, Yoo-jung calls out in curiosity, asking what that strange object is. He is highly pleased with her exceptionally perfect timing. Gina also stares blankly ahead, hesitantly guessing that the ancient table in front of them looks like a ritual altar. Gina studies it, noting that it looks familiar, and Song-woo agrees. Instantly, all three of them turn their eyes toward Jae-hyun, who calmly stands there, asking if they have any ideas. Yoo-jung gasps as a sudden realization hits her. She points out the strange patterns, but before she can even finish her sentence, Jae-hyun pulls out a mysterious item. He casually holds up a golem core, suggesting it might be the answer. Yoo-jung quickly agrees with his logic. It is the only thing that would fit perfectly. Jae-hyun then steps forward and places the core onto the altar. The piece fits perfectly, and the altar suddenly erupts with a blinding light, forming a massive magic circle on the ground. Jae-hyun quickly tells his team to fall back. Out of the glowing light, a colossal beast begins to take shape. The system triggers a new alert. The hidden boss of this subspace, the blood dragon, is spawning. They must survive, defeat the beast, and claim the dragon's heart for a special reward. The terrifying form of the blood dragon slowly materializes, letting out a deafening roar. This fearsome beast possesses an overwhelming, near-invincible power. The livestream comments explode with pure terror, and Anonymous 1 screams out in utter shock at the sight. Anonymous 81 cannot believe their eyes, pointing out that even legendary rankers struggle against high-level dragons like this one. Anonymous 4 is utterly bewildered, questioning who would dare set up a literal dragon inside an academy training ground subspace. This chaotic reaction is exactly what Jae-hyun wanted all along, and he is deeply pleased that the chat is melting down. Though the dragon's physical attacks cannot be predicted with his analytical skills, he knows he can still handle this easily. Just then, Gina lets out a dramatic shriek of fear, panicking heavily at the sight of a real dragon. Song-woo turns pale, cursing at their terrible luck. Yoo-jung watches their obvious reactions and facepalms in her mind. Their acting is absolutely atrocious, and she figures they must have never lied to their parents as kids before. Shaking off her disappointment, Yoo-jung quickly gets back into character and lets out a loud, dramatic shout. She orders everyone to fall back immediately, and Jae-hyun is highly impressed by her natural talent for acting. He smiles warmly, deciding it is finally time for him to join the show and put on a performance. Jae-hyun begins gathering his raw energy. The system warns that the connection to this subspace is becoming highly unstable. The blood dragon is enraged. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun watches the chaotic scene unfold on the monitoring screen, breaking a sweat. He desperately wanted this year's exam to go smoothly, so he cannot comprehend how this crisis is happening. His entire plan to distract the media is ruined, leaving Jae-hyun gritting his teeth in pure frustration. Gritting his teeth, he cannot hold back his fury, screaming that this is definitely Min Jae-hyun messing with the system again. Hearing this, Park Ha-jun quickly speaks up to point out that because this involves the entire subspace, no mere student could possibly pull it off. Director Jae-hyun turns with a dark expression, snapping that there is simply no other explanation, his growing frustration pushing him right to the edge. He is convinced it must be Jae-hyun, while Park Ha-jun silently realizes that backing Principal Gu Cha-in during this crisis could easily land him a promotion. With that ambition in mind, Park Ha-jun immediately speaks up with a comforting tone to keep the principal calm. He tells him not to worry because the worst-case scenario will not happen, helping the principal slowly regain his composure. He mutters that it is actually a good thing if Jae-hyun is behind this, leaving Park Ha-jun slightly confused as Jae-hyun continues to ramble on. If Jae-hyun only wants to acquire the item, it is fine because the principal already has a backup plan of his own. Letting the boy have the item is much better than risking the entire reputation of Milet Academy, so Jae-hyun finally stops worrying. If the kid manages to clear the hidden red dungeon, it might even wash away some of the intense public backlash he has faced. Watching the broadcast intently, he realizes there is only one real concern left: the dangerous consequences of making the dragon angry. That could unleash an unpredictable level of danger, prompting Jae-hyun to calmly state that their options are now very limited. At this point, they can only pray that Jae-hyun successfully slays the fearsome blood dragon, but things suddenly take a shocking turn. The principal panics at the live footage as Jae-hyun desperately cradles Yoo-jung, screaming out for her to wake up. He shouts to his other teammates, Gina and Sung-woo, asking them to look after Yoo-jung, and they immediately nod in understanding. As they take over, Yoo-jung weakly mutters that she is fine, but Jae-hyun quickly urges her to rest and stay still. He carefully checks her severe wounds, telling her she cannot possibly move while bleeding this heavily. Declaring that the safety protocols have failed, he insists they must escape, which sends a wave of fear right through Jae-hyun. The director senses that something is horribly wrong, wondering if he is being played as the online chat starts blowing up. Anonymous 91 comments that they thought injuries were impossible in a virtual subspace, yet there is real blood on screen. Anonymous 7 chimes in, pointing out that the server connection has been highly unstable, wondering if that is causing the glitch. Anonymous 2 notes that the top interface bar has completely vanished, while the party names of Jae-hyun and his friends are fading. Seeing their player tags slowly disappear, the live stream viewers grow incredibly anxious about what is happening to the team. Anonymous 68 asks if this means they could actually die in there, prompting a panicked Park Ha-jun to ask what they should do. Gritting his teeth in absolute fury, Jae-hyun growls, Jae-hyun's name, utterly enraged by the audacity of that bastard. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun watches the screen flood with absolute panic, thoroughly enjoying his success at manipulating the entire narrative. He loves giving them a taste of their own media manipulation, but the viewers are starting to notice some strange details. Anonymous 91 points out that only this specific area is malfunctioning, questioning how Principal Gu-in is even running the school. Another viewer wonders if the principal sabotaged them on purpose, retaliating because Jae-hyun had previously spoken out against him. Anonymous 37 rants about how often this happens, asking how Milet can call itself a school when they constantly endanger students. They call the academy a literal living hell rather than an actual school, but inside the zone, Jae-hyun remains focused on Yoo-jung. He quietly checks on her to make sure she was not actually struck by the dragon, and she quickly reassures him. Confirming she is perfectly fine, she glances at him and smugly asks if her dramatic acting was believable enough. Smiling with satisfaction, Jae-hyun knows the audience would never suspect she deflected the attack and used fake blood to stage her injury. In fact, even he is genuinely impressed by just how convincing her dramatic performance turned out to be. He highly praises her brilliant coordination, recalling how perfectly she mimicked agonizing pain when he caught her weak body. Holding her fragile form, Jae-hyun had stared at her with tears in his eyes, but now she cannot help but tease him. She jokes that she should attend acting school, claiming her gorgeous looks are totally wasted here and Korea lost a true star. Jae-hyun closes his eyes and tells her to stop making him laugh because he still needs to pretend to be devastated. She immediately objects, demanding to know what is so funny about her talent, but he simply changes the subject. He instructs her to stay safe while he handles the dragon, though she playfully grumbles that she is supposed to be the patient. Jae-hyun offers a quick shrug and turns his attention back to the massive blood dragon, confident he can easily defeat it. However, an instant victory would be far too boring, even as the terrifying beast lets out a deafening roar. The monster suddenly breathes a torrent of flames that shatters the surrounding earth, forcing Jae-hyun to leap high into the air. Floating in midair, he watches as his system interface flashes to life, instantly activating his signature mana weapon skill. Jae-hyun tells his comrades behind him to just focus on defense, then his inventory screen swings open, revealing a massive stash of items inside. Jae-hyun grips the hilt and pulls with all his might, summoning a massive great sword into his hands. When the viewers see this, the chat erupts with shock. Anonymous 4 asks if that is the exact sword he just obtained. Damn, with a sword like that, he might actually stand a chance. Please win. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun notes that items are what keep you alive. You damn oversized lizard. The blood dragon continues to spew endless waves of fire, but Jae-hyun remains dead calm, focusing his mana to prepare his strike. Suddenly, a strange light flashes in his eyes, triggering a system update. A system update flashes. Special effect activated, copy. Passive skill triggered, Dragon Slayer. All attacks on the 5th dragon race are boosted by 300%. Jae-hyun unleashes a devastating slash right at the blood dragon, sending each blow deep into its flesh, making it roar in agony. In its rage, the blood dragon wildly thrashes its massive tail. Woo-suk is startled to see the giant tail bearing down on him. He quickly raises his shield to block the lethal blow, struggling to hold his ground and stay standing. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun is calmly calculating, realizing there are 2 crucial targets he needs to hit. He recalls a time when someone tossed a book onto the table. Ho-seun had found it completely bizarre. Why on earth would a dragon's weakness be a mole on its heel? Aina had agreed, saying it was indeed weird, before another girl spoke up to explain, asking if this was really the time to overthink things. Jae-hyun clearly remembers her warning him to stop daydreaming and just focus on memorizing. Back then, he thought to himself, who knew a dummy could actually say something smart. Back in reality, Jae-hyun tightens his grip on the hilt, channeling his mana as he charges straight ahead. The blood dragon is still radiating an absolutely terrifying pressure. Jae-hyun watches its every move like a hawk. Quickly finding his footing, he readies his stance. Seeing the perfect opening, Jae-hyun swings his blade right at the blood dragon. The force behind his strike is overwhelming. Right now, Jae-hyun is actually starting to feel a rush of excitement. He's going to end this himself. He unleashes his power, activating the active skill, Overload. The user's skills are now amplified by 1.5 times. With that massive buff, Jae-hyun charges straight back toward the blood dragon. Suddenly, a freezing frost erupts all around him, signaling that Jae-hyun is about to activate another powerful active skill, Ice Lightning. A blinding blizzard wraps around his body as thick layers of ice rapidly spread to consume the entire battlefield. The chat is absolutely losing its mind right now. Anonymous 3 gasps, what on earth was that massive skill? Anonymous 54 comments, I have never seen any A-rank skill that looks like that. Anonymous 67 chimes in, wait, is he actually an S rank? But Jae-hyun stays deadly focused on executing his final strike. Finally, a satisfied smile plays on his lips. It is done. The blood dragon is now completely encased in Jae-hyun's frozen prison. Aina and Woo-suk stand frozen in absolute shock. Suddenly, the system updates with the newest notifications. You have successfully defeated the hidden boss, the Red Dragon. You have received a special reward. Hearing this, Jae-hyun can only smirk in disbelief. He is absolutely thrilled, thinking to himself that he really hopes Gu-chan enjoys this little gift. Scene cuts to Chan's office, where frantic voices are echoing. The corrupt director is desperately trying to defend himself to his superior. He stammers out that this was never his intention. He asks what the executive means, begging to know if they think he did this on purpose. Backed into a corner and trembling with fear, Chan frantically denies the accusations, swearing he has nothing to do with it. Slamming his hands on the desk, he lets out an anxious sigh. Damn it, nobody is believing him. Things are getting incredibly dangerous, and this has never happened before. Earlier, Cha-in had desperately barked orders at Professor Park, Ha-jun demanding to know if he blocked all the reporters and journalists. Ha-jun had quickly reported back that he had not. He tried contacting all their usual media outlets, but they rejected his requests, saying they could no longer trust Milet Academy. He shares his grim theory, believing that someone must have intentionally beaten them to the punch. Hellring this bad news only makes Jae-hyun fly into a deeper rage, and without a second thought, he brutally attacks Jae-hyun. The poor assistant is sent flying hard into the wall. Jae-hyun's eyes are completely bloodshot as he growls Min Jae-hyun's name, silently piecing the situation together. There is no way that Punk pulled this off alone. He must have a powerful force backing him up, someone secretly pulling the strings. But who would dare? As Jae-hyun trembles with realization, an employee suddenly bursts into the office. He frantically reports that they have urgent news for President Gu Chaehyun. Chaehyun slowly looks up, his hands shaking as the employee explains that the Lotus Guild has just leaked a massive stack of official documents. He immediately snatches them away. The employee stammers that their representative Yoo Seung-yoon personally sent these files over. They contain damning official documents outlining severe disciplinary actions against Milet Academy and the immediate imprisonment of Gu Chaehyun. Scanning the papers, his mind goes completely blank with sheer terror. Seung-yoon is the one who approved these files, sealing his fate right after the exam's second phase. Milet Academy's midterm exam is an incredibly serious scandal. Simply put, they threw their students straight into a life-threatening crisis. She issued her final directive. Principal Gu Chaehyun has let down the entire nation once again after the guild evaluation incident. Gu Chaehyun's face grows paler by the second as he reads the official decision, realizing he broke his promise once again. He put his students on the brink of death and bribed high-ranking politicians for his own personal gain. For violating 17 laws governing raiders, I hereby order the immediate and swift arrest of Gu Chaehyun. The credibility of this official document is fully guaranteed by the Lotus Guild and their leader, Doong-yoon. Trembling with rage, Gu Chaehyun grips the document. Damn it, the Lotus Guild has absolutely no right to interfere in this. Only the headquarters of the National Raider Association has the authority to step in and make a call like this. But then he freezes in sheer panic. His eyes catch a list of organizations supporting the disciplinary action. 4 major guilds and 29 others have signed off on the measures against Milet Academy and Gu Chaehyun. Each name is like a blade cutting off his last hope. The Raider Association approved this, rendering any appeal useless. Every path to revoke his arrest warrant is completely blocked. Despair takes over as he realizes even the association turned. Did she really orchestrate this whole thing from start to finish? Gu Chaehyun wonders in absolute agony. But if everything is exposed, his hands shake. His voice trembles as he asks himself if there is a mole inside. Right at that very moment, everything shatters. The door swings open and a group of officials march in, loudly calling out Principal Gu Chaehyun's name as judgment arrives. We have orders to arrest you for bribery and violating raider laws, they declare. Outside, a swarm of reporters waits. The moment they spot Min Jae-hyun and his group, they flood them with frantic questions about the whole situation. This is Park Won-young from BC News. Can you give us a statement? Jae-hyun here from GBS asking if it is true that you received priority negotiation rights from the Lotus Guild. Min Jae-hyun looks around, realizing she handled everything perfectly. Suddenly, someone nearby shouts for just a word, pushing forward to ask another burning question about the stream. You openly opposed the principal during the live stream. Did you already know about the arrest warrant beforehand? Min Jae-hyun answers quickly, citing the Academy's non-disclosure agreement as the reason he cannot share too many details. As the reporter waits in silence for a follow-up, Min Jae-hyun shifts to a dead serious tone to deliver his message. This is the third time he is stating his goal. He refuses to let any more of his classmates or friends die. The reporters trade confused glances before shouting out in a frenzy. Wait, did he say this was the third time? When were the other 2 times? Was it during the previous guild evaluation? Please, give us a word. Ignoring their frantic questions, he politely asks them to make way because his injured friend needs to get through. Min Jae-hyun quickly guides his friend toward the medical team waiting by the nearby ambulance, calculating his next move. The Lotus Guild promised to arrange the medical care, but if they get any closer, everyone will notice his friend is fine. To keep them distracted, Min Jae-hyun drops one final heavy piece of information for the media to remember. He reveals that today's incident was absolutely not an accident. The reporters freeze, stunned by this massive bombshell. But their attention is instantly hijacked by a new sight. Gu Chaehyun emerges looking completely defeated and tattered. Suddenly, an egg splats right on his head as the angry crowd erupts, screaming at him to pay for his crimes. A barrage of eggs flies through the air, all targeting the disgraced principal. The fury of the public is intense. Resign, Gu Chaehyun, resign. They chant, pelting him with food and demanding he step down immediately from his post. The angry shouting continues without pause. Watching the chaos unfold, Min Jae-hyun wonders if Gu Chaehyun still thinks this is a coincidence. He watches Kim Yoo-jung being loaded into the ambulance, smirking at how perfectly their luck had turned around. Glancing back one last time at Gu Chaehyun's pathetic state, Min Jae-hyun cannot help but let out a quiet laugh. It was completely planned. Inside the ambulance, the tense silence is suddenly broken when Kim Yoo-jung lets out a loud laugh. Sitting up on the stretcher, Kim Yoo-jung playfully teases Min Jae-hyun, calling him out for his terrible over-the-top acting. Was it really that obvious? Min Jae-hyun asks, amused. Suddenly, a worried voice from the opposite seat chimes in. The guild incident was massive, but what were you thinking? She asks cautiously, warning Min Jae-hyun of the dangers. One mistake and you would have taken the entire fall. But Min Jae-hyun remains completely calm as he replies. That guild evaluation taught him a valuable lesson. While his own safety matters, saving others is his top priority. He keeps his true motives hidden, of course, because the real reason is far more complicated than that. I just made that up, Min Jae-hyun says. Someday, Go-gu Chaein will return since he has ties with Norse gods. Yu Jum is absolutely stunned. What is that? You never talk like this. Did you eat something bad today? Min Jae-hyun scowls, highly annoyed by the unnecessary lecturing. Shut up already. Seeing them bicker, Yu Sung-yoon smiles, thinking that deep down he is still just a kid. Then she brings up their next big move. She reminds him of the press conference in 3 days. A dark, devious look crosses Yu Sung-yoon's face. That is where they will finally destroy Go-gu Chaein. Cut to the National Subjugation Bureau. Inside, Ji-seok wears a satisfied grin knowing that Go-gu Chaein has finally reached the end of his rope. He suddenly turns to a colleague and asks if something is going on with Kim Ji-yeon. The staff member immediately reports back with the latest. She will be back as soon as possible, sir. Ji-seok lets it drop. Everything is moving smoothly just like they planned. His mind drifts back to their last call, when he asked if he should prepare the arrest warrant for Go-gu Chaein ahead of time. The voice on the other end quickly agreed, yes, they would handle all the remaining paperwork. Still, Ji-seok had some lingering doubts. He hesitated, starting to ask about his request, but before he could finish, the other party cut him off, promising to secure a position for him. Ji-seok got the hint and did not push any further. He hung up and tossed his phone aside. Meanwhile, Min Jae-hyun stares blankly at his computer screen. The glowing text details the massive corruption and neglect of Milet Academy's principal, Go-gu Chaein. He left the facility completely in ruins. Fast forward 3 days later, outside the venue of the Joa Guild's official press conference. Min Jae-hyun hesitates to step inside, lingering in the hallway. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out and catches him off guard. Are you nervous? Yu Sung-yoon asks, arriving at his side. Min Jae-hyun quickly makes up a lame excuse, claiming he just dislikes crowded spaces. He lets out a quiet sigh of relief that is one major hurdle out of the way. He looks down at his hand. Milet Academy is practically in the palm of his hand now. He slowly clenches his fist, filled with a new, fiery determination. By teaming up with the Subjugation Bureau, no one can stop him now. And trust me, things are about to get incredibly loud. Yu Sung-yoon places a reassuring hand on his shoulder. It's time to go, she urges him. Inside, a sea of reporters is already waiting. As they enter, someone in the crowd gasps, they're finally here. Eyes lock onto Yu Sung-yoon, Ji-seok, and Min Jae-hyun walking in. Min Jae-hyun keeps a serious, unapproachable expression on his face, while Yu Sung-yoon calmly steps up to the podium and adjusts the microphone. She welcomes everyone to the joint press conference of the Joa Guild and the Subjugation Bureau. She introduces herself as their representative. Standing right beside her, Ji-seok steps up next, introducing himself as the chief manager of the Subjugation Bureau. Min Jae-hyun introduces himself to the crowd as well. Instantly, countless cameras flash as reporters capture every single angle of the scene. One clever male reporter already has his story mapped out. This is his golden opportunity to write a major scoop on the guilds. The exclusive talks between the Lotus Guild and Min Jae-hyun cannot be missed. After all, everyone in this room has their own agenda. A student capable of using both A-rank and S-rank skills is global news. Rumors say Yu Sung-yoon herself personally trained him. If they can verify that, it will blow up. Min Jae-hyun feels every eye in the room burning into him. Still, Yu Sung-yoon remains completely unfazed. She invites the press to ask questions, instructing them to raise their hands and follow the staff's guidance. Instantly, hands shoot up. A female reporter asks if Go-gu Chaein deliberately murdered students and tried to cover up the crimes by staging them as accidents. Yu Sung-yoon nods, immediately confirming that they have already gathered full, undeniable proof of all his heinous crimes. Listening to her, Min Jae-hyun cannot help but smirk. He remembers exactly how they manipulated the situation to get this critical data. They brainwashed Professor Jung Yu to secure those files. Talk about a brutal play, but it completely backed the principal into a corner. Yu Sung-yoon keeps pressing the attack, adding that this is far from Go-gu Chaein's first offense. He has done this multiple times. She details his history of dark dealings, including massive amounts of illegal funds that were funneled directly into the academy. While they suspect even darker secrets remain hidden, they assure the press that the active investigation is still ongoing. Another reporter raises his hand to ask who else is involved in Go-gu Chaein's massive web of corruption, and Yu Sung-yoon calmly addresses it. She explains that those details are still under investigation. The room erupts with chatter as the intense questioning goes back and forth. Finally, Yu Sung-yoon cuts off questions regarding the incident and asks if there are any other topics. A female reporter raises her hand. She asks if Jae-hyun is actually her student. Hearing this, Jae-hyun smiles to himself and Yoo Sung-yoon does not deny it either. She confirms it directly, causing a wave of murmurs to ripple through the reporters. Jae-hyun sits there, calm and collected as he speaks. He humbly credits all of his rapid success to her guidance. Instantly, the focus of the entire room shifts directly to him. They ask why there are no prior reports on him, questioning if he had been hiding his immense power all along. He bluntly replies that he simply preferred to avoid the spotlight. The reporter follows up asking when he signed with the Joa Guild. He calmly replies that it was only a few months ago, calling himself incredibly lucky. From there, a barrage of questions continues. How did you train? What is your family background? And are you dating anyone? Facing this rapid-fire questioning, Jae-hyun reminded himself not to get swept up. He knew all too well that from now on the media would constantly watch him. Right at that moment, Sung-gun stepped in to shield him, warning the media to please limit their questions for Jae-hyun. He is still recovering from the shock of the incident. Then she cast a gentle look at Jae-hyun standing beside her, and he returned her gesture with a faint smile. Time flew by, and a few days later, during the temporary principal's inauguration ceremony, Do-jung could not help but sigh heavily. She muttered to herself about how so many crazy things had been happening lately. An Ho-seon tried to reassure her, saying they were lucky to be safe. Ina anxiously added she would have lost her mind if they got hurt. Suddenly, Jae-hyun spoke up, asking just to be sure, but you guys know this is not over yet, right? She nodded in agreement, saying that Guche would not be toppled so easily. Do-jung chimed in with her own thoughts, adding that they must use this time to become stronger. Apparently, both the Joa Guild and the Suppression Bureau would support him. He determinedly declared that he would get stronger too. An Ho-seon admitted that during the guild experience he felt truly weak. Ina agreed with him completely. Listening to them, Do-jung silently realized she still could not catch up to Jae-hyun just yet, but she swore to herself that she would never give up. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun stood there in complete silence without saying a word. He had his own heavy thoughts. It was great that his friends wanted to get stronger, but he had no intention of dragging them deeper. This was his battle alone. Jae-hyun slowly clenched his fist, knowing he needed far more power to face the Nordic gods. Later at the inauguration ceremony for the temporary principal, Jae-hyun stood confidently right under the bright spotlight on stage. The other students immediately began whispering in excitement upon seeing this, and even Do-jung found the whole scene extremely bizarre. What is going on? She wondered. Why is a professor up there? Unsurprised, Jae-hyun muttered that this was just who she was. Still confused, she asked what he meant by that. Remaining completely calm, Jae-hyun revealed Professor Kim Jae-hyun. It seemed he had already figured everything out in advance. She was indeed the new principal. Do-jung and Ina were completely stunned by the news, while An Ho-seon also could not believe his ears. He never expected things to unfold like this. One of them gasped in pure shock, saying it was impossible because she was so young. Another asked with intense curiosity who she was. Jae-hyun calmly explained that she was the new professor of the magic class. He shared some extra intel with them. She was an undercover agent from the Suppression Bureau. Meanwhile, at their headquarters, Sung-gun had curiously asked who was going to take over the principal position. Hearing her question, Jizik merely smiled and spoke up, reassuring her not to worry since he had it all planned out. Then Jisok turned back and gestured to let her in. The door swung open and someone stepped into the room. Back then, Jae-hyun had been utterly shocked to see her staring at her in complete disbelief. Witnessing Professor Kim Jae-hyun's return, back in the present as Jae-hyun watched her on stage, he quietly assessed the situation. If Jo-gwa took over Milet, there would surely be gossip. Weighing his options, he figured if they volunteered, it would benefit him. An Ho-seon asked in utter disbelief if she was really becoming a principal at just 20, calling it legendary. Yet Jae-hyun offered a calm analysis. All the other professors needed to be purged anyway, and she was the only one who hid nothing. Plus, her ties to the Bureau made her much more trustworthy. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun reached out to adjust her microphone on stage. Standing before all the students, she loudly greeted everyone, introducing herself as Kim Jae-hyun, the new temporary principal of the academy. She admitted she still had much to learn but promised to do her best. The scene then cuts to a private karaoke room. Currently, the screen displayed a score of 89. Jae-hyun looked completely miserable, sitting in the corner wondering what this even was as Do-jung finished singing. Do-jung let out a regretful sigh. Jae-hyun could only think in despair that he had finally expected some actual rest. Hours before, someone had banged loudly on his door, yelling to open up immediately. Annoyed, Jae-hyun shouted back that he was still changing. Once dressed, he swung the door open only to find his three friends staring. Do-jung looked incredibly displeased, asking if he forgot his promise to go to karaoke once exams ended. Only then did it finally dawn on him, oh right, he secretly wanted to forget that. An Ho-seon excitedly pulled him along, saying they booked the best karaoke room in the area. Jae-hyun asked blankly if they were going right now. Back in the miserable present, his mood was the exact opposite of theirs. He thought with annoyance about how he got dragged all the way here. Meanwhile, Doo-jung was complaining about her 75 score. She groaned that she tried her best. Jae-hyun, unable to take it anymore, stood up, deciding he had to show them how it was done. He grabbed the microphone and prepared to perform. Then Jae-hyun began to sing, pouring his heart out. "Tonight if you are willing." Everyone was utterly dumbfounded by his terrible singing. Outside the room, other customers immediately started screaming in agony. They begged for mercy from whoever was terrorizing their ears, joking that this guy should be banned from karaoke. Inna could only stare in shock. Turns out Jae-hyun is only human after all. An Ho-seon barely holds back a laugh. Guess nobody is perfect and heaven is fair. Once Jae-hyun finishes, the screen flashes a miserable 10 out of 10. Seeing this, An Ho-seon silently vows to never invite him karaokeing again. Absolutely not happening. While An Ho-seon makes that silent promise, Jae-hyun puts down the mic and curiously asks who's going next. Seo-in-ah immediately raises her hand. Jae-hyun passes the mic over right away, but their fingers brush against each other during the handoff. Her face turns completely red. Startled, she drops the mic, forcing Jae-hyun to catch it. He finds her sudden clumsiness pretty strange. He grabs Seo-in-ah's hand and firmly wraps her fingers around the mic, asking why she is being so unusually clumsy today. Her face is burning up now. Jae-hyun watches her react like this, wondering what is wrong while she stammers out a quick thank you. She quickly turns to the screen to pick a song, shyly telling everyone not to expect anything good from her performance. Hellring that Doo-jung bluntly jokes that whatever she sings it will definitely sound better than Min Ji-hyun. Naturally, Ji-hyun is not pleased. He protests that his singing is actually decent, but she keeps teasing him, asking where he gets all that unearned confidence. Irritated, Jae-hyun snaps back, though deep down he is quite curious to hear what her voice actually sounds like. He resolves to cheer for her even if she fails. But then Seo-in-ah's eyes grow serious as she prepares to sing. The moment she starts, Jae-hyun is completely stunned. How is her voice this beautiful? Meanwhile, out on the busy streets, Heimdall is walking through the crowd in a cap, warily glancing up at a high-rise rooftop. Someone is watching him. Sensing something pretty unusual, Heimdall quickly looks up, but the mysterious stalker has already vanished from the edge. Keeping his eyes locked on the building, Heimdall suddenly turns and changes direction, slipping away into the shadows. He walks down a narrow, gloomy alley, adjusting his cap while silently fuming that someone actually dared to tail him. Pulling his cap off, Heimdall demands the stalkers show themselves. Right on cue, a figure drops down from above. Hela scoffs, telling him not to be so rude. She stands there calmly, claiming she only came to say hello. She asks how his trip is going, but Heimdall ignores her. It takes a long moment before he finally speaks. He notes that her anti-Norse alliance did quite a number this time. Smiling, she says they still cannot compare to Odin. He asks if she is still holding on to that utterly useless prophecy about a great enemy coming to save them. Heimdall scoffs at the idea of some legendary hero appearing out of nowhere just to set her people free. When Hela casually shrugs and says, "Who knows?" Heimdall bursts out laughing at her ridiculous lack of certainty. He mockingly asks if some ordinary mortal is really supposed to take down all of the mighty Norse gods. He tells her to keep dreaming, but Hela suddenly steps forward to block his path, refusing to let him leave. Grimacing, Heimdall tries to sidestep her, but she warns him that she cannot let him go seek out that prophesied enemy. Furious, Heimdall growls and asks if she has a death wish, but Hela does not seem bothered in the slightest. She confidently points out that he cannot use his full power in this realm, giving her a major advantage. Heimdall coldly warns her that if she wants a fight, she had better be prepared to lose her own life. Smiling, she replies that dying is not on her agenda. Her only job right now is simply to buy some time. Back inside, Seo-in-ah is singing beautifully, leaving Jae-hyun completely spellbound by her voice as she continues her performance. When she finally finishes, Seo-in-ah turns around to ask what they think, prompting Doo-jung to shower her with absolute praise. He says her voice is absolutely incredible and jokingly asks if she is secretly some kind of professional singer. An Ho-seon is equally stunned, asking if she was hiding this talent all along and if she ever took vocal lessons. When Seo-in-ah honestly admits she has never taken any lessons, the other three are left in complete disbelief. They gasp in shock, calling her a total natural since singing this well without any training is practically genius level. Flustered by the high praise, Seo-in-ah shyly asks if it was really that good, and all three answer in unison. They enthusiastically assure her it was amazing, prompting Doo-jung to immediately request his absolute favorite song for her to sing. He hypes it up, eager to hear her cover it, while An Ho-seon jumps in to cue up his own track next. Overwhelmed by their intense enthusiasm, Seo-in-ah blushes deeply, her cheeks turning a bright pink from all the warm attention. She softly thanks them, admitting this is only the second time she has ever sung for anyone. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun just stares. He cannot take his eyes off her, finding the cozy scene incredibly peaceful. Slowly, he tilts his head back to look up. Closing his eyes, he wishes he could freeze this moment just a little longer and enjoy this rare, peaceful relaxation. This quiet peace is definitely not a bad way to live. Soon days fly by, bringing us back to Jae-hyun's house. Tae-hyun steps forward and offers his mother a gift. She is completely caught off guard, staring blankly at the item in front of her while she, curiously, wonders what could possibly be inside. But a moment later, she gasps in shock at what she finally sees. Inside is a bank savings book. Tae-hyun sits right across from her and calmly explains that it is his support allowance. Hearing those words, she gives him a warm, gentle look, realizing her son has truly grown up. She can barely believe it, thinking, most kids his age only care about playing and having fun, yet her boy is already looking out for his mother. The sheer amount of money in the savings book leaves her completely speechless. She looks at Tae-hyun and carefully asks if he earned this himself. He nods gently, telling her that it is all for her. Only now does Tae-hyun finally feel a deep sense of satisfaction. He has finally revealed the secret he kept locked away for so long. Everything is going exactly according to his plan. He just wanted to hug her and say that he succeeded, but in his past life he was always too busy to look after her. Tae-hyun tightly clenches his hands into tight fists. He looks back at his journey and how many things he has successfully changed since his regression. His main goal is to protect his family and friends, but above all, Tae-hyun wants to destroy Odin and end all this misery. He vows never to let that monster steal what he loves. Standing up, he reassures his mother that she does not need to worry about money ever again. Hearing this, his mother immediately gets up and rushes toward her son. She wraps him in a tight hug, catching Tae-hyun completely off guard. Looking at her grown boy, she cannot help but ask if he has been going through a lot of pain. Hearing this, his eyes well up with heavy tears. Tears stream down as Tae-hyun finally lets his walls down. Honestly, seeing him finally break down like this hits so hard. Her comforting words hit him deep inside. Tae-hyun simply cannot hold back his emotions any longer, letting his tears stream down. Suddenly, a loud knock sounds at the door. Tae-hyun quickly wipes his face, telling his mom he will go check who it is. He swings the door open and asks who is there, only to see Seo-in standing on his doorstep. She stands outside, looking a bit awkward as she offers a quiet greeting. He is completely caught off guard by her sudden visit. How on earth did Seo-in find his home? But then another voice chips in. It is Do-jung, teasing him about that exact thought. Confused, Tae-hyun asks what they are doing here. Seo-in quickly explains that her family is hosting a big barbecue party. They want him to join the fun. Tae-hyun suddenly remembers that Do-jung's parents are returning today, a detail he completely forgot. In a slightly annoyed tone, Do-jung explains that since Tae-hyun helped them so much, his mother insisted on inviting him over. Tae-hyun playfully rolls his eyes, teasing Do-jung about being a total burden. Seo-in snaps back in annoyance, asking who he is calling a burden. Tae-hyun jokingly replies that he definitely isn't one. Behind his playful banter, he silently calculates that it is already that time of year. Time really flies. So many insane things have already happened since he first enrolled at Milet Academy just 2 months ago. Seo-in asks again if he will come, adding that her parents are eager to meet him. Tae-hyun sighs with a hint of defeat. He gives in and agrees to go. Do-jung gets hyped up and tells him to show up by 6 p.m. sharp. As Tae-hyun prepares to head back inside, Seo-in throws a sudden curious glance his way, asking if he was actually crying. He quickly makes up a lame excuse about splashing dishwater onto his face. Seo-in rolls with it, accepting his funny explanation. For a brief moment, Tae-hyun and Seo-in share a quiet, lingering look. He bids her a soft farewell, and she simply nods back. With that, Seo-in and Do-jung make their exit. Watching them walk away, Tae-hyun silently notes how sharp her observation skills are. Later, Tae-hyun arrives at Do-jung's massive estate. Looking around the luxurious house, he realizes his friend is loaded. Seeing him arrive, Seo-in stands up to greet him. Tae-hyun walks over and casually says hello before throwing her a curious look. He bluntly asks her why she is here and if Do-jung dragged her along. Seo-in looks down a bit embarrassed. She nervously clasps her hands, quietly admitting she had nowhere else to go. Realizing he struck a nerve, he quickly apologizes. Tae-hyun suddenly remembers the painful truth that Seo-in has no family left. Just then, Do-jung loudly calls out for the meet. He completely respects Do-jung's decision to bring her here. Underneath his loud exterior, Do-jung is surprisingly thoughtful and accounts. Seo-in is a caring person too. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out, welcoming Tae-hyun back after a long time. Tae-hyun turns to see Do-jung's father walking over while his mother peeks out from the kitchen, asking if their guest has arrived. He bows politely, offering a warm greeting. His friend's mother smiles warmly, welcoming him inside. Tae-hyun stands there staring, lost in thought. Even in his previous life, after he lost his own mother, they always treated him like family. Suddenly, Do-jung's father wraps an arm around his neck in a friendly headlock, smiling as he comments on how tall he has grown. Tae-hyun is startled by the rough affection, jokingly wondering if this family is always so violent. Finally, the man lets go, asking, "Is Yu Jung still bullying you?" he asks, reminding him of how he used to run over crying. Min Jae-hyun laughs, scratching his head. "That was ages ago," he says. Right then, Yu Jung stomps hard on her dad's foot, clearly annoyed by the embarrassing trip down memory lane. She tells him to stop chatting and actually help out. Her dad winces in pain, quickly backing down and agreeing to help. Still, he cannot help but complain. If she acts like this, how will she ever get a boyfriend? Then his eyes lock onto Min Jae-hyun. He asks if Min Jae-hyun wants to volunteer for the job. Hearing this matchmaking pitch, Yu Jung turns absolutely red from pure embarrassment. Even Seo In-ah looks completely caught off guard. Min Jae-hyun points at himself in sheer disbelief, wondering if he actually heard the man correctly. Her dad just keeps rambling, praising his daughter for being stubborn but incredibly smart and kind-hearted. But Yu Jung has officially hit her limit. She glares, telling her dad to shut up and do some chores instead of playing matchmaker. She snaps at Min Jae-hyun to fall in line too. Her dad cowers, whispering about how terrifying she is. Min Jae-hyun can only offer an awkward laugh watching the family dynamic unfold. Before long, the table is piled high with incredible steaming food. The rich aroma instantly fills the room, making everyone mouth water. Min Jae-hyun digs in, completely amazed by the taste. Her dad proudly laughs, revealing he actually used to be a professional chef back in the day. Yu Jung sighs. She wishes An Ho-seon, Lee Jae-sang, and even Min Jae-hyun's mother could have joined them for this massive feast. Min Jae-hyun reminds her that everyone is swamped with work right now. They will just have to plan a bigger reunion next time. She nods. Suddenly, her father grows quiet, his tone shifting to something much more serious as he looks directly at Min Jae-hyun. He sincerely thanks him for looking out for Yu Jung during the midterms. Min Jae-hyun downplays it, feeling a bit embarrassed by the praise. Internally, he feels a pang of guilt knowing it was mostly just an act. Meanwhile, Yu Jung is happily stuffing her face. She flashes him a bright, cheerful grin. Min Jae-hyun sighs softly at her innocence. Watching them, Yu Jung's mother can only smile warmly. She is glad to see Min Jae-hyun doing so well. Honestly, she was shocked when he joined the magic class. She wonders if he chose it just to stay close to her daughter. Min Jae-hyun stammers a denial, but she simply smiles and thanks him anyway. Seo In-ah quietly observes them from the side. The mother continues showering Min Jae-hyun with compliments, noting how handsome he has grown lately. She keeps wishing her daughter would bring home a guy just like Min Jae-hyun. Hearing her mother go on and on, Yu Jung groans. She begs her parents to just stop talking and eat before the dinner gets completely cold. Right then, things change. Seo In-ah silently sets her chopsticks down and stands up, drawing Min Jae-hyun's gaze. There is a strange shadow of sadness over her face. Min Jae-hyun asks if everything is all right. Seo In-ah quickly shakes her head and insists it is nothing, but he can tell something is off. He tries to shrug it off, telling himself he is probably just overthinking things. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a different house entirely. Inside, a furious voice is screaming. Talk about a complete vibe shift. So-gu is absolutely losing his mind with rage. He rages at An Ho-seon for risking everything to save some dying students out of pity. An Ho-seon stands there silently, taking the abuse. Seo-gu is secretly panicking, thinking he almost got dragged down like Gu-jane, all because of his completely useless son. He keeps screaming, cursing his own flesh and blood. An Ho-seon tries to open his mouth to explain himself, but Seo-gu barks at him to shut his mouth. He demands that An Ho-seon become the single greatest conqueror in the entire nation. Everyone in South Korea must crawl beneath his feet. Seo-gu's eyes are completely bloodshot, filled with a terrifying, desperate madness. He points a finger, ordering him to destroy Min Jae-hyun at any cost. An Ho-seon feels like he cannot take this anymore. Just stop it, An Ho-seon suddenly shouts back, startling his father. The boy is completely exhausted from trying to get through to him. Every conversation feels like talking to a brick wall. He is so sick and tired of his father's toxic philosophy. His father always tells him to step on others to climb to the top, but that path is not what he wants. He refuses to throw away his friends just for power. Rage boils over and his hands clench tightly into fists. An Ho-seon declares he will no longer live as a puppet. He wants his freedom because this is his life, not his father's. Seo-gu grabs his shoulder, screaming in disbelief at his defiance. But in a flash, An Ho-seon violently slaps his father's hand away. He warns his father to live his own life for once and to live it honestly. Seo-gu watches him walk away in total shock. He screams for his son to get back there, but the door slams shut. An Ho-seon has already stepped out. Silence. He blocks out the muffled screams echoing behind him. He refuses to resort to dirty tricks just to defeat Min Jae-hyun. Instead, he intends to settle things in a fair fight. Later that evening, the scene cuts back to Yu Jung's house. Min Jae-hyun, Seo In-ah, and Yu Jung are sitting together in the living room. Min Jae-hyun notes how incredibly close her parents seem. Yu Jung sighs, mentioning they even snuck out for a midnight movie. It is like they are still on their honeymoon. Jae-hyun smiles, then stands up to announce it is probably time for him to head home. Yoo-jung looks up at him. She asks in surprise if he is leaving right now. Jae-hyun, thoroughly confused, asks what she means since it is already midnight. Yoo-jung finds his behavior incredibly odd. Since when are you so afraid of staying out late, she asks, begging him to stay longer. Jae-hyun just stares silently in response. He points out that staying late means getting scolded by his dad. Yoo-jung still does not get the big deal and demands to know why. Jae-hyun immediately explains that his parents probably would not like him sneaking back late when they are out. He bets he would get lectured. She glares at him, saying it is fine as long as he does not do anything bad. Yoo-jung then turns to Seo in awe, startling her. Seo in awe looks up with a start and agrees. Jae-hyun thinks it over for a moment before deciding he will head home exactly at midnight. Disappointed, Yoo-jung mutters that he is being too cold since Seo in awe is still around. Jae-hyun loses his patience and tells Yoo-jung to quiet down. Right then, Seo in awe steps in with a curious question of her own, asking if she can clear something up. Yoo-jung quickly tells her to shoot. Intrigued, Yoo-jung tells her to go ahead. Seo in awe hesitantly asks the burning question on her mind, wondering if the two of them are actually dating. Jae-hyun never expected a question like that, especially with Seo in awe looking so incredibly serious. He can only gasp in complete and utter helplessness. He cannot believe she would even think that. Yoo-jung is equally shocked, shouting that there is absolutely no way that is happening. Seo in awe admits they just seem extremely close and even their parents are tight. Hearing this, Jae-hyun and Yoo-jung look at each other in unison. They shout in unison. Yoo-jung then adopts a serious tone to explain, assuring Seo in awe there is no bad blood, but they really only see each other as friends. Seo in awe is briefly stunned by her firm answer before quickly apologizing for asking such a personal question. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun checks his phone to find it is already past midnight. He stands up immediately, announcing his departure as Yoo-jung waves him off. Yoo-jung playfully shoos him away. Seo in awe politely bids him goodbye, and Jae-hyun promises to see them later, telling them to text him with updates. With that, Jae-hyun leaves Yoo-jung's place behind. Stepping out onto the street, he finds the neighborhood completely quiet and entirely deserted. Suddenly, Hela drops down from the sky right in front of him. Jae-hyun frowns, demanding to know what she is doing there so late. She is taken aback by his calm demeanor, asking if he knew she would show up. Jae-hyun coolly responds that after last time, he had felt a violent surge of mana that no human could possibly possess. But before he can even finish, Hela cuts him off. She urges him to listen closely because she needs to be quick. Jae-hyun must complete his second trial as fast as possible. She warns him that they cannot afford to hesitate anymore because Odin has already begun to move. Meanwhile, in another realm, the gods gather in full force. Odin grumbles in sheer irritation, demanding to know if there is still no news from Heimdall. Thor merely offers a smug smile, telling his father that he is worrying over absolutely nothing. The prophecy might have mentioned him, but at the end of the day, he is just a pathetic human. What could a mere bug possibly do? Tyr completely agrees. He agrees completely, noting that while they might not be entirely omnipotent in Midgard, they are still all-powerful gods. Humans stand absolutely no chance against divinity. Then a sudden thought crosses his mind, prompting him to make a small exception. He excludes that single bastard currently rotting away in their dungeon. Odin immediately snaps back, warning them that the prophecy never lies. Frigg, who had been sitting quietly on the side, finally chimes in, asking if he truly believes humans pose a threat. She addresses Odin, the supreme king of all gods, speaking without a single trace of fear, telling him he is overthinking things. She calls him her love, but Odin has a very good reason to be terrified. Humans are creatures that constantly adapt and learn. He explains that he has witnessed their potential firsthand, noting that profound knowledge is sometimes granted to the weak rather than the strong. Odin reaches up to adjust his black eye patch, warning that they have still failed to destroy the primary enemy right in front of them. The divine prophecy will only shield their foe for another 10 years at best, but he warns they must remain cautious. They cannot ignore the risk of their enemy growing exponentially stronger during that decade. Tyr, hearing this, speaks up in curiosity. He wonders if that is why Heimdall was sent there, possessing just enough strength to crush that single pathetic mortal that would easily neutralize their greatest threat. Frigg cannot help but chuckle confidently, claiming that somehow things will work in their favor. She is certain the prophetic magic shielding their ultimate enemy is already starting to fade. Slowly, Frigg steps closer to her husband. She reassures Odin that they likely will not even have to wait another 10 years before they can finally strike. They will soon be able to end him with their own hands. However, Odin strictly warns that every detail must be perfect. He refuses to allow any room for error, reminding them that no prophecy has ever guaranteed they would conquer their ultimate fate. The gods bow and respond in unison that everything shall be done according to his will. The scene shifts back to Jae-hyun and Hela. Jae-hyun carefully analyzes the situation, realizing the prophetic magic shield that protects him from the Aesir is rapidly deteriorating. He stares at her, asking if that is exactly what she is saying, and Hela slowly nods to confirm his theory. It makes absolutely no sense to him. Jae-hyun recalls his past life, remembering that when he was 27, a certain person, something was off. No Hu-jin had definitely plotted to have Jung Gyu-min eliminate him. Didn't she find this whole thing incredibly suspicious? Why was the power protecting him in this lifetime so weak, especially when it should have kept him from getting killed all over again? Hera quickly answered Min Jae-hyun's question. The reason was actually quite simple. Sending him back in time had cost too much energy. That jump drained almost all the power of the prophecy. She then shared another detail. Even for supreme gods, traveling to the past is strictly forbidden. Breaking that taboo meant facing severe consequences. In fact, she was pretty surprised the prophecy's power had even survived this long. With a serious look, she admitted she kept wondering about one thing. Specifically, who actually paid the price for all of this. Just then, a sharp ringing noise made Min Jae-hyun frown. He immediately clutched his head as a sudden, intense headache struck. Not those bizarre noises again. Forcing himself to stay calm, he told her he understood their remaining time was running incredibly short. He needed to conquer this second trial immediately to grow stronger. Hera smiled, quite pleased with his quick and decisive response. She praised him for catching on so fast, then suggested they move somewhere else to wrap up their conversation. This place just wasn't safe anymore. They needed to discuss his upcoming trial and the formidable enemies he would soon have to face. The scene shifts to Min Jae-hyun's house, where he suddenly gasped in absolute disbelief. Wait, did she just say Heimdall? He quickly recalled his lore, the pale-skinned god who could foresee the near future and carried a massive horn right. Hera nodded, confirming his suspicion. Yes, did he actually know him? He simply gave her a calm, composed look. He explained he had thoroughly researched the god since Odin was his sworn enemy. She smiled warmly, praising his great dedication. But a sudden concern crossed Min Jae-hyun's mind. Since Heimdall was already in Midgard, would there even be enough time for this crucial trial? Hera reassured him with a soft smile, telling him not to worry because she had already bought him plenty of time. Meanwhile, a restrained Heimdall was absolutely furious. How dare she trap the great guardian god in a miserable, mundane place like this? He roared in sheer outrage, warning her that a pathetic little prison could never hold someone of his immense power. She admitted she had to expend a massive amount of energy to trap him. Min Jae-hyun then asked where this next trial would happen. Right then, a breaking news alert flashed across the television screen. The reporter announced some incredibly disappointing urgent news. The 11th expedition to the Great Ruins had ended in absolute failure, even with Balak from the European Association leading the charge. Despite all the massive hope surrounding the event, the outcome remained grim. The very first challenge was simply too brutal to pass. This initial barrier, known as the proof of qualification, stood completely undefeated. The association even admitted they lacked confidence going forward. Pointing to the screen, Hera mentioned a special destination, Iceland. It was the absolute heart of ancient divine legends. It was also where the secrets of the giants' ruins lay deeply buried. Hearing this, Min Jae-hyun stared in utter shock. Iceland, he muttered. She calmly explained that those massive ruins were actually crafted specifically with his unique growth in mind. Everything was meticulously planned to train him into a warrior capable of defeating Odin once again. Min Jae-hyun was completely baffled by this. What did she mean by once again? His confusion immediately caught Hera off guard, making her tilt her head in silence. Why did she say that? He rolled his eyes, muttering that if she didn't know, he certainly had no clue either. Shaking it off, she warned him that without passing the initial test, he couldn't even set foot inside those ruins. She looked at him with absolute confidence. Only he possessed the unique potential required to successfully conquer this daunting trial. Once completed, the gateway to the legendary ruins would finally open. Meanwhile, in another part of the world, a television hummed. The news reporter repeated that the initial test, the proof of qualification, had proven completely impossible for anyone to bypass. Hearing this broadcast, Heimdall's face completely darkened with rage. The news stated even the top hunters were utterly hopeless now. Slamming his fist onto the table in sheer frustration, he cursed. What kind of bizarre ruin locked out even their kind? He demanded answers from Camilla, questioning whether their top magic researchers had actually analyzed the barrier properly this time. Camilla walked over, offering a gentle sigh. She quietly reminded Balak of her previous advice to keep his temper in check. There was no point in constantly doubting their allies or letting his reckless pride get the better of him now. She admitted she wanted to conquer the unique ruin too. Gritting his teeth, Heimdall helplessly buried his face in his hands. The requirement was to prove oneself, but how on earth were they supposed to do that? She looked equally stumped. Maybe they just needed a physical key of some sort. Seeing his expression grow even darker, she quickly backpedaled. She laughed it off, telling him to stop glaring so intensely. A few days flew by in a flash. Just before leaving for the mysterious ruins in Iceland, Jae-hyun was on the phone trying to reassure his closest companions. He desperately wanted to avoid making them worry. After all, his preparations had been incredibly rushed from the very start. First, he had already used mana stones to fully upgrade his weapon to its maximum potential, successfully pushing his level past 30. Right now, standing at the airport, he was speaking into his phone, thanking director Kim Ji-yeon. Jae-hyun quickly wrapped up the call and turned to look back at Helra, who was standing behind him, telling her that they should get moving. Elsewhere, once Heimdall calmed down, the European Raiders Association would definitely try to conquer the great ruins of Iceland by any means necessary, and they would let absolutely no one stand in their way of achieving that. Jae-hyun was absolutely hyped for this, fighting an S-class raider for the first time. This was bound to be epic. He could not help but marvel at the sight of the legendary Rakshasa dragon blade Banmong. Meanwhile, Helra stood there deep in thought. She was finally close enough to keep a watchful eye on her great enemy. With high anticipation, she wanted to see if his decision was truly correct. Loki was a secret that very few people knew. Strange and mysterious tomb ruins had suddenly begun appearing all over the sated world. To everyone's absolute surprise, after the raiders excavated these mysterious tombs, they turned out to be the hidden locations of ancient relics. This discovery triggered intense conflicts. It was a prime opportunity to obtain far higher-tier items than what standard dungeons normally offered. Consequently, competition among the raiders grew incredibly fierce. The situation eventually escalated to the point where the governments of each country had to step in. Helra carefully warned Jae-hyun that the special bracelet wrapped around his wrist, was actually the very artifact they had hidden inside those ruins. She heavily implied that he surely did not believe everything was just a mere coincidence, right? Out of nowhere, he ended up with Misteltein. Helra then chuckled, noting that every single ruin was currently being raided, wasn't it? Jae-hyun immediately recalled his past experiences and quietly theorized that she must be referring to those bright spots of light from back then. Deeply focused, Jae-hyun carefully analyzed every single detail. Looking back, he realized that the root cause of everything was indeed that strange light. When Jae-hyun suddenly turned his gaze toward her, Helra found his sudden look a bit unusual. She narrowed her eyes and asked him why he was staring at her like that. He simply flashed a gentle smile and assured her that it was nothing at all. Helra listened intently as Jae-hyun went on to mention how he had always wondered if those ruins were actually constructed by giants. She immediately confirmed his suspicion. 10,000 years ago, their guardians and Thor's rival built them to prepare for the grand prophetic enemy and the countless humans who would stand against the mighty army of Odin. Hearing this deep truth, Jae-hyun could not help but express his sheer amazement. So that was why those ruins were packed with so many complex puzzles. He silently analyzed how giants were always depicted as wise creatures in ancient myths. Supposedly, they possessed immense confidence even when standing face to face with the Norse gods. Jae-hyun knew that their ultimate end was far from glorious. Sitting there, he could not help but speak up, noting that they were almost there. He admitted he was getting pretty nervous, but mentioned he had booked a room at an expensive hotel, likely the best around. Hearing his relaxed tone, Helra quickly reminded him that this was his second trial. Jae-hyun merely gave a calm, reassuring response, insisting he had never let his guard down and had fully prepared everything. He reached to check his system's translation function, to ensure it was working properly while carrying his best gear. He then recalled the moment right before his departure when his system had updated, revealing an A-grade enhancement material called Dark Mineral. This special upgrade material could boost his equipment by one entire tier, allowing him to use the Dark Mineral to reinforce his dark armor. Jae-hyun had been absolutely thrilled about this development, explaining how hard he had worked to secure this upgrade ever since defeating the Dark Shadow and obtaining the Dark Armor. The Dark Mineral soon enveloped his body, prompting his system to process the update and apply the enhancement directly to his armor. The gear successfully leveled up to an A-grade, and his Misteltein bracelet immediately activated a passive skill called Armor Crafting Genius. Finally, the system processed the final data, ascending the Dark Armor straight to S-grade. Everything was pushed to its absolute maximum, causing the Dark Armor to evolve into the fearsome Hell Armor. Jae-hyun was slightly taken aback as the system displayed the details. It was indeed the S-grade Hell Armor forged from Hellfire, granting physical and magical resistance while boosting his stats by 350. It also granted level 3 Stealth as an active skill, along with a passive ability called A-grade Dark Synchronization. This skill synchronized him with dark energy, producing afterimages to dodge incoming attacks. It offered a 20% base chance to evade any enemy strike, and a one-time 100% evasion guarantee, though it was completely useless against light attribute magic attacks. Back in the present, Helra was quite annoyed, complaining that they had used cheap tricks. Jae-hyun, curious, asked if she meant using the key, since they simply lacked the time to try any other method. Hours quickly ticked away and Jae-hyun soon arrived at the hotel staring with excitement. He rushed inside to meet the receptionist at the front desk, noting that this exclusive lodging only allowed awakened players to stay. Jae-hyun quickly received his room card. Of course, even without that rule, one night here cost a massive 50,000 won, so nobody would willingly spend their night right next to the ruins anyway. With his keycard in hand, he headed up to his room, musing that only archaeologists would make an exception. But then talk about bad timing, he suddenly ran straight into Heimdall and Camilla. As they brushed past each other, the European Association members prepare to conquer the massive ruins. Jae-hyun glances back, thinking to himself that he didn't expect to run into them so soon. Suddenly, Heimdall calls out, stopping Jae-hyun. His expression is incredibly tense. What on earth does he want? Jae-hyun knows his identity all too well. Balak, the true owner of the legendary dragon slayer Balmung, and president of the European Raiders Association. Jae-hyun stays calm, turning around to ask what is going on. Seeing this, Camilla senses the tension and tries to stop Heimdall, urging him to wait. But he ignores her, stepping right up to confront Jae-hyun. He demands to know how old Jae-hyun is and where he is from. Jae-hyun silently glares at him, his face darkening. Realizing the danger, Camilla snaps at Balak, telling him to watch his attitude as she quickly pushes him away. What is he doing? Then Camilla gently ushers Jae-hyun along, apologizing and telling him to keep going, explaining that the man just has a bad temper. She shares a little secret that is why his wife left him. Annoyed, he growls at Camilla to stop talking nonsense. Meanwhile, Camilla waves goodbye, apologizing once more on his behalf before parting ways. In an instant, the hallway clears out completely, leaving only Heimdall and Camilla. Finally, letting out a deep sigh of relief, she immediately warns Balak, reminding him that she told him to be careful. What on earth would happen if the association's reputation got ruined because of his reckless actions? Camilla continues to lecture him earnestly, understanding his frustration over their recent failure, but warning him not to take it out on a random kid before she can even finish. Heimdall abruptly cuts her off, insisting that is not it at all. He had realized that young kid made absolutely no sound while walking. It was clear that Jae-hyun knew how to hide his presence at will. Meanwhile, back at Miles Academy, someone gasps in disbelief inside the principal's office. Jae-hyun remains perfectly calm, while Yoo-jung questions him in complete shock about his sudden trip abroad. Upon hearing the news, she lets out a soft cry of disbelief, finding the whole situation utterly baffling. Where has he been lately? First, he randomly ended up at an amusement park and got caught in an accident, and now he's going abroad. Ho-seon chimes in, noting that Jae-hyun always seems to invite trouble, but before he can finish his thought, Seo-in-ah cuts him off. She insists that Jae-hyun is not the type of person who just stumbles into trouble. She falls completely silent after voicing her thoughts as the scene shifts directly to the massive snow-covered Iceland ruins. Two guards are currently stationed to watch over this icy area. A middle-aged man suddenly stares forward into the distance, spotting Jae-hyun walking toward them heavily bundled up. The guard immediately shouts, demanding him to show his face since the European Association is handling these ruins. Jae-hyun just smiles, asking why he cannot go in, claiming he is far too lazy for this. The young guard standing nearby tries to shout out an intruder warning, but Jae-hyun swiftly covers his mouth to silence him. Then, he quickly unleashes his active skill, Brainwash. Jae-hyun glances at the two guards, apologizing and admitting that he feels almost like a criminal but has no other choice. The story flashes back to an earlier conversation between Jae-hyun and Hela, where she explains the requirements to enter the giant ruins. First of all, he needs the Nornir System. Grasping this crucial piece of information, Jae-hyun asks if there is a second condition, hoping there is no third. Hela, slightly annoyed, tells him not to interrupt. Clearing her throat, she reveals there are only two conditions, sharing the next piece of crucial information that completely catches Jae-hyun off guard. His strength and agility stats must both be over 150. She explains that, to put it simply, this is equivalent to an S-rank raider. Hearing this, Jae-hyun immediately falls completely silent, which leaves her feeling quite awkward, unsure of what to do next. Before she can even ask if something is wrong, he cuts her off, admitting that he is not actually S-rank yet. Dumbfounded by the revelation, she protests, pointing out she saw him defeat Surtur all by himself. Jae-hyun carefully observes her current appearance, unable to help but wonder if this is her third form. Flustered, she quickly looks away, stating it does not matter, and they must focus on meeting that second condition. Jae-hyun speaks up with a solution, suggesting that he actually has a way. He starts recalling his past achievements, including completing the second quest inside Flanders Mansion. Furthermore, because he had cleared the hidden scenario within that specific mission, he had unlocked special bonus rewards. Remembering this, Jae-hyun pulls out a mysterious key, mentioning that he obtained it directly from Flanders' mansion but never had any reason to use it. The system screen suddenly pops up, displaying details on an unidentified item, an A-rank curse key. The rusty ancient key has lost its original form due to heavy corrosion. Suddenly, Jae-hyun's eyes sharpen as the system updates its database, activating his appraisal skill to reveal a very special item, named Loki's Key. This A-rank item can unlock absolutely any door or chest. It was originally crafted by a foolish blind thief, attempting to steal hidden treasure. The item has a cooldown of 2 hours. Hela watches this unfold in absolute shock, wondering how he could have possibly obtained such an item. Back in the present, Jae-hyun cannot help but feel curious. He shares his thoughts, feeling like someone had already anticipated his every move. Jae-hyun pulls out the key, preparing to use it. As he inserts the key, a blinding light erupts from the slot, activating a massive and complex magic circle right before them. The giant gates swing open to welcome Jae-hyun and Hela. He stares at the blank card in his hand, quietly sizing it up. Jae-hyun figures this blank card will prove useful soon, silently analyzing copied skills like Seo-hyun's cognitive acceleration and Sojin's scouting. They are handy abilities, but utilizing this blank card feels highly risky. He is definitely playing with fire here. Besides, if he only copies the skills of those nearby, people will get highly suspicious. So Jae-hyun speaks up. If they went through the trouble of giving him a blank card, there must be a skill around here to copy. Soon, he and Hela head inside. They venture deeper into the ruins. Jae-hyun walks with absolute confidence, but then he spots something. From a dark corner, Smear speaks up, asking if he is the legendary great nemesis mentioned in the ancient prophecy. The giant introduces himself as Smear. He sits there, rambling on and on, explaining that he is the sole guardian of these ruins. He claims he guards this place under his father's orders. But when he notices Hela rushing forward, he quickly stops her. He is startled to realize she is the incarnation of the goddess. She calmly confirms this, declaring her name is Hela. She is tasked with guiding the great nemesis through the 5 trials. The giant simply stares at Hela in stunned silence. Hela speaks up, telling Smear that the prophetic power currently protecting the great nemesis is growing weaker by the day. They must prepare for the 2nd trial as soon as possible. But before she can finish, Smear abruptly cuts her off. He flatly refuses. Hela is left utterly confused, demanding to know why. The giant quickly begins to explain his reasoning. Jae-hyun's face darkens as Smear claims that the way the great nemesis opened the gate was nothing short of cheating. Sitting there, he casually says Jae-hyun cannot pass the 2nd trial, yet advising him to grow stronger first before returning. Hela keeps trying to persuade him, pleading that they are completely out of time before the prophecy's power runs dry. Once that happens, the Aesir gods will take action. But Smear remains completely indifferent, declaring that rules are rules to her avatar. He patiently explains to Hela that Jotunheim, the very realm he wished to protect, has already been reduced to mere ash. The giants have no home to return to, and it is already far too late. Smear sinks deep into his own memories. A little more delay changes nothing, he mutters. Hearing this, Hela realizes the giant has completely lost hope. Jae-hyun finally snaps. What on earth is going on here? Hela immediately turns to look at him. Irritated, Jae-hyun asks if they are kidding him. Smear is deeply angered by his attitude, roaring, "How dare he?" Jae-hyun stays calm. Listen closely, he warns Smear with pure, cold intent, declaring he is no charity. He is absolutely furious, refusing to be a tool used and discarded. Preparing to attack, he reveals his real motive. His system interface instantly updates with his latest data, immediately activating his level 5 active skill, like Gu Chaeyan's. With that, Jae-hyun launches a sudden raid directly at Smear. Talk about a completely fearless move against a literal giant. He cold-bloodedly reminds them that he needs them to take action. Meanwhile, outside the ruins, a heavy silence fills the air. Heimdall angrily demands to know if it is true that absolutely no one has ever managed to reach this inner chamber. The middle-aged man confirms it. Heimdall refuses to believe him, insisting there must be someone inside, and vows to check. Heimdall is certain his sharp senses are correct. He silently analyzes the situation, knowing his gut feeling is never wrong. The mysterious and massive power he just felt is something that only leaks out when a giant ruin is unlocked. Wary Heimdall thinks that since he has never breached these ruins, he cannot let anyone else enter before him. If the gates open, he's going in. But suddenly, a cold voice stops him. "You lack qualification." The rejection makes him gnash his teeth in fury. Meanwhile, a phone rings loudly inside Camilla's bedroom. Still, half asleep, she reaches out to grab her device. Camilla asks Barak in confusion why he is calling her so late. Heimdall quickly explains the urgent situation, warning her that a dangerous intruder has successfully managed to enter the giant ruins. Hearing this, she immediately promises she is on her way. Meanwhile, back inside the giant ruins, Hela questions Jae-hyun in confusion. "What are you doing?" she cries as Smear easily blocks the incoming strike with his massive hand. Infuriated, the giant slams his hand onto his throne and stomps his foot, rising as he snarls, "Foolish brat." Smear's gigantic body gives him an overwhelming advantage. Seething with absolute rage, the massive guardian lets out a thunderous roar. He bellows at the top of his lungs, mocking him for daring to oppose a mighty giant with a mere human body. Smear releases a terrifying pressure that crumbles the cavern's ceiling. Hela panics at the sight, but Jae-hyun remains entirely fearless. "Is that all you have to say?" I am seriously getting sick of hearing that, Jae-hyun thinks, reminding himself that his back is against the wall. He could either give up on the trial and die fighting Hermod later, or die right here. To him, there was absolutely no difference. Ultimately, Jae-hyun makes his final decision, leaving himself with only one clear path. He glares directly at Surtur with burning focus, and thinks he has to try everything. He completely refuses to die in regret, just like he did before his regression. The giant clasps his hands, warning the challenger that Surtur will show no mercy as he summons a massive fiery arrow. The massive arrow descends straight toward Jae-hyun, instantly closing in right above his head. Our hero immediately reacts by deploying a countermeasure, activating his absolute calculation skill. As his gaze sharpens, the fiery giant is visibly caught off guard by his sudden surge of power. But Jae-hyun is not done yet. Our young hero immediately follows up by activating his active skill, Wind Boost, to seize the momentum. With a sudden burst, Jae-hyun leaps off the ground, channeling all his explosive strength into his fist to strike directly at Surtur. He aims directly for the giant's chest. Surtur instantly realizes that this cheeky challenger is going straight for his giant heart. "Is he seriously planning to defeat me and pass this trial?" the giant wonders, gritting his teeth in sudden frustration at the boy. He bellows out a warning, asking if Jae-hyun truly knows what terrifying existences he will face while unleashing an overwhelming pressure. Jae-hyun has to shield his eyes from the flying debris. Confused by his sheer resolve, Surtur demands to know why he goes this far. Jae-hyun stays dead silent, simply staring back at him. Suddenly, his mind drifts to the past, feeling the exact same suffocating pressure from his battle against Hugin. Back then, Jae-hyun was completely swallowed by absolute despair, a dark memory he never wants to relive. Facing an opponent that seemed entirely impossible to defeat, he snaps back to reality. Jae-hyun swiftly summons a glowing golden chain, but the giant's arrow slams violently into the ground. Seizing the moment, Jae-hyun swiftly reaches out and grips it tight. He swings the chain with full force, gearing up for his next move. Harnessing the massive power of his weapon, his expression darkens as he stares straight ahead. Jae-hyun is fiercely determined, thinking that he has absolutely no intention of dying without a fight. His breathing turns heavy as the system announces the activation of his ice ground skill, prompting Jae-hyun to launch his martial art. Seeing the freezing terrain, Surtur is astonished, wondering how a human could wield the secret art of the Dark Elves. Refusing to back down, the giant throws a massive fist, roaring that he has no idea how Jae-hyun learned such a skill. His devastating punch shatters the ground to block the attack, but Jae-hyun is quick to exploit a brief opening in his defense. Though Surtur easily crushes the ice walls, catching Jae-hyun off guard, our hero's stunned expression quickly shifts into a devious smirk. He channels his mana, taunting the giant that everything went exactly as calculated, mockingly asking if he is just too predictable. The system immediately chimes in, announcing the activation of his level 5 flame arrow. Jae-hyun prepares to unleash a high-impact blast. Simultaneously triggering his level 5 air blast skill, massive blazing fireballs manifest and begin completely enveloping his entire body. The flaming spheres shoot forward, catching Surtur completely off guard with this sudden tactical shift. But Jae-hyun is not finished yet. He immediately chains his skills to activate level 3 stealth. Surtur merely scoffs, deeply unimpressed by his flashy antics. Mocking the boy's seemingly petty tricks, Surtur leaps high into the air, momentarily hovering high above the devastated battlefield. With Jae-hyun completely vanishing from sight, the giant warily scans his surroundings, searching for any trace of the elusive challenger. He realizes with growing unease that his target has completely disappeared, with not even a single rustle of wind giving him away. The heavy silence makes Surtur even more anxious as he continues to search frantically, wondering where on earth the boy could be. Suddenly, the frozen ground beneath the giant's feet begins to crack, followed by a sharp and sudden impact targeting his legs. Surtur instantly senses the incoming danger just as Jae-hyun bursts out from beneath the ice, launching a surprise assault. He summons a sword and slashes forward. Meanwhile, over in Yoo Seong-yoon's office, a conversation is taking place about Jae-hyun. Someone brings up the young man Jae-hyun. Baek Ji-yeon asks if he is her disciple, and Yoo Seong-yoon picks up her teacup to confirm. Confirming the fact, she asks if the guest watched the interview. Baek Ji-yeon gets straight to the point, saying she is here for Jae-hyun. Yoo Seong-eun calmly replies that a merchant's finest trait is having the eye to recognize raw talent. Smiling at Baek Ji-yeon, she asks, since Baek Ji-yeon herself told her that is there really any need to repeat this entirely meaningless conversation. Baek Ji-yeon warns her not to be so hostile, offering to pay a fitting price, but Yoo Sung-yoon immediately counters that Jae-hyun is not an object. Unexpectedly, Baek Ji-yeon offers the Fang of Nidhogg, asking how she would react if she handed over such an item. Hellring, this Yoo Sung-yoon is visibly shaken. The Fang of Nidhogg. She heard an S-rank manager had obtained it, but never expected Baek Ji-yeon to use an S-class item as leverage. She must want Jae-hyun desperately. Yoo Sung-yoon smiles softly, looking on, using an S-rank item as a trade condition. It is clear she wants Min Jae-hyun on her side pretty badly. She smiles warmly. It became very clear this was no joke. She immediately fired back, stating they would never use their own clients as a laughingstock. Jung-woo sat back calmly, asking if she planned to use this to directly control Min Jae-hyun if Yeon-ha ended up refusing. Ji-hoon smiled, pointing out that Jung-woo had the makings of a true merchant. Jung-woo simply stared back at her. Taking in her expression, he remarked that her perception was incredibly sharp, suggesting that Sung-eun should go after Min Jae-hyun. But Ji-hoon instantly declined, stating they preferred a much gentler resolution. With that, she rose to her feet. She reached out her hand, saying she would wait for a decision, though the older woman sat still with no intention of shaking it. Seeing the rejection, she offered a polite smile and pulled her hand back quickly, excusing herself before walking out. Suddenly, the room fell dead silent. Sitting alone, she quietly muttered about the growing rumors that she would take over. Her gaze hardened as she shifted her focus back to the doorway, thinking of all her precious students. Meanwhile, Min Jae-hyun summoned a glowing blade and launched a sudden ambush, but the weapon shattered instantly against Semia. The impact left Min Jae-hyun completely stunned. The old god's physical defense was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Sensing immediate danger, Min Jae-hyun quickly leaped backward, while Semia slowly placed a heavy hand over his chest in disbelief. Furious, Semia demanded to know if this was truly his choice, reminding him that Odin and the Aesir were immensely powerful. He coldly warned that no matter how hard Min Jae-hyun struggled, all his desperate efforts would ultimately yield absolutely nothing. As Min Jae-hyun remained silent, Semia asked with genuine curiosity if he truly believed he could keep moving forward. Staying calm, Min Jae-hyun watched as the system updated, triggering his active skill to materialize a brand new mana blade. This passive genius skill instantly boosted the weapon's grade, allowing him to face the looming threat head-on. Semia looked down on him with utter disdain, muttering that the young warrior truly knew nothing of real despair. He told Min Jae-hyun his struggle was completely meaningless, but the young fighter merely stared back without a word. Instead, Min Jae-hyun confidently declared that he alone would be the one to decide if his actions held any real meaning. Those bold words deeply struck a chord, instantly triggering a distant memory from Semia's own long-forgotten past. He remembered being told that he alone defined his worth, pulling him back to reality with a heavy sigh. Recognizing a split-second opening, Min Jae-hyun tightened his grip on his sword and prepared to unleash everything. Launching himself forward, Min Jae-hyun delivered a rapid flurry of strikes, as Semia grimly demanded if he could back up his words. Suddenly, Semia's massive body collapsed straight to the ground, leaving a completely exhausted Min Jae-hyun gasping heavily for air. But panic set in as Min Jae-hyun realized he couldn't move a muscle, the god's chilling question echoing in his mind. The heavy question weighed on him, demanding whether he possessed the true strength to take responsibility for his claims. Gritting his teeth, he desperately searched for any possible way to defeat this seemingly unstoppable monster standing before him. But just as sheer despair crept in, the overwhelming pressure suddenly vanished, catching him completely off guard. Semia spoke up, acknowledging Min Jae-hyun's claim of being the only one who could decide his own purpose. Yet the old god coldly noted that only those who possess true power have the right to make such a bold claim. Offering a final chance, the god promised to let him pass if he could somehow prove his true worth. While Hera watched the tense standoff in absolute silence, Min Jae-hyun desperately racked his brain for a proper answer. Breaking the silence, he boldly proposed a deal, catching Hera completely off guard with his sheer audacity. Staring directly at the formidable giant, Min Jae-hyun offered to take the god's absolute strongest attack completely head-on. With zero fear in his eyes, he asked if the deity accepted, prompting a panicked Hera to finally step forward. She frantically asked what he was thinking, reminding him of the god's overwhelming power, but Semia cut her off. Accepting the young warrior's bold terms, Semia slowly raised his hand and reached toward his devastating signature weapon. Declaring his judgment, the god gripped the shaft of his spear tightly, demanding if the mortal could truly defy destiny. With a thunderous voice, he questioned if Min Jae-hyun's will was strong enough to shatter the very concept of fate. Sensing total disaster, Hera begged them to stop, crying out that their final ray of hope was about to be extinguished. Ignoring her desperate pleas, Semia suddenly unleashed his attack, hurling the massive spear directly at Min Jae-hyun's chest. The sheer force of the strike shattered the solid stone wall, leaving Semia staring closely at the massive cloud of dust. Stepping through the debris completely unscathed, Jae-hyun asked if that was enough, quickly triggering a passive skill through the system. The notification flashed, activating a dark fusion passive that granted a 20% chance of triggering. Semia stood frozen. No one expected Jae-hyun to survive. Standing there, he coldly stared right back at him. Smear couldn't help but let out a faint smile. Smear clapped his hands in mock praise of Jae-hyun. Right then, a massive stone door slowly creaked open. Smear was no longer trying to stop him. Going to stop him. Go, this place was made for you, Smear told him. Jae-hyun asked carefully if he was absolutely sure, and Smear calmly answered, replied that a coincidence can happen twice. He then added with a serious face that more than 3 times is impossible, so go. Hella watched Jae-hyun from behind and couldn't help but marvel at what a strange human he was. Within a blink of an eye, Jae-hyun was already walking down that path. Smear gave him a warning that 3 trials of wisdom were waiting ahead. Hearing this, the young man simply nodded and said he got it. Smear curiously asked if he wasn't afraid at all, and Jae-hyun walked right inside to answer, admitting that he actually was. Smear sounded doubtful but said that was fine. He watched Jae-hyun walk away, knowing his own job was done, was officially over. Smear couldn't offer Jae-hyun any more assistance, leaving his fate entirely in his own hands. Jae-hyun and Hella immediately hurriedly made their way inside. Hella kept staring intently at Jae-hyun from behind, before finally asking him how on earth he did that. How could you pull that off, she asked. He calmly replied that he had no idea and wasn't really sure himself. Hella couldn't believe his attitude. Expect such a casual response from Jae-hyun. Her mind drifted back to her past conversation with Smear, remembering how he had confirmed his retirement. That conversation was still fresh in her mind as she stared at the newly opened doorway, wondering how the human had changed his mind. Jae-hyun had somehow changed Smear's mind. Inside, the hallway was brightly lit as Jae-hyun finally arrived in front of a massive new gate. He and Hella both stared straight ahead at the 2 guardians standing watch. Welcome, the great nemesis of prophecy, they called out in unison. We are the Norns, and we have been tasked with guarding the first trial of wisdom, they added. We have been waiting for you. Hella quickly pulled Jae-hyun aside to warn him that she couldn't interfere from this point onward. She warned him to be careful, and he simply gave a brief nod. Jae-hyun quietly thought to himself that it was a bit of a pity. But it didn't really matter, as this was already the second trial he had to face. Meanwhile, the guardians stared back with creepy smiles. In unison, the Norns spoke up, explaining that one of them was an angel, while the other was a demon. The angel would only tell the truth, whereas the demon would speak nothing but lies. The Norns continued laying out the rules. One gate led directly to heaven where the angels resided, while the other gate led straight down into the depths of hell. Seeing Jae-hyun's lackluster reaction, Hella couldn't help but ask why he looked so incredibly disappointed by their puzzle. Jae-hyun casually muttered that this simply wasn't what he had expected. The Norns sat there looking very serious. They told him that whichever gate he chose, he would still be allowed to move on to the second round. However, if he made the mistake of choosing the gate to hell, endless hordes of the undead would block his path. Jae-hyun remained silent as the Norns kept explaining the rules, adding that he was only allowed to ask a single question. He needed to make good use of this rare chance. Jae-hyun calmly analyzed the puzzle, realizing this was a classic riddle. Finding the right path with just one question was a famous problem. He pondered, knowing both doors still led to the next round. Either way, he was going to advance. Now watch, because this is where Jae-hyun let out a smug chuckle. He decided to speak up and make his move. One of the Norns quickly raised a finger, telling him not to rush. They assured him there was plenty of time left, but Jae-hyun kept walking forward, stating he didn't need any more time. The Norns were curious about which of them he wanted to ask. Jae-hyun got straight to the point and asked his question. He wanted to know which world their gate led to. Hearing this, they smirked as one of the girls stepped forward. She gestured to the door behind her, prompting Jae-hyun to deeply analyze the classic angel and demon puzzle structure. It was a famous riddle with many variations, and the solution was common knowledge. Jae-hyun began calculating his next move. He knew that asking where they lived would make the angel point to the heavenly gate, and the demon would do the same. And asking the liar would yield the exact same result. The Norns eagerly asked if this was the gate he was choosing. Jae-hyun shook his head with a faint smile, shifting his gaze to the other gate. He had already made up his mind. He asked them to open the other door instead. Hella was completely dumbfounded by his decision as Jae-hyun stepped forward. He walked straight into the dark, gloomy passage. Hella yelled from behind, asking if he was completely out of his mind. She couldn't understand why he chose the demon's gate. Jae-hyun calmly asked if she had never heard of embracing hardships while young. Hella immediately dismissed it as absolute nonsense. Of course, under normal circumstances, no sane person would willingly choose the harder path. But Min Jae-hyun had a completely different plan in mind, remembering exactly what the Norns had warned him about earlier. They mentioned that the undead would try to stop him. Hela gasped in disbelief just as bony hands clawed out of the earth, keep appearing all around them. Min Jae-hyun looks at the chaos and can't help but laugh. Instantly, he unleashes his skills, activating the sacrificial skill, and charges straight ahead. At the same time, the system updates, scanning the battlefield's undead to convert the sacrificial skill into a powerful defensive barrier while immediately triggering his active skill, Judgment of Light. The holy energy begins to overflow. Bright light instantly floods the area, burning the undead to ashes. In the blink of an eye, they're gone, followed by a system notification. You have leveled up, you have leveled up, you have leveled up. Min Jae-hyun gets an absolute rush from this massive mountain of experience. He basks in the pure satisfaction. This is his absolute paradise. Meanwhile, Hela watches him with a sigh, totally exasperated by his reaction. She grumbles to herself, calling him a total devil in human skin. Meanwhile, standing outside in the gloomy shadows, the Norns smile. One Norn whispers that he's made the dumbest choice. The other agrees, and yet it's also his absolute smartest. They exchange knowing looks. Smiling together in perfect harmony, the sisters chant in unison, just as Mimir prophesied. Suddenly, a brilliant light flashes near the gate as a massive teleportation array manifests. A brand new pathway slowly begins to widen before them. Min Jae-hyun calmly walks through the glowing threshold, sighing with a touch of regret. It's a shame that ended so quickly. He was barely getting started with this rare leveling opportunity. Hela immediately snaps at him to focus up because the trials aren't over. The array transports both of them to a completely different zone. Behind them, the massive stone pathway slowly begins to seal itself shut. It vanishes without a trace. Min Jae-hyun immediately focuses his attention on his new surroundings, analyzing the cluttered room right in front of him. He instantly spots a magic circle drawn amidst the messy piles. It looks incredibly complex, far more advanced than anything he's seen before. He deduces that they must fulfill specific conditions to find an exit and complete this trial. Suddenly, a mysterious booming voice echoes out. "You've got it spot on." The voice praises him, addressing him as the great prophesied enemy. Min Jae-hyun instantly demands to know if this is the gatekeeper for the second trial. Mimir answers him in a playful, mocking tone. He doesn't care for that boring title at all. His disembodied voice floats down from a bright light hovering in midair. Hela gasps in utter shock. Min Jae-hyun raises an eyebrow curiously, asking if she recognizes who this mysterious speaker is. She stammers in disbelief, asking how he could possibly be here. But before she can finish, Mimir quickly cuts her off. "Hold on," he insists, "at least let him introduce himself first." He formally announces that he is indeed Mimir. He explains that he's the creator of the Nornir System. He's also the mastermind who paved the way for Min Jae-hyun's destiny. Min Jae-hyun is completely stunned by this revelation. His destiny was planned. Right then, the system alerts him that a new OS has downloaded. It asks if he wishes to initiate it. In his mind, he sees a vivid vision of his past self activating the Norn OS. Min Jae-hyun falls into deep thought, quietly digesting this massive piece of information. After a long, tense silence, he finally speaks up. He asks the god to explain everything in detail. Mimir readily agrees, promising to lay out the whole story. He explains that a long time ago, Loki sought him out. Loki wanted to find a way to help the prophesied enemy grow stronger. They needed a foolproof plan to make this adversary thrive while keeping everything completely hidden from the watchful eyes of Odin. Their ultimate solution was the Norn System. Min Jae-hyun is still incredibly shocked. Mimir was the mastermind behind his system all along. Still, it feels strange. Min Jae-hyun questions why the god didn't just explain this grand plan right from the very beginning. Mimir points out his treaty with the Norse gods. Because of that binding contract, even getting close to Min Jae-hyun was incredibly difficult. He clarifies that the system Min Jae-hyun and all the other awakened individuals are using is actually designed to hold everyone back. Hela can't help but interject. She mentions that she has never once heard of him acting as a gatekeeper for this trial. Mimir acknowledges her confusion. He gently reminds Hela that the current situation is far worse than they initially anticipated. If the Great Collapse happens much sooner than projected, Mimir gets cut off by Hela before he can even finish his sentence. She argues that if that's really the case, there's absolutely no guarantee that the prophesied enemy will even survive. Min Jae-hyun grumbles in annoyance, pointing out how casually she is talking about his impending death. Mimir steps in to conclude. His reason for interfering here is extremely straightforward. It all boils down to one simple goal: testing Min Jae-hyun's worthiness. Min Jae-hyun can't help but laugh, pointing out that the god ignored him for so long only to show up now, demanding a test. Mimir has his reasons. He explains that there are far too many prying eyes watching them in the outside world. The only reason they can have this open conversation right now, Mimir reveals, is because of their current location. They are currently standing deep within the great ancient ruins. Realizing the truth, Jae-hyun quietly deduces that the Norse gods are completely blind here. Since the Aesir can't spy on this place, they have absolute freedom. Mimir immediately smiles and praises Jae-hyun's sharp intuition. He calls him quite the clever one. Remembering something important, Jae-hyun speaks up, stating that he has one burning question. Jae-hyun goes straight to the point. If destiny already chose him as the ultimate enemy, does his own opinion even matter anymore? Whether he wants this path is completely irrelevant. So why did the giant even bother asking how he felt about his fate? He kept speaking, pointing out that this grand choice was dumped on him at the absolute worst time when he was desperate. He was literally clinging to life, right on the brink of death. Meanwhile, in a completely different place, someone else is complaining. And that annoyed person is none other than Yoo-jung, wondering why on earth Jae-hyun went abroad without even replying to her texts. Ho-seon tries to calm her down, saying he will return eventually. But Ah-yeon, buried in her book, remains highly skeptical. She sighs, completely clueless about why he left, since he did not bother telling a single soul before heading out. And yet, Jae-hyun was the one who actively suggested they figure out their party plans before doing anything else. Ho-seon keeps rambling on, holding onto the hope that their entire crew can stick together in one group. Seo-in-ah is totally distracted, daydreaming about Jae-hyun's handsome smile, so she quietly nods along. Suddenly, Ah-yeon shouts out in excitement. Sitting in the corner, she pieces it together. She wonders why Lee Jae-sang kept babbling about all those potions and bribes. Those are actually the massive rewards and special perks Jae-hyun received for ranking first in their class, isn't that right? Yoo-jung looks at her skeptically, asking if she really wants to just lounge around. Ah-yeon merely sighs in response. She mutters that she only wants to be with him. Realizing she misspoke, she freezes. Yoo-jung sits up straight in embarrassment. Flustered, she claims she is only doing it because nobody else can tolerate him, though Ah-yeon's imagination is wild. Their reality is far less romantic than she thinks. Ho-seon chimes in, saying he just wants them to stick together as friends. And it's not just about friendship, he adds. They will get a much larger room and a bigger party budget. Yoo-jung gets curious, pointing out that Ah-yeon isn't even a student yet. How does she know all of this inside information? She proudly boasts that she researched everything beforehand. Ho-seon chuckles, asking what happens if she somehow fails the entrance exam. That cold dose of reality freezes her in place. No backup plan. It's clear she never even considered the possibility of failing. Yoo-jung laughs at her shock. Annoyed by all the teasing, Ah-yeon snaps back, calling her friend a total bully. While they bicker, Seo-in-ah looks serious, saying she just hopes Jae-hyun comes back soon. She softly sighs in agreement. The others nod along. Meanwhile, back in the trial, Jae-hyun demands to know why Mimir is asking for his opinion. Mimir falls silent for a brief moment before explaining. They cannot trust the fate of the world to someone who cannot even master their own destiny. Jae-hyun immediately locks onto that single crucial keyword of destiny, and Mimir quickly nods in agreement. Yes, at that time, Mimir only threw him a lifeline. Right then, the system pops up with a new update. Once the new operating system is fully activated, the player will regress directly to their most desired point in time. Mimir explains that because Jae-hyun chose to rewrite his own destiny, he is standing here today. He immediately complains. Jae-hyun scoffs at the overly complicated explanation. He claims his only real goal is taking down his old man because he hates him. He wants to completely destroy him. Mimir remains totally calm, replying that they will respect whatever goal he chooses. A goal is a goal regardless of whether it is noble. Jae-hyun smirks, tossing out a bold provocation. He tells the giant he has a mountain of questions but doubts they can all be answered right now. Mimir admits that is indeed true but offers a seductive deal to entice the young warrior forward. If he survives this next part, the giant will grant him a crucial clue about the truth. Jae-hyun accepts the terms. He asks Mimir to explain the second phase of this test. The giant obliges, asking if he sees the objects around them. Jae-hyun nods, confirming he sees all kinds of random items. Mimir thoroughly explains the details of the trial. He only has to offer one of these objects by placing it on the altar, but there are two rules he must follow. First, he must never forget that the ultimate goal here is to acquire true wisdom. But Mimir is not finished yet. Second, he only gets one shot at this. There are absolutely no do-overs, so he better make it count. Jae-hyun glances around with a bit of worry, wondering if he really has to analyze every single item piled up here. Mimir isn't surprised, expecting that reaction. Annoyed, Jae-hyun reminds him that he absolutely hates having his mind read. Realizing he overstepped, Mimir apologizes. To make it up, he offers two vital clues related to the challenge. The first clue is simple. The wisdom Jae-hyun seeks is actually something he already has inside of him right now. Mimir continues, dropping the second clue. Jae-hyun actually arrived at this special altar 2 days ahead of their schedule. With a knowing smile, the giant points out that today is Monday. Jae-hyun stands there completely baffled by the cryptic hint. Without another word of explanation, Mimir leaves him hanging. That's all he gets before the ancient giant demands to see his wisdom. But first, he adds one final warning. Mimir drops the most critical detail of all. Failed his trial and his life ends right here in these ruins. A second later, Jae-hyun is absolutely fuming. Knowing the old giant can read his mind, he sends a direct, unfiltered thought his way, calling Mimir a massive bastard right to his mental face. The giant actually chuckles at the mental insult, finding human swearing surprisingly amusing. He then issues a sharp reminder to Jae-hyun. He has exactly 1 hour, and with all the hints already provided, the giant will be waiting for his ultimate choice. The timer immediately kicks off, ticking down relentlessly. Jae-hyun locks in, fully concentrating on the clues he has. He tries to decode Mimir's cryptic clues. Wednesday. What on earth does Wednesday have to do with this deadly trial? Closing his eyes, he forces himself to calm down, tracing everything back to the very beginning of this journey. He remembers the voice asking what he would sacrifice at the altar. Meanwhile, the precious seconds keep slipping away. With every passing moment growing more critical, Jae-hyun stands motionless, desperately racking his brain for the elusive answer. Determined, he decides to approach the problem from another angle. A second later, a system notification flashes before him. He activates his mana detection skill instantly, spotting massive amounts of energy flowing nearby, but none of it is useful. It is all ordinary noise. Realizing this skill is a bust, he refuses to panic, telling himself to stay steady. He cannot back down now. Scanning his surroundings with his enhanced intellect, he suddenly recalls a crucial piece of data: the riddle of Wednesday. As the clock continues to drain like water, he meticulously breaks down the facts. Looking up at the countdown, Jae-hyun lets out a soft sigh, realizing there is only one logical possibility left. He eyes a nearby weapon and picks it up, knowing exactly what kind of sacrifice Mimir is expecting from him. A system window materializes, asking him to select his offering. Standing tall, Jae-hyun makes his final decision. Looking straight at the prompt, he decides to offer himself as the sacrifice. The system immediately prompts him with a cautious warning, asking if he is absolutely sure since he only has one shot. Jae-hyun merely smiles, completely confident in his choice. He confirms his answer, and instantly, a glowing magic circle erupts beneath his feet, making the debris hover. The floating items defy gravity as the array beneath him begins to shatter. This was Mimir's test all along, and Jae-hyun nailed it. The great enemy mentioned in the prophecy refers to the sheer mass of knowledge he received. Specifically, the rune knowledge he obtained after acquiring Odin's lost eye, allowing him to piece the puzzle together. Looking back at his journey, it all boils down to runic knowledge and the hidden clues left behind. Jae-hyun analyzes every detail, shifting his focus to the mention of Wednesday. That clue was absolutely critical. Wednesday's etymological origin directly ties back to Woden, which is another name for Odin himself. Jae-hyun pieces it all together. He recalls how Odin hung himself as a personal sacrifice to unlock the ultimate knowledge of life and death. If this trial mirrors that ancient myth, then there is only one acceptable sacrifice. He finally understands. The offering has to be his own life. With absolute resolve in his eyes, Jae-hyun prepares to act. Mimir commends him, calling him a boy carrying the heavy weight of destiny, but questions if he truly understands his choice. Jae-hyun counters by bringing up the legend of Odin hanging from Yggdrasil, pierced by a spear for 9 painful days. Spinning his weapon, he declares that to obtain what he desires, he must be willing to risk his very life. To grasp true power, one must lay their life on the line. Instantly, a strange, distorted dimension manifests around him. Hela watches in utter disbelief, screaming for him to stop and asking what on earth he thinks he is doing. Ignoring her, Jae-hyun grips his weapon tighter, asking Mimir if this is the resolve he wanted to confirm. With a savage thrust, he drives the weapon deep into his chest, coughing up blood as he demands Mimir's validation. True sacrifice means stepping right to the brink of death, knowing the pain ahead will only get worse. Enduring the agony, he mutters that time is too precious to waste, and he should have wrapped this up sooner. The system announces his artifact materialization skill is active, and he conjures yet another sharp, deadly weapon to drive home. Hela panics at his self-destructive madness, screaming at him to stop as 2 weapons remain impaled in his body. Though heavily wounded, Jae-hyun refuses to falter and summons a third blade. Right then, a new gateway swings open. Mimir finally calls an end to the trial, leaving Jae-hyun staring blankly at his own hands in confusion. Realizing he is back in the dungeon, safe and sound, he hears Mimir note how much he has grown. He touches his abdomen only to find his wounds completely healed. Mimir's expression turns deadly serious. He declares the test is over, turning to Jae-hyun to tell him he showed far more than ever expected. Now it is time to keep the promise. Jae-hyun replies with sheer excitement, saying he has waited for this day for a very long time. He thinks to himself that he finally has the chance to uncover the truths the gods have been hiding. Mimir begins sharing the information. He gives Jae-hyun 3 words, explaining they will form a sentence to guide him to the truth. Hearing this, the young man feels unsatisfied. Why speak in riddles? Jae-hyun asks. Mimir explains he must do this to escape the watchful eyes of the Norse gods. Mimir asks for his understanding, then suddenly remembers something. He mentions that even Hela does not know about this, leaving her completely stunned. Even I do not know, she asks in shock. Mimir confirms it is a clue that has been kept hidden for ages. Suddenly, glowing text appears in midair. The words floating before them translate to Conqueror, Eye, and Shine. Jae-hyun stares intensely at them. Conqueror, Eye, and Shine. There are simply too few clues to make any real deduction. What could these words possibly mean? Mimir then offers one final piece of advice. He carefully warns Jae-hyun to look closely at the system. If he reviews the system over and over, he will surely find the truth. With that, Mimir delivers his final farewell. He bids them goodbye and wishes Hela good luck. Hela is left standing there completely dazed by his sudden departure. Standing frozen, she turns her gaze toward Jae-hyun. He is deep in thought, and it is impossible to tell what is on his mind. He concentrates, realizing those 3 words seem to describe him. After all, being a conqueror is his exact line of work. He breaks down the keywords linking the eye to Odin's lost eye. Things are coming together, and his present is definitely brighter. Memories of his past life flash back far more vivid than before. Back then, he knew nothing and died protecting others. It is pretty confusing. Why Shine, and why should he be suspicious of the system? Right at that moment, Hela approaches. She gently places a hand on his shoulder, telling Jae-hyun that she will also think about the meaning of Mimir's words. She tells him it is time to go. Next, Jae-hyun finds himself standing in a daze before a massive mirror. Smir tells him he cleared all trials. The final test awaits. Jae-hyun looks closely at the giant mirror before him. Is this giant mirror the final challenge? Jae-hyun asks. Smir immediately confirms it, nodding that this is indeed his ultimate trial. Smir introduces it as Erd's mirror, the first of the 3 Norns. It is a legendary creation designed to reflect the past. He explains that Jae-hyun will witness Smir's memories, urging him to look through it and bring back the answers he finds. He will pass once this is done. Curiously, Jae-hyun asks if there is a specific answer Smir is hoping to hear. Smir replies that he has no right to judge whatever Jae-hyun says. He must discover his own truth for this final challenge. Smir instructs him to touch the surface of the mirror whenever he is ready, promising that the past will unfold. As Jae-hyun prepares himself, he is completely stunned by the incredible scene that suddenly begins to play out before his eyes. Erd has appeared. At last, she reaches out from the other side of the glass to touch his hand. You have finally reached this place, she says softly. I have been waiting for you for so long. Jae-hyun is shocked. He cannot hide his absolute surprise. Erd speaks up gently, asking him to call out her name once again. Jae-hyun freezes. He hesitates for a second, then softly calls her name. Erd smiles warmly and confirms her identity, calling this a fated reunion. She has struggled to hold this shattered past together while waiting for him. Jae-hyun listens, still completely dazed by her words. She explains this is a fragment of the past that an ancient existence wanted him to see, offering to guide him through. A dimensional portal suddenly opens, transporting them to a barren wasteland surrounded by massive mountains and sharp rocks. He looks around in confusion, but Hela suddenly materializes to explain that this is Jotunheim, the land of the giants. She asks Jae-hyun if he has already met Erd, leaving him deeply skeptical as he replies that he is not sure. Erd interrupts, saying the past they need to witness is not in his mind but right in front of them now. They can watch but cannot change a thing. This story ended long ago, leaving behind nothing but an echo of the past. It is a memory left by the great giant Rungnir. As Erd walks gracefully across the green grass, Jae-hyun suddenly turns around. She tells him to listen closely to the story Rungnir wanted to share. Rungnir calmly asks young Smir a question. He asks Smir what makes a good king. Smir ponders for a moment before innocently answering that a king must be strong. A king must be strong to protect others. Rungnir nods in agreement, acknowledging that strength is indeed a very important factor. But a good leader should also know how to share care for others and recognize their own flaws. Rungnir hopes his son will become such a leader one day. Smir casts his gaze down, hesitating. He hangs his head, admitting he is weak, terrified of many things, and absolutely petrified of Thor's hammer. How can he rule? Smir doesn't understand why his father would surrender. Rungnir gently places a reassuring hand on Smir's shoulder, telling his son to never judge his own worth so easily. Only you can decide your value, he says. Hela watches them closely, her eyes shifting to Jae-hyun as if realizing a profound truth. She finally understands. So this is the truth, the exact reason why Smir chose to open up his closed heart to Jae-hyun. Suddenly, a panicked voice echoes, warning them of trouble. Rungnir and Smir spin around at once as Thor and his invading warriors draw near. Rungnir gently pats Smir's shoulder to reassure him, his large hand gripping the massive hilt of his weapon with absolute resolve. Don't worry, Rungnir says he will do everything to protect them all. Erd notes that while this past was dark, their misery did not end here. This is merely the second shard of memory. Jae-hyun's eyes begin to flutter as he tracks the swirling energy flowing right before him. The surrounding space suddenly erupts into a sea of blazing red flames. Jae-hyun slowly opens his eyes to find himself in a completely new environment. His face pales with pure horror as he gasps out, "What is this?" Jae-hyun thinks to himself that everywhere he looks, corpses and severed flesh fill his vision. Hela's voice rings out as she recognizes this bloody scene. This is Ragnarok, the final battle fought right before the ancient covenant was signed. And that man standing over there is Thor, the god of thunder. Deafening lightning crackles across the vast burning sky of the heavenly realm. As Jae-hyun stares at the legendary hammer in Thor's hand, he evaluates his enemy. Thor is strong, far too powerful for his current self. Even if I reach S rank, I would stand absolutely no chance against a monster like him. He hesitates, asking how he can ever become that strong. Hela replies bluntly, telling him that passing the 5 trials will set him on the right path to gaining that kind of absolute power. Thor speaks with sheer satisfaction, declaring his deep hatred for the giants who refuse to back down. He decides to show these proud warriors some respect. To the king of the giants, Thor offers a deal. If the king fights him one-on-one, the brutal slaughter of his species will end. "Will you accept this?" Thor asks. From a short distance away, Hrungnir quietly observes the god of thunder weighing the heavy choice. With a soft sigh, Hrungnir asks if Thor will really let the remaining giants live in exchange for his own head. Thor smirks and vows on his own pride that he will. Suddenly, a massive weapon is dropped, crashing heavily onto the hard ground. Hrungnir quickly accepts the terms. Meanwhile, behind him, Smir has already collapsed and lost consciousness without anyone even noticing. A cruel smile plays on Thor's lips as he looks down from above, calling out that he will see him soon. Hrungnir remains completely unfazed, replying that he won't die so easily. Lightning strikes down and Thor's physical form vanishes into the light. Erd continues her narration, detailing Thor's betrayal and Hrungnir's sacrifice. The bloody war between Jotunheim and Asgard ended with Asgard's total victory. Now only a single fragment of the past remains. Jae-hyun stands completely speechless as he listens to the tragic tale unfold. Swirling mana begins to gather as Hrungnir touches 2 fingers to his giant weapon, focusing deeply on casting his final spell. Smir runs over to stop him, crying out that this is a trap and begging him not to go. But Hrungnir knows this better than anyone. "I know, but I must go," he says. With tears streaming down his face, Smir cannot comprehend why his father has to make this choice. "You are the only family I have left," Smir cries. Hela quietly observes the unfolding memory, noting that this realm is indeed Asgard. This is Asgard, the domain of the Aesir gods, and home to Odin, the ultimate target you must destroy. Hrungnir slowly turns his head back. He asks Smir if he remembers what was said earlier. "It is fine," he assures his son. "I know you will do great even without me." Tears continue to stream down Smir's cheeks. Yet, Hrungnir expresses his ultimate belief that one day the prophesied adversary will find his son. Smir repeats the words in confusion, muttering about a great enemy. Hrungnir wisely assures his son that this legendary warrior will indeed arrive. He tells his son to guard his resting place, the Great Relic. Jae-hyun wonders if these ruins are indeed that sacred monument, a memorial built to honor the fallen giants, standing tall as a shining symbol of hope for a brighter future. Hrungnir's booming voice suddenly cuts directly through Jae-hyun's thoughts, mentioning the great enemy of prophecy once again. Jae-hyun spins around in sheer surprise. The Giant King addresses him directly, saying he knows Jae-hyun is watching and begging him to help his son. Erd calmly explains that the king is preparing for his final moments. Holding his massive weapon, Hrungnir marches toward Thor with absolute killing intent. Thor sneers and calls out that the giant has finally arrived. Erd continues to describe this heroic final stand, for the sake of his son left all alone and to ensure that final hope would blossom in the future for Jae-hyun. Thor grows visibly impatient, demanding to know if they can begin since he has wanted to fight him from the start. Hrungnir asks directly. He asks if the god is satisfied now. With a terrifying glare, Thor barks out a cold no as lightning starts to crackle wildly. Bolts of lightning crash down repeatedly from the darkened sky. They instantly gather at a single point, bending entirely to Thor's fierce will. Absorbing the immense energy, his body erupts with overwhelming power. Thor cracks a sadistic smile, declaring he won't be satisfied until he wins. By destroying the Giant King, he means. Hrungnir rapidly shifts his massive weapon, easily blocking the thunderous strikes sent his way. Though the lightning carries devastating force, he deflects it effortlessly, swinging his weapon with incredible power to shatter its trajectory, crackling with lightning. Exhaustion shows in his every breath. "Why would you do all this?" Hrungnir does not understand. "Who are you?" Hrungnir asks directly, demanding to know why he would destroy countless innocent lives just to satisfy his own selfishness. The Thunder God only calmly pats his head, asking if that is what he means. Everything is simply the will of the greatest god among all the great ones, Odin. He does not care about the reason because he has none. All he wants is to clash with a powerful opponent. and asks them one question: why agree to a battle when defeat and death are certain? Hrungnir grits his teeth in pure fury, slamming his massive weapon onto the ground. He has something to protect. Thor simply laughs, casually mocking him for still having something left to protect when most of his kind have already turned to dust. But Hrungnir coldly denies that they still exist. And one day Asgard will fall. Thor's face twists in deep annoyance. He asks if Hrungnir still believes in the Norn sisters' prophecy. How utterly boring. This nonsense has gone on long enough. Getting serious, Thor swings his hammer with terrifying force, declaring he will send the giant to join his fallen kind. Jae-hyun and Hela watch silently from the distance. Jae-hyun's eyebrows furrow while Hrungnir stands calm, his lips moving as he addresses the nemesis. He warns him never to forget these words. When choosing his destined path, the only thing he must focus on is maintaining an absolutely unwavering will. Hearing these final words, Jae-hyun clenches his fists, deeply reflecting on his own choice. Thor's entire body radiates a fierce, oppressive pressure far worse than before. Hrungnir whispers a final apology to his son Smir, just as a lightning-charged hammer flies straight at him. The devastating impact instantly causes the surface of Hrungnir's legendary weapon to fracture and crack. In just a split second, the massive weapon completely shatters into 100 flying fragments. Yet the hammer's momentum does not stop there. Surging forward, a horrific scene unfolds before them. Smir sobs, calling out helplessly as a pool of crimson blood spreads right to the tips of Jae-hyun's boots. He calmly looks down and offers a cold, detached remark. What a disappointing end. A golden card appears pinched tightly between his fingers. When Hela looks on with doubt, Jae-hyun speaks up with visible annoyance, explaining his thoughts. He will only feel better once he can defeat Thor at least once, asking Hela if she agrees. Suddenly, a prompt offers him a blank card. Dark lightning crackles with immense power around Thor. The golden card reflects the thunder god's image resting securely in the palm of Jae-hyun's hand. The system displays another notification reminding him that he can use a blank card. Meanwhile, Hrungnir's robust body has finally collapsed onto the desolate, ruined earth. The surrounding ground remains shattered and cracked from that earlier terrifying attack. Thor's face twists in sheer boredom. A small piece of stone debris tumbles down from above, bouncing off the rubble. The fragment lands perfectly, right in front of his boot. A blinding, radiant light suddenly flashes directly onto Thor's face. The fallen stone begins to display glowing runes, shining in brilliant gold. A sudden flashback reveals Hrungnir gathering energy into the stone before his death. He had planned this from the very beginning. Thor grits his teeth in fury, cursing the giant for using such an underhanded trick. Golden runic chains have already begun to manifest, wrapping tightly around his massive frame. The glowing energy quickly spreads out, latching onto the surrounding rocks. Almost instantly, the broken stones fuse together, binding his limbs. Both of Thor's arms are locked tight, restrained as if by heavy iron chains. But that is not all. Massive boulders are also being pulled toward him. Thor's eyes flare with immense rage at this trap, a counterattack, triggered by the giant's death. It is impressive, but he screams that this is still not enough to destroy him. Watching this, Jae-hyun cannot help but squint at the thunder god's terrifying power. The system continuously flashes warnings that the skill level is far too high. The copy skill cannot be fully utilized and mastered until the user's own level is significantly higher than it is now. Thor unleashes a lightning bolt, blasting through a flying boulder. Arcane sparks split off rapidly, seeking out their own targets. A crushing pressure radiates with every step the thunder god takes. Sensing danger with his sharp intuition, he immediately spins around. He shatters a massive boulder with his bare hands. But contrary to his expectations, the broken fragments do not fall, continuing to move. Thor's eyes widen in sheer shock. A sharp fragment flies straight at his face while Jae-hyun silently observes the unfolding chaos. Thor's legs remain firmly planted even though his massive frame is forced to lean far backward. He slowly begins to shift his weight, returning to his original stance. Blood trickles down his stunned face as the glowing stone continues to press directly against his forehead. His giant frame starts to tilt backward under the momentum, forcing him to dig his feet in to maintain his balance. Thor drips with sweat as he struggles to stay conscious. He realizes this was the plan all along, a tool designed to suppress his godly power. He gladly takes back his earlier complaint about this being boring, declaring the giant quite interesting. Nearby, Smir stands frozen, watching everything. The young giant admits they had no idea the nemesis would truly appear, and even if he did, they had no clue what he would be like. Smir despairs, wondering what to do if his father's sacrifice was in vain. Jae-hyun's cold gaze locks onto the scene as he releases the golden card. The card floats up, hovering at a fixed point. The system immediately announces that he is about to, and lets the golden card float up into the air. The card hovers in place as the system prompts her to copy. Transferring the Thunder God's passive power onto a white card, Howla stands frozen in absolute shock. Utao, is this even possible? A blank white card. Can it really be used on someone inside a memory? Ut calmly explains that if this were just an illusion, it would be impossible. But as I've said, this is a piece of the past passed down to future generations. Ut looks back and continues, meaning she smiles gently. Siomia's sacrifice was not in vain. Instantly, a bright light erupts from the card. The small item radiates an incredibly powerful source of energy. The system alerts that the Thunder God's passive power is successfully copied, displaying passive skill info. Legendary skill, Power of the Thunder God. It grants absolute control over lightning, massively boosting the effect and overall damage of lightning skills. First, damage of all lightning skills increases by 300%. Second, general effects of all lightning skills are boosted by 50%. Third, it can be activated and toggled off. Warning, the skill tier is too high for the user. Its activation cannot be sustained. Using it will inflict permanent damage to the user's body. Howla is still extremely skeptical, asking him if he is absolutely sure about this. At his current level, he cannot possibly bear that raw power, but Jae-hyun confidently promises he will grow strong enough to control it. Besides, she will be there to help him anyway. She reluctantly agrees, and Ut quietly observes the two of them from behind. Yina smiles with warm gentleness, her soft voice reminding them both that their limited time here is already running out. They must say goodbye once more, even though she can never quite get used to it. Jae-hyun asks with deep suspicion if he forgot something. Ut tells him that dwelling on it now is pointless. He must look forward. Addressing him as the predicted enemy, she urges him onward. He must step past this shattered past to build a brand new future. Suddenly, the black cloth covering her eyes vanishes. She will pray for him in this broken past. There is no place for her in his destiny, yet she deeply wishes him well. She hopes his journey will be filled with happiness. Ut cannot hold back her tears. Suddenly, countless soft flower petals flutter into view. The petals completely block their vision. Jae-hyun and Howla shield their faces, squinting against the massive flurry of swirling leaves and petals. Ut's voice echoes with deep sincerity, wishing him endless blessings on his journey. Slowly, Jae-hyun's eyes involuntarily close in the storm. When he slowly opens his eyes, the massive gate before him is shattered into countless fragments. A deep, familiar voice suddenly echoes out. The voice welcomes him back. Jae-hyun gently touches the web of deep cracks running across the glass surface. He gives a brief nod of agreement. Howla watches silently, feeling slightly lost and unsure of what her next move should be. Xiomia announces this as his final trial, wanting to test only one thing. Is the prophecy great rival truly prepared? Can he abandon his current path, even if it means losing the absolute most precious thing in his life? Jae-hyun looks down, lost in deep, heavy thought. In his mind, faces of his mother and Yu-jung suddenly flicker by. Then comes Sung-gun, followed by the distant, highly familiar silhouettes of Sung-jae, Jae-sang, and An Ho-seon passing through his thoughts. Finally, the image of Yina flashes in his mind before returning to the moment Ut bid him farewell. Jae-hyun quickly speaks up no. He knows he might stumble, experience extreme pain, and face deep, heavy sorrow. Xiomia nods in understanding, having walked a similar path, but Jae-hyun firmly asserts that he will always stand up and press forward. The old man smiles, entirely satisfied with this answer. Xiomia declares that Jae-hyun has successfully passed the test. As the prophesied rival, he is fully qualified to overcome this trial. Right then, the system interface blinks into his vision. The notification confirms all trials are cleared. Jae-hyun receives a massive 4-level boost and claims a brand new conqueror title. He even gets a special reward directly from Xiomia. Jae-hyun can't help but marvel at the absolute haul of top-tier loot. Xiomia asks if they plan to leave now. Jae-hyun nods, confirming their work in this area is finally complete. But before leaving, Jae-hyun stops, mentioning one last forgotten detail. The old man is confused, wondering what it could possibly be. He turns away, delivering a sincere apology on behalf of the old man's father. Xiomia is utterly stunned by the sudden revelation. Saying his final farewells, Jae-hyun and Howla quietly slip away. Behind them, the old man whispers that he never hated their actions. Outside, Jae-hyun pulls a dark mask over his face to conceal his identity. The snowstorm is rapidly worsening by the second. An absolute army of heavily armed hostiles lies in wait just ahead. Spotting them, Jae-hyun quietly curses under his breath. He is shocked by their sheer numbers. Howla lowers her voice, whispering in disbelief that they all seem pretty strong. Sneaking out of here is going to be incredibly tough. Jae-hyun hates having to sneak around like a common thief. Given everything that has happened, he understands why the association is so desperate. The European alliance poured serious money into this. Funding this massive raid was no cheap task. Even with his current power level, taking on two S-rank hunters simultaneously is impossible. Making a quick decision, Jae-hyun decides to step forward, telling Hala he will buy them time while she handles the rest. She readily agrees, telling him to create a distraction the moment she signals. With a brief nod, the heavy doors slowly slide open. As the barrier opens, everyone outside immediately turns their heads, watching a familiar figure slowly walk toward them. Someone in the crowd yells out for him to stay back. Balak suddenly steps aside, quickly approaching Jae-hyun. Getting closer, Balak speaks up, demanding to know if he finished it. Jae-hyun just smirks, asking what if he did, as a sharp blade instantly presses right against his neck. Balak is completely out of patience, his face showing a terrifying seriousness. Balak silently observes that there is no more magic power leaking from the place. He really finished it, but how was that possible? Jae-hyun remains unfazed, slightly tilting his head. He instantly recognizes the weapon as the real Banmung Dragon Slayer, not some cheap counterfeit, but a genuine S-class relic. A smirk of amusement plays on his lips. Jae-hyun points a finger, saying that from the start this place was meant only for him, and no matter how many times Balak tried, he would always fail. A scowl of sheer annoyance forms on Balak's face, demanding if Jae-hyun is calling them weak. He just shrugs provocatively, playing dumb, since Balak was the one who said he could not even step inside because he simply was not worthy. Enraged, Balak is about to curse him out, calling him a piece of trash. He initially wanted them on the same side, but now he has changed his mind, though he won't kill him just yet. There are still too many things to extract from him. Jae-hyun was right. Balak is easily triggered, exactly like the rumors said. Waving his hand, Jae-hyun initiates a summon to see if it works. After all, he thinks Balak actually made getting his prize much easier. Balak immediately charges forward to stop him, shouting that he won't just stand by and watch. But Jae-hyun remains perfectly calm, as a massive sword materializes to block his strike. A system notification pops up, displaying the equipped item as the level 8 Banmung Dragon Slayer, Sid's favorite blade. It boosts power by 100, agility by 50, and has an S-rank passive Dragon Slayer skill. Balak is utterly stunned. Jae-hyun cannot help but smirk, his voice ringing with pure mockery as he asks, who said there cannot be two Banmung swords in this world? Jae-hyun easily deflects the blow, leaving Balak glaring at him with gritted teeth. Sharp, relentless slashes rain down, but the smirk never leaves Jae-hyun's face as he lightly steps back. Right on cue, the system alerts him that the active skill Light Step is activated. Moving with perfect rhythm, Jae-hyun effortlessly dodges every single attack. He keeps pouring fuel on the fire, remarking that Balak is much slower than expected. Balak's rage boils over from the constant teasing, but he suddenly sighs in frustration. Balak silently admits that even among S-rank hunters, very few could actually dodge his swordplay. Who on earth is this guy? Behind them, the crowd watches the entire clash unfold with bated breath, utterly transfixed by the asked spectacle. A figure riding on a staff flies down to Balak, who takes a careful look. This sword is not only familiar, but it also radiates a magical energy identical to his own Banmung. Balak admits that this only makes him more curious. He won't kill him, but he might just take his limbs. Jae-hyun quickly cuts him off, telling him to stop because it causes psychological trauma. Losing his patience, Balak snaps back, but Jae-hyun calmly tells him to shut up. He mentions that he read an article about Balak's recent divorce, wondering if that woman in the black cloak was the reason. Camilla quickly steps in, warning them that they are crossing the line. She notes his wife actually divorced him because of his terrible, utterly boring personality. Furious, Balak demands to know whose side Camilla is even on. The sword in his hand begins radiating an immense, overwhelming energy as he mutters, "They can finish this chat in the interrogation room." Suddenly, Hera's voice echoes, announcing she is ready, and he should finish this. Jae-hyun declines, telling her to wait, which leaves her highly confused. Honestly, he cannot even hide his excitement, as it is not every day he gets to fight an S-rank conqueror. The system then announces the activation of the active skill Hyperspeed, powered by the equipped B-class item, the incomplete Ring of Transcendence, briefly amplifying his mana and boosting magic power. Because it lacks a Transcendence Stone, the Hyperspeed skill is downgraded and remains unstable. Yet, despite the incomplete state, the temporary power output of the skill rises dramatically. Energy surges into Jae-hyun's own sword, gathering an immense amount of force. A warning flashes, stating that using this skill will lock his mana for some time. Camilla can clearly feel the sudden massive shift in his magic power. Sensing danger, she screams out for Balak to get back. But the stubborn man charges ahead anyway, earning her silent scold that his brainless attitude is why he got dumped. System activates magic barrier, and Jae-hyun's sharp eyes track the scene. Cracks begin to form and spread across the ice, holding Balak, rapidly shattering the frozen layer into countless flying shards. Camila gasps in utter disbelief. Even Balak is briefly left, stunned by the unexpected turn. According to Naya's memories, this guy is ridiculously strong, and in Min Jae-hyun's opinion there is only one way to quickly close that power gap. Taking advantage of a split-second opening, Balak instantly closes the distance to deliver a devastating blow. To grow stronger, one must fight superior opponents. Their blades clash, sending sparks flying as Camila struggles to hold her ground against the sheer shockwaves of this fight. Suddenly, a familiar figure is sent flying. He quickly notices and unleashes his ability. A surge of energy wraps around Valak as he falls safely, cushioning his landing. Safe and sound. Camilla is in absolute disbelief at what just happened. This guy actually defeated the leader of the Guild Alliance. She cannot let a monster like him run free after this. Jae-hyun coldly turns around to walk away. She glares at him, demanding to know where he thinks he is going. Glowing magic circles flare up, activating her active skills, Purgatory and Windchaser. Instinct screams at Jae-hyun to turn around as a magic sphere charges straight at him. Jae-hyun groans. Due to the limits of his active skill, his mana is temporarily locked out. Muttering a quiet curse, he watches as Hela manifests before them, declaring that this has gone on long enough. The impact triggers a massive magical explosion. Camilla narrows her eyes in concentration, realizing that before her attack even reached him, he had already vanished. Frustrated and unwilling to back down, she wonders how he could possibly be so fast, swearing to track his trail. He cannot be allowed to escape, but Valak sits up, urging Camilla to let it go. Confused, she asks what he could possibly mean. He calmly repeats for her to drop it, warning that tracking him is too dangerous and they should discuss this back at headquarters. Camilla is skeptical, reminding him he usually hates contacting them. Is this guy really that strong? Valak does not deny it. Realizing he is serious, she sighs, noting how unusual he is acting, jokingly asking if his wife wants to get back together. Valak sighs in defeat, explaining that the enemy spared him on purpose, so there is no point in sending search parties. Camilla agrees to contact headquarters about him instead. Valak thanks her and heads off to rest deep in his own thoughts. Valak makes a silent vow that whoever this guy is, they will meet again and he will not taste defeat next time. Hela simply clicks her tongue in exasperation at Jae-hyun, who merely laughs it off, deciding it is time to head back home. The next day at the airport, a message comes through. He just landed and Seo in awe is already calling. What could she want? Answering with a casual hello, he hears her voice on the other end asking if Jae-hyun has chosen a party yet. He thinks it over, realizing there is only about a month left. Parties are a core policy across all Raider academies. To put it simply, they function similarly to regular school clubs but are specifically designed for aspiring Raiders. Generally, second and third-year students form these parties and invite freshmen to join, often taking on requests from public organizations. The academy takes a cut of the commission while the students earn some money and build valuable industry connections. This is the perfect way to gain party experience before officially entering a guild. It sounds like a great concept, but in reality it is only useful if one lands a spot in an influential guild. Otherwise, it is just a waste of time. Before his regression, he joined a low-ranked party and was treated like slave labor. But since rules restrict you to a single group, he had absolutely no choice but to stay. Still, he plans on joining their group eventually, but where's the fun in making it easy? Keeping his cool, he replies that he is still undecided, wanting to find a party that truly fits him. Seo In-ah shyly mentions that they are currently discussing joining a group together and asks if he wants to tag along. Jae-hyun plays hard to get, replying that he'd prefer to choose for himself. When silence falls, he wonders if she got hurt. Suddenly, a loud voice shrieks over the line, demanding to know if Min Jae-hyun plans on abandoning them to go solo. Covering his ear to block out the noise, he quickly defends himself, arguing that he never promised to join them. But Yoo-jung firmly declares that once teammates, always teammates. Jae-hyun playfully teases her, telling her to just admit she wants his top-tier perks. Caught off guard, she flusteredly snaps back that she doesn't care about that. Then she mentions An Ho-seon has something to say. An Ho-seon sounds flustered on the line, denying he ever said that, doubting he could ever persuade Jae-hyun anyway. He nervously greets him, but Jae-hyun casually tells him he wouldn't mind joining their party after all. An Ho-seon is stunned. Jae-hyun internally chuckles, how gullible he is, warning him to be careful of phone scams before presenting his single condition. An Ho-seon whines, protesting that they are supposed to be friends, but Jae-hyun coldly cuts him off, telling him to take it or leave it. An Ho-seon quickly changes his tune, agreeing that business is business even among friends. Feeling smug, Jae-hyun promises to share the conditions later. He needs to head through the gates now. An Ho-seon readily agrees and Jae-hyun signs off, promising to meet them back at the academy. Hela pokes her head out from his collar as Jae-hyun looks on. If party registration is starting, then that major event must be close. Hela asks if he is finally done with his call. The upcoming outdoor camp coincides perfectly with the party registration period. The training grounds are located deep within the restricted zone in Daegu. The site where Milet Academy stands is only a small part of it. With countless monsters still roaming wild outside, Milet Academy organizes these annual outdoor camps to cull their numbers as much as possible. Just then, the massive teleportation gate begins to hum slowly, swirling open to reveal the path forward. Jae-hyun slowly walks out of there. He nods gently, following the staff member's guidance. Finally, his exhausted legs can take a much-needed break. He sighs in exhaustion. He only walked a little, yet it felt like a century had passed. Hella speaks up next, agreeing that it makes sense. After all, he has gone through so much. She leaps down onto the sofa he's sitting on, suggesting they take a look at his reward. Suddenly, Hella's fur stands on end with a strange premonition. Jae-hyun asks out of curiosity what is wrong. She brings up another topic. She asks if Jae-hyun remembers how she bought time for him. He instantly suspects her, meaning Hella's brief response means Heimdall has finally broken free. The surrounding city has already been reduced to ruins for a very long time. Now giant cracks begin to spiderweb across the ominous red sky. A massive hand struggles to reach out from the ruptures, followed by a colossal body. Out of the tearing sky, a giant figure plummets. Nearby monsters can only look up and watch in awe. The heavy crash unleashes a devastating shockwave that shakes everything in the area. Heimdall quickly gets back to his feet, cursing. Damn it all, how dare a mere clone leave him stranded like this? Is she actually trying to shield humanity from him? Rubbing his face thoughtfully, he wonders why any creature would dare to cross him. The loud disturbance draws the attention of nearby beasts. Heimdall is locked in their sights as their furious glowing red eyes glare down. The monster dives with terrifying speed. Its massive fierce form crashes onto the ground, but Heimdall stands perfectly still, completely unfazed by the threat. He seems entirely lost in his own thoughts. The dragon tilts its head, showing clear confusion and his utter lack of fear. Its maw slowly opens, exposing rows of razor-sharp fangs. It prepares to swallow Heimdall whole, yet his eyes remain deep in concentration. Heimdall finally speaks, realizing the situation. Clenching his fist tightly, he declares that he has formulated a brand new plan. He looks forward to meeting his prophesied archenemy. Smirking, he welcomes the game, ignoring the dragon's slimy drool splashing all over him. He intends to test this enemy personally. Meanwhile, Hella's small ears twitch as she senses a sudden alarming shift in the wind. Hella wonders why Heimdall is heading over there. Jae-hyun asks where she means, and she reveals it's near the restricted zone. The restricted area is near Miles Academy. Hella asks if he knows why, and he hesitantly notes that it's their intended campsite. Hella adds that she likely knows his motive. Since Heimdall can see the future, he wants to identify his destined enemy there. Jae-hyun falls deeply silent. It seems his friends are about to be dragged straight into this incredibly dangerous and complicated mess. She isn't sure what to do either, but Jae-hyun honestly admits he had already anticipated a scenario exactly like this. Jae-hyun slowly gets up and paces around. He seriously calculates that he needs to prepare as much as possible for this confrontation. He scrolls through the system interface. Hoping Nornir left him something useful, a notification prompts him to open the giant's gift. A potion vial materializes immediately right before him. He has received the consumable item Giant's Blood. Jae-hyun reaches out. This is Giant's Blood, an S-rank consumable containing the true essence of a giant with both incredible power and profound wisdom. Consuming it boosts both strength and wisdom. However, the 30-point increase cannot be activated without meeting the strict stat requirements. Both stats must exceed 150. This requirement explains why he absolutely had to achieve an S rank on his test. Passing with an S rank meant pushing both his raw strength and wisdom scores past that mandatory 150 threshold. He glances at the next notification. He has acquired a new passive skill, Nornir's Rage. The detailed system description pops up. Jae-hyun stares at the screen, his eyes widening in pure disbelief. This S-rank passive skill holds a devastating, highly specialized effect. It doubles all damage dealt to Aesir gods and Valkyries. Hella asks for his thoughts, noting this is why they had to rush. She reminds him that completing the second trial quickly was crucial. Smiling, he briefly responds that he's glad he prepped early. Getting those minor objectives out of the way first paid off. Confused, Hella looks at him and asks what he's planning now. She studies him skeptically. Jae-hyun looks down with a gentle smirk, prompting Hella to focus her magic and revert to her original shape. She reassures him that she knows how to help. By the next afternoon, crackling arcs of dark lightning erupt from Jae-hyun's body. He struggles mightily to control this overwhelming power as the lightning intensifies. Brushing his hair back, he admits this is incredibly tough, definitely not easy. Hella calls down from a nearby tree branch. Naturally, a mythic-grade skill makes standard S-rank or special class abilities look like child's play. Her physical form slowly fades away. She warns that if he fails to level up and gain strength, the skill will destroy his body. He ponders the mythic passive skill inherited from the Great Relic. It is none other than the legendary power of the God of Thunder. This mythic tier ability grants him the Thunder of Thor. Every single one of his lightning attribute skills receives a massive boost in effectiveness. Lightning skill damage spikes by 300%, while all related elemental effects are enhanced by an impressive 50%. While he can toggle it, the skill's rank far exceeds his current level. Consequently, maintaining it for too long carries immense risk. Overusing it will inflict permanent physical damage. Jae-hyun realizes he must master the flow of this power as quickly as possible. The scene transitions to a bustling city dominated by soaring skyscrapers. Jae-hyun slowly takes his first steps into the urban landscape. On the sidewalk, he reads a quest alert. Time to level up. Hunt down all of Odin's attacking crows targeting him and the Resistance Alliance. Objective is one of 5. Difficulty S-class. Reward an empty card. Plus, a rank-up completion reward. But time is running out. This whole option is practically useless. Jae-hyun mutters about the risk of permanent physical damage. He's willing to sacrifice, but it solves nothing. Is there another way? Hela is thinking the exact same thing, promising she will find some kind of alternative. A car horn blares beside them. Hela points out his guest. Jae-hyun calmly wonders if they are friendly. The woman in the car finds him amusing. What a coincidence meeting Min Jae-hyun out here like this. Jae-hyun tries to identify her. It's Baek Ji-yeon, the guild master of the Curator Guild, wearing a sharp smile. She asks if the Lotus Guild treats him well. Jae-hyun immediately realizes the real reason she is here. Greeting her politely, he asks if a busy guild master like her shouldn't be elsewhere instead of meeting him casually. Jae-hyun shamelessly calls it destiny. Jae-hyun absolutely hates that word. Did she spy on him behind his back? He stops cold. He bluntly asks if she has been investigating him behind his back this entire time. Hela takes that as her cue to slip away. Sensing a private matter, she happily exits to go play elsewhere. Twilight settles. A figure emerges near a wall. Song-jae's cloaked body slowly appears as he makes a report. Whispering into his phone, he reports that the Curator Guild master made contact, but his own position was instantly compromised. He's certain Jae-hyun knows about the tale. Meanwhile, a heavy night falls over the busy, bustling city streets below. Jae-hyun cuts straight to the chase, demanding her real motive. Ji-yeon loves the directness and immediately offers to recruit him. He quickly reminds her that he already has a guild, pointing out that she must surely know that already. Ji-yeon drops a massive bombshell. She offers Nidhogg's Fang. His eyes widen and he is completely caught off guard. Could it really be Nidhogg's Fang? She is offering a priceless S-class artifact to him just like that. Inside Hell's shrine, the goddess calmly watches. She asks Hela if she is absolutely sure she won't regret this decision. Hela smiles, placing a hand over her heart. She asks Hel to lend her the dark power of the underworld. Hel notes that she finally came seeking her. Hela repeats her plea, begging for the power of the dead. The goddess smiles, explaining that since Hela is only a fragment, holding her full divine power is a different story. Even if shared, the burden is immense. Hela quickly admits she might just die instantly the moment she uses it. Letting a mortal shell hold divine power means she will have no future left, even if she survives the ordeal. There is literally no future for her after this. Hel asks with genuine confusion why would she do it. Hela explains her purpose. The goddess planned this from the start, appointing her as the guide for the 5 trials. She acts as a compass for the challenger to move forward. Everything she has was prepared solely for him. The ancient prophecy has practically taken effect ever since the very beginning of this monumental quest they started. Hela is not convinced by those words, arguing it's no reason to sacrifice herself. Hela hesitates, admitting another motive. She's just curious about a human struggle against absolute despair. She wants to see how Jae-hyun will keep pushing forward. The goddess is puzzled, asking if she really wants this, even if she won't be in his story anymore. Hela calmly agrees. The goddess lets out a heavy, helpless sigh, realizing her guide's mind is completely made up. Hela agrees to share a portion of her strength, wishing Hela happiness no matter what dark path she chooses. Hela is stunned for a moment before smiling with deep gratitude. Suddenly, a voice echoes through a quiet room. Seong-jae comments on how Curator's master Baek Ji-yeon is trying to buy Jae-hyun over. But Jae-hyun isn't so easily swayed. Song-jae taps his fingers on the table. Jae-hyun's loyalty is something that money simply cannot buy. Ji-yeon has evaluated Jae-hyun's potential much higher than anyone else. Feeling anxious, Song-jae turns to his own leader. He asks his master if she will just watch. Jae-hyun is a rising star. Shouldn't they protect him? Yoo Sung-yoon laughs, teasing Song-jae for changing. She has never let anyone steal from her, not once. Back at the sidewalk, Ji-yeon invites him to join her, saying they would make an absolute powerhouse of a team. Jae-hyun playfully retorts that she is pretty bold for a first meeting, asking if she's crossing the line. She calmly asserts that a deal is already in play. Simply by sitting there, the transaction has already begun. He only smiles and shrugs at her bold declaration. All right then, since they are both already at the table, both of them have something to gain from this meeting. Jae-hyun doesn't waste any time getting straight to the point. Ji-hyun quickly agrees and orders Jeon-chu to bring it over. Seeing this, Jae-hyun finally locks in and gets completely serious. The Fang of Nidhogg is placed on the table. Jae-hyun admires it, remembering this mythic weapon from his past life. In his past life, this weapon was the second most expensive item on the conqueror market. It's a truly priceless treasure. He wonders how she got a legendary treasure that money cannot buy. Jae-hyun looks incredibly thoughtful, staring intently at the blade. It certainly looks expensive, so why show it to him? She gets blunt, stating she hates men with too many secrets. He readily agrees, asking what she wants. Suddenly, a dense, crushing, magical pressure fills the room, weighing down heavily on everyone. The heavy aura weighs down on Ji-hyun. With a cadet possessing this much magic, she struggles to keep her composure. Jae-hyun reads her mind easily, warning her not to lose control. Startled and completely stunned, Ji-hyun flinches in shock. Her traditional persuasion tactics won't work on him. Ultimately, she wants him to join her group, the Coyote Guild. He asks if she is seriously offering this legendary S-rank artifact, Nidhogg's Fang. Ji-hyun strains to speak, confirming the massive offer. She points out he won't get treatment like this anywhere else, and Jae-hyun silently has to admit she's right. No other guild would make such a crazy offer to a 17-year-old. Still, Jae-hyun remains highly skeptical and questions her motives. He knows the Coyote Guild actively recruits veteran fighters. Why change their policy now to recruit a young cadet? She strongly emphasizes that she is the only one who decides the guild's path, telling him to set those doubts aside. Jae-hyun gets straight to the point, asking if he's the first person she has tried to recruit. She confirms it. He realizes there are deeper issues here. Ji-hyun finally backs down, admitting there is indeed more to the story. Recruiting a top student directly from Jeon-ho's hands gives her a massive advantage, especially with his outstanding academy test results. His performance even caught the attention of the National Conqueror Bureau. Because of that, she will pay any price. She believes that spending a legendary S-rank item like Nidhogg's Fang is worth it. As Jae-hyun silently ponders, she watches him closely. With a hint of sarcasm, she asks if he is easily swayed. Jae-hyun simply shrugs, questioning her assumption about him. She confidently claims that an S-rank artifact is more than enough to change his mind, believing she already has him completely hooked. Furthermore, she promises he will receive all profits using his promotional image, emphasizing they only care about his potential. He suddenly cuts her off, suggesting that if he is going to use this weapon, he should at least touch it first. He asks if there is any harm in letting him touch it. Suddenly, his system prompts him with a massive choice. The system asks if he wants to copy the magic artifact. Ji-hyun easily agrees, allowing him to touch the blade. Jeon-chu immediately obeys the order, unsealing Nidhogg's Fang. The moment it is revealed, a massive wave of energy erupts. The immense energy makes the surrounding space tremble. Jae-hyun watches with intense anticipation as he slowly reaches his hand out. His fingers wrap around Nidhogg's Fang. He marvels at holding this legendary priceless weapon in the palm of his hand. A satisfied smirk quietly creeps onto his face, and trust me, she has absolutely no idea what he just pulled off. He sits back down, leaving her stunned as he explains the weapon does not suit his combat style. He bids her goodbye. Jae-hyun stands frozen, repeating his words in complete disbelief. Jae-hyun calmly clarifies that the weapon simply isn't his style. She slams her hands down in anger. Who on earth cares about combat style when offered a literal S-rank artifact? She demands to know if he understands how rare this opportunity is, reminding him that money simply cannot buy this power. Jae-hyun remains entirely unfazed, asking if he is free to leave. Jae-hyun is left completely speechless, unable to understand. As the door shuts, she lets out an exhausted sigh. Jeon-chu checks on her, and she notes how stubborn he is. She mutters that he acts exactly like his own circle leader. Clenching her fist, she slams it down in rage. She vows to make them both regret this. Meanwhile, back in his room, Jae-hyun sits on his bed, admiring the weapon. His system screen flashes, confirming that his copy skill was successful. He has officially acquired a perfect copy of Nidhogg's Fang. Jae-hyun is absolutely thrilled to get this weapon so early. It is named after the most dangerous poisonous dragon in legend. The beast lives in Lake Fergelmere deep inside Niflheim, constantly gnawing away at the roots of the world tree Yggdrasil. He never expected her to let him touch the weapon. From the very beginning, she never suspected he could copy it. She had no idea his skill even existed. With the timeline changing so rapidly, Jae-hyun must plan his next moves carefully. He ponders the strength of Heimdall, wondering if the god's power is truly close to Thor. He remains deep in thought. A slow smile plays on his lips as everything gets interesting. He immediately begins plotting his strategy to fight the gods. Things could get pretty wild and difficult in his current situation, but he's also kind of curious to know one thing. Exactly how strong is he compared to them? Can he really change the dark future shown to him in that mirror? Over at Milet Academy, the club presidents gather in the conference room, leaving a watching student completely breathless in awe. She realizes these top academy leaders possess an intense presence, almost like they are already a bunch of veteran conquerors. It seems crazy that the absolute best guild leaders are actually gathered here just to recruit a single student. Jae-hyun speaks up first to claim the prize. "We are taking Min Jae-hyun, so the rest of you can just give up." Hellring this Chia from the Guardian Club frowns and argues that it is their turn since Jae-hyun took the best recruit last year. She refuses to let a top talent like Jae-hyun go, reminding everyone of the rules separating mage and warrior conqueror clubs. They are not supposed to interfere with each other, so Han, the president of the Sung-un Club, steps into the argument. He runs the mage club founded by Du Sung-un, but Ju Hee-up suddenly cuts them all off. "Shut up, everyone." He yells that Jae-hyun is a combat mage, so why on earth would a regular mage club even try to recruit him? Even Ju Hee-up, who single-handedly dragged his club Gazum to rank 2, is an incredibly formidable and admirable figure. Jae-hyun stands his ground, asserting that Jae-hyun is the perfect fit for his club, which only makes Ju Hee-up even more annoyed. Calling the whole argument complete nonsense, Chia proposes a fair solution: let Jae-hyun choose whichever club he actually wants to join. But the others scoff at the idea, complaining that she is making it sound way too simple when things are much more complicated. He snaps that she is being incredibly dense and forgetting why they are meeting, prompting her to stand up in absolute rage. She tells him a muscle-brain idiot has no right to talk, sparking a massive shouting match where absolutely nobody is willing to back down. And it is all over a single high-profile student. These top clubs get massive amounts of attention and sponsorship from powerful outside guilds. These outside guilds constantly pour resources into the clubs, hoping to secure first dibs on the absolute best talents before they graduate. Due to this heavy funding, the top clubs have always managed to maintain a delicate balance of power among themselves. But with Jae-hyun entering the picture, everything is completely thrown off, making him a highly dangerous wildcard in their eyes. His sheer presence could easily shatter the peace they have kept for years, which shows just how insanely powerful this guy really is. Just as the tension peaks, Cha Ji-won slams her hands on the table and offers a brand new proposal that silences the room. A frustrated Ju Hee-up demands to know what she means, so she explains they should all pitch their offers to Jae-hyun directly. Whichever club successfully recruits Jae-hyun will be strictly barred from bringing in any of his talented friends as well. On top of that, they must forfeit participation in at least 2 major academy events, a bold move by Cha Ji-won. Her club is currently the smallest, but she managed to build it entirely on her own, making her a very respectable voice. Ju Hee-up admits her terms make total sense, and Chia quickly chimes in to give her own full agreement as well. Satisfied with the outcome, Cha Ji-won brings the meeting to a close as a younger student looks on in absolute admiration. She actually got everyone to agree, which is going to make for a fantastic news article as night begins to fall. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun stares at his phone in confusion, asking his friend Yena exactly where she wants them to go together. Sitting on her bed with a racing heart and blushing cheeks, Yena thinks back to the brave call she made just minutes ago. She had nervously invited him to the national festival, leaving Jae-hyun quite surprised by this sudden and unexpected invitation. She quickly stammers an explanation, mentioning how it is a famous event that every aspiring conqueror should experience at least once. He knows she absolutely loves lively festivals, but he playfully asks if anyone else from their group is tagging along. Yena goes completely quiet for a moment before hesitantly admitting that everyone else is far too busy to join them. Hellring this, Jae-hyun happily agrees to go, realizing the event is the perfect cover for the local black market to open up. Based on his memories from before his regression, this is the exact place where he can acquire a crucial secret item. It might even be his key to defeating Heimdall, so he eagerly asks her exactly when she wants to meet up. Yena shyly suggests meeting in 2 days on April 25th at 9 a.m., right near the main festival park entrance. She celebrates silently that she did not stutter this time, while Jae-hyun agrees that taking a small break sounds quite nice. She happily agrees, but Jae-hyun suddenly remembers he left some of his belongings back at the academy and must hang up. After bidding her goodbye, he steps out of his room while Yena exhales in pure relief, absolutely thrilled about their date. As night settles over the quiet academy grounds, Jae-hyun gathers his things and starts heading back toward his dormitory. Spotting the familiar figure of Yoo Jung standing nearby, Jae-hyun cannot resist teasing him, asking what he is doing out so late. "Is this the men's floor? Are you turning into a guy?" Yoo Jung's totally embarrassed and ready to snap. "You dummy, I just came to ask you a question." Jae-hyun is visibly surprised by her sudden appearance. "Huh, you want to ask me something? It definitely has nothing to do with studying." She hesitantly scratches her head. "No, actually, it is about the National Raider Festival. Over there, crowds of people are already having a blast." Seo-na shyly wonders if she arrived way too early. Just then, Jae-hyun unexpectedly walks up to her with a smile, waving his hand. He says she got here really early. She waves back as he explains he wanted to look around first, but she still beat him to it. All Seo-in-ah can do is smile sheepishly. Jae-hyun points toward the entrance and the two quickly start making their way inside. She can't help but feel her heart flutter in this moment. Soon the surrounding crowd starts to recognize them. Look, is that who I think it is? Is that Min Jae-hyun? He looks even more handsome in real life. And isn't that Seo-in-ah? They look way better than they do on screens. It turns out elite people like them visit places like this too. All the whispering and constant staring starts making Seo-in-ah feel super anxious. Suddenly, a warm hand gently squeezes hers. Jae-hyun thoughtfully leads her away, telling her to walk a bit faster, which completely touches her heart. He asks how she dared invite him here when she suffers from crowd anxiety. Feeling embarrassed, she can only offer a soft apology. She says she is sorry and just isn't used to it yet. Jae-hyun simply smiles and suggests they go grab some breakfast. He asks if she has eaten, mentioning there are great spots nearby, including her favorite toast place. She is genuinely surprised by how much he knows. He actually remembers her favorite food. Turning back, he happily urges her to follow, and his outstretched hand completely captures her attention. She quickly catches up to match his pace. Now let's jump back a few days ago when Yoo-jung hesitantly brought up the topic. She nervously explained she only came because she had something to ask. Hearing this, Jae-hyun couldn't help but feel totally surprised. He teased that her question probably had nothing to do with studying, which she immediately and flusteredly denied. She mentioned the National Raider Festival, and Seo-in-ah's voice echoed in her mind about how everyone else was already too busy. Yoo-jung calmly pressed on, saying he would just be lazing around at home all week anyway, so a change of pace would be great. Jae-hyun stayed quiet for a moment as the realization hit him. However, he quickly declined her offer right after. He apologized and said he had plans, promising another time. This left her completely disappointed, while he just smiled apologetically. He promised they could go together next time. Fast forward, and the clear morning of Jae-hyun and Seo-in-ah's big date finally arrives. The two of them casually stroll down the streets, taking in the sights. Seo-in-ah is full of curiosity, eagerly exploring every little shop. Jae-hyun just follows behind helplessly. Seeing him look so incredibly serious while tasting the local food makes her burst into giggles. They have a wonderful time, but the clear blue sky eventually begins to darken as heavy gray clouds roll in. A sudden downpour completely cuts their fun day short. Seo-in-ah sits under the bus shelter looking quite downcast about the ruined plans. Jae-hyun quickly runs off to buy an umbrella. He slowly walks back, popping it open to shield her as he casually chats. He grumbles about why he never trusts weather forecasts. Seo-in-ah looks pretty down, keeping her head lowered as she softly agrees. Jae-hyun looks at her and goes quiet, pursing his lips without another word. Suddenly, both of them look up in the same direction. It is like they both notice something interesting at the same time. His eyes light up as a clever idea pops into his head. He points toward a nearby shop, asking with a gentle smile if she wants to take some photos. She never expected this invitation. Her cheeks immediately flush red as she gasps. Jae-hyun shyly scratches his cheek, looking away as he tries to explain himself. He stammers that it is just a popular thing to do on dates, but they can easily go somewhere else if she prefers. Before he can finish, Seo-in-ah gently reaches out and grabs his sleeve. He turns to look down at her in surprise. She keeps her head down, shaking it quickly to refuse going elsewhere. Realizing how bold she was being, her face turns even redder. She quickly lets go, frantically stammering out an apology. Then, with a trembling but happy voice, she whispers that they should do it. The two of them head straight into the photo studio across the street. As they enter, the employee warmly welcomes them. The red-haired staff member beams with excitement, holding his hands up to gush about what a totally adorable couple they are. Jae-hyun narrows his eyes, finding the guy pretty familiar. Keeping his cool, he plainly states that they are just here to take pictures. Seo-in-ah stands right behind him with a bright red face, silently wondering if they really look like a couple to outsiders. The staff member winks and respectfully points toward the accessory cabinet, telling them to pick whatever they like and have fun. Seo-in-ah eagerly rushes over to the shelf, picking out two cute bunny ear headbands with a big smile on her face. She excitedly shows them off to him. Jae-hyun stares at the bunny ears like they are his worst enemy, his face darkening immediately. He questions why she even grabbed two of them. Seeing how desperately he is trying to escape, she softens her voice. She gently asks if he really dislikes them that much. Eventually, Jae-hyun gives in reluctantly, letting her put the headband on. Awkwardly posing, they snap a few stiff pictures. He holds the results, looking at one completely pitch-black photo, and speaks up coldly. "Excuse me, but it seems one of these photos is glitched." The clerk scratches his head awkwardly, smiling as he apologizes and explains. He says he told the technicians to fix the machine, but they probably forgot. He apologizes, assuring them that the ruined photo is free. But Min Jae-hyun is generous and declines the offer, smiling as he says he is fine with paying anyway. The clerk then chuckles cheerfully. He suggests looking at the blank photo as an open space where they can both project their future. Hearing this, Seo-in-ah looks away. Her eyes are filled with hope as she wonders if Jae-hyun could actually be her future. He holds the dark photo sighing. He mutters about how optimistic that is yet doubts the future. Meanwhile, the clerk lowers his voice, suddenly turning quite mysterious. He reaches out his hand, whispering a chilling question, can they even protect the present? The strange clerk smiles again. His harmless face somehow leaves an unsettling vibe. Sensing this, Jae-hyun and Seo-in-ah quickly make their exit without staying any longer. He looks back with lingering doubt, silently questioning what that was all about. Jae-hyun stands there, staring back at the shop. He stands completely still, transfixed by the studio, while Seo-in-ah waits by his side, confused. Finally, he turns around to leave. He keeps walking, lost in deep, dark thoughts. The clerk was highly suspicious, yet there was absolutely no trace of mana on him. Seo-in-ah slowly follows behind, lowering her eyes and pursing her lips in deep hesitation. Gaining her courage, she finally calls out Jae-hyun. Jae-hyun stops and turns around with a questioning look. Seo-in-ah keeps her head low, her expression filled with an internal struggle. Finally, she musters the strength to admit her lie. He stands there in total confusion, having absolutely no idea what she means. She tightly squeezes the photo in her hand, falling silent for a moment before sighing and preparing to explain things to him. She hesitantly confesses that she never actually asked anyone else to join this trip. Jae-hyun is stunned, his eyes filled with questions. Seo-in-ah refuses to look at him bitterly, admitting that she was acting purely out of selfishness. She cannot even lift her head. She closes her eyes, confessing that she just wanted to spend some quiet time alone with him. Jae-hyun completely freezes at this. The honest confession leaves him utterly speechless. His face goes completely blank before he purses his lips with a faint, sorrowful look. Suddenly, Jae-hyun recalls their warm smiles, juxtaposed with a ruined, dusty battlefield that flashes rapidly through his mind. Faces of his fallen comrades flicker in his mind, including Rosfa. He remembers Thor raging wildly amidst the blazing flames. Memories of his encounter with the giant Ymir slowly drift by, ending with the desperate, tearful face of Erd. Every memory rolls like a heavy film weighing down his soul. Jae-hyun casts his gaze down before looking up with a soft smile. He gently chuckles, saying he is glad she had a wonderful time. Seo-in-ah looks up, completely caught off guard by his response. She looks down again, her lips trembling as if she wants to say something else, but she ultimately keeps quiet in defeat. Turning her head, she bites her lip, eyes wild with conflict. Seo-in-ah shuts her eyes and takes a deep breath to find courage. Looking back at him, her voice carries a tone of resignation as she tells him she has something important to share. But before she can speak, a massive explosion rips through the building right behind her. Both Jae-hyun and Seo-in-ah freeze in shock. They quickly turn their gaze toward the massive explosion just as the loudspeaker blares with a panicked emergency broadcast. It warns all tourists at the National Mock Subjugation Festival of an urgent situation. A dungeon break has just occurred. Right on cue, two armed figures dash past them like the wind, stepping up to take charge of the chaotic scene. They stand in the middle of the street guiding the crowd, while the loudspeaker continues urging everyone to evacuate immediately. Panic spreads instantly as citizens flee the growing flames. The two young hunters work together to guide everyone to safety. While they carry out their duties, Jae-hyun stands frozen in disbelief. He can feel that this chaotic energy is not normal. This staggering level of mana is not coming from any ordinary dungeon. His senses instantly pick up a freezing, ominous aura. Walking closer to the scene, his sharp eyes narrow. He realizes this strange mana carries a foul metallic scent of blood. Confused by this grim realization, he hesitates, frowning deeply. Just then, Odin's crow flies out, screaming into the open street. It warns the panicking crowd that they must flee immediately. The bird points in a direction, its eyes flashing wildly. It guides them away, screaming about the immense danger. Seo-in-ah lowers her voice, urging him that they need to leave too. Tears well up in her eyes as she warns him. She senses that staying any longer will only lead to disaster. But before she can finish, Jae-hyun coldly cuts her off. He immediately triggers his mana detection skill to assess the area. A wave of sensory energy erupts from his body. Staring down the path, he warns her that going that way is suicide. His voice is ice cold, his eyes incredibly sharp. As his detection spell spreads further, he realizes who is waiting for them. Recognizing the magical signature, a familiar face flashes in his mind. He curses in pure rage, realizing exactly who is responsible. That damn bastard. Suddenly, Odin's crow erupts into a creepy, twisted laugh, his face contorting into an ugly grimace. A disturbing grin spreads wide across his lips. Fascinating, he sneers his beady eyes, locking directly onto Jae-hyun with pure amusement. You caught on way faster than I expected. The monster pauses, letting out a slow, menacing hiss that cuts through the cold air. Could you be the great enemy of the gods? Jae-hyun freezes in absolute shock, urgently telling Seo-in-ah to turn around and run. Confused, she hesitates. Jae-hyun turns back with a look of sheer desperation and roars for her to leave, but it is too late. Odin's beast moves like a flash of lightning, closing the distance instantly. Seo-na freezes in terror, completely unable to react. Without a second of hesitation, he winds up a heavy, brutal fist, aiming a devastating blow straight at her face. Boom! A deafening explosion suddenly shatters the air, kicking up a thick screen of blinding dust as the entire city trembles. Flame and dark smoke billow up, painting the horizon orange. Odin's crow pauses, slowly looking up to see who intervened. His lethal punch is stopped dead in its tracks by a powerful grip. It is Jae-hyun. His gaze is icy cold. "Who are you?" Jae-hyun demands. The creature completely ignores the question, merely grinning back as he sizes up his opponent. "You do not look like someone carrying such a heavy fate," the crow sneers. This time, Jae-hyun is pushed over the edge. Rage flares. He radiates lethal intent. "I am asking you one last time," he says as raw power erupts around him. Debris shatters as he roars, "Who are you?" The crow moves swiftly, leaping backward to safety before calmly speaking. "I am one of the 5 crows of Odin, the ruler of Asgard." Taking a combat stance, a sinister smile creeps up. He boasts that once he delivers Jae-hyun to his master, he will finally earn his name. Jae-hyun lowers his head. His breathing grows heavy as his hands begin to tremble with rage. "You," he mutters under his breath, clenching his fists tight. The memory of Hyun's dark face and his frenzied flock of crows flashes through his mind. Jae-hyun snaps his head up. Eyes blazing with pure fury, he roars that a cursed thing like him is no different from that bastard. Seo-na is startled. She watches him in absolute concern, hesitantly calling his name. Jae-hyun takes a deep breath and turns to her. "We cannot escape right now, so get behind me," he instructs. Seo-na bites her lip and nods, her face full of worry. Across from them, the crow sneers, noting how important the girl must be to him. Jae-hyun remains completely silent. Instead, he simply narrows his eyes and coldly asks, "So what?" The crow raises his hands, a murderous look in his eyes. "I will plunge you into despair by ripping her to shreds," he threatens. Jae-hyun's face darkens as he spits back a challenge. "Go ahead and try," he dares. At that moment, Jae-hyun raises his hand to activate his active item crafting skill. Closing his eyes, his voice drops back to a calm, steady tone. "No matter what you try to do here." Opening his eyes, Jae-hyun levels his newly forged blade right at the beast, declaring that the crow will be the one ripped apart. He successfully materializes his dragon-slaying blade. Gripping the hilt, Jae-hyun kicks off the ground and launches forward like a bullet. Across from him, Odin's crow charges straight ahead. Jae-hyun's blade glows with an overwhelming light, ready to clash head-on. It is a clash of pure metal against bare, monstrous hands. Jae-hyun swings his sword with everything he has got. The beast sneers, laughing at the attempt and calling it decent but nowhere near enough. But before he can even finish, Jae-hyun delivers a blindingly sharp slash. Standing behind him, Seo-na shields her eyes from the sudden onslaught of dust. She wonders what is happening, watching the battle unfold before her as doubts begin to cloud her mind. Who is he and how is he doing this? The crow backs away from the slash, laughing with twisted excitement. "Wait, are you the adversary hellring that title?" Seo-na is stunned, but she quickly shakes the thought from her head. Now is not the time to overthink. She realizes she needs to focus entirely on finding a way to help him. Jae-hyun silently focuses every ounce of his energy on his sword, while the crow suddenly pulls a bizarre black chain from his chest. With a wicked grin, the beast swings the dark chains forward perfectly, blocking Jae-hyun's next powerful strike. Jae-hyun's face darkens as he demands to know the beast's connection to Hyun. On the other side, the crow's body begins to overflow with a dense, shadowy aura. He mockingly asks if Jae-hyun is really asking that in a life-or-death battle. The beast's form begins to shift as he whispers that he might as well let him in on the secret. Without hiding anything, he explains that Hyun is one of Odin's most famous black crows, much like Munin. The crow shrugs, completely indifferent, as he adds that Hyun possesses the divine authority of the chief god himself. Jae-hyun scoffs at this, his eyes cold with mockery, as he tells the beast he finally understands how pathetic they are. A powerful creature being used as a disposable pawn just to keep tabs on me. He presses his lips together tightly. He couldn't hide his burning hatred. "Why did you have to do this?" Odin's crow reached out his hand, explaining it was all because of the ancient prophecy. That supreme prophecy of the gods was absolute and nothing could ever change it. Hellring those words, Jae-hyun only grew more furious. He ground his teeth in rage, cursing the nonsense. Beneath his feet, a different surge of power began to spread alongside deep doubt. Was all of this really just for some baseless prophecy? Jae-hyun slammed his sword into the ground, causing sharp blocks of ice to erupt. He roared in fury, demanding to know if that was why the crow came looking for him as he activated his glacial domain. Across the field, Odin's crow casually swung his heavy chains, completely unfazed by the rising, jagged ice pillars. Jae-hyun didn't hesitate for a single second, lunging forward with a brutal downward slash of his sword. But the crow easily deflected the blow with his chains. Holding them tight, he spoke in a flat, cold, robotic voice. He insisted that Norse prophecies are never wrong, then unleashed his power, swinging his chains to attack Jae-hyun for the first time. Dropping to one knee, Jae-hyun raised his sword to block the lethal strike. Behind him, Seo-in-ah watched with growing dread. Looking at the deadlock battle, she calculated her options. Trust me, this opponent is on a completely different level. With her current level of power, there was simply no way she could directly help Jae-hyun survive this clash. A sudden idea flashed in her mind. Grabbing a glowing blue stone, she threw it forward without a second thought. Jae-hyun caught it midair. He paused, glancing back in utter confusion, demanding to know what she had just thrown at him. It was a mana transfer stone, a rare item that allowed her to channel her own energy directly into the holder. Realizing exactly what this magic stone could do, Jae-hyun stared back at Seo-in-ah in absolute stunned disbelief. But she had already closed her eyes, clasping her hands tightly to begin transferring her remaining mana to him. In that instant, old memories rushed back, seeing Seo-in-ah pale and helpless while he stood by, unable to protect her. Back then, she had reached out with a faint light. Now Jae-hyun stared blankly at the stone in his hand. The stone began to glow intensely with the raw magic she was sending. He looked down, his mind racing with wild thoughts. Squeezing the warm stone tight, he paused for a brief second to whisper a quiet, heartfelt thank you. Facing Odin's crow once more, Jae-hyun cleared his head, warning himself not to lose focus, since that was what the enemy wanted. He lowered his gaze, taking a deep breath to steady his racing pulse and find the best way to counter. What was the enemy's weak spot? As the crow charged, Jae-hyun analyzed the battlefield, trying to survive this deadly trap. He had to make a move right now. Across the field, Odin's crow was already whipping his chains forward. The razor-sharp tips flew like black lightning, aiming to tear him to pieces. Suddenly, a brilliant light flashed right beside Jae-hyun. Countless golden chains erupted around his body, clashing head-on with the enemy's iron links. In response, Odin's crow pulled a dagger. As the chains violently collided, he let go of them entirely, gripping the blade to launch a direct physical assault. The crow fired a dark chain, leaping onto it to gain momentum before diving straight toward Jae-hyun with his weapon bared. Yet Jae-hyun's expression remained completely calm as his sharp eyes track every single micro-movement of his deadly opponent. He's fighting with chains and a dagger, even though there is a massive difference in our mana reserves right now. Jae-hyun glanced at Seo-in-ah, who was still channeling her energy, calculating that he could easily keep his distance. But one slip-up would mean absolute disaster, making a counterattack impossible. So he manifested a sharp chain of his own. Stepping onto the golden links, he balanced perfectly, gripping his sword with eyes burning with sheer bloodlust. Like a shot arrow, he launched himself into the air, bringing his sword down to clash directly with Odin's crow. After that clash, Jae-hyun grit his teeth, staring at the bleeding wound on his arm. He quickly stood straight again. He instantly activated his active skill, Sacrifice, watching the flesh knit itself back together in amazement. It's too fast. Even with Lightstep active, he's incredibly hard to track. After the trade, Odin's crow shook his head. He muttered that he had heard Jae-hyun was a handful, but he had clearly still underestimated him. Suddenly, he fell. The crow collapsed to his knees, admitting that Lord Heimdall was right after all. He clutched his face in agony. He conceded that Jae-hyun truly possessed the power to challenge the gods. Jae-hyun simply smirked, showing zero fear. He offered a sarcastic thank you for the praise. The crow raised an eyebrow, surprised by his calm composure. Odin's crow lowered his head, asking in a chilling tone if he actually believed he could end him right here. Jae-hyun crouched slightly, mentally steeling his resolve, because right now even the Norse gods couldn't destroy him. Raising his sword again, he took a deep, steadying breath. Currently, the supreme power of the prophecy was failing. With the prophecy shielding him, taking down this monster with his weapon is absolutely possible. Steeling his resolve, Jae-hyun prepares for battle. He lunges forward, blade raised. Odin's raven grips his daggers tightly, scoffing at the idea that he would ever fall for such an obvious attack. The raven sneers, assuming a heavy longsword will slow his opponent, but Jae-hyun shows no signs of stopping. Instead, he leaps into the air with explosive momentum. Descending from above, Jae-hyun swings his sword down, aiming directly for Odin's raven. The beast raises his chains in defense, but Jae-hyun suddenly releases his one-handed grip. His eyes gleam with a brilliant, cunning light. Jae-hyun twists his body mid-air, shifting seamlessly into an entirely different attack stance. Caught completely off guard, the raven takes the full force of the blow. A smirking Jae-hyun looks down with utter contempt, mockingly apologizing because it seems his opponent is not actually all that impressive. Taking the devastating hit, Odin's raven stumbles backward in silent agony. His knees buckle under the impact as he crashes to the ground. He raises his arms to block dust billowing all around him. The raven starts trembling, his mind completely disoriented from the sheer power of the blow. His mask shatters into pieces as he groans in pain, his eyes wide with absolute disbelief. He wonders how a mere human could do this. Driven mad with rage, Odin's raven lunges forward like a beast, screaming how a pathetic human dares to lay a hand on him. Jae-hyun remains completely unfazed, effortlessly raising his blade to parry the deadly assault. The sharp tip grinds heavily against his sword. The impact causes his blade to crack. Yet Jae-hyun calmly remarks that his enemy's intel on him is clearly outdated. With that, Jae-hyun swiftly slips away to dodge the next strike, quickly deactivating his active skill, Magic Artifact Manifestation. An instant later, a faint light glows around his palm as he reaches out to activate the artifact skill once again. He tightly grips a newly materialized weapon. This time, he successfully summons the legendary Fang of Nidhogg, his eyes brimming with lethal intent. Jae-hyun notes that he really did not want to resort to using such an overpowered weapon so early in the fight. As he grips the dagger, an overwhelming wave of dark magic erupts from the blade. Odin's raven is completely frozen in shock. The raven mutters in disbelief, wondering how he never knew Jae-hyun possessed a dagger. He senses the massive aura rising from the boy. Panic begins to take over as he feels the crushing weight of that power. Jae-hyun notices his terror and frowns in suspicion. Is the beast afraid? Seeing the raven frozen, Jae-hyun analyzes the reaction. He didn't expect to face an uncalculated threat. Without hesitation, he fires. A golden chain shoots like lightning, cleanly wrapping around the arm of Odin's raven. With his enemy pinned, Jae-hyun launches forward. Showing no mercy, he swings his dagger, unleashing a barrage of fierce strikes. An agonizing scream rings out. System notifications flash on screen confirming that Nidhogg's Fang has successfully inflicted massive poison damage. The lethal poison starts stacking up immediately. Jae-hyun backs off, admiring his weapon with a satisfied grin. The blade is even better than expected. It is truly worthy of its prestigious S-rank status. On the other side, the raven tears through his bonds. His furious roar echoes across the battlefield. He demands to know how a mere human dares use the power of the god he despises most. Shaking off the last of his shackles, the raven turns around. His entire body radiates sheer pure malice. Like a flash of lightning, the beast lashes out with his chain. Jae-hyun reacts instantly, blocking with his dagger. Seizing the initiative, Jae-hyun presses his advantage. He swings his blade in a rapid, relentless counterattack. The raven moves fast, deflecting every blow. But the poison is taking its toll, slowing him down. Jae-hyun smirks, noting his enemy's stiff movements. The lethal toxin is making it impossible for the beast to fight. Now look at him, our hero raises an eyebrow triumphantly. The tables have turned. Humiliated and desperate, the raven completely snaps. The monster screams that for the sake of Asgard he will do whatever it takes to win this battle. Jae-hyun shrugs, mocking the beast. But the raven suddenly charges, slipping past him at extreme speed. He whispers a chilling message, asking when he ever said that Jae-hyun was his actual target. Jae-hyun goes pale with shock. His pupils tremble as he looks back to see the beast's true destination. The raven is heading straight for Seo-in-ah. She reacts instantly, raising her hands to manifest a protective magic barrier. But the beast is far too strong. A single slash shatters her defense, leaving her completely vulnerable. With daggers drawn, the monster closes in with bloodlust. Jae-hyun grinds his teeth in absolute helpless rage. Without a second thought, he throws his dagger. He roars out a warning for her to duck immediately. Seo-in-ah freezes in terror, unable to move. But after the dust from that brutal encounter finally settles, she collapses to the ground, clutching her dress. She looks down in utter defeat, blaming her own weakness. Seo-in-ah weeps, feeling entirely useless. She looks up with tearful eyes at Jae-hyun's battered, exhausted figure. Exhausted, he closed his eyes and leaned on her shoulder. Deep down, she quietly breathed a sigh of relief that at least this time he was not hurt. Seriously. But Seo-in-ah found herself frowning as she remembered Odin's crow, wondering who he was and why he had caused all of this. Jae-hyun seemed to know him. As her mind flashed back to the past, she hesitated in deep thought. Furthermore, Seo-in-ah bit her lip, recalling the way the man had lunged at her. Her heart grew heavy with thought. The magic he used was also just like back then. Could there be a connection between the two incidents? She sighed softly, her eyes filled with sorrow as she gently brushed Jae-hyun's hair. He frowned, showing a look of pain as he slowly woke up, finally regaining consciousness, and slowly sat up while Seo-in-ah blushed deeply at their extreme closeness. In the very next second, as he looked at her groggily, her face felt like it was on fire from the intimate moment. Jae-hyun offered a weak smile and spoke in a faint, grateful voice, asking if she had been by his side this whole time and thanking her. She shyly avoided his gaze, stammering in response. Of course she had to do that. After that, they fell into a heavy silence, neither of them speaking a single word. The dark sky after the long night was slowly lighting up with the faint dawn of a new day. Jae-hyun looked down, his lips whispering her name, admitting he knew what she wanted to say back then. He paused, sighed, and decided to tell the truth. To say, Seeing her freeze up like that, Jae-hyun immediately stopped talking and stared sadly at the ground. Then he gently placed a hand on her shoulder, hesitantly warning her that what he was about to say might make her uncomfortable. He swallowed hard, gathering his courage as he slowly spoke, asking her not to overthink it but begging her to listen to his words. He had a responsibility to fulfill, which was his reason for speaking. But before he could even finish, Seo-in-ah raised her hand, pressing her finger to his lips to stop him. "Everyone has their own secrets," she whispered, looking down with a sad, pleading tone, asking if they could just avoid this topic. Jae-hyun froze his eyes, filled with pain as he called out her name. She bit her lip, choked with emotion, apologizing that she was not ready to hear his answer yet. While in the sky, dawn was slowly breaking, matching her soft voice as she begged him not to say it now. A warm tear rolled down Seo-in-ah's cheek, yet she quietly promised to wait for him to finish what he had to do, silently telling herself that she already knew. Tears streamed down her face, but she forced a smile, asking him to give his answer only when everything was finally over. Seeing her like this, Jae-hyun lowered his eyes with a heavy heart. He gently reached out his hand to stroke her hair, while Seo-in-ah continued to sob. He sat quietly beside her, feeling completely helpless as he comforted the heartbroken girl. After returning home, Jae-hyun was still plagued by questions. The memory of Seo-in-ah's tear-streaked face kept flashing through his mind, smiling through her pain, leaving him filled with self-blame. He wondered why he had cut her off and failed to give her a clear, proper answer. Recalling his own helpless avoidance back then, the young man let out a heavy, confused sigh. He knew very well how Seo-in-ah felt about him, so why did he act that way? Torn and conflicted, he painfully admitted that giving her false hope would only hurt her more. Jae-hyun stood there dazed and lost in thought, surrounded by a thick, hazy fog. Right then, a giant green monster roared from across the room, charging straight toward him in a wild frenzy, kicking up thick clouds of dust. The beast swung its massive wooden club, aiming a devastating blow right at him. But Jae-hyun leaped high into the air, easily dodging the ground-shaking strike. Without wasting a single moment, he immediately summoned his signature glowing golden chains. Soaring through the air, he pointed his hand and sent the heavy links flying behind the beast. He watched calmly as the creature crashed down, while a system notification popped up to show his quest progress had increased, earning him a level up. Clenching his fists, Jae-hyun felt a massive surge of new energy rushing through his body. He threw a powerful punch forward, releasing a shockwave that made the air itself turn suffocatingly heavy. A new system message announced that his defensive shield was now active. Still holding his fist out, he murmured coldly that he could feel the protective barrier around him. But then he sighed in frustration, still unable to understand how the mechanism actually worked. Just then, a shadow stepped into the room, instantly catching the young warrior's attention. The visitor was Helra. Closing her eyes, she quietly remarked that it was only natural he could not fully grasp it yet. Stepping forward with bare feet, she calmly assured him that he would understand everything soon enough in the future. Stopping a short distance away, she tilted her head with a smile, declaring that if anyone could do this, it was him. Jae-hyun chuckled dryly and looked down, asking why she was suddenly talking nonsense as if she were about to leave for some distant place. Crossing his arms, he shook his head and told her that her cryptic words would not work on him. Helra simply stood there blankly before letting out a cold snort. She offered no further reply, her eyes narrowing as she silently hoped. "Hopefully in the future, my existence will no longer matter to you. Only when that day comes will you truly awaken your inner power." On a crisp sunny morning, Jae-hyun takes a leisurely stroll toward a grand towering building. As he approaches, a student bows deeply, politely asking if he is Jae-hyun. He squints, his gaze filled with suspicion. He asks who they are. Jae-hyun stands tall with his hands behind his back, proudly introducing himself as a third-year student and the president of the Guardian Guild. Jae-hyun raises an eyebrow, listening intently before recalling that he has heard of them. Searching his memories, the pieces fall into place. The Guardian Guild, the Academy's strongest warrior faction, where even regular members possess extreme power. But Jae-hyun merely lowers his head, his lips moving as he mutters something softly under his breath. Compared to the Norse factions, they are honestly pretty weak. Across from him, Jae-hyun politely extends his hand with a calm invitation. He formally invites him to join the Guardians. Suddenly, Ga comes sprinting over at full speed to interrupt them. She demands they stop questioning who gave him permission to recruit here. Pointing aggressively, she boldly declares that Jae-hyun will join the Sangha Guild instead. Suddenly, Joo-hee-yeop steps in, raising his voice and telling everyone to cut the nonsense. Pointing at himself with a sharp, piercing glare, he insists that Jae-hyun is joining GAM. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun can only look on. Biting his lip as onlookers gather, he awkwardly warns the seniors to keep it down since everyone is watching. Before he can even finish explaining his stance, a woman in the crowd steps forward with a smile, cutting him off. She politely asks for a moment of his time, introducing herself as Cha Ji-hyun from the Three Eyes Guild. Her sudden appearance instantly commands the space. Jae-hyun stares in shock silently, wondering who this mysterious woman really is. Watching the recruiters bicker, a faint memory sparks. He vaguely recalls hearing about her guild during his past life as a conqueror. By now, Jae-hyun has stepped forward, standing directly in front of Jae-hyun with a perfectly poised professional smile. She claims she is only there to say hello, not recruit. He glances around at the crowd, feeling pretty annoyed. He tells her she should find him when it's less crowded. Yet she remains unfazed, narrowing her eyes as she whispers. She taps her lip, her piercing gaze reminiscent of a venomous snake, uttering a cryptic warning about the danger ahead. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun completely loses his patience, raising his voice to declare once more that Jae-hyun is definitely joining GAM. But Jae-hyun abruptly cuts them off, stepping forward to apologize and state that he needs to clarify something. Standing calm and collected in the center of the crowd, he drops an absolute bombshell. He has no intention of joining anyone. Jae-hyun frowns in disbelief. Jong-hyun keeps his head low and stays silent while Ji-ah gasps in utter shock. Jong-hyun slowly looks up calmly, asking what his plans are. He notes that without a guild, a conqueror faces rough times. He reminds him that as Yu Sung-woon's disciple, a solo player would be forced to start with bottom-tier low-level quests. Jae-hyun merely smirks casually, shrugging his shoulders. He points out that he never said he would remain a solo conqueror. Before he can finish, an irritated Jae-hyun steps in and grabs him by the collar, demanding a clear explanation. He barks at him to make himself clear right now. Jae-hyun's expression instantly darkens as he issues a bone-chilling command. Jae-hyun deadpans, telling the senior to let go of him immediately. He glares up, issuing a cold, emotionless warning. For his own safety, Jae-hyun shivers slightly under the terrifying icy pressure, staring wide-eyed in absolute silence. Finally backing down, he slowly releases his grip. Jae-hyun calmly brushes off his wrinkled collar, speaking in a freezing tone. He flatly announces that he will simply build his own guild. The crowd gasps, staring at him in utter disbelief. Standing a short distance away, Cha Ji-yeon silently observes the unfolding drama. Hearing his grand declaration, she lets out a soft chuckle. Her cold, calculating gaze is like a predator waiting for its prey. Sometime later, Jae-hyun is seen inside a private room. He slams the table in frustration, yelling about how ridiculous the kid's words were. He wonders if he is completely insane. Clawing his hair in frustration, he grits his teeth in confusion. Why would a mere first-year student want a guild? Sitting across from him, Ji-ah grinds her teeth, urging him to keep his voice down. Jong-hyun, however, maintains his usual stoic face. He gently rubs his chin, pondering why a freshman would attempt such a thing. He stares blankly at the table. The senior flatly notes that while the academy does not ban it, the task is virtually impossible for a freshman. Jong-hyun narrows his eyes, delivering a cold, rational analysis. This path requires highly specialized knowledge and grueling quests. And most importantly, Ji-ah chimes in, raising an eyebrow. She explains that the candidate must complete everything entirely solo, without a single shred of help from seniors or academy professors. Jong-hyun nods slowly, leaning forward with his elbows on the desk. Confirming her thoughts, he elaborates further. But our main concern right now is that his words might actually be true. He's actually going to establish his own circle. Hearing this, Jae-hyun loses his temper, shouting out in absolute frustration. What do you mean? You just said it was completely impossible. Jung-hyun slowly shifts his gaze and frowns, questioning him. What is the most important thing to establish a circle? Jian rests her chin on her hand, searching her memory before answering. First, you need real influence over the academy factions. Plus, wealthy, powerful families are incredibly tough to win over. Not to mention those with unique abilities are even harder to recruit. But Jung-hyun just shakes his head, rejecting her logic. His eyes narrow with a serious look as he reminds them that those rules might not apply to Jae-hyun. Just look at his friends. Jung-hyun smirks, visualizing each of their faces. All of Jae-hyun's allies are highly prominent and elite individuals in this academy. They are master potion brewers, powerful frontline warriors, and top-tier support. Hearing this, Jian begins to waver. Her eyes are filled with hesitation and doubt. He looks down calmly, delivering the brutal truth of their situation. That is why, from the very beginning, he never actually needed us. Jae-hyun finally gets it, grumpily scratching his head in annoyance. Damn it, he mutters, we are in for a lot of trouble. Jung-hyun taps the table and clicks his tongue, making a declaration. We have to change how we look at Jae-hyun. Thinking back to his teammates' incredible abilities, he helplessly admits a hard truth. With the kind of powerful allies he has at this academy, he could easily disrupt the entire balance of power among the established circles. Jung-hyun closes his eyes, standing up slowly to give a firm command. The other circles must find ways to survive and grow. If needed, the Guardian Circle will back them up. Jae-hyun scowls deeply, his eyes filled with pure contempt for the freshman. All this worrying just because of a single rookie. Jung-hyun stands straight and delivers an ice-cold question to silence his complaints. Tell me, Jae-hyun, could you beat Jae-hyun even in a 10-on-1 fight? That devastating question completely shuts him up. He can only stew in his own silent anger. Jae-hyun walks out with firm, confident steps, offering one last generous offer. Our doors are always open, so we will wait for your decision. Once he leaves, Ji-eun also stands up from the table in exhaustion. She sighs heavily, pushing herself up. Ju-hyop grits his teeth, having no choice but to stand and follow her out. Out in the hallway, Jung-hyun suddenly stops in his tracks. Jae-hyun's worried warning and grave expression flash through his mind. To protect his own safety, Jung-hyun darkly confirms to himself that actual terrifying monsters have already entered the academy grounds. With that chilling thought, he resumes walking down the long corridor, a cold feeling settling deep in his chest. He realizes Jae-hyun is the second monster he must watch out for right after Cha-jeon. Meanwhile, the gang gathers together. Yoo-jung is completely blindsided by his sudden announcement, screaming in shock. What she gasps, her eyes practically popping out of her head. You want to start our own circle? Jae-hyun keeps a completely deadpan face and nods, confirming his decision. He tells them they have absolutely no need to join other guilds. An Ho-seon hesitates, a deeply worried expression on his face. Hold on, aren't we still just first years? He frowns, stressing out. If other circles feel threatened, we will face massive trouble. Lee Ji-sang clenches his fists, looking like he is about to burst into tears as he frantically nods along in agreement. Yeah, he whimpers, I am absolutely terrified of picking fights with other circles. So-yul just crosses her arms and snorts loudly. Is this the big emergency you called me for? She does not turn him down, but she gets straight to the point. What about the rewards? Jae-hyun glares dryly at So-yul, completely speechless at her brutal and immediate bluntness on the matter. He ignores her question entirely, turning his attention to the bigger picture. We just need to focus on becoming strong. Strong enough to stand our ground against any of the other guilds. So-yul glares, absolutely furious at being completely ignored. Jae-hyun pays her no mind, continuing to lay out his plan. This transition is bound to happen naturally. He rubs his chin, staring off into the distance. Building their own circle is far better than joining someone else's guild. Seo-in-ah, who has been sitting quietly this whole time, suddenly speaks up to show her full agreement with his plan. I am totally on board, she says. Lee Ji-sang immediately backpedals cowardly, shifting his stance to agree with the majority. If Jae-hyun is set on this, then I guess I am in too. But So-yul is still the realistic one, raising her hand. She demands to know how they will get paid. Without guild points or rewards, are they supposed to eat dirt? Jae-hyun does not dodge her question this time, letting out a small sigh with a slight confident smirk on his face. He lists his assets to reassure them, pointing out his top student rewards and valuable items from previous guild runs. Combined with his other sources from before, his personal stash is sitting on quite a hefty fortune. He has at least a few million points, so their salaries are fully covered. But So-yul is not even happy. She just grits her teeth, calling him a complete lunatic. Yoo-jung jumps out of her seat, accusing him with a glare. But you never buy any food for us. While So-eun was furiously nagging, Min Jae-hyun, a mysterious figure, suddenly stepped forward and casually announced that they would throw a party today. Min Jae-hyun glanced over at the person who just spoke and asked with tired eyes why she was even here. Watching the girl lazily stretch, Min Jae-hyun coldly called out Ah-hun's name. She tiredly rubbed her head and mumbled that she just wanted to join their club. It is fine, right? She pouted, complaining that she would enroll at Milet Academy next year anyway. Because of his skill, she could not act freely at all. Min Jae-hyun's eyes suddenly flashed with light as he activated his manipulation skill. Right after that, Ah-hun raised her hand and cheered, blurting out that this club would be fun since everyone was an idiot. She turned pale and covered her mouth. Too late. Lee Ji-sang started crying, completely hurt by her harsh words. Ho-seon also glared and scolded the venomous red-haired girl. On the other side, Seo-in-ah could only let out a heavy sigh, muttering a long, confusing rant. Feeling completely set up, Ah-hun glared resentfully at the smugly smiling Min Jae-hyun. He slowly stood up calmly, advising her that calling one's seniors idiots was not a very nice thing to do. Min Jae-hyun smiled gently, offering reassurance in a calm voice that their situation was not actually that bad. He patted Ho-seon's shoulder firmly, claiming that everyone, including the seniors, possessed their own special talents. Giving a subtle thumbs up, Min Jae-hyun began brainwashing the group, promising that growing this club would help them shatter their current limits. Ho-seon was completely captivated. His eyes sparkled with absolute admiration. He turned to him and swore intensely that he would dedicate his absolute loyalty to the club. Sitting opposite Seo-in-ah, silently resolved that she would protect Min Jae-hyun with her own hands this time. Min Jae-hyun then shifted his gaze toward her, making her promise even more firmly in her heart. She smiled with determination, promising to do her best for the club. But Kim Yoo-jung was not fooled, whispering quietly to So-yoon that something felt incredibly off. So-yoon also covered her mouth, shuddering as she agreed that whenever Min Jae-hyun smiled like that, disaster was bound to follow. But Min Jae-hyun had insanely sharp hearing and glared at them with a murderous gaze. What are you saying? They both went dead silent. So-in gritted her teeth in pure anger. Kim Yoo-jung shook her head in panic, deciding not to press further. Min Jae-hyun seriously explained that to get stronger, hard training was absolutely necessary. He then nodded gently to comfort them, telling them not to worry too much. He promised to personally guide them through all their workouts and combat training. With a dark smile. "Will you join my club?" he whispered like a devil asking one last time. After that incredibly sketchy conversation, they all found themselves at the training hall of Milet Academy on a bright afternoon. Looking around at the state-of-the-art equipment, Min Jae-hyun nodded, highly impressed by the academy's massive gym. He observed the valuable training artifacts scattered around, quite pleased with the top-tier quality of the facility. However, only elite students had access here, requiring the highest-ranking club president's permission just to enter. Inside, Kim Yoo-jung was already groaning and gritting her teeth, sweat pouring down her face like absolute rain. She collapsed onto the floor, cursing in exhaustion, while Ah-han lay completely limp beside her, crying out that she just wanted to party and relax. As they lay there panting, a figure slowly walked over too. Lee Ji-sang kindly offered them recovery potions to help them heal. Nearby, Ho-seon was also sitting on the ground, complaining that his muscles felt completely torn apart. But Min Jae-hyun calmly pointed out that tearing muscles was the only way to make them grow. He then walked over to the potions Lee Ji-sang brought, picking up a bottle. Turning back to them with a warm but somehow terrifying smile, he warned them not to waste a single drop. Furious, So-yoon pointed at Ho-seon and called Lee Ji-sang a traitor. Panicking, Lee Ji-sang hid behind Min Jae-hyun, whispering that he simply hated fighting and violence. Min Jae-hyun calmly held up two fingers, asking why she was blaming Lee Ji-sang when they only had 2 rounds of training left. Watching Ah-han work out in the distance, Min Jae-hyun noted that even though this looked like a standard gym, it was actually quite special. Glancing at the completely exhausted Kim Yoo-jung, he knew this facility could manipulate gravity to dramatically increase the students' physical strength, endurance, and defensive capabilities. He crossed his arms, realizing with a knowing look that to achieve such rapid growth, all the equipment here had gravity settings several times heavier than the outside world. Over in a corner, So-in-ah was also panting heavily from the extreme weight. So-in-ah is working hard, struggling to lift weights during training. Standing in silence, Jae-hyun quietly watches her exhausted, tired figure. A flash of pity crosses Jae-hyun's eyes, but he keeps his cold, silent front. He recalls the recent attack from Odin's Raven. He sighs, knowing a similar disaster could strike at any moment. The memory of So-in-ah's terrified, helpless expression still haunts him. Deep down, Jae-hyun makes a firm resolve. There is only one way to stop it. With a sad gaze, he sinks into deep thought. Clenching his fist, his inner determination hardens. His close friends must grow stronger, and they must do it quickly. That is the only way to ensure they do not become dead weight in emergencies and can safely escape any battlefield. His gaze is freezing cold, filled with unwavering resolve. This is the absolute priority they must achieve right now. A few days later, on a beautifully clear afternoon, Jae-hyun decides to pay another visit to the Yeonhwa Guild. Seong-yoon sits comfortably, welcoming him with a gentle smile. Jae-hyun sits directly across from her, returning the polite expression. They sit there, smiling at each other in a silence that is both tense and slightly comical. Finally, Seong-yoon tilts her head. She speaks up, deciding to skip the small talk and get straight to the point. Is he planning to transfer guilds? Jae-hyun is caught completely off guard and asks her what she means. Across from him, Seong-yoon can only chuckle. She does not hide it, stating flat out that she knows the Curator Guild has already approached him. Seong-yoon narrows her eyes, lowering her voice. She looks straight at Jae-hyun, finishing the sentence with a dark tone. They even offered Nidhogg's Fang as a reward. Yet Jae-hyun shows no fear, instead letting out a relaxed, easy sigh. With a shrug and a smirk, he realizes his secret is out. He finally stops pretending and asks her directly. If he really wants to transfer to another guild, would she actually let him go? Seong-yoon laughs and shakes her head. Absolutely not, she replies, her tone turning cold. Especially not to the Curator Guild. Jae-hyun is not surprised. He raises an eyebrow and asks why she even brought it up. Seong-yoon stops smiling, her presence radiating a freezing pressure. Standing up slowly, she looks down at him with immense pride. She walks closer, a sharp light gleaming in her eyes. She called him here to declare that she will absolutely never allow anyone to steal him away from her side. Honestly, who could blame her for being protective? Her lips curve into a chilling smile as she refuses to yield her favorite student. She reaches out toward Jae-hyun, gently squeezing his cheeks. She leans in close and whispers right into his ear. He has absolutely no reason to abandon his current position. Jae-hyun lets her hold his face, raising an eyebrow playfully. He asks if that remains true even when the tempting offer involves one of the rarest artifacts in the world. Seong-yoon stays sharp, nodding as she makes her counteroffer. If he makes a reasonable request, she will do anything to grant it. That is not a bad deal at all. He leans back against his chair, closing his eyes in defeat. He admits he never planned to leave, asking why on earth he would go anywhere else when she is right here. Shaking her head, she calls it a sweet lie that almost fooled her. Jae-hyun is not surprised by her reaction. He sits up with a grin, muttering what a shame. They laugh together, though the strange tension remains thick. Eventually, his laughter fades, though a smirk remains. He admits defeat. Out of the corner of his eye, his thoughts drift. He silently recalls the hostile name of Heimdall. Taking a deep breath, Jae-hyun quickly makes a critical final decision. The god will definitely target him during the upcoming practical training camp, and he must be ready for anything. Time flies by and departure day finally arrives. Jae-hyun's 6-member squad slowly boards their designated transport vehicle. He leads the way, stepping inside first. As the sky turns to a deep evening gold, the vehicles start moving. Sitting inside the truck, Jae-hyun turns to the others and tells them to give it their absolute all out there. With a playful smirk, he adds that this important event marks the official grand start of their legendary circle. Hyun smiles and brightly agrees. Meanwhile, So-yul playfully slaps Lee Jae-sang on the head, telling him to stop shaking. Lee Jae-sang rubs his head in pain, looking thoroughly miserable. He stammers in fear about how terrifying this actual combat is. Jae-hyun nods bluntly, adding fuel to his friend's anxiety by reminding him that everything is absolutely real now. Jae-hyun points out that from here on out they will be facing actual living monsters in life-or-death combat. The young man explains that even with other professional raiders nearby clearing out beasts, this training camp is still far from safe. Kim Yoo-jung leans over, gently trying to soothe Lee Jae-sang by telling him that overthinking will only make things much harder. She advises him to just relax, since they will definitely need to stay sharp for this entire training camp anyway. Sighing, Lee Jae-sang closes his eyes, accepting his fate. Just then, Seo-in-ah, who had been completely quiet, calls out to Jae-hyun. She has a question. Jae-hyun raises his eyebrow in curiosity. What is it? She looks at him calmly, asking why he chose to name the group Circle 9. Hellring this, Do-jung leans forward and Jumi agrees, saying she also wonders why he went with a simple number. Jae-hyun nods in confirmation. Right. But Seo-in-ah presses further, her eyes locked on him, determined to get a real answer. Is there some kind of special meaning behind it? Jae-hyun leans his head back, letting out a heavy dark sigh. He admits that, to be precise, he actually dislikes the number. In Norse mythology, 9 is highly symbolic, like how Thor was fatally poisoned by the venom of Jormungandr and died after taking only 9 steps. That is one of his reasons. Jae-hyun lowers his gaze quiet. He explains why this fateful number keeps popping up. Across the seats, Seo-in-ah and Do-jung watch him closely, soaking in his words as they realize the heavy connections behind it. He suddenly chuckles, a dark self-mocking glint flashing in his eyes. Jae-hyun leans back, crossing his arms. He dislikes it, and that is precisely why he chose it. Hellring this, the two girls bite their lips, exchanging heavy, worried glances. He quietly glances back at them, his true thoughts completely unreadable. Jae-hyun looks away, lost in some distant ancient memory. After a long silence, he mutters in a low, husky voice, reflecting that some things are completely impossible to forget, but being around them actually makes it hard to remember. His tone is steady, laying bare his deepest burdens and his true purpose in this war. Soon after, a loud announcement echoes. Through the vehicle, they have arrived at the entrance of the closed city hosting the training camp. Shaking off his thoughts, Jae-hyun regains his cool composure, standing up to warn them that things will get rough from here on out. His eyes are cold, but his voice is sharp as he orders everyone to stay alert. They step off the bus into the fading dusk, while Jae-hyun silently acknowledges that no one makes it out of this place alive without absolute caution. Taking their first steps under the twilight sky, they head deeper into the massive training grounds. Meanwhile, the god Heimdall sits casually atop a high building, resting his chin on his hand while watching the clouds. Behind him, Hu-jin senses an aura, quietly reporting that another crow has just vanished. Hellring this, the god lets out an amused, dark chuckle. Heimdall remains relaxed, keeping his lazy posture, but his eyes gleam with genuine admiration for his prey. What an intriguing opponent. Meanwhile, inside a closed television studio, a female host stands on stage with a bright smile, welcoming the viewers to the World Raider Conquest channel. Gesturing warmly, she announces today's discussion on the mysterious item drop at the Great Ruin in Echelon. She notes that a few days ago, they invited 2 special guests to shed some light on this bizarre event. Right on cue, the 2 figures of a cold Balak and a smiling Camilla step onto the stage. Balak is an S-rank raider representing the European Union, while Camilla is the world's very first S-rank mage, also allied with the European Union. The 2 quickly take their seats as the host happily welcomes them. Camilla offers a polite smile, replying that it is an absolute pleasure to be there. Noticing Balak's tense, stony silence, she discreetly nudges him with her elbow. Camilla maintains her pleasant grin, slightly leaning in To whisper a warning he needs to behave as they represent the European Union. But Balak remains thoroughly annoyed, glaring back at her with a sharp click of his tongue. He shifts his gaze over to the host and the studio audience, his expression darkening as he mutters in an icy tone to look at their eyes. Do they look like they actually respect the Union? Not even a little bit. Before he can finish, Camila quickly winks and cuts him off, murmuring that they are suspicious, she knows. She sighs softly, reminding him that playing the tough guy right now is not a good idea. Balak knows she's right, so he simply grinds his teeth, forced to swallow his rising frustration. He narrows his eyes, watching the host with growing irritation. He knows exactly what they are thinking. They suspect the European Union is behind the theft of the ruins artifact. His mind drifts back to the incident. To be fair, their suspicion makes total sense. At the time of the event, the European Union held absolute control over the Great Ruin. But when he remembers the silhouette of that mysterious intruder, Balak hesitates. Shaking with silent anger, he can only curse under his breath. Damn it, he fishes inside. Meanwhile, the host maintains her beaming smile, diving straight into the main topic of today's debate. She addresses the recent artifact drop at the ruins of Echelon. As she speaks, her cheerful expression suddenly darkens, her tone turning cold and calculating, mentioning the massive controversy that erupted when the incident first went public. Balak's expression sours even further, his entire frame shaking with repressed fury. Sitting next to him, Camila notices his reaction and quickly stamps on his foot as a silent warning. Balak shoots her a murderous glare, but ultimately lets out a frustrated sigh, forcing himself to listen. The host presses on, questioning how the Great Ruin could fail to be protected. Even with two S-rank raiders on site, she demands aggressively, why on earth did the local security organization fail so miserably? They call you the strongest in Europe, yet you couldn't secure the dungeon first. The host glances at her script, putting on a bright smile. These two main points are the hottest topics among the viewers recently. She asks if they can share their thoughts on the matter. Camila merely lowers her eyes, her expression completely calm. She responds in a slow, calculated tone, offering a quiet but direct reply. We apologize, but our abilities are simply lacking. Unfortunately, there is really nothing more that our team can say about this. The host smirks, her lips curving into a sharp sneer as she continues her verbal attack. Even pioneer nations are criticizing them. America and Japan produce elite hunters, yet they tear into the EU. After claiming dungeon rights, you declared victory, didn't you? She raises an eyebrow, her tone laced with curiosity. What exactly went wrong to cause such a monumental, embarrassing collapse? At this point, Balak simply cannot hold back anymore. He lets out a heavy, frustrated sigh and decides to speak up. Clearing his throat, he addresses her directly for the first time. Perhaps you have already heard about the intruder inside the Great Dungeon. The host narrows her eyes, a mocking smile on her lips. Ah yes, the mysterious intruder who suddenly showed up and cleared it. He proved his worth where your union failed, then vanished into thin air. The one they call the Black Cloak. The European Union officially claims that a lone man wearing a black cloak suddenly appeared and conquered the entire dungeon. She sighs again, playing up her helplessness. But she notes that the public wants actual facts, not a vague story. Balak is thoroughly enraged by her smug attitude, clenching his jaw as he sees. His face turns completely dark and tense. Are you saying we are liars? He asks with pure bloodlust. Seeing this, Camila pales and frantically tries to signal him. But Balak completely ignores her warning, shifting his cold, sharp gaze directly toward the lens. He has had enough. Without a single moment of hesitation, he takes heavy, deliberate steps forward. His eyes are locked on the camera, burning with rage. He growls out a final chilling warning. Remember this, the Black Cloak is incredibly strong. Then he forcefully grabs the camera. Staring straight into the lens, his raw frustration and helplessness bleed through. That mysterious man's power was just too overwhelming. Even with Camila and me working together, we could do absolutely nothing. Balak pauses, gritting his teeth in silent rage. Do we regret it? He asks. No, not at all. America and Japan would have suffered the exact same fate. Camila can only cover her face in utter defeat, listening to his warning. Before you tear our failure apart, watch out. Balak points his finger directly at the screen, warning them that the monster will definitely return. Meanwhile, over on Chun's side, an instructor is loudly announcing that this upcoming event will heavily impact their future lives at the Milet Academy. He frowns, explaining in a strict, serious tone that the outdoor training run will be a grueling, week-long trial. The instructor continues, giving detailed instructions, warning them that they must move strictly with their assigned team members. Gesturing to the map, he emphasizes with a sharp tone that each group will only receive a single survival kit. He pauses, taking a deep breath before warning them. To survive, they must actively use their academy knowledge to hunt monsters. Saying this, he frowns and clears his throat to deliver a crucial warning, reminding them of the strict safety boundaries. For your own safety, do not wander further than 50 kilometers from this base. Violating this will mean immediate disqualification. Standing near the front, his calm voice continues to echo. Throughout this upcoming week, you have two primary objectives. He raises an eyebrow, slowly spelling out his words. First is survival. Jae-hyun and his friends listen in tense silence. They tightly purse their lips as the instructor warns them. Even though this is a shallow zone, it is still dangerous. He offers a faint smile, declaring that surviving this harsh environment will prove they have what it takes to succeed. The instructor pauses, gritting his teeth as he introduces the second goal. He purses his lips, laying out the details. Within the strict time limit, cooperate with each other, hunt down as many monsters as possible, and collect their special coins. Reminding them of the beasts they will face, he frowns slightly. Higher-tier monsters will naturally yield much greater bonus points. Be careful, he urges. Stay absolutely vigilant to avoid getting hurt. Just then, a classmate raises his hand with a question. What should we do in a worst-case scenario, he asks. The instructor smirks, reassuring them with a confident face. Do not worry, he says, glancing toward the nearby structures where guards are stationed. His voice remains solid and reassuring. Staff are positioned nearby at all times. Slipping his hands into his pockets, he strictly reminds the gathered students. If any dangerous situation arises, do not hesitate to contact the instructors immediately. Clearing his throat, he doubles down. He emphasizes once more that their safety is the absolute top priority. Seeing that no one else has any questions, he concludes. If there are no further inquiries, the briefing for the outdoor training camp ends right here. He looks around the silent crowd. Finally, he offers a brief nod and a sincere wish of good luck to everyone. And with that, the assembly is dismissed. The crowd melts away, leaving Jae-hyun's team behind. They quickly gather in a quiet corner to talk. They stare. Rings on their middle fingers gleam. Seo-in-ah and Do-chung quietly examine their own. Jae-hyun, however, smirks with pure intrigue, studying his mysterious new ring very closely as he silently whispers its powerful name, the Ring of Unity. Looking at it, he smiles, completely overwhelmed by his sheer unexpected luck. He still cannot believe he scored such an incredible item. This powerful ring is going to be their ultimate key to surviving the upcoming training camp. Lowering his hand, he clears his throat, a sharp and incredibly cold glint flashing in his eyes. He tells them to stick to the plan. He looks perfectly relaxed, totally unaware of the dark figure watching him from above. High up in an empty room, Hyo-yeon silently watches Jae-hyun's crew, his entire posture incredibly tense. His cold gaze is extremely icy, radiating a chilling aura. He knows the dangerous game has finally begun as the sun dips below the horizon. Gathering on a deserted street, Jae-hyun's team whispers softly. He and Seo-in-ah stare grimly toward the fading sunset. A moment later, they slip inside an abandoned building, looking around very carefully to make sure there are no immediate threats lurking nearby. Jae-hyun turns back, sighing with relief that they managed to secure such a solid base. Lee Jae-sang grins widely, nodding in eager agreement. At least they can easily avoid those high-level flying monsters in a spot like this. Talk about a great start. But Seo-jun, true to her spoiled nature, immediately complains about the creepy atmosphere. She shivers, complaining that bugs are bound to show up here. Lee Jae-sang looks away awkwardly, attempting to reassure her with a stutter. He tells her not to hate bugs, but she snaps instantly, shouting that bugs are an absolute sin. Fuming, she threatens him, warning him never to repeat that word again. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun completely tunes out their incredibly childish and petty bickering. His mind drifts back to the past. He remembers ruined cities and crowds running in terror. These devastated regions, crushed under the relentless onslaught of massive monsters, are officially classified by humanity as lockdown zones. In Korea, places like Jeonbuk and most southern islands have already fallen into this grim sealed-off category. That is precisely why Academy cadets are sent out here. They must learn what it really means to survive as true battle-hardened conquerors. Seo-in-ah pipes up, completely agreeing. From here on out, they simply have no choice but to face reality. Do-chung, on the other hand, is already drooling over food, daydreaming about all the delicious things she wants to buy next. She hopes to score a mountain of points to buy endless ice cream and hit every single fancy restaurant. She stops, whispering excitedly that the Southern Academy District has several brand new spots they absolutely must check out together once this is over. She invites them to go. But Jae-hyun remains completely lost in his thoughts, totally zoning her out. Getting no response, Do-chung pouts in absolute annoyance, unable to do anything but swallow down her anger in silent frustration. Finally, snapping back to reality, Jae-hyun mutters to himself about the points. His eyes flash with cold light. To everyone else, this is just a standard academy training event. But Jae-hyun looks down, lost in his deep and very grim calculations. They are definitely among the top ranks of the freshmen, easily keeping pace with the established factions. He pauses mid-thought as his eyes grow incredibly cold, a sudden dark memory from his past flashing right across his mind. He recalls the scheming face of Hye-am-do, admitting the harsh truth to himself. That man is deadly. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, he reminds himself never to let his guard down around that extremely cunning snake. Hye-am-do will definitely try to reach them. Seo-in-ah notices his long silence, her face filled with quiet worry. Unable to stay quiet, she gently asks if he is doing all right. Jae-hyun snaps out of his daze, giving her a vague reply. He claims nothing is wrong, but his forced demeanor does not fool Ho-seon, who watches him with suspicion. Ho-seon narrows his eyes outright, demanding to know why he is acting so strange. He wants to know what is going on. Jae-hyun keeps his eyes lowered, shaking his head. Ho-seon glances back and forth between him and Seo in awe. He mumbles that things feel incredibly awkward between them. It is almost like they just had a massive fight during the weekend. He asks if something happened, hitting the nail on the head. Seo in awe frowns, remembering the recent events. The weekend. Suddenly, terrifying memories of Odin's raven and that brutal, helpless attack come rushing back to completely overwhelm her fragile mind once more. Her expression turns pale and lifeless. But right at that moment, Seo-jun suddenly cuts in to interrupt them. She sharply raises her chin, her voice deadpan as she warns the group that someone is rapidly approaching their spot right now. Jae-hyun lets out a low, sarcastic chuckle. Trespassers, already probably some annoying rivals, targeting their senior Seo-jun. Seo-jun doesn't even bother to deny it, giving a cold snort as she confirms his suspicion immediately without another second thought. More importantly, she crossed her arms and leaned against the wall, shrugging as she dumped the responsibility on him, saying he said it himself. You will take responsibility for me. So you better be ready to back that up. On the other side, Seo In-ah and Kim Yoo-jung heard this, and stared in complete shock. Both of them paled instantly, their minds racing as they endlessly repeated that crazy phrase, take responsibility. Do. Jung's jaw dropped as he wondered what on earth she meant. Despite their confusion, both of them decided to remain completely silent, keeping their eyes locked on Jae-hyun. He did not explain, only chin gesturing for them to get ready to fight. The moment those words left his mouth, a large crowd slowly marched toward them. Jae-hyun watched the approaching mob immediately, recognizing the infamous red circle. He smirked coldly, a sudden spark of excitement flashing in his eyes. They are finally here. Jae-hyun then remembered the past. Back then, Soon, a member of the Red Circle, raised her eyebrow, biting her lip to ask what he meant. She had quietly asked if she should leave the Red Circle to join a brand new rookie guild named Na. Back then, Jae-hyun nodded with approval, praising her for catching on fast. But Seo-yoon, still skeptical, waved her hand to warn him. Look, you might be built different for a rookie, but you still need to consider my reputation here. Resting her chin, she tilted her head, saying she was pretty satisfied with the Red Circle since there are plenty of players here. And compared to a rookie guild, she could farm way more points. Jae-hyun did not rush, calmly raising two fingers to call her senior, saying she only saw a small piece of the puzzle. Still resting her chin, her eyes narrowed. Was he trying to lecture her again? He did not argue, only throwing back a quiet question, asking if she honestly believed the members of the Red Circle were her true allies. That question hit a sore spot. Shifting her gaze away, Seo-yoon gave a half-hearted answer, saying she guessed they were more like business partners. Jae-hyun suddenly pulled out a small orb, shaking his head as he disagreed with her. She glanced at the recording orb, recognizing it instantly. The device flickered to life, broadcasting a wave of mocking laughter. That girl, Seo-yoon, is honestly nothing but a scout errand girl. A voice sneered as the orb projected members talking behind her back. She cannot even hold her own in a real fight. What kind of conqueror is she? She is just my assistant, a trophy to make me look good. Stroking his chin, the brown-haired guy smiled with dirty intentions, saying she is pretty hot, so he would try to hit on her, hoping she might fall for it. The other black-haired guy gritted his teeth, snarling. Damn it, I called dibs first, so back off if you want to live hell. Ring this. Seo-yoon's face went completely stiff with rage. Her eyebrows knit tightly together. She gritted her teeth, keeping her head low as she spat those filthy bastards. By then, Seo-yoon had completely made up her mind to join Jae-hyun's side. I get it now, she frowned, getting straight to the point. How much are you going to pay me? Jae-hyun flashed a bright white-toothed grin, shrugging his shoulders as he replied. It depends on how well you perform. Back in the present, he stood tall, staring down the arriving red circle without any fear. Leading the opposing group, Jung Sang clenched his fists and roared, do you really think you can poach a member of our guild and get away with it? Min Jae-hyun kept his cool, casting a quiet glance at Soon. The red circle was her former guild. He stared at Jung Sang and his lackeys, feeling a dark disdain for those who tried to use her. Shrugging calmly, Jae-hyun offered a provocative reminder, looks like you guys already forgot how easily I thrashed you during the rookie hunt. Choking back his anger at the memory, Jung Sang still strained his neck to snap back, that was only because I let my guard down. Gesturing to the crowd of men backing him, his face twisted into a smug sneer as he asked if Jae-hyun thought he could deal with all of them alone. Jae-hyun casually conjured a fireball, raising an eyebrow with a dry reply, sorry, but I was never alone to begin with. He drew a bright arc of light with the sphere, his cold eyes warning them to listen up. As soon as he finished speaking, Jae-hyun flung the fireball, grazing right past Jung Sang's face. The man froze, his lips tightening as He wondered when the kid got so incredibly fast, but Jae-hyun only smiled confidently, declaring to everyone, "Even if all of you gang up on me, you still would not stand a chance against any of us here." In the ruined hall, Jae-hyun's team stood face to face with the Red Circle. Tension filled the air. The Red Circle members silently traded glances, plotting their next underhanded move. Right opposite them, Jae-hyun raised his hand, blue sparks of lightning crackling around his fingers. He glanced back at So-yoon, standing in the rear, noting her exceptional talent as a top-tier explorer. Jae-hyun smiled to himself, feeling a wave of relief. Securing someone with such a rare, unique skill was easily worth a small risk like this. He slowly lowered his head, a cold, lethal smirk spreading across his lips, and then looked up, glaring at them with sheer contempt as he asked if they were going to fight. On the other side, Jung Sang was shaking like a leaf but still gritted his teeth, muttering that they must be bluffing. No matter how strong they seem, they are just rookies. He just smirks, totally relaxed. He completely ignores their desperate self-deception. Meanwhile, right across from him, the leader trembles before pointing a shaky finger to order their execution. Instantly, sharp blades fly into the sky. They rush Jae-hyun, but he does not budge. His eyes stay calm as he quietly activates his undefeated skill. Two enemies lunge forward. Before they can even touch him, a brilliant barrier stops them dead. A blue wall. Hossein raises his shield. He glares coldly, asking if they actually think they can lay hands on him. Defense boosted. His stats shoot up 15 times. The rest of the Circle Guild charges, pointing their wands to fire blasts. Yu Jung grips her weapon. Determined, she steps up, declaring she is not sitting out as she activates her air shield. Immediately, Yu Jung rushes forward. She reinforces the barrier Hossein built. Behind them, Jae-hyun stands quietly just watching. He smiles. Not bad. In his heart, he nods, glad his grueling training with these kids actually paid off. They have finally mastered wide-range defense magic. Watching Hossein and Yu Jung defend so resolutely, Jae-hyun feels deeply impressed. Their growth speed is simply insane. After a series of their attacks are blocked, one circle member turns pale. He screams in frustration. "Why is none of our magic doing damage?" Jung Sang's face turns pale as his sheet too. He is completely shocked. This is impossible. Beside him, another teammate begins to tremble violently, unable to hold back. He roars in terror, saying he knew this would happen. The guy next to him shouts, asking if they were crazy. Messing with Yeohwa's direct disciples is absolute suicide. They look completely broken, screaming up at the sky in pure despair. Even as rookies, this is pathetic. Now Mina draws her wand calmly, asking if she should sweep them all away. Jae-hyun smirks, tilting his head to plan. He nods, giving her the green light. Hellring this, she immediately points her wand to unleash the special sword of Aesir. Blasts of brilliant blue energy surge forward like a howling gale. The devastating strikes hit the Circle Squad directly, kicking up massive dust. Jung Sang panics and tries to run away. The energy engulfs his entire team. Total chaos. The men around him scramble frantically, desperate to escape. Run. One looks back in pure terror, but it is a bad move. A powerful blast of energy rips straight through him. Suddenly, a strange green liquid spreads across the ground, splashing onto Jung Sang's leg. He trips and crashes down. He falls face first, landing directly in the bizarre goop. Looking at his sticky hands, Jung Sang panics, questioning what this is. Jae-hyun slowly walks over. He nods in approval. The liquid is highly effective, leaving them completely unable to move. Jae-sang smiles proudly. He happily reveals his secret, explaining he mixed a special hybrid solution with paralyzing mushroom spores. The effect is supposed to be incredible. But before he can finish the trap, Jung Sang grinds his teeth, screaming. He calls Jae-sang a stuttering dog. Instantly, Jae-hyun's expression darkens. With an ice-cold tone, he delivers a warning. The freezing aura terrifies Jung Sang. Sweat pours down his face. His eyes shrink in fear as Jae-hyun slowly leans down. He warns the loser to watch his mouth. Trapped in the sticky mess, Jung Sang struggles, desperately trying to break free. But nothing works. Even with all the points he put into strength, he cannot budge. Jae-hyun slowly kneels down. He darkly asks if Jung Sang is ready to experience a whole new level of pain. Then he acts without any mercy. He stomps directly on Jung Sang's back, making him scream in agony. Seeing this brutal display, the remaining members freeze. They stay silent. Absolute terror. Jae-hyun casts a freezing glare at them and calmly orders them to leave their leader. He mockingly tells Jung Sang that since he is the boss, he gets the privilege of taking all the blame. Jung Sang panics. He begs his team not to listen to him, but his comrades completely ignore his pleas, already running. One yells back, asking if he is insane. Another shouts that they have no reason to stay and listen. They flee into the distance. But their furious curses echo back, blaming Jung Sang for dragging them into this mess. They yell that he should have known better since missing out on a major Milet event is an absolute disaster. Jung Sang is left speechless, staring blankly. He mutters to himself as Jae-hyun suddenly reaches out to signal someone. He looks over at So-yoon in the distance. He calmly asks his senior how they should handle this loser. She coldly responds that kicking him out of the event is definitely the very first step. She walks over. Gritting her teeth, she calls him trash. Seeing her, Jung Sang desperately reaches out, begging for help. He begs her to listen, claiming he only did this because of her. But she instantly cuts off his disgusting excuses. Her slender fingers twitch near her waist. She subtly reaches into her pocket, desperately trying to keep her composure. Running a hand through her hair, she remembers. He had called her nothing but useless trash who only explores. Dun pulls out his sharp knife and chuckles. Die, she whispers. Jung Sang turns pale, sweating bullets as he screams. No mercy. She ruthlessly rains heavy blows down on his body, leaving him absolutely broken. A moment later, an instructor walks in. He scratches his head in disbelief. Did you really beat them all? He looks at the crowded floor. Complete silence. Walking past the heap of bodies, the instructor feels deeply impressed by the young man's power. The Sixth Circle is not elite. Still, they are a major group with very solid, steady performances. Looking at Jae-hyun's squad standing nearby, he shivers. Did a tiny team really pull off this miracle? He sighs, turning away. Just keep them breathing, he warns, noting that these guys are too rotten to finish. He is genuinely shocked. Shuddering, the instructor realizes he is looking at a true untamed monster. Finally, he turns to leave. I hope you do not run into the upperclassmen, he warns quietly. Jae-hyun nods politely. As soon as the instructor leaves, he glances directly at the shadow in the corner. Why did you help us? The figure standing there is Lee So-hyuk, who merely stares back at him. He offers no immediate reply, silently staring out at the distant sky before crossing his arms in defeat. The entire alliance is targeting you, he warns quietly. Jae-hyun simply shrugs, completely unfazed by the threat. They are just fools anyway. Lee So-hyuk purses his lips, wondering why he even bothered to interfere here. Why did he choose to help Jae-hyun? As the boy turns to leave, Jae-hyun quickly calls out, warning him against wandering around without an alliance. Jae-hyun advises him to think twice. Hearing this, the guy hesitates. Lee So-hyuk pauses, looking slightly embarrassed. He sheepishly lowers his head, muttering that he will stay for now. Jae-hyun smirks, teasing him playfully. It is surprising you helped me. I thought you wanted to fight. He blushes, thoroughly annoyed. I can hear you, he snaps. Jae-hyun stops teasing and asks for his name. By the way, what is your name? Seeing this, Yoo-jung quickly whispers something to Chae-na. So he is Lee So-hyuk. Even she is surprised. Seeing their shocked faces, the young man snaps. Who is that? Lee So-hyuk is absolutely furious that they did not even remember his name by now. Unbelievable. This whole headache started some time ago when he suddenly stood up during a meeting and yelled. I object. What are you saying? We are going to crush Jae-hyun. Jung Sang was utterly confused. Jung Sang mocked his hesitation, but Lee So-hyuk argued that Senior So-ryun left simply for a better offer. It was a personal choice, not a crime. Yet they treated it with such extreme, unnecessary hostility. What do you mean by that? Lee So-hyuk demanded, but the response he received was chillingly cold. It is obvious, isn't it? Jung Sang leaned in close, whispering that he only liked obedient juniors. Those words made Lee So-hyuk absolutely sick. Honestly, can you even blame him for wanting out of this place? Spiteful politics. Ruining someone just out of dislike is pure madness, forcing him to make a final decision. He refused to remain in such a corrupt place, walking away to leave them to their dirty work. Meanwhile, sunset slowly blankets the city in orange. Jae-hyun looks ahead, breaking the silence with a soft remark. It suits you, he says. His rival simply huffs, warning him that they will fight next time they meet. So you want to duel me? Jae-hyun asks, finding the boy's sudden competitive spirit quite amusing. Watching his retreating figure, Jae-hyun smiles. At least he is honest, getting straight to the point. But still, a question remains. How did that stubborn guy end up in such a strange situation anyway? He shrugs, pushing those thoughts aside. First, they must reclaim the heavily blockaded ruins of D.U. City. This was the first place where a dungeon gate opened, unleashing monstrous beasts that brought absolute ruin. Rebuilding is the goal. Milet Academy's rigorous outdoor training is designed specifically to prepare them for this mission. The disaster was horrific. His own mother was there back then, and almost nobody survived the tragedy. Only the first awakened hero Ju-won saved them. Suddenly, a voice snaps him back to reality. Chin approaches, calling out that dinner is ready. Jae-hyun blinks quickly, responding that he is coming. She looks at him with deep concern, wishing she could help ease the heavy burden on his mind. Wondering if his unique skill is causing this stress, she gets only a reassuring smile in response. Meanwhile, in another corner of the forest, a dark figure quietly plots his next move against Jae-hyun. Sarcasm aside, Jae-hyun stands zero chance against Heimdall. Hell thinks for a moment before offering the only possible way out. He needs to shatter his limits and awaken an exclusive skill. Jae-hyun's appraisal is also one, basically a power that responds directly to the user's raw will. Honestly, it leaves him completely baffled. How is he supposed to wield that? So from here on out, Jae-hyun needs to look deep inside. What does he actually crave? It's not just about Hell wants him to find the core of his ambition, the real reason he seeks power. Those questions keep echoing inside his head. It makes it impossible for Jae-hyun to focus, but he tightens his grip, determination taking over as he asks a question. How did she grasp all of that just by listening? Jae-hyun immediately admits she has no idea, but she trusts him. He figures she is just trying to keep his spirits up. Still, her effort to help him find a way forward hits deep. It gives Jae-hyun the push he needs to promise he will do his best. Hellring that she finally flashes a bright smile. Meanwhile, a monster suddenly lunges from the shadows only to be sliced clean in half by Ho-jin in an instant. He shakes off his blade with a casual complaint about how annoying these bugs are popping out of absolutely nowhere. Right then, a massive bird-like beast sweeps down towards So-eun. Dealing with these flying pests is honestly such a headache. She blasts it out of the sky in a single strike, still grumbling about how winged bastards are the absolute worst. Yoo-jung studies the carcass, noting how different these creatures are compared to the ones inside Milet Academy. Suddenly, a dark energy coalesces, twisting into a massive portal. The group freezes in total silence. Jae-hyun is the first to speak up. She explains that the mana density here is completely off the charts. It is heavy enough to make her seriously worry. This goes way past level 10 of the training hall. Staring at the portal, they realize this zone is fully materialized. A complete takeover. It happens when a dungeon overflow completely floods an entire area, allowing monsters to seize absolute control. The corruption spreads rapidly, breeding far more lethal beasts. So-eun, still confused, tilts her head and asks for clarification. She asks what materialization even means, causing the others to stare in disbelief. Lee Jae-sang sighs and gets straight to the point. He asks if she ever bothered to pay attention in class. That completely triggers her, and she's ready to throw hands. Jae-hyun quickly steps in to diffuse the tension. He explains that it simply means magic energy has completely overrun the territory. The land becomes entirely toxic to ordinary humans. While trained hunters like them can handle it, normal people would die instantly. Even the slightest exposure to this raw magical mana would corrupt a normal person's body beyond any hope of repair. Jae-hyun warns them all to stay on high alert. Out here in the wild, anything can jump them at any moment. With that grim warning, the group immediately draws their weapons. As they move forward, So-eun suddenly leans over to whisper. She quietly asks if he is actually planning to hunt down that beast. Jae-hyun just shrugs, sticking to their original plan. They agreed to focus solely on scouting the area first. That was the deal, and he has no intention of breaking it. She hesitates, making him promise to let her escape first if things go south, because she has absolutely no interest in dying young. All she gets in return is his classic carefree smirk. That only annoys her more until Ho-jin suddenly calls out. He urges them to pick up the pace. Jae-hyun quickly agrees, leaving So-eun lagging behind and boiling with frustration. Left with no other choice, So-eun mutters a quiet curse. Jae-hyun glances back, wondering what on earth has her so worked up. To sweeten the deal, Jae-hyun dangles some serious bait, a massive pile of cash, promises hazard pay. He promises they will track it down themselves eventually, even if it takes time. But the mere mention of that money makes her eyes light up with pure greed. Meanwhile, under the fading sunset, Yoo-jung stands quietly alongside Jae-hyun. Walking together, they admire how beautifully this ruined zone has been restored, even to such an impressive extent. With a hand on her hip, Yoo-jung turns and notes it is all thanks to that one person. Jae-hyun looks confused. So-eun, arms crossed, laughs at her blank expression, teasing that they might actually have a lot in common. She suggests they become friends before Jae-hyun timidly steps forward, trying to guess the name of this mysterious figure. She asks if they are talking about Ju-gwan. Yoo-jung grins, confirming she hit the nail right on the head. Jae-hyun nods, slowly murmuring that she has heard stories about his legendary strength. Lee Jae-sang finally breaks his silence. He reveals that even his own father admitted he stood no chance against Ju-gwan. The name hangs heavy in the air. Ju-gwan, a legend from the days when the entire city was engulfed in flames before a savior finally stepped forward. Screams echoed endlessly through the ashes of the first city to fall, where beasts slaughter humanity without a shred of mercy. Tens of thousands were crushed like insects, leaving behind nothing but a tragic monument of blood and ash, harm, injury, or forced to flee. Right on the brink of absolute despair, a human possessing extraordinary power finally appeared before them, before humanity. A blood-soaked spiked tentacle emerged, revealing the first known awakened. He slowly bent down to pick up a gold coin from the dirt. When Jae-hyun lifted it, a blue light radiated from the metal. He gripped the coin tightly in his fist and spoke, though that man had now suddenly vanished. Kim Yoo-jung stretched her aching shoulders after a long, exhausting day. She was choosing the same path as him after all. Having that burden weigh on her mind was only natural. She reached her arms high to stretch out and make her body feel a bit better. He had vanished so suddenly that rumors claimed monsters wiped him out. That comment from Kim Yoo-jung reminded Jae-hyun of a certain person, the first one to wield the power of the Nornir System. Now it was hard not to wonder who Jae-hyun really was. The man held a sword, oozing dark energy, laughing maniacally. Why was he the one who got to use this power first? He frowned quietly, pondering the mystery. Was it just a coincidence? Min Jae-hyun sighed helplessly, setting the thought aside for now. This was no time to dwell on it. Hoyeon looked serious as he mapped out their most crucial plan. They had to focus on surviving first. All five of them turned their heads to look back. After all, even with instructors present, this place was still extremely dangerous. He was suddenly yanked forward by something. Jae-sang got pulled forward by an unseen force just like Hoyeon. Seeing this, Soyeol turned and snapped at Jae-sang, telling him to hold his side tightly, which made him apologize in tears. Min Jae-hyun and Seo In-ah stood at a distance watching the others pitch a tent. She walked over to where they were working and announced she was back. He, after investigating, thoroughly reported the information he gathered. The monsters were confirmed to consist of HPS and Open. Just as expected of Senior Soyeol, her report was highly precise. Min Jae-hyun's completely indifferent expression made Soyeol lose her temper. Obviously, she was right. If she were wrong, would she even have made it back? How did she know? That jerk had used his leverage to threaten her, asking if she wanted the credit. She replied by asking what else her master needed. Meanwhile, Hoyeon and Jae-sang turned to talk to each other. Jae-sang admitted he could never do that just for money, which Hoyeon found impressive. Suddenly, someone grabbed Jae-sang's collar. Grabbed his collar. Soyeol had been like that since the first day they met, and now she bristled like a cat at his words. Her only master was the one who paid her, not him. She got right in his face, demanding if he understood, and he quickly nodded. Min Jae-hyun looked around but couldn't find Kim Yoo-jung anywhere. Hoyeon mentioned she had gone off to search for some item, though he wasn't sure. Only that she needed to prepare something before taking off. Min Jae-hyun found her sudden disappearance quite strange since she wasn't the lazy type. After a while, she finally returned cheerfully, calling out that she was back. Min Jae-hyun stared in complete shock as he saw her. Kim Yoo-jung, what in the world was she doing? Min Jae-hyun's eyes widened in shock as if looking at a horror scene. She just smiled brightly, carrying a pot of stew that looked absolutely terrifying. Seeing the dish, everyone turned pale with fear. She wiped the sweat from her brow, looking like she had poured a lot of effort into cooking. It was exhausting to prepare, but without her they couldn't possibly survive. Min Jae-hyun pointed a trembling finger at the pot, skeptically asking Kim Yoo-jung if that was even edible. She proudly replied that she had prepared special ingredients and wanted everyone to try, explaining she added a special sauce to the worms they caught earlier. Min Jae-hyun's face turned pale purple as he stared at the dish, which looked like pig feed. Did she really expect them to eat this? The soup in the pot was a bubbling, toxic purple. Kim Yoo-jung patted her chest with immense pride, boasting about her hard work. Min Jae-hyun grimaced at the food, thinking that if they fed this to Heimdall, defeating him would be an absolute breeze. Sweating profusely, Min Jae-hyun stared blankly at the pot. Meanwhile, a cup of dark coffee reflected a quiet image in another room. Perhaps he was overthinking it. Ju-won picked up his coffee cup and took slow, deliberate sips, closing his eyes to savor the flavor. Jae-hyun stood right behind him, waiting to hear Ju-won's next move and asking when they would take action again. She smiled patiently, waiting for his response. Ju-won slowly set his coffee cup down on the table before him. He turned to look at Jae-hyun with a faint smile, noting it was time to make their move. Suddenly, Min Jae-hyun's image flashed through Ju-won's mind. The actions of the Changemaker had been incredibly active. Jae-hyun slowly began analyzing his power. Though he was still just a fledgling bird learning to fly, they were proving that the ancient prophecy was not meaningless. Jae-hyun's words seemed to please him. His power was indeed needed. Ju-won's eyes cast downwards, still hesitant about this decision. With Heimdall having stepped forward, he quietly wondered if he really needed to get involved in this fight himself. His eyes filled with excitement at the thought of battle, but if necessary, he would step in. On the television news, they were broadcasting images of Ju-won. Where on earth was the first awakened, the ultimate hope of humanity, hiding now? The news anchor posed a mysterious question, asking where he had disappeared to and expressing a deep hope for his return. If he was still alive, his help in conquering the rising number of high-level gates would undoubtedly change the entire world. Just resting would be incredibly helpful. Ju-won closes his eyes, listening to the broadcast. Someone who brings about change. Those words actually sound pretty intriguing to him. But then Jae-hyun speaks up with a look of pure disgust. If you do not Want to die? His contemptuous gaze locks onto her, then stop messing with the food. They stand before a monstrous purple pot, billowing with pitch-black steam. Yoo-jung glares back at Jae-hyun. Hey, my cooking really is not that bad, you know. She turns to ask Lee Jae-sang for backup. He just scratches his chin, nervously looking away, thinking it is safer to agree with Jae-hyun. Ho-seon looks at the horrifying stew and lets out a forced laugh, admitting he suddenly lost his appetite. Yoo-jung glares straight into his eyes, asking how the guy who ordered 2 academy portions suddenly is not hungry. Ho turns pale, quickly avoiding her gaze, muttering that some days are just like that. Yoo-jung instantly tears up. You guys are so mean. She grabs So-run's hand, her teary eyes pleading, asking if everyone is bullying her. So-run winces, offering a strange smile at her gripped hands. Yoo-jung lifts the pot with a beaming smile. You will eat this dish I poured my heart into right. So-run breaks into a cold sweat looking at her teammates. Both guys are pale, desperately making an X sign. So-run's face goes pale as she looks down at Yoo-jung, who is beaming, with bright, hopeful eyes. Completely helpless. So-run picks up a spoon. It is just food. How bad could it really be? And honestly, we can already guess what happens next. So-run is just too soft-hearted, slowly raising the loaded spoon. The moment the food hits her tongue, she frantically gulps down a glass of water. Then she asks if something happened with So-in-ah. Jae-hyun looks completely oblivious to the question. So-run sighs, wiping her mouth, noting that they do not seem like their usual selves. She glances at Jae-hyun, saying she has no idea what is going on but warns him not to be too harsh. Jae-hyun closes his eyes with a smile, agreeing. Shrugging, he playfully notes that hearing advice from a senior feels pretty strange. His tone turns icy as he mutters that is probably why she acts so oblivious. So-run narrows her eyes, confused. What Jae-hyun smiles and turns away, saying they need to move fast because it is already getting quite late. He gives her a sly grin, reminding So-run not to forget their target. She quickly nods in agreement. I got it, she mutters, sweating and grimacing. But can we wait until my stomach settles? Jae-hyun sighs in utter disbelief. Maybe they should test Yoo-jung's toxic cooking on the monsters first to see if it works. Meanwhile, So-run is throwing up. Jae-hyun frowns, looking down as he calculates her recovery time. Suddenly, a deafening blast echoes through the area. But just like that, boom. Jae-hyun spins around, staring in disbelief toward the sudden massive explosion. A wicked grin spreads across his face as he turns to his senior, telling her it is time to move. He announces that the enemy has arrived. B-rank monsters, the harpies, are approaching, and they both sprint forward. Looking up, they see the beasts swarming the sky. Jae-hyun quickly coordinates their battle formation to counter the threat. Lee Jae-sang set the paralyzing lightning trap he commands, then tells Ho-seon to take the vanguard for support. Jae-hyun turns around. Meanwhile, So-in-ah purses her lips, channeling her inner power as a bright blue aura flashes around her. She asks, with a serious look, if she should launch a maximum power attack. Jae-hyun grins back with approval. He shouts for everyone to move quickly and defend the base. After a long, grueling battle, they regroup. Inside a large tent set up on the road, Ho-seon sighs, shocked that a massive swarm of harpies attack them. They usually do not swarm in such large numbers. Yoo-jung frowns, noting that they normally only travel in tiny packs. At most, they go in groups of 4, so something is clearly wrong here. Lee Jae-sang's eyes widen in surprise. Is there an anomaly? Jae-hyun explains that a beast with overwhelming magic might be directing the swarm. They are likely acting on orders. So-run grimaces as the terrifying image of a harpy queen flashes in her mind. Could it be a harpy queen? Jae-hyun calmly adds that the monster boss is probably lurking somewhere close by right now. So-run grits her teeth in frustration, shocked the threat is so close. Jae-hyun hangs his head and closes his eyes. Since it is the boss, we have to defeat it anyway. We just need to speed up our plans. Jae-hyun glances away. He closes his eyes and bows his head, laying out the strategy. First, they will clear the outer monsters. The rest of the team must hold this position until they return. He looks up to analyze their setup. Senior So-run has a unique tracking skill, so finding them will not be an issue. She can easily handle these beasts. There is really nothing to worry about. Ho-seon asks if it might be safer if they all went together. What if another danger appears? Jae-hyun looks away and flatly refuses, explaining that if everyone follows, they will slow things down. Otherwise, everyone will probably get hurt. Jae-hyun flashed a very bright smile, instantly shattering the gloomy atmosphere. It's not that I don't trust you, but you need to stay here, he calmly explained. The instructors can't guarantee they can handle all the monsters. Wyna spoke up and agreed, saying she would do, as he asked. Kim Yoo-jung narrowed one eye and grumbled that he didn't like this but didn't want to get in his way. Lee Jae-sang anxiously stuffed various potions into Jae-hyun's hands, telling him to take all of them. He and So-yoon then stepped out of the tent. Jae-hyun gave a confident smile, promising to return and asking them to keep the camp safe. Ho-seon placed a fist over her chest and promised shyly, telling him to leave everything to them and use the badge if anything happens. to contact them. Jae-hyun tilted his head in surprise, teasing Kim Yoo-jung for suddenly caring. Just then above the two of them a swarm of harpy queens appeared. Jae-hyun calmly told them not to worry as he prepared to immediately activate his lightning Gyu Chan's skill. Sharp glowing chains instantly erupted, skewering the monsters, and let me tell you, his cold gaze locked onto them. He calmly thought that if he didn't have 100% chance of success, he wouldn't start. She winced silently, thinking it was definitely best not to mess with him. Moving on to another area, So-yoon and Jae-hyun headed up the stairs together. She tilted her head looking down at Jae-hyun and admitted she was genuinely impressed. "Those kids are amazing," she said. Even in the intense Milet competition, she understood why they fought so hard for the top spot. He listened with an indifferent face, his mind drifting back to a memory of them fighting side by side against the beasts. Back then, So-yoon swung her sharp daggers in battle but suddenly paused, staring blankly at his motionless back. Just then, Hossein took charge, telling the others that he would go first and they should focus on casting their spells. Waina gave a serious nod and Kim Yoo-jung quickly agreed. The three of them rapidly took their battle stances, ready for the monsters rushing down. Shield in one hand and sword gripped tightly in the other, Hossein's gaze remained completely focused and alert as a wild monster lunged forward, raising its sharp claws to attack Hossein, decisively slashed right through its body. Watching from afar, Jae-hyun noted that with such high-level martial arts and spell sword mastery, Hossein had definitely reached A rank already. Glancing over, Jae-hyun realized the other kids were just as strong. Kim Yoo-jung closed her eyes to channel mana, prompting a system notification of an active skill activation. Empowering Flow boosted the entire party's attack power by 1.3 times. High above, another beast swooped down fiercely. Kim Yoo-jung knelt and pressed her hand to the ground, instantly igniting a magic circle beneath her to activate her active wind cutter skill. Razor-sharp blades of wind erupted, instantly slicing clean through the oncoming monsters. Jae-hyun closely watched the battle, noting that Kim Yoo-jung's magic casting speed had improved significantly, easily surpassing B rank. Jae-hyun's gaze then shifted to the last one, Waina. She closed her eyes, her hands moving swiftly over her wand to activate her legendary Sword of Achilles skill. As Waina slowly opened her eyes, a massive swarm of 12 monsters were instantly impaled by spectral swords. Jae-hyun smiled in satisfaction, letting out a breath as he stared at her, thinking she really was a natural-born monster. Glowing light suddenly erupted from the pierced chests of the beasts, sending them plummeting to the ground. He stared at her, rapidly surging mana, thinking that was the only explanation for her insane firepower. Back in the present, Jae-hyun shrugged and proudly claimed that of course he was still number one. So-yoon gave him an annoyed glare, asking if he knew how obnoxious he was, which was why everyone hated him. Jae-hyun shoved his hands into his pockets, calmly walking up the steps, and said it wasn't his problem. If they don't like it, they should take the top spot, he said. But as he thought of geniuses, his eyes grew heavy. He had never heard that word in his past life. Back then, Jae-hyun had angrily asked if they were just using him as a meat shield. Then a scowling teammate had yelled at him to hold the shield properly and stand still, frustratedly ordering him around. Why couldn't he understand, they had grumbled. Back then, Jae-hyun always stood alone on the outside watching them, laughing and talking. Shaking off the past, Jae-hyun praised So-yoon, noting they were close to finding the location. But the best part was Kim Yoo-jung's cooking. So-yoon's face scrunched up as she asked if it was really that good. Jae-hyun casually joked that at least nobody fainted. Placing his hand on the door, he warned her to be careful from now on. Even breathing required caution, since a single graze could kill her. So-yoon frowned, telling him that if he couldn't handle things, he should run. She wasn't ready to die here. Jae-hyun stared at So-yoon and countered that he was actually a year younger than her, so she needed to focus on using her skills properly. Annoyed, So-yoon snapped, asking why he had zero respect. Jae-hyun calmly shrugs and says he calls her senior every single day anyway. So-yoon grits her teeth in pure frustration, telling him to shut up. She sighs heavily, hoping she can somehow figure a way out of this. Crossing her arms, she knows Jae-hyun is not the type to back down from danger. The two of them scan the area. Suddenly, a bright system alert flashes right before their eyes. It warns them of a boss encounter with a Queen Harpy in Zone 1 of the sealed city. Seeing the message, he smiles slyly, sending a shiver down her spine. Up in the sky, a massive pair of wings appears, radiating a dark, sinister energy. Sharp, deadly talons hover high in the air as the terrifying Queen Harpy finally descends right before them. Jae-hyun stares at the monster with pure excitement. An A-rank boss, but if he can take it down, they can finally get that artifact. A dark, wicked grin spreads across his face, thinking to himself that this is almost too easy. So-yoon stares at him in absolute terror. Watching his back, she shivers at the sight of that crazed, maniacal smile on his face. Is Jae-hyun actually losing his mind? No hesitation. He instantly summons a heavy blade while the system activates his materialization skill right on cue. The crafting of the legendary S-tier artifact Nidhogg Fang is now complete. So Yoon looks on in utter disbelief, shouting out in pure shock. Was not that the exact item just auctioned off for millions? Right then, the Queen Harpy slams onto the ground. The beast unleashes a barrage of razor-sharp feathers, sending So-yoon flying. Jae-hyun tilts his head casually, telling her he warned her to stay quiet. Though he told her to stay still, she snaps back that he is the loud one. The beast roars in absolute fury. Lunging forward quickly, he grips his blade while calculating his next move. Realistically, this thing is weaker than him. The beast is still highly dangerous. He watches its movements closely, knowing its ability to fly makes things quite tricky. As the monster strikes, Jae-hyun quickly dodges. But the real problem is the massive wave of dark energy bursting from the beast. This boss is definitely stronger than it was before his regression. Still, Jae-hyun just grins confident he can handle this upgrade. Now he can truly test his limits. The beast flips in midair and flaps its massive wings. Golden magic circles suddenly manifest in the sky, and he quickly summons heavy chains to drag the monster down. Staring at the monster, he realizes an A-rank beast should not be this powerful. This is definitely different from his past life. But so what? He raises his blade completely unfazed and leaps off one of the suspended chains to launch himself forward. Flying high through the air, he drives his weapon deep into the monster. There is definitely someone behind this anomaly. His eyes narrow as he glances back. The raging beast lets out a deafening screech, swinging its sharp talons at him. Jae-hyun channels his raw power into the blade, silently telling the mastermind to stop hiding and show themselves already. With one powerful clean swing, he slices straight through the massive beast while thinking of a single suspicious name, Hyim. Elsewhere, a flock of birds glides across the gloomy sky as a single crow flies toward a grand towering castle. The bird lands softly on Hwai-jin's shoulder. He looks down with cold eyes, whispering that everything is going just as he predicted. His face darkens. He mutters that they are getting closer as Hyim flashes through his mind. He doubts Hyim can handle this properly, deeply contemplating his grand design. Slowly opening his eyes to look down at the scenery below, he calmly decides that none of this is his concern anyway. The dust settles and a system notification confirms the boss's defeat. They are now prompted to collect their rare rewards directly from the inner lair of the defeated Queen Harpy. Jae-hyun sheathes his weapon, stepping out of the rubble with absolute confidence as he stares at his incredible new rewards. The legendary storm wings are finally his. As he reviews the skill details on screen, he suddenly glances over his shoulder. Wondering why she is not following, he looks back at her. So-yoon just lets out a heavy, incredibly tired sigh. She mutters that he really is a complete maniac, but faced with her blunt remark, he just looks entirely clueless. Suddenly, a mysterious smile creeps onto his face. Get ready because things are about to get even crazier. The system rewards him with the S-tier Storm Wings, a legendary piece of gear forged from an endlessly raging tempest. It grants the air jump skill boosts agility by 50 and strength by 50, with effects scaling based on proficiency. Jae-hyun reaches out. These stats are absolutely incredible. He chuckles to himself. Naturally, the skill is the main event here. This A-rank active skill is called air jump. It creates a solid wind barrier in mid-air to step on, allowing the user to double jump. Remembering his past life, he smiles. Jae-hyun just smiles softly. Before he regressed, another hunter claimed these wings and instantly shot straight up the global rankings. A wicked grin spreads on his face. Next up, a brand new pair of glowing gauntlets slowly begins to materialize right before him. A brilliant light flashes right before his eyes. The Nornir System instantly updates, confirming he has successfully acquired the gloves of the ancients. These ancient gloves sync with the Nornir System, loading data on the world's very first awakened. Nearby, Yu-jung quietly wipes a bit of dust from her eyes. She looks up after a moment, asking if they are finally done here. Hoyeon enthusiastically nods, pointing out that they just set a major new record. Yu-jung proudly beats her chest, bragging that of course they did, since she was there to carry the team. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun remains completely dazed by the sudden flood of system notifications, staring at the description of the mysterious gloves of the ancients. Right then, another alert pops up stating that the Nornir System is now updating data regarding the world's very first awakened. Jae-hyun rests his chin in his hand deep in thought. If this is about the legendary First Raider, there can only be one person. That would be Ju-won, the world's absolute first awakened and the grand hero of South Korea. Yet, he cannot fathom why the Nornir System is suddenly pulling up his records. Eventually, Jae-hyun makes a crucial connection. There must be a hidden link between the First Awakened and the system itself. Just then, Yu-jung leans in to pry. She asks what he just muttered, but he only offers a silent, teasing smile, prompting her to yell not to mess with her hair. As she complains, Jae-hyun stares at her silently, resolving that he must find out why the hero's legendary gloves were left behind. A bad feeling creeps up his spine. After he stops teasing her, Jae-hyun notices Co in awe, quiet and standing off to the side. He spots Seo Ina nearby and walks over to show his appreciation, apologizing for making her keep watch when she is already so exhausted. She simply shakes her head, saying she wanted to support him since he had his own important business to take care of. Suddenly, Yu-jung lets out a dramatic shriek, claiming she is doomed. Seo Ina turns her expressionless face to ask what is wrong. With teary eyes, Yu-jung whines that she completely forgot her purification necklace, panicking because she is totally lost without it. But just as she panics, the missing necklace is dangled right before her eyes. Yu-jung whips her head around in suspicion. She eyes Jae-hyun with deep suspicion, asking how on earth he knew she forgot it. But Jae-hyun only sighs, completely used to her antics. He tells her she has been forgetting things forever, adding that her own mother specifically asked him to look after her. She sheepishly takes the necklace, muttering an apology while complaining that her mother is being too harsh for not trusting her. Instead of offering comfort, Jae-hyun deals a direct verbal blow, pointing out that her mother has excellent reasons to doubt her. Yu-jung shrieks in utter embarrassment. Their friend sitting nearby bursts into laughter, making her feel even more mortified. She snaps back, asking who gave them permission to laugh, while Jae-hyun sighs, advising Kim Yu-jung that it is time to grow up. He tells her to stop losing her things, but she grumpily fires back, telling him to quit nagging. Hoyeon watches them bicker. He observes the intense back and forth and finally can't resist asking if they are actually dating. Jae-hyun casually denies it, but Yu-jung yells so intensely she looks ready to swallow Hoyeon alive, asking if he wants to die. Suddenly, a hand taps Hoyeon's shoulder. It's Seo Ina, who swiftly covers his mouth, while her voice turns incredibly cold. She coldly warns him that they already said they aren't together, so it would be wise for him to drop the subject. A massive golden palace looms under the brilliant sunlight. This is Valhalla, the legendary hall of warriors owned by the Norse gods. Inside, Thor raises a heavy goblet, drinking deeply and sighing in satisfaction as their war preparations continue smoothly. He notes that Heimdall has already set off to deal with the anomaly mentioned in the prophecy, feeling incredibly reassured. Sure, Heimdall can be hot-headed, but crushing a mere mortal shouldn't pose any real challenge to a god like him. Thrilled by the thought, Thor slams his fist on the table, declaring that the Norse gods will soon rule the 9 realms. He looks toward the empty throne, boasting that even the great Odin will be pleased. But Tyr, sitting opposite him, quickly scolds Thor. He calls Thor an irresponsible fool for feasting in Odin's absence, demanding to know if the fate of Yggdrasil means nothing to him. Irritated, Thor snaps back, asking what he is talking about and reminding Tyr that he is in no position to lecture anyone. Thor scoffs, mocking Tyr for losing his right hand to Fenrir, asking what authority he has left to speak of war. Tyr sighs, refusing to drag out the argument, and simply stares back. He points out the whetstone fragment lodged in Thor's forehead. Tyr mocks the crude stone embedded in his skull, sneeringly asking if that wasn't a pathetic relic from the filthy giants. He adds that even with Mjolnir, Thor constantly humiliates himself, stating he would have surrendered his weapon and life long ago. Thor gnashes his teeth in pure rage, slamming the table as he stands. He yells that they can settle this fight right here. He dares Tyr to see who is truly stronger. But just as their rage peak, a sharp voice cuts through the air. It is Freya, frowning as she asks if they both want to be severely punished. Sitting opposite, Frigg quietly glances at them. She points out that Valhalla's forces are severely depleted because their harvesting of mortal souls has gone completely off track. She immediately spoke up to Object, arguing that they had over-mobilized their forces to Ginnungagap. Clearly, Odin had made a mistake. Frigg looked visibly annoyed and yelled loudly, as such an insulting statement to the supreme ruler of Asgard was a severe offense. But Freya did not care. She shrugged to express her stance, having absolutely no intention of following Odin's grand ambitions. He might be mighty, but to her he was just trash. Frigg froze completely upon hearing those blunt and incredibly harsh words. Frigg gasped at her audacity. Freya only looked down, recalling her terrible past and asking if Frigg had forgotten what Odin did to her. At that moment, a terrifying aura enveloped the entire dining table. Frigg was frozen in fear, but Tyr quickly stepped in to neutralize it. Before Frigg and the other gods, she announced that the extensive preparations for the rise of the second apocalypse were finally complete. The souls of the legendary fallen warriors who died fighting for Asgard stood fully prepared. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun stood on the rooftop, deep in thought. Since Heimdall was involved in the quest, it meant the god would soon show his face. With that in mind, his heart grew anxious, knowing they could not delay awakening his unique skill any longer. Sung-yoon clasped her hands together and sighed helplessly. Jae-hyun, you are really ambitious, aren't you? You are already strong enough, she said with worry. She was concerned that he still wanted to obtain a unique skill. He waved his hand, arguing that even if the guild had not come to find her, it would not matter. Jae-hyun suddenly stopped and asked with concern if that was true, and she sighed. Honestly, her own case would not help him much, as it was a sudden awakening. Jae-hyun immediately caught the key point and asked her to clarify. She nodded, her sad face reflected in the hot teacup as Sung-yoon began to share her story. She remembered it clearly, her voice trembling with pain as she recalled the day a dungeon gate suddenly opened in the street. During that horrific tragedy, as people were being brutally slaughtered, Sung-eun could only watch in a daze. Monsters ran completely rampant, attacking the citizens and massacring everyone in sight. That was when she noticed a resilient child out there, a young kid, running to survive only to trip and fall on the hard street. Sung-yoon froze, the light completely vanishing from her eyes. She had been utterly powerless to act. Finally, forcing herself up, Sung-eun ran over with all the strength she could muster. But she was too far, and her outstretched hand could not reach the child. In the end, only a dying body remained in Sung-yoon's arms. She blamed herself, weeping that she was too weak despite being an awakened user. "But don't you think the world is incredibly ironic?" she asked. Right after the child died, she unlocked a new skill. That skill was called Sacrifice. A sudden blinding beam of light descended from the sky, instantly vaporizing all the monsters, and the child in her arms dissolved into light. Sung-eun was devastated, her eyes brimming with tearful, agonizing grief. But the dead do not return, Sung-eun sighed. Coming back to reality, she reminded Jae-hyun of her previous advice. Hellers always remember the people they fail to save much more than those they actually managed to rescue. She suddenly stood up, leaving Jae-hyun with a final piece of advice. He wanted to unlock his unique skill as fast as possible. Right, her lips moved slightly, saying that even she could not tell him the exact method to achieve it. Sung-yoon suddenly placed her hand on his shoulder, comforting Jae-hyun and telling him there was absolutely no need to rush. She spoke from the bottom of her heart, warning him that unlocking a unique skill often meant losing something incredibly precious. This sparked a bold thought in Jae-hyun's mind. Since Sung-yoon did not know, perhaps Seo-in-ah would be different. He called out her name, determined to ask if she could tell him the secret. Jae-hyun was absolutely desperate to find out. He urgently pressed her for the exact reason behind her awakening. Deep down, his heart already knew the harsh truth. Did it require losing something precious? Seo-in-ah lowered her head softly, calling Jae-hyun's name as she clenched her fists tightly. She had awakened through the death of her family. To be exact, she let them die. Her voice was disturbingly calm. Under the golden sunset, Seo-in-ah sounded colder than ever, saying it was better that her family had died. Yet, she had never truly forgotten those painful memories. Her parents passed away suddenly when she was only 5 years old. She had been far too young to understand what was happening, but she knew she would never see her parents again. She became completely alone. Later, she and her grandmother moved into her aunt's house, but she did not feel lonely at all. Even when her aunt bullied her, she had her grandmother. A gentle voice called out her name as she ran to the door. Her grandmother was her entire world, the only pillar she could ever lean on. Those were her happiest moments. But that warmth was short-lived. Cracking the door open to find her grandmother, a quiet, weak voice echoed from within. The old woman weakly told her daughter that her time was running out, turning Seo-in-ah's dream into a nightmare. Handing over a bank book, her grandmother begged her aunt to take proper care of the little girl after she passed. For Seo-in-ah, of course, she understood it to some extent. Even as a child, she could feel the cold reality of her family, the only people she had left. Loneliness gripped her once again, knowing she was about to be left completely alone. Slowly but surely, Seo-in-ah began to close herself off from everyone around her. That was when her world turned dark. She was never talkative, but she locked her heart away completely. Then came her 3rd year of high school. Seo-in-ah's greedy aunt confronted her, asking if hunters were making crazy money lately and mentioning that her high school teacher had called. The aunt sneered that even worthless bugs knew how to survive, saying the school claimed Seo-in-ah actually had real talent for awakening. She waved her hand dismissively, reminding Seo-in-ah how expensive she was to raise, expecting her to pay back every single penny. Seo-in-ah tried to object, but her aunt just yelled over her, demanding she understand that since she was useless at studying, she had only one path. She had to become a hunter if she wanted to keep a roof over her head. Seo-in-ah could only look down and sigh at the pure greed. It was absolutely sickening. She loathed them for stealing her late parents' insurance money and still trying to exploit her for even more. With her parents gone, her relatives treated both her and her elderly grandmother like nothing but heavy, worthless burdens. But the worst part was that Seo-in-ah could never find the strength to speak up. In the end, she simply followed her teacher's advice. She applied to the Hunter Academy, knowing from her teacher that she possessed an incredibly high potential to awaken her hidden powers. Before she submitted the application, her teacher warned her gently, asking if she was absolutely sure about entering such a brutal world. Even though awakened hunters were treated like royalty, the magical world was far more dangerous than she could ever imagine. Her teacher did not want her getting hurt, but Seo-in-ah was already past the point of caring about her own survival. Reassuring her teacher that she was fine, Seo-in-ah knew deep down that living in her current hell was far worse than death itself. When she got home, her grandmother called out to her with a trembling voice, asking if she was truly going to become a hunter. Seo-in-ah looked at her with cold indifference, thinking that in the end, even her grandmother would eventually leave her behind. She wondered why she could not just hate her as silent tears began to stream down her face without her even realizing it. She wondered if things would be different if her grandmother had not given their money to her aunt, but she quickly dismissed the thought. Whatever was meant to happen would happen anyway. Perhaps this was just her unavoidable fate, no matter how hard she tried to fight it. Siu in awe hid her pain and shook her head, insisting she was fine as her grandmother slowly walked over to wrap her in a warm hug. Her grandmother comforted her, saying she did not have to go if she did not want to, which made Seo In-ah sob uncontrollably in her arms. Although her grandmother hated to see her get hurt, Seo In-ah remained resolute and officially enrolled in the Hunter Academy. Her entire life took a massive turn as she stepped into this dangerous new world, completely transforming who she was. She learned how to manipulate mana, hunt magical beasts, and survive deadly dungeons, with her cold personality actually keeping her alive. But just as she was finally adjusting to this harsh reality, an unavoidable tragedy came crashing down on her. Receiving an urgent call, Seo In-ah rushed to the hospital only to find out her beloved grandmother had suddenly passed away. She froze in utter shock as the doctor gently explained that with proper medical care, her grandmother would have easily survived. Heartbroken, Seo In-ah sat numbly outside the funeral hall, realizing her grandmother had intentionally refused treatment because of the high cost. Had she simply given up on life to save her money? Seo In-ah's eyes grew cold and lifeless, feeling abandoned by the one person she loved. The cruel reality was simple. One was dead and one was left alive. Yet Seo In-ah could not hold back her crushing grief. She wept bitterly for her grandmother, completely breaking down as she cried out about how painful and lonely everything had become. Hiding behind a wall, she sobbed, blaming herself for being useless and wishing her grandmother had just taken her along to the afterlife. Just then, her aunt called, her voice bursting with greed as she announced that a guild sponsorship contract was finally ready for signing. Seo In-ah was ordered to come sign her life away, pushing her past her absolute limit as her sanity began to shatter completely. For the first time in her entire life, Seo In-ah snaps, screaming at her aunt and demanding to know why she thought she could control her destiny. Her aunt just laughed mockingly, sneering that Seo In-ah should actually be grateful she was not being sold off to the highest bidder. Right then, Seo In-ah made up her mind to pack her things and run away from that toxic, hellish household forever. Waiting until early morning to quietly retrieve her belongings, she returned home only to freeze in utter shock at what lay before her. Her aunt's house was engulfed in a blazing, violent inferno with terrifying monsters pouring out from a nearby gate. A weak, desperate cry reached her ears, and she spotted her aunt pinned beneath heavy debris, desperately begging for her life. Her aunt shrieked for help, reminding her she was an awakened hunter now. But Seo In-ah stood there completely unmoved by her pleas. With only cold resolve in her heart, Seo In-ah turned her back, refusing to lift a single finger to save the woman. Why should she rescue the monster who stole her entire life? Listening to her story, Jae-hyun could hardly believe what he was hearing. There is no need to worry. Seo In-ah, he advises her that if things get too hard, she shouldn't force herself. The twilight sky glows, shines overhead. Dujung stares into the distance in frustration, walking over to the pavilion and muttering, Jae-hyun, why are you taking so long? But the energy radiating from inside is suffocating and terrifying. Dujung clenches her fists. That presence definitely does not belong to Jae-hyun. Her gaze turns icy as this strange mana puts her on high alert. It feels like a monster. Right after that, the group approaches. The group confronts this mysterious intruder. Heimdall crosses his arms, looking down at them. Are you allies of the one making changes? All four of them freeze in silence. Furious, she immediately fires back. What on earth are you talking about? But she receives no answer. Instead of answering, he unleashes a massive wave of mana to crush everything. The group is forced to leap back to save their lives. The intruder demands an answer once more. Answer me, he orders. Desperate, Soren uses all her remaining strength to contact him. Jae-hyun, come back. Return now. There is an enemy who looks human but has the mana of a monster. But before she can finish, he closes in. Soren freezes in sheer terror as Heimdall grabs her throat, lifting her off the ground. Are you trying some cheap tricks on me? His voice is dead cold. All of you will die here. Blame the one who brought these changes for your pathetic end. Right then, Jae-hyun arrives in the nick of time, declaring that will not happen. Instantly, he activates his brand new skill, Absolute Calculation. Smirking at the uninvited intruder, Jae-hyun stares him down. Did you really think I would just stand by and watch this? Meanwhile, two young men stand on a rooftop watching with binoculars, having already cleared every single monster in the event zone. One of them frowns and complains to his companion, why were we even stationed here? His friend just chuckles and reaches out to help him back up. We are working ourselves to the bone just to sort out these talented kids. The frustrated hunter turns around to argue against this. No way, if we keep coddling them like this, they will only grow up arrogant. Suddenly, something in the distance catches his eye. An ominous dark purple vortex begins swirling wildly in the sky above. Along with the heavy clouds, a strange echoing noise starts to rise. He realizes with utter shock that it sounds like an instrument. Is that a horn playing? He turns around only to find a monster. Wait, is that the sound of a horn? But when he quickly turns around, he is horrified to see a massive monster standing there. To his absolute shock, the creature lunges forward and bites him. He stands frozen in place, face pale. What on earth is this? While he frantically reaches for his gear, the monster's tail quietly snakes up behind his walkie-talkie, cutting off his escape. Before he can speak into the radio, the tail pierces his chest. With trembling hands, he desperately tries to contact headquarters. Summoning his final breath, he forces out a warning. Code 11, danger, unexpected situation developing, everyone run for your lives. The radio slips from his hand, clattering to the ground as blood pools around it. His eyes widen, staring blankly in his final moments. Meanwhile, a massive army of monsters stands in perfect terrifying formation, locking onto their target. Back at the shelter, tension rises. Heimdall glares with absolute hostility, his expression darkening as he looks at Jae-hyun, who stands directly opposite him, ready to fight. Heimdall drops Soren to the ground, shifting his deadly gaze onto Jae-hyun. Yubi growls, his eyes burning with intense fury. A dark, ominous aura wraps around his entire body, but instead of backing down, one of Jae-hyun's eyes suddenly glows with light. Heimdall is visibly shocked as he stares at the glowing eye. How do you have his eye? Jae-hyun gently touches it, thinking. He must be referring to Odin's missing eye. Realizing this, Heimdall's rage boils over as he unsheathes his massive sword. Now I understand why you grew strong so quickly. Heimdall sneers, pointing his blade directly at Jae-hyun. A mere human you should never have been able to progress this fast. Standing quietly behind Jae-hyun, So In-ah watches in complete silence. Completely ignoring the insults, Jae-hyun casually taunts him back. If it bothers you so much, then try taking it. Struggling for breath, Soren tries to warn him, Jae-hyun, you cannot face someone this powerful on your own. Is he even human? But Jae-hyun brushes off her warning, dead set on fighting Heimdall alone. Just run away, he says, this is my battle. Hellring, this Dujung stares at his back with a dark expression, questioning him, what do you mean by that? We are a team. Yet Jae-hyun remains stubborn, determined to face this threat solo. I am not repeating myself, he demands, go. Across from them, Heimdall watches this play out and lets out a mocking laugh. You want to protect your little friends. He raises his sword high, preparing to strike. Right in front of me, with a devastating swing, Heimdall shatters the ground beneath them, sending debris flying. As rocks soar through the air, Jae-hyun prepares his counterattack. Instantly, he activates his powerful active skill Storm Wind. Behind him, the others desperately cling to whatever they can, struggling to stand against the sheer force of Jae-hyun's gale. The intense blast blows them far back. As the wind dies down, a thick shroud of dust and fog completely envelops the battlefield. Inside the haze, Jae-hyun and Heimdall stand lockjawed, staring each other down. Dujong's expression grows increasingly tense, consumed with worry for him. Ignoring her frantic calls, Jae-hyun keeps his gaze locked entirely on the threat. Jae-hyun, what do you think you are doing? She does not turn back. She just says, if they do not do this, everyone dies. Yena tries to stop her. She stops her. She wants to convince Dae-jung to trust Min Jae-hyun. After all, he is totally right about this. They stand no chance against someone this powerful. Still, she tries to object. What is Yena even saying right now? What is she even talking about? Isn't that exactly why they have to help? Her eyes show absolute trust in Min Jae-hyun. She's sure Min Jae-hyun will win. Yena turns to the others, giving orders to head to the entrance and warn the instructors. They need to warn the instructors. Dae-jung grits his teeth and curses while her eyes slowly begin to well up with tears. Tears stream down her face. She silently begs Min Jae-hyun to survive. Do not lose, her eyes scream. Min Jae-hyun absolutely cannot lose. He waits until everyone is safely gone before finally activating his next active skill. Ice spreads beneath his feet. He activates his skill, Frost Earth. Heimdall looks down and scoffs at the sight. Frost Earth, he sneers. Watching Min Jae-hyun, he starts calculating. It's a solid skill, but it takes too long to cast. It takes dozens of seconds. Min Jae-hyun glares dangerously as Heimdall asks if he really thinks he can hold him back. Min Jae-hyun taunts him right back. It is not impossible. This has been my plan since we first fought. It was his strategy from day one. Heimdall's sword glows with dark purple energy as he readies his attack. Fine, try and stop me then. With wild madness in his eyes, he charges straight toward Min Jae-hyun. His giant sword grows even larger. If Min Jae-hyun fails here, everyone fleeing will be caught in the disaster. The weapon stops right in front of him. No fear. Min Jae-hyun draws his blade, ready to fight to the death. He activates his magic materialization skill. A ball of crackling lightning forms in his hand, ready to strike. The powerful Dragon Slayer sword is complete. Unleashing everything he has, he activates his active skill, the Gu Chain of Punishment. Glowing golden chains wrap tightly around his body. Min Jae-hyun slams the spike ends deep into the frozen ground below. The spiked chains anchor directly into the thick ice. By the time he is done, the giant sword is already closing in. Jae-hyun blocks the impact with his sword. He digs his heels deep into the ground, refusing to slide back. The sharp chains shoot forward with his movements, using both sword and steel to hold back the massive pressure. He swings a massive counterstrike. It misses Hyam-do, but the devastating shockwave completely shatters the building behind them. Hyam-do is absolutely furious, veins bulging on his face. How dare a mere human stand against him like this? He glares from the ruins. Jae-hyun calmly tells him he warned him as his sword turns pitch black. With a wild smile, he charges at Hyam-do. Meanwhile, in another area, Jae-hyun is coordinating the massive rescue operation. The squad focuses entirely on rescuing the trapped students. Everyone is working frantically to save as many lives as possible. They cannot afford to waste a single second. Too many instructors and young students are already severely injured. Surveying the ruined landscape, she sighs. A massive monster outbreak like this is completely unprecedented for their city. Her face darkens with frustration. Why did this have to happen on the exact day of their outdoor training? In a quiet, resolute voice, she orders the team. They must find a way to resolve this crisis at all costs. Suddenly, a loud voice cuts in. Principal, let us help. Jae-hyun steps forward, his eyes filled with determination. She accepts their help but warns them to avoid direct combat. After all, they are still just academy students. Jia and Ju-hyup quickly step up to assist. Bong-gu eagerly declares that he will help them out too. They will protect the wounded. With everyone ready to fight, she sincerely thanks them for their brave support now. They must do their absolute best to save everyone. Jae-hyun takes the lead, planning her next tactical move. With the students handling support, she can rally the instructors. Together, they might actually stop these monsters. Her hands begin to glow with magical power. But suddenly the light flickers and dims, catching her off guard. The magic fades completely, sparking instant panic. She struggles, unable to gather even a single drop of mana. Suddenly, a system notification pops up. Connection to the network has been temporarily lost. What is going on here? She is completely stunned. Her team members panic as their skills go offline and their mana vanishes entirely. Looking down at their powerless hands, panic spreads. The system has never failed like this before, especially not now. A system error during a major disaster is unprecedented. Jae-hyun turns to the crowd, desperately searching for hope. She asks if anyone can still use their skills, but they all look down. Then a hand rises. Jae-hyun steps forward with confidence, raising his hand to announce that he thinks he can still use his skills. Chaeyeon. Both Jian and Ju-hyup raise their hands, proving their skills still work perfectly. She watches them completely shocked by how these cadets can still wield their powers. It is impossible that only the students can still access mana. Chaeyeon turns her head, searching her surroundings. Some continue holding their hands up to show off their active magic, while others use their abilities to tend to the wounded. She remains utterly bewildered by everything happening. Making sense of this mess is nearly impossible. But putting her confusion aside, Chaeyeon quickly adjusts the plan and steps up to take charge, once again declaring they must adapt. She orders the cadets to move forward while the instructors support them with everything they have. Everyone listens intently to her commands. After receiving their orders, the three of them quickly set off toward the sealed city. Specifically, Sector 3, the zone currently facing the most critical danger. Jae-hyun tries giving Ju-hyup a command, but the hot-headed fighter snaps back. Tell Ju-hyup to cover the right side and stop bossing me around. Meanwhile, Jian takes charge of healing the wounded, with Han told to focus on recovery from the rear. He agrees but suddenly pauses to instruct the other two. Listen up, Jae-hyun warns them. We are standing incredibly close to the center of that swirling vortex in the sky. Sector 3 has an extremely narrow entrance. He tries to calm everyone down and get them in position, telling them that as long as they hold, they can easily defend the spot without much trouble. But suddenly, a massive skeletal beast rises right behind Jae-hyun. The sheer crushing pressure radiating from it makes everyone freeze in absolute dread. Are we really supposed to fight this thing? A system notification warns them they have encountered the boss of Sector 3, the Bone Dragon. His face pales instantly. As the massive shadow of the monster looms over Jae-hyun, the situation looks completely hopeless. Meanwhile, Lee Jae-sang and Ho-seon are desperately rushing to catch up with the others. Exhausted, Lee Jae-sang raises his hand and asks if Jae-hyun is going to survive. Hollering that only makes Ho-seon curse in frustration. Yoo-jung frowns, keeping completely silent as she processes the danger. Suddenly, the ring on her finger begins to glow brightly, as if picking up a signal. Everyone else's rings light up simultaneously. A clear system notification chimes from Yoo-jung's ring, indicating that a scheduled message has successfully been delivered. Jae-hyun's voice echoes from the device, forcing Yoo-jung to listen intently as he tells them not to worry because he is fine. Using telepathy to transmit the urgent update, he explains that the sector boss is currently launching a full-scale assault on the gate. He urges them to protect the citizens, promising to regroup soon. Relieved, Yu-jung smiles and mutters that it is just like Min Jae-hyun. Remaining remarkably calm, Yu-jung stands firm, declaring that their path is set and they must do whatever they can. They lock eyes, looking ahead as they shout together to move out. Yet deep down, she still trembles with worry for Min Jae-hyun. And honestly, they shouldn't even worry because Min Jae-hyun is already busy dodging a barrage of incoming attacks with insane reflexes. With his sword drawn, he charges directly at Heimdall, who stands watching the field with a smirk, silently evaluating the challenger. It seems the rumor of Odin's successor is more than just empty boasting. Suddenly, Heimdall's eyes widen as he realizes the danger, muttering that the kid is bound to fail. Min Jae-hyun lunges forward like a bullet clashing with a god's swinging sword. Unleashing an incredibly devastating slash with his massive blade, Heimdall vows to personally test the limits of this new successor. But Min Jae-hyun seamlessly turns the tide, spinning past the blow and executing a flawless counterstrike right back at him. Heimdall barely blocks the strike. The massive shockwave forces Min Jae-hyun back a few steps, but he calmly warns the god of regret. Infuriated, Heimdall swings his blade once again with deadly intent, but Min Jae-hyun easily slips past. Brimming with supreme confidence, he gets right in the god's face, mockingly bragging about his high test scores as he unleashes a flurry of skills. The system activates his intermediate greatsword passive and triggers a spinning strike. As their legendary weapons violently collide, both of their massive powers erupt, proving they are completely evenly matched. Heimdall swings upward, trying to shatter the stalemate, with a smug grin, thinking this human is actually putting up a decent fight. But he doesn't stop there. Heimdall roars loudly and thrusts his blade forward, determined to end this battle here. Min Jae-hyun barely manages to parry the deadly tip, but as Heimdall lets his guard slip for a fraction of a second, Min Jae-hyun flashes a mysterious smirk and suddenly transforms his weapon. This leaves the god staring in absolute disbelief. Heimdall's heavy blade slices harmlessly through empty air right above Min Jae-hyun's head. As he summons his new weapon, the system immediately announces the activation of his active item creation skill. Leaving Heimdall utterly bewildered, the system processes the request and successfully equips Min Jae-hyun with his newly crafted weapon, the legendary Fang of Nidhogg. A sleek dagger materializes in his hand as the system triggers his active dagger skill. He instantly unleashes a series of rapid slashes with the dagger. Heimdall is frozen in place, paralyzed by the wounds inflicted by Min Jae-hyun, triggering a flurry of system notifications. The Fang of Nidhogg's passive is now active, leaving the god paralyzed. 1 stack of poison, 2 stacks, 3 stacks, and now the enemy has reached 4 full stacks. 5 stacks of poison. Heimdall grits his teeth in sheer rage, desperately holding back a painful groan after Min Jae-hyun's relentless skill combo. Burning with fury, Heimdall roars from behind Min Jae-hyun's back, demanding how he dares to use such underhanded tricks. Min Jae-hyun just turns around and sighs. Min Jae-hyun glances at a battered Heimdall and mutters if the god really wants to compare who is looking more pathetic right now. Heimdall scowls, reassuring himself that a god should easily recover from this poison no matter what dirty tricks the human pulls. The arrogant watchman smirks, declaring with cold confidence that he will simply wipe out his enemy, realizing he might have to reevaluate Min Jae-hyun. He suggests restarting their match, inwardly analyzing the mysterious force that seems to temporarily breach the Norse divine network. This strange power manipulates the entire academy of instructors and trainees. Heimdall knows his own divine authority from Odin has its limits. He realized Min Jae-hyun believed that simply severing the instructors from the Asgardian system would solve everything, making them easy targets. Heimdall is determined to crush everyone else and handle them with ease, but he suddenly pauses and scowls in deep thought. Staring closely at Min Jae-hyun, the god begrudgingly admits that the human is something else. Seeing the kid gear up for battle, Heimdall realizes that at his current Tier 3 level, Min Jae-hyun has become an unstoppable beast he can no longer look down on. Min Jae-hyun exudes an unshakable focus, his stance demanding absolute respect. In this heavy silence, he remembers his brutal sparring sessions with John. He recalls the crucial sword and dagger spinning strikes he mastered from On-hoon before entering the academy. He has grown incredibly strong. That intense training paid off. Watching Heimdall, Min Jae-hyun wonders what would happen if he channels those exact techniques through his weapon. He grips his S-rank weapon, Nidhogg's Fang, locking eyes with his bloodied foe. Even a god has to have a breaking point. He calculates that even Heimdall won't survive this next strike. The god suddenly chuckles, amused, calling Min Jae-hyun a truly fascinating opponent. Pulling a massive weapon from behind his back, Heimdall scoffs that he cannot understand why Asgard views a mere human as a threat. He wields his mace, sneering that at least the boy knows how to use a weapon. Cold sweat drips down Min Jae-hyun's face. He freezes, his eyes locked onto the legendary horn in Heimdall's grip. Min Jae-hyun charges forward, a knot of dread tightening in his chest. Whatever magic that horn holds, it spells disaster. Gritting his teeth, Jae-hyun swings his dagger, trying to close the distance immediately. He rushes the god, knowing he cannot let him activate that weapon. But Heimdall stands perfectly still, a sickening smirk playing on his lips. He tells Jae-hyun to consider this a grand honor before the end. Laughing like a total maniac, Heimdall raises the horn to his lips. He promises the boy is about to hear the ultimate sound of Gjallarhorn. He blows the horn, unleashing a deafening, painful sound wave. Caught in the brutal blast, Jae-hyun leaps backward to create distance. His head is pounding. What on earth is this destructive frequency? Just hearing the sound makes his entire body feel heavy and sluggish. Suddenly, the system interface flashes to life before his eyes. A warning blares that Gjallarhorn is active, cutting his physical stats by 50%. But the artifact's true terror is just beginning. The sonic wave drives all nearby monsters into a murderous frenzy. Pale and exhausted from the aftershock, Jae-hyun looks up in absolute horror. Two massive beasts emerge from the shadows, followed by a horde of enraged, bloodthirsty monsters. The entire cavern is crawling with them. An army of hostile creatures completely surrounds Jae-hyun and Heimdall. Jae-hyun's face pales as he demands to know what the hell is happening. Heimdall stands calmly, enjoying the sight of Jae-hyun's struggle, explaining that he does not control these beasts. He is just getting started. Gathering a crackling sphere of lightning, the god proudly reveals his ultimate magic. Jae-hyun braces himself, preparing for the worst-case scenario. The system chimes, attempting to initiate his active calculation skill, but a harsh error message immediately flashes across his vision. The user's current rank is too low, meaning resistance to the item has failed. Cursing, Jae-hyun grips his arm and tries to retreat. He needs to shake off these beasts. But Heimdall sneers, unleashing a devastating magical blast directly at him. Jae-hyun takes a direct hit. The impact sends him flying backward. He screams as the overwhelming force tears through him. Heimdall chuckles, mocking the boy's agony. He declares this is his special inversion magic. Looking down at the battered hunter, Heimdall promises this spell won't kill him just yet. It will only make him suffer excruciating agony. Sweat pours down Jae-hyun's face as he bites his lip, mentally swearing at his opponent. Smirking, Heimdall winds up for another strike, promising the boy will rot away slowly in the deepest dungeons of Asgard forever. Suddenly, a thick purple mist erupts between them. Hela steps forward, speaking up that while Jae-hyun might have caused a lot of trouble, she stands protectively in front of the injured hunter, declaring it is far too early to send him to the dungeons of Asgard. Heimdall's eyes widen in absolute disbelief at her sudden interference. Suddenly, a powerful barrier manifests, wrapping around the two of them. The shield completely cuts them off from Heimdall and his horde of monsters, but a tiny ominous crack begins forming on Hela's skin. Confused and stunned, Jae-hyun stammers to ask what is happening. Hela silently stares down at her own trembling, cracking hands. The toll of using this forbidden power is too heavy, and she knows she cannot hold the barrier for much longer. He speaks calmly, mockingly, asking which corner she had been hiding in now that she has finally shown her face. Frowning deeply as he studies her, Heimdall senses the boar spirit dwelling within Hela and claims she is forcing the sacred power. Sparks of wild lightning erupt around them, blowing her hair back as she forcefully channels the boar's sacred energy. Slowly transforming, Hela pushes past her absolute limits to summon a massive glowing sphere of raw energy, making Jae-hyun freeze in pure panic. He reaches out to stop her, shouting for her to hold back, but he knows if Heimdall is right, this power will surely cost Hela her life. Ignoring the danger, she channels everything she has to launch the attack straight at Heimdall. Even after taking the direct hit, Heimdall charges forward like lightning, roaring that this absolute power is far too much for her. He demands to know if she truly intends to throw her life away, glaring at her with rising fury. He demands to know what she is even fighting for, asking if she honestly believes their enemy can save the 9 worlds. As she releases her attack, she yells back that she is absolutely certain Jae-hyun will defeat Odin and end this apocalypse. Countless beams of light rain down directly on Heimdall, who stands his ground while scowling with deep burning irritation. Roaring that this is pure blasphemy, Heimdall lunges forward, slashing his sword at Hela as she desperately summons another magic circle. Unafraid, she pours every ounce of her remaining strength into the spell, declaring that it is time to end this. A massive, terrifying snake suddenly materializes right behind an off-guard Heimdall, opening its giant jaws wide to swallow him whole. From a distance, Jae-hyun can only watch in horror, reaching out and shouting for them to stop as Heimdall spins around. Unable to dodge the sudden strike, he curses under his breath just before the giant serpent snaps its jaws shut. Meanwhile, a horde of vicious monsters charges forward, led by a flying beast that unleashes a destructive beam of energy. The attack tears through the surrounding area, forcing Jae-hyun to quickly summon his weapon to defend against the blast. Gripping his spear tightly, he braces himself and thrusts the tip forward to clash with the oncoming shockwave. But the beast's overwhelming power begins to push him back, while his companions struggle to hold off the rest. The battlefield is pure chaos as the monsters swarm them, leaving Ju-hyo desperately fighting just to stay alive. Nearby, Ji attends to his severely wounded brown-haired ally, telling him to stay still and hang on. Tears stream down Han's face as he panics, while Jin-haek looks around in sheer terror at their grim situation. He stammers, wondering how a bone dragon could be here when this was supposed to be a simple training camp. Looking at her fallen comrades, Jia feels completely helpless and screams out to Min Jae-hyun amidst the chaotic clash. She frantically asks what they should do since they cannot hold out, but Min Jae-hyun remains focused on the fight. He calmly shouts back that there is no way out and they cannot even contact the outside world. Frustrated, Ju-hyo screams out in despair, complaining that he has pushed his magic to its absolute limit. Min Jae-hyun frowns. He quietly wishes they had just a few more capable allies to help them when a voice echoes from afar. Talk about perfect timing, a sudden shout of reassurance stuns him as Yu Jung's group confidently arrives. He mutters Hosseon's name in disbelief, but the calm warrior simply tells him to let them handle this. Min Jae-hyun warns them that this is too dangerous for rookies, especially with an A+ ranked bone dragon looming over them. He warns that their interference might only complicate things further, but a bright blue flame suddenly erupts, cutting him off. A system alert chimes announcing the activation of the 100 Azure Sword's skill as Hosseon steps past him. He coolly replies that they already know immediately, unleashing a flurry of devastating slashes before casually lowering his blade. Turning back with a confident smirk, Hosseon reassures him that everything is under control, leaving Min Jae-hyun utterly speechless. The rest of the Go-won team steps forward in unison, calmly stating that they are here to fulfill a promise. Confused by the mention of a promise, Min Jae-hyun can only blink as Yu Jung calls out his name in a soft, gentle voice. With a reassuring smile, she explains that they promise to help everyone, so he has absolutely nothing to worry about. She promises they will not get in his way, leaving Min Jae-hyun staring in absolute shock as his eyes widen. He stares ahead as if witnessing the impossible, his gaze locked on the incredible scene unfolding right before him. His brave allies charge headfirst into the horde of monsters, completely focused on bringing down the giant skeletal beast. Hosseon prepares to strike while Yu Jung stands right behind him, her weapon ready as she offers a word of encouragement. Closing her eyes, she channels her mana as the glowing orb atop her staff begins to gather brilliant energy. The staff flares with immense power, triggering a sudden system notification that flashes right in front of her. Active skill, Surge, is now active. Immediately after, another system notification pops up to trigger the Holy Sanctuary skill. With Mana Sanctuary active, Yu Jung continuously gathers waves of green energy around her to support her allies. Meanwhile, Seo Na and An Hosseon keep pressing their attack forward. Another skill notification flashes on screen, activating the active skill, Sword of Aeon. Right after that, yet another screen flashes to activate the active skill, White Harmony Sword. Seeing this, Jong-hoon can barely believe his eyes, and honestly, can you blame him? He mutters, "What on earth is this?" Seo Na and An Hosseon glide effortlessly through the monsters, leaving behind brilliant trails of blue and white light from their skills that continuously take down the terrifying beasts. Right then, Jong-hoon and Chu-hae instantly charge into the fray. With absolute focus, rushing forward, Jong-hoon realizes he originally thought Min Jae-hyun was the only monster around here. He glances over at Seo Na and An Hosseon, who are still fighting like beasts, and realizes these kids are just as insane. Jong-hoon looks back to where Yu Jung is continuously channeling her power to support the team. His mind races. Min Jae-hyun, he thinks. Right now, Yu Jung is surrounded by a massive swarm of glowing blue light particles. Her expression is completely calm as she closes her eyes to focus on casting. Jong-hoon's thoughts continue. He would never put his teammates in danger. Meanwhile, right next to An Hosseon, a massive horned monster brandishing an axe lets out a furious roar. The beast swings its heavy weapon, launching a rapid and brutal charge directly at him. An Hosseon immediately raises his blade to block the heavy blow, his face dead serious as sparks fly from the impact. Right then, Seo Na acts quickly to back him up, unleashing her support skills. Glowing blue energy blades materialize in midair and shoot straight at the monster, making it roar in absolute agony as they pierce its thick hide. Seizing the moment while the beast is distracted, both Jong-hoon and Chu-hae prepare to strike together. Coordinating perfectly with Seo Na's skills, they swing their weapons in unison, driving their attacks right into the massive creature. Both giant beasts crash to the ground, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Now that is how you clear a field. Jong-hoon thinks that fighting alongside these kids actually makes things easier. Meanwhile, on the other side, a dirt-faced Ji-wook looks at Lee Ji-sang and thanks him for saving his life. Lee Ji-sang just smiles warmly and says it is nothing. Meanwhile, So-woon stares intently at a trail of green energy stretching across the ground in a single direction. She turns to Ji-wook, telling him the entrance is this way and to follow her. He quickly thanks Senior So-woon. Watching So-woon's group make their move, Yu Jung gets a pensive look on her face before turning back. With an anxious expression, she warns everyone that they need to hurry. Standing right in front of them is a massive centipede beast preparing to blast them with sound waves. But Yu Jung's teammates remain completely calm. They listen to her explain that the others are currently busy fighting the boss monster on the other side. Hellring this, Seo In-ah calmly replies to Yu Jung while An Ho-seon keeps his guard up looking ahead with a confident smirk. Everyone has gotten so much stronger, he notes. Suddenly, Jong-hoon yells out that there is no time to get distracted. With that, he and Chu Haeob charge forward together. Jong-hoon barks out orders for their next move. We will attack its legs and stop its movement. Just as Jong-hoon finishes, Chu Haeob chimes in. While we lock it down, he adds, you aim for the magic core and finish this dragon bone off. An Ho-seon agrees and coordinates with Yu Jung, telling her to use her skills to weaken the dragon bone. Yu Jung immediately acknowledges the plan and unleashes her magic quickly, floating up directly above the massive beast. She focuses her skill directly through her staff, causing it to glow with intense, swirling purple energy. Aiming her staff straight at the dragon bone, she envelops its entire body in a heavy purple aura. Watching her perform, Chu Haeob feels a mix of frustration and anxiety, bitterly complaining that at this rate, these freshmen are going to steal all of their spotlight. Hellring this, Jong-hoon simply glances over. There is nothing we can do, you saw it yourself, right? He adds that Seo In-ah's destructive power is actually way stronger than ours. Annoyed, Chu Haeob prepares his skill while turning back to Jong-hoon. He shouts out in frustration, fine, whatever. Instantly, a system notification appears, activating his Gale active skill. Chu Haeob immediately charges forward to strike the dragonbone monster, whipping up violent gales from his skill. The winds wrap around the beast, and as he presses his assault, the sheer force begins to shatter a massive piece of the dragon bone. Meanwhile, Jong-hoon floats high in the sky, surrounded by drifting clouds. Seeing Chu Haeob's attack style, he immediately mutters to himself that it is exactly as expected. Right after, Jong-hyun prepares to strike the beast, which is still pinned down by the purple energy below. He adds that it is a brutal strike, with raw power and zero concern for defense. Right then, a system notification pops up, activating the active skill, Death Pierce. As soon as the prompt appears, the weapon in Jong-hyun's hand instantly extends, piercing straight through the back bone dragon monster as he dives straight down from the sky. In that very moment, Jong-hyun quickly glances back and bellows an order to strike now. A strange purple glow begins to radiate from deep inside the monster's mouth, brightening the entire area. Seeing this, Yu Jung immediately concentrates her magic, focusing her skill straight into the glowing orb. The system notification blares, activating the active skill, Absolute Blade. Right in front of her, Seo In-ah also prepares her skill. Another alert pops up, activating the active skill, Sword of Akame An Ho-seon. She unleashes her power alongside her allies. Her skill joins forces with the two teammates behind her. Another screen flashes, activating the active skill, Harmonious White Sword. With that, all three abilities merge into a single multicolored orb of light, blasting directly into the massive bone dragon, causing it to roar in absolute agony. At the same time, cracks begin to spread across its purple mana core. Then the glowing purple energy inside the core turns pitch black, slowly leaking out through the fractured shell. The massive bone dragon shrieks as its face begins to crumble, its agonizing roars echoing through the heavy air. Hela speaks in a cold, low voice, telling him to end this now. But as she speaks, Heimdall stares at her in shock. He has no idea that a massive serpent made of pure magic has materialized right behind him. The moment Heimdall glances back, Hela commands the giant snake to snap its massive jaws shut around him. Spotting the beast, Heimdall's face is immediately twisted in absolute horror and shock. Hela's dark voice echoes once more, declaring that this is the end. With those final words, the magic serpent swallows Heimdall whole. Having dealt with him, Hela silently watches her summon. She lets out a quiet, heavy sigh, looking entirely exhausted by the ordeal. Then Hela turns back toward the others. With a sad, regretful look, she tells them it is over and that her mission has finally been accomplished. At that very second, the serpent's eyes shift as if sensing something. Suddenly, its scaly belly begins to swell. The beast thrashes in panic. Hellring its painful shrieks, Hela freezes in shock. In an instant, panic takes over. She whips her head around to look. Inside the snake's bloated belly, a glowing eye glares straight back at her. She gasps out, saying it cannot be. Heimdall rips his way out, laughing as he asks if she really thought that would kill him. With that, Heimdall lunges forward like a bullet, leaving nothing but a cloud of dust where he once stood. The sharp blade on his wrist flashes, slicing through the air with lethal speed. Seeing the terrifying attack coming, Hela is paralyzed with fear, stammering that it is impossible and that he should have been destroyed. Meanwhile, the deadly blade edges closer by the millisecond. From a distance, Jae-hyun watches in horror, screaming out in desperation for Hela. But even as his voice tears through the air, the blade strikes, painting the scene in crimson. In the absolute center of the battlefield, Heimdall collides with Hela like a bolt of lightning. The impact unleashes a violent wave of blood staining the sky and a dramatic, tragic display of carnage. On Hela's face, she can no longer hide her sheer confusion and shock as fresh blood continuously spills from her lips. Staring at Heimdall, she struggles to speak, coughing out that he was only supposed to be using 30% of his power. Heimdall sneers in utter contempt, replying that the restriction is indeed real. He calmly stares directly at Hela and adds that she is not the only one capable of wielding holy power. Slowly, his expression turns incredibly vicious as he keeps his gaze locked on her. Hela can only whisper her final insult, calling him a bastard. Deep cracks begin to tear across Hela's legs, spreading rapidly. Heimdall coldly mocks her, calling her a complete fool. He sneers that the end is as inevitable as the rising tide. Slowly, Hela's face begins to crack apart as well. Her eyes grow hollow and lifeless as his mocking voice continues, telling her that no matter how hard she fights, she can never change the outcome. He violently rips his blade out, sending her body flying back into the air. Crimson mist follows her fall, painting a tragic scene as Heimdall delivers his parting words, telling her to just die. Jae-hyun falls to his knees on the cold dirt, forced to watch Hela's bloody, broken body crash to the ground. His eyes widen with raw horror and helplessness as he desperately drags his heavy legs forward, trying to reach her. His voice trembles as he calls out her name. Watching this agonizing scene play out, Heimdall smirks in pure contempt, calling him a complete fool. He raises his hand to blow the horn, letting its terrifying sound echo everywhere. The blast strikes Jae-hyun, forcing him to let out a strained gasp as he fights to resist. His face contorts as he nearly loses control. Panicked and terrified, Jae-hyun clamps his hands over his ears. He collapses, but his hand still desperately reaches toward the body of Hela, lying lifelessly in the distance. He thinks to himself that it's happening again. Sprawled on the dirt, his mind continues to race. He failed to protect them yet again. Slowly, the surrounding atmosphere sinks into a silent, pitch-black void. To change fate, Jae-hyun has tried countless times. Right now, his dazed gaze is slowly losing its focus. He refuses to lose his comrades again or repeat the painful mistakes of his past. He cannot let everything end the same way. His fading eyes slowly drift closed. Before darkness completely takes him, one final question echoes in his mind. What does he even have left now? In a dreamlike state, Jae-hyun remembers a conversation with Seo-in-ah on the rooftop. Back then, he brought up his master and even Seo-in-ah herself. Tears streamed down her face as he tried to comfort her. He told her that people only awaken after losing something precious. Then his face darkened as he thought of his loved ones. If tragedy is truly the key to awakening, Jae-hyun gritted his teeth, barely holding back his emotions. He whispered that if that was the case, maybe he should. Seo-in-ah closed her eyes, letting her tears flow freely. She begged Jae-hyun to stop. Looking straight at him, she asked if he had any idea how she felt back then. That was when Seo-in-ah remembered a fire from her past where a short-haired woman lay trapped under heavy rubble. The woman shrieked for help, demanding Seo-in-ah do something as an awakened person. But Seo-in-ah just watched with a freezing cold expression. She stared at the encroaching flames, then turned around and walked away completely, ignoring the woman's desperate cries. The woman shrieked, ordering her to get back there immediately. On the rooftop, Seo-in-ah's voice echoed as she recalled that day. She explained that she realized something back then. Her past self looked completely detached as she decided what she truly wanted to protect. Behind her, the trapped woman let out a horrific scream as Seo-in-ah coldly walked away without looking back. Screaming Seo-in-ah's name, the woman's voice faded. On the rooftop, Seo-in-ah kept speaking, noting it wasn't about family or relatives. In the memory, her aunt's face darkened beneath the rubble as she begged for forgiveness. Watching Seo-in-ah walk away, she nervously apologized for being so cruel, claiming she knew her sweet niece would save her. Behind Seo-in-ah, a terrifying monster began to creep closer. Her aunt desperately kept pleading that they were still family. Seo-in-ah ignored her and activated her skill, summoning sharp energy arrows that materialized in the air. The system interface flashed, announcing the activation of her active skill, the Sword of Arch. The energy arrows rained down on the beast, making it roar in agony. Her aunt rejoiced, thinking she was being saved. She cheered that Seo-in-ah was finally helping her, but her joy turned to absolute horror as she faced the monster's maw. Seo-in-ah watched with a freezing glare as the beast devoured her, a chilling sight to say the least. Screaming in pure rage, she cursed Seo-in-ah with her final breath, calling her a useless piece of trash. Seo-in-ah's face remained completely blank. Without a shred of remorse, she turned around and walked away. Back on the rooftop, Seo-in-ah looked at him, admitting that was who she really was. Jae-hyun listened in deep silence. Her soft voice drifted through the quiet air, adding that she believed Guildmaster Yu Sung-yoon was the exact same. She did not awaken simply because of loss. It was far more complicated than that. An image of Sung-yoon's awakening flashes. A brilliant golden aura swirls around her. Seo In-ah explained that it happened because she realized her deep desires clashed with a harsh, unyielding reality. Turning back to Jae-hyun, Seo In-ah gently told him that he did not need to worry about such things. She paused to tuck her hair behind her ear before speaking again with absolute sincerity. She declared that out of everyone she knew, Jae-hyun possessed the strongest and most unwavering will. Back in reality, Jae-hyun struggles to push himself up from the dirt, reflecting on Seo In-ah's words. Suddenly, a blinding golden light erupts around him, forcing Heimdall to shield his eyes and step back in shock. Jae-hyun realizes that his unstoppable will is his true power, radiating an aura so intense that Heimdall winces. The god gapes in sheer horror. You can bet he never saw this coming. Heimdall shrieks, demanding to know how a mere human body could contain such an absurd amount of power. As the golden light fades, Jae-hyun stands tall amidst the dust, his face shadowed as he prepares to strike. Jae-hyun silently promises himself that he will not let this happen anymore. He lifts his head with absolute resolve, a golden flame flashing deep in his eye. He vows that he will never lose anyone precious to him again as Odin's eye suddenly begins to glow brightly in midair. At the same time, the system window flashes orange-red with notifications that he has completed the quest to unlock a unique skill. The lost eye of Odin has responded to his iron will, granting him the powerful active skill, Divine Steel. Right after Jae-hyun somberly calls out to Hera, watching her fragile, battered body lie motionlessly on the cold ground, completely drained of life. A pool of blood surrounds her tragic form. Looking on with a dead serious expression, Jae-hyun's golden-lit eye burns with determination. He looks down and says with absolute resolve that he still needs her alive for the brutal war ahead. Another system window flashes with a bright orange glow, declaring that he has successfully become the very first mortal to achieve divinity. In that exact moment, Hera's eyes slowly regain their focus as a faint warmth of life returns to her pale face. The glowing system window displays the incredible details of his newly acquired active skill known as Divine Steel, a unique rank skill that directly absorbs an enemy's divinity and converts it into raw personal power. This bypasses previous skill limits, giving him a massive permanent boost to all stats with every single soul absorbed. However, it only works on weakened gods. Watching this unfold, Heimdall raises his guard and warily glares ahead. He sneers, wondering what a newly awakened unique skill can even do before slamming his foot heavily onto the ground. The shockwave sends debris flying everywhere as he starts channeling a massive wave of dark energy straight into his palm. His face twists with absolute rage as he mutters that the girl is a mere variable who can never control this power. He adds that this skill belongs to a traitor of Asgard. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun stands calmly opposite him, staring back with cold eyes. A brilliant aura of golden light erupts around him, wrapping his expressionless form in pure, unbridled divine energy. Heimdall yells that a mere mortal who does not even possess divinity has absolutely no right to wield such power. Jae-hyun remains completely unfazed. His eyes flash as he calmly asks who exactly this traitor of Asgard is. Struggling to breathe on the dirt, Hera weakly mutters Loki's name, her weary eyes staring blankly into the empty air. She clutches her deep wound with a trembling hand, trying her best to explain the truth behind the stolen power. She gasps out that he was Asgard's greatest sinner, the former leader of the rebel faction against the Aesir. Hellring this, Jae-hyun gazes down at his glowing weapon, realizing that this immense golden light is that sinner's legendary power. His expression hardens with razor-sharp focus as his sword dissolves into a surging stream of brilliant golden energy. Heimdall grins with sadistic excitement at the sight, immediately launching himself forward to start his vicious assault. He mocks Jae-hyun, saying he knows exactly what he is planning before unleashing a devastating wind-slashing attack. A howling vortex of razor-sharp wind tears through the atmosphere, surging directly toward Jae-hyun at extreme speed. Heimdall boasts that Divine Steel only works on weakened gods, meaning it is completely useless against a warrior like him. Jae-hyun's eyes narrow into a cold stare. He calmly tells the god that he is dead wrong, instantly taking a step. An explosive burst of wind manifests right beneath his boot, acting as a solid platform to launch him high into the air. He executes a flawless midair flip, repositioning himself directly behind Heimdall before the arrogant god can even react. Right on cue, the system window flashes in midair to confirm the activation of his active skill, Airwalk. Jae-hyun's eyes gleam with dangerous excitement as he looks down at Heimdall, declaring him the next target of his plunder. Heimdall whips his head around his face, instantly twisting into absolute panic as he realizes his fatal mistake. Down below, Hera's battered body is suddenly enveloped in a blinding pixelated light from the floating system screens. The system logs indicate he is successfully stealing Hera's divinity, rapidly boosting his overall godly stats. Jae-hyun's voice echoes out, telling Hera that she is indeed the one he chose, leaving her completely stunned. A vortex of brilliant golden light wraps around them both as he firmly calls out her name once more. Heimdall tries to rush forward to put an end to it, but wild crackles of lightning push him back. Within the barrier, Hera's face twists in agonizing pain as she gasps and groans from the overwhelming energy. She grits her teeth, pushing through the strain while wondering how he could have planned this so quickly. Cradled in his arms, she gazes up at his dead serious expression, her thoughts drifting back to Loki. As Jae-hyun's eyes flare with brilliant light, the exhausted girl recalls a prophecy that Loki once whispered to her. She silently admits that Loki was right all along, her worn face softening as she surrenders to the process. For the longest time, she believed that gods were simply born into greatness. Now Hela's eyes slowly drift shut as she slips into a deep sleep. But right before drifting off, she realizes she was wrong. Right then, Jae-hyun stands enveloped in a blazing aura of pure golden energy. He focuses entirely on healing Hela's brutal wounds. Even though she has completely drifted off, her inner thoughts continue to echo. There is someone standing right here who achieved true divinity through a fragile human vessel, carving out his own epic legend. Jae-hyun's expression is dead serious. He glares straight ahead as Hela's silent thoughts echo in the background once more. She recalls how he used to blame himself for failing to awaken. Now her face has completely recovered to its original state. Those terrifying fractures on her skin are gone, leaving her to rest peacefully. Yet her mind is still active. She knows she was wrong about him. Jae-hyun slowly stands up, his expression grim as divine energy crackles around his body. He steps forward, acting as a human shield to protect the sleeping goddess behind him, and her thoughts keep echoing. From the very beginning, Jae-hyun was always destined for this. The golden aura around him flares up, burning brighter than ever. His glowing eyes lock forward with absolute intensity. In her mind, she knows he is the one chosen by the god of thunder. Jae-hyun tightens his fist, channeling the massive surge of energy straight into his knuckles as his whole body starts to glow. The raw power erupts in a massive shockwave. A cold, ruthless look washes over his face, his eyes wide with fury. He triggers his skill, summoning massive magical chains, and declares that from here on out, things are going to change. A series of system notifications flash across his vision, signaling the activation of his active skill, Power of the Thunder God. Thanks to that buff, his Guchadins of Lightning skill instantly upgrades, transforming into the legendary Guchadins of the Thunder God. Watch closely. Jae-hyun smirks as he announces round 2 is officially starting, leaving Heimdall frozen in absolute shock. What is this? Heimdall stammers out. Jae-hyun's eyes turn razor-sharp as glowing red-hot chains begin to manifest right beside him. A new system window pops up, revealing his newly upgraded active skill, the mythic-grade Guchadins of the Thunder God. He focuses his mana, sending the massive chains behind him hurtling forward. The system alerts continue to stream in. The chains carry the raw might of Thor himself, piercing right through a portion of the enemy's defense. This special ability only triggers when the power of the Thunder God is active, sending relentless strikes crashing toward Heimdall. The sudden onslaught catches Heimdall off guard, forcing a gasp of panic from his lips as the chains lock onto him. And here is the crazy part, the lightning chains strike without mercy, forcing the god to play pure, desperate defense. Struggling to block each heavy blow, he roars out that this is impossible, his eyes burning with absolute rage. How does a mere human wield the legendary lightning of Thor? He thinks wildly as more chains rain down from above. He cannot comprehend how this adversary obtained such divine power, desperately dodging the heavy iron links flying at him. With chains closing in from all angles, the god is looking incredibly ragged. He realizes he needs to escape this storm. He needs to close the distance and take down the adversary directly, but a massive fist suddenly flies straight at his face. With no time to react, Heimdall takes a direct hit from Jae-hyun, sending him crashing backward across the battlefield. He barely regains his footing and slides to a halt, glaring across the field as he screams in raw frustration. Jae-hyun looks down at him coldly, noting to himself that this must be what true divine power feels like. He summons his weapon, stepping toward the battered god as he calmly states that the tide has completely turned. Enveloped in a brilliant golden glow, Jae-hyun towers over his opponent, pointing out that he now holds all the cards. He delivers a chilling warning, telling the god that while he has the power to destroy him right here, Heimdall has absolutely no way to harm him in return. The god grits his teeth, recalling his previous clash with Hela. Fighting off Hela's duplicate earlier had drained almost every drop of his divine reserves, leaving him dangerously low on mana. He can't even tap into his magic anymore. Looking down, Heimdall realizes his hands are actually beginning to tremble. Am I actually shaking in fear? He asks himself, his face twisting in rage as he refuses to accept reality. He is Heimdall, a guardian deity. He yanks his sword from the ground, muttering that Jae-hyun is still just a human. With a desperate roar, Heimdall lunges forward, swinging his blade and warning the young hunter not to get too cocky. Jae-hyun responds with a cold wave of his hand, directing his mythic chains to intercept the incoming attack. The god dodges the chains with ragged movements, letting out a crazed laugh as he forces his way forward. Gritting his teeth, he mutters that even if the boy is the prophesied changer, he is still just a fragile mortal. Leaping high into the air, Heimdall prepares to strike from above, convinced that no human can wield that divinity forever. Min Jae-hyun calmly watches his desperate enemy. His eyes flash with a sudden light as he speaks softly, telling him to wait. Hearing those words, Heimdall's face quickly pales, his eyes shrinking in sheer shock. Right then, Min Jae-hyun swings his arm. Massive chains shoot down from the sky, instantly wrapping around Heimdall and tightly binding both of his arms. More heavy iron links coil around his legs. In just seconds, the god is left dangling helplessly in midair. Trapped and completely powerless, Heimdall's face twists with rage as he lets out a furious roar. Meanwhile, Min Jae-hyun slowly approaches. He raises his axe, standing directly in front of the bound god. Heimdall glares, spitting out words as Min Jae-hyun draws near. As Min Jae-hyun steps closer, the prisoner curses in absolute fury, his eyes turning bloodshot with raw, helpless hatred. He screams out a final insult, but Min Jae-hyun just swings his axe to end it. His cold eyes flash with intent. There is zero emotion on his face, only a deadly chilling calm as a final bitter cry echoes through the air. Cursing wildly, Heimdall struggles. He is completely helpless as he watches the young man step closer and closer. Gritting his teeth, he screams. He throws his head back like a madman right as Min Jae-hyun strikes him down. The blade falls. Complete silence. Min Jae-hyun's eyes remain totally unwavering as a silent, hidden observer watches from above. Standing on a nearby roof, Hyujin scoffs in disappointment. He murmurs that Heimdall was a fool who should have been abandoned. They never should have trusted him. With their plans ruined, it is time to report this failure directly to Odin. Hyujin's eyes turn ice cold. He simply cannot believe that the great gatekeeper of Asgard just fell to a mere mortal. Staring at Min Jae-hyun's back, a wave of unease washes over him. Honestly, who wouldn't be worried seeing this guy's growth? Transforming into a flock of black crows, he watches silently. The human has acquired divine power. Growth is inevitable. He sighs softly but quickly dismisses the worry. His eyes flare with a murderous intensity before he completely vanishes. The end is drawing near anyway. As the spy disappears, Min Jae-hyun quietly sheathes his weapon and looks at the ground. Below him, Heimdall groans miserably in a pool of blood. Min Jae-hyun looks down with a cold, teasing smirk on his face. Heimdall yells back, calling him a bastard and claiming he only lost because he let his guard down this time. He vows to throw Min Jae-hyun into Asgard's prison next time. In response, Min Jae-hyun steps forward and stomps on his head. Min Jae-hyun orders him to shut up, his playful smirk completely gone as he complains about how noisy the god is. Underneath the boot, Heimdall realizes with horror that his opponent only used 30% of his true power. Talk about a massive power gap. He calculates that Min Jae-hyun will soon be forcibly summoned to Asgard. Even this victory changes absolutely nothing in the end. Heimdall screams in resentment that Ragnarok will still happen exactly as planned. Min Jae-hyun just replies with a chillingly calm tone. He does not care if war breaks out or if anything changes. He has already let go of those concerns. With a wild, dangerous smile creeping onto his face, Min Jae-hyun promises to hunt down and destroy every single one of them. Heimdall just laughs mockingly at his ignorance, staring directly into the young man's eyes to deliver a bitter truth. He asks if Min Jae-hyun truly believes that becoming a slayer and fighting monsters is some kind of blessing for humanity. Min Jae-hyun frowns in deep confusion. Meanwhile, the dying god laughs hysterically, warning him to watch his back very closely. He warns him to suspect his closest allies and watch every detail, his words dripping with dark hidden meaning. Once he reaches the end, he will understand the true disgusting sickness of betrayal. Slowly, Heimdall begins turning into dust. His parting words echo through the quiet clearing, warning that the scars of misplaced trust run deeper than anything else. As the voice fades, only a faint trail of magical smoke remains. Min Jae-hyun stands there, staring blankly at the empty space. After a long silence, he looks up at the sky and sighs. At least one major obstacle is finally gone. He calls out to Hela, who is standing nearby, and slowly walks over to ask how she is doing. She quietly replies that her physical weakening has stopped. After a brief hesitation, she mutters a soft, "Thank you." Min Jae-hyun merely shrugs and turns away, saying that is good. His dismissive attitude immediately gets on her nerves. He tells her he has other business to attend to and they can talk later, ignoring her obvious annoyance. Walking over to Heimdall's remains, Min Jae-hyun reaches out his hand. A bright pulsing aura immediately erupts over the body. The system voice chimes in, announcing the activation of his active skill, Divine Plunder, to absorb the fallen god. It targets the remaining fragments of divinity. A glowing status window pops up as Heimdall's body completely dissolves away. The screen confirms his divinity has increased. A satisfied smile touches his lips as he absorbs the lingering power. His prediction was correct. With the extraction complete, a fresh surge of power flows through Min Jae-hyun's veins, flares up even more violently than before. All right, let's keep going. Elsewhere, brilliant sunlight shines down on a giant temple gate. Inside the majestic sanctuary, Heimdall, his body covered in deep bleeding wounds, kneels submissively before the supreme god. He immediately prostrates himself, his voice trembling with shame as he confesses that he failed to eliminate the harbinger of change due to his own carelessness. Odin slowly replies in a deeply majestic voice, I know. He looks straight down at Heimdall and coldly continues, I saw everything. Hearing this, Heimdall bites his bottom lip to hold back his absolute terror. Hlidskjalf, Odin's legendary throne, grants him the power to observe the entire 9 realms. Heimdall looks up at the grand throne and quietly draws a sharp, cold breath. It is a damn legendary treasure. Suddenly, a wave of uncontrollable anger surges deep within his chest, catching him completely off guard. Heimdall's hands unconsciously clench into tight fists. Why did that harbinger of change have to awaken his special skill at that exact moment? He snarls with deep resentment. Besides, that battle cost me half of my precious divinity. Damn it, right then, Odin slowly speaks up once more. We will push back our destruction. He extends his hand forward and commands in a low voice, from now on assist the regressor in raising the army of the dead. Odin's majestic voice echoes throughout the temple hall. As for the harbinger of change, I will let someone else deal with him. Hellring this, Heimdall quickly tries to object, but Odin's eyes instantly turn sharp as knives. How dare you? Odin looks down at him and demands in a menacing growl. Do you dare disobey my command right now, Heimdall? Feeling the supreme god's terrifying wrath, quickly falls to his knees to beg. Please forgive me, he groans out in response. Then get out of my sight. The moment he leaves the temple hall, Odin calls out Hyun. The raven immediately appears by his side and replies respectfully, yes. Odin reminds him in a low voice, the war will begin soon. He slightly curls his lips, smiling knowingly, surely you have realized it. Odin's eyes gleam with a cold excitement, the necessary ingredient. He hears the heavy footsteps of countless warriors marching in unison, then lowers his voice to explain to feed. Hela. Odin emphasizes with a harsh growl as he looks at the army of soul warriors below him. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun is blankly carrying a thick stack of books in the library. He sets them on the table with a soft thud in the quiet room. Jae-hyun looks at them with annoyance, letting out a heavy sigh. When on earth am I going to finish reading all of this? Suddenly, a passing thought makes him freeze. Heimdall's cryptic warning from earlier echoes deeply inside Jae-hyun's mind. Be wary of the things most familiar to you. Doubt everything over and over. He had spoken with growing intensity, leaving him completely stunned. Go to the very end and you will realize betrayal is more poisonous than venom itself. Jae-hyun recalls the final warning before Heimdall vanished, that trust sometimes leaves the absolute deepest scars inside a human heart. More of his words flashed through his mind. Let me give you some advice. The raider's eye is brighter. Doubt the system. Remembering this, Jae-hyun frowns and calculates in his head. Mimir said the exact same thing. Both of them warned him. He stares at the heavy stack of books on the table and deduces there must be a connection between what they said and what is happening. It seems this link is far stronger than he could ever imagine. Jae-hyun slowly reaches out to pick up a book, then begins carefully studying its ancient contents. Wondering to himself if he should examine the troubling issues, night falls and the library gradually sinks into quiet darkness. The dim desk lamp faintly illuminates Jae-hyun's diligent figure as he studies. Suddenly, he slams the book shut. Jae-hyun's pupils shrink in pure shock. His legendary raider's eye activates and he stops on a character he had written in his notebook, muttering to himself, this is not a definition. The letters are cleverly arranged by Jae-hyun. It is an anagram. Hela's place is ready. He hesitates briefly after deciphering the ancient rune. Now I finally understand, he gasps in sheer disbelief. What did Mimir and Heimdall actually mean when they told him to doubt? The scene shifts to an empty office where Jae-hyun and his teammates are in a serious discussion. He emphasizes in a firm tone, lowering his voice to warn the others, Jae-hyun will not be restrained anymore. He looks at the tense faces of those in front of him and continues, if you oppose him, you will have to face some incredibly powerful factions. Hearing this, Ji-won sighs heavily, looking. Overall, they have already surpassed our level. Hyob also grunts, yeah, their power has gone far beyond normal limits. Jae-hyun continues the serious discussion. It seems their enemies have grown to a level they cannot control even in just a few months. His eyes instantly turn ice cold, so from now on focus entirely on damage control. Suddenly, Jae-hyun slams his hand on the table and lowers his voice. But there is one thing we must make clear. He calls out to Ji-won sitting next to him, Ji-won. Jae-hyun looks at her and asks suspiciously, you are the leader of as one of the 4 major circles, why are you joining this raid? She smirked and calmly replied, if other competitors interfere, this is already a completely unwinnable battle. Hellring that Ju-hyuk growled in pure frustration. What she just casually continued with only the skills of the round table members present here. Jae-hyun slowly stood up and sighed. I do not believe we can succeed in this Bone Dragon raid. Before leaving the conference table, she left them with her final reasoning: she will not sacrifice innocent allies in a pointless fight. Is that not right? Meanwhile, Jae-hyun was still buried in books at the library, dissecting every single detail. During the Bone Dragon raid, raiders can barely use their skills. Jae-hyun tried his best to connect this back to the gods. It was glaringly obvious the Aesir gods could actively interfere with the entire system. Then he paused deep in thought about the next clue. Mimir said to doubt, and Heimdall said to stay vigilant. A grave look took over Jae-hyun's eyes. What if both of them were hinting at the dark truth of the Aesir system? He kept reading, realizing the system's true purpose was to breed Einherjar, and the raw materials needed for them were. Jae-hyun froze in sheer terror as the answer hit him. It had to be every single awakener across the world. Right then, a system window suddenly popped up. The user has uncovered the truth of the Aesir, and new information is available. A prompt appeared asking if he wanted to view Mimir's path. Jae-hyun's eyes widened with pure shock as he stared. Hesitating for just a moment, he slowly reached out and tapped the screen. A sharp beep echoed through the quiet room, and a mysterious dark energy swallowed the area, taking Jae-hyun completely by surprise. Looking around in utter disbelief, he muttered in confusion. Instantly, the library dissolved, reshaping into a bizarre, mystical realm right before him. He pushed past a thin floating veil and cautiously stepped inside, spotting an ancient book hovering above a divine pedestal nearby. This was the spot where Odin's lost eye was first absorbed. As the thought crossed his mind, he slowly approached. The ancient book radiated a soft, blinding glow that commanded Jae-hyun's entire focus. Unable to resist, he reached out. Jae-hyun picked up the relic and turned the dusty pages, scanning the old script. This record left him completely stunned. It was a journal of history detailing the fall of Asgard and exposing the absolute corruption of the supreme god Odin. In the past, after the First Great War, Odin's Einherjar army was utterly annihilated, and there lay a hidden truth. The Einherjar were merely Odin's mindless puppets and tools, but if you were to ask if they were demons, the text couldn't say. They were simply used by Odin, who tricked humanity and turned them into his loyal slaves. He used them to wage war against the anti-Aesir alliance, but during that brutal conflict, countless soldiers perished. The heavy loss of Einherjar shattered Odin's illusions completely. Human beings would no longer volunteer to join his divine ranks. It was a massive shock. Only humans could become Einherjar, but they had to pledge absolute loyalty to the gods. With the threat of the Second Ragnarok drawing closer, Odin devised a twisted plan. He sent the roots of Yggdrasil down to Midgard, turning the surface world into a monster-infested hellscape before handing humans gifts as a false savior. This was the Aesir system. Every awakener on Earth uses it, yet they are nothing but tools to build his army. Jae-hyun froze as he read on. Adversary of the prophecy, if you are reading these records, you must prepare. You must head to the Aesir control tower immediately. The control device powering the entire system is kept there. His eyes widened in absolute shock. If you fail to do this, every awakener on Earth will become your enemy. The mystical illusion faded away, but Jae-hyun remained paralyzed with shock. He stood silently by the desk for a long while. His knuckles turned white as he gripped the wood tightly. Knees trembling, he gasped out that he needed to see Hela. Shortly after, the scene cuts back to a familiar luxury apartment. Jae-hyun bursts into the living room and yells, "Hela, we have an emergency." Resting nearby, Hela twitched her ears at his loud shout. She barely opened her eyes, stretching and complaining about what could possibly be so important that he had to wake a god from her sleep. Jae-hyun's low voice snapped her awake instantly. Einherjar, he muttered with a heavy frown, stating he figured out Odin's real goal. After catching his breath, Jae-hyun carefully explained every single detail of what he had just uncovered in the archives. Hela listened quietly, her brow furrowing deep in thought before replying that they must discuss this with the anti-Aesir alliance. She nodded firmly and gave her instructions they would set out as soon as darkness fell. Jae-hyun agreed. He asked for her help before hesitating. Hela looked back with a questioning glance. Slowly, Jae-hyun pulled out a pair of white gloves, explaining in a quiet whisper that he stumbled upon them during their recent outdoor training session. Jae-hyun thinks back to Ju-won and continues. He heard it belonged to the very first awakened. Ju-won, do you know anything about it? Hela looks down at the gloves and gently shakes her head. The first awakened, she says, unfortunately, I know absolutely nothing about that. She flashes a gentle smile, telling him to put it aside for now. Spreading rumors about the adversary is much more important anyway. Hela pauses, noticing Jae-hyun's curious gaze. She points right at him and says with an excited grin, I also need to give you a reward. Right then, a massive wave of system notifications floods Jae-hyun's vision. His unique skill quest is complete with rewards now calculating. Additionally, the closed city of Valen quest is successfully cleared, and the system is processing his well-deserved rewards. He smirks, thinking to himself that this is always the best part of the grind. Let us see what we have here, Jae-hyun thinks. He reviews the notifications. First up is a blank card, but as he looks at the second reward, he gasps in utter disbelief. A new window flashes, informing him that his system is updating to version 2.0, leaving him completely stunned. Jae-hyun is caught completely off guard by this unexpected news. In the next second, a barrage of subsequent system notifications begins popping up. The exchange function is now updated, enabling long-distance voice messaging with his guild. On top of that, his stat window is getting a major overhaul. Mythic-grade skills can now be stored in active slots with slot 1 of 1 unlocked. Additionally, the Raven Tracker is automatically installing itself. This tool lets him track Odin's ravens whenever they are close by. He also receives a massive main quest called Break the System. Hela notices. Hela chuckles with amusement, asking if it is just some chat upgrade. She then teases him, saying Jae-hyun can finally depend on her more. Jae-hyun fires back with a cheeky response that instantly riles her up, telling her it feels more like using her than depending on her. He ignores Hela's annoyed scowl and turns his full attention back to the system rewards, specifically focusing on the stat window overhaul. Jae-hyun pulls up his status window to check out the changes. His profile displays his role as a party supporter, Min Jae-hyun. He is 17 years old and level 130. His strength is over 300, speed is over 360, and his mana is huge. His mana is nearly 500 with 208 endurance and stage 1 divinity unlocked. Obtaining more divinity will raise his stage. This will increase his active slots. Jae-hyun holds a deep red potion in his hand, his eyes shining as he recognizes the giant's blood. Jae-hyun is completely satisfied. He was too weak to use this before, but now his stats are finally high enough to consume it safely. Without hesitation, he pours the red liquid straight over his head. A surge of raw power immediately explodes from deep within Jae-hyun. The system confirms he has successfully consumed the giant's blood. An incredible strength spreads through every single fiber of his body, boosting his strength and mana by 3 points. He watches the raw aura swirling around him and smiles with absolute excitement. Jae-hyun thought he would need to reach S rank to get stats this high. Now purely stat-wise, he is easily a mid-tier S rank. Next, he inspects the active slots for his mythic-grade skills. A new set of holographic screens materializes right in front of him. Slot 1 features his passive skill, God of Thunder. This mythic tier ability holds the power of Thor, massively boosting his proficiency and skill power. He gets a massive 300% boost to electric skill damage, while his electric skill proficiency is increased by 50%. The passive skill can also be toggled. Reading through these insane stats, Jae-hyun grins, realizing his previous restrictions have completely vanished. Having unlocked complete divinity, all those annoying limitations are gone. But then he hesitates, realizing the only remaining issue is the slot limit. To unlock more slots, his divinity must grow, which can only be achieved by defeating and taking the power of mythic-grade beings. Jae-hyun reads the warning and sighs internally. For now, he will have to make do with Thor's thunder power alone. Right then, Hela gasps as a new system notification flashes in front of them, indicating the automatic installation of the Raven Tracker. It allows them to track Odin's ravens whenever they sneak nearby. She stares at the holographic text and squeals with absolute delight. With this, finding those pesky ravens is going to be a breeze. Jae-hyun nods in agreement, knowing that she is absolutely right. Remembering Hyujin's deadly glare, his brow furrows. This means they can finally track him down too, he quietly contemplates. The final update seems to be a new quest. He reaches out to tap the glowing screen and lets out a heavy sigh. This is bound to be his most challenging task yet. The system updates, confirming that the quest Break the System is now active. A fire of pure determination ignites in Jae-hyun's eyes. Break the system. Meanwhile, down a dimly lit deserted corridor, electronic monitors cast a blinding neon glow. Jae-hyun stands silently staring at them until a bored voice cuts through the quiet. "Don't you think it is time to stop dragging your feet and get moving?" Jae-hyun asks with a heavy, exasperated sigh. "We cannot keep him waiting forever, can we?" she growls, emphasizing his name, Jae-hyun. He casually turns and replies with a calm gaze. "Senior Jae-hyun." His words make her frown, and a sudden wave of memories from their academy days floods her mind. Back then, Jae-hyun had accidentally run into her from behind. She had turned around, looking at him with deep suspicion and questioning him. "I heard you were the star player during the outdoor training camp," she said, watching Jae-hyun as he slowly approached her. She raises her voice in praise, calling it impressive. Jae-hyun casually replies, thanking her but noting he is a bit busy right now. He boldly walks right past Jae-hyun, telling her they can talk some other time. In that exact moment, her eyes instinctively follow him. She watches Jae-hyun closely. There is no mistaking this feeling. Jae-hyun suddenly speaks up, asking him what he is thinking. She stares at his retreating back, whispering that he is the changemaker. A faint smile plays on Jae-hyun's lips as she calmly speaks. Even though she leads one of the top 4 circles, she did not participate in the raid, leading to everyone criticizing her. Yet Jae-hyun does not even bother to answer, only giving her a cold stare. Deep down, he knows he has already obtained divinity. Jae-hyun coldly advises her that if she is weak, she should just step back. Hearing this, Jae-hyun widens her eyes in pure shock. Her eyes freeze while his gaze turns even colder. Jae-hyun quietly warns her that even healing magic cannot bring her back from the dead. With those parting words, he turns and walks away. Jae-hyun can only stare at Jae-hyun's retreating figure. She growls in disbelief, utterly shocked. The memory fades. Back in the present, the television blares with the voice of a news anchor. The breaking news is shocking. Multiple academy instructors were wiped out, and a cadet saved another student, a completely unprecedented event. What will happen next? The anchor reads the report announcing that Min Jae-hyun has once again pulled off a legendary performance during training. Watching the broadcast of the outdoor training incident, Gu Chan quietly agrees. He reaches out to turn off the television with his remote. He murmurs that it is time to take action. His arrogant smirk reflects on the dark screen of the television as it shuts off. He muses that it might be a bit early, then turns to lift a painting, staring intensely at it. After a quiet sigh, he mutters to himself, wondering how the prophecy of this young changemaker will actually unfold. Gu Chan looks at the painting of the supreme god and a tiny human figure speaking aloud to the empty room. He asks the heir if they should listen together. Meanwhile, at the academy press conference, Jae-hyun stands silently before the students. She scans the crowd gathered below and takes a deep breath. A moment later, Jae-hyun slowly begins to speak. She acknowledges that everyone has many questions, but she speaks with absolute determination, stating only what she can currently confirm. A dangerous new threat is lurking out there, and they are gathered here today to remember the hope that guides them. Reporters scramble to write down Jae-hyun's words. That very hope is what helped them survive every previous nightmare. Now she announces they will award the cadets who contributed the most to overcoming this crisis, her voice steady and resolute. Jae-hyun raises her voice to call up those who earned their rewards. Waiting backstage, Jae-hyun and his team quickly adjust their clothes. Hollering their names, they step onto the stage together under the spotlight. First year, Min Jae-hyun walks out alongside his teammates. A bit later, Yoo-jung sits in the student cafeteria, letting out a heavy sigh as she faces Jae-hyun. Resting her chin on her hand, she demands to know if he has anything to say. Under their collective suspicious stares, Jae-hyun shrugs. He casually loosens his tie and gives a slight nod, conceding that while he will talk, he cannot reveal everything. Yoo-jung immediately complains about how many secrets he keeps, while Seo-in-ah, sitting right next to him, speaks up in a quiet voice. Seo-in-ah looks straight at Jae-hyun, asking who that person was that attacked them. Jae-hyun hesitates, his eyes wavering for a split second. Jae-hyun hesitates, explaining he cannot answer directly. Instead, he calmly tells them what is already obvious to everyone. The attacker was targeting him, and the guy is incredibly strong. Yoo-jung immediately snaps back, asking if he thinks they actually wanted to hear that. An Ho-seon slowly speaks up, agreeing with Yoo-jung. He remembers the crazed face of Heimdall and begins to hesitate. Frowning in deep thought, An Ho-seon questions who that terrifying monster actually was, his voice filled with doubt. As soon as he asks, the suspicious gazes of Lee Jae-sang and So-yul instantly lock onto Jae-hyun, demanding answers. The rest of the group turns to look at him as well. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun remains completely unbothered by their intense questioning. Deep down, he knows he will have to tell them the truth eventually. After a long pause, Jae-hyun slowly opens his mouth. He tells them it is still too early to reveal everything. Hearing this, the group lets out a collective exhausted sigh. They already expected that answer. Lee Jae-sang and So-yul roll their eyes in disappointment, but Jae-hyun just offers them a light smile. He quickly changes the subject to boast about his latest achievement, casually mentioning that he has officially reached A rank. So-yul leaps from her seat like a rocket, staring at Jae-hyun as if she is looking at an absolute monster. She clutches her head in utter panic, asking what on earth he means by A rank. Lee Jae-sang quickly tries to calm her down. She continues to mutter in disbelief that it is impossible, while Seo-in-ah quietly observes Jae-hyun before speaking up. Seo-in-ah realizes that is why he managed to survive that fight. An Ho-seon, still shocked, asks if he actually defeated that monster. Jae-hyun's expression darkens as he slowly shakes his head. Remembering his encounter with Heimdall, he falls back into deep thought. If he really is the Norse guardian Min, Jae-hyun mutters quietly, then he will simply have to fight an enemy of that level. Min Jae-hyun's blunt warnings leave Kim Yoo-jung completely pale, reminding everyone to run away immediately if a situation like this ever happens again. Kim Yoo-jung slams her hands on the table and stands up, demanding to know if he plans on fighting all alone again while he just stays silent, tapping his fingers on the table. The rhythmic sounds grow heavier and faster immediately, casting a tense, suffocating silence over the entire room. Everyone in the room can feel Min Jae-hyun's cold fury behind those rhythmic taps, staring at him in utter shock before falling completely silent. The tapping abruptly stops and Min Jae-hyun's deep, steady voice cuts through the quiet, telling them that unless they are as strong as he is, they stand absolutely no chance. Looking at them with a dead serious expression, he adds that if they do not like his harsh words, then they should just become S-rank. Min Jae-hyun's cold statement leaves the room in a stunned silence as he promises that only then will he stop telling them to run. Kim Yoo-jung's eyes well with tears as she trembles, crying out that he is being way too heartless. Just then his phone buzzes. He freezes, staring. Min Jae-hyun halts his speech, completely pulling the device out of his pocket. He stares quietly at the screen for a few seconds when suddenly his eyes widen in pure shock at what he is reading. Not long after, Jung Jae is driving them while voicing his total surprise. Min Jae-hyun's phone screen displays a very special VIP invitation to a high-end auction. He chuckles to himself and asks curiously, admitting he never expected Min Jae-hyun to actually show any interest in attending an auction. Jung Jae then lowers his voice and explains that someone needs to buy an incredible amount of gear just to qualify as a VIP there. So how much money did he spend with that company? Min Jae-hyun gazes out the window and mumbles back that he does not exactly remember. But it was pretty much all of his savings. Hellring this, Jung Jae lets out a soft sigh, completely unable to understand that kind of wealthy logic, especially as a regular salaried worker. Before long, the car pulls up in front of a spectacularly grand and luxurious skyscraper. The elevator dings softly and the doors slide open. Min Jae-hyun steps out with absolute composure, with Jung Jae following close behind. Jung Jae points over to the lobby seating and reminds him in a quiet voice that he will wait right here to handle any trouble. Min Jae-hyun turns to Jung Jae with a reassuring smile, saying he highly doubts anyone would be foolish enough to pick a fight with him. Jung Jae bursts into a hearty laugh because, let's be real, he is absolutely right. Min Jae-hyun then walks calmly down the long, empty hallway. Inside the opulent auction hall, everything glows under dazzling, luxurious lights. Camilla is already seated inside, looking incredibly tense, constantly biting her fingernails. Suddenly, a calm, steady voice snaps her out of it as Balak calls her name. Noticing her lack of response, Balak raises his voice slightly, asking if something is wrong since she has been totally spaced out. She glances over at Balak and whispers his name, pointing discreetly towards Min Jae-hyun, who is sitting only a short distance away. Camilla asks if he sees that guy over there. Min Jae-hyun's calm demeanor immediately catches Balak's eye, causing him to scowl. Memories quickly flash back in Balak's mind as he recognizes him as the kid they encountered back at the Silken Hotel. Remembering the background checks they ran afterward, Balak notes that the boy is actually the rising star of the Lotus Guild. But he is puzzled since the Lotus Guild was never on the roster. Suddenly, Camilla cuts in with a hushed warning tone. Her trembling voice carries an unmistakable trace of fear as she warns him that the kid is extremely dangerous. Balak looks confused, but Camilla gathers her courage, keeping her eyes fixed on Min Jae-hyun as she explains the terrifying truth. Hearing her terrifying words, Balak's pupils instantly shrink in sheer horror. Meanwhile, Min Jae-hyun quietly glances over in their direction. Camilla notes with absolute dread that his mana matches the mysterious black-robed figure perfectly. Elsewhere, a calm voice echoes from an office. Inside, a middle-aged organizer is on the phone, soothingly telling his partner to trust him, assuring her that the auction will go flawlessly. He reminds her how far they have come from a tiny shop and that they have already done exceptionally well. He softly tells her they just need to push a little harder. After hanging up, the man lets out a heavy sigh. He knows he cannot afford a single mistake today with so many high-profile investors and elite VIPs in attendance. Scowling, he tells himself that failure is not an option. Suddenly, a subtle breeze drafts into the room, distracting him. He walks over to the window, muttering in confusion, trying to remember when he had even left the window open. He scans the room, searching for anything out of place. The very next second, his eyes stretch wide in absolute terror. The light drains instantly from his eyes as a wet, bloody tentacle slithers silently through the window, striking him in a flash. It skewers right through his chest before he can even comprehend what is happening. Suddenly, a pale, slender hand reaches out. Gently grabbing his head, those pale fingers slide down to cover his lifeless eyes. Cha Ji-yoon leans in close to the corpse. She rests her head on his shoulder and lets out a soft, chilling giggle, whispering that one target has been taken care of. Tilting her head to look up at the sky, she wonders aloud how the Changemaker will react to this. Meanwhile, a deep voice echoes in the auction hall. Unbelievable that they would meet in a place like this. Min Jae-hyun slowly looks up at the tall man in front of him. Balak narrows his eyes, noting that he is quite famous lately. Hellring this, Min Jae-hyun just smirks, asking if that is so. Meanwhile, Camilla watches him silently, cursing the absolute idiot for being so reckless. What is he even thinking? Balak keeps his voice low, addressing Min Jae-hyun directly as he steps up to continue his interrogation. The world's only combat mage in Korea's top academy cadet, right? That is him. Balak's eyes flash with genuine interest, noting that the European Union targeting him actually makes perfect sense. Min Jae-hyun simply flashes a polite smile, calling it a real honor while quietly sending a hidden signal to Camilla across the room. Catching his signal, Camilla takes a deep breath, instantly triggering her unique, highly classified ability, Breath of Mana. This skill holds a secret, the rare power to read anyone's unique magical structure. Every single awakened possesses a distinct magical makeup, much like a fingerprint, meaning no two people should ever share the exact same pattern. Camilla locks her eyes on Min Jae-hyun, her mind racing. How on earth is this even possible? A cold dread suddenly washes over her. How could two entirely different people share the exact same magical signature? She remains completely lost in her own chaotic thoughts. No matter how much she turns it over, it feels absolutely impossible. Meanwhile, Balak heads back to his seat with a dark look. He murmurs to her, promising they will know today. He is determined to uncover the truth. Is Min Jae-hyun really the mysterious Black Robe? Camilla's eyes snap wide, staring at Balak with sheer exhaustion before letting out a long sigh. She scoffs. This arrogant, self-righteous attitude of his is exactly why his wife divorced him. She is totally sure of it too. Balak immediately snaps back, telling her to shut up, unaware that Min Jae-hyun is watching closely. Min Jae-hyun catches every single movement they make. Suddenly, the brilliant lights in the hall go out, silencing the entire crowd. Heavy rhythmic footsteps echo across the dark stage. A middle-aged man dressed in a sharp suit steps into the spotlight. He raises his voice to announce the grand opening, stiffly welcoming the distinguished guests and repeating his greeting like a machine. While the host drones on endlessly on stage, Min Jae-hyun ignores the noise, completely lost in his own private thoughts. He knows he only needs one single item tonight. At last, the speaker finishes, wrapping up his long introduction. He formally announces the start of the bidding, his monotonous, soulless voice echoing through the silent, incredibly tense room. He calls for the first item of the night, pointing dramatically toward a glowing, beautiful gemstone on display. It is a stone of transcendence. Min Jae-hyun studies the host closely, sensing that something is very off about this man. Shifting his focus, he evaluates the raw gemstone itself. Obviously, a tiny shard like this won't do much on its own. It lacks the power to produce a stable effect, but suddenly the system screens flash wildly before his eyes. An incomplete ring of Transcendence B rank capable of magnifying mana to boost magic. The user will unlock a special skill. It grants the overdrive active skill, though its rank is lowered because the ring is missing enough of the stone. Because the item is incomplete, the overdrive skill remains completely unstable and highly risky to use. If completed, it becomes an A-rank skill, magnifying mana to amplify all abilities by 1.5 times for 5 minutes. But without enough stone, the backlash will completely lock his mana for 5 whole minutes after the skill ends. Min Jae-hyun reads the system notifications carefully, realizing that embedding this raw stone into his ring would make it a completely different story. Right then, the host raises his voice to kick off the bidding, and Min Jae-hyun's lips curl into a confident smirk. Filled with genuine excitement, he immediately raises his hand to place his bid. He has been waiting for this exact item for so long. He confidently bids $10 million. The other bidders look at each other in shock, while Balak frowns deeply. The host coldly announces the current bid of $10 million, asking if anyone is willing to go any higher. Suddenly, Balak raises his massive hand, throwing out a higher bid of $11 million to challenge him. Camilla gasps in utter disbelief at his move, but without missing a beat, Min Jae-hyun immediately counters with $12 million. Balak lets out a heavy sigh, glaring daggers at him, while Camilla sits nearby, barely holding back from punching him. Balak glares right back at Min Jae-hyun, using their mental link to ask if the kid is actively trying to push his buttons. Min Jae-hyun casually replies that of course he isn't, claiming he simply has a very genuine interest in buying the rare stone. Balak simply scoffs and tells him that he is giving up anyway since he has no intention of paying that much. Min Jae-hyun finally relaxes and grins with pure satisfaction, teasing that he almost completely misunderstood his opponent's true intentions. Hearing those cocky words, Balak's face darkens instantly as he curses the sheer audacity of this absolute punk. How could anyone be this shameless? Balak grits his teeth, barely holding back his mounting rage. Is this kid trying to threaten him, or does he have a powerful backer keeping him safe? Instantly, Balak's eyes flare with pure murderous intent as he screams in his mind, "What on earth is his game?" Meanwhile, loud applause echoes through the auction hall. Min Jae-hyun lets out a heavy sigh. Finally, this auction is coming to an end. The last item is an artifact that boosts resistance to abnormal status effects. Min Jae-hyun slowly stands up and mutters a few words. His mind is spinning with calculations, but he knows one thing. That item is useless to him since he already has the pig's blessing. Suddenly, a middle-aged man's voice calls out, stopping him. With completely lifeless eyes, the man slowly raises his voice to announce they have prepared a special item for everyone. Min Jae-hyun stares blankly at the speaker. The man announces that this is an S-class artifact and everyone is bound to love it. Min Jae-hyun immediately grows suspicious. The previous item was supposed to be the grand finale, so what is going on here? The announcer keeps speaking from the stage, stating that the seller of this item will be the one to explain it. Jae-hyun is highly skeptical. He has never heard any rumors about a surprise item being featured in this auction. A second later, Cheon steps onto the stage with a creepy smile, smirking as the crowd below begins to whisper. Jae-hyun instantly freezes up the moment he sees Cheon. Right then, she casts a sharp look in his direction. Giving him a highly provocative glance, she leaves Jae-hyun with a terrible feeling in his gut. Then Cheon begins to speak. She introduces herself softly. Hello, she is the seller of this item. She gently touches the golden bracelet on her wrist. She explains to the crowd that this artifact is named Daniel. Suddenly, a strange surge of power begins to radiate. The bizarre energy coming off the bracelet puts Jae-hyun on high alert, causing him to quickly bolt from his seat. Standing in the middle of the hall, he glares directly at Cheon. She spots him and grins with pure amusement. She mutters to herself that she only needs a few seconds. Jae-hyun's pupils contract sharply as her soft voice echoes in his ears, telling him to just stand still for a moment. Then Cheon slowly rubs the bracelet, causing its energy to flare up. She holds the artifact high and explains that this golden bracelet will duplicate itself 9 times every 9 days. However, she adds that everyone who uses it will have to pay a rather small price. In the blink of an eye, the creepy energy of the bracelet engulfs the entire room. Jae-hyun quickly activates his ability. Realizing things are about to get incredibly ugly, he watches closely as thick red smoke begins swirling all around him. He suddenly gasps, absolute calculation is completely useless here. That red mist is not magic at all, it is the raw original power of that artifact itself. Jae-hyun stares at the faintly glowing golden band, completely stunned. Right then, the red smoke attacks all the buyers in the room. Even Beck and Camila are caught off guard. Horrified by this sudden assault, Beck screams out to ask what the hell she thinks she is doing right now. Cheon glances down at her golden bracelet and calmly replies that she has no use for unwanted guests here. She only wants to talk with her ultimate enemy. Jae-hyun glares in anger as memories of her devious smile flash back. The vivid memory of their tense encounter back at the academy rushes back to him, making him realize his mistake. He admits that he felt like something was off from the very beginning. Jae-hyun grits his teeth in frustration. He spits out that she is nothing but Aya's dog. Hearing this, she playfully twirls her hair and scoffs at him. Calling her a dog does not sound very polite, and she wonders if he can come up with a better word. Jae-hyun growls, asking what she wants, and she simply smirks and points at him before letting out a soft sigh. She admits that he is starting to get on her nerves, but Jae-hyun instantly fires back that he does not care. Balak unleashes his powers and declares that he will not let her get away with this. Camila snaps her fingers. She conjures up several rapid water whirlpools. Seeing their futile resistance, Cheon literally bursts into hysterical laughter. Taking a deep breath, she mockingly remarks that their desperate threats sound pretty dangerous but incredibly entertaining. Standing under the spotlight, she laughs again and boasts that she has successfully bought enough time to prepare her spell. A single word slips from Cheon's lips: eat. Instantly, Jae-hyun's eyes widen in pure shock as light begins to flash. The crimson smoke clinging to the victim starts to glow. Suddenly, massive red tentacles burst forth, impaling the helpless crowd. They begin desperately draining the life force out of everyone, leaving Camila to look on in absolute horror. Balak instantly teleports right behind her, bringing down a massive slash. Camila screams in terror, begging him to stop. He tears right through her water shield to strike the incoming tentacles, growling with absolute unmatched fury. What are you still standing there for? We have to save them now and I won't stop you, but she adamantly refuses. Rushing in blindly is way too dangerous, she warns, having never seen that strange artifact before. Then Jae-hyun lets out another arrogant laugh. Smart move, she explains excitedly, adding that if she had not told them to stop right there, things would have gone very wrong. Anyone connected to this artifact would already be dead. But there is no need to worry, Jae-hyun says, emphasizing her next words. They are still alive. Jae-hyun is completely stunned. Still alive. She just looks down at him and casually speaks. I do not really care about keeping them alive, but there is a way to save them, Jae-hyun calmly explains. They are just in a coma, she says. Jae-hyun mutters the word coma to himself, his mind already racing for a solution. If Mana knocked them out, he has to move fast. Meanwhile, she yanks on the tie of a middle-aged man, continuing her explanation. Their greed has been completely removed, causing the very foundation of their ego to collapse, leaving their minds totally unstable. Hellring that Jae-hyun shoots a freezing cold glare at Jae-hyun. His thoughts immediately drift back to Hyujin. Did that artifact strip away everyone's emotions, or was it his own power? Nearby, she violently shakes the middle-aged man again. She bursts into an excited laugh, mocking how everyone became so utterly brain-dead the second their simple emotions were taken away. Right then, Jae-hyun cuts in with a freezing command: cut the garbage and turn them back to normal right now. Jae-hyun taunts him, asking what he will do if she refuses. Instantly, he lunges forward like a bullet, growling his reply. In the blink of an eye, Jae-hyun slams her down onto the freezing floor, brutally stomping on her hand with zero hesitation. He delivers a bone-chilling threat, promising that he will make her absolutely beg to turn them back to normal. Jae-hyun looks up in absolute panic, her mind racing with confusion as she wonders when he even managed to get that close. Staring down at her newly crushed hand, she realizes with sheer terror that she did not even register his movement. He calmly grabs one of her fingers, and she watches in horror as he slowly starts bending it backward. Jae-hyun's gaze remains completely heartless, as a loud, brutal snap echoes through the air, shattering the silence. Camila watches the brutal display from the audience, her face turning pale, and honestly, who wouldn't be absolutely terrified? Meanwhile, Balak silently glares at Jae-hyun without saying a single word as Jae-hyun groans in pain on the floor. Jae-hyun casually lets go of her ruined finger only to immediately reach down and slowly lift another one. His voice carries absolute authority as he warns that the next finger is up, making Jae-hyun grit her teeth in rage. Screaming with all her might, she tells the brat to get lost as her gold bracelet suddenly flares with a bizarre energy. A spatial portal tears open directly above Jae-hyun. He glances up at the strange rift, muttering in quiet disbelief. Wondering if she just opened a portal, he watches as a blinding digital light rapidly engulfs the entire auditorium. Balak frowns as his body begins to dissolve into the glow, leaving Camila frozen in shock as he vanishes entirely. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun just sighs in pure boredom. Right on cue, a system notification alerts him that he is entering a special dungeon, the Valley of Greed. Within seconds, everyone is gone, leaving only Jae-hyun groveling miserably on the freezing floor. Struggling to sit up, she gasped for air while spitting out bitter curses, completely consumed by her own fury. She mutters that he is absolutely unforgivable, promising to make him pay when a mocking voice suddenly cuts through the air. Commenting on how terrible the situation looks, a tall man named Yu Guan slowly walks over and kneels right beside her. Wearing a highly condescending smirk, he asks if she is all right, his tone dripping with pure mocking concern. Yu Guan tilts his head, his smirk slowly fading away. At that exact moment, a brilliant flash of blue light erupts elsewhere. Jae-hyun and the other two materialize inside a pitch-black cave, and he lets out a quiet sigh while scanning the area. Camila steals a quick glance at him, trying to make sense of this chaotic situation and what is actually going on. She recalls his tense confrontation with Jae-hyun, realizing they behaved like old acquaintances, though she called him an incredibly bizarre name. While Camila is lost in her deep thoughts, Balak aggressively stomps over to her with an incredibly serious expression. Lowering his voice, he mutters that she must be thinking the exact same thing before glancing warily back at Jae-hyun. He pauses for a moment, staring at the young man's proud back, and whispers that her suspicions are definitely correct. Jae-hyun's cryptic warning echoes in Balak's mind, specifically that chilling title, she used the great enemy. Turning back to Camila, he admits he missed the first part, but guarantees that is exactly what she called him. Both of them suddenly recall the powerful commanding voice that had boomed from behind those heavy ancient doors. They were warned they had no right to enter, as the ruins are destined only for the great enemy. He steps straight toward Jae-hyun. Suddenly, Balak calls out Min Jae-hyun's name. Jae-hyun immediately glances over. Balak presses the tip of his sword against Jae-hyun's throat, demanding answers. He asks if Jae-hyun is the sinner who destroyed all the ruins. Jae-hyun says nothing, only silently, glancing at the blade. Jae-hyun casually responds, asking if this is really the right time to talk about this. Right then, Balak swings his sword to deflect a mysterious incoming strike. He glares toward the direction of the attack, confronted by hundreds of glowing red eyes staring back. Wait for it, a white-haired monster steps out of the dark, smirking. Grinning maliciously from the shadows, Balak immediately grits his teeth and glares. Suddenly, a mocking voice is about to insult them, calling them weak. Back in the real world, Jae-hyun clutches her bleeding finger while listening to Yu Gun. He marvels at the mythic relic, praising the extraordinary, mysterious power of that golden band, saying it can even open dimensional gates. Hearing this, she growls that she will never hand it over to him. Jae-hyun looks at Yu Gun's knowing smirk and tells him that he already has something far more valuable anyway. He immediately bursts into hearty laughter, agreeing with her. Suddenly, Yu Gun lowers his voice to ask about the bloodthirsty dragon, with a mocking tone, asking if she truly believes she has what it takes to control Damji and restore Palji's power. Jae-hyun frowns in silence, cold sweat beaded across her forehead. She hesitates briefly before slowly speaking up, admitting that it is still unstable and cannot be controlled perfectly yet. She looks up at Yu Gun, trying hard to persuade him, arguing that they still will have no trouble hunting down the disaster and those two weak humans. He stares at her silently upon hearing this. Then Yu Gun says with excitement that he probably will not need to interfere, his eyes glinting with a deadly, ominous light. A moment later, Yu Gun's cold voice echoes, stating that it will do for now. Meanwhile, inside the Otherworld dungeon, Jae-hyun is busy swinging his blade to parry incoming enemy attacks, acting completely unfazed. Steps forward, while slashing, sending hordes of monsters collapsing at his feet. Without sparing them a glance, he focuses solely on his deep thoughts. Chaji-yeon's necklace is highly likely a mythic-grade relic, especially since she just used it to open the dimensional gate. He remains unsure whether she generated this entire dungeon herself or simply teleported him to an existing one, frowning as he calculates his next moves. Either way, whatever she's doing cannot be something she created on her own. He pauses as he recalls the golden band on Chaji-yeon's wrist. Given the existence of that mythic relic, everything starts to make perfect sense. At the exact same time, Balak is also busy shredding monsters nearby. Even so, Balak cannot seem to take his watchful eyes off Jae-hyun. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun shifts his focus to Camilla, observing her combat flow. Since he cannot use absolute calculation here, her performance must not be due to standard skills. Shedding any trace of her former fragile self, she fights fiercely against the beasts. It cannot be a curse either. Jae-hyun closely watches the powerful water vortexes Camilla conjures, continuing his analysis. This must be the raw power of her relic. Looking right at her, he suspects it is a second legendary item excluding Hai-Im's Dalahe branch. As that exciting thought crosses his mind, a sharp smirk appears on his lips. He silently tells himself that he must claim that powerful relic for himself. Before long, the trio successfully clears out every single monster inside the cavern. Suddenly, Balak speaks up with deep suspicion. He steps in front of Jae-hyun, demanding to ask him one more question. Min Jae-hyun, are you the Black Robe? With a soft sigh, Jae-hyun nods, confirming that he is indeed that person. Jae-hyun notes internally that being evasive will only make Balak more hostile. Balak's voice drops to a dangerously low tense tone as he presses Jae-hyun with an immense overwhelming aura. He demands to know if Jae-hyun is actually an enemy of all humanity, asking why on earth he saved everyone during the training incident and posed as a heroic figure. Balak growls, questioning if he is just a massive hypocrite. Facing these harsh words, Jae-hyun merely stands there in silence. After a long moment, Jae-hyun slowly explains that he does not have any grand noble purpose in this life. Balak starts to yell, but Jae-hyun cuts him off directly, stating that he doesn't consider anyone to be his enemy either. Jae-hyun chuckles softly, adding that his personal standards might be a bit confusing. At that moment, Balak and Camilla exchange a silent, uneasy glance. Then Balak presses him further, asking what his standards actually are. Jae-hyun stares straight at Balak casually, replying that it just depends on how he feels. This immediately prompts Camilla to question if he is messing with them. He scratches his head with a sigh, saying it's really nothing grand. His tone falters slightly before he leans in close to Balak, dropping his voice to a chilling, threatening whisper. He will do absolutely anything to protect the ones he loves. Facing Balak's icy stare, Jae-hyun slowly begins to relax. Just like that. The moment the words leave Jae-hyun's mouth, an enraged Balak lunges forward and grabs him by the tie, screaming in absolute fury. You could have killed me back in the ruins that day, Balak says, his voice carrying a heavy hint of regret. If you did that, you could have kept your identity hidden way better. In his mind, two swords of opposing colors clash violently. The imaginary swords clash alongside his softening voice, but then Balak slowly releases his tight grip on Jae-hyun's collar. The image of that ancient warrior flashes in his mind once again. Balak lowers his voice, noting that Jae-hyun ultimately chose not to kill him. He steps back, continuing to analyze him based on those standards. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun calmly smooths out his wrinkled collar while listening closely. Balak warns that he will be keeping a very close eye on him from now on. Hearing this, Camilla rubs her temples and sighs deeply. She mutters that she prefers working alone sternly, explaining to the other two that they need a different approach right now. But under these circumstances, working together is the smarter choice. Jae-hyun shoots her a wary look, making her chuckle softly as she replies. She warmly tells him that he catches on faster than expected. Jae-hyun smiles, but his expression instantly fades into a serious look. He presses a finger to his lips, warning her to keep his secret safe for everyone's sake. Shortly after, a bright flash illuminates the dark cave. An undead monster is blasted backward. In the blink of an eye, its head is severed and rolls across the damp stone floor. Balak stands tall, gripping his sword tightly as fighting spirit burns within him. He lets out a cold snort. He admits he has never seen a dragon this powerful, asking Jae-hyun if he knows anything. Standing nearby, Jae-hyun calmly shakes his head. He didn't notice this while fighting the dark elves, but these dungeon monsters are way stronger than their displayed levels suggest. Could it be a specific effect of this dungeon? Jae-hyun realizes he needs to be much more careful from now on. Suddenly, Camilla urges them to hurry, pointing out that speculating about the dungeon is not their main concern right now. She recalls the details from the auction. That woman claimed everyone there is still alive, so they need to pick up the pace. With that, Camilla and Balak rush forward, heading deeper into the dark cavern. However, Jae-hyun hesitates to follow them. Instead, he turns back to study a nearby stone slab, searching for something hidden within the rock. Suddenly, his eyes light up. A bright blue system notification pops up right in front of his eyes. His active skill detection is successfully triggered. After fully scanning the area, he lets out a quiet sigh of relief and quickly calls out to the other two. "Hold on," he says, "I think someone is over there." Camilla looks back in confusion, questioning how that is even possible. Her words trail off as she notices the pitch-black darkness swirling behind Jae-hyun. Suspicion creeps into her eyes. She mutters that nothing was there a second ago, frowning slightly before letting out an intrigued laugh at the sudden change. She senses a massive wave of mana radiating from the dark corner. Right then, another system screen flashes before them. The path to the lower level of the Valley of Greed has opened. Back in the auction room, a faint groan echoes. The golden band constricts tightly around Cha-jeon's wrist. She frowns in pain, a sudden sense of dread washing over her. The Great Plague is moving much faster than anticipated. What on earth did he do? Meanwhile, inside the alternate dimension, Jae-hyun takes charge. He sternly commands them to let him take the lead, guessing the monsters are tracking him. Balak gives him a skeptical look. He asks if it is just like what happened in the ruins. Jae-hyun smirks and nods, confirming his theory is correct. Even though their goals this time are completely different, Balak silently studies Jae-hyun before turning toward the back of the line. He agrees to guard their rear. As Balak walks past Camilla, he quietly instructs her to take the middle position for support. Camilla nods silently, observing the young man leading the way. Jae-hyun stands alone at the front, looking incredibly dependable. As she twirls her hair in deep thought, she suddenly steps forward and gently taps him on the shoulder. Jae-hyun glances back in surprise. Camilla smiles warmly, asking why he seems so different from how he acted back at the ruins. She asks which version of him is the real one. Jae-hyun lets out a soft sigh, taking a brief moment to gather his thoughts. He casually replies that both are the real him, shooting her a playful grin. After all, everyone has two sides. Soon the three venture into the pitch-black corridor, guided only by the dim magical glow emanating from her floating mana spheres. Jae-hyun stays extremely alert at the front, scanning the shadows. Suddenly, a rapid barrage of system windows flashes right before him. The active skill search has been initiated. The hidden pathway to the lower floor of the Valley of Greed is revealed. To return home, they must defeat the greedy boss monster Fafnir. Seeing this, Jae-hyun furrows his brows in concern. Fafnir is the dragon of greed, but myth says he was once a dwarf who stole the cursed treasure of the gods. Blinded by pure avarice, the dwarf could not resist the allure of the gold. In his madness, he murdered his own father. He banished his own brother just to hoard the stolen wealth. Yet he lived in constant terror that someone would take it back. In the end, he transformed into a giant dragon and vanished with that gold. Jin-hyo quietly recalled the legend. Assessing the situation, he figured the Valley of Greed was his hiding spot. He glanced back at his two companions and kept pondering. More importantly, Jin-hyo silently analyzed Balak, a warrior holding a legendary sword meant to slay dragons. He warned them with a serious expression, saying they must proceed with extreme caution. The other two froze in surprise as Jin-hyo casually stopped right in front of a giant fissure. The system immediately chimed, announcing they had discovered the lair of Fafnir. Hellring this Chael stood there in absolute shock. Even Balak was stunned, asking if it was truly that mythical beast. He reached out to feel the massive power leaking from within the fissure and urged them to move inside. The very next second, Jin-hyuk reached out and tore the crack wide open. Opening his eyes, he looked around. The trio stood in the middle of a vast, endless ocean of gold coins. He softly wondered where they were, and Camilla immediately replied that this was exactly how she had always pictured a dragon's lair. But while they were busy admiring the gold, Balak warned them to stay sharp because that beast would appear very soon. She pulled out her magic staff and gave a firm nod of agreement. The three of them stood close together, standing back to back, fully prepared for whatever danger was coming. Right then, a single gold coin fell from above, making a sharp clinking sound that echoed through the heavy silence. The coin gently hit the floor and rolled forward, across the gold. It bumped into Jin-hyuk's boot, triggering a sudden realization. Talk about perfect timing, because right then the whole mountain of treasure collapsed, sending a massive shockwave through the cavern as giant crimson claws emerged from beneath the coins. A second later, the colossal form of the dragon Fafnir stood before them in all its terrifying glory. Jin-hyuk struggled to steady himself against the trembling ground while staring down the beast. Fafnir blinked, looking like it had just woken from a long slumber. The system immediately blared with a warning that the greedy crimson hell dragon Fafnir had finally appeared. Alert screens flooded his vision, stating that the boss monster's level was reduced due to restrictions. He was the first to face an S+ rank boss monster. Meanwhile, Fafnir raised its massive head and unleashed an earth-shattering roar. Camilla shielded her face against the howling gale, shouting in disbelief that a nerf boss was still S+ rank. Jin-hyuk stood calmly in the middle of the hurricane, quietly observing the beast with a faint smirk. Once the wind died down, he spoke to rally the team, asserting they could absolutely pull this off. He looked at Balak and asked if he remembered their previous battle. Flashbacks of that fateful clash in the ancient ruins flooded Balak's mind, recalling a mysterious warrior's words about there being more than one legendary Balmung sword. Camila gasped as she put the pieces together. At that very moment, Jin-hyuk raised his hand and activated his unique ability. The system chimed, announcing the activation of his active skill, True Form of Magic Treasure. An ancient legendary sword materialized out of thin air. A new notification appeared, confirming he had successfully created the Balmung sword. Gripping the hilt tightly, he smirked and noted their incredible luck since they now had two Balmung swords on their side. Jin-hyuk called out to Balak, asking if victory was still within reach. The warrior responded in a low, determined tone that it absolutely was. Standing shoulder to shoulder, their twin swords ignited with legendary power, and wow, this scene looks incredible. Their voices synchronized in a shared belief that this fight was winnable. Balak kept his gaze locked onto the beast and declared that they would definitely bring it down. Right at that moment, the system interface flared to life as Balak swung his legendary blade, activating the special passive effect of his Balmung sword. On Jin-hyuk's side, a similar notification appeared, confirming the activation of his own Dragon Slayer passive skill. Another red alert flashed before their eyes right as the dragon opened its maw to breathe fire, stating that all damage against dragons was boosted by 300%. Camila mockingly joked from the side that the giant lizard wanted to melt them all down. Just as she finished speaking, Fafnir unleashed a colossal torrent of dragon fire directly at the trio, the intense heat instantly melting the massive piles of gold in its path. Instantly, the two vanguard fighters launched themselves forward like arrows, skillfully dodging the deadly dragon fire as they charged straight ahead. Balak roared out their strategy, telling her they would draw its attention. He commanded Camila, who was currently floating high in the air on her magic staff, to prepare her spell. She looked down at the blazing sea of fire, his order to attack echoing in her ears. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk had already closed the distance to engage Fafnir, directly landing gracefully back on the ground after slicing open a wound on the dragon's hide. Jin-hyuk calculated his next moves mid-combat, knowing Camila was a melee mage whose close-quarters combat skills were actually superior to Yu Sung-woo's. He glanced back at the roaring, furious Fafnir with absolute excitement in his eyes. Her combat stats are actually even higher than Yu Sung-un's. Staring at the dragon, Fafnir growling in rage, Jae-hyun gets pumped. Talk about a rare chance to witness true greatness. Jae-hyun quickly dodges the dragon's devastating stomp, but in his mind, he is constantly measuring the power of one of the world's strongest mages. A subtle grin creeps onto his face. With a faint smile, Jae-hyun kicks off a massive pile of gold coins, launching himself forward for another relentless attack. He leaps right onto Fafnir and yells out to Camila. He is putting himself directly in the dragon's sights to act as bait while excitedly shouting to her, "How long does it take you to cast a curse?" Balak clicks his tongue at Jae-hyun's sheer arrogance. Jae-hyun just looks back with a knowing smirk. Right then, Fafnir lunges forward, jaws wide open, ready to swallow him whole. Jae-hyun reacts in a split second, narrowly dodging the lethal snap. Meanwhile, Camila is busy weaving massive spell circles, and she calmly calls out 20 seconds. Balak charges at Fafnir, nodding along as he tells her they will buy her time. Sliding backward across the rocky floor, Jae-hyun murmurs to himself, 20 seconds. He immediately answers back with absolute confidence. No problem at all. Right on cue, the system alerts him that his active skill, Frost Earth, is now active. Taking a deep, slow breath, Jae-hyun unleashes the magic. Instantly, the jagged ground beneath his feet begins to freeze over. A thick layer of heavy frost spreads rapidly across the floor. In a flash, the entire cave is locked in solid ice. Glacial spires shoot straight toward Fafnir to pin the beast down. Right on time, Balak roars out the command to strike. "Do it now, Camila," as the system chimes, activating her active skill. Waterform Camila coldly points a single finger toward the sky. The massive magic circle behind her suddenly ignites, bursting with a brilliant, blinding light that fills the cavern. A dense orb of energy condenses before her, and a second later, its earth-shattering power erupts violently. Thousands of razor-sharp blood arrows manifest in the air. Camila stands tall like a goddess, commanding this absolute devastation. Jae-hyun looks up, totally impressed by the display, thinking how incredible she is. Then, with a cold sweep of her hand, she sends the thousands of crimson arrows raining down on Fafnir. Trapped by Jae-hyun's thick ice, the beast has to take the entire impact. Fafnir throws its head back with a painful, agonizing screech, which accidentally exposes a vulnerable spot on its neck. Jae-hyun and Balak seize the opening. The reverse scales on a dragon's neck are always its ultimate weak spot. Exploiting the moment Fafnir is pinned down, they both lunge forward, aiming to deliver a decisive fatal strike right to its throat. Yet there is no roar of pain, nor does the beast collapse. Balak lets out a heavy sigh and grits his teeth. This is bad. Staring at Fafnir, who is glaring right back at them, Balak shakes his head, realizing that the beast did not take any damage at all. Fafnir violently flaps its wings, shattering the ice beneath its feet, unleashing a furious roar. But Jae-hyun does not flinch. His gaze remains razor-sharp as he stares the dragon down. He narrows his eyes and mutters quietly that something has definitely shifted. Right then Fafnir roars out again, but this time, it screams about gold. Jae-hyun's eyes narrow as he locks his focus. The dragon is snarling like it is completely losing its mind. Driven by pure greed, it shrieks out, demanding more and more gold. It is clear that the injuries are piling up, because its breathing is growing incredibly ragged. Taking a massive heavy breath, Fafnir lets out another crazed, deafening roar. Camilla quickly covers her ears, staring at the beast in sheer confusion. Fafnir spreads its wings wide, thrashing wildly to break free from the icy shackles Jae-hyun created. The dragon's screech grows louder and more agonizing by the second. It grinds its teeth, roaring in absolute hatred and disgust about Odin and a ring that spawns infinite gold. Hell ring that. Jae-hyun freezes. Odin. He stares at the beast in shock. Why is that name being mentioned in a place like this? Suddenly, he stops in his tracks. Looking at the raging beast, he begins connecting the pieces of what he just heard. Gold, Fafnir, and Odin. Jae-hyun stands dazed for a split second before analyzing the connection between those three clues. A memory flashes back. A few days ago, while researching ancient myths and reading through the archives, he recalled a specific passage. It mentioned Anvari's ring, a cursed artifact that spawns endless gold. Jae-hyun silently recalls the details of that legend. A divine curse fell upon the gold Fafnir had stolen. That cursed ring must be the very artifact the beast is crying out about. Squinting at Fafnir as the dragon clutches its head in agony, Jae-hyun forms a theory. Looking at the beast's current state, it is clearly still suffering under the weight of that curse. They thought the reversed neck scale was its weakness, but it did absolutely nothing. Jae-hyun grits his teeth as the truth hits him. They have been attacking the completely wrong spot. He frowns, racking his brain to figure out where the real weak spot is. Then a sudden realization strikes him. It must be the origin of the curse itself. Staring at Fafnir, he wonders if the dragon is still holding on to the cursed ring. Jae-hyun takes a deep breath and speaks up. Since the beast can talk, he decides to ask it directly. Fafnir slowly opens his eyes to look at him. His raspy voice rumbles, "What is a human doing here?" Jae-hyun calmly presses on, asking if Odin used him. He keeps questioning the giant dragon about his family. Hellring, this Fafnir pauses. A flash of deep sorrow flickers in his eyes as his voice begins to tremble. Yes, they are all dead. He grashes his teeth and roars with absolute hatred, shouting that Odin wiped out his entire family. Camilla stares at Fafnir in utter shock. Even Balak is caught off guard, but Jae-hyun remains completely calm, staring into the dragon's eyes. Jae-hyun sighs softly, clenching his jaw as he speaks. I see. It is just another myth that has been completely distorted. Another memory flashes through his mind. If he remembers correctly, in that themed dungeon where TLF was forced to serve, it was completely different from the original myth. Even his sister Roscoe was kidnapped. Jae-hyun quietly pieces the clues together. Considering the current situation, Odin and the Aesir gods likely attacked Fafnir's family. He lowers his voice and offers, "I will free you and help you get revenge." Jae-hyun is about to continue, but Fafnir only screams that name over and over, "Odin, I hate him, Odin." Seeing this, Jae-hyun chuckles helplessly. Damn it, is he going berserk again? It seems talking is useless now. Balak looks at him in confusion and asks, "Hey Jae-hyun, what the hell just happened? Were you actually talking to Fafnir?" Jae-hyun looks back at him blankly, asking if they did not hear the dragon's voice. Balak immediately shakes his head, saying he only heard Fafnir screaming. Camilla quickly chimes in, "Same here." Jae-hyun sighs softly, realizing the truth. Never mind that he tells himself. A system notification suddenly rings out, activating the active skill, Magic Detection. He closely analyzes Fafnir, thinking to himself, "If you will not stop, then I will make you stop." Suddenly, Jae-hyun pauses and gasps his forehead. His eyes light up as he realizes the key. Jae-hyun slowly reveals that the weakness is the ring embedded under the scales on Fafnir's forehead. Hellring, this Balak and Camilla stare at Fafnir in shock. They exchange a meaningful glance, and Camilla does not hesitate for a second. She shouts that she will support him, telling Balak that she is counting on him. Balak steps forward. He stands beside Jae-hyun, asking about the weakness. Gripping his sword tight, Balak lets out a fierce war cry. "Let us hope this is right," he shouts. A system alert pops up activating Formless Sword Technique, second form Phantom. At the same time, Camilla quietly casts her magic, summoning a barrage of chains that tightly bind Fafnir. The active binding skill is triggered. Balak seizes the golden opportunity and charges forward, scaling the massive beast. He quickly reaches the dragon's head. The massive power Balak has hidden suddenly explodes as Jae-hyun watches with excitement. Balak swings his sword down hard, striking the exact spot on the forehead. However, he only leaves a scratch. Balak glares at Fafnir, cursing under his breath that the dragon is much tougher than he thought. He grinds his teeth, knowing one more solid strike could pierce through. Balak desperately pushes his limits. Even if it kills him, he must move. Suddenly, Jae-hyun appears and barks an order, "Get out of the way." Jae-hyun burns a mysterious card in his hand, triggering a system notification: "You have registered Sword Garden to a blank card." This unique grade passive skill, Sword Garden, maximizes the raw effectiveness and destructive power of every single sword type skill. It is the absolute foundation of the Formless Sword Technique. Jae-hyun grips his sword, his eyes burning with pure determination. He has finally got what he needs. Jae-hyun slowly steps toward Fafnir's sword in hand, ready for the strike. Sensing the overwhelming power radiating from Jae-hyun, Balak mutters in disbelief. Is that Jae-hyun draws his sword. A purple light erupts as he unleashes the formless sword. Staring straight ahead, he tells himself to focus. He locks his eyes on Fafnir's forehead, aiming at a single point before thrusting his sword forward. The system alerts, activating Formless Sword Technique, second form Phantom Slash. He dashes forward like a lightning bolt. He strikes Fafnir's fatal weakness. Imbued with colossal power, the sword pierces straight through the legendary dragon, blinding the entire cavern in radiant light. Balak watches in sheer amazement. He actually succeeded. Jae-hyun feels the thrill of victory as he officially breaks his limits to unlock divine power. The system alerts, activating active skill, Power of Thunder. Tears rip through space, unleashing a blinding light. A mysterious figure emerges from the glow. Balak is startled, wondering what it is, while Camilla panics. "What is that?" they cry out. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun's sword continues to pierce the dragon, revealing a glowing circle. It is unmistakably Fafnir's legendary ring. The artifact has finally appeared right before his very eyes. A direct hit to its critical spot. Jae-hyun smiles, his eyes shining with triumph. He actually pulled it off. Suddenly, a system notification pops up. It states he has successfully destroyed the Ring of Anveri. Fafnir lets out a gut-wrenching tragic roar, his massive frame collapsing heavily to the ground. Only then does the crowd dare to rush over to check things out. Another alert pops up: Odin has lost all control over Fafnir. The dragon's eyes slowly flutter open, a faint light flickering in his pupils as he gradually regains his true consciousness. With his guard up just in case, Jae-hyun calmly steps forward. He makes his way over to where the giant dragon lies completely motionless. Camilla and Balak watch him in stunned silence. She asks Balak if that move was his own family's signature, invisible sword art. Balak simply nods, yes. But secretly, his mind is racing, wondering what on earth that terrifying, destructive lightning skill was. Camilla speaks up again, pointing out she thought that technique was impossible to use without the highly exclusive Sword Garden skill. How did he manage that? Balak exhales sharply, his eyes growing tense as he quietly starts to voice his inner thoughts. He warns her that they must absolutely avoid making an enemy of this man. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun approaches the dragon with a gentle smile. He asks the giant beast if it is ready to explain everything, pointing out that its remaining time is running incredibly short. Fafnir's deep rumbling voice echoes, stating that this long-awaited day has finally come. Looking straight at Jae-hyun, the dragon says he has been redeemed. Baring his massive fangs, the beast growls that Jae-hyun has earned the right to hear the story since he was the one who freed him. As the young hunter listens in silence, Fafnir promises to reveal the ultimate truth that he has been searching for all this time. And get this, the dragon's entire tragedy started with a visit from a mysterious traveler who arrived out of nowhere. He recalls his father, a dwarf named Hreidmar, who had 3 children in total. Fafnir was the second, and his older brother would often use magic to shapeshift into an otter to catch fish for the family. The dragon's voice suddenly grows heavy with grief. But one tragic day, his brother never came back. They waited in agonizing suspense until nightfall when an unexpected visitor suddenly arrived. This newcomer claimed to be a mere traveler, asking the family for a place to stay the night because it was too dark to travel. Unbelievably, as payment for their hospitality, the traveler offered them the skin of a beast he had hunted earlier that day. Fafnir's voice turns incredibly bitter as he remembers, recognizing that pelt instantly. It was the skin of an otter, their missing brother. The very brother who had vanished into the night had been reduced to a simple piece of fur. The realization instantly shattered their father. Hreidmar wailed in pure agony, screaming the name of the beloved son he would never get to hold or see alive again. Realizing his terrible mistake, the traveler pleaded for a chance to pay a ransom, promising enough gold to completely cover the otter skin. With a dramatic sweep of his powerful staff, the travelers summoned a mountain of glittering gold that began raining down from thin air. The coins piled up until they completely hid the pelt, but sitting right on top of the golden hoard was a single mysterious ring. It was a cursed ring of sheer irresistible beauty, a relic they could not look away from. Back in the present, Fafnir continues. He explains that the ring poisoned their hearts and twisted their home, leading directly to the tragic monster standing before Jae-hyun today. Jae-hyun rubs his chin thoughtfully as the story wraps up, guessing that the traveler was actually yes. Fafnir confirms it was Odin. The dragon is surprised by Jae-hyun's calm reaction, but Jae-hyun just sighs, running a hand through his hair and muttering about his crazy life lately. He has dealt with too many mind-blowing things recently to be shocked by this. Fafnir slowly shifts his massive weight, trying to stand upright. He tells Jae-hyun that his life is fading fast. Summoning his very last reserves of strength, Fafnir asks him one final crucial question. Jae-hyun watches the dragon closely as the beast asks him who he really is. Jae-hyun stays quiet for a moment, deep in thought. He decides to ask the dragon a counter-question, instead asking if Fafnir has ever heard of the ancient Norns. Fafnir looks completely baffled. Jae-hyun calmly explains that he is the great enemy mentioned in their ancient prophecies, destined to bring complete ruin upon Asgard itself. At least, he adds with a shrug, that is what everyone keeps telling him. Fafnir stares in pure shock, his massive pupils trembling slightly. The dragon recalls Jae-hyun's earlier promise to avenge him. Jae-hyun nods firmly, confirming he already has a massive personal bone to pick with Odin. He promises to settle his own score with the god while taking care of Fafnir's grudge as well. The giant dragon lets out a gravelly chuckle, his deep rumbling voice filling the cavern. Fafnir smiles warmly, choosing to put all of his remaining trust in this young human warrior. He senses Jae-hyun's chaotic yet immense divine power, believing the boy will succeed. Suddenly, the dragon offers to leave him with a final gift. Jae-hyun is taken aback by this offer. Fafnir struggles to his feet, a colossal wave of magical energy erupting from his fading draconic body. He wants to give the boy a massive boost for his upcoming battles, wishing him a safe and victorious journey on his dangerous path. With those final words, Fafnir's eyes close forever. As Jae-hyun stands over him, a series of system notifications suddenly start flashing across his vision. He has just become the very first player to successfully hunt a dragon. Staring at Fafnir's body, Jae-hyun promises to keep his word. The alerts keep rolling in, listing the massive rewards for defeating the legendary dragon Fafnir as his system begins to update. Your divinity has increased to 3, activating the Holy Steel skill. Another process is currently absorbing Fafnir's divinity. Jae-hyun stands frozen in surprise. He silently collects the attributes. The user's divinity has increased, and you have acquired the Dragon Hunter title. Yet another notification pops up stating you received a gift from Fafnir. Jae-hyun's eyes widen, waiting in suspense to see what it is. Suddenly, right in front of him, a massive floating egg appears. You have obtained a dragon egg close to hatching. He stands dazed, a dragon egg. After storing away the unhatched dragon egg, Jae-hyun's eyes remain wide with pure shock. While he is still staring down at his own palm, Balak and Camilla sheath their weapons in the distance and walk over to him. Balak is the first to speak. It looks like everything is over, he says in a calm voice, and I have quite a few questions for you. How were you able to use my unique skill? Hearing those words, Jae-hyun stands completely still without saying a single word. Finally, he speaks up. I cannot explain the details, and honestly, I have no reason to do so. Jae-hyun lowers his voice. More importantly, there is still one more thing. Balak repeats, one more thing. Silence falls over the three. Nobody says a word. Suddenly, Jae-hyun's eyes flash with mischief, a quiet smirk playing on his lips. Then the system's voice rings out, activating the active skill Conquest. Suddenly, a spatial portal wrapped in blue light opens right before their eyes. The three step through in silence. Their surroundings change completely in an instant. Camilla looks around and notices several people lying motionless nearby. Balak calls out as she approaches them. What about the other survivors? Camilla answers that they have finally woken from their comas, but they are still in trouble. She places her hand on a motionless man's chest and adds they have absolutely no strength left. Left like this, they will die. Balak hesitantly asks about recovery magic. Hearing his words, Camilla can only let out a heavy sigh, as you already know. I am a vanguard fighter, so I only know basic healing spells. Balak replies, it is better than doing nothing. While you perform first aid, we will ask the association for support. Suddenly, Jae-hyun's voice rings out that will be far too late. He stands tall, calmly, observing the unconscious survivors. Suddenly, golden halos of light begin to wrap around his body. Wearing a faint smile, the system's voice echoes, activating the active skill, Sacrifice. Immediately after that, golden light shines even brighter, releasing an absolute mountain of power. Jae-hyun stands tall in the center, Camilla witnesses the scene with wide eyes, whispering under her breath that this is impossible. Her voice rises in disbelief. Jae-hyun is supposed to be a magic swordsman, a genius in both magic and blade. Her eyes remain glued to him, while the brilliant light completely envelops the bodies of the fallen survivors. Camilla mutters to herself, a combat mage should never be able to use recovery magic of this caliber. Her eyes widen in pure shock, because no one has ever pushed healing spells to this extreme. Her voice begins to tremble. What on earth is that form? And they are all regaining consciousness. Camilla stammers out, sacrifices the unique skill of the Sanctus. How can you use it? Jae-hyun, sporting shimmering wings on his back, coldly responds, I already told you, do not ask anything. Balak breaks into a cold sweat, recalling an unwritten rule in his head. A dark realization washes over him, along with terrifying memories of Jae-hyun never ask questions or reveal anything about his true identity. The memories of their clash with Fafnir make one thing clear: Min Jae-hyun is incredibly powerful. His eyes lock onto Jae-hyun. The rumors spreading out there do not even reflect half of what this monster can actually do. Jae-hyun calmly suppresses his power and turns his gaze toward Camilla. He leans down toward the unconscious man beside her. Is he awake yet? The man on the ground slowly opens his eyes, weakly mumbling as he sits up. He mutters what on earth happened. Jae-hyun tells him to stay still, assuring him that he is safe. He politely continues, I know you were exhausted, but I have a question. His glowing eyes lock onto the man recently did. A pale-skinned merchant girl come looking for you all. The man hesitates, admitting that his mind goes completely blank now, when he tries to think about it. I am sorry I passed out the moment she showed up, he continues. I have no idea what happened next, but I do remember one detail. When I approached, her tentacles suddenly erupted from her body and attacked me. He sighs, apologizing for not being of much help. Jae-hyun calmly replies, no, that is plenty. He reaches out a hand to thank him. The man struggles to take his hand to pull himself up, asking if he was the savior. Balak chimes in, he is the one who saved everyone here, leading Jae-hyun to grumble internally about Balak talking too much. The man continues, are you a ranker from the European Union? He silently reflects that he expected a mere child, but this is far beyond expectations. He curiously continues, could you? He asks if this is Cadet Min Jae-hyun. The man who has been dominating the news lately shows no signs of stopping. Jae-hyun cuts him off, confirming that it is indeed him. Upon hearing this, the man is visibly startled, his lips twitching. He quickly collects himself, adjusting his posture with a serious professional demeanor. A second later, the man bows deeply to Jae-hyun in gratitude, thanking him for saving their lives. He continues with deep emotion, promising to repay this massive debt. Jae-hyun freezes, and honestly, that devious smirk means trouble is definitely brewing. His true colors slowly show, his voice dripping with delight. A payback, yes please. The scene shifts to a quiet hotel room. He sits back on the sofa, casually looking around. Jae-hyun smiles in satisfaction. Holding a strange brown box in his hands, he eagerly opens it with curiosity. He gently places the box onto the table. Jae-hyun mutters to himself that he is extremely lucky to have obtained it, but his thoughts are interrupted by a flashback to yesterday. During their conversation, the man made a promise. He promised to convert the auction items into a stone of transcendence on Jae-hyun's behalf. The man even assured him that they would provide full support. Back in reality, Jae-hyun still marvels at his luck. He finally has it. He calls out the stone of transcendence as the lid opens, revealing the treasure inside. A small, glowing golden stone pulsing with immense power. Suddenly, a system alert rings out once more. An A-rank ring of transcendence. This powerful accessory amplifies mana and grants the active skill overload. This A-rank skill amplifies magic power by 1.5 times for 5 minutes. Plus, his mana restrictions are completely lifted. Putting the box away, Jae-hyun realizes that his combat capabilities have significantly improved. However, he remains conflicted. The system states that Fafnir's unhatched dragon egg holds immense ancient power, but there is no telling when it will actually hatch. Jae-hyun pulls out the massive hidden egg and lets it float in midair. He cannot just carry this giant thing everywhere. And seriously, how on earth is he going to hatch it? Just then, a system notification pings. It states that the conditions to hatch the dragon egg have been updated. To hatch the egg, it needs mana stones. Jae-hyun is completely stunned. Mana stones. He narrows his eyes. He has saved up plenty of money and realizes it is finally time to go on a spending spree. Dialing the number, a voice answers with a hello. Jae-hyun quickly replies, greeting the man as his uncle. His uncle asks what is happening teasingly, hoping that Yoo Jung is not causing any trouble. The call is connected to a laboratory. Their researchers are working busily when the phone of Yoo Jung's father suddenly rings. Hellring his phone, he quickly picks up. Yoo Jung's father answers politely but is met with a familiar voice. Jae-hyun greets him, and his uncle excitedly asks what is up, wondering if Yoo Jung has gotten into trouble. Jae-hyun reassures him. No, he actually needs a massive favor regarding a certain item. His uncle smiles in amusement. Mana stones. He agrees to have them prepared, asking how many Jae-hyun needs. He names an absolute fortune. His uncle is completely stunned by the sheer size of the request. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the European Alliance headquarters in Germany. Balak is in a tense meeting with key figures. The atmosphere is incredibly heavy. One of the attendees speaks up, questioning if he is truly serious. Balak replies with absolute gravity, ordering an immediate halt to all efforts to hunt down the Black Robe. The man slams his hand on the table, utterly furious. He demands to know if Balak is crazy. He demands to know if they are just going to ignore the ruins incident, fearing the entire world will mock them. He points an angry finger at Balak. However, Balak merely glares back coldly before speaking up. He declares that as their representative, this is the best decision, asking if that reason alone is not enough. The furious man demands a more convincing reason. Another member chimes in, agreeing and questioning the sudden move. At that moment, Camilla, who has been quietly observing from her seat, finally speaks up to clarify the situation. She admits that even with their combined forces, they could not stop him. The outraged man is instantly dumbfounded. Camilla explains that she does not believe they stand a chance against him even if they mobilize all their forces. She hesitates for a second, then bluntly warns them that if they want to survive, they need to stop. By that afternoon, back at Jae-hyun's hotel, he stands before a massive stack of mana stone crates. Jae-hyun is amazed by the sheer speed of his uncle's delivery. Looking at the countless piled boxes, Jae-hyun thinks about how kind his friend is. His eyes remain glued to the mysterious glowing green mana stones. A sudden knock at the door cuts his thoughts short. Moments later, Ho-seon, Kim Yoo-jung, and Seo In-ah walk right in. Kim Yoo-jung greets him loudly. She mentions her parents told her he bought a ton of mana stones to check out. Jae-hyun expected them. But showing up completely unannounced like this is still a bit much, he calmly replies. They even barged in all at once, and yet none of them are actually paying any attention to him now. Kim Yoo-jung laughs it off, saying she ran over the second her dad told her. She wanted to see his trouble. Seo In-ah admits they were curious. Ho-seon explains they came alone because the sophomores are in a special lecture. Engineers usually buy mana stones to study artifacts anyway. Jae-hyun just sighs and gives them a quiet nod. He tells them he has something to show them, prompting Seo In-ah to rush eagerly toward the dragon egg. She asks if it is an egg. Jae-hyun stays silent, picking up a few glowing blue mana stones. He presses them against the cracked shell, explaining it is supposed to make the egg hatch much faster. Ho-seon finds it pretty interesting, while Kim Yoo-jung cannot hide her rising excitement at the whole thing. She eagerly suggests feeding it right away, and that is when the system voice suddenly rings out repeatedly. The egg has absorbed an A-rank mana stone, increasing the hatch rate. Suddenly, the shell glows brilliantly. It starts shaking violently, and get this, she shouts that the baby is about to hatch right now. The cracks split wide open. Blinding golden light and a massive wave of raw surging power spill out. Jae-hyun can only stare speechlessly. Even Seo In-ah completely freezes, unable to take her eyes off the glowing cracked egg. Ho-seon and Kim Yoo-jung drop their jaws, totally stunned by the spectacular sight unfolding right before their eyes now. A tiny claw with sharp talons pokes through. The shell crumbles with every small movement of the beast. Slowly, the protective shell falls away completely, revealing a large body with a long tail and sharp wings. Kim Yoo-jung squeals about how adorable it is, while the newborn dragon blinks its wide eyes right back at her. As she keeps gushing over it, the system voice chimes in to explain this is Fafnir too. It is a death dragon inheriting Fafnir's legendary power, now serving as his guardian at D rank. Though it is just a hatchling, its potential actually exceeds S+ rank, leaving Jae-hyun completely floored. Wait, exceeding S rank. While Ho-seon stands there frozen, Jae-hyun recalls that some awakeners fight alongside these guardians. They are tamer-type awakeners, he mutters, looking down as the cute baby dragon smiles up at him. Having such a cute companion would definitely skyrocket anyone's popularity with the general public, he silently muses. But actually getting a guardian is incredibly rare, and it is nearly impossible to raise without specialized skills. Because of those incredibly harsh requirements, he had never once allowed himself to dream of owning one. The little dragon raises its tiny arms quickly, clinging to Jae-hyun's clothes with pure, completely unbridled affection. He smiles warmly down at it, but before he can even react, a hand suddenly snatches the baby away. Kim Yoo-jung cuddles the dragon, cooing over where this cute little guy came from, while Seo In-ah gently pats its face. Seo In-ah asks when he actually learned taming, but Jae-hyun sighs, saying he just found it in a dungeon. Turning around, Jae-hyun notices Ho-seon standing off to the side and asks what he is doing there. Ho-seon waves his hands, nervously admitting that he is not great with animals and is quite afraid. Kim Yoo-jung immediately teases him for being a total scaredy cat, causing Ho-seon to sigh in disappointment. Suddenly, Kim Yoo-jung speaks up. You will not believe this, but she claims a final decision has officially been made. She hugs the baby dragon tight, declaring that its new name is Lee, and softly asks if it likes it. Jae-hyun immediately fires back, pointing out that the little guy clearly hates that name a lot. Kim Yoo-jung snaps at him to stop ruining the mood, asking how he could possibly know what it wants. Since its official name is Fafnir, Jae-hyun argues they should just call it Fafi instead. Plus, he adds, it looks like a little puppy, making Kim Yoo-jung let out a heavy sigh of exasperation. While Seo-in-ah is captivated by how cute it is, the next morning brings a sudden noise at Min Jae-hyun's door. He opens it only to freeze in utter disbelief at the sight of Ji-an So-young and Kim Yoo-jung there. Kim Yoo-jung proudly announces they have arrived, and while the others greet him warmly, Min Jae-hyun just pouts in annoyance. He tells them to come in anyway. Watching the group pass by into his room, he quickly grabs Yoo-jung's cheek at the end of the line. Pulling her back, he pinches her cheek and grumpily asks why she is back again when she just visited yesterday. Meanwhile, the other two have already met Pappy inside, standing frozen with wide eyes as the little dragon approaches them from a distance. Pappy walks over with sparkling eyes and a tiny adorable body. Suddenly, a pair of hands roughly snatches him from above as Yoo-jung. Yoo-jung hugs Pappy close, rubbing her cheek against him while whining. She asks how she could possibly leave this little guy all alone, especially when he is so attached to her. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun opens his system window and reminds her to call the dragon Pappy. He keeps searching for information on how to care for a gold-loving Fafnir dragon, reading the guide out loud. The screen says they are temperamental with the mind of a 5-year-old, meaning the owner must meet their every need. Jae-hyun flinches, wondering if it is really that difficult. Yoo-jung ignores his concern, focusing entirely on playing with Pappy. She gushes over how much the baby dragon loves her. Jae-hyun loses his patience, reminding her once again to call him Pappy. He continues reading through the massive text, which states that Fafnir II grows alongside his master's strength. He explains that if the owner hunts monsters and gains experience, the dragon's level will automatically increase as well. Jae-hyun reads on, noting that Pappy will unlock new skills. He looks over at the others, playing happily, but then freezes. The guide warns to play with the dragon as much as possible now, or its personality will become warped later on. Suddenly, Yoo-jung hugs Pappy and asks if she can take him home. Jae-hyun snaps, telling her to call him Pappy first. He flatly refuses. Yoo-jung then turns to Seo-in-ah, urging her to hold the dragon because he is just too cute. Seo-in-ah hesitantly agrees to try. Pappy sniffs the air, catching a sweet scent floating from the lollipop she is holding. The little dragon's cute expression instantly vanishes as his eyes narrow with sharp hostility. Seo-in-ah timidly reaches her hand out. She slowly brings her fingers closer to Pappy's face. Suddenly, the dragon flares up, baring his teeth in anger. He growls fiercely to scare her off, leaving Seo-in-ah utterly confused as to why the dragon only hates her. The next day at Milet Academy, Jae-hyun expresses her surprise, noting how incredibly rare it is to have such a pet. She promises to issue a permit so he can bring the dragon to school. Jae-hyun casually thanks her before she shifts topics. Her tone turns serious as she mentions having something important to discuss. Jae-hyun asks what it is, noticing her face darken. She reveals that several academy students have recently gone missing. Jae-hyun is caught off guard, listening closely as she continues. While they are actively investigating, the school will soon mandate that all students travel in groups for safety. Jae-hyun presses for details. He asks who exactly went missing, and Jae-hyun calmly replies that the first was Ji-on along with his entire circle. Jae-hyun instantly realizes this cannot be a mere coincidence. He asks if she noticed anything else unusual about the victims. Jae-hyun looks him dead in the eye, explaining there are two key connections. First, they discovered a very strange clue. Syringes containing a mysterious red liquid were left at every single scene. Second, the surrounding areas were completely wrecked. The buildings and ground were heavily damaged, as if a rampaging beast had torn them apart. Jae-hyun asks about the fluid. She admits she asked the association to run tests on the red liquid, but they have been dragging their feet. She suspects it is directly tied to the kidnappings, adding one more chilling detail with a very sharp, serious look. Jae-hyun waits, but Ji-hyun only stares back in heavy silence. Outside, the sky over the academy slowly turns to gold. Down in the courtyard, a couple of cadets whisper mockingly, wondering how a certain loser still has the nerve to show up. They openly gossip about how Jae-hyun absolutely demolished him, questioning why the guy is still lingering around the campus. The cruel mockery echoes through the yard. They mockingly suggest that maybe he is just trying to get used to being humiliated. Despite his guild falling apart, he shows zero shame. One of them snickers that they would have quit life by now. The target of their gossip is none other than Jung Sang, who hears every single word and boils with silent rage. He snaps and kicks a nearby trash can, sending garbage flying as he stands there panting in pure, ugly frustration. He mutters curses under his breath, swearing vengeance against Jae-hyun for completely destroying his social standing at the academy. Suddenly, a cold voice speaks up right behind him. Drenched in a cold sweat, a trembling Jung Sang slowly turns around. He gasps in absolute terror upon seeing Jae-hyun stammering out that he thought she had gone missing recently. Jae-hyun remains completely unfazed, calmly explaining that she had her own private reasons for laying low lately. Flash of a wicked smile, she adds that she will never tell him. Jung-sang explodes, demanding to know if she is mocking him. Keeping that smirk on her face, Jae-hyun says she has a question for him, her voice suddenly dropping into a dark tone. Jae-hyun asks Jung-sang if he hates Min Jae-hyun, prompting a hesitant demand of what on earth she is talking about. She casually responds by asking if he hates him enough to take his life, making Jung-sang grit his teeth in fury. Jung-sang roars that of course he does, yelling that the bastard ruined his life and completely shattered his reputation and team. If he had the strength, he would have killed Jae-hyun instantly. Hearing this, Jae-hyun walks closer, thoroughly pleased. She agrees that she feels the exact same way before pulling a mysterious syringe right out of her jacket. Declaring his hatred deep enough, she startles a terrified Jung-sang who demands to know what she is planning with that syringe. Jae-hyun flashes a wicked smile and promises him another chance to get revenge as her voice grows chillingly loud. She suddenly plunges the syringe directly into Jung-sang's neck before he can react, causing his blood vessels to bulge instantly. His eyes transform into an eerie demonic red as Jae-hyun laughs, promising to ensure he finishes his mission. Meanwhile, an urgent news broadcast plays on the television as Fafnir curls up on Jae-hyun's lap, watching right alongside him. A fanatical religious cult worshipping ancient Norse gods has recently resurfaced, and hearing this news instantly triggers Jae-hyun's memories. He recalls a past conversation where Jae-hyun struggled internally, deeply hesitating over whether she should reveal a crucial name. Eventually, she revealed a name, asking if he had ever heard of the sect, but the news anchor cuts in. The news anchor coincidentally mentions that exact name, snapping him out of his thoughts as they report on a group called Aesir. Listening closely, he hears that they are targeting awakeners, with investigators finding mysterious syringes at several crime scenes. The syringes contain a strange liquid alongside decaying skin, causing Jae-hyun to frown deeply as the horrifying details unfold. He realizes all three disappearances are connected to Aesir, just as investigative footage flashes across the bright television screen. The Awakener Control Department managed to capture a few Aesir members, but their mental states are reported to be extremely unstable. The anchor explains that the captured cultists only repeat meaningless phrases while footage shows one of them being forcefully dragged away. He constantly mumbles his absolute loyalty to Odin while a broad flood of new shocking details are released on screen. Even more shockingly, the arrested members are all Awakeners, and some even belong to the Awakener Control Department itself. This raises a highly critical question about why these heroes who once fought for justice suddenly turned to evil. Jae-hyun lets out a heavy sigh, deciding to investigate the matter himself since he has a terrible feeling about it. With the news broadcast still running, the anchor notes that the biggest issue is the sheer power of these cultists. Experts reveal that after losing their original minds, these corrupted awakeners exhibit some highly irregular and dangerous power spikes. They can wield devastating mana 3 to 5 times stronger than before, but the TV screen suddenly goes completely black. Jae-hyun turns it off with a heavy sigh, preferring to focus entirely on the upcoming Academy event instead. Tomorrow marks the official start of the placement matches at Milet Academy, successfully kicking off their highly anticipated annual festival. If his team fails to perform well here, their entire overall score for the event will be completely ruined. He closes his eyes and takes a deep breath, reminding himself to stay calm and focus on the immediate task. Once he regains his composure, he opens his eyes and gently strokes the chin of the sleeping Fafnir. Soon after, they enter the Milet Academy dungeon simulator, where a fierce horde of orcs stands ready for battle. Fafnir proudly raises one of its tiny, chubby paws and slams it hard onto the cave's rocky floor. Thick dust clouds quickly rise as the baby dragon slowly steps forward, instantly raising the tension in the cave. Fafnir proudly raises its head, takes a deep breath, and unleashes a massive torrent of red flames from its tiny mouth. The raging fire completely engulfs the stunned orcs, immediately triggering a very loud and rapid barrage of system notifications. A notification confirms the defeat of an orc, leaving a shell-shocked Jae-hyun completely speechless at the baby dragon's power. He marvels at Fafnir's truly ridiculous strength, realizing he needs to take excellent care of this smug little companion. Fafnir genuinely feels stronger than Jae-hyun was in his past life, yet it just looks up with an adorable, innocent face. A detailed status window pops up, revealing Fafnir as a rank D summon with extremely useful passive abilities. With its growth rate currently at 31%, its overall rank will increase once it hits 100%. Its passive skill, Fafnir's Blessing, activates when both the summoner and the dragon share the same status condition. This state boosts the summoner's damage and mana by 50%, making it an insanely overpowered buffer skill. Meanwhile, its active skill, Dragon Breath, scales directly in overall power as the young dragon grows and ranks up. Jae-hyun is deeply impressed by the stats, scratching the dragon's chin and thanking it for being such a reliable partner. Jae-hyun glares behind him as the chaotic energy continues to surge. Suddenly, the system alarm blares once again, warning him of a massive monster. The dungeon boss, the king, has finally arrived. It is a grotesque beast, many times larger than the others, beating its chest and roaring fiercely. His roar shakes the entire cavern. Jae-hyun glances calmly at Pappy and says that even for a dragon, this worm might be too much. But that is fine. Jae-hyun casually walks toward the king, knowing he needs to shatter the high score anyway. He opens his palm to summon a bright orange flame. From within the flickering fire, he pulls out a sharp, gleaming dagger. Staring calmly at the boss, he watches as the beast prepares to tear him apart. But before it can leap, his power erupts. Jae-hyun's immense pressure completely envelops the creature. As the blinding flash of light fades, the massive boss collapses dead onto the floor. With a faint smirk, he declares it over. A series of system pings announce his victory, notifying him of his transfer to the waiting room. His final time is 22 minutes and 21 seconds, breaking the Milet Academy record. Meanwhile, a crowd gathers in the main lobby. Students are whispering in disbelief as Jae-hyun quietly stands among them, keeping a cold, detached expression while staring at the holographic scoreboard. First place goes to Jae-hyun with an unbelievable record of 22 minutes and 21 seconds, sitting comfortably at the top. Second place is Jung Sang at 30 minutes and 50 seconds, followed by Jong-hun at 50 minutes and 13 seconds. An Ho-seun clocks in at 1 hour 11 minutes and 42 seconds, while Sia finishes at 1 hour 23 minutes and 7 seconds. Kim Do-sung gets 1 hour 30 minutes and 14 seconds, while trailing Pappy, leaving a very frustrated So-jun in dead last. So-jun finishes at 1 hour 53 minutes and 4 seconds. But wait, look at second place. Why is Jung Sang up there? Suspicion creeps in. Why is Jung Sang in second instead of Jong-hun? Just then, a smug voice calls out from behind him. Asking if he is surprised, Jung Sang sneers. Jae-hyun slowly glances back coldly, demanding to know how he managed to secure that time. The guy smugly retorts that he has absolutely no obligation to explain anything. Jae-hyun shrugs, fine by him. Jung Sang narrows his eyes in anger and grinds his teeth, asking if Jae-hyun thinks he is the center of the universe. He rants about how social media, the Lotus Guild, and the Academy are always backing Jae-hyun up, making his life effortless. Jae-hyun just shoves his hands in his pockets with a bored look. He gives a classic, incredibly irritating reply, yeah, so what? The absolute disrespect makes veins pop on Jung Sang's forehead as he vows to drag Jae-hyun down. Hearing this, Jae-hyun covers his mouth. He cannot hold it in anymore and bursts into hysterical laughter, leaving Jung Sang utterly stunned as he takes a shot at his pride. He asks if the guy is going through some teenage phase, reminding him they are way too old for this cringe behavior. Jae-hyun keeps laughing while completely ignoring Jung Sang's tightly clenched fists. The sheer mockery leaves the antagonist speechless, unable to find words. All he can do is grind his teeth in pure rage. Jung Sang turns to walk away but stops to glare back. He spits out a final warning to remember his words before storming off, leaving Jae-hyun to drop his playful act entirely. He recalls the announcer's words about how some people, after losing their original purpose, suddenly unleash massive power. Rumors say they can channel mana 3 to 5 times stronger than their original limits. He narrows his eyes, something is seriously wrong here. As the afternoon sky fades into a deep burnt orange, Jong-hun and Ji-won are already waiting deep within the quiet forest. Hearing footsteps, they both spin around. Ji-won spots Jae-hyun ducking under the yellow police tape and stepping onto the scene. She asks if he finally made it, and Jae-hyun gives a quiet nod as he walks over, thanking them both for their help. Ji-won waves it off, reminding him that he has always been there for the Academy, especially during the terrible field trip incident. She also mentions Guin. Standing quietly nearby, Jong-hun finally speaks up, noting it has been quite a while since they last met. He remarks that Jae-hyun has gotten way more famous since their last encounter. It is then that Jae-hyun notices a third person standing nearby. Jae-hyun turns to shake hands with the professional raider Yeong-hun, who offers a warm, polite smile and asks if Jae-hyun remembers him. Yeong-hun gets straight to business, mentioning he heard Jae-hyun wants to investigate the crime scene. He narrows one eye to study the boy. He suggests they first head over to the exact spot where the initial incident took place. As the sun slowly begins to set, silhouetted against the burning orange horizon, the group walks forward, their shadows stretching long as they approach the mysterious and dangerous site. Arriving at the spot, Jae-hyun looks down right in front of his boots. Only inches away lies a dry, dark brown stain on the grass. Standing right behind him, Ji-won suddenly chimes in, letting Jae-hyun know that they finally received the official results back from the laboratory. She explains that the mysterious red liquid discovered inside the discarded syringe is actually a bizarre compound mixed with traces of human blood. Surprised, Jae-hyun repeats the phrase. Ji-won nods in confirmation, admitting that their research team has never seen anything like this before. Her eyes gleam with a mixture of worry and curiosity. Her next words successfully catch Jae-hyun completely off guard. She reveals that the substance contains a massive concentration of high-density mana, sparking a wave of dark theories in his mind. Any rules? Of course. Blood is merely a vessel for the mana inside a human body. However, that alone is not enough to accept mana that does not belong to the injected person. Obviously, the organs responsible for creating and circulating mana are the brain, heart, and core. With just blood, it cannot become a proper vessel. It cannot contain mana on its own. Jae-hyun adds that they still have not fully analyzed the substance yet, but Jae-hyun surely understands, keeping his narrow eyes completely calm. Could this dangerous compound have a connection to the cult people are talking about lately? Jae-hyun nods, agreeing that he thinks so too. He falls back into deep thought. The most bothering thing is the similarity between the crime scenes. Jae-hyun recounts it from the start. Every single crime scene had a syringe filled with red liquid. The Academy and the Guild think this compound multiplies the user's mana. Jae-hyun strokes his chin and calls it a limit-breaking drug. They call it a limit-breaking drug. Most of the information on this experimental substance has already been gathered. It is a powerful amplifier that has been secretly used in the past. A drug with terrifying capabilities to boost the user's rank and make them stronger. Naturally, the backlash far outweighed any support. The research faced fierce criticism due to its inhumane human experimentation methods and was eventually banned entirely. Jae-hyun honestly shares her next plan, explaining that they are still looking for more clues. Jae-hyun scratches his head, apologizing awkwardly, but Jae-hyun just grins back, telling them it is fine. He already got the main idea. Secretly, Jae-hyun recalls that he actually knows a bit about this drug. His sleepless nights browsing the web actually paid off. He once read an article about the creators. Snapping out of his thoughts, Jae-hyun turns to Jae-hyun and asks if he can take school off. His sharp mind quickly connects all the scattered details, realizing the timing matches up perfectly. If these incidents are really linked to the limit breaker, they likely originate from the exact same source. It is definitely worth investigating. She does not agree immediately, asking if he plans to solve this himself. Jae-hyun nods. Silence. Then a rare smile finally graces her face after everything that has happened. She agrees, telling him to reach out if he needs any help. Deep down, she has her own calculations. Min Jae-hyun is completely different from other hunters. There are certainly stronger ones out there, but no one can match his growth rate. Jae-hyun gazes at the crimson horizon, feeling a strange surge of trust. His ultimate goal is clear as day. Even without knowing his true purpose, she believes in him. He might actually be the one to resolve this crisis. Later that night, in the high-rise district, under the dim yellow light of an empty alley, a heavily veined arm punches a wall. The impact leaves a small crater, but the man looks terrible. It is a gruesome sight. Half of Jung Sang's face is melting like hot candle wax. He suddenly spits out a mouthful of black blood. Found you. A voice speaks from the dark. A calm figure steps forward, saying he was looking for him. Stepping into the dim light, Jae-hyun's calm face appears. Meeting again is pretty annoying. Seeing Jung Sang's horribly distorted face, Jae-hyun remains polite enough to offer a greeting anyway. Hello, Shin Jung Sang. Skipping any useless small talk, Jae-hyun demands to know if he used the drug. Who gave it to you? Jung Sang screams, spitting blood, demanding to know what Jae-hyun is doing here. But Jae-hyun cuts him off, asking if it was Ji-yeon's father. He looks down coldly at him. His body is mutating hideously. Far too late to save him now, he has mutated way too much. Jae-hyun knew something was off before but did not expect this. Tilting his head, he asks if Jung Sang knew the side effects. The monster struggles to scream as his melting face sags further. He does not care as long as he gets revenge. It is all because of Jae-hyun. Jung Sang screams blindly in desperate denial. It is all your fault. Jae-hyun calmly utters two words. Revenge. Cracking his stiff neck, he shrugs it off. You must be joking, it is honestly pathetic. This is not his fault. No matter how much Jung Sang deflects, the truth remains unchanged. Jung Sang grits his loose teeth, swearing bitterly. Jae-hyun narrows his eyes, releasing a chilling aura. Jae-hyun watches the man writhe on the ground. Thick plumes of black and red smoke swirl around Jung Sang. Sure, you might be able to heal a completely ruined body with the right sacrifice, but there is absolutely no cure for a twisted, rotten mind. Even as Jung Sang writhes in pain, clutching his ruined body, he still rasps out his endless obsession, swearing vengeance until his very last breath. Jae-hyun exhales a heavy sigh, realizing there is only one mercy left to give. With a quick snap, 6 blazing fireballs materialize around him. He calmly promises to end the man's misery. Suddenly, a massive golden bolt of lightning cuts through the pitch-black midnight sky. But this lightning does not fall from the heavens, it erupts straight from the ground as Jae-hyun channels his immense inner power. Blazing chains of fire manifest around him. From a distance, it looks like he is raining down an absolute storm of flames onto Jung Sang. As the curtain of fire finally dissipates, Jae-hyun takes a few steps back. He glazes down coldly, knowing that fire was the beast's ultimate weakness. Jung Sang stares up in absolute horror, his horribly charred body covered in black soot after that brutal playground of flames. Unable to move even a single muscle, Jung Sang struggles to speak, wondering how Jae-hyun survived when he had that monster's power. Jae-hyun just looks down at him like he is a total fool, admitting he knows exactly whose power Jung Sang is talking about. But the villain needs to realize that Jae-hyun has also grown far stronger. He is not even afraid to share his own progress. No matter how massive Jung Sang's mana pool was, thinking that it would be enough to bring Jae-hyun down was a massive fatal mistake. Leaving the dying bastard behind, Jae-hyun turns away with a cold smirk. Meanwhile, up on a high vantage point overlooking the entire city, as it turns out, some very dangerous eyes are watching from above as Jae-hyun boredly shoves her hands deep into her pockets. She sighs over another broken failure. Ju-won just shrugs it off, pointing out they can easily find a replacement anytime. She agrees but still feels a bit of regret, noting that finding someone like that is actually quite a rare find. It really is tough to locate someone harboring such pure, unadulterated hatred, especially when that grudge is aimed directly at the adversary. Jae-hyun stares down at the city. The most critical requirement for using the Limit Breaker drug is absolute extreme emotion. Without that intense emotional trigger, ordinary humans simply cannot handle the raw power of the drug and will instantly die. Thinking of Jung Sang, she knows that the more malicious the user's malice, the more the limit-breaking drug's true potential is unlocked. Ju-won glances over and chuckles, admitting even he is thoroughly surprised that the adversary pulled off a victory this time. She scowls. It is not funny at all. She had similar expectations for Fafnir, but the dragon was simply too strong. Ju-won finally drops his playful demeanor, realizing that this newcomer might actually block their path just like Hyujin warned. Jae-hyun shrugs it off as a minor issue, confident that the target will eventually have to face them anyway. Ju-won places a hand on his belt, slowly drawing a strange weapon that is barely visible through the thick shroud of darkness. The blade is completely enveloped in swirling black and dark purple mist. He quietly whispers that he cannot wait for that fateful day. In a desolate frozen palace where only howling blizzards reign, Hela slowly makes her way toward her two allies. She stops and looks straight ahead as a glowing orange vortex suddenly erupts inside a massive mirror, cutting through the frosty dark. Scrimmier steps out from the portal. He notes that it has been a long time since they last gathered like this. Not since the anti-Aesir rebels were purged have they stood together. Hela agrees, relieved that the prophesied adversary is growing stronger. His rapid growth is far outpacing their original projections, but the Aesir system itself is already preparing to counter them. An ally who had been silent finally speaks up, admitting they never expected the Aesir system to hide such a massive secret. She narrows her eyes. Is Odin truly planning to ally with the army of the dead again to conquer Midgard? He wonders aloud if the Norns and Mimir knew about this dangerous scheme right from the very beginning. She slowly nods. Hela brings up a painful reality. The divine restrictions placed upon them are far more absolute than their own. Scrimmier slowly closes his left eye in understanding, piecing together the current state of affairs based on what is happening. Odin clearly fears anyone who learns the dark truth about him, especially those tied directly to the ancient prophecy. Since their options are incredibly limited right now, the only logical move is to help the adversary grow as strong as possible. Placing her hand over her chest, she nods in agreement. She agrees completely now that the adversary has finally acquired divine power. Blushing slightly, Hela looks down and whispers that he will surely grow stronger soon, leaving her ally completely stunned. Her companion breaks into a teasing smile, and honestly, who wouldn't mock her for having such obvious faith in him? Startled by the call-out, her face flushes bright red before she quickly clears her throat to regain her composure. She pivots the conversation, asking if they have ever heard rumors about the very first Awakened to ever exist. Deciding not to tease her friend any further, she notes that while rumors exist, she only ever deals with the dead. Suddenly, another vibrant orange vortex begins to swirl inside a neighboring mirror, sending a booming voice echoing through the chamber. Inside the quiet room, a voice claims to know the first Awakened very well. Suddenly, giant snake scales begin to manifest. A massive snake head appears, its eyes snapping wide open. The beast warns that he has recently entered its sacred domain. Meanwhile, on his large bed, Jae-hyun lies with his legs crossed deep in thought while little Papi is curled up asleep. He is deeply suspicious that Jae-hyun is plotting something. Hearing his voice, Papi groggily wakes up from a peaceful sleep. The baby dragon rolls around like a kitten, playfully rubbing its head against his hand. But Jae-hyun remains deeply anxious. 1,000 thoughts weigh on him, especially the human experiments and research on that limit-breaking drug before his regression. Were they connected to that shadow organization from the very beginning? Suddenly, a dark vortex begins to expand under the bed. A black cat leaps out of the swirling darkness. It is Hela taking careful, silent steps across the bedroom floor. Tilting her tiny head up with a smile, she announces she has found it. Jae-hyun sits up to listen close. Greeting her warmly, he asks what she discovered. Pappy spots the stranger and raises its head in complete curiosity. Shocked to see a baby dragon, Hela focuses back on Jae-hyun, who sits up properly to ask about the first awakened. Is Jae-hyun really the one behind this? Hela nods in confirmation and begins to share the dark secrets she uncovered. She has finally identified the legendary first awakened. The dangerous man she is referring to is none other than Jae-hyun. He is actually one of Odin's surviving crows. Elsewhere, inside a cold, dark basement, biological cultivation chambers stand lined up side by side. A heavy rusted iron door creaks open. Light floods into the room, revealing a helpless young prisoner trapped inside. Tied tightly to a chair, gagged and blindfolded, the young captive sits with dried black bloodstains splattered on his white shirt. Jae-hyun walks over and pulls the gag off his mouth. Instantly, the terrified young man begins to sob and beg. He desperately begs to go home to his family, but Jae-hyun simply asks with chilling indifference if he misses them. He removes the blindfold, forcing the victim to look at his devilish face before instantly putting on an innocent mask. He claims he has no family himself, utterly unmoved by the prisoner's desperate tears as he continues his cruel work. The poor captive weeps bitterly, begging him to stop, but no miracle is going to save him from this nightmare. Holding a loaded syringe, the monstrous Jae-hyun forces the victim's head to the side, preparing to inject the lethal drug. Wearing a friendly smile, he drives the needle directly into his neck. Dark veins instantly bulge all around the injection site. The victim's terrified eyes quickly go glazed and lifeless. A moment later, he violently coughs up a thick spray of blood. Jae-hyun's eyes light up intensely, watching. Get ready, because what happens next to this victim is absolutely brutal. Within minutes, his body bloats up like popping corn, pushing his physical vessel past its absolute unbearable limit. With a painful scream, his flesh violently explodes, splattering blood everywhere. Jae-hyun simply closes his eyes in fake sadness. He mutters that humans are far too weak. Standing behind him, Jae-hyun looks annoyed, telling him to go easier on them. Finding new test subjects takes way too much effort. Displeased, Jae-hyun glares at her before staring back at the chair. The chair is now empty, except for a bloody lower half of the body. Jae-hyun simply closes his eyes and smiles. He tells her not to be mad since he helped advance their plan. Meanwhile, we return to Jae-hyun's house. Hela solemnly explains that Jae-hyun is indeed one of Odin's surviving crows. Hearing this, Jae-hyun frowns in absolute disbelief. The legendary hero who supposedly fought for humanity is actually a crow of Odin. Jae-hyun urgently demands more answers. With a somber look in her eyes, Hela explains that the first awakened was never actually a human to begin with. She explains that Odin originally had a total of 5 crows and Jae-hyun is one of them, much like Hyun. Jae-hyun asks if those crows are connected to their shadows. Hela tensely warns that they must be eliminated immediately. Otherwise, they will continue to build their forces until they become completely unstoppable. If only they could locate them. Jae-hyun rubs his chin in deep thought. You can tell he is cooking up something absolutely crazy right now. He stops and announces his new idea, though he is unsure if it will actually work, leaving Hela stunned. She questions if he is targeting a shadow base. Jae-hyun reaches into his pocket, pulling out his phone to search. Seeing this, Hela leaps onto the bed and peeks at his screen, thoroughly confused by his search for the newly awakened. He explains they must move quickly if they want to find any trace of clues about these mysterious crows. Jae-hyun has a strong feeling that the sudden massive spike in reawakenings must be directly tied to that limit-breaking drug. By identifying suspicious individuals among the newly reawakened, they can gather crucial clues about both the enemy and the drug. Standing up abruptly while clutching his phone, he reveals that he already has about 3 specific targets in mind. This is more than enough for Jae-hyun to begin his investigation. A few hours later, deep inside a pitch-black alley, a terrified man, with a body covered in bulging veins, stammers his answer, revealing that he heard the laboratory is in South Korea but not the exact location. Meanwhile, in another hidden spot nearby, a different guy wearing a baseball cap is forced to answer the exact same question. He heard it is located somewhere in the Yellow Sea. The following night, after wrapping up the questioning, Jae-hyun pulls on a dark hood. He starts moving. This is Aesir's base. Hela, still in her cute cat form, wags her tail and asks if the entire Bangyang Island is indeed Aesir's base. What makes her master think that way? Jae-hyun lays out his theory. A desolate wasteland where humans are absolutely unable to survive means it has to be turning into barren ground. And based on that logic, there is only one specific island in South Korea that meets every single condition. And this is the place. Still, Hela wonders how they are supposed to travel there. She instinctively licks her paw like a cat. A completely abandoned land means there is no active warp gate for them to use. She notes that since she does not know the exact coordinates, they cannot easily teleport like they did in London. Jae-hyun chuckles softly. He pulls out his phone to sort this out. There is no need to worry when money and solid connections can fix almost anything. At that very moment, inside a lavishly decorated room, a phone sitting on a polished table begins to buzz with an incoming call. Yu Seon-jun elegantly picks up greeting the caller. Min Jae-hyun speaks up saying it is him, which instantly brings a cheerful tone to her voice. She asks if it is her dear disciple. Knowing Min Jae-hyun well, Seon-jun cuts straight to the point, asking if he needs another favor. Min Jae-hyun breaks into a nervous sweat and admits she is right. Without beating around the bush any further, he gets to the point. He asks if she can help him secure a specific high-tier item as soon as possible. The silent night rolls on. A few hours later, inside the Lotus Guild, Min Jae-hyun sits in a private room looking absolutely thrilled about what lies ahead. Min Jae-hyun stares intently at the device on the table and navigator, channeling mana into it, and choosing a location will teleport him instantly. He picks one up, noting how strictly restricted these items are due to their potential for abuse, making them extremely rare. Seon-jun sighs helplessly and asks if he will refuse to explain why he needs it. Min Jae-hyun can only offer a grateful smile. He is incredibly grateful to the Lotus Guild Master. Despite how highly valuable these navigators are, she actually prepared 3 of them for him. He closes his eyes and apologizes softly. Shortly after, Min Jae-hyun slips out and heads toward the dense forest nearby to prepare. Dressed in simple gear, he brings Pappy, Helra, and the precious navigator along. Taking a deep breath, Min Jae-hyun looks at the device. He sets the destination to Bangyang Island. The navigator immediately erupts with a brilliant crystal-clear blue light as he points it downward. He releases his grip, letting it plunge. Instead of hitting the solid dirt, the device sinks smoothly, as if dipping into water. Instantly, a blinding blue glow envelops the 3 of them, and their physical forms begin to fade into thin air. From afar, a majestic pillar of light shoots straight from the forest ground into the sky, slowly shrinking into a single compact sphere. Over at their destination, that very sphere streaks down from the dark clouds, like a blazing shooting star landing on the island. Min Jae-hyun steps out of the fading light, gently holding Pappy and Helra. He quickly sifts through his memories of the academy. The monsters occupying Bangyang Island are supposed to be far weaker than the elite ones lurking within the mainland cities. He gently sets Pappy down and Helra leaps to the ground beside him. But before they can even move, their path is completely cut off. Countless creatures block them with glowing crimson eyes and razor-sharp fangs. Min Jae-hyun's face falls as he realizes they are facing merfolk. This raid is not going to be simple. Wasting no time, he immediately triggers his active skill, True Demonic Form. His gaze sharpens into a cold stare as he faces the horde. At his feet, the little dragon growls, readying for battle. Min Jae-hyun smiles warmly, asking if Pappy wants to help too, before he can finish the merfolk charge, but he remains completely unfazed. He calmly finishes his sentence, telling the little dragon how proud he is. In a flash, he unleashes several lightning-fast slashes. Min Jae-hyun is now standing right in the center of the enemy pack. He yells out, triggering his active skill, Frenzied Tracker. Blade trails slash through their bodies as a system notification pings. His swordsmanship proficiency has doubled thanks to his exclusive Sword Garden skill. Helra's jaw drops in utter shock at the display, marveling at how incredibly strong her master has become since their last meeting. She looks over at the excited little dragon beside them, asking him where on earth he managed to find a creature like Pappy. Dawn slowly breaks on the eastern horizon. A few hours of heavy combat later, the baby dragon lies flat on the ground. Helra looks at Pappy, noting that he seems exhausted, which is entirely natural for a newborn dragon after such a fierce fight. She looks back up at Min Jae-hyun, suggesting they might have wasted too much time and that this island may not be the one. Min Jae-hyun scratches his head. He has cleared the monsters, but there are truly no other occupied islands left to check. Suddenly, a faint dark aura begins creeping toward him from beneath his feet. Min Jae-hyun's heart skips a violent beat as danger approaches. The crow radar is activated and his breathing turns heavy. Odin's crow is nearby. The system flashes a search notification. Hela notices Min Jae-hyun's unusual expression and calls out to him. But he doesn't answer, quietly, walking off in another direction. She keeps shouting his name. Min Jae-hyun steps up to the cliff's edge, looking down at the vast ocean below with a confident smirk. Found you. Below them, waves crash steadily against the sandy shore. Before long, the trio stands right before a dark cave entrance. This has to be the place. Hela agrees since her system is already reacting to the location, confirming they hit the jackpot. Plus, having one of Odin's crows lurking nearby leaves absolutely no room for doubt. This is definitely the enemy's hideout. Inside the pitch-black cave, only faint flickering sparks of light float overhead. But as they venture deeper, things get grim. Countless dry bloodstains and scattered severed body parts litter the ground. This isn't just a hideout, it's a slaughterhouse. Hela freezes, staring in sheer terror at the gruesome sight. Who could have committed such a horrifying atrocity? Min Jae-hyun remains relatively calm. Little Pappy, however, is terrified, tightly clinging to his leg and burying its head in fear. A chilling voice echoes, calling it a gift for the great nemesis. Hela shivers, realizing this is indeed their secret base. Min Jae-hyun sighs, his face filled with pure disgust. Is this cheap provocation supposed to scare him? It's pathetic. Pappy slowly peeks out but refuses to let go of his ankle. Min Jae-hyun stomps his other foot onto the ground. Instantly, a massive wave of frost erupts, sweeping away all the gruesome remains and clearing a clean path forward. Little Pappy still won't let go, and Min Jae-hyun, rather than kicking the cleany creature off, just lets it slide. He walks calmly along the icy path, leaving only quiet footsteps behind. Suddenly, a spark of electricity flashes in his eyes. The system's mechanical alerts blare relentlessly, warning him that Odin's crow is extremely close. Min Jae-hyun freezes, staring straight ahead. He activates his active skill, Absolute Calculation. Hela gasps in surprise as a massive hidden breach slowly begins to manifest. The tear in space expands right before Min Jae-hyun's eyes, widening until it's large enough for a giant to walk through. All at once, the solid wall vanishes, revealing a faint crimson-lit corridor deep inside the carved-out space. It's an elevator leading straight to the secret laboratory, gradually shifting from a faint outline to solid metal. The system asks if he wants to enter. Min Jae-hyun doesn't say a word, stepping inside with absolute resolve. He narrows his eyes as the elevator begins its deep descent. It's highly likely a trap, but he has no other choice. Seconds later, Min Jae-hyun stands alongside Hela and Pappy inside the descending lift, his mind racing with grim thoughts. The horrific images of those scattered bodies and dry bloodstains keep flashing before his eyes, fueling his rage. A bitter thought crosses his mind: if only he had acted faster, could all this pointless slaughter have been prevented? Gritting his teeth, Min Jae-hyun grips his weapon. This nightmare ends today. He won't let any more innocent lives be lost. Lost in thought, the elevator suddenly chimes to a halt. The door slides open on basement level. Bone. Min Jae-hyun looks up. Wait, are there deeper floors? As the elevator doors part, the red emergency lights cast eerie shadows down the pitch-black hallway. Let's move, Min Jae-hyun whispers to Hela and Pappy. He clenches his fists, focusing on the dark path ahead. He needs to locate the experimental drug and that mysterious, unidentified liquid director Kim Ji-yeon warned him about. Min Jae-hyun moves cautiously, scanning his surroundings. Hela follows closely behind while little Pappy trots along beside them. The little dragon has finally stopped clinging to his leg. Suddenly, one of the side doors catches Hela's eye. She points toward it excitedly, calling out to Min Jae-hyun that there's definitely something worth checking out in there. He follows her gaze to a dusty, cobweb-ridden bookshelf. Amazingly, a few old ledger books are still sitting there. Min Jae-hyun reaches out, wipes away the thick dust, and opens one. He carefully flips through the fragile pages. His eyes widen in shock at an entry from June 2019, accompanied by gruesome photos of blood splatters. The records detail the construction of this secret lab, noting 304 dead test subjects. Humans lack divine resistance. Meanwhile, back in a much brighter classroom, Kim Yoo-jung rests her chin on her hands and groans in pure frustration. Why does Min Jae-hyun always vanish without saying a word, she asks. Hoyeon, sitting right across from her, nods in agreement. Seo In-ah looks extremely worried, hoping that Min Jae-hyun hasn't gone off to get himself killed again. Then she lets out a heavy sigh. She mentions she misses little Pappy, but So-young leans against the wall with crossed arms, assuring them that he'll be fine. After all, he's the one and only Min Jae-hyun. Jae-sang scratches his head, muttering that he would have prepared more antidotes. Kim Yoo-jung waves her hand dismissively, reminding him that Min Jae-hyun is filthy rich and probably has tons of supplies stockpiled already. Hoyeon suddenly speaks up, wondering if Min Jae-hyun actually meant what he said back then, though she still can't quite piece it together. What on earth is he talking about? What? But Seo In-ah immediately reminds them that they cannot fight by his side unless they manage to reach S rank. An Ho-seon grows deeply thoughtful, knowing that with Ji-hoon's personality he definitely is not joking around. But S rank is no joke. Kim Yoo-jung gets serious, pointing out that the entire country only gets one new S rank a year. Can they even reach S rank? So-yoon shrugs, assuming Jae-hyun simply misspoke to keep them out of trouble. He just wants to keep them safe from danger. Yet Seo In-ah disagrees, quietly voicing that she believes they actually have a shot. An Ho-seon hesitantly speaks up, admitting that even though she is deeply embarrassed to say it, she wants this too. She blushes, confessing she wants to fight at Jae-hyun's level. Suddenly, An Ho-seon pushes her chair back and stands right up. Clenching her fists with absolute determination, she suggests they go train right now since Ji-hyun is currently away. They must push themselves to catch up to him. So Eun watches their burning energy in silence, turning away with a heavy sigh. She wonders how she even ended up here. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun is completely absorbed in reading the mysterious diary. The journal reveals 304 test subjects died. Humans simply have no natural resistance to divine power. They cannot handle the blood of Odin. Every single selfish line written in the notebook reeks of pure, unchecked ambition. Lowly creatures like humans are too weak for godlike energy. Because of this, the sick research was forced to stop. The writer had to dilute the blood to its lowest level. Reading this, absolute horror washes over Jae-hyun's face. And honestly, the next lines reveal a truth so unbelievably twisted Jae-hyun can barely wrap his head around it. Without diluting the raw mana, the human test subjects would simply disintegrate. Cold sweat begins to drip down Jae-hyun's forehead. It is the blood of Odin. The journal confirms that the mana-infused liquid powering the limit-breaking potion is divine blood. Jae-hyun stares blankly at the page. 304 subjects all perish because their human bodies could not cope. As expected, humans have zero tolerance for divinity. The noble blood of a god is too much for mortals to bear. Mortals are simply incapable of hosting divine energy. Jae-hyun continues reading, absorbing every terrifying word written on the aged paper. He scans the faded yellow pages carefully. Dead end. Because of the high mortality rate, the research halted. The researcher had to dilute the blood to the absolute maximum. Then Jae-hyun spots a sentence that makes his jaw drop. A new compound, he reads about the limit-breaking potion. Without lowering raw mana, normal humans would simply burst. He anxiously reads on his heart hammering in his chest as the diary details the exact mechanics of Odin's blood. This mana-infused fluid is the core ingredient. Jae-hyun immediately visualizes a syringe filled with this glowing godlike blood. Breaking into a cold sweat, he forces himself to stay calm. Just calm down. He slowly turns the page. He must keep reading. The journal entries date all the way back to December 2019, outlining the sick experiment. The logs suggest creating antibodies first, then injecting human subjects. The researcher notes they need even more sacrifices next time. Huge glass containment tanks line the laboratory. By May 2020, the scientists concluded that antibody production was too difficult, but the situation was not entirely hopeless. By diluting the blood, the scientists could estimate the limit a human could handle. Though tolerance varied wildly from person to person, this breakthrough was a massive step forward for their twisted plans. On screen, a helpless man is shown bound tightly to a chair. By November 2020, new facts began to surface. First, the data proved that younger test subjects had a much higher tolerance for the raw divine energy. The sick researcher decided to specifically target minors. On screen, the bound man trembles, his pupils dilating in sheer terror. Second, weaker humans are surprisingly more receptive to the serum. Negative emotions like jealousy and envy seem to assist the awakening. However, this shortcut always comes with a heavy price, as those weaker subjects almost completely lose their sanity. Another victim lies on the floor, paralyzed with absolute terror. Yet the researcher casually writes that this is not an issue. They only need mindless cannon fodder to die on the front lines anyway. Next, a photo shows 3 men bound to chairs. They sit motionless, completely broken. By May 2021, the heinous research finally reached its final stage. The scientists successfully refined the blood to minimize side effects, and a fresh supply of test subjects was delivered. The experiment was a success, and the day to report back to Odin was drawing near. Finally, syringes appear on screen. They are filled to the brim with a bright glowing red serum. By May 2021, the project was declared successful. Even though it was only a partial victory, this limit-breaking drug would play a massive role in Odin's upcoming war. The serum was designed to create an unstoppable army of monsters. Reading this, Jae-hyun's expression grows incredibly dark. He clenches his teeth, realizing the dark truth. The Academy disappearances were never random, they were supplying test subjects. These students are young and weak because they tolerate Odin's blood much better. He slams his notebook shut with grim resolve. This cycle of sin has to end right here. Pappy, walking right behind, looks up at Jae-hyun with a deeply hesitant glance. He clenches his teeth in pure anger. No more victims are allowed. The scene shifts to the elevator. The second basement floor doors slide open. Jae-hyun stares coldly into space, dead silent. A dark, eerie room slowly materializes ahead. It is pitch black, save only by a glaring light right in the center. Jae-hyun steps forward, leading Pappy into the spotlight. He stares blankly at the display, completely stunned. In a room empty of everything but a single book, a strange thing happens. A thick purple mist suddenly rises into the air. Jae-hyun watches the ominous aura seeping from the book, breaking into a sweat. He is speechless. His eyes widen and his brows furrow as he stammers out, "What on earth is this?" The purple fog suddenly surges outward, swallowing the entire table and forcing him to back away. Hera feels the spreading pressure and panics, silently screaming Jae-hyun's name as it reaches her. Even Pappy gets completely swallowed by the mist, letting out a desperate cry. Instantly, the purple vapor blankets the entire room and a massive system screen pops up, welcoming him to a new world. The tale of a boy who longs to be a hero. Suddenly, the swirling mist retreats back into the book. Stream after stream of energy gets sucked into the pages, and once the last wisp enters the book, snaps shut. The room instantly returns to normal, but Jae-hyun is out cold, collapsing right into a deep, heavy coma. A sudden system alert pops up stating that from this moment on, he will play the main character known simply as the boy. He must follow the storyline to beat this themed dungeon. Due to his high rank, he has resisted force synchronization partially. The synchronization is complete at 50%. Moments later, the boy wakes up with his eyes wide open in utter confusion. He bolts upright, completely drenched in sweat. He listens in shock as the system tells him his new story has begun. This is the legend of an orphan boy who dreams of becoming a hero. He looks down at his flawless, unscarred hands, staring at them in absolute disbelief. Suddenly, another system interface blazes to life and he reads the floating text in silence. The screen confirms he has accepted a special quest to uncover the boy's true identity, demanding that he solve this mystery. He is currently role-playing this young protagonist. He must uncover his character's dark past to conquer the themed dungeon. The reward is an active level 5 coldness skill. However, a higher synchronization rate will restrict his independent thoughts. The closer they sync, the more the system controls his mind. Furthermore, his face stays blanked out until his identity is revealed. The stats list him as a 12-year-old boy with a cold, handsome look and an emotionless trait. He stares blankly, completely speechless. He swiped the holographic panels away with a low mumble, deciding to focus on his current situation first. Where on earth is this? He wonders. It seems he got separated from Hera and Pappy, dragged in completely alone. More system pop-ups flash before him. A cutscene has started, meaning his physical actions are temporarily locked by the game. He can only move during transitions. Sitting up, he realizes this means he has no control over his character right now. He remembers his time as Jae-hyun. This exact forced viewing event happened before when he was clearing the Lore Mansion dungeon. Back then, he was also forced to watch cutscenes without any control. He sits quietly, staring blankly ahead as he waits. Suddenly, footsteps echo outside the door. Someone is approaching. That man rolls up his sleeves, preparing to cause some trouble. He barges in, shouting insults at the useless kids. "Wake up already," he barks. "Do you think food is free? Do you think clothes grow on trees?" Hellring his voice, the terrified orphans scramble out of bed. The system immediately chimes. This violent man is the orphanage supervisor, and his entire daily routine consists of abusing and torturing these poor kids. He beats them daily. The system interface updates, providing information on target. Number 1. The boy scratches his head, annoyed. Guardian A. The boy rubs his head in frustration, gritting his teeth as he realizes this manager is a major villain. Guardian A strides in, glaring at a little girl on her bed. "Get out here right now," he orders. The terrified girl obeys immediately, slowly stepping down the ladder with extreme caution. She meekly whimpers out a quiet apology, but the cruel man mercilessly slaps her across the face. She crashes onto the cold, hard floor, completely defenseless. Guardian A looks down at her with a dark, threatening glare. "To survive in this orphanage, you must wake up on time," he sneers. She desperately grabs his pant leg, crying out that she is sorry and won't do it again. She begs him not to hurt her, but he viciously kicks her away. She flies backward, too terrified to resist. He scowls, his voice dripping with absolute disgust. "If you do not want to die, get to the training grounds immediately," he barks. The other kids rush outside, knowing the horrific consequences if they delay. The boy silently watches them go. Outside, everyone is rushing onto the training field. Meanwhile, Zhou stares at his reflection in silence for a moment before heading out to join them. Heading to the training field, where 2 children are standing outside hesitating. Guardian A coldly delivers a stark command: "Fight or else. If you do not fight right now, I will personally end both of you." Hellring this, the 2 kids can't help but tremble, locking eyes in sheer terror. Suddenly, the young boy shoves his opponent. The pushed child immediately lashes back. Before long, a frantic, desperate brawl breaks out between them. Watching from the sidelines with glowing eyes, Zhou quietly scoffs at how trashy this entire scenario is. Guardian A, scowling and saying absolutely nothing, suddenly turns around and orders the blonde kid to step forward. Zhou wide eyes in shock mentally, asking himself if he's really the blonde one. He runs a hand through his hair and stares at the golden strands in his palm in silent disbelief. Wasting no time, he steps forward, haunted by the realization that his reflection wasn't showing in the mirror earlier. The way they fully hide their faces makes it blindingly obvious this boy might be someone he actually knew. The Guardian coldly barks the order to fight. Sweating profusely, Isami hesitates, but Zhou doesn't. He clenches his fist, ready to swing. Almost on autopilot, Zhou lands a clean punch right to Isami's face, looking utterly dazed himself. Apathy trait active. Cold-hearted trait active. He stands completely stunned by his own subconscious actions. Right then, the system screen flashes again. Synchronization rate between player and avatar is rising, currently at 65%. He can't stop his hands from unleashing a brutal flurry of punches onto Isami. Zhou continues his relentless assault without a shred of hesitation, leaving the poor kid gasping in horror. Isami is a notably small kid. Guardian A walks up, pats Zhou's shoulder, praising his performance and telling him to keep going. But Zhou doesn't reply, leaving Isami glaring back with pure hatred, gritting his teeth in bitter resentment. Meanwhile, the system is updating. Character info for number 2, Chamey. He's a cunning manipulator, skilled at turning other kids to his side. The scene then shifts to a memory of Zhou being bullied. Chami sneers, calling him trash. SME finally speaks up, screaming that they were teammates and traitors don't deserve mercy. A traitor like you doesn't deserve forgiveness. Zhou struggles to sit up, watching their three figures fade into the distance. Exasperated, he collapses onto the cold ground, with a heavy sigh, muttering that it's been ages since he took a direct punch like that. Suddenly, a blinding headache strikes, making him wince in absolute agony. Today's beating is a harsh, expensive lesson. If you get into a fight, you must make sure your opponent is completely dead. Otherwise, they will eventually crawl back to bite you. Zhou flashes a sinister grin, his eyes gleaming with dark intent. And then, during the next day's training session, Chami is seen lying motionless on the freezing floor, surrounded by a pool of blood. Zhu had sparred with Chami and completely eliminated him. The scene cuts to the young boy clenching his blood-stained hands tight. Zhou stares silently at the cold, lifeless body on the floor before him. Chami lies there, jaw agape, completely unmoving. Chami is dead. The surrounding children are paralyzed with sheer terror at the horror unfolding right before their eyes. A heavy, suffocating silence fills the training ground as the kids stare in absolute disbelief, shaking their heads at what they've just witnessed. Guardian A looks on with folded arms, showing no emotion. Soon the terrified children steal nervous glances toward him, wondering if he's going to execute Zhou on the spot. Zhou anxiously glances over his shoulder, sweating. After all, the boy just committed cold-blooded murder. No matter the reason, taking a life is unforgivable and punishment seems guaranteed. Suddenly, Guardian A bursts into a sinister, echoing laugh. Completely shattering everyone's expectations, he starts clapping with enthusiastic energy, smiling warmly at the boy and showering him with praise, calling him highly useful. The sharp sound of clapping echoes through the dead silence. The supervisor uses this gruesome moment to deliver a dark sermon, warning them not to be bound by ridiculous, fragile morals. Right now, you are all nothing but disposable tools, or rather absolute garbage that doesn't even deserve to be called tools. Hellring. This Zhou's face darkens with quiet rage, his sharp glare locking directly onto the man. He realizes that they truly are just tools. At that exact moment, the young boy's dark destiny becomes crystal clear. The scene then transitions to a dusty, abandoned warehouse. Inside, children are already targeting each other like cornered beasts. From that day on, the entire orphanage's atmosphere completely shifts. The kids begin slaughtering one another without needing any orders. Brutal daily violence becomes the norm, whether in the training area or outside. No one steps in to stop it. It has become a desperate, savage struggle for survival. Zhou keeps his hands in his pockets, surveying the chaos as killing has integrated into their very instincts. Standing in the shadows, a faint instinctual smirk slowly forms on his lips. After all, he was the one who set this entire bloodbath in motion, smiling mockingly as if none of this horrific violence had anything to do with him. Suddenly, Zhou's pupils violently dilate, gripped by a sudden pain. He clutches his head, groaning in sheer agony, his brow furrowed deeply. Honestly, he didn't even have a grand purpose behind killing Chami. It was just basic survival. The image of a colossal wolf with hauntingly glowing eyes flashes in his mind. Kill or be killed. That's the brutal law that drives him. He vigorously claws at his hair, trying to shake the chilling vision from his head. Damn it. It is getting harder to keep his thoughts straight as his mind slowly fades from the harsh toll of synchronization. The boy slowly looks up. Gritting his teeth, he tells himself that merely resisting is not enough. If this keeps going, he will completely lose who he is. Staring quietly at his palm, he realizes there is only one way left. He must cling to his consciousness and uncover his true identity. He needs to find a way out of here as fast as possible. Standing unsteadily on the cold floor, the exhausted boy squeezes his eyes shut. It is his only real choice. When he finally opens his eyes, they look completely hollow and drained. Then the scene shifts back in time. The young boy sits huddled in a dark corner next to decaying corpses. Months pass by until he is the sole survivor left in the orphanage. He is entirely alone. With heavy downcast eyes, he stares blankly ahead. Everyone else has died, but there is a dark, tragic secret behind it all. His own blood-stained hands tell the real story. He did not just survive, he wiped them all out. Suddenly, footsteps echo from the distance. A figure slowly walks toward the isolated boy. He firmly believes this was his only option. Right at that exact moment, he looks up to see. A strange man stands right before him. With an entirely emotionless face, the visitor breaks the heavy silence and speaks in a cold voice. He says he is a raven serving at the side of Odin. The boy raises his weary eyes to listen as the man continues directly. He offers the boy a choice to join them to become a raven and a loyal follower of Odin. The boy quietly processes this offer. The man introduces himself as Jae-hyun. In response, the curious boy asks what he will actually gain if he agrees to serve Odin. Presenting a weapon, the man explains that Odin bestows this legendary sword upon him. Its name is Ji-chi, a weapon of absolute authority. A powerful aura flows around the blade, radiating immense threatening energy. It is a cursed sword forged by Odin descendants on his direct orders. It is one of the rarest weapons in the entire world. In exchange for his service, this sword will grant him 3 wishes. Without any hesitation, the boy reaches out to take the sword. The man looks down solemnly and gives him a very strict warning. He tells him that once the final wish is granted, something terrible happens. The boy stares at the weapon, mesmerized by its energy. He gazes at the immense power in his hands without showing any emotion. The man warns that this sword will ultimately destroy him. Hearing those ominous words, he narrows his eyes skeptically. Suddenly, old memories of him standing with his biological parents flash in his mind. The boy nods and chooses the one wish he has always yearned for. He wants a family. Immediately, a bright purple light floods his mind. He remains totally numb to the blinding glow, knowing this cold detachment only makes him stronger. But slowly, a question begins to haunt him. What does a family even mean? Next, we see him standing alongside 2 relative figures, taking a formal photo together. The cursed weapon granted his deepest wish, bringing an adoptive father and mother into his life. Yet his expression remains distant. The boy smirks mockingly, his brow furrowed in quiet skepticism. At first, things actually seem pretty decent in his new household. A steaming plate of beef stew is set right in front of him. His new mother enthusiastically encourages him to try the delicious meal. Then a warm male voice hands him a book, calling it a gift. It is a fairy tale book, leaving the boy completely bewildered. He struggles to process this bizarre kindness unfolding right before his eyes. He is experiencing the genuine warmth of a real family. Even though they are not his blood, their affection is undeniable. Suddenly, his pupils shrink as if he senses a hidden trap. He simply cannot comprehend this unconditional love. Staring at his new parents, a suspicious question begins to fester in his mind. Why are they feeding him for free, demanding absolutely nothing in return? It forces him to recall the brutal life in the orphanage. In that dark place, if you did not prove your usefulness, you died. That was the only rule of survival. Everyone who failed to show their worth ended up dead. The boy stands frozen in place, his pupils dilated with rising anxiety. He does not understand this kindness, and to him anything incomprehensible is a threat. His face tenses up with dark paranoia. This is a clear danger. If they have no practical use for him, they could dispose of him at any moment, just like the orphans. He remembers being cornered by bullies. He believes his foster parents will turn on him eventually. His eyes light up with sudden resolve. A terrifying realization washes over him. If that is the case, he must eliminate them first. The scene shifts to a cozy house. Inside, a warm fireplace crackles on a cold winter day. But the peaceful warmth is shattered as a young hand draws a deadly blade. He points the sword directly at his adoptive father, who stammers in complete shock, asking why he is acting this way. Terrified, the father backs away, begging the boy to calm down and put the weapon away. But his plea falls on deaf ears. There is absolutely no mercy left in the boy. He tightens his grip on the hilt, gazing at his mother trembling nearby. Crimson stains the floor near her feet. Sweat pours down the father's face as he keeps begging, but the boy is completely unreachable. He has no reason to listen. With cold, predatory eyes, the boy raises his sword and lunges directly at his adoptive father. He strikes first, convinced they would have eventually discarded him. This is the only survival lesson his harsh life has ever taught him. Always strike first. Boundless curse energy surges into his grip as the blade begins to glow with a deadly light. Suddenly, Jae-hyun's voice roars inside his mind, begging him to stop. The blade freezes in the nick of time. Right before striking his adoptive father, the young boy breaks down as hot tears stream down his face, leaving him utterly confused. Memories of his adoptive parents flood his mind, showing his father's broad back as he speaks to him with a gentle voice. Stop. Looking down at the sword in his hands, the young boy winces and stammers. What is happening? His body is slowly regaining a bit of consciousness and control. He clutches the weapon, wishing he could just sheath it. But suddenly, some unknown force swings his sword forward, sending blood splattering everywhere. Just like that, the emotionless boy slaughters both of his adoptive parents. Suddenly, his synchronization level skyrockets, and he stares in shock at the system screen. His synchronization level is now at 100%. His pupils shrink with rage as he is fully pulled in. No interference is allowed. As blood splatters through the air, the boy stares at his decapitated father, completely frozen. In a daze, cold sweat pours down as he stares blankly at the body. A moment later, he falls deep into his subconscious. Jae-hyun drops into the endless void, cursing as his mind fades. What does this novel want to show? What is it trying to show him? Before long, the young boy suddenly wakes up with a look of absolute terror. After that, he is left with a horrific emptiness and a deep thirst. Looking around the empty room, he wonders, where exactly is this mysterious place? Suddenly, a system notification pops up, informing him that this is a blank point. In this current scene, the user can act freely. He warily scans his surroundings, realizing he still hasn't escaped. This blank point means he is still stuck inside the novel. Spotting the clothes hanging on the rack, he recognizes the uniform bearing the Arthur symbol. Then his eyes lock onto a sword radiating an incredibly terrifying power, the demon sword. He slowly steps onto the cold floor, realizing exactly where he is as he stands up. Looking around the room, he confirms it belongs to the protagonist. He grits his teeth with a sharp, calculating gaze. He must seize this opportunity. Looking at the spotless room, he is determined to find a clue in here. There must be a key back to the protagonist and the themed dungeon. He crouches down, carefully searching the floor. Damn it, he curses, stumbling back up with a sigh. He wonders if there is absolutely nothing here, gritting his teeth. A deep fear creeps in. This blank point is his only chance since he is not bound by the cutscene. He raises his hand in deep thought, knowing there has to be a clue. Suddenly, his eyes lock onto a new discovery. His eyes fill with life as he drags his feet toward a pair of gloves on the floor, staring intently. Without any hesitation, he reaches down and picks them up, his face filled with shock. He clutches them tightly. He purses his lips, staring at the white gloves. A slow, knowing smirk creeps across his face, baring his teeth. Having finally got what he wanted, he stands up straight, absolutely confident that he knows exactly what to do. A sinister smile plays on his lips as his brow furrows. I am back here again, he thinks as his figure begins to fade. The primordial glove in his inventory reacts and the blank point ends. Immediately after, his face appears on screen, incredibly cold and expressionless. The cutscene resumes and the novel's plot begins to progress rapidly. He still cannot feel a single thing. Next, the scene transitions to him standing entirely alone in the void. Countless years pass in an instant. The boy grows up, transforming into a young man. To cure his terminal boredom, he sets out to find his lost emotions. He looks straight ahead with an entirely vacant and hollow stare. Fake love, pity, or salvation, it does not matter. He tries absolutely everything to make himself feel again. Standing strong but completely hollow, he finds nothing. However, upon learning of his search, a dark figure approaches. It is the mysterious Hyun. He approaches the young man, waving his hand with a highly manipulative smirk. Hyun draws near, putting on a highly manipulative look, raising his hand to reveal a bright, mysterious, glowing light before speaking. He claims to hold all of his emotions, promising to return one of them so the young man can finally feel. Staring at the bright light, the young man simply nods. He cannot feel immense joy, deep sorrow, or excitement. He only has a very vague, fleeting awareness that he has actually received something back from Hyun. The boy narrows his eyes, looking closely at his palm. He still has no idea what emotion Hyun returned. He does not know what it is, but the sudden memory of blood splattering everywhere instantly floods his mind. Before long, he finds a clear clue. The vivid memory of the moment he decapitated his adoptive father flashes clearly. He had accidentally slaughtered someone on Hyun's orders, and now a deep, chilling dread slowly fills his eyes. His pupils contract on instinct. The moment his blade cuts the opponent, the boy realizes something. He has finally regained his emotions. Yet his lips betray him, curling into a smile of pure pleasure. It is pure ecstasy. The scene shifts to hands opening a notebook as the boy begins wandering the lands. He slays everyone in his path, eventually resting atop a mountain of corpses. He starts reading an old fairy tale. It was a gift from the foster parents he murdered. Holding his face, his thin lips curve into a smirk. The book tells the tale of a weak village boy who grows up to become a noble knight. Though his eyes remain vacant and chilling, the boy begins to admire the hero from the story. He leans back with a satisfied grin, closing his eyes. He wants to become a hero just like him. It is a vague, distant goal. But soon his path takes a much darker turn as a brutal scene unfolds. A shadowy figure is shown savagely stabbing someone. He keeps slaughtering others, chasing that elusive pleasure. He drives the magic sword through a man's hand. Yet the thrill fades, leaving him empty and bored. His eyes are devoid of pity, frozen with absolute coldness. Everyone in this world is just so weak. Slaying these fragile creatures over and over no longer brings him any entertainment. He needs something more. Grimacing in frustration, he craves a stronger stimulus. He desperately needs a new emotion to wake him up. The scene flashes back to his meeting with Hyun. He finds the entity and demands his other emotions back. But Hyun refuses, explaining that no other feelings can be returned to him besides pure pleasure. Staring intensely at his weapon, the young man realizes there is only one choice. He draws the magic blade. He makes his second wish as a bright star shines in the darkness. But the sword cannot restore emotions. Instead, the boy stares at the weapon with a crazed expression as a new desire takes hold. His wish is simple. He wants to fight enemies stronger than himself. The sword tells him to become Mygan's hero. That way he will finally face worthy opponents. The magic sword grants his wish, and the scene shifts. He arrives in a bustling modern city. Before he even realizes it, he has become the savior of Mygan. He effortlessly slaughters monsters in the streets. There is no deeper meaning or noble purpose behind his actions. He is merely imitating the hero from his favorite fairy tale. His blank eyes stare off into the distance. With every heroic deed he blindly performs, the crowd grows larger, chanting his name in pure adoration. He stands there completely detached as a savior adored by all. Suddenly, a microphone is thrust into his face. Now that he is a famous hero, a reporter eagerly looks at him and asks a simple question. She asks him what his name is. The vision begins to fade as he stands there in absolute silence. Suddenly, Jae-hyun snaps back to reality. His eyes widen in confusion as a faceless crowd appears in front of him. A system notification blares. The trial of role-playing as the boy who admired the fairy tale hero is complete. The system asks him to state the young man's name. After a brief tense hesitation, he quietly speaks. He whispers the name Jae-hyun. Instantly, the world glitches violently like a corrupted tape as the system chimes. The quest to identify the mysterious boy is complete, successfully unlocking the cold-blooded attribute as he stares down. Looking down at his sword, his brow furrows as the entire simulated space begins to collapse around him. Gripping the hilt tightly, he knows he must escape. Suddenly, the blade unleashes a blinding flash of light. The system announces his transfer to the third-floor laboratory. Shielding his eyes from the glare, he hears a voice. A cold voice welcomes him, calling him the adversary. He slowly opens his eyes and lowers his hand. Looking straight ahead, he delivers a calm, provocative reply. He tells the speaker that he was waiting for him. Lowering his head with a sinister smirk, he brings up his current wish, staring down with narrowed eyes. Jae-hyun peers down mockingly, stating that he was waiting for Jae-hyun. He views him as his ultimate foe. Gritting his teeth, Jae-hyun swings his weapon and activates his active skill, transforming his demonic gear. He glares in deep annoyance at the man before him. This is Jae-hyun, the legendary first awakened hero. Seeing him forces Jae-hyun to remember the past. Ever since he was a kid, Jae-hyun was his idol. He was strong, righteous, and incredibly kind. Sitting on the floor, young Jae-hyun used to watch him on TV, a man he truly admired. But now he sees Jae-hyun being controlled like a puppet, a total lie. Honestly, he was just a soulless piece of trash, a puppet being toyed with by Odin's cruel grasp. Jae-hyun gripped his sword tightly, pointing it straight at his target with absolute determination. Looking at Jae-hyun's bizarrely grinning face, he realized what he had to do. He had to end this with his own hands. Jae-hyun narrowed his eyes in pure hatred, staring down the very hero he once idolized. Just then, Hela and Pappy rushed up from behind. Hela, having transformed into her human form, ran up to him. She called out to ask if he was okay. Jae-hyun turned his head back, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. He was just glad both of them were safe. It seemed like time on the outside had stood still while he was in that dungeon. After confirming he was completely fine, Jae-hyun immediately turned to Hela, telling her there was a very important favor he needed to ask. She looked at him with a puzzled, questioning expression. In the quiet room, Jae-hyun laid out his plan. He asked her to handle Jae-hyun while he fought Jae-hyun. Hela giggled, covering her mouth at his request. She had no plans to fight them separately, but then Jae-hyun chimed in, telling them to go ahead with the idea. He wanted to go along with the adversary's suggestion. This caught Jae-hyun completely off guard, making her stare in disbelief. Jae-hyun smiled warmly, his eyes narrowing as he declared his desire for a real one-on-one fight with the adversary. He casually asked if they could leave this fight to him, the legendary Godspeed's sword seeking a fair duel. Hearing this, Jae-hyun immediately protested, warning him that they would face severe consequences from Hyujin and Odin later on. But Jae-hyun cut her off with a glare that brooked no refusal, warning her to stay out of his battle. Jae-hyun cursed him silently in her mind while breaking into a cold sweat as she looked ahead, utterly annoyed by his arrogance. Even if it was the adversary, she wanted to crush him instantly. Still, she ground her teeth, knowing she was outmatched. She could never hope to compare to Odin's chosen bird. After a long silence, she reluctantly decided to back down. She told him to settle it cleanly without any issues. Jae-hyun smirked condescendingly and suggested they take their business elsewhere. She proposed they move to another location. Hela broke into a cold sweat, watching Jae-hyun with absolute caution. Honestly, the sheer magical pressure radiating from these two is absolutely insane. Even with Jae-hyun's divine status, this was dangerous. They remained incredibly dangerous foes, so keeping them separated was definitely their best shot. Hela reluctantly agreed to the arrangement. She stated she didn't want to get caught in the middle of their fight. She then glanced over at Jae-hyun. She warned him that the crow had stolen the ocean's essence from the giant Jimmir's territory, expressing her deep concern. She told him to be careful, warning him of the danger if he didn't find a counter. Then she immediately dashed away. Jae-hyun told her not to worry as he braced his legs, preparing to launch himself forward with his sword raised. He leaped high into the air, ready to deliver a downward slash, declaring he already had a counter-strategy in mind. Jae-hyun looked up with a twisted, ecstatic grin, pleased that it was finally down to just the two of them. He congratulated the adversary for successfully clearing the second floor of the dungeon. Jae-hyun scowled in deep disgust. He screamed for him to shut up as he brought his sword crashing down, but Ju-won merely smirked at the assault. With a swift parry, he deflected the blow and sent Min Jae-hyun flying back, telling him not to be so hasty. Landing safely, Min Jae-hyun looked up in shock, instantly recognizing the mythical demonic sword Ju-won had drawn, a relic from Hugin. It was an undeniable mythical artifact. Ju-won pointed the blade directly at him, saying he had one question before they fought. Min Jae-hyun pulled himself up, highly suspicious of his question. Ju-won grinned wickedly, bringing up the novel from the second floor. He stared down at Min Jae-hyun, unleashing a heavy, suffocating pressure as he asked if the story was actually good. Min Jae-hyun's eyes widened as memories of that tragic and twisted story suddenly flashed back into his mind. He grit his teeth, forcing the words out. He looked up, demanding to know how such a horrible story could ever be good. Ju-won closed his eyes, speaking with a calm sigh. He admitted he had really hoped his own story would turn out well. He looked at Min Jae-hyun and confessed his deep desire to be the main character, a celebrated hero in a fairy tale. He wanted everyone to acknowledge him. Min Jae-hyun glared back with intense anger, snapping at him for bringing this up now. Ju-won calmly replied that he simply wanted to ask a favor. Min Jae-hyun stared at him, completely bewildered by his words. Ju-won narrowed his eyes as if lost in thought. After a moment, he pointed to his own chest with a tired, bitter expression. He asked Min Jae-hyun to end his life. Min Jae-hyun scoffed in disbelief, sweating from the sheer absurdity of the request. But Ju-won insisted it was that simple, begging to be put down. He covered his face, letting out a wild, crazed laugh. He looked up at the sky, muttering that a boring story like his had no reason to continue anyway. He says an unread story should just end. This makes Jae-hyun snap, calling him a crazy bastard. Yet Yu-gwon just smiles, finding it familiar. He turns back, picking up his sword with a cold, blank look. He raises his weapon, grunting that he cannot die easily. Yu-gwon narrows his eyes and prepares to speak. He says he is Odin's puppet and cannot die by choice. Before he can even finish, Jae-hyun charges forward. He urges Jae-hyun to just end him instead of talking nonsense. Their blades clash, throwing off a massive shockwave. Yu-gwon stares blankly as Jae-hyun promises to end him, but only on his own terms. Jae-hyun grits his teeth. He yells that he is putting him down simply because he is a bastard. But Yu-gwon just smiles warmly. He says that is enough and welcomes the fight. Jae-hyun's sword ignites with his signature blue energy. He quickly counters, deflecting Yu-gwon's sword. Jae-hyun glares intensely, trying to read his opponent's next rapid move. He realizes his speed is completely outmatched. Quickly, he summons glowing chains, activating a magic barrier to defend. Completely unfazed, Yu-gwon calls it interesting. He swings his sword with a wild grin on his face. He asks if Jae-hyun is still holding back, neatly slicing through all the rushing chains in an instant. Jae-hyun grimaces, knowing that even with his newly gained godhood, he has only released the very first stage. He cannot maintain this state for long. He has to create an opening and end it in one blow. Watching Yu-gwon charge, he raises his sword. His main priority now is reading his opponent's rapid movements. He needs to capture his rhythm and fighting style. Bracing his feet, he leaps to block the incoming strike. Jae-hyun grits his teeth as their weapons clash, muttering that his opponent's blade is incredibly annoying to deal with. Yu-gwon just chuckles, asking if he has never faced a light sword. His eyes narrow with a cold glare. He suggests making this duel even more interesting. With a heavy swing, he blasts Jae-hyun back through the air. He asks if he likes it, then snaps his fingers. The system notifies that Odin's divinity is now released. Jae-hyun stares in utter shock at the system notification as a grand magic domain begins to manifest around them. He whispers in disbelief as the image of a red-eyed rabbit appears. He stammers, questioning his opponent's identity. The system announces the deployment of Cruel Fairy Tale. Stunned, Jae-hyun demands to know how he can cast such magic. Yu-gwon smiles, saying he is not the best at it but can manage. He grins and asks, what of it? Grinning like a demon, he asks if this satisfies him. Suddenly, a strange crimson liquid rises rapidly up to his knees. Jae-hyun remains calm despite the danger. Honestly, this grand magic should be impossible for a mere swordsman. It is a spell reserved for elite S-rank mages working together to cast. Yet, here he stands doing it alone. Sweat dripping, Jae-hyun stares at his opponent in disbelief. This guy is pulling it off completely on his own. He wonders how a swordsman like Yu-gwon could pull off high-tier magic by himself. Jae-hyun clenches his jaw tightly. He asks if Yu-gwon truly wants to die here. Yu-gwon just looks up blankly, questioning him in return. Jae-hyun snaps at him to stop playing dumb. Yu-gwon simply smiles, observing his opponent very closely. He points out that Jae-hyun is forcing his divinity. He grins, saying their final moments should be fun. He tells Jae-hyun to give it his all since they are both going to die anyway. Jae-hyun grips his sword tighter. He asks if Yu-gwon is really that certain he can kill him. Yu-gwon narrows his eyes, saying absolutely. Jae-hyun falls silent, lifting his sword before locking his eyes onto his target. Both prepare to clash once more. It is a true battle to the death. Jae-hyun strikes first, but Yu-guan predicts the move and counters. Yu-guan smiles, pupils contracting as he lunges forward. Jae-hyun grimaces as the sharp blade barely misses his neck. Yu-guan leaps back, praising his defense while clutching a glowing blue orb in his hand with a satisfied smile. Jae-hyun pales at the sight, stammering at the massive condensed energy before red liquid erupts from the ground below. Something dangerous is rising from the pool. It pierces right through Jae-hyun, forcing a pained grunt from his lips. He clutches his bleeding side in agony, looking up as his opponent slowly approaches him through the rising vapor. He asks if this is the relic stolen from Diogen's sea. Yu-guan walks closer, raising a hand with curiosity. He asks if Jae-hyun already knew about it. A blue aura begins to swirl heavily around them now. It is the ocean's essence, a stone that controls water. Rumors of the theft were indeed true after all. The First Awakened had stolen the ocean's essence from Diogen, a holy relic that originally belonged to Juven. A figure holding a vibrant green orb appears right before us, one of Loki's offspring and a key member of the alliance against the Aesir. But taking advantage of Loki's child's weakness, Ju-won steals the orb and makes a run for it. He just smiles, praising the artifact. With this, his upcoming fight with Min Jae-hyun will be far more interesting. Min Jae-hyun clutches his shoulder, gritting his teeth as he triggers the sacrifice active skill, while Ju-won grins mockingly. He laughs that he didn't expect such a recovery skill, only to be sharply told to shut his mouth. Suddenly, a shift. Ju-won looks up in pure shock. Has the entire atmosphere completely changed? Min Jae-hyun is now enveloped in a radiant golden aura, unleashing his divine status before leaping into the air to answer his challenge. He bounds upward, raising his sword for a devastating downward strike, his eyes filled with absolute determination. He roars out that he will end him right here, while elsewhere in a damn hideout, Ji-hyun opens her eyes lazily. She stretches and raises her arms, noting to Hela that the action has finally started on the other side. Wondering what they should do next, she giggles and asks if she should head out first before narrowing her eyes with a mocking smile. She wonders if they can even handle what is coming when they arrive. Meanwhile, on another side, Fafnir is growling aggressively. The young beast roars at Ji-hyun, standing opposite him, who merely rubs her chin, recalling she sensed his power the moment they met. She observes the dense aura radiating from him with caution, realizing the sheer mana and power inside the creature are far from ordinary. It holds a terrifying, unfathomable potential, making her wonder if this young beast is being raised by their prophesied archenemy. Slowly stepping forward, she pauses. She wants to clear up a quick question before things get messy. Extremely on guard as she approaches, Hela demands to know who she is, prompting Ji-hyun to raise her hands with a sly grin. She casually replies that she is just a humble servant of the Aesir, but Hela narrows her eyes, firing back with a sharp question. She asks if all low-level servants of the gods carry around such incredibly dangerous high-ranking relics as standard gear. Ji-hyun chuckles, admitting it is indeed a bit too powerful for her, but notes it was directly gifted to her by Odin. Hela is visibly stunned, recalling visions of the past even though those events technically unfolded long before her birth. The image of that golden arm ring standing before legendary beasts becomes clear, the legendary drop mirror of Odin himself. It possesses the fearsome power to tear open dimensional portals and summon terrifying creatures across space, making this a tough fight. Ji-hyun flashes a sarcastic smirk, raising her arm and asking if Hela should be worrying about something much more important. Hela looks at her confused by the sudden remark, but Ji-hyun bluntly drops a hard truth, telling her she is simply weaker. Hela keeps her face neutral, hiding her emotions as Ji-hyun points out she likely lost most of her power fighting Heimdall. She smugly asks if Hela can even defeat her in this state, only for Hela to let out a bitter laugh that stuns her. Confidently staring Ji-hyun down, Hela warns her that she is heavily underestimating a true clone of the goddess Hel. She spells it out clearly. There is absolutely no way she is going to lose to a mere human servant. With her deep piercing eyes locked onto her target, she asks if she is one of Odin's annoying ravens. Refusing to let his servant talk down to her, Hela grits her teeth and points directly at Ji-hyun in absolute rage. Instantly, a massive dark claw lunges forward, but Ji-hyun barely dodges, landing roughly in a cloud of smoke. She stares at the small girl's immense pressure, and let's be honest, trying to push a literal goddess around was a massive mistake. She realizes that even if this is just an avatar, she is still dealing with the immense pride of a literal goddess. Resolving to end the fight quickly, Ji-hyun raises her arm, triggering the Draupnir ring with a cold expression. She mutters that she wanted to save this relic from Min Jae-hyun as a massive black hole begins to form above them. The pressure forces both Hela and Fafnir to shield their eyes, recognizing the terrifying divine power pulsing from the golden ring. From the depths of the black portal, a horrifying maw lined with razor-sharp teeth and giant clawed hands begins to emerge. It has the power to summon nightmarish monsters from other dimensions, yet Hela shows absolutely no fear, letting out a smirk. She warns Ji-hyun that she picked the absolute wrong opponent to cross today, looking directly at her with supreme confidence. She asks Jae-hyun if she truly believes a stolen relic can bridge the gap and elevate a mortal to a god. Jae-hyun scowls, demanding to know what she means while Hela begins gathering a massive concentration of magic in her hands. She calmly asks if her opponent forgot whose divine power she inherited, her eyes flashing with a bright, dangerous flame. She promises that this foolish arrogance will be her downfall as magical circles begin to warp and stack around them. Jae-hyun stands completely frozen, breaking into a cold sweat as she realizes this is Hell's true god-tier power. Three skeletons suddenly rise from the ground. Her eyes sharpen instantly and she lowers her eyelashes to speak, saying it is not just about them. To truly tear open the portal, she conjures a massive swarm of shrieking skulls. Jae-hyun watches in sheer horror, completely losing her cool. A mere copy. She cannot believe a lowly fake is actually capable of wielding Hell's mythic-grade magic to summon the undead. Turning pale, she demands to know how a simple fake accessed that power. Jae-hyun looks at her trembling in raw terror. "Hela, you are just a clone," she stammers. Yet Hela simply flashes a sharp grin and asks if she truly wants to know. She is not weaker than the original, she is actually stronger. Hearing this, Jae-hyun panics, wondering how such a thing is possible. Hela calmly replies that on the day she fought Min Jae-hyun, she should have died. She was left with a fragile, broken body. A memory of Min Jae-hyun shielding her in a tight embrace flashes before them. In that moment, Min Jae-hyun casts his divine power directly into her. Jae-hyun loses her temper and snaps, asking what that has to do with anything. Hela just replies that it is quite simple. When he tried to reclaim the divine energy, her body naturally resisted the pull. Clenching her hand into a tight fist, she smiles. Her vessel adapted to the point where she can absorb even more godly power. With a cold gaze, she casually commands them to finish her. Jae-hyun refuses to yield. "Lock them," she screams in panic, her eyes darting back as her face twists in absolute dread. If she fails, Hyun will be furious. But as she spots the swirling dark portal opening up behind her, a wave of relief washes over. She doesn't have the exact coordinates. Watching the chaotic battle, Jae-hyun plans her escape to keep herself alive. Escaping to another realm and sealing the gate immediately is her best shot. But suddenly a fast blur of motion cuts her off. Staring in disbelief, she stammers as she recognizes the creature blocking her path. It is her great enemy's legendary companion, Poppy. Unleashing her ultimate move without hesitation, she leaps high into the air and strikes downward, screaming for the beast to get lost. But as the smoke clears, Poppy is still sitting there, perfectly fine. He lazily sticks out his tiny tongue, looking completely confused. She stumbles backward, her eyes wide with shock. There is no way a lowly pet could possess such incredibly dense, indestructible scales. Glancing back in terror, she realizes only one mythical creature possesses that defense. Behind her, Hela coldly speaks Fafnir's true name, Fafnir. The name hangs in the air. Jae-hyun grits her teeth, sweat dripping down her face in sheer panic. She genuinely believed that the legendary dragon had already been destroyed by their arch-enemy. Hela looks down with a stern, imposing gaze. "It ends right here," Hela declares. The cornered servant of the Aesir grits her teeth, but then she suddenly bursts into mad laughter. Her laughter echoes with pure madness as she screams that even if she is destroyed right here, this entire world is still doomed to fall. Just as she opens her mouth to brag, the chill in Hela's eyes cuts her off. The goddess coldly mentions the incoming army. "Do you mean the divine warriors of the gods?" Hela asks mockingly. Jae-hyun clutches her chest, her eyes widening in absolute horror. "How do you know?" she stammers, terrified that a secret of the gods has actually reached the ears of a mere clone. Hela raises her dry hand, noting that their great enemy is far cleverer than they think. She stares deeply into her eyes. Listen closely, as she has not done this in a long time. Suddenly, thick, suffocating black energy surges and wraps around Jae-hyun's body. Raising her hand with glowing predatory eyes, Hela speaks with absolute authority, declaring her status as the true representative of Hell. Dozens of skeletal hands erupt from the ground to pull her under, as Hela pronounces that Hell's final judgment has arrived for her. The ghastly hands drag her down mercilessly. Hela states that her soul will be locked away in the absolute coldest depths of Helheim. Countless pale arms sprout from the shadows to pull her down. Finally, a massive skeletal hand violently drags Jae-hyun deep into the abyss. Her soul will be torn to shreds, ensuring she can never find peace. Hela watches the execution with total chilling indifference, frozen in place. The goddess silently watches Jae-hyun's final desperate grasp sink forever into the heavy shadows below. The fallen Valkyrie's enchanted ring clatters onto the dirt. Reaching down with her pale fingers, Hela gently picks up the artifact. As soon as she holds it, Poppy eagerly bounds over to her side. He looks up at her with big, expectant dragon eyes. Hela smiles, instantly understanding what the little creature wants. Dropping her gaze, she softly thanks him and calls him a truly brave dragon. Without another word, she lets herself collapse backward onto the hard ground. Exhausted, Hela sighs as she lies flat on the floor. She suggests taking a quick break. Glancing over at her companion, she notes they probably cannot enter that magic barrier anyway. Hearing this, Poppy helplessly flops down to rest. Having fully unleashed her divine power, Hela joins him to recover her energy. The two close their eyes to rest for a while. Meanwhile, in another location, a bizarre, monstrous rabbit with crimson eyes appears. Blinding sword slashes rain down in a tight frenzy as Jae-hyun and Yoo-jeon engage in a fierce life-and-death struggle. The boss looks down at On with a cold smile, remarking that he heard about his awakened divine power, calling it quite impressive. On stares straight back, saying it is far more than just impressive. Both leap backward, and Yoo-jeon watches On grip his weapon tightly. He grips the sword in his hand and speaks. If not, then he opens his palm, revealing a glowing orb inside, asking if he should show you something a bit more interesting. At that very moment, a crimson tide starts flooding up to his feet, causing the panicked man to scream in absolute terror. What is going on here? Jae-hyun begins activating his secret skill as a brilliant light suddenly starts to materialize right in the palm of his hand. Jae-hyun uses that force to propel himself high into the air, gritting his teeth in determination, realizing he cannot move normally due to the essence of the ocean. His leap completely shatters the ground below, triggering his active earth-shattering skill. Active skill. Meanwhile, Yoo-jeon remains completely calm in the face of this sudden strike, panting heavily as he stares straight ahead. Suddenly, he seems to realize something, his pupils constricting in shock. Jae-hyun stares into the empty space before him. Completely stunned, he vanished. Completely. Immediately after, a sword suddenly strikes at him. From behind, a voice speaks as he grins with pure madness, asking if he did I scare you? But instead of panic, Jae-hyun only chuckles tightly, gripping the sharp blade of the sword with a wild grin. And laughing like a madman. He turns his head and growls, I caught you. Yoo-jeon still has no idea what he means. Multiple system alerts suddenly flash in rapid succession, activating his active skill, demonic replica, and successfully copying the target item. The first mythic item is successfully copied, and his Mistletoe soul weapon has been upgraded to level 5. The process of distributing random attributes for the copied item has been cancelled. He has now successfully copied the legendary mythic magic sword Turfing. Drenched in sweat, Jae-hyun struggles to speak, asking for a fair fight. Yoo-jeon immediately shoves him far back with a smug, knowing smile, and whispers, you were waiting for me to strike so you could steal my Turfing. Jae-hyun stays silent, only watching him mutter to himself. Watching him, Jae-hyun recalls their first clash, remembering how he realized he could never defeat him with his current weapon. Defeat him with his current arsenal. An image of his regular sword appears. Turfing is a slender, incredibly sharp weapon built for speed. Its agility easily outclasses any bulky greatsword. Suddenly, the creepy image of that strange rabbit from earlier flashes vividly in his mind. However, he couldn't take on Yoo-jeon with magic alone, all because of the opponent's oppressive magical domain. A dark field. The gloomy fairy tale domain is currently active, boosting all swordsmanship and weapon damage while severely weakening any active magical effects. Looking at his opponent, Jae-hyun ponders the situation. This magic field weakens spells while buffing physical strength, leaving him with extremely limited options. Unconsciously tightening his grip on his sword, he realized he had to utilize his replica skill. By using demonic replica, Jae-hyun regains his serious composure, dropping into a battle-ready stance to stand on equal footing with Yoo-jeon. Remembering the brutal slash from earlier, he knew taking damage was necessary since the skill required him to touch the weapon. With a sinister smile, Yoo-jeon mentions that Hyo-yeon warned him about an enemy capable of copying various skills and powerful, warning him to be careful since that target is far more dangerous than expected. Jae-hyun doesn't reply, simply grinning back. He silently scoffs, of course he already knows that. Suddenly, system screens flash before his eyes, equipping his newly copied weapon. He equips the mythic-grade magic sword Turfing, one of the most famous and feared blades in all of ancient legend. When this blade is unsheathed, it must claim a life before being returned to its scabbard, though in exchange it grants 3 wishes. However, once those 3 wishes are fulfilled, the curse turns back to destroy the wielder. The higher his synchronization with the blade, the greater the damage dealt, but the wielder risks completely losing self-control if their mental state becomes heavily unstable. The system warnings flashing in front of him show exactly how dangerous this weapon is. Frowning, Jae-hyun stares down at the strange sword in his grip, which radiates a sinister purple aura. This demonic sword is ranked top among mythic items. Gritting his teeth, he stares at it anxiously. It is a blade ready to consume its master the moment their mind falters. Opposite him, Yoo-jeon smiles brightly, noting that the mental backlash penalty cannot be bypassed. Jae-hyun grits his teeth, finally realizing since Yoo-jeon is completely devoid of human emotion, he has absolutely no reason to suffer from any mental destabilization penalties at all. Staring at his opponent's inhuman soulless smile, Jae-hyun understands. That must be the exact reason why Odin gave him Turfing. Gritting his teeth drenched in sweat, he realizes this curse is completely irresistible, even for a brief moment of holding it. All around him, a dark aura swirls, constantly feeding an intense, unstoppable urge to slaughter anyone and everyone in his path. Jae-hyun can feel his heart pounding violently while his breath hitches in his throat, but despite the immense pressure, he smiles. Instead of succumbing to the pain, a savage grin spreads across his face. He raises his voice, asking if the opponent really thought he would face him without a countermeasure. Yugen simply chuckles calmly, asking what kind of countermeasure that could possibly be. Frowning, Jae-hyun growls back, this is it, activating his active skill, Cold Blood. Only then does Yugen show some genuine surprise. Clutching his head, Jae-hyun lets out a wild laugh, declaring that his mind has finally cooled down and returned to normal. Yugen maintains his plastic empty smile, noting that his opponent's skill is indeed a blessing from the three legendary Norn sisters. Did Mimiya give this to you? Jae-hyun wonders, staring at the ballet's sword, a weapon he has never once wielded. After a heavy silence, he speaks. Maybe, so he answers softly. Instantly, a system screen flashes before him. The passive skill Blade Garden triggers, boosting his swordsmanship mastery. Blade Garden, combined with his mana perception, lets him read the glowing trajectory of T-Akin's sword and predict his opponent's next move. Jae-hyun locks eyes with Jukan. Let's finish this quickly, he says. We don't need to drag this out any longer, do we? Jukan smiles back, his voice buzzing with pure excitement. Fine challenger, he says. I wish you luck. They charge, diving straight into the next round. Jae-hyun and Jukan sprint toward each other. Jukan raises a glowing blue orb in his hand. Smirking, Jukan unleashes his active skill, Glacial Earth. Jae-hyun does not hesitate for a second, maintaining his charge. Both thrust their blades forward simultaneously. Jae-hyun's eyes widen, channeling everything into this single strike. Jukan lunges in, baring his teeth. Their blades clash with a deafening screech as Jae-hyun screams out that he is going to end everything right now. A blade is instantly stained with fresh blood. Jae-hyun coughs up blood, realizing Jukan has already pointed a sword tip at his throat. What a pity, Jukan sneers, looking down at his bleeding opponent. I really expected more from a challenger. I was so sure you would be the one to defeat me, Jukan mocks. But Jae-hyun calmly grabs the blade and replies, then that's perfect, there is nothing left to regret. Jukan gasps in pure shock. Wait, what? Jae-hyun looks up at him. With absolute determination in his eyes, Jae-hyun whispers that he has won. Without wasting a single millisecond, he drives his sword forward. The blade pierces Jukan, whose face twists in sheer disbelief as a system notification pops up. Invisible Sword, 3rd Stance Extension Sword activated. Jukan's weapon slips from his grip, clattering loudly onto the cold floor. He stumbles back, clutching his face, stammering in shock. How is this possible? Jukan stammers. Jae-hyun wipes the blood from his mouth, staring down at him. He recalls his memories before regressing. The Invisible Sword style is built on 5 core stances, yet at this point in time, Balak can only use 2 of them. Jae-hyun channels healing magic while his mind races. That was why during the battle against Fafnir, he made sure to copy Blade Garden. Sure, there are plenty of stronger skills out there, but his reason for choosing this one was incredibly simple. Blade Garden serves as the foundation for the Invisible Sword. Once all 5 stances are mastered, it evolves into an ultimate skill. If he can reach that peak before Balak ever unleashes the 5th stance, he will hold far more cards in his hand. He lets out a breath, looking down at the wounded Jukan. The first step on this long path was that 3rd stance, Extension Sword. It is a technique that condenses mana to extend the invisible blade. No matter how strong the enemy, it forces a single crucial opening. Jae-hyun looks down at the bleeding Jukan with a faint smirk, his mind completely focused on the absolute victory. On an equal playing field, if the enemy leaves an opening while drawing his extended blade, will always pierce them first. Congratulations, challenger, Jukan mutters, struggling to stand. You won. Flashbacks of a much younger, innocent Jukan flicker on screen. He used to read fairy tales left for him, deeply admiring the heroes. Jae-hyun unconsciously tightens his grip on his sword. Perhaps it was because Jukan could never truly forget his parents. Suddenly, painful fragments of the past flood his mind. Without his emotions stripped, Jukan could have been a gentle boy instead of a cold-blooded killer. Honestly, it is almost tragic, but that is just a fantasy. You are still a murderer, Jae-hyun says coldly. Jukan clutches his throat, gasping for air. Your sins can never be forgiven. Jae-hyun states flatly. He raises his sword high, preparing for the final execution. That is why you must die, Jae-hyun says. Thank you for listening to my final request, Jukan rasps. Stop talking, Jae-hyun growls. I am sick of all of this. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupts. Jae-hyun stares at his sword, glowing with strange energy. What is this mana? Jae-hyun wonders. Jukan looks up at him with a weak smile, narrowing his eyes. Don't worry, he whispers. I have no intention of harming you, Jukan says. Telepathy, Jae-hyun gasps. But Jukon's mind voice continues, telling him he has work to do. In Jukon's mind, a robotic system voice asks if he wants to make his final wish. He slowly nods his head. The system warns that once his final wish is granted, he will face complete destruction. Even so, does he still wish to proceed? Absolutely, Jukon replies, relaxing with a peaceful expression. Jae-hyun, unable to process what is happening, yells out in panic. Jukon, wait. What are you doing? Jae-hyun's mind is a total mess. He forgot about the enemy's final wish, never expecting self-destruction as the price. If Jukon wishes for the total annihilation of everything here, there is no stopping it. Talk about an absolutely wild plot twist. Bestow it upon the challenger, Jukon commands with a wild, crazed smile. Yet behind his happy expression, deep sorrow lingers. Give him the power to change the ending of this brutal, tragic fairy tale, Jukon whispers. Even Jae-hyun is left completely speechless. He stands in complete daze, listening to the villain's final confession. I really believed I was the main character of this story, Jukon says. But I was wrong. I am just a minor villain. Getting defeated by the protagonist isn't a bad way to go. Ju-won raises his blood-stained hands to give a final parting gift. He struggles to speak, offering this final gift as Jae-hyun looks down at him with a silent, deep frown. Why on earth did you do this? A sudden system notification rings out, making him frown as the demon sword Tyne executes a command. That was the user's third wish. He demands to know what Ju-won really wanted, choosing this at the very end. Ju-won offers no real answer. Time is up. He stares intensely at Jae-hyun's face for one last silent moment. A final farewell. He calls him the challenger, but then Ju-won immediately corrects himself, looking up with a faint smile. No, he says, the real protagonist. Jae-hyun watches the scene unfold, his brow furrowed as the user's destruction officially begins. He stares at the massive entity that just consumed Ju-won, wondering if this is the end. The dark shape begins to dissipate. The glowing blade rapidly loses its light. Jae-hyun can clearly feel the demon sword, Tyne literally slipping away from his hands. He stares at his empty palm in absolute disbelief. Since the weapon was bound to Ju-won, it was destined to vanish with him. His eyes widen in shock. Fortunately, he already used his replication skill on the weapon before it faded away entirely. So even with the sword gone, he loses nothing. Suddenly, a barrage of glowing system screens flashes right before his eyes. A new effect for the Lost Eye of Odin has officially unlocked. He has finally acquired the active skill Eye of Insight rank X. The previous Insight ability merges completely. This rank X skill allows him to see through the true essence of any existence. It analyzes item tiers and dissects enemy stats instantly. Jae-hyun looks up, his mind completely racing at this massive upgrade. This was the parting gift Ju-won promised him. Jae-hyun lets out a satisfied smirk, realizing the sheer power of this reward. With this, he holds an incredibly powerful trump card. He looks up as dark cracks begin spreading across the sky. He can easily gain the upper hand against other Asgardian gods now. Suddenly, the entire space around him begins to shake. The barrier shatters into pieces. The cruel fairy tale stage has finally collapsed, and he immediately looks up at the sound. Hela runs over with a bright blush on her cheeks, calling out his name. She smiles, absolutely thrilled to see him safe. She praises his impossible victory. Jae-hyun nods softly before calling out to Pappy, who is standing at a distance. Pappy crosses her arms, acting tough despite facing a mythic-grade user. Jae-hyun just smirks, brushing her attitude off completely. Hela chuckles, teasingly reminding him that she was the one who just saved him from getting blasted by that giant crow. Jae-hyun laughs and gently pats her head, praising her. But his playful demeanor quickly shifts back to a serious look. He asks if their presence means the enemy has been fully dealt with. She nods, looking down at the ground. She confirms the core is successfully retrieved. Jae-hyun turns his gaze toward a massive glowing orb floating nearby. He wonders aloud if they really need to return this precious item to the giant sea serpent guarding the deep ocean. Hela immediately giggles, pointing out that he never actually had any intention of giving it back to the beast anyway. Of course not, he admits. He reaches out to grab the glowing sphere, prompting another system screen to pop up. It identifies the item as the essence of the sea, a mythic-grade treasure that holds absolute power over the tides. It grants him total control over water, boosting all related skills. Jae-hyun quietly celebrates this massive power upgrade. There are no direct stat boosts, but the passive effect is incredible. No wonder Ju-won wanted it so badly. The glowing orb vanishes into his inventory. Jae-hyun turns around and starts walking away without saying a single word. Hela follows him, utterly confused about what he is looking for. Jae-hyun explains there are still limits to break. There are definitely more limit breakers hidden around this place. He looks down, refusing to leave them behind. She nods along, realizing he has a point. Suddenly, his eyes lock onto a specific spot hidden in the rubble. He spots a pile of syringes and mutters that he found them, instantly remembering Director Ji-yeon's serious warning. She had explained that their research on the new substance was stalled due to a severe lack of samples. She requested that if he ever found more limit breakers in the future, he should send them for research. Jae-hyun rolls up his sleeves, deciding it is best to send these back to Director Ji-on for deep analysis. With a sly grin, he announces that they should begin. Hella stares from behind, completely baffled by his words. She asks what he means, her eyes locked onto his hands. She panics when she realizes what he holds. She screams, demanding to know what he is doing as he prepares to plunge the needle straight into his arm. She yells that it contains Odin's blood, but he only responds with a chilling grin as he pushes the plunger. Veins bulge across his face from the intense limit break. He knows the risks, but the power is worth it. He has to slay the gods. His eyes instantly turn cold. There is absolutely no reason to throw away this perfect chance. Meanwhile, she covers her mouth, thinking to herself, "Oh my god, Min Jae-hyun is completely insane. How does he dare inject Odin's blood into himself?" As the syringes clatter to the ground, the system alerts him of a sudden massive increase in his neural capacity. She watches him inject the serum, frantically wondering if he is crazy. Then a new notebook entry appears. According to the logs, those who fail to break their limits are just mediocrities, lacking proper neural strength. But even with the alerts ringing in his ears, his mind will not break. He is ready for this. His neural capacity surges and his divine status release level increases by 1. Min Jae-hyun looks around at the interface. A new slot is unlocked. He breaks into a wild, maniacal grin looking at the system's new mythic capabilities. He vows to devour every bit of it. The scene shifts to another grand location where Odin mutters darkly. With a grim expression, he demands to know if they successfully eliminated Ju-won. Bowing his head slightly, the subordinate confirms it. Zeryu is also confirmed dead. He slowly adds that Dami has also been stolen. Hellring, this Odin clenches, his fist glaring as he orders that the enemy is growing stronger, faster than expected, and must be eliminated, at all costs, by any means necessary. Suddenly, the subordinate speaks up, saying he is extremely sorry to report this. Under the circumstances, but there is one more thing to report. Unable to hide his irritation, Odin asks if it is more bad news. Bowing his head, the subordinate explains that unfortunately, yes, the prophesied enemy has obtained the limit breaker and has injected it into himself. Odin screams in a fury, demanding to know how, as the subordinate looks up to reassure him. It seems the enemy knew the limit breaker contains Odin's blood and deduced it could forcibly boost his neural capacity. Odin bows, his head hiding his emotions before roaring in a fury. How dare a mere lowly human inject his divine blood and steal his divine status? The scene shifts to Min Jae-hyun and Hela walking with Fafnir, yet Odin's rage still echoes. He vows that this time he will put an end to Min Jae-hyun and lock him away forever. The frame zooms in on the prophesied enemy. Sparks of the thunder god's power crackle in his hands as Min Jae-hyun looks at his system screen. He has finally reached stage 2 of divine status release. Until now, he had to rely solely on Thor's skills to survive. But now he can copy yet another mythic skill. Min Jae-hyun rubs his chin in deep thought, wondering who he should choose next. Hunting down the crows to gather divinity and copy skills is simple enough, but finding the actual gods is a different story. Min Jae-hyun's eyes narrow slightly as he stares at the system window. Honestly, there is probably no need to overthink this. He thinks of Odin. After all, those arrogant gods are bound to seek him out themselves, whether he likes it or not. They will never stop targeting the prophesied enemy. For now, staying calm and carefully planning his next move is what matters. Hela lies on the bed, watching him closely. She notes that this stunt has completely thrown off Odin's grand plans. She slowly explains that breaking the limit was actually one of the chief projects Odin had been researching for ages. Min Jae-hyun nods in agreement. He glances back over his shoulder, listening to her advice on the situation. With his divine status raised to stage 2, the Aesir gods who only manifest 30% power will be no match. Min Jae-hyun places a hand over his chest, his expression turning serious as he looks down at his wrists to examine the changes. He felt the shift the moment stage 2 unlocked. Clenching his fist, he knows he can defeat even Heimdall. Hela relaxes on the bed casually, mentioning that Odin will likely remain quiet for a while along with the other Aesir gods. They have overused their divine status trying to break the limit. Min Jae-hyun looks back with a faint sigh. Min Jae-hyun murmurs that they might actually get some peace now. But then a sudden system notification pops up. The text states that Fafnir has reached his level limit and a quest is required for further growth. A new subquest is issued titled The Dragon's First Growth. Pointing at the screen, Min Jae-hyun turns to Hela. He notes they should get on this immediately, and Hela agrees, recalling how helpful the dragon has been. The system details the quest, which requires them to defeat a sleeping boss at a lake in Japan. To trigger Fafnir's growth, they must eliminate the giant sleeping boss monster currently lurking at Lake Chuzenji. The conditions require defeating this beast. The quest difficulty is A+, and the reward is a level increase for Fafnir. Hela looks at the screen with wide eyes, insisting they must help Fafnir grow. Min Jae-hyun looks on deep in thought. Fafnir's scales are legendary masterpieces. Though currently a weak baby dragon, his potential after maturing is absolute top tier. But completing this quest is not going to be easy, and Min Jae-hyun knows they are in for a struggle, making her eyes widen. Honestly, there's a problem. Helra wonders why he is sighing like that since it does not suit him at all. He lowers his voice. Jae-hyun covers his face and speaks even if the principal is on my side still. His face darkens as he admits that he has missed too many days of school. She gasps in shock while he rubs his chin trying to evade. Missing more classes as a freshman will seriously affect his grades, but they cannot afford to miss this golden opportunity for Fafnir to grow. Jae-hyun puts a hand to his head, ruffling his hair in deep frustration. What should he do now? Suddenly, something pulls him back to reality. Jae-hyun pulls his phone out from his waistband and looks at the incoming text message. "What is this?" he asks. He looks at the profile picture and freezes. It is Kim Yoo-jung. The scene shifts to the evening streets. A girl with slender legs walks gracefully down the road as sunset falls. Behind her, someone suddenly calls out the name, Seo-in-ah. Seo-in-ah turns around to look behind. Seeing the person standing there, she calls out Sun's name and asks if something is wrong. Sun quickly denies it. As Seo-in-ah watches her stutter, Seo-na covers her mouth, laughing gracefully as she asks about Min Jae-hyun. She asks if he has a girlfriend yet. Seo-in-ah breaks into a nervous sweat and replies that he probably does not. Seo-na covers her mouth in excitement and hands over a love letter, asking Seo-in-ah to deliver it to Jae-hyun for her. Seo-na turns around and walks away, reminding Seo-in-ah to tell him he must reply. Before Seo-in-ah can even react to the situation, Seo-in-ah calls out for her to wait, but she is already gone. She then looks down at the letter in her hands. Looking at the letter decorated with 2 hearts, she realizes this beautifully wrapped envelope clearly has an obvious intention behind it. Holding it makes her chest tighten. Why does she feel so strange? Unconsciously, she grips the paper as a sudden wave of jealousy hits. Seo-in-ah lowers her head, telling herself that she should still deliver it anyway. The scene then transitions over to the quiet library. A few days later, everyone is slumped over a desk complaining about the field trip. Kim Yoo-jung lies flat on the table groaning. Is it that time already? She groans. She sits right up, claiming they deserve a break after fighting dangerous monsters all day. She adds that Principal Kim Dae-sun is surprisingly understanding about it. Seo-in-ah smiles, her face completely brightening up. Next to her, So-jun does not look pleased and asks why the field trip location suddenly changed so out of nowhere. Weren't they originally supposed to go to America? Lee Jae-sang confirms this, but she wonders why Jae-hyun is suddenly acting so strange. Jae-hyun coughs nervously. He knows exactly why it changed, flashing back to his conversation with Ji-won just a short while ago. Back then, he nervously asked Ji-won about changing the trip. He admitted that he was the sole reason behind the sudden shift. He asked if that would be all right. Ji-won softly replied that Japan was already on their list of candidate spots anyway. She reasoned that blaming the change on safety issues at the original destination would easily convince the school board. This way, he keeps his attendance up while helping Fafnir grow. Relieved, Jae-hyun smiles and promises to stay in touch. He thanks her, knowing this is the absolute best solution. The scene then transitions to a beautiful scenic landscape of water. Their destination is Lake Chuzenji in Nikko, Japan, where a poetic waterfall flows gracefully down the mountainside, looking completely peaceful. It is home to one of the 3 greatest waterfalls in Japan, but the screen suddenly flashes back to a burning forest. The entire area has been blocked off due to a sudden outbreak of dangerous monsters, forcing them to pivot to Okinawa. Jae-hyun sits back with a relaxed look. Heading directly into a dangerous, sealed-off zone for a class trip seems totally absurd. Besides, he really needs to escape the constant watchful eyes on him. A subtle knowing smirk plays across his face. He knows exactly what kind of monsters are waiting there. It is finally time for his regressor cheat code to shine. Kim Yoo-jung interrupts his thoughts. She warns him that whenever he makes that smug face, something bad is bound to happen. Jae-hyun waves her off, shooting back that she is actually the real troublemaker. Kim Yoo-jung glares at him in annoyance. She raises a hand to press him further, demanding to know where he plans on disappearing to this time. Jae-hyun rubs his cheek. He claims he just wants to relax, suggesting they go buy supplies for the trip instead. He comes up with an idea. He suggests splitting up. Kim Yoo-jung sighs in disappointment, asking if he really has no intention of sharing his plans with them. She gives up and suggests playing a game to split into teams. Seo-in-ah scrolls through her phone and agrees to start. Kim Yoo-jung excitedly prays to be on the grocery shopping team, while Lee Jae-sang chimes in wanting the exact same thing. Everyone stands up as Seo-in-ah announces the final group assignments. She puts Jae-hyun and Seo-in-ah on grocery duty. Next, So-jun is paired up to check equipment and supplies, leaving Ho-seon and Lee Jae-sang in charge of entertainment. Jae-hyun slams his hands on the table and stands up, declaring the team set. He then looks down, calling Seo-in-ah softly. Seo-in-ah hesitates when he asks if they should head out. Meanwhile, a different voice suddenly echoes from nearby. A clerk offers samples as crowds of shoppers bustle around. The two of them walk past a tasting booth. Jae-hyun reaches for an instant meal kit on the shelf, checking the label and wondering if kimchi and seasoning are really enough. But Seo In-ah stops him, warning that those processed meals are bad for him, leaving him sweating a bit as he tries to explain. He argues they should treat themselves since it is a school field trip, but she stands firm, winking playfully at him instead. She promises to cook something way better once they arrive. Jae-hyun nods in agreement, knowing instant noodles could never beat her cooking. They decide to look for other options, and with a bright, happy smile, she happily agrees as they keep moving together. As they walk and chat nearby, students recognize them, wondering if those two are actually the famous Min Jae-hyun and Seo In-ah. It has only been a year, yet they already formed their own party and are outperforming all the upperclassmen at the academy. Classmates gossip about why they are alone together, whispering that they make such a good-looking couple and must be secretly dating. Everyone is whispering about how perfect they look together, but Jae-hyun can only feel like someone is watching them very closely. Assuming the others are also shopping for the trip, he looks over at Seo In-ah, who is starting to look pretty embarrassed. While he does not care about idle rumors, he worries it might make things awkward. Seeing her blushing cheeks, he feels guilty. Seo In-ah keeps her hands shoved in her coat pockets, keeping her eyes cast downward as she walks beside him in silence. Suddenly, she stops. Her mind instantly flashes back to the strange request she received earlier that afternoon. She remembers being asked to hand a letter to Jae-hyun and get his answer, sparking a painful conflict inside Seo In-ah's mind. That girl definitely has feelings for him, which is why she wrote it. Anxiety builds inside Seo In-ah, mixing with something else. For some inexplicable reason, she simply does not want to deliver it. Her hand tightly grips the hidden envelope inside her pocket. Frustrated by her own jealousy, she lowers her head and softly calls out his name, asking why he never dates anyone. Jae-hyun stops walking, caught completely off guard by her sudden question. He asks why she is bringing this up right now. Blushing intensely, Seo In-ah stammers that she is just curious why a great guy like him does not have a girlfriend yet. Jae-hyun offers a gentle smile, telling her that he is not that great. He closes his eyes and looks up thoughtfully. He explains that being a raider is an incredibly dangerous job. Since he could die at any moment, a relationship seems unfair. He worries about leaving someone behind. Looking at him, Seo In-ah realizes just how incredibly considerate and deeply caring he really is. Standing in his gentle light, her heart flutters. He always puts the well-being of others way before his own safety. She knows most people would hesitate to face that kind of constant danger, yet he is always ready to sacrifice everything. Her face burns even redder, fully drawn to his selfless warmth. But after a brief hesitation, Seo In-ah decides to take a leap. And then she drops the ultimate question, asking what if someone actually wanted to face those dangers by his side. Stunned, Jae-hyun listens as she pushes further, asking if he would actually date that person. Her ears turn completely bright red. He hesitates. Then he coldly admits that he does not think he would ever do something like that. Her eyes go wide. She is completely stunned by how mature and protective he actually is. He glances away. Honestly, he just does not have the confidence to treat someone the way they actually deserve. Dropping the subject, she silently continues shopping alongside him. Her fingers brush against the hidden confession letter once again. Watching his broad back, Seo In-ah makes a firm, quiet decision. She will never hand this love letter over to him. The scene suddenly shifts back to the academy campus before his regression. Jae-hyun remembers the very first time they ever met. The vivid memory of young Seo In-ah casting her powerful magic instantly floods his mind, standing out sharply against the background crowd. Back in their academy class, she summoned a stunning blue whirlwind, showing off an incredible amount of raw skill. Her radiant, beautiful face captured everyone's attention. He still remembers how the entire room looked at her in pure awe. Naturally, she became the center of constant gossip among the students. She stood there silently, holding her magic staff. In those days, Seo In-ah carried a cold, unreadable expression. Her sharp eyes and long lashes gave off a completely emotionless vibe. She was a lone wolf who trusted absolutely nobody, always marching forward as if some invisible shadow was constantly chasing her. She never glanced at the people or things around her, utterly focused on her path. Back then, Jae-hyun simply could not look away. Watching her walk past back then, he distinctly remembers thinking how incredibly exhausting her isolated life must actually be. Even years later, when he saw her on television, that strong, cold first impression of her had barely changed at all. Staring at the screen, Jae-hyun realized she was still carrying that same heavy, lonely burden, unable to trust anyone. She seemed destined to suffer in silence, but everything shifted the moment he uncovered the deep hidden pain she carried. He finally understood why she acted this way. All that pain she had to endure, caused entirely by her own family. Her past self flashed before him, but after his regression, the Seo In-ah he knew now was a completely different person. She no longer suffered from deep distrust. In fact, she was actively building close bonds with her teammates. Thinking back to Yoo-jung, he had a realization. She opened up because of Kim Yoo-jung and because of him. Her soft expression made him wonder. Perhaps her frozen heart started to melt back when they first teamed up for the hunt, or maybe during the raid. Looking down, Seo In-ah gathered every ounce of her courage to quietly ask him a question. She asked if he wanted to date, making him realize he had noticed her feelings. He looked at her, calling out her name. Without hesitating, she confessed her true feelings, looking straight into Min Jae-hyun's eyes to tell him clearly that she liked him. He stood there completely stunned. Staring at her sudden raw confession, he simply could not find an easy answer. He watched her vulnerable back. Knowing exactly what emotions drove her to speak, Min Jae-hyun tried to find an escape. "I do not think it can work," Min Jae-hyun stammered, believing she was just confused. She only fluttered because he was the first person to ever hug her. Min Jae-hyun explained that even with good people out there, he wasn't good enough. She had to face reality. This was not real love. Suddenly, the scene transitions to a clear, bright blue sky. A few days later, trip preparations went off without a hitch. Yoo-jung ran over with a bright, massive smile. She cheered happily, shouting that she was so excited to just play video games and relax during the entire trip. They would take a bus to the Japan Teleportation Center. Behind her, Min Jae-hyun stood, laughing completely, amused by her energy. She was clearly way too excited. But then his smile quickly faded. He remembered something important and looked up. Their circle had grown so much, he thought, watching the busy crowd. Ho-seun walked up with a knowing smile. He asked if Min Jae-hyun felt nostalgic looking back at their long journey. Min Jae-hyun was surprised he knew. His friend laughed. "You always have that look," he said. But then Ho-seun broke a sweat, bringing up rankings. "Things are getting difficult," he admitted. Glancing at his friend, Min Jae-hyun could not blame him for worrying. Director Kim Ji-yeon had been promoting Circle Number 9 like crazy. Now rumors were spreading everywhere about them. Some claimed their circle was inferior. But the circle Min Jae-hyun founded deserved to be among the Academy's absolute elite. Other students even said they should take the spot left behind when Chan's Circle Number 4 suddenly dissolved. Min Jae-hyun nudged his friend's shoulder, playfully teasing him about being famous. Suddenly, Yoo-jung's voice echoed loudly from afar. She urged him to get on the bus quickly because everyone was waiting. He followed Ho-seun, yelling back that he was coming. Stepping onto the bus, Min Jae-hyun looked around. There are still so many empty seats left, he noted quietly. He randomly picked a spot, figuring they could sit anywhere. He slumped down into the seat with a sigh. Right behind him, Seo In-ah suddenly stood up. So-yoon looked back, teasing Lee Jae-sang for sitting in the back row. "Are you an elementary schooler?" she asked. He began to stammer, completely embarrassed. But a sudden movement made her turn around. So-yoon saw Seo In-ah sitting right next to Min Jae-hyun. Seo In-ah asked to join him, and Min Jae-hyun hesitantly agreed to it. "As long as you are comfortable," he said. So-yoon immediately turned to Lee Jae-sang, asking what he thought about that. Lee Jae-sang was surprised. "It's just sitting together, right?" Annoyed by his cluelessness, she told him to forget it. Still, So-yoon kept glaring sideways at them. Something major had definitely happened between those two, she thought to herself. The bus sped down the highway. Min Jae-hyun stared out the window, trying to convince himself everything was peaceful. He glanced at Seo In-ah. Ever since her sudden confession, the atmosphere between them had become incredibly tense and awkward. He sat as stiff as a board. Her words back then were clearly a confession, and he hoped she had just spoken without thinking. Maybe she didn't know how to express her feelings. But looking closely at Seo In-ah's face, he saw her true expression. Her face was completely flushed red. Realizing this was no mistake, Min Jae-hyun felt another heavy burden settling on his shoulders. He clenched his fists tightly. Despite the distractions, he had a mission seeking revenge and protecting what truly mattered. None of these goals could be pursued half-heartedly. Min Jae-hyun grit his teeth as the pressure began weighing on him. Holding his head in sheer frustration, he remembered his situation. A 20-year regressor dating a high school student? Absolutely not. That felt entirely wrong. Pulling out his headphones, he brushed the thoughts aside. Love was an unaffordable luxury. He had to stop Ragnarok. There was simply no time for any distractions, so he slipped his headphones onto focus. His only priority was growing stronger. But right then, Seo In-ah leaned in close, asking if he was listening to music again. Min Jae-hyun turns to Seo In-ah in surprise. She shyly tucks a strand of hair behind her ear and asks if she can listen along too. The scene shifts to a bustling city where Yoo-jung yells out in pure excitement. Okinawa is finally right in front of them. Seo In-ah smiles happily, noting they arrived much earlier than expected. Jae-sang is just as thrilled, looking around at the beautiful coastal atmosphere. The whole place feels incredibly peaceful. So-young crosses her arms, asking how he can tell all that just by looking around. Min Jae-hyun scans the area and silently agrees. This place is indeed a safe zone located far from the monster-infested quarantine sectors. Suddenly, a voice calls out from a distance. The instructor is gathering everyone up to make an important announcement. He speaks calmly, outlining the rules as the students hang on every word. On day 1, they will head to their lodgings. After unpacking, they will visit a few planned attractions. For now, everyone must stick strictly to the group's schedule. The instructor delivers his instructions with a serious look. From the second day onward, the students are free to explore on their own. However, they must travel in groups of at least 2 people. If they register their pairs early, they can go unsupervised. Everyone is free to sightsee as they please, provided they submit a report on their activities at the end. Before Yoo-jung can even finish speaking, Seo-in steps up. Her hair flutters in the wind as she approaches Min Jae-hyun with absolute determination. She gathers all her courage, looks him straight in the eyes, and asks if they can partner up for the second day. Min Jae-hyun whispers her name, completely stunned. Remembering her intense expression from earlier, he realizes she is being completely serious about this. Her recent behavior made him suspect this might happen, but he has to push his own feelings aside and deliver a rejection. He tells her he is sorry, delivering a blunt rejection that completely freezes Seo-in in place. They cannot go together. Looking down to hide his eyes, Min Jae-hyun explains he has solo business on day 2, which he already cleared with the director. Seo-in looks down, whispering in disappointment. Meanwhile, a sudden shout echoes from nearby as So-young watches them with wide, shocked eyes. So-young wonders if Min Jae-hyun and Seo-in are having a massive fight, but her friend admits she could not hear a single word. The crowded streets are packed with people shopping. This training trip lasts 5 days, with only the very first day being scheduled. The remaining 4 days are completely open. It is a long break, but highly necessary for students who battle monsters every single day. Without some genuine time off, these exhausted young fighters will never find a chance to truly relax and recharge their minds. Knowing this, the Academy actively encourages free travel. Min Jae-hyun glances around the street, stalls, his mind fully focused on his goal. His plan is to play along with the group today, then start his secret hunt tomorrow at Lake Chu for a critical evolution. Min Jae-hyun frowns as a major schedule conflict looms, but then Seo-in suddenly appears with a bright smile and calls his name. She offers him some food, her entire attitude clearly shifting ever since their little incident back at the market. He accepts the snack, his mind completely tangled. Thanking her, he wonders how on earth things managed to get this complicated. Staring at the skewer, Min Jae-hyun reflects on how busy he has been lately, leaving absolutely no time to think about relationships. He stares straight ahead, finalizing his decision. There is simply no room in his heart for Seo-in right now. He knows he needs to address this soon before her feelings grow into a massive, unstoppable snowball of emotional trouble. Without any hesitation, he asks her about her invitation yesterday to spend the second day of the trip together. Seo-in blushes and nods, but her eyes fly open in pure shock when Min Jae-hyun unexpectedly agrees to go with her. He tells her they should go together tomorrow, adding that he has something very important to share with her. She asks what it is, but Min Jae-hyun insists on waiting until tomorrow. Now she cannot help but wonder what he wants. Still, she smiles happily. She is not great at socializing, but she is incredibly grateful that he actually agreed. Deep down, Seo-in clutches the hem of her skirt. She is not foolish, she can already sense his actual intentions. She knows his answer might not be the one she wants, but she remains firm and completely undeterred by it. Ever since understanding her own heart, she has made up her mind to never take a single step back again. It hurts too much hearing other girls talk about Min Jae-hyun or seeing anyone else try to get close to him. Her face darkens at the mere thought of it. She's staring down at the ground, fully resolved to win his heart. She has absolutely no intention of giving up on him. Behind them, the rest of the group watches the tense interaction. Yoo-jung notices Seo-in's sudden personality shift. This once shy girl is now acting without any hesitation whatsoever. She is behaving exactly like a protective girlfriend, which makes Seo-in frown in deep and uneasy thought. The extremely shy Seo-in is actually taking the lead, prompting a senior nearby to whisper that something major happened between them. Another student quietly advises that it is their private business and they really should not interfere in it. Seo-in lies awake long after night falls, her mind completely tangled in a web of complicated, delicate feelings. She lays there next to So-yoon, lost in thought, but the vibe is far from romantic. Closing her eyes, she tries to find peace. It really looks like Seo-in is just suffering from a one-sided crush. Old memories flood back. Did those two start dating? That was the question she asked back then, her fingers unconsciously tightening around the blanket. Friends do not ask things like that without a reason. Maybe Seo-in liked him even back then. She tosses and turns in bed, deeply annoyed. Why is she feeling so incredibly frustrated? Beside her, So-yoon shifts in surprise and asks what is wrong. She whispers, "Are you really that worried about it?" Seo-in instantly denies it, turning away to hide her face. "It is not worry," she murmurs, "just a really strange feeling." How is she supposed to handle this? Seo-yoon speaks up in a serious tone. "You know, Seo-in has liked Min Jae-hyun forever." Seo-yoon quietly agrees that it certainly seems that way. But So-yoon immediately fires back with a question, "What about you then? Do you seriously not have any feelings for Min Jae-hyun?" Seo-yoon instantly blushes crimson, shouting back in frustration, "What are you even saying? So-in calmly tells her she knows exactly what she means. If you hesitate for too long, you are going to regret it. What are you talking about? Siona mumbles softly. So-in goes quiet, leaving Siona to drift back into her memories of Min Jae-hyun. Who is Min Jae-hyun to her anyway? She quickly shakes her head. No, he is just an old friend, nothing more. Smiling bitterly, Siona insists she does not like him. That way he is just someone she has spent a lot of time with. She claims she only worries because Seo-in-ah is so fragile, but So-in immediately splashes her with a harsh bucket of cold reality. If you keep lying to your own heart, So-in warns you are the only one who will suffer in the end. Seona hesitates, clutching the blanket as she wishes she could take her words back. So-in sighs helplessly, telling her to act right now. Just do it, you idiot. Before long, morning arrives with a clear blue sky. Pappy shrieks as Min Jae-hyun hurries to get dressed. He apologizes to Pappy, explaining that he needs to go out alone this afternoon. His eyes drift as he wonders about today. Can he actually reject her properly today? Grabbing his coat, he tells himself that his priority is just to meet up with Siona. He needs to explain his current situation to Siona. But of course, he has absolutely no intention of bringing up his regression. There is no way he is telling her about the gods either. Staring into the mirror, Min Jae-hyun resolves not to drag his friends down. He cannot let them get caught in more danger. He pauses, keeping her totally in the dark would also feel pretty wrong. He thinks back to Seo-in-ah. If he does not handle this clearly, she will never let it go or accept the truth easily. Today is going to be one incredibly long day. Get ready because here comes the most awkward date of his life. Min Jae-hyun spots Seo-in-ah standing nearby looking lost in her own world. Suddenly, she looks up and notices him walking toward her. She asks if he finally made it and he nods, scratching his head nervously while suggesting they talk while they walk. They step inside together, surrounded by a heavy, suffocating silence that neither of them seems quite brave enough to break. Min Jae-hyun glances over at her. She is walking so close he feels like he can almost hear her heart racing. Above them, massive whales glide gracefully through the water, drawing both of their gazes upward toward the glass. Breaking the quiet, Min Jae-hyun finally speaks up, suggesting they take their time and actually look around the exhibits. Schools of fish dart happily through the tanks while the two of them watch in silent, mesmerized wonder. Seo-in-ah smiles and walks ahead to follow the fish, leaving him to walk quietly a few paces behind her. Her eyes sparkle as she watches the marine life turning back to flash him an incredibly warm, sweet smile. Min Jae-hyun stands frozen, completely captivated as a faint, subconscious smile starts to tug at the corner of his lips. After grabbing some drinks, Seo-in-ah stares into the water and realizes how late it has gotten, a quiet sadness on her face. She murmurs her thanks to him for showing up. Taking a deep breath, Min Jae-hyun says he has something important to tell her. She looks away, asking if they can discuss it later, but he gently insists that he needs to say it right now. With a heavy sigh, she turns to face him. Min Jae-hyun looks down, struggling to find the words to address her feelings. But just as he starts, the whole room suddenly begins to shake. Oh, great, talk about terrible timing. Instantly reacting, he lunges forward to grab Seo-in-ah as panic breaks out. Everyone around them starts screaming in terror. Have the monsters managed to penetrate this far into the city? Held tightly in each other's arms, they brace for the worst. She looks up desperately, hoping it was all just a mistake, while he silently curses his fight-or-flight reflexes. Pulling away, Min Jae-hyun tells her they need to put their conversation on hold, but she desperately grabs his arm. She begs him to just tell her. Looking at him seriously, she says the monster mana she feels is incredibly low. Seo-in-ah stands frozen when Min Jae-hyun suddenly murmurs a quiet apology. She never expected him of all people to sound so genuinely regretful. Tears quietly stream down her cheeks as she turns her head away. She softly whispers that she already told him they should talk later. Hearing Min Jae-hyun call her name, Seo-in-ah brushes her tears aside and refuses to look back. She simply says that maybe his answer will change soon. With those final words, both of them sprint in the exact same direction. But when Min Jae-hyun arrives, the scene before him leaves him completely speechless. He stammers in utter shock, wondering what on earth just happened. The massive monster lies completely defeated and he can barely believe his own eyes. He wonders if the Japan Alliance decoy raid team pulled this off. But right then a sudden growl catches his attention and makes him freeze. It turns out Pappy is standing there, letting out a low growl. Min Jae-hyun gasps in surprise right before Kim Yoo-jung walks up with a cheerful wave. Min Jae-hyun quickly asks Kim Yoo-jung why she is here. Flustered, she scratches her head and explains that her seniors had other urgent business to handle. Left with no choice, she had to come all the way here alone. Min Jae-hyun looks at her, asking if she defeated this giant beast herself. Too embarrassed to give a straight answer, she just awkwardly scratches her head. Min Jae-hyun immediately decides to contact the instructors before things get worse. He warns them that this place is still far too dangerous, so they need to move. It looks like the threat here is finally over. Shortly after, the three of them gather outside the aquarium. Within 20 minutes, the academy instructors arrive on the scene to assess the damage. Reports suggest the entire incident was caused by a critical defensive failure on the part of the Japan alliance. They failed to secure the perimeter around the danger zone, prompting a highly concerned director to make an urgent phone call. Director Kim Cheon demands the Japan alliance take full responsibility for this mess, especially since several young students could have been seriously injured. Letting this slide is simply out of the question, as other nations might look down on their prestigious academy if they stay silent. Jae-hyun hangs up with a sigh, explaining the situation to the group. Roa politely bids farewell, stating he has some private matters to attend to. Jae-hyun walks away without looking back. "We will talk later," he promises her, leaving her standing there in silence. Seo In-ah stands there in a daze, unable to reply. Kim Yoo-jung gently suggests they head back to the lodging since it is getting late. Suddenly, Seo In-ah speaks up, offering an apology in advance. Kim Yoo-jung looks back at her and asks if her visit to the aquarium had to do with them. Startled by the question, Seo In-ah stammers and looks down, trying to find the right words to explain her sudden appearance. Seo In-ah insists she was simply wandering around aimlessly and ended up there by chance. Kim Yoo-jung stays silent, letting her friend continue. She laughs it off by reminding her of her terrible sense of direction. Kim Yoo-jung simply smiles, and the scene soon shifts to later that afternoon. Inside a cozy room, So-eun is drying her hair after a fresh shower. She suddenly turns to ask if the two of them are actually dating. It seems all of their prior suspicions were completely spot on. Getting straight to the point, So-eun asks if she is truly fine with how things are. After a brief hesitation, Seo In-ah firmly replies that she is completely fine with it. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a heavily guarded perimeter. 2 sentries guard the Forbidden Lake area, with one of them yawning from sheer exhaustion. He mutters a curse, wondering how much longer they have to stand watch. He complains about not just gathering all the raiders to clear it. He wishes they could just wipe out the monsters and go home. His partner chuckles, noting that their luck is just that bad. If it were really that simple, the higher-ups would not have forced highly skilled A-rankers like them to do all this grueling manual labor. He asks his partner if he heard the rumors, and get this, apparently there is a legendary treasure hidden deep inside. Rumor has it that a terrifying S-rank monster is currently slumbering within. Suddenly, a strange rustling sound echoes from the deep forest. One guard immediately raises his weapon, shouting into the darkness. He demands to know who is approaching their heavily restricted zone. The guard barks at the intruder to get lost immediately. Jae-hyun calmly replies that he knows, just as the system activates his brainwashing skill. As the powerful mind control magic takes hold, he softly repeats that he is well aware of the entry ban. The guard foams at the mouth and collapses. His panicked partner screams, demanding to know what Jae-hyun just did to him. Jae-hyun remains completely calm, calling out to Pappy. With a swift motion, he easily tears the heavy metal barrier wide open. Stepping quietly through the shattered gate, Jae-hyun slowly ventures inside. He looks up toward the ceiling with a look of pure wonder. Everything is exactly as he predicted. Watching the torrents of water crashing down, he notes that it looks identical to his last visit. Jae-hyun carefully navigates past the dark voids on the water's surface, which look ready to swallow everything in sight, including 8 massive whirlpools. He follows the flowing stream, intending to draw out the hidden beast. To do that, he must first get closer to the raging whirlpools. Under normal circumstances, any ordinary person would instantly be dragged down. Jae-hyun firmly grips the glowing sphere tightly in his hand. He steps directly onto the raging water. Possessing the powerful essence of the sea, he merely smiles as he walks across with absolute ease. Crossing the treacherous waters is nothing but a breeze for him. He reaches the dark void, remembering that magical beasts are divided into 3 categories. Images of various beasts flash by. The first category consists of foreign magical beasts that emerge from dangerous dimensional gates. An image of glowing fireflies appears. The second type is natural monsters born from mutations, just like the moonlight fireflies. Something suddenly materializes in the palm of his hand. This brings us to the third type, the very threat he must face right now. With a cold expression, Jae-hyun looks down at the monsters born from an immense surge of mana fused with human beliefs and local folklore. As the legends of mankind blend together, Jae-hyun pours a strange liquid down below, initiating the birth of the legendary beast. Emerging from the depths of Japanese mythology, the massive form of a dragon rises just as the ancient legends once described. This legendary serpent is a dragon boasting 8 heads and 8 tails. Jae-hyun grins wickedly at the sight of Yamada no Orochi. The scene shifts to a bustling city as a voice echoes, asking if this official document truly originated from the European Union. Nodding in confirmation, he says is absolutely certain. Moria then questions if they want the Japanese Association to stop hunting the Black Hoods. Moria tightly clutches the newspaper in his hands, exclaiming that he cannot understand this before crossing his legs and resting his chin. He blurts out, wondering what on earth the European Union and Balak are thinking to send such a ridiculous demand. As the head of the Japanese Association, Moria darkens when his aide apologizes, admitting he does not fully understand the situation either. Neither Camilla Balak nor the European Union provided a clear explanation, even though the Black Hoods are supposed to be their enemies. An image of a man lying on the floor beside Zero appears as they discuss the recent high-profile theft of a sacred relic. News has spread that they lost to a single hooded thief and failed to protect the relic, leaving Camilla staring blankly at the screen. This failure has turned into an international disgrace, landing on the front pages in Japan. Moria forcefully slams his documents onto the desk. He demands to know why they suddenly decided to halt the chase and what could possibly compel them to make such a request. Why would they ask other nations to stop their pursuit as well? Moria closes his eyes in deep thought, wondering if there is collusion. If the European Union and the Black Hoods are working together, then that would be the only logical explanation. He frowns in frustration. If that is true, then the strength of the Black Hoods must be wildly overblown. He knows Balak is far too proud to do this. With such massive pride, it makes no sense for him to praise someone else so highly. But then a realization suddenly hits him. It is pathetic either way, as both Balak and the European Union have clearly fallen from grace. He decides to drop the matter entirely. He dismisses it, telling Moria to change the subject and report on their preparations for tomorrow's massive raid. How is the raid on Lake Chuzenji coming along? The aide solemnly reports that everything is ready with plenty of special wine prepared. They have gathered enough sacred wine to fill the entire Chuzenji whirlpool area, with plenty left over to lure the beast. Moria nods, muttering that they should face no issues as long as they stick to the plan. But then a sudden interruption occurs. The aide's phone begins to ring and he quickly pulls it out. Moria looks up in alarm, asking what is going on. The aide immediately answers, pale-faced, hearing that a major event has just occurred near the lake, leaving them completely cut off. He frantically confirms his presence, describing a massive explosion that shook the entire building as his voice begins to trail off. He promises to head over immediately. Annoyed by this sudden disruption, Moria demands to know what on earth is happening. The aide gravely reports that they are facing a severe crisis. The target location is Lake Chuzenji, where disaster has struck. Yamada no Orochi has prematurely awakened. Hellring, this Moria freezes in absolute shock. The legendary monster is active. This beast has slept peacefully for years since its initial appearance, and now it rises right when Jae-hyun arrives to fight it. The awakening comes just one day before their planned raid. Jae-hyun stares at the massive snake, joking about the 400 bottles of wine. The system immediately alerts him that the regional boss, Yamada no Orochi, is watching. Jae-hyun softly whispers the beast's legendary name. The serpent lets out a thunderous roar, releasing waves of raw power. In the original timeline, the Japanese Association failed miserably here. Their forces were completely wiped out, and the monster was only subdued years later. Now the myth of the curly-haired god comes to life. This legendary deity gained global fame through various modern adaptations, but the core myth remains the same as Susanoo's ancient battle. The god used strong sake to intoxicate the eight-headed serpent, weakening it before delivering the final fatal blow. Since the beast was manifested from this very legend, it is bound to suffer the same weaknesses detailed in the original mythology. Jae-hyun studies the monster, realizing its existence is tied to local folklore. This connection gives him a massive tactical advantage. By exploiting the legend, taking down this leviathan will be a breeze, but the serpent is already preparing its first devastating strike. It unleashes a breath attack, but Jae-hyun is unfazed, having memorized these exact attack patterns from the historical records. All he has to do now is reap the rewards. Channeling the power of his mystical orb, he blocks the incoming elemental blast. The essence of the sea allows him to command water itself. Jae-hyun concentrates his mana, reflecting the massive torrent right back at the monster. The reflected blast hits Yamada no Orochi, making it roar in agony, while Jae-hyun simply smirks, noting that water attacks are useless. Jae-hyun stood tall and confidently declared war, saying if the beast wanted to defeat him, it had better try another move. "Don't you think so?" he challenged. The monster angrily shrieked and stared intently at him. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun was getting more thrilled than ever, thinking that was exactly right. If it was an S-class monster, it had to at least do that much. Yamada no Orochi roared to the heavens, preparing its next strike. It spat a torrent of toxic purple liquid at Jae-hyun, but he spotted it quickly and leaped back to dodge the attack. He picked up Pappy, keeping his eyes locked on the snake. Suddenly, the dragon let out a squeak as he threw it behind him. Jae-hyun instructed Pappy to keep watch over there just in case. Smirking, he declared that he would end this entire battle very soon. Jae-hyun stared at the terrifying Yamada no Orochi, promising to help it evolve as the beast struggled to muster its ultimate defensive skill. To retaliate, Yamada no Orochi relied on its deadliest weapons, the absolute control over water pressure and a highly lethal venom. The beast glared in frustration, but a system notification chimed in. Hela's protection would neutralize every single negative status effect thrown at him. Facing Yamada no Orochi, Jae-hyun casually asked if its compatibility with him was truly that bad. Then he used his feet to spring up. Leaping high into the air, Jae-hyun rushed toward his target without hesitation. Both of those heavy attacks were completely useless against his skill. With his active skill successfully triggered, Jae-hyun glared down at Yamada no Orochi. A savage smile slowly crept onto his face. Grinning with pure adrenaline, he manipulated the water currents with his skill, delivering a devastating kick right to one of the giant heads. He plunged back down toward the water to land right as one of the massive heads severed completely and crashed into the lake. He glanced back, noting that was head number 1. Watching from afar, Moria stood completely frozen in shock, eyes wide with utter disbelief. What on earth was that? Were those really the movements of a human? Moria stared from a distance, completely taken aback by the spectacle. That was no raid team, it was just a single lone raider. Moria watched from afar, highly confused. Was he actually trying to take down the S-rank boss Yamada no Orochi? Moria's eyes trembled, still unable to accept reality. That should have been completely impossible. Even a famous S-class like him had failed here, even after bringing along the massive group of highly skilled A-rank raiders. Watching Jae-hyun clash with the beast, Moria recalled how they only postponed their own raid because the monster refused to leave the water. Cold sweat dripped down his face as his pupils dilated. He never expected anyone to steal their target right from under their noses. Yet instead of anger, Moria felt an overwhelming sense of respect. He stared at Jae-hyun, deeply curious about the man's identity. Who was this mysterious warrior fighting an S-rank boss all by himself? Suddenly, Moria's breathing grew heavy as a realization struck him. Wait, it couldn't be. Just then, hurried footsteps approached from behind as a bodyguard called out Moria's name only to be cut off. "Keep quiet and watch," Moria hissed, gritting his teeth in disbelief. He had never expected to cross paths with this individual here. From a distance, Moria radiated intense focus. That unique outfit and high skill level could only belong to one legendary figure. It was the infamous Black Cloak. Moria watched in absolute awe, realizing the man was soloing an S-rank boss completely by himself. He analyzed every movement. What Balak had said in that interview was definitely not a lie. This man's mana pool was absolutely insane. It far exceeded Moria's own, even though he was an S-class raider himself. As Moria crept closer, Jae-hyun subtly glanced back. They had finally arrived, the Japan Hunter Association. A dark smirk played on Jae-hyun's lips as he anticipated their next move. He turned his attention back to Yamada no Orochi. He planned to use them as he activated his magic tool manifestation skill. The skill triggered and a legendary sword slowly materialized in his hand. Jae-hyun held it firmly, ready to unleash its true power. He had successfully manifested the mythical demonic sword Turving. His eyes narrowed, determined to brand the name Black Cloak into history once more. He recalled sitting hesitantly on his bed before the school field trip, realizing he needed a perfect plan to grow stronger. He had to hunt down bosses and gather every single hidden item across the globe to reach the peak of power. However, buying raid permits or constantly verifying his identity under his real name would only cause unnecessary headaches and draw enemies. That was when he made his choice. Operating under the alias of Black Cloak would grant him the absolute freedom he required. The disguise made it incredibly easy to move in the shadows. Bowing his head, Jae-hyun planned his next moves very carefully. His primary goal was not just defeating bosses but skyrocketing the reputation and value of this mysterious Black Cloak persona. His strategy was simple but brilliant: lure the Japan Association here, while he single-handedly annihilated the S-rank Yamada no Orochi. This would force them to fear Black Cloak, sparking massive media coverage worldwide. Suddenly, a blue system notification flared to life. He activated his divine power state, unleashing a suffocating deadly aura that enveloped his entire body. His value would skyrocket. He stood perfectly still, waiting for the monster to strike first. As Yamada no Orochi lunged forward, he couldn't help but smile. In a world overrun by deadly monsters, this was the ultimate way to elevate a raider's status. He dashed forward with blinding speed. He executed a flawless slash across its massive body, spraying blood everywhere. The beast wailed in agony as Jae-hyun calmly turned around. With Thor's power active, Jae-hyun smiles in sheer satisfaction, knowing the fastest way to end this is immediate annihilation. Unleashing a terrifying wave of power right at the beast, his absolute overwhelming force completely engulfs the giant serpent. A massive earth-shattering explosion erupts on the spot, forcing Moria to shield his body from the shockwave. He looks up, an expression of pure horror. This is insane, utterly absurd. Staring directly at Jae-hyun, Moria mutters to himself in disbelief. Is he even human? Step by step, Jae-hyun approaches before turning on his heel to check the system screen. The system alerts that he successfully hunted Lake Chueni's boss Yamata no Orochi, completing the first phase of his quest. He has acquired the tail of Yamata no Orochi. Half of Jae-hyun's face is cast in shadow beneath his black cloak. He looks like a true monster. Watching Jae-hyun approach, Moria realizes that compared to every hunter he has ever met, this guy is absurdly strong. Furrowing his brows, Moria knows this power far exceeds human limits, and he cannot help but recall what Balak once said. The man wields a sword, yet his mana pools rival Camilla's. Moria narrows his eyes in serious thought. No way was this a fluke. Even if they fought 100 more times, the result would still be exactly the same. Moria's face is completely pale now. He originally thought Balak was just exaggerating about the black-robed figure, but he was dead wrong. That it was all just empty praise. But looking at Jae-hyun now, he knows the black-robed monster is the real deal. Right then, an anxious subordinate runs up to Moria, looking absolutely terrified and desperately asking what on earth just happened. That guy faced Yamatano Orochi all by himself. Moria snaps back in pure anger, telling his subordinate to shut up. Angrily asking if he wants to die, Moria leaves the subordinate dazed. He then reveals that the man before them is the legendary black-robed hunter, the absolute monster who conquered the Great Ruin of Ron. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun looks at his hands, wondering if he is stronger than he realized or if his force control was just off. Stretching sleepily, he yawns, realizing that thanks to Fafnir's passive skills, this battle felt way too easy. Growing stronger was only a matter of time. Putting his face mask back on, he focuses on his next task. Suddenly, Jae-hyun calls out in a deeply annoyed tone, demanding those hiding in the shadows to step out since their concealment failed miserably. Over on the side, Moria grimaces, knowing they were spotted from the very beginning. Stepping forward, Moria asks directly what the black-robed hunter wants here. Jae-hyun casually glances over, asking how he knows him. Moria counters, asking if conquering the Great Ruin was not enough. Whispering for Fafnir to get back inside, Jae-hyun acts completely confused, asking what on earth Moria is even talking about, telling him to stop playing dumb. Moria steps closer, accusing him of being the infamous plunderer who stole their legacy of Northern Europe, fearing he intends to do the same here. Amused, Jae-hyun realizes he has caught a major fish. This man represents the Miajin Union, a massive player in the Japanese alliance. Suddenly, his active skill triggers. Insight Eyes activates, evaluating the target's threat level based on their abilities. The danger level of the target is classified as low. Jae-hyun chuckles, pointing out that he just killed Yamatano Orochi, saving them a massive headache. Extending his hand, Jae-hyun asks if he deserves a reward for his help, leaving Moria standing there completely speechless. His face darkens as he tries to find a rebuttal, but Jae-hyun is right. The beast was their biggest headache. Still, Moria cannot comprehend why rumors label him a plunderer and criminal. He looks at Jae-hyun, deeply questioning why he fought a battle with absolutely zero guaranteed loot. For a supposed plunderer, this move makes no sense. The fight brings absolutely zero profit. Questions race through his mind, wondering why the black-robed hunter even came here. Moria demands to know his real goal. Lowering his gaze, Jae-hyun calmly replies that he has no specific purpose. Moria looks at him, nervously asking if he plans to wipe them out. Behind him, the subordinate breaks into cold sweat. How could an S rank like Moria say such a thing? He acts like he has lost before the fight even began. Just how strong is the black-robed hunter to warrant such a reaction? Jae-hyun quickly steps in to clear the air. He has no intention of killing anyone, as he genuinely dislikes unnecessary violence. Slaying the beast, Moria sighs in relief, asking if he came solely out of curiosity for Yamatano Orochi. Jae-hyun nods, prompting Moria to ask if they can talk. Smiling, Jae-hyun praises his quick wits, adding that he only has one request. Moria's face darkens, knowing a demand is coming. He acts like he was waiting for them all along. Moria narrows his eyes, his mind racing with wild possibilities. A powerhouse of this caliber wouldn't care for money, likely demanding political asylum or cleared records. Either way, he must comply to avoid angering him at all costs. Sensing the heavy tension, Jae-hyun playfully tells him to relax his face. There is no need to be so tense. Moria sighs inwardly, knowing he stands absolutely no chance against this monster. Jae-hyun casually suggests just writing an article about him. The reporter gasps in complete shock, questioning if he really wants an article. Jae-hyun just nods in response. He casually asks the reporter to make him look like a good guy if possible. Soon the day transitions into a calm, windy night. After wrapping up his late-night conversation with Miss Jenin around 2 a.m., he sits quietly in front of his system interface. He returns to his lodging with Fappy. Jae-hyun studies his original interface screen, noting the only remaining quest goal is his companion's evolution. Before meeting with Mizin, he had put off Fappy's evolution to prioritize their talk, but a sudden notification now flashes on his status screen. The system asks if he wants to teleport to the Dragon Valley to complete the second condition of his beast's evolution quest. He pauses at the message, turning to his creature to ask if it is ready. Jae-hyun reaches his hand out toward the glowing screen. He prepares to tap the button, shouting to initiate the teleportation. In an instant, Jae-hyun is pulled headfirst through a dark, cavernous rift. He winces as he looks around the rocky cave, realizing they have arrived. The travel leaves him nauseated as teleporting always upsets his stomach. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoes through the cavern, noting it has been a long time since a stranger set foot in this place. Jae-hyun immediately straightens his posture and demands to know who is speaking. The echoing voice simply tells him to step further inside. The voice promises to wait for him. After a brief moment of hesitation, Jae-hyun turns to Fapi and tells his pet to follow. Footsteps echo in the enclosed darkness as they walk. Jae-hyun suddenly stops, sensing a powerful presence as a towering figure emerges before them. The mysterious figure speaks first, welcoming the enemy of the prophecy. He confidently introduces himself as Durin, the Watcher of the Dragon Valley. Jae-hyun looks up in surprise, asking how the Dragon Master could possibly know his title. Durin gives a calm, knowing response. He claims he heard it from the sisters. Jae-hyun points to the side, realizing he must be referring to the three Norns who saw his future. Durin looks down at him, promising to help the young beast grow. He reassures Jae-hyun that he intends to support Fapi's evolution. He tells Jae-hyun to follow him. The scene shifts to a bright, breezy sky on the third morning of the school field trip. A teacher's voice rings out, announcing roll call before their daily schedule begins. So-young frowns, scanning the group with deep concern. She wonders where Jae-hyun is. Hobin lazily replies that he briefly returned at dawn, but his bed was empty when he checked the room. This makes her visibly annoyed. She complains about his free-spirited attitude since they had all agreed to hang out during free time. So-young turns around, suggesting they just head out without him. She notes that he can deal with submitting his attendance sheet on his own. She mutters about what a major hassle he is. Hobin tries to calm her down, suggesting there must be a good reason for his absence. Just then, Lee Ji-sang turns towards Seo-in-ah with a cheerful grin. He casually asks her about her trip to the aquarium with Jae-hyun yesterday. The moment he brings this up, the atmosphere instantly turns incredibly heavy. He keeps pushing, asking her how the date went. So-young and Ho-seon desperately try to shut him up, calling him a complete idiot. But Lee Jae-sang just beams, clapping his hands in excitement. So-young wants to scream at him for being so completely clueless. She points out that he needs to start reading the room. Seo-in-ah clutches her head in quiet distress. Her eyes are visibly red and swollen from crying all morning, which makes everything worse. So-young questions how he could possibly miss something so obvious. She scolds him, pointing out that roommates are supposed to look out for each other. Ho-seon sighs in a low voice, admitting she had no idea Lee Ji-sang could be this incredibly dense. They both pray for the subject to drop, but Seo-in-ah suddenly breaks her silence, shattering the tense atmosphere. She tells them they do not need to worry so much about her. Hellring this, Seo-in-ah flinches in surprise. Seo-in-ah looks around calmly, stating that everyone in the group already knows the truth anyway. Seo-in-ah raises her voice, speaking with absolute clarity. She openly confesses that she is in love with Jae-hyun. Lee Ji-sang stands there completely dumbfounded. His face turns pale as he stammers that he honestly had no idea. So-young points an angry finger right at his nose. She snaps that he is going to stay single forever at this rate. Terrified, Lee Ji-sang stammers that he was only curious about the aquarium trip. He quickly offers a quiet apology to Seo-in-ah for his big mouth. Meanwhile, So-young notices Seo-in-ah standing completely frozen in shock. Intrigued, So-young asks Seo-in-ah if she has actually confessed to him yet. Seo-in-ah looks down quietly, replying that she basically did. Seo-in-ah lowers her head, gripping her hands tightly. So-young tries to lighten the mood with a bright smile, calling Jae-hyun a complete idiot. She wonders if he is totally blind, reassuring Seo-in-ah that there are plenty of better guys out there. Seo-in-ah stares at the ground, murmuring. She hopes to get her answer soon. Her direct words throw cold water on the group as she admits she has not received any reply yet. Seo-in-ah is completely stunned by this revelation. Seo-in-ah just stares back at her with a cool, unreadable gaze. The scene shifts to a flickering fire. Durin turns around, guiding the two of them deeper into the cave. He eventually stops at a massive chamber and announces they have arrived. Jae-hyun looks up in awe, questioning what this place is. Durin slowly explains that they are standing before the ancient altar of evolution. He warns Jae-hyun to step back. He explains he must extract Fapi's latent power, referring to the young beast as his junior. Fapi looks up at his master, waiting for instructions. Jae-hyun gently pets the creature with the back of his hand, whispering that it will be okay. Brun speaks up, explaining that dragon evolution is incredibly complex. He points in one direction, noting that since Fafnir is still at a low level, it won't be hard, but it will get much more troublesome later. First take this, he says, holding up a scroll. Jae-hyun wonders what it is, and Brun replies that it is a scroll to link his soul with the dragon. Jae-hyun cannot help but ask, why do we need this tedious process when the system already registered Fafnir as his pet? Brun speaks slowly, explaining that the power his summoned beast can unleash will change completely. If Jae-hyun and Fafnir can share their mana completely, his baby dragon will become far more powerful. Jae-hyun looks at him and asks, saying he gets it, and asking what to do. Brun orders him to channel mana into the scroll. Jae-hyun carefully listens to his instructions. Doing so, the scroll will recognize him and link his will with the dragon. Brun stares at Fafnir, saying it is ready. Then Brun uses his sharp claws to hold Fafnir's leg. Immediately, a bright light erupts after, shouting that they are beginning. Jae-hyun grits his teeth, feeling a terrifying wave of mana that feels exactly like when he received Odin's lost eye. His hand tightly grips the paper, and suddenly a system screen pops up stating that the Soul Link item is identifying the user. Jae-hyun is surprised as the screen updates, showing that it is updating his mana structure. Jae-hyun suddenly feels a wave of sharp pain, and looking down at his arm, he notices a mysterious brand forming on his wrist. The system voice chimes in, announcing that the connection with his summon is complete. Jae-hyun wonders if this is the Soul Link mark. Brun doesn't look at him but speaks up, explaining that now that Jae-hyun and Fafnir are connected by a bond, they can unleash even greater power. He raises his claws now that the branding is finished, and a split second later a burning light appears. Then Brun speaks up, announcing that they will begin the evolution. Jae-hyun cannot help but worry about what is happening to Fafnir and what Brun is doing. Brun reassures him, saying this is not a life-burning flame. Then he points at Fafnir, saying it is actually the complete opposite. Jae-hyun is surprised, but looking at Fafnir, the dragon is happily enjoying it. Jae-hyun is surprised to see this flame of condensed mana. He is astonished, wondering if the dragon is eating it. Brun opens his mouth to explain that purification increases a dragon's vitality and amplifies its mana. This is a precious gift they do not give to other races. He narrows his eyes, saying clearly that for the enemy of the prophecy, it is not a waste at all. Fafnir's rank has increased by 1 star to rank C, and Jae-hyun has learned active skills: Gigantification and Dragon's Might. Jet black scales begin to sprout on Fafnir's body, and his horns change shape and grow. Fafnir roars majestic power that shakes the heavens as the system shows his dragon breath has increased by 1 level, meaning the dragon has successfully transitioned from a hatchling to an adolescent. Jae-hyun smiles at the amazing result, thinking it is a success and was totally worth changing his school trip location to Japan. He decides to check the skills later, but first he turns to Brun, asking if he is really an observer. Brun nods in agreement, and Jae-hyun says coldly that he has a key question. Without waiting, Brun replies that the evolution was a massive success, but Jae-hyun immediately cuts him off, stating it is not about the evolution. Brun asks what he wants to know instead. As the enemy of the prophecy, Jae-hyun opens his eyes wide, coldly asking about the Dragon Valley and what exactly this place is. Jae-hyun looks at the surrounding space, thinking that he has wanted to know this since his very first visit here. He recalls when he first obtained Fafnir, a system notification appeared, stating that when a dragon dies it will be teleported to the Dragon Valley. He raises his hand, knowing a summoned beast can be resurrected after a cooldown in this Dragon Valley, which can reportedly resurrect even deceased dragons. Jae-hyun looks at Brun, secretly wanting to uncover the secrets of this place. Brun slowly explains that, to put it simply, this Dragon Valley of theirs is the graveyard of dragons. Jae-hyun breaks into a cold sweat, questioning if it is a dragon graveyard. Brun confirms it, explaining that not a single dragon here is actually alive. Looking down at him, Brun says they are only repeating their existence through magic. Hearing this, Jae-hyun covers his mouth, wondering if repeating life through magic is even possible to achieve. He visualizes a dragon egg, recalling that Fafnir also turned back into an egg and was eventually reborn. He wonders if there is a connection, as Brun explains that among the races of the 9 worlds, there is a rare type of magic only dragons can use, and Brun gestures to show it transfers memories at the exact moment of death to allow rebirth as an egg. He emphasizes that this is reincarnation magic. Jae-hyun sweats and questions the concept. Brun looks down at Fafnir lounging on the floor, confirming that the little dragon Jae-hyun brought along is a similar case. However, Brun suddenly frowns, questioning why Fafnir lacks his original memories of the past. He looks down at Jae-hyun, slowly explaining that it was the punishment from Odin's curse. To be reborn, Fafnir had to sacrifice his own precious memories. Hearing this, Jae-hyun gulps, muttering to himself, sacrifice memories. He stares at Fafi, wondering why the dragon would sacrifice his memories just to help him. Was it really all for revenge? A desolate valley flashes through his mind. The dungeon known as the System's Dragon Valley is both a massive tomb and a cradle where they work to restore the strength of the dragons forcibly summoned there. Loon leans in, admitting that even so, he does not want his kind pointlessly dragged onto the battlefield. Jae-hyun looks at Loon and asks for permission to ask one more question. Loon is puzzled, asking what it is. Then a tail appears in Jae-hyun's hand. He explains that he found it but has no idea how to prepare it. He asks if Loon knows how to process it. Stomping his foot, Loon asks if that is the Yamada no Orochi's tail. Loon inspects it closely, saying he obviously knows. He promises to teach Jae-hyun the recipe and treat him to some dragon cuisine. Loon proudly tells him to absolutely look forward to it, claiming that all dragons are ultimate gourmets. The scene shifts to a luxurious, massive space. Jae-hyun looks around in awe at the sheer size of it while Loon welcomes him to the dragon's restaurant. He tells Jae-hyun to take a seat while he bakes a cake, suggesting they talk about the tale over food. Jae-hyun secretly wonders if a giant dragon can actually cook. Loon calls out that the baby dragon utensils should fit him perfectly. Jae-hyun turns pale, muttering his thanks. Before long, a beautifully baked pastry is served on a plate looking absolutely delicious. Loon looks down at his creation, announcing it is ready and urging him to dig in. Jae-hyun eyes the pastry, admitting it actually looks pretty good. He cuts off a small piece, telling himself it is time to eat and pops it into his mouth. But, as he chews, his face instantly turns blue. Loon continues to brag, asking if the taste froze him in place. Jae-hyun tries to process the horrifying flavor, desperately recalling where he has tasted something this uniquely awful before. Soon, he remembers the culprit behind this exact taste. It is Kim Yoo-jung's cooking. The scene then transitions under a clear blue sky. Having learned how to prepare the Yamada no Orochi's tail from the Watcher, Jae-hyun returns from the Dragon Valley. The next day, Seona grins excitedly, pointing out the sea on the final day of their field trip. Seo-eun chimes in, praising how beautiful the ocean looks. Anho-seon quickly agrees, but none of them notice Jae-hyun staring down in absolute silence. His mind drifts back to Loon's warning. The dragon had explained that ingredients from monsters born of human myth are incredibly difficult to prep. Loon had eaten while explaining that he couldn't cook it for Jae-hyun there because human stay time in that realm is limited. Adult dragons are notoriously picky eaters, so Jae-hyun would need to find a chef capable of handling such rare ingredients. Since human and dragon palates are completely different, finding a chef who specializes in bizarre, highly unusual dishes is crucial. Remembering those words, Jae-hyun's face pales further. That dragon bastard should have warned him before he ate, not after. He wonders if dragons are just naturally sadistic pranksters who love playing with humans. Jae-hyun glances over at Fafi, who is currently playing nearby, lost in thought. He needs to find a chef who can cook food that Fafnir can actually digest. Finding a personal chef for a dragon with highly eccentric tastes is a nightmare. Jae-hyun resolves to taste the food of as many people as possible to find someone capable of preparing the Yamada no Orochi's tail. To pull this off, he devises a genius strategy, but his thoughts are cut short when someone calls his name. It is Seona who runs up, pointing at him, asking if he remembers tonight since he was the one who suggested it. She jokingly warns him that she won't take responsibility if he faints from the deliciousness, making the others turn pale. Jae-hyun laughs nervously, asking if they are talking about the cooking competition, the first ever guild cooking contest, which he organized himself to find his chef. Meanwhile, just a short while earlier, Loon's voice echoed back in the valley. He had gazed at a floating crystal, noting that the prophesied adversary had officially visited the Dragon Valley. A voice from the crystal confirms seeing everything but tells Loon to drop the annoying, overly formal tone. Loon grins, asking if it is really that bad, but the voice tells him to revert to his true form. Unable to stand his current appearance, Loon obliges and instantly shifts right back into his human form. He smiles, agreeing to the request, and looks up at the crystal to address the Giant of Wisdom, Lord Mimir. Later that night, inside a cozy apartment, Yoo-jung gasps in awe, asking if they can really stay there. Jae-hyun reassures her, explaining that the hotel lent them the room so it is completely fine. This gives Kim Yoo-jung some extra details. She learns it was all thanks to the manager, leaving her completely stunned by the news. A professional hotel kitchen. Who knew it would look like this? Seconds later, Kim Yoo-jung grabs a cooking utensil and raises it proudly. "All right, everyone," she yells out with pure excitement. "Just make sure you don't end up passing out for my absolute genius." Lee Jae-sang turns to Jae-hyun in total horror. "Is it really necessary to go this far, Jae-hyun? It is not too late to rethink this. Please," he pleads, trying to convince him. "We can just feed him premium pet food or high-quality meat." Before he can finish, though, Jae-hyun cuts him off. "I have already tried feeding him every brand of pet food on the market, but he barely touches anything." With a knowing smirk, Jae-hyun explains that our little Poppy has a highly sophisticated palate, so they just have to bear with it. He seriously continues, "Let me explain how the contest will go." Meanwhile, Lee Jae-sang is dying inside. "Why does it have to be like this?" Jae-hyun patiently breaks down the details. "As I said, the main goal of this particular cooking competition is simple. Create a dish that the incredibly picky Poppy will devour with joy." With that, he officially announces the ground rules. You have a time limit of 1 hour. Everyone cooks Poppy, judges, and whichever dish he selects wins it all. At least that was the original plan. Jae-hyun frowned slightly, turning toward Kim Yoo-jung, but I decided to accept a small suggestion. Since Kim Yoo-jung wanted everyone to eat and enjoy this together, whatever dishes you finish today will become our dinner. He knows each of them has their own hidden worries. Framed like this, the event does not sound all that exciting though. The real trick is finding a way to make them actually want to join the challenge. Hoping to hype things up, Jae-hyun tries to shift the mood. Come on, drop the long faces, I get where you are coming from. He has a solid solution to get everyone fully invested, and there's only one way. Jae-hyun loudly announces it. That is why I prepared a little extra motivation. He looks at them seriously. The winner gets a special reward from me. It is a masterstroke. Nothing drives people to push their limits quite like a high-value prize. Piquing their curiosity, he hints that it is something extremely valuable, akin to the connection symbol he received before. Just like the legendary connection symbol I obtained in the past. Hearing this, Hossein is utterly stunned. What, a real reward? Jae-hyun asks them with a playful grin. Well, are you actually interested now? So-yoon immediately speaks up to analyze the situation. This is incredibly sudden, she says, unable to hold back. But somehow my motivation is suddenly off the charts. He lets out a soft smile. Looks like that did the trick. Having laid out the rules, Jae-hyun raises his hand. All right, get to your stations. Acting as the referee, he declares the first ever nightclub cooking contest officially underway. Time moves fast as the battle begins. Without needing a single reminder, everyone locks in and pours their soul into their dish. Jae-hyun watches the contestants closely. Kim Yoo-jung starts boiling a highly suspicious dark red liquid. Nearby, another member pulls out a bag of hidden ingredients which his sharp eyes catch immediately. As for An Hossein, So-yoon glares at him with pure annoyance. Hey, this is a cooking contest, is that really allowed? Hossein just slams the microwave door. If it is swallowable without causing literal death, then it is food, he states with a straight face. That is my cooking philosophy. Her face twists in absolute disgust. No way, that is just blatant cheating. Jae-hyun watches Hossein's questionable process. He literally just microwaved instant curry using his personal philosophy. Shifting his gaze, he checks on So-yoon next. She plays it perfectly safe, whipping up a simple egg fried rice. Jae-hyun then turns his focus to Lee Ji-sang. Knowing dragons love meat, Lee Ji-sang grills up some ribs that look far better than expected. Finally, we have the star contender. The final dish is incredibly beautiful. He glances at In-ah, who is putting the finishing touches on her gorgeous stew. Now all the meals are ready. Jae-hyun gently pats Poppy's head and tells him to go. The little dragon squeals with excitement. He softly instructs Poppy to pick his absolute favorite dish. Listening closely, the baby dragon quickly walks toward the food. Poppy struts forward with hilarious confidence. Everyone stands around, anxiously waiting to see what he chooses. He takes a delicate sniff of the options. As he turns away, two entries are instantly eliminated, So-yoon and Lee Ji-sang. Lee Ji-sang refuses to accept reality, crying about how brutal this is after all his hard work. So-yoon grumbles as well. Seeing him completely ignore them like that actually hurts my feelings too. But Poppy is already moving to the next dish. And just like that, he glides right past without even taking a bite. An Hossein is officially out. Hossein stands there looking totally unfazed, muttering that since he put zero effort in, it does not hurt. He even mocks them. You seniors still have a long way to go, he sneers. His cocky attitude drives her absolutely crazy. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun watches with anticipation. Only In-ah and Kim Yoo-jung remain. Logic says In-ah is the clear winner, but he cannot help but wait to see what happens next. The observer gave this to him, and there is no telling what will happen next. Right now, Poppy is excitedly staring. The baby dragon opens its mouth, eager to feast on the food, but then everyone freezes in utter horror at Poppy's shocking choice. Jae-hyun's face goes pale. No way. This cannot be happening. Panic sets in as his worst suspicions are confirmed. How on earth is Poppy eating Doo-jung's absolute disaster of a dish? This makes no sense unless dragons and humans have totally opposite tastes. Jae-hyun stares in disbelief. Against all odds, the final winner of this cooking contest is Kim Doo-jung. Doo-jung runs over to Poppy with pure joy. She hugs the baby dragon tight, whispering that she knew it would love her cooking. She gushes over her pet, asking if it finally recognized the true value of her culinary masterpiece while the others stand back. Everyone else is in complete shock, wondering if they should rush the poor beast to the vet. Jae-hyun's face is looking highly uneasy. It is painful to admit, but Jae-hyun has to make the final call. Doo-jung officially wins, and she is absolutely thrilled about it. She gloats, telling them to never doubt her culinary skills again. With a bright smile, she turns to face the entire group. Doo-jung cheerfully suggests they all dig in and eat together. Sensing immediate danger, So-yoon quickly yells out for her to wait. She throws Jae-hyun right into the line of fire, claiming that since he worked so hard to host the event, he deserves a reward. She insists he should have the exclusive honor of eating the entire winning dish. Jae-hyun panics, instantly asking what they are thinking. He tries to find any excuse to back out, but So-eun tells him not to refuse, claiming she is just politely letting him have it. She claims she is stepping aside for his sake, which makes the others silently judge her for playing so incredibly dirty. An Ho-seun jumps on the bandwagon, agreeing that Jae-hyun should have it all. Then Jae-sang chimes in, backing them up completely. He enthusiastically points out that Jae-hyun is the leader after all. Seo-in-ah joins in as well, offering her apologies and thanks. She thanks him. Jae-hyun screams in absolute despair, helplessly ordering his betrayers to stop and get back here. Do-jung serves the steaming plate. Eat up, it is hot, she warns. Jae-hyun stares in sheer, unadulterated terror. He is going insane. How is he supposed to survive eating this toxic heap alone? His hand starts trembling as he picks up the spoon. But get this, he actually planned for this exact nightmare scenario the moment he first launched the cooking contest. He has a secret weapon against Do-jung's cooking. As he reluctantly opens his mouth, his active system suddenly rings out. The cold-blooded active skill is officially triggered, temporarily shutting down his emotions and suppressing his physical senses entirely. Jae-hyun strategically decides to use this state to completely numb his taste buds so he will not taste a single thing. He scoops up a small bite of Do-jung's mysterious dish, confident that his skill will keep him safe from the flavor. He shoves the spoonful into his mouth, believing he has successfully cheated the system and won't have to suffer anymore. Initially, it works like a charm. He tastes nothing, but as he calmly chews, a sudden, terrifying realization hits him. Jae-hyun gasps. He drops his spoon in shock. Something is horribly wrong. His system skill should have blocked everything. He shouldn't feel anything, yet the system updates with a warning informing him that he has just ingested a highly toxic substance. His pig blessing resists the status debuff threefold, yet Jae-hyun still feels a burning pain in his throat. A sharp, agonizing sensation shoots straight up his nose, leaving him completely dazed despite his incredibly high divine power level. Jae-hyun snaps, cursing Kim Do-jung in his mind, wondering how any human could possibly create such a biological weapon. Honestly, how can a single plate of food even possess this level of devastating and soul-crushing power? Jae-hyun collapses. Game over. His condition is critical after enduring the most traumatic meal of his entire life. With that disaster behind them, their wild field trip finally ends, and Jae-hyun finds himself scrolling through his phone. He reads a shocking headline about the mysterious Black Cloak vanishing completely after defeating the formidable beast Ramada. The news speculates about the hero's hidden motives at Chuingyu Lake, but Jae-hyun silently brushes off the sensational rumors. Even though the press is being clickbaity, they are mostly praising his alter ego, bringing a sense of relief to Jae-hyun. It seems Mizan is keeping her promise perfectly. Jae-hyun can only assume that his secret identity is about to go viral. The Black Cloak is gaining global fame, which will serve as a massive boost for all his upcoming operations. This reputation is a huge win for his future plans. Suddenly, An Ho-seun interrupts his thoughts by calling out his name. An Ho-seun leans in and whispers a highly delicate question, asking if something secret is going on between Jae-hyun and Seo-in-ah. Jae-hyun is completely taken aback, demanding to know what on earth An Ho-seun is talking about as his friend begins to explain. An Ho-seun reveals that while Jae-hyun was away, Seo-in-ah told everyone she had confessed to him and was currently waiting for his answer. Jae-hyun is absolutely stunned, never expecting the news of his secret love life to spread through the group this quickly. He never expected Seo-in-ah to speak of herself that way. Meanwhile, An Ho-seun whispers to him, saying he only wants to know what exactly happened back there. Right now, Seo-in-ah is quietly sitting in a corner while Min Jae-hyun keeps staring intently at her current state. He asks with genuine concern if Seo-in-ah is doing okay. An Ho-seun shares his own thoughts, noting that her expression actually seems quite calm. He cautiously tells Min Jae-hyun that he really doesn't mean to pry into other people's relationships, but he is still quite curious. An Ho-seun reminds him that he's only asking because he is worried the vibe between them will get awkward. Min Jae-hyun immediately reassures him, "Don't worry, I really don't think it'll turn out like that at all." Meanwhile, over in another location, Mimia speaks up curiously, asking the observer, "What do you think of the prophesied enemy you just met?" Mimia wants to extract the most crucial piece of information. Does that guy seem useful? Ruan immediately confirms it. Absolutely, he has the potential to become the absolute star of the anti-Aesir alliance. He shares his thoughts. It seems like he has already entered the second phase of releasing his divine power. Hellring this, Mimia evaluates, concluding that it is indeed truly astonishing. Dunn also warns cautiously that they don't have much time left, as those enemies are acting far more carefully and strategically than expected. He points out a major issue: the strength of those Aesir gods is way greater than they imagined. Now Du asks curiously, "You already know what they are planning, right?" Mimia clearly understands the situation. The Golden Throne of Aesir is rushing its plans, so we need to act even faster now. He shifts to another topic, asking if the preparations for her third trial are going well. He smiles slightly and confirms that he has already made contact, so it should start very soon. Suddenly, Mimia grows serious, asking with a hint of doubt, "In your opinion, Ruan, do you think the prophesized enemy can actually pass this third trial?" Ruan relies on his own judgment and says it might be quite difficult, explaining that this upcoming trial has a completely different nature compared to anything they have faced before. Mimia absorbs this, letting out a soft gasp, while Ruan continues in a suggestive tone, "But for some reason I don't feel like our prophesied enemy will fail." The scene shifts to a different area as someone speaks up, "I can't believe it is finally all over." Kim Yoo-jung groans in frustration, asking if it is really time to return to their harsh reality. Jae-hyun glances at her, saying, "It was fun though, right? Don't look so down, cheer up." Kim Yoo-jung, still completely exhausted, sighs and notes that just a few hours ago they were still in Japan. Suddenly, someone ahead lets out a loud cry, catching everyone off guard, and he freezes in shock at the sight. Jae-hyun can't believe his eyes. Hela is actually standing right here. She looks at him curiously, wondering what is going on. A cat wandering around the academy grounds. That is pretty strange. Animals are strictly banned here unless it is a summoned beast. He keeps staring at her, thinking how bizarre it is since Hela has never shown herself in front of his friends before. Her let out a tiny cry. Jae-hyun guesses she must have something urgent to say. He bends down to pat her head, feeling an uneasy premonition about this. He needs to get back quickly. Meanwhile, Kim Yoo-jung gasps in surprise, pointing out that Jae-hyun has just been chosen by the cat. Jae-hyun says honestly she is actually a cat I know. Kim Yoo-jung is even more shocked, asking if she might be a friend of the baby dragon. Standing up, he confirms her guess, saying it is something like that before quickly saying his goodbyes and heading out. Soon they reach a completely deserted spot, and he simply can't help but ask what happened. Hela looks at Jae-hyun with a serious expression, warning that they need to move as soon as possible. Jae-hyun gasps in utter shock. Hela gets straight to the point, warning him that the third trial is ready. Jae-hyun is quite taken aback, asking if it is already starting again. She confirms his suspicion, saying yes, but Hela adds with absolute seriousness that she needs to give him a very special heads up this time around. Her warning is clear: this trial is going to be completely different from the previous two he has survived. Jae-hyun grows extremely vigilant, asking why she's saying this. Hela sighs, facepalming, because the god in charge of this trial is a bit out of their mind. Still confused, he asks what she means by out of their mind. She explains to Jae-hyun that even just standing near them will completely drain his energy. Hela seems quite exhausted just thinking about it. She finds the person incredibly annoying, turning away and telling him he will understand once he experiences it firsthand. Jae-hyun is left curious about who will run the next trial, though he's certain it's going to be one incredibly troublesome deity. Falling silent as thoughts race through his mind, Jae-hyun studies Hela's tense demeanor, trying to guess what lies ahead. Who on earth is the god running this third trial to make Hela react in such an incredibly frustrated way? Analyzing the situation internally, Jae-hyun knows Hela has a habit of exaggerating, but she has never warned him like this. Countless questions race through his mind. What is the theme of this trial, and can he even survive the journey? Is it really safe to keep moving forward? He recalls how he previously managed to weaken their forces in battle. Defeating Heindo and Chuan was a start, but those were minor victories and their enemy's grand plans are still progressing. Jae-hyun's fist clenches tightly. To stop them, he needs far more victories, or else he will remain steps behind. Without being one step ahead, stopping Asia and Odin is impossible. Brimming with absolute resolve, he agrees to prepare immediately. Curious about their destination, he asks where they are heading, only for Hela to reveal the Mist Garden. The name catches him completely off guard. The Mist Garden, she confirms it, adding that it is entirely unknown to him. She explains that a young girl recently escaped from Asia's grasp and is currently hiding deep inside that mysterious place. A defector from Asia. He locks onto this crucial detail while she cryptically notes that she cannot reveal anything more. Because this is his prophecy to fulfill, he must face it alone. She is only meant to act as his guide. Accepting her words, Jae-hyun decides not to push further. They will set off tomorrow since academy classes are currently suspended. But Hela hesitates, admitting there is one major catch to their journey that she needs to discuss with him. Her sudden serious tone fills him with anxiety. Troubled, she struggles to find the words to explain the situation. She reluctantly reveals that traveling to this hidden sanctuary will take an immense amount of time, giving a shocking estimate. According to her, the journey will take about 1 full lunar year. He stares at her, completely unable to believe it. An entire year. Jae-hyun refuses to accept this reality, stepping forward to shake her as he demands more details. He demands to know what kind of distant place requires that much travel time, prompting her to offer a clue. She explains that it lies somewhere inside Niflheim, promising that once they arrive, their destination will be within reach. The name triggers a sudden memory. Niflheim, the legendary land of fog. He realizes he must visit a mythical realm. Niflheim, the mythical land of mist. Does he have to travel to one of the 9 legendary realms? Hela watches him closely. She calls out his name easily, guessing that he is deeply worried about the safety of those he will leave behind. She knows that despite his cold exterior, he cares immensely for his allies. Meanwhile, he grinds his teeth in frustration. Leaving a 1-year gap is entirely unacceptable to him, no matter how many times he turns it over in his head. His past trials taught him a harsh lesson. Whenever he was inside, he remained completely blind to the outside world. Because of that, he was completely unable to respond to urgent crises, and that same fear is returning now. If Odin and the gods of Asia decide to attack his friends during this time, he will lose everything. It is an agonizing dilemma. He cannot ignore the trial if he wants to defeat Odin, but leaving is too risky. He searches his mind for a solution, refusing to give up. Suddenly, a devious grin spreads across his face. Addressing Hela, he asks if reaching Niflheim through alternative means would indeed bypass the lengthy 1-year journey. Stunned by his sudden question, she stammers in confusion, confirming his theory is correct, though she tries to warn him. Before she can finish her warning, Jae-hyun cuts her off. He has just thought of a brilliant shortcut. Clenching his fist, he proposes an interesting way to bypass the travel time, aiming to optimize his journey immediately. Setting out alongside Hela and Fafi, Jae-hyun inspects their current surroundings and decides this particular spot will suffice. If they begin here, he will not have to worry about external emergencies. Yet Hela is still deeply concerned. She cautiously asks if he is truly going to attempt such a crazy stunt, warning him that one mistake is fatal. Showing absolutely no fear, Jae-hyun confidently shakes the item in his hand and assures her he is ready. He calmly announces it is time to begin. The scene shifts to a flower-filled meadow where a mysterious voice speaks. The wind blows through her hair as Yudun mutters that her turn to face the prophesied enemy has finally arrived. She feels incredibly proud, glad she sent that precious gift ahead, and claps her hands as she awaits his arrival. Though the journey will take some time, the important part is that he is on his way. She picks up an apple. She assumes Hela has started guiding him, smiling warmly at the prospect of meeting someone new after so long. She prepares herself for the upcoming 3rd trial. Meanwhile, the scene transitions to the bustling European Alliance headquarters. A vibrating phone is picked up, and Balak quickly answers, greeting the caller, who notes it has been a while. The voice on the other end gets straight to the point, calling Balak by name and delivering some important news. Balak silently gathered his thoughts. Returning to work after so long, his immediate annoyance was wondering who would dare disturb him now. Balak was not very surprised as he questioned the voice on the other end. Realizing it was Morgan on the line, Balak felt a sudden spark of curiosity. He initially wanted to ask about the sudden call, but quickly figured it out. He asked Moji directly if this was about the Black Cloak. Moji was deeply curious, wondering who that figure really was. Balak also grew entirely serious. If Moji had personally encountered the Black Cloak before, he should already know. Balak vividly recalled Jae-hyun, knowing he was an absolute monster, a terrifying entity that humanity simply could not handle. Moji eagerly asked if Balak also had no idea why he pulled those bizarre stunts. Balak checked his phone and confirmed the truth. He unconsciously frowned deeply, wondering what useful information he could possibly even offer. He thought back to the chaotic events at the auction when everyone fell completely unconscious due to that mysterious, dangerous woman. That vivid scene remained permanently burned into his memory. Balak knew it would be impossible to forget how the figure had fought to save everyone. That legendary warrior possessed massive jaw-dropping wings. Now looking back at those critical moments, Balak realized the entity had shown restraint. He had spared both Balak and Camilla, even though they once aimed their weapons at him. Silencing the witnesses would have been far easier. Balak quietly weighed the situation. He admitted to himself that he still had no idea what the Black Cloak ultimately wanted. However, he and Camilla had confidently concluded one crucial detail. His main goal was definitely not to become an enemy of humanity. The man had his own grand plans. Even if he did not, they lacked the sheer power needed to stand in his way. Balak cautiously warned Moji, advising him not to push his luck down a suicidal path when they were clearly so outmatched. Moji could not help but mock his defensive attitude, pointing out that Balak spoke as if he personally knew the figure. Based on their current files, that cloaked fighter was incredibly formidable. He had never imagined anyone could defeat Yamada no Orochi so quickly. Moji decided to stop dancing around the issue. He told Balak he would finally reveal the real reason behind his call. He wanted to schedule another meeting with the Black Cloak to have a proper conversation, laying out his ultimate objective. He believed Balak was the key to setting up this meeting. Confused by the sudden assumption, Balak questioned his reasoning. Moji confirmed his suspicions from across the line. Balak demanded to know his evidence, still finding the whole theory entirely baffling. Moji seriously pointed out the recent shifts in the European Union as he began laying out his detailed analysis of the situation. Initially, the Union treated the Black Cloak with extreme hostility, which was normal after he stole the world's sole mythic relic. But as Moji connected all the dots, they had suddenly called off their active search right after that auction incident. They even officially requested other global alliances to do the exact same thing. It felt like they were taking direct orders. Balak chuckled at the highly amusing theory, unable to suppress his laughter. Yet he still had to decline the request. He flatly stated that acting as an intermediary was simply out of the question. Morgian was left completely stunned. Balak remained perfectly calm, noting the reason was very simple. He declared he would never disclose any information about that man. Moji chose not to press any further. He accepted the refusal but was deeply determined to handle things his own way. He firmly vowed that they would uncover the Black Cloak's identity by any means necessary, leaving a final warning. Balak smiled to himself, knowing he had not uttered a single lie. He quietly reflected on the massive barrier protecting that secret. The absolute oath of obedience bound both him and Camilla, making it physically impossible to reveal the Black Cloak's true identity. Balak raised his glass and took a casual sip, highly amused by the claim that they would uncover the truth. He wished Morgian good luck, but as someone who faced that power twice, he knew Moji stood absolutely zero chance. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun fastened a metallic bracelet onto his wrist, looking incredibly serious as he focused on his next high-stakes plan. Balak knew Moji would never capture him. Jae-hyun stared at Dropnir, the mythic relic designed to link different portals. He gently touched the active ring, realizing it could potentially establish a gateway from Midgard to Niflheim in reverse. Such a move would cut down their entire journey by a full year, though Jae-hyun knew the extreme risk involved. Hela stood behind him and gave a careful warning. Dropnir was a mythic-grade item that required massive amounts of power. She explained that he would have to feed it double his current maximum mana capacity to even trigger it. Hela directly asked Jae-hyun if he truly comprehended the sheer weight of what he was attempting right now. Jae-hyun turned to face her, acknowledging the extreme danger of forcing a mythic-grade item to activate. But there was simply no other option. He analyzed the core mechanics of these incredibly powerful items. They essentially function as perfect storage devices for repeated spells, much like active skill slots in his system. One only needed to inject mana to trigger them. However, mythic-grade calculations were incredibly complex, unlike anything else. Unlike a mage who learns and manipulates magic directly, an item user cannot simply rewrite the preset formulas. But Min Jae-hyun understands exactly how this process functions, channeling mana to run a preset task versus completely understanding the root formula to modify it are two completely different things. He is dead serious right now, yet what he is about to do requires absolute precision. Min Jae-hyun raises his hand, preparing to execute his technique. He closes his eyes, ready to teleport, telling everyone to get ready. What Min Jae-hyun wants to do is modify Droughtmir's calculation formula to open a portal to Niflheim without summoning any monsters. Immediately, a massive tremor shakes the ground. He had already discussed this plan with Hela and luckily obtained the relative coordinates of Niflheim. Another violent tremor ripples through the entire area. Now, the system updates the information to activate the mythic item Droughtmir. Caught in this situation, Min Jae-hyun grits his teeth. Relying solely on his personal power, countless system alerts flash, warning that the infused mana is insufficient to boot. Using the user's mana as a medium, the system updates as Min Jae-hyun coughs up blood, warning him that his mana is insufficient. Seeing this, Hela screams his name. She quickly notices the blood and realizes how dangerous this is. She knows exactly what he is facing is severe mana backlash. The system flashes a warning that his magic is currently backflowing. He cannot help but curse under his breath. Damn it, this is not going to be easy. Min Jae-hyun's eyes widen in frustration, but he already anticipated the severity of these side effects. Now he must stay calm. He suddenly remembers a moment from not too long ago. On their way here, Hela had warned him that he could not activate the item, Dropnir, using only his own mana. She had given him crucial information without feeding its greed. The absolute maximum use is once per month. Min Jae-hyun knows this means if they fail now, they will lose an entire month. He sighs with absolute determination. This simply cannot happen, and no matter what, he has to find a way. Min Jae-hyun calms himself down, searching for a method to neutralize the backlash and amplify his mana. What is needed? To squeeze his magical energy to the absolute limit. His eyes squeeze shut as his concentration reaches its peak. Deep within Min Jae-hyun, a surge of pure willpower rises. Suddenly, his eyes snap open as a massive realization hits him. Finally, Min Jae-hyun understands the entire situation. Hela had already felt the exact amount of mana required to activate Dropnir, which is why she tried to stop him. Hela screams at the top of her lungs for Min Jae-hyun to stop, asking if he can even hear her. But then she gasps. Hela is completely stunned by the unbelievable scene unfolding right before her eyes. She realizes that the wild flow of mana has somehow stabilized. Meanwhile, Min Jae-hyun feels satisfied knowing this power was always latent, deep within his own body. He recalls his past battle against the god Heimdall. Everything changed the exact moment. He awakened his divine power. Right before Min Jae-hyun's eyes, a singular vision appears of a vast, endless golden sea. He analyzes his situation now. Back then, because he was solely focused on defeating Heimdall, he could not comprehend what that vast ocean truly was. The bracelet on Min Jae-hyun's wrist radiates a blinding light as he finally understands the truth. That golden sea is the total potential he can unlock. Min Jae-hyun now fully understands the exact mechanism of its operation, drawing mana from the vast ocean within his body to channel into Draupnir. Blinding light still radiates from the bracelet. In a sudden explosive burst of power, he lets out a mighty roar. A spatial portal slowly begins to tear open. Hela watches in absolute terror, trembling as she gasps that this is impossible. She starts to feel bewildered. Completely understanding the complex formula of a mythic item and modifying it to open a custom portal is something even a god would struggle to achieve. Meanwhile, the system flashes a notification that the mythic item has been successfully activated. Hela watches in sheer shock as Min Jae-hyun calmly stands before the forming gateway ready to step through. She cannot believe her eyes. Did he really succeed on his very first attempt? He looks back and casually asks if they should head out. Min Jae-hyun feels an electric thrill as they prepare to enter Niflheim, the world of fog. Hela stands completely frozen. Her eyes lock onto him as a profound realization washes over her about the gods choosing Min Jae-hyun as the prophesied adversary. Hela finally has her answer. They were absolutely correct. Meanwhile, in a completely different realm, someone is screaming in absolute fury. Freya curses Odin, calling him a bastard. With intense killing intent, she growls, asking how he dared to put her through this. Not long ago, she met with the supreme god after being summoned. She had asked what he wanted. Odin looked at Freya and solemnly declared that as the master of Valhalla and leader of the Valkyries, he had a crucial task for her. Freya was highly curious and asked what it was. Odin got straight to the point. They must eliminate the prophesied enemy. The decision has been made, gather the Valkyries. She can't believe her ears, asking if they are really going to use them to return to reality, especially when Freya is furiously attacking humans. She silently thinks this is completely absurd. They lost far too many in the first war. Losing too many Einherjar and Valkyries back then still haunts her. She remembers losing everyone who ever placed their trust in her. The agonizing guilt had consumed her for so long. The more she dwells on it, the more furious she gets that Odin is preparing new sacrifices. Odin wants to throw new sacrifices right into their graves. Nothing about this makes her happy, but Freya can only speak up in sheer helplessness. She never had a choice from the very beginning. Deep down, she knows the thing she treasures most is still held firmly in Odin's hands. Freya grits her teeth in silent rage. One wrong move and she might lose it forever. Despite her hatred, she has to submit for now. Obeying is her only option. Grasping for control, she calls out to Sigrun, asking if she is outside, and Sigrun immediately answers her. With a quick response, Sigrun steps inside as ordered. She bows respectfully, asking Freya what her goddess requires of her. Freya gets straight to the point, asking if she has heard about Odin monitoring the great enemy of the prophecy. Sigrun nods in agreement. After confirming, Freya bites her lip anxiously. Odin has granted them a deadline of only a few months before sending the Valkyries to war. Sigrun quickly runs the numbers in her head. Under these circumstances, Freya realizes their absolute best option is clear. She orders her subordinate to locate the enemy of the prophecy, her eyes suddenly burning with a cold, murderous intent to eliminate him. There is no other way for Freya but to find a path to victory before their limited time runs out. Sigrun asks cautiously. Freya asks if she can really pull this off, and Sigrun confidently responds that she will execute any command given to her. Meanwhile, Min Jae-hyun summons a massive spatial portal, stepping through the shimmering gateway without hesitation as it opens up before him. Stepping out on the other side, Min Jae-hyun takes a breath of the icy air of Niflheim, a world buried under endless snow. He surveys the frozen wasteland, a realm of thick fog and bone-chilling cold that stands in stark contrast to Muspelheim, the fiery kingdom. Recalling the ancient Norse myths he once read, Min Jae-hyun remembers the legends claiming both realms existed before the universe was even born. This freezing zone is incredibly close to Helheim, the dark domain of Hela. While some books claim Helheim lies directly inside Niflheim, Hela had already explained that the reality is quite different. Eager to press on, Min Jae-hyun feels a sudden surge of excitement. Telling his companion it is time to move, Min Jae-hyun and Hela push forward through the blinding heavy snowfall that shows no signs of stopping. As the snow swirls around them, a tiny whimper catches his ear, and he calls out to Poppy, instantly spotting the issue. No matter how insane the little dragon's potential is, Niflheim's brutal frost is just too much for a hatchling who is still growing. But he is not worried. This is perfectly normal. After trekking across the sheet of thick ice for half an hour, he takes action. Jae-hyun decides to summon some fire. The system interface flashes instantly, activating his burn skill to raise his companion's body temperature. As the soothing warmth spreads, Poppy lets out a satisfied sigh. Jae-hyun smiles warmly at the little guy, glad to help. Even if the cold is not lethal, Poppy is still his precious pet, and he vows never to let it get hurt here. Jae-hyun scans their icy surroundings with sharp focus, ultimately making up his mind since they have already come all this way. It would be a real shame if some monsters did not show up to greet them, and right on cue, a notification pops up. The Eye of Insight skill triggers, and the system window quickly identifies several massive frost giants lurking directly ahead. With their danger level labeled as low, Jae-hyun does not feel a shred of fear. This is not worth his direct effort. They look pretty tough, but Poppy can easily handle this. He looks down and tells the little dragon to get some exercise. To sweeten the deal, Jae-hyun pulls out a special treat, promising the little guy a grand reward if he wipes them out. Poppy lets out an excited squeal, his eyes lighting up with pure joy at the sight of the mouth-watering snack. It is Kim Yoo-jung's special blueberry sandwich crafted using the tail of Yamada no Orochi, which he prepared beforehand. Jae-hyun chuckles, pleasantly surprised by how much the dragon loves it. Kim Yoo-jung really does have the talent to be a chef for dragons. With a quick grin, Jae-hyun tells Poppy to go get them, and the loyal little dragon instantly unleashes a terrifying aura. The system interface lights up, confirming Fafnir has activated his gigantification skill as his small body starts expanding rapidly. He also unleashes Dragon's Fear, forcing the stunned frost giants to back away in terror, while Poppy opens his mouth wide. The notification pops up as Fafnir unleashes Dragon's Breath, firing a blinding wave of energy that instantly cuts through the frost. The giants scream in agonizing pain, desperately trying to flee the area, but there is nowhere to run from this heat. They are consumed by the flames in seconds. Jae-hyun watches in awe. He knew Poppy was strong, but this is ridiculous. The devastating force of this high-ranked dragon's breath defies all expectations, and Jae-hyun notices a fascinating change in his flames. The fire has completely transformed into a brilliant white, likely due to the mystical white flames the dragon swallowed earlier. He pulls the stone from the altar to check Fafnir's status screen. Right on the holographic display, the dragon's active skills are fully laid out. First is Gigantification, a B-rank active skill. It triggers a massive size boost through a sudden violent burst of raw magic. Once Fafnir grows, its stats and skill powers shoot way up too. Better yet, it can shrink back to normal whenever it wants. This effect remains active for the entire duration. Then there is Dragon's Fear, a B-rank active skill. It unleashes a terrifying roar that can easily shatter the spirits of weaker enemies. Anyone caught in the blast gets their stats immediately cut by 20%. Finally, there is Dragon Breath, a C-rank active skill. It lets Fafnir scorch enemies with searing flames. This powerful ability can actually evolve as the dragon's overall rank grows. Under the influence of its special white flames, it can drain the life force of even enemies with massive healing abilities. Jae-hyun's eyes light up. He recalls what the ancient dragon told him back in the valley. This little guy's potential is absolutely insane. Jae-hyun can't help but marvel that a C-rank pet can actually take down giant frost demons completely on its own. Such an insanely fast self-healing rate is just unfair. He looks ahead with absolute anticipation, genuinely excited to see what comes next. Hela looks on with a bit of concern, asking if this is basically child labor. I mean, the dragon is still just a baby. Jae-hyun completely ignores her worry, praising Fafnir instead. He tells him he did a great job, ordering the little dragon to clean up the area and come back. Time to keep his promise and give him a reward. Here, take this. He reaches out to pat Fafnir's head, telling him he earned it. Right then, a system notification pops up. Fafnir's growth rate has just skyrocketed. Jae-hyun turns to Hela curiously, asking her if they are still very far from their destination. She quickly answers, "They are almost there, just a little bit more." The goddess speaks up, telling him they will set off again right after Fafnir finishes eating his snack. With that, the trio continues their journey. Surprisingly, Niflheim isn't quite as massive as it seems. Fortunately, Hela provides a ton of critical assistance, though the sheer density of localized mana forces her to constantly dismantle various heavy magical barriers, blocking their path the entire way. It's a brutal, exhausting trek. They have to push through relentless, bone-chilling cold while constantly fending off waves of frost monsters. But their relentless struggle finally pays off as they officially set foot directly into the absolute center of icy Niflheim. Jae-hyun carefully scans his surroundings, noticing the heavy freezing air warping like a distorted mirage. He can't help but feel a bit curious, wondering if they use magic to hide the Aesir fugitive. Even standing right here, he can already feel a faint pulse of magical energy. Hela smiles, telling him this is the spot. He just needs to accept the quest and shatter the barrier to enter the garden. But a second later, she stares ahead in absolute shock as Jae-hyun immediately activates his special skill, Absolute Deduction. Jae-hyun casually shrugs and says there is no need for all that hassle. He glances back at her, telling her to move. Hela is completely baffled. If he could bypass the barrier so easily, why didn't he just use Absolute Deduction the whole time? Jae-hyun simply points out that it drains his own mana pool. Hellring this, Hela can only sigh at his explanation. Jae-hyun steps forward, calmly telling her he has to save his precious energy for critical moments like this. But then, he gasps at the breathtaking sight that opens up right in front of them. The hidden landscape is incredibly lush, beautiful, and peaceful. He asks in sheer disbelief if this is really the legendary Misty Garden. He looks around at the vibrant green and warm sanctuary, which feels absolutely nothing like the freezing harsh Niflheim they just left behind. Suddenly, a furious female voice screams out in panic, demanding to know what is going on. Idun demands to know who hired them to arrive so early, clearly annoyed by their presence. Hellring this, Hela can only shake her head. Thinking Idun is just as lazy as she has always been, she dryly reminds the goddess that she needs to stop procrastinating and stop leaving everything until the absolute last minute. Hela glares at the lazy goddess and calls her out directly by name. Idun just stands there, defensively replying that she is not being lazy at all. She insists that she is simply a little slow with her preparation. Hela sighs, pointing out that doing this constantly is the literal definition of being lazy. Listening to them bicker, Jae-hyun quickly puts two and two together. If she's Idun, she must be the actual Norse goddess of youth. He looks at her, studying the legendary keeper of the golden apples. A sudden memory sparks in his mind as he recalls some vital info. Apparently, the golden apples she grows do not just stop the physical aging process, they also dramatically boost a person's overall magical adaptability. Vivid memories of his past dungeon runs flood back. He actually received one of those legendary golden apples before, as a reward, and tried eating it on the spot. But completely contrary to his expectations, the taste was unbelievably bad, that he had ended up stashing it away in pure disappointment. Looking at her messy state now, it is totally obvious. They are going to be stuck waiting around. Hela narrows her eyes bluntly, asking if the trial isn't even prepared yet. Idun turns deathly pale and starts stammering, which instantly confirms Hela's worst fears. She yells out in disbelief, realizing the trial is indeed completely unready. Jae-hyun can only facepalm in absolute despair, wondering how on earth an official trial could not be prepared yet. It was his first time seeing such a thing. Now Jae-hyun finally understood why Hela had looked so incredibly annoyed earlier. He spoke up, saying he understood. Curiously, he then asked how long he would have to wait for the third trial to be ready. Flustered by his question, Idun stammered for a moment before finally revealing that it would take about 3 days. Jae-hyun felt a bit dissatisfied. 3 days was not impossible, but it was still quite a long wait in this cold place. Time in this desolate, frozen wasteland of Niflheim would surely drag on forever. But then he caught onto something crucial. Since this delay was entirely due to Idun being unprepared, Jae-hyun knew he could not let her off the hook so easily. He quickly calculated that this was the perfect opportunity to demand some compensation. Standing his ground, he pointed out that her lack of readiness for a simple trial was something he had never heard of. Pretending to be furious, he claimed she was wasting his precious time. Terrified by his sudden burst of anger, she quickly apologized, explaining she never expected him to arrive so incredibly early. Seeing her flustered reaction, Jae-hyun smirked with satisfaction. It made sense for her to be confused by his swift arrival. While the delay was definitely an annoying issue, Idun probably assumed it would take them ages just to reach this point. Capitalizing on her guilt, Jae-hyun pushed forward with his plan, stating that a sincere apology required a worthy, powerful reward. He pressed her further, asking if she truly believed that a hollow verbal apology carried any real sincerity. Put in a tight spot, the flustered goddess clasped her hands together in a panic and asked if he was still using that specific weapon. She asked if it was true he used that creature's fang as a weapon. Jae-hyun muttered the words back, feeling a sudden realization. A realization struck him like lightning. Hesitantly, Jae-hyun asked if she was actually talking about the legendary dragon Nidhogg. The goddess quickly confirmed it with a playful wink, promising to help him upgrade that monstrous weapon during his wait. Jae-hyun agreed in a heartbeat. Idun then offered to issue a special quest during those 3 days of preparation. He was told to upgrade the weapon in return. Relieved that he accepted the compromise, she promised to speed up the trial setup. Jae-hyun was thrilled. He knew Nidhogg's fang was already an exceptionally powerful high-tier weapon. If he could upgrade it further, the sheer hype of reaching the mythical tier made Jae-hyun grin with absolute greed. The weapon would undoubtedly reach the mythical tier. Keeping his cool, he agreed while Idun warned him not to back out later. Right on cue, his system interface flashed with a notification confirming he had successfully accepted a new side quest. The new quest screen appeared displaying a special sub-quest to fully upgrade the dragon's legendary fang. To complete it, he had to earn recognition from Nidhogg, the terrifying dragon dwelling in Nastrand of Niflheim. The difficulty was set to S+, with the mythic tier weapon upgrade as the ultimate reward, which Jae-hyun happily accepted. He waved goodbye, promising to return in exactly 3 days. Idun waved back playfully, shouting for him to take his time. As she lowered her hand, her expression turned serious. Staring at the horizon, she let out a heavy sigh of relief. Clutching her head, she muttered that he was far more terrifying than she had anticipated, shuddering at the memory of his intense gaze. She had not encountered a human in ages, yet his attitude was completely overwhelming. Thank goodness she had managed to think fast. Reaching behind her back to secure an item, she brushed her worries aside, noting that Nidhogg had wanted to meet him anyway. She told herself to prepare the upcoming trials immediately. Squeezing the item in her hands, she feared what would happen if she delayed. If she failed to prepare on time, that terrifying warrior might return and demand even more legendary rewards from her. Just imagining that future made her shudder, knowing she would probably be stripped of every valuable item she owned. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun had already moved on, surprised to discover a hidden doorway concealed within the thick swirling mist. Checking his system, he read the name Nastrand, which sounded completely unfamiliar. He immediately turned to Hela for answers. He asked her to explain exactly where they were. Striking a serious tone, Hela put it in the simplest terms possible. She told him it was essentially hell, yet completely different from Helheim. It was a massive, desolate prison realm. This dark place housed the souls of the absolute worst criminals after death. Jae-hyun immediately focused on that key word. Hela confirmed his suspicion, explaining that the realm existed solely to punish the most dangerous prisoners of the underworld. Jae-hyun pondered this. Even with his vast knowledge of mythology, he had never heard much about Nastrand before. Still, a confident smile spread across his face, knowing there was absolutely no reason to overthink this new journey. He casually told Hela and Fafnir to follow him inside, brushing aside any lingering doubts about the journey ahead. His confidence made complete sense, considering he had literal living myths backing him up. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed nearby. The mysterious voice asked if he was the prophesied enemy. Jae-hyun froze in sheer shock, his eyes widening in disbelief. Hellring, this mysterious voice, Hela immediately identifies it. It is Nidhogg, and the dragon confirms it himself. He is indeed Nidhogg, the legendary beast nesting in the deepest abyss of Niflheim. Min Jae-hyun stands firm. He boldly states that Yoon sent him to upgrade his weapon. He must obtain the dragon's seal of approval. The dragon tells him to face his test. First, he must travel down to his boiling lair. The deepest part of Niflheim is Virgelmere. Min Jae-hyun instantly recognizes the legendary location. In ancient myth, it is the boiling spring, the absolute origin of all water in the world. Legends say Nidhogg guards this deep spring. Min Jae-hyun realizes the system is sticking strictly to mythology. It is a massive relief that his myth knowledge is paying off so well. Min Jae-hyun asks if that is all. Nidhogg laughs off the simple question. The road is highly treacherous. If he cannot pass 3 gates, he will not even reach him. A massive stone door slowly creaks open in front of him. Nidhogg wishes him luck. Min Jae-hyun wonders why the path is so tough. Before he can ask, Hela shifts back into her human form. She promises to explain on the move. Without hesitation, Min Jae-hyun steps into the dark trials. They enter a freezing corridor echoing with the screams of restless souls. The spirits beg for mercy, screaming for freedom. He can feel their immense suffering. Unable to ignore the cries, Min Jae-hyun asks what this is. Hela warns him not to look at them. She explains that those are the eyes of sinners. Her dark warning makes him pause. Still shaken, he calls out her name. Hela quietly reminds him that she is the ruler of the dead, her cold voice echoing in the gloom. She reveals they are walking through Niflheim's great prison, housing those who committed 3 major sins. The first level is the Hell of Poisonous Rain. This gate is reserved for adulterers. Min Jae-hyun suddenly recalls Nidhogg's warning about the trials. He asks if they truly have to pass all 3. Hela nods. Curious, he asks what the condition is to pass. At each gate, the challenger must confess their deepest sins. She smirks at him. That is only if she is not here to help. She introduces the first guardian. This gate is guarded by Greed, the Formless, one of Niflheim's infamous triplets. The creepy entity suddenly declares Min Jae-hyun innocent and tells him to pass. Min Jae-hyun's face turns pale. Why does being declared innocent feel so offensive? A system notification pops up. He has 0 dating experience and has never been married. He safely bypassed adultery. Hela lets out an amused giggle. She jokes that being single is finally useful. Annoyed, Min Jae-hyun asks why she is so happy about it. She ignores his complaint and urges him to keep moving so they can find Nidhogg. They transition into a grotesque chamber. Min Jae-hyun is disgusted by the stuffed corpse-like faces of the sinners. Hela announces they have arrived at the second gate. Eerie voices begin begging for the agony to stop. The suffering souls scream in absolute terror. This is the hell of broken promises. The sinners here are endlessly torn apart by venomous snakes bleeding out eternally. Jae-hyun reflects on his past. He was far from perfect before his regression. He made plenty of mistakes and lived with deep, silent regrets. He probably let down people who trusted him along the way. He asks Hela what happens if the Guardian finds him guilty. Hela calmly explains that he will be forced to look directly at his darkest hidden sins. He must face his regrets and pay the price for his past betrayals. As Helra slowly moves closer to the betrayer, it becomes clear. If Jae-hyun can pull this off, the Guardian will reward him by finally letting him pass. With a booming voice, the Guardian introduces itself as the betrayer, the keeper of the second gate, before bluntly asking Jae-hyun if he truly wishes to cross. When Jae-hyun confidently says yes, the massive entity stares down at him coldly, stating that it must first weigh and examine his past sins. The betrayer's eyes instantly flare with an eerie light as it peers deep into his soul, immediately reaching a damning verdict. It declares that Jae-hyun is far from innocent, having broken countless promises to others in his past, leaving his face clouded with sudden grief. But before despair can take root, the betrayer interrupts, offering him a rare chance, saying he still holds the right to move forward. Jae-hyun can barely believe his ears, demanding to know why he is suddenly getting this opportunity, but the betrayer remains dead serious. The Guardian warns him that having the right does not mean his sins will simply be ignored, continuing its relentless heavy speech. As it begins to declare his sentence, Jae-hyun loses patience, only for the beast to command him to gaze into his own past. Vicious snakes suddenly materialize and coil tightly around his legs as the beast commands him to face the promises he broke. The trial forces him to relive those bitter memories and confess his crimes just as a giant serpent suddenly lunges forward. The serpent sinks its fangs deep into his flesh, dealing brutal physical damage that makes Jae-hyun cough up blood and scream in agony. In sheer disbelief, his vision begins to fade as his eyes slowly close while a chaotic voice starts echoing inside his mind. Now look closely, a voice screams for him to run as Jae-hyun opens his eyes to face Kim Jina. And there is Baek Seung-gu as well. He immediately pieces it together. This is a hyper-realistic illusion crafted by the betrayer. It is a painful memory from his past life before regression, the exact moment his friends sacrificed themselves in the mock dungeon. Trapped in the nightmare, Jae-hyun is completely consumed by guilt, remembering how these pure-hearted people were lured into a deadly trap set by Guchin. Knowing it was too late for themselves, they had shoved him away, begging him to flee and survive while they held the line. He remembers the cowardice, clearly running away in absolute terror and leaving his allies behind without even a single second thought. He had absolutely no time for gratitude back then, as his mind was entirely consumed by a primal, desperate urge to survive. Days after the tragic accident, the dust finally settled, and he was left to reflect on the sheer cowardice of his stupid actions. A heavy, suffocating wave of intense regret washes over Jae-hyun. He abandoned his friends, running away like a spineless coward. Everyone was weak and terrified, yet he was the only one who fled to save himself, leaving him to wonder how heavy his sins truly are. Suddenly, the shifting landscape around him completely breaks apart, plunging him into yet another dark fragment of his forgotten past. A familiar snide voice echoes through the dark, mocking him, and Jae-hyun immediately recognizes Lim Myung-ho standing before him. The guilt hits him instantly as he remembers how Myung-ho was the only one who supported him when he was a struggling combat raider. His senior had nurtured and protected him during his darkest times, making the ultimate betrayal that followed all the more gut-wrenching. At the final critical moment, Jae-hyun chose betrayal, and the painful memories of his cowardice flood back with brutal clarity. He had groveled and begged Jung Ju-min, the very monster who slaughtered his mentor just to spare his own worthless life. He remembers those shameful pleas, agreeing to pretend the horrific slaughter never happened, all just to survive for one more miserable day. Talk about a heartbreaking realization, as that spineless betrayal has stained his soul and haunted his thoughts ever since. Jae-hyun desperately tries to justify his past actions, questioning if his intense, raw desire to survive can truly be labeled a sin. But deep down, he knows he cannot run from the truth. Before he can think any further, the betrayer presses him with absolute gravity. The beast demands to know what his real sin is, fiercely urging the warrior to speak up and face his ultimate guilt. Fighting through the agonizing pain of the venomous snake fangs, the prophesied adversary finally looks up to confess his actual crimes. He openly admits his spineless cowardice in leaving his comrades behind to die, swearing with absolute resolve that he will never do it again. He vows never to let history repeat itself. Right then, the horrific puncture wounds covering his body begin to fade away. Staring at his pristine, unblemished skin in sheer disbelief, he listens closely as the betrayer addresses him once more. The Guardian confirms that the prophesied adversary has successfully cleared the trial of betrayal, opening the way to the third gate. The system chimes in, confirming that the severe penalty for his betrayal at the second gate has officially been resolved. As the trio resumes their perilous journey, Helra softly calls out to him while Pappy lets out a low growl. Acknowledging his heavy exhaustion, Helra adopts an incredibly serious expression as she warns him about the upcoming trial of the third gate. Jae-hyun remains completely composed, nodding calmly and prompting her to reveal whatever information she has on the next gateway. Stepping to the front, Helra begins to explain the extreme danger awaiting them at the upcoming third gate. She delivers a chilling warning that Jae-hyun himself might turn out to be his own absolute worst enemy. The absolute worst, yes, Hela confirms. Now Min Jae-hyun cautiously realizes this trial won't be easy at all. Not one bit. In no time, they arrive at the final gate. "We are here," Hela says, introducing Min Jae-hyun to the third gate where the Life Snatcher lets out a deafening roar. "Get lost, stay away from me," bellows. Hela seriously explains this is the cold hell of wolves. Stepping forward, Hela explains the rules of this territory. The specific sin that gets judged in this area is the crime of murder. The growling Life Snatcher looks absolutely terrifying. It marvels at how long it has been since a human last stood before this final gate. But then the Life Snatcher stops and asks a chilling question. "You are no longer human, are you?" As Hela stares back at the giant beast, she warns him. This is the guardian of the final gate, and she continues, revealing more details. He is the eldest of the three giant wolf triplets. Hela whispers his name, the Life Snatcher. Min Jae-hyun bluntly states what he wants. "I need to pass through this final gate, so tell me, what must I do?" The beast just glares back, analyzing him. The Life Snatcher immediately points out that Min Jae-hyun has killed a lot of people, but Min Jae-hyun is not afraid at all, responding with a cold shrug. So what? He demands to know if the beast plans to block his way. The Life Snatcher quickly denies that is not the case. It notes that his reasons for taking lives are vastly different from those of typical evil murderers. The ones he killed were all wicked or completely rotten beyond saving. The beast continues talking but adds that this does not mean his sins are washed away. In fact, it was a mistake to not even think about trying to save those people. At this, Min Jae-hyun calmly retorts. Instead of wasting any energy worrying about trash like that, he bluntly lays out his ultimate priority. Protecting the people close to him is 1,000 times more urgent. Hearing this, the Life Snatcher slowly raises its massive head. "I understand," the beast replies, noting that it too has lost so much. It recalls past struggles, Junipa Hellier, and the fierce wars that made that place a hell even worse than Nastrond. Losing patience, Min Jae-hyun asks what he must do to pass the gate. The Life Snatcher holds up a single claw and replies that there is only one condition he must fulfill. Just agree with every single question asked and passage will be granted. The Life Snatcher lays out this simple yet highly suspicious demand but warns that if he refuses or fails to answer, he will be slaughtered on the spot. Hearing this, Min Jae-hyun calmly replies he will hear the questions first before deciding. The beast then demands to know if Min Jae-hyun can swear to never kill anyone again. It goes even further, asking if he could go back to the exact moment before he took his very first life. Would he change that fateful decision? Min Jae-hyun quietly ponders the question, wondering if he truly could have chosen not to kill. But almost instantly, Min Jae-hyun finds his true answer for the beast. No, he states with absolute unwavering certainty to the giant guardian. That is impossible. He reflects deeply, knowing that even if he were sent back to the past, he would still make the exact same choice. There is no other path for him. Min Jae-hyun looks directly at the beast, declaring with absolute conviction that he has zero regrets. Infuriated by his honest answer, the giant Life Snatcher suddenly swings its massive claws, roaring at him to die. It opens its jaws, sharp, terrifying fangs. It wants his blood right now. Sensing danger, Pappy roars. He needs to protect Min Jae-hyun. Just then, the Life Snatcher leaps. It is incredibly fast, hurling its giant body at Min Jae-hyun. Watch closely now, this is where things get completely wild. Min Jae-hyun is caught off guard. Suddenly, Hela calls out to him, which catches him off guard. She steps in to shield Min Jae-hyun, joking that this chaotic ending really suits him. She is genuinely puzzled, pointing out that a simple lie would have let him pass without any trouble. She asks if he really wants to make an enemy of all Nastron. Min Jae-hyun calmly replies that if he must, he will. Surprisingly, Hela smiles and offers to help him. She carefully warns Min Jae-hyun to stay focused, reminding him that this fight is no longer just a regular system trial. In an instant, several smaller wolves are wiped out. Min Jae-hyun, Hela, and Pappy coordinate their attacks, fighting back against the Life Snatcher. Hela grins, thinking he truly is a formidable ally. Glancing at him out of the corner of her eye, she realizes Min Jae-hyun always acts on his own strong principles. She deeply admires his quiet, unyielding determination to forge ahead without ever looking back. That sheer willpower is a terrifyingly beautiful strength. Hela starts analyzing the specific question the Life Snatcher asked him about whether he could promise to never take another life. She realized the moment she heard it that this entire ordeal is a test. Countless sinners would gladly fake their repentance just to escape this hellish place. But Hela notices something unique about this setup. She pays close attention to the final gate, having gathered a lot of crucial information about how this system operates. It turns out the Guardian absolutely despises liars who pretend to feel remorse just to save their own skin. Hela knows that Nidhogg is waiting right behind the gate, ready to tear those deceitful souls into pieces for eternity. They can never find peace trap because selfish liars who only care about their own gains always bring disaster. Right now, Hela's highly confused. She never explained any of this to Jae-hyun. Why did he choose to fight instead of just lying? After a moment of thought, she realizes that it makes perfect sense. Jae-hyun is simply the type of person who refuses to lie. Hela closely watches Jae-hyun trying to deny the truth, but deep down she understands. He has no intention of running away from his past mistakes. Standing tall, he loudly declares his creed to the world. He will never take a single life without a damn good reason. His eyes go ice cold, completely void of warmth. If anyone dares to stand in his way, he will show absolutely no mercy. He is determined to wipe them out, whoever they are. The Life-Taker looks on, deeply intrigued by Jae-hyun's decision to face him with pure strength. How long has it been since someone this interesting crossed his path? Ultimately, the monster can't help but praise Jae-hyun's bold spirit. Calling him the great enemy, the Life-Taker charges forward. As the eldest brother of the triplets, he formally declares war on the boy. He vows to block Jae-hyun's progress. Meanwhile, someone watching this fierce clash from the shadows gasps in surprise. It's Nidhogg. Nidhogg has been closely watching. It's been ages since an interesting human showed up, and he knows that no matter how strong the Life-Taker is, this is a real challenge. It is almost impossible to defeat someone who has fully unlocked their second tier of divine power. Nidhogg knows exactly what Jae-hyun is capable of. This human has constantly shattered his own limits to acquire this level of power. He has long surpassed what a mere gatekeeper can handle. As Nidhogg, lost in thought, he wonders about the boy's name. Jae-hyun. Right, he knows the young man will eventually reach his chamber. Nidhogg prepares his next move. Even so, he expects the boy to arrive by evening at the earliest, so he should start getting ready. But the reality of the situation completely shatters all of Nidhogg's expectations, moving much faster than he ever anticipated. He stares in utter disbelief as Jae-hyun suddenly appears right in front of him. Is the battle already over? The boy calmly walks up to Nidhogg. Facing the ancient dragon, Jae-hyun makes his presence known. Just as promised, he has arrived. It's time to get down to business. He asks if Nidhogg can finally enhance his weapon. After all, he had to travel a pretty long distance to get here. Nidhogg chuckles in amusement. This great enemy is far more impressive than he imagined. But then a dark, heavy pressure fills the room. The dragon releases a thick wave of bloodlust. He wants to test Jae-hyun's strength, and he won't let him leave without a fight. He goes on and on about how much he's been looking forward to this. His main goal all along was to clash with the boy. He's eager to test the so-called great enemy of the prophecy. Suddenly, a blue system window blares a warning in Jae-hyun's mind. Warning, he has just encountered his first myth-grade being with complete divine power. The stat gap is way too massive. The system screams at him to abort the battle. But Jae-hyun doesn't feel a shred of fear. This is the challenge he's wanted. He turns to Hela, asking if she feels the same excitement. She just sighs and looks at him with a pretty exasperated expression. She reminds him that he's completely lost his mind, just like Aiden. Nidhogg simply laughs it off, promising to hold back his power. Jae-hyun smiles confidently. Of course he should. If Nidhogg ends him here, the dragon would be the one losing out on a grand plan. But the ancient dragon's next words catch the boy off guard. He only has one single condition for this friendly match. Since Jae-hyun wants to upgrade the weapon that holds the dragon's power, he must only use that specific weapon during this fight. As for other spells and skills, Nidhogg won't restrict them. But there is another major catch to this duel. He cannot receive any help from Hela or Fafnir. Jae-hyun contemplates the offer. This constraint is a massive handicap. Not being able to rely on his powerful companion cards is a pretty brutal disadvantage, but he refuses to back down. He quickly steadies his breathing. There's absolutely no reason to panic right now. Raising his weapon, Jae-hyun gets into a combat stance. He agrees to the terms, fully aware that Nidhogg has no intention of killing him. He begins calculating his moves very carefully. If this is just a test, pushing himself too hard could backfire on both of them, especially with their shared goals. They both need to stand against the Aesir gods. So Nidhogg's real goal for this trial is quite straightforward. Nidhogg grins in approval, preparing to unleash his ancient skills. He announces that he will now test the boy's actual worth. The dragon is incredibly excited. He wants to see if this prophesied enemy is the real deal, or just a fraud. With bloodlust flaring, Nidhogg prepares to strike. Without another word, both of them charge forward, colliding in a storm of raw power. The clash is incredibly intense and perfectly matched. The sheer thrill of the fight only makes the dragon crave more. He demands to see Jae-hyun's full potential. Grinning through the fierce clash, Nidhogg admits he is pretty damn impressed with him. It is time to take things to the next level. Min Jae-hyun doesn't flinch. He recalls Nidhogg's words about anticipating this battle. It all makes perfect sense now. This entire quest and encounter are just a carefully designed trial to test his limits. He suspects that the gods had this plan from the very beginning. He really shouldn't have underestimated their schemes. They might act aloof, but gods are still gods. They had a hidden test ready for him before he even set foot here. It is another perfect test to push his limits. Nidhogg immediately strikes, treating this clash as a light warm-up. The beast's face burns with pure murderous intent. Nidhogg releases a terrifying wave of pressure, and Hela warns him from behind. She yells at Min Jae-hyun to stay focused. Watching the incoming attack, Min Jae-hyun realizes this is the true divine power of Dae, a mythic-grade being. The surging mana is so overwhelming it makes his head spin. Assessing Nidhogg's power, he knows if any ordinary raider stood here, they would have perished instantly. Min Jae-hyun readies his skill, knowing that now he must unleash every single card in his hand. He activates his ultimate technique, releasing a surge of divine power. Min Jae-hyun quickly calculates his odds. This legendary beast cannot be defeated with half-hearted effort or simple tricks. Nidhogg notes his determination, predicting this fight might actually last a while. Then the beast opens its massive jaws. Unleashing a devastating breath attack, Nidhogg strikes. Caught in the destructive blast, Min Jae-hyun takes a hit to his shoulder. He immediately realizes a direct hit from this monstrosity would kill him instantly. Fortunately, with his divine power active, he can barely withstand it. Still, Min Jae-hyun knows he cannot rely solely on absolute deduction to counter these massive attacks. Burning through his entire mana pool too quickly will only leave him completely helpless as the battle drags on. He reminds himself to stay patient and carefully analyze every single micro-movement of his titanic opponent. Locking his eyes on the dragon, he knows that without deciphering Nidhogg's skill patterns, any counterattack is suicide. He dashes forward anyway, knowing a single slip-up means death. Watching his charge, Nidhogg is impressed by his speed. The beast calmly asks if it is his turn to strike now. But Nidhogg has no intention of just standing around waiting. It rapidly gathers more energy as Hela screams a warning from the sidelines. She warns him that Nidhogg is exceptionally powerful. Fortunately, Hela's divine protection keeps him safe from status ailments. Even so, she warns that this fight is far from easy. Min Jae-hyun remains remarkably cool under the pressure. He reassures her that he has a plan before launching his next strike. Instantly, the game system alerts him. The active skill, Punishment of Water, is triggered. Meanwhile, Nidhogg continues to rain down relentless attacks. Though Min Jae-hyun's spell is neutralized, Nidhogg is genuinely impressed. The dragon acknowledges his human magic is quite formidable. Yet Nidhogg mockingly asks if he truly believes such petty tricks are enough to defeat a god. Min Jae-hyun grins confidently, replying that it does not matter how incredibly powerful the legendary dragon actually is. He swings his blade again, declaring that on an equal playing field of divine power, he refuses to lose. Nidhogg notes his impressive speed but scoffs that such a level of strength will never breach its scales. But right then, Min Jae-hyun suddenly shifts the trajectory of his weapon mid-swing, aiming for a different angle. The system immediately flashes with a new notification, activating the second form of his invisible sword. The strike actually draws blood. Nidhogg gasps in absolute disbelief. Min Jae-hyun quickly leaps back. A smug smile plays on his lips. Is this different from what you imagined? Simultaneously, his Dragon Hunter title triggers, granting him a massive 30% damage boost against divine targets. Yet Nidhogg's wounds instantly begin to knit back together. As Min Jae-hyun stands there catching his breath, the dragon praises his effort. But Min Jae-hyun notices something familiar. This is just like fighting Fafnir. Minor wounds heal instantly. A dragon's passive regeneration is on a completely different level. He grows anxious. Not a single one of his strikes is dealing any lasting, meaningful damage. Nidhogg keeps its gaze locked on its opponent. The dragon finds it incredibly bizarre that even though it scaled down its divine power to match this challenger, he is holding his own. Nidhogg is deeply stunned. A mere human who unlocked divine power just months ago is actually pushing back a god of 10,000 years. Its pride completely wounded, the beast grinds its teeth, admitting his swordsmanship has reached an unbelievable level. Nidhogg locks eyes with the young warrior, acknowledging his incredible prowess. It has been a very long time since it faced a true challenger. Suddenly, Min Jae-hyun tenses up. Nidhogg dares him to survive the next blast. Inside, Min Jae-hyun's blood is boiling. Backing away, he cannot help but grin. The more he clashes with this ancient, terrifying beast, the clearer his own limits and potential become. Dodging another direct hit, he assesses his current growth. He refuses to back down. He wants to see how far he can push his absolute limits. These endless trials keep testing and judging him, but Min Jae-hyun manages to dodge every single strike thrown his way. Determined to bring Nidhogg down, he lets out a fierce roar. The dragon snarls back, baring its razor-sharp fangs as they charge headfirst into battle. Jae-hyun strikes with everything he has, adapting to every opening, and in the end Nidhogg cannot defend himself and crashes to the ground. Screaming in agony as he writhes on the dirt, the dragon fixes his gaze on Jae-hyun. Acknowledging the great adversary's immense strength, the beast relents, leaving Jae-hyun to heave a sigh of relief. But it doesn't end here. The adversary they set their high expectations on was never going to be a weakling. Suddenly, Nidhogg speaks up with growing curiosity. He asks if Jae-hyun saw the 3 gates of Nastron and Hell on his way here. The dragon wants to know his thoughts. How did passing through those gates make him feel? Jae-hyun can only gasp in absolute shock, wondering what this monster is playing at. Nidhogg continues to ramble, claiming he knows exactly what was witnessed back there, recounting everything Jae-hyun had to endure. He notes how the hunter had faced his own deep weaknesses and sins head-on, refusing to hide behind comfortable lies, admitting that vulnerability is his greatest strength of all. And then Nidhogg finally reveals his true purpose in this place. He intends to devour every liar at the final gate because corrupt souls like that will only end up spoiling everyone else. To break that toxic cycle, he stands guard. Suddenly, the dragon unleashes an overwhelming wave of killing intent, declaring that things are changing. Right on cue, the system alerts Jae-hyun that Nidhogg is unlocking a new level of power. Crimson warning screens fill his vision. His Eye of Insight triggers, automatically flashing an extreme threat warning. With absolute gravity, Nidhogg announces he will finally fight for real. Panicked by this escalation, Hela quickly shouts a warning, pleading that Nidhogg is going way too far since their opponent is barely level 2. She desperately screams that he of all people should know the absolute chasm and power that exists between Tier 2 and Tier 3. But Nidhogg just roars back, ordering Hela to stay out of it because this is his fight and his responsibility alone. Turning back to Jae-hyun, the dragon offers him a single choice, asking if he wants to surrender right now and abandon the quest. Jae-hyun just chuckles at the offer. Give up? No way. Still, he silently calculates his odds in this brutal fight. He knew it wouldn't be easy, but facing Tier 3 divine power, even with his strongest titles, it might not be enough. Yet fear is the last thing on his mind. Smirking, Jae-hyun confidently states that Nidhogg already knows he has no intention of quitting. Nidhogg grins, thrilled by his stubbornness. That is the spirit. In a flash, Jae-hyun grips his weapon and charges forward. In the blink of an eye, the two clash head-on. Jae-hyun immediately unleashes a swift, lethal strike right at the beast's vitals. But the dragon counters, forcing Jae-hyun to quickly shift into a defensive block, earning a rare nod of approval from his opponent. A decent defense, Nidhogg notes, proving he is a true master of combat. But suddenly, Jae-hyun gasps as the pressure intensifies. Nidhogg is just warming up. With a brutal flick, the dragon flings Jae-hyun backward, sending him crashing through the air with violent force. The impact makes him cough up blood. Fappy growls and Hela screams out in terror as Jae-hyun struggles to push himself back up. He quickly assesses his body, realizing he barely avoided fatal damage. It seems his B-grade armor saved his life this time. Standing across from him, Nidhogg speaks up. He curiously asks the great adversary if he managed to overcome Smear in the second trial. The dragon suddenly proposes a bizarre idea, leaving Jae-hyun completely confused and holding his breath as he waits for the catch. He demands that Jae-hyun block his next 3 strikes head-on with absolutely no dodging allowed. It is a crazy condition. If he survives, Nidhogg promises to recognize his worth and upgrade his signature weapon. Jae-hyun can only grip his blade, sweating. This is going to be incredibly tough, he mutters. He stands completely still as a massive wave of energy comes hurtling toward him. Realizing he never had a choice in this, Jae-hyun shouts out in frustration, calling the dragon out for being completely unfair. Nidhogg simply shrugs off the complaint. Unwrapping his first strike, he casually announces that this is only number 1. Sensing the mortal peril, he frantically executes his martial skills. Right on cue, his status window flashes with an update. The active skill, Absolute Calculation, triggers, barely allowing him to parry the devastating impact. Nidhogg grunts in surprise at his speed. He is impressed that Jae-hyun managed to deflect the blows so cleanly using such a simple yet highly effective method. But Jae-hyun looks down at his trembling hands, knowing he cannot rely on Absolute Calculation again. His mana pool is too low. Things are quickly spiraling out of control, and he desperately needs to conserve his energy for the rest of this test. But plans have to change quickly. Nidhogg's aura is burning far hotter and stronger than when this duel first began. The dragon warns him not to rely so heavily on that trick, leaving Jae-hyun to ask what the hell he means. He breaks it down, pointing out that Absolute Calculation merely forces magic to dissipate, consuming massive amounts of mana in the process. Sure, it gives great strategic feedback and works on weaker foes, but against high-tier entities that trick will quickly fall short. It is not like divine entities are completely limitless, Nidhogg says, channeling its energy. Even Odin himself only possesses a finite amount of mana. The dragon unleashes a massive blast toward Jae-hyun, declaring this to be the second strike. The pressure behind Nidhogg's attack is absolutely crushing. Jae-hyun is momentarily startled by the sheer weight of the strike. With no other choice, he resorts to his previous tactic but suddenly feels a massive shift. An immense wave of mana begins to gather, leaving Jae-hyun completely baffled by Nidhogg's sudden actions. He can hardly believe what is unfolding before him. Is the dragon actually drawing water straight from the lake? Meanwhile, Nidhogg sneers, openly mocking Jae-hyun for being incredibly foolish. The massive dragon laughs, telling him he has absolutely no hope of blocking this attack. Yet Jae-hyun simply smiles back with unwavering confidence. A second later, the system flashes a new alert confirming the activation of the Ocean Essence artifact, instantly halting the dragon's devastating strike. Jae-hyun completely blocks the blow, triggering an earth-shattering explosion. As the thick cloud of dust settles, he is still standing tall without a scratch. Nidhogg stares intently at him, deeply shaken by this worthy opponent. The dragon wonders if Jae-hyun had planned this perfect counter from the very start. Did he intend to use the lake water to counter my poison breath all along? Nidhogg carefully evaluates every single one of his opponent's skills. Analyzing the situation rapidly to deploy the exact counter magic is no easy feat. This is turning out to be an incredibly massive challenge. Yet this human executes his strategy flawlessly, showing absolutely no fear in the face of the dragon's Tier 3 divine power. Jae-hyun stands tall and calmly asks if there is only one strike left. Meanwhile, Nidhogg resolves to test this powerful challenger one final time. Unwilling to accept a humiliating loss, the dragon is determined to crush him, especially since the boy has cleared every single quest so far. Annoyed by Jae-hyun's smug attitude, Nidhogg decides to put him in his place. The dragon begins gathering all of its remaining power for one ultimate blow. With a terrifying, blood-curdling roar, Nidhogg channels every ounce of its energy, aiming to unleash a strike of absolute devastation. The dragon promises itself that this final breath will carry unparalleled destruction, pushing past its limits to ensure total victory. The dragon confirms that this is indeed the final strike. It pours everything into this attack, wanting to plunge the boy into absolute despair. Mocking Jae-hyun, the beast asks if he is already shaking. Yet our hero remains entirely unfazed, holding onto his absolute confidence. The dragon sneers at him to feel his own helplessness against this absolute force. Unafraid, Jae-hyun simply retorts with a cool, quiet shrug. Nidhogg roars, declaring that the same trick will not work twice. Jae-hyun looks down at his hand as the dragon's voice echoes in his mind. The dragon telepathically boasts that it has sealed and disrupted his mana, meaning he can no longer control the lake water. Jae-hyun frowns slightly. Seeing him click his tongue in frustration highly amuses Nidhogg. Its eyes lock onto his face, mockingly asking if he is finally ready to surrender. Resting a hand on his knee, Jae-hyun looks down and flatly replies that he has no intention of using the exact same tactic twice anyway. Snorting in amusement, Nidhogg raises its massive head and unleashes a torrent of green flame. This is indeed the final devastating blow. The raging sea of fire surges straight toward Jae-hyun, accompanied by the dragon's mocking wish of good luck. The beast bares its teeth menacingly. The monster promises to show him true despair as the green fire races forward. Let us see how the young hunter plans to survive this. Jae-hyun grips his weapon tightly, staring directly into the blinding light of the approaching inferno. He knows that trial and despair are crucial for growth. Nearby, Hela and Fafnir struggle to hold their ground against the violent gale whipped up by Nidhogg, their hearts filled with mounting dread. They can only scream Jae-hyun's name in pure panic. Meanwhile, the boy's system screen blares with bright orange non-stop warning signs. The warning system urges him to retreat immediately, stating that the incoming magic's power scale vastly exceeds anything the host can handle. Staring down the cataclysmic spell that threatens to vaporize everything, Jae-hyun analyzes the situation. This power is on a completely different level from Fafnir. Because Fafnir had been depleted of energy, this fully charged dragon spell is incredibly dangerous. Jae-hyun's hand grips the hilt of his sword even tighter. He tells himself there must be a way to block this, a hidden solution he simply has not uncovered yet. He refuses to give up. Facing the danger completely alone, he begins to analyze. Magic is essentially a structured system of runic language. Within that flow of words, power is manifested. This means any spell can be completely neutralized if one manages to sever the core flow of that linguistic sequence. Closing his eyes, Jae-hyun pushes his brain to absolute maximum capacity, focusing entirely on sensing the subtle movements of the surrounding energy. He blocks out all external distractions, tuning his heightened senses specifically to the massive wave of magic preparing to swallow him whole. Nidhogg watches in complete shock as the human stands perfectly still. Has he completely lost his mind, or is there a method to this madness? Meanwhile, Jae-hyun remains deeply immersed in his own thoughts, calculating his options against this devastating level of Tier 3 divine power. He snaps his eyes open just as the massive fireball closes and leaving Nidhogg utterly bewildered by his lack of defensive movement. Hela screams for him to dodge and save his own life, but the hunter remains frozen. He knows that running away now solves absolutely nothing. Seeing the glowing energy streams through the darkness of his closed eyelids, a knowing smile crosses Jae-hyun's face as the solution finally clicks. He finally sees the true source of this magic, where each rune acts as a single thread and the spell is the woven tapestry. Spinning his sword, Jae-hyun visualizes how the words interlace to manifest the spell. Suddenly, a memory of a past encounter flashes in his mind. Just like that. Back during the dungeon exam, Jae-hyun saw those mana threads while fighting the kobold and cut them down. He did that to stop its regeneration. Facing his foe calmly now, Jae-hyun realized he was wrong to think magic could not be cut. Magic is actually a continuous flow like a spool of thread. By calmly finding the source, he knew he could slice through it. That realization panicked Nidhogg. Calling him his ultimate enemy, Jae-hyun coldly swung his sword down in one clean strike. His swing instantly cleared the danger with that single sword. The fierce blue flames simply vanished into thin air. Right before Nidhogg's eyes, the beast watched in fury as its power turned to ash. Jae-hyun stood tall, his eyes shining brightly. This only fueled the dragon's anger. With the fireball gone, a heavy silence settled between the two of them. Nidhogg lowered its head, wanting to ask a question. Great enemy, it asked, did you actually see the flow? Jae-hyun was stunned. Huh, he innocently asked back, what is that? Once again, the dragon was completely dumbfounded. Nidhogg wanted to swear at this absolute lunatic, but Jae-hyun just stared at his system screen like a clueless idiot. What is this? He muttered, completely ignoring the beast. He frowned at the new notifications popping up before him. A brand new effect had been added to his active skill, Absolute Calculation. He was genuinely surprised by this development. Absolute Calculation was already incredibly powerful, so what else could it possibly add? Suddenly, a list of new stats appeared. This skill could neutralize all magic. S-rank Absolute Calculation could analyze the structure of any magic and completely destroy it. It required 0 mana for structures he already knew. The more he read, the more his jaw dropped in shock. It could reverse magic, turning spells into equations to dismantle them. Mana cost depended on the rank of the targeted spell. When Jae-hyun read the crucial final line, he could not hold back his excitement and let out a loud shout. 0 mana cost, he cheered quickly, scrolling. This meant as long as he memorized every magic structure, he was golden. He would never need mana again. Jae-hyun became lost in thought, completely ignoring Nidhogg, who stood fuming right across from him. Sure, memorizing every spell was impossible, but this was still insanely useful. Meanwhile, Nidhogg just stared at him in utter disbelief. Did you really slice through my attack without even knowing what mana flows? The beast asked. Finally, Jae-hyun looked up. What do you mean? Jae-hyun asked. Nidhogg snapped again, calling him a crazy lunatic. Jae-hyun looked up at its massive neck and sighed. Hey, calling me that hurts my feelings, Jae-hyun joked. Nidhogg burst into laughter, wondering how Loki had chosen such a rival. Just then, the system chimed with new alerts. He had gained Nidhogg's recognition, successfully completing the special subquest. Jae-hyun stood straight, nodding along as Nidhogg began to speak. Listen carefully, great enemy, the beast said as I explained the flow. The beast asked if he already understood ancient languages and magic. Jae-hyun honestly admitted he knew the basics. Ancient languages are just runes used to manifest spells. Nidhogg nodded, explaining that magic was essentially like a story. Simply put, the ancient words are letters and a spell is the completed book. Jae-hyun tilted his head in confusion. Why ask me something so basic, he wondered. Slightly annoyed, Nidhogg countered, demanding to ask one more thing. What did you see when you cut through my dragon breath? The beast asked. Jae-hyun recalled the woven patterns like thread. I saw threads of magic weaving together, he replied. The beast cut him off, confirming he had sliced right through them. Jae-hyun gave a simple nod. Raising a massive claw, Nidhogg declared that those threads were the actual flow of mana. Cutting those threads, the dragon explained, is basically like ripping out a page from a completed book. Jae-hyun looked surprised. So that is how his skill completely neutralized the dragon's magic. Nidhogg stared down at him. Is that all you have to say? The beast asked, amused to see the young warrior lost in deep thought. Let me explain, Nidhogg laughed. Looking into the distance, the dragon noted that what he did was nearly impossible, even for gods. Most mortals can never perceive the flow of magic. Naturally, the giant beast explained with absolute seriousness. In all my years, only 2 others have ever possessed this sight. Intrigued, Jae-hyun asked who they were. Nidhogg growled, clearly annoyed by the memory. Odin and Loki, it replied, marveling that a mere mortal had matched them. The dragon found it utterly unbelievable yet undeniable. Standing nearby, Hela smiled warmly as she listened to the praise. Your talent truly rivals the gods themselves, Hela remarked. Jae-hyun glanced back, urging her not to flatter him so much. He looked down quietly, grateful for the compliment. Unconsciously, Jae-hyun tightened his grip around the hilt of his weapon. Talent can breed illusions of grandeur, but it remains useless without effort. He knew he could never succeed without hard work. He refused to let her praise make him lazy. Stepping forward, Jae-hyun called out to the legendary dragon. Raising its chin, Nidhogg asked what he wanted. Jae-hyun walked closer, stating that none of that was important right now. He tells him that he has waited far too long. Min Jae-hyun immediately asks the burning question that has been bothering him, when are you actually going to do it? Lifting his sword with a bright smile, he speaks of getting his weapon enhanced. The beast commands him to set it down and step back. Min Jae-hyun obeys the instructions perfectly. He asks if this is right, and the dragon rubs its massive clawed hands together while considering the weapon. Let us see now, the dragon mutters. Suddenly, a beautiful deep purple flame begins to flicker and rise from the palms of Nidhogg. The flame dances and wraps itself entirely around Min Jae-hyun's sword on the ground. The blade slowly begins to transform, shining with a brilliant light. Enhancement of the artifact, Nidhogg's fang is a complete success. The sharp, jagged edge of the blade now looks incredibly sturdy and powerful. In an instant, the sword gets a complete makeover. The grade of Nidhogg's fang has officially been upgraded to mythic rank. As the purple flames fade, the sword floats right in front of Min Jae-hyun. He stares at the glowing blade, feeling incredibly satisfied with its high-quality look. Just one glance is enough to tell this is a top-tier item. Min Jae-hyun grabs his weapon, finding the blade length and grip feel almost exactly the same. He swings it slightly to gauge the weight, his eyes lighting up with pure joy. This is perfect since he can still wield it, just as before. Even better, his attack power is up by 1.5 times. His eyes turn a brilliant golden hue, drawing a proud roar from Nidhogg. The beast looks at him, proudly claiming that he enhanced this weapon by directly infusing his own immense greatness into the blade. Min Jae-hyun's entire body is bathed in a golden glow as he stares back. However, he suddenly hesitates, leaving Nidhogg a bit confused about what is wrong. He smirks, noting that the trial he just went through was insanely difficult. His very next words leave Nidhogg completely stunned. Asking if the reward is a bit cheap, he prompts the dragon to panic, while Min Jae-hyun simply sneers at him. He prepares to use an empty slot card. Soon the passive skill, Mythical Venom Dragon's Brutality, gets registered to his second slot. As the system sounds chime, his smile grows even greedier. He firmly states that he always takes his full share. Warning the beast that he is taking this skill, he draws Nidhogg's Absolute Fury, who calls him a bastard of an enemy. His hand moves fast across the passive skill screen. By gaining the power of the Venom Dragon Nidhogg, he unlocks some insane combat bonuses. The Poison Stack effect is always locked at the maximum level. Now whenever he attacks a poisoned target, his damage output skyrockets. His damage increases by 50%. As Min Jae-hyun returns to his normal state, he realizes this mythical grade skill is truly worth the hype. Now watch this, he is already calculating his next move. Opportunities to copy a mythic grade skill do not come around very often. He stares at the frozen dragon, deciding he needs to scavenge absolutely everything of value before he finally leaves this place. That predatory look sends a shiver down Nidhogg's spine. The dragon admits he never expected him to swipe his skill as well. Min Jae-hyun just grins, having collected tons of loot before even starting the third trial. Nidhogg is furious but completely helpless to stop him. The beast points a claw right in his face, shouting to Hela, asking if he is always this annoying. She just smiles awkwardly and nods. Nidhogg sighs in defeat. He accepts the situation, putting his frustration aside to offer a few surprisingly genuine and encouraging words of praise. He congratulates his great enemy for defending against his attacks so brilliantly. However, Nidhogg admits he has nothing left to offer him now. With the weapon fully enhanced, the dragon is officially tapped out. Min Jae-hyun does not hesitate to ask if he is finally clear to leave. Suddenly, Nidhogg stops him, stating that he still has something left to discuss. Min Jae-hyun looks up at the massive dragon with a serious expression. Min Jae-hyun asks, what is going on? The beast guesses that he is headed to Yggdrasil next, likely having received a special quest from Mimir. By pure coincidence, the dragon's random guess matches up perfectly with the active quest details on Min Jae-hyun's system screen. The quest details prompt him to destroy the system at the Yggdrasil Tower to prevent awakeners from ever becoming true gods. He answers coldly, admitting that it is true. However, he points out that it is still far off since he has another trial to finish. Nidhogg raises his head with immense pride. He looks away from Min Jae-hyun, muttering that it really will not take that long at all. He claims that with Min Jae-hyun's raw talent, the third trial will be over in a flash, especially since Nidhogg personally vouched for him. Min Jae-hyun starts losing his patience with the dragon stalling. He directly asks what the dragon is actually trying to get at. The beast crosses his arms and leans in close. Min Jae-hyun figures this is not just simple encouragement, and the dragon immediately agrees. Those massive red eyes stare straight down at the tiny human. He asks Min Jae-hyun to do him a major favor while he is up there. Jae-hyun guesses that he wants him to take someone out. The dragon confirms this, instantly thinking of his hated enemy. He wants him to destroy that bird-brained fool living at the very peak. Jae-hyun pauses, trying to make sense of the request. He realizes Nidhogg must be referring to the nameless giant eagle. He searches his memory for any details on their ancient feud. He recalls reading about Nidhogg and the eagle back in the library, where records stated their relationship was absolutely terrible. Stomping his foot like a soldier, he agrees. Jae-hyun prepares to leave with his squad, promising to keep this request in mind. Nidhogg watches their departing backs. He mutters that the cheeky bastard has officially cleaned him out of absolutely everything. Master pride. He feels it watching his student head out. Go on then. Conquer that third trial right now. Everything here falls silent once again. Only deep thoughts remain. The prophesied enemy. The one destined to change history. The one who will overthrow Odin and Asgard. Suddenly, Nidhogg snaps out of it. A rough path appears before them. A bumpy, difficult road stretches out. Jae-hyun leads the way. He is determined to prove his title is no fluke. He steps forward first. Nidhogg watches quietly, hoping the great adversary will surpass him and carry on the legacy. Meanwhile, outside, warm sunlight filters down. Hoseon's trio is walking together, heading back to class. Yoo-jung is incredibly annoyed. The more she talks about Jae-hyun, the angrier she gets. His attendance is absolutely terrible. He skips classes constantly. Skipping is basically a daily routine. Where on earth is he, and what is he doing? Hoseon sighs. Jae-hyun has not even replied to texts. Seo-in-ah looks pretty anxious, quietly wondering if something bad happened. Surely nothing serious has happened. Seeing her worried face, Hoseon tries to cheer her up with a warm smile. Come on. If anything was wrong, he would have told us. Still, Jae-hyun rarely shares details, making them worry. Yoo-jung drops her head, deeply frustrated. What in the world is Jae-hyun doing that keeps him so busy? Her eyes are full of worry. She tries to hide it. Honestly, people might think he is out saving the world. While his friends worry, Jae-hyun and his crew have other plans. They suddenly find themselves in a windy forest. He announces his return. Aiden eagerly runs over to greet them, asking if the trip was incredibly exhausting. Jae-hyun gets straight to the point. Is the trial preparation ready? He has no time to waste. She confidently confirms it. Everything is prepared for him to start right now. She reaches her hand out. Are you starting now? Jae-hyun gives a brief nod. Yes, let us get to it. Sorry to trouble you. No more delays. The Aesir gods are already making moves. Aiden smiles cheerfully, handing him some items. These are essential items for the trial. Still, Jae-hyun is deep in thought, knowing there is no time to rest. No rest for him. But he is totally unprepared for what she shows him. Talk about an unexpected twist. He spots 3 identical tiny objects in Aiden's palm. He asks if they are seeds, and she cheerfully nods. The trial is actually about weight. His voice drops heavy with suppressed anger. What exactly are we planting? Aiden shrinks back. Is there a problem with planting a tree? Jae-hyun snaps, telling her to just forget it. He tries to calm down. They must defeat the Aesir gods as fast as possible. Yet his outward words clash. Why are they doing this for a trial? His calm exterior completely hides the chaos raging inside his mind. Is she seriously telling him to sit back and grow a tree? Aiden stares, completely lost for words. She panics internally. She really did not expect him to react with such intense fury over a simple garden task. Why is he treating this like some trivial joke? This is supposed to be a noble, holy trial about nurturing life. She wants to ask if he knows how wonderful gardening is, but she is way too terrified right now. His expression is just too intimidating. She cannot speak. It takes Jae-hyun a long moment to finally cool down. Fine, he sighs. Can you explain the details first? He tries to wrap his head around this bizarre test. He looks at Aiden, completely baffled by the trial. She clears her throat, telling him to listen closely. She gets serious. The task is incredibly simple. All he has to do is plant a single apple tree. He must plant the seed, water it diligently, and make sure it gets plenty of natural sunlight to harvest. She describes the entire process of sunbaking and nurturing. Then Aiden decides it is faster to show the system. Reading it yourself will be much faster. A system window pops up, making Jae-hyun's face grow even paler. The main quest Aiden, master of the Mist Garden, has issued a trial. Nourish the seed received from her. Harvest a single golden apple. This is a chained quest, and completing it will eventually unlock Aiden's ultimate trial. Time remaining is 30 days. Failure means restarting the entire trial. Jae-hyun immediately feels a rush of intense anxiety. He does not have a month to waste, while Odin and the Aesir could attack any second. Yet she only smiles. Do not worry about that. She is excited. Time in the Mist Garden flows 30 times slower than in Midgard. Jae-hyun is completely stunned. It makes sense, as some dungeons have distorted time ratios between the inside and outside worlds. She turns around. Either way, the golden apple seed will mature into a fully grown tree within a month anyway. She looks back with a bright smile. Let me lead you to the fields, follow me. He follows with his crew. He silently follows in Idun's footsteps until she finally halts. Without even turning around, the beautiful goddess points to the vast field where he is supposed to complete his trial. Jae-hyun looks utterly confused, staring down at his feet and wondering if they have taken a wrong turn. The ground beneath their feet is cracked and bone dry. Instead of a lush green meadow, it's just a barren wasteland where absolutely nothing can grow. Not even a single blade of grass can survive. A field, Jae-hyun asks, but Idun simply winks at him, playfully confirming this is indeed the spot. She smiles, though her eyes remain cold, reminding him that this is his third trial. Jae-hyun looks at the dead soil, his anxiety spiking by the second. There is no way this was ever going to be easy. Gritting his teeth to keep from losing his mind, he realizes he has no choice but to accept it. He thinks back to the brutal trials he has already overcome. Since the first two demanded that he risk his life, he had assumed this one would be simple. But now the sweet and gentle goddess from before has completely vanished, replaced by someone who feels more like a demon than a savior. She stands on the cracked earth and hands him what feels like an impossible task, leaving him with absolutely nowhere to turn. To grow anything here, he needs fertile soil, rich in earth energy. That is basic farming logic, but this wasteland has absolutely none of it. If not earth energy, then he at least needs some fertilizer. But the desolate ground he's standing on doesn't even have that luxury. There's no life, no moisture, and certainly no energy. He looks around, deeply frustrated by just how badly ruined the land actually is. Not a single weed can sprout here. Sensing his dread, Idun gives an awkward smile, admitting she recently had a little scuffle with Nidhogg. The dragon apparently got angry and unleashed a blast of its toxic breath. Jae-hyun breaks out in a cold sweat as she casually explains the disaster. She notes that since he has met the beast, he should know how troublesome its nasty temper can be. Jae-hyun completely loses his cool. He asks if she is seriously making him clean up a toxic wasteland and grow a tree from scratch. In response, she shows him her basket of golden apples. She cheerfully reminds him that it takes exactly 30 days to grow a golden apple. Hearing this, Jae-hyun's party completely freezes up. She wishes the great adversary good luck, claiming she is running low on sleep and needs to head out. Just like that, she bids him farewell. She coldly says goodbye and sweeps Hela away, telling her and the cute little dragon that they are both coming along with her. Jae-hyun panics and yells after them, begging her to at least teach him how to grow the seed before she vanishes, but his cries are ignored as they fade into the distance. Left all alone on the dead ground, Jae-hyun plunges into deep despair. Reaching into his pocket, he realizes he has no other choice. He pulls out the item, remembering that Idun is still a goddess. She wouldn't give him a trial that's entirely impossible to beat. There has to be a trick or a hidden solution somewhere. Opening his palm, he stares at the 3 mysterious seeds. With a heavy sigh, he accepts that he simply has to try. A week goes by, but the barren soil where he planted the seeds remains completely silent, showing absolutely no signs of life. Clutching his watering can, Jae-hyun falls to his knees in defeat. Frustrated and exhausted, he throws the can across the dirt. His furious cries echo all the way to the peaceful courtyard where Idun, Hela, and the cute little dragon are taking a relaxing break. The plant still hasn't sprouted, and Hela watches the boy complain about how he has provided water, light, and everything possible. Keeping her eyes fixed on him, Hela asks Idun why she is doing this. The goddess just offers a sweet, innocent smile. She claims she has no idea what Hela means, but Hela just glares, asking why she gave him such an absurdly difficult trial. Hela points out that she knows exactly what kind of seed that is causing Idun to flinch, wondering when she found out. Regaining her composure, Idun sips her tea and admits that much like Nidhogg, she has her own reasons for watching him. She simply wants to see if the great adversary can continue to move forward. Hela, however, remains completely unimpressed. She mutters that Idun plays innocent despite her twisted habits, which is exactly why she dislikes her. Idun just smiles brightly in response. She playfully asks if it's because of her stunning beauty, which only irritates Hela more. But deep down, Idun softens just a bit. She thinks that offering a tiny hint wouldn't hurt. Meanwhile, back at the plot, Jae-hyun stares blankly at the silent earth. The goddess gave him exactly 1 month to grow this tree, and his hopes are rapidly draining as the days slip by. At this rate, the trial is completely impossible. Jae-hyun sinks into despair, finally understanding why Hela warned him about this specific stage. He knew there was a catch to all of this. Right then, Idun casually strolls back over to check on his progress. She notes that things aren't going too well, and a weary Jae-hyun asks if she has any useful advice to offer. Giggling behind her hand, she suggests a heart that loves plants, driving him to snap that he is in no mood for jokes. She chuckles, claiming she was only trying to break the tension, but Jae-hyun is far too exhausted to play along with her. He dismisses her antics and asks if he can at least pose a serious question, catching the goddess off guard. She agrees to answer if it's within her knowledge. Jae-hyun looks up and directly asks her about the golden seed. His question catches her by surprise. He simply wants to know if the seed is even alive, and she confidently assures him it is. It's not dead, it's just waiting for the right moment to finally bloom. Jae-hyun stops asking and lowers his head quietly, muttering that he understands. Idun looks over at him, her teasing smile fading. She notes that he seems to be struggling and offers to swap it out for a different seed. Even if she gives him a new one, she warns him that the overall difficulty of the trial won't change at all. But Jae-hyun doesn't even look up. He tells her it's fine, using his bare hands to pat down the soil because she said it's still alive. The despair vanishes from his eyes. Since there's still a spark of life left, he carefully tends to the dirt. It's far too early to quit. Idun smiles warmly at his determination. Jae-hyun shifts the focus, asking her to lend him a notebook or diary to keep track of things. He wants to write a daily log while caring for this little guy. Idun agrees and departs, saying she will make it happen. Hela sits nearby, watching Idun walk away. Something catches her attention, causing her to smile as she senses Jae-hyun's absolute resolve. Idun looks genuinely excited. Hela teases that she is starting to like the boy, and Idun doesn't even bother to deny it. 2 days later, Jae-hyun receives the notebook to log his progress. He flips it open and starts writing down every single detail. He tracks the seed day after day. The tedious process brings back memories of school observation logs that had to be kept daily. It feels like a painful high school chore all over again. But he has no choice because missing even a tiny detail could ruin everything. Without constant monitoring, he might miss the slightest sign of growth. Page by page, his handwritten logs begin to fill up. The entries officially begin on day 10 of the trial. He waters it daily, makes sure it gets plenty of sunlight, and watches over it. He pours his entire soul into raising this stubborn seed. Days bleed into weeks, and before he knows it, the final day of the trial arrives. The deadline for Idun's third challenge has finally come. Suddenly, the notebook and pen slip from his hands, clattering onto the dirt. He actually did it. Jae-hyun lets out a triumphant shout as a tiny bright green sprout finally breaks through the dry soil. The legendary golden apple seed has finally sprouted after 30 grueling days of non-stop care. He laughs with pure relief. His hands shake as he stares at it. The intense ordeal has worn him down completely, making him realize just how exhausting this was. Even though time flows differently inside this trial, 30 whole days of his life are gone. He can't even force a smile anymore. He's thrilled, but he knows he has to keep a clear head. This is only the first hurdle in a much larger test. The challenge is far from over. He lets out a heavy sigh, realizing it took him an entire month just to get a single sprout. Still, a wave of determination washes over him. He remembers the harsh warning that came with accepting this quest. Failing means starting all over again from day one. He steels his resolve, telling himself he'll just have to do it faster next time. Right on cue, Idun appears before him again. She looks at the tiny sprout and asks if he has finally understood something. Jae-hyun turns his head to look at Idun as she sits down right beside him, offering her gentle congratulations. Jae-hyun sighs, admitting he learned a thing or two, but complains that he only managed to produce a single tiny leaf. It's hard to feel victorious when a month of hard work only got him this far. But Idun just offers a soft smile. She assures him he did an amazing job, leaving him completely baffled. She stands up and asks if he really thinks he failed. He scratches his cheek, pointing out that the quest clearly demanded he grow a full tree within the 30-day limit. Since the seed only sprouted on the very last day, he figures his chances of passing are basically non-existent. Idun smiles like a benevolent goddess, telling him that would be true if this were just a normal tree. Suddenly, a massive tremor shakes the ground. Jae-hyun stumbles as the earth rumbles beneath his feet and seriously get ready because things are about to get crazy. He looks up in utter shock, his jaw dropping at the absurd sight. The tiny shoot he spent a month babying is rapidly transforming. In a matter of seconds, it morphs into a towering ancient tree. Idun calmly explains the secret behind the seed she gave him. It was actually a diseased golden apple seed. She gazes up at the massive trunk, offering a playful apology for setting him up. She admits she wanted to test his limits. Jae-hyun stands frozen in disbelief, slowly turning back to look at her. She recalls the shriveled, dead-looking seed she handed him. A diseased golden apple seed is notoriously stubborn and requires an immense amount of care. But the most crucial factor is that it will never grow without the sheer willpower and belief of the person raising it. Jae-hyun stares at her, repeating her words. Ida nods, explaining that only absolute willpower can force that stubborn seed to break the soil. She walks closer to the massive trunk. Without that level of unyielding determination, the tree would have stayed buried forever. Placing her hand on the rough bark, she reveals that the entire trial was deliberately designed this way from the very beginning. She turns back to him, noting that the golden apple tree is a mysterious existence. Its branches are already thick with lush green leaves. It is capable of growing and bearing fruit within 30 days. Yet for the first 29 days, it won't even sprout. Hearing this, Jae-hyun is completely taken aback. Idun calmly goes on to explain the final piece of the puzzle. This tree represents patience and faith, that is all. He silently thinks that the ending of this trial feels a bit anticlimactic. Still, he wanted to ask. He remembered her offer to swap the seeds exactly a week after he started planting. She smiles brightly now, admitting she did ask him. What on earth was her reason for doing that? He is confused. Why make such an offer? Idun looks at him. She wanted to see if he would quit. Discarding a living seed just because it did not grow quickly in those first few days would mean failing the trial entirely. In the end, throwing it away would be the exact same as rejecting his own potential as a person. Jae-hyun blankly repeats her words. Rejecting himself, it all makes perfect sense now as he looks back at his past. He remembers how weak he used to be. No matter how hard he struggled, he could never climb any higher. He did not even have the power to protect a single soul back then. Yet after his return, he unlocked his true talent. He stands there smiling at his own hard work, realizing he has climbed all the way to his current level. Clenching his fists tightly, he knows he must keep growing just like this beautiful golden tree. That sixth seed was a reflection of his old self. Now he is just like this magnificent golden tree. The tree sprouted on day 30 and fully matured in just one day, meaning if he had swapped seeds, if he had swapped them halfway, he would have failed completely. Idun smiles happily as he understands, but his response was different. He did not give up on the seed, choosing to ask if it was still alive instead. She speaks firmly, knowing a strong will never gives up on anything. Jae-hyun cannot help but smile along with her. That determination is exactly what keeps him moving forward. But right now, is this third trial truly finished and done? Idun quickly corrects him, asking what on earth he is talking about. This trial is far from over. He lets out a soft sigh, remembering that this was clearly labeled as a chained quest from the very start. Idun playfully tells him not to be too discouraged, since only one quest remains before they are done. The system notification pops up: main quest completed, and now it is time to proceed to phase 2. The new main quest is to protect the tree from the demons seeking the golden apples and harvest them. There are 12 hours remaining. Jae-hyun's eyes widen in absolute surprise as he reads the next system objective. He wonders if she really expects him to protect this tree. Idun raises a single finger and confirms it. She shows him a golden apple, explaining that the tree emits an incredibly powerful magical scent when it bears fruit. As they speak, heavy footsteps echo nearby. Monsters of all kinds are already charging straight toward his newly grown tree. Every single demon in Niflheim is definitely rushing to this exact location. There must be at least hundreds of them. The massive horde completely shocks him, but Idun just laughs happily, preparing to watch the grand finale. She thinks watching an army battle is the best. Panicked Jae-hyun looks back and asks where she is going. She stays completely calm, telling him that she is simply getting out of his way for the fight. She claims she would only be a burden in a fight like this. Jae-hyun is absolutely furious hearing her excuse. Leaving him all alone once again, she strolls away humming a tune, completely ignoring his desperate calls to stop. He warns her he won't let this slide. Suddenly, the demons she mentioned arrive, their roars shaking the ground. Jae-hyun pulls his weapon from his system inventory, staring down the massive horde. He curses under his breath. The system alerts that his active skill, Ancient Magic Vessel, is fully activating. The mythic vessel is ready. He stands completely alone, defending against the onslaught of hundreds of demons crowding in around him. Surprisingly, Fafnir suddenly appears. Jae-hyun looks at the beast and asks if Idun actually allowed him to help. Fafnir lets out a soft growl in response. Jae-hyun watches as his body expands to block the path ahead. Jae-hyun tells Fafnir to protect the tree. The demons cannot wait any longer and charge forward all at once. Jae-hyun unleashes his own skill, his body completely covered in a dense surge of dark purple mana. His eyes turn incredibly cold as he prepares to use his poison magic. The system sounds a loud warning. With 12 hours left on the timer, the sky turns into a toxic gray, leaving the demons completely bewildered. They look up in confusion. Until now, Jae-hyun never really had a reason to use poison magic directly. Poison magic is usually used for status effects and its raw power is not that great. But things are different now. His newly summoned poison rain pours down from the gray sky, leaving the massive demon hordes screaming in agony. The active skill Poison Rain triggers and Jae-hyun stares into the toxic downpour. The reason is simple: the system is just doing its job. Driven by his passive skill, Venom Dragon's Brutality, the standard poison effect gets boosted into a lethal flesh-melting toxin. The demons melt away like they were doused in acid, spreading this extreme venom to all designated targets. With maximum poison stacks on the enemies, Jae-hyun grips his sword and smirks. He wonders if he should test his newly upgraded blade. No sooner said than done. Dashing forward, his ice-cold slashes carve right through the thick hides of the giant demons. They cannot even react. Wave after wave of monsters are brutally slaughtered by him in a matter of seconds. Jae-hyun touches down and exhales softly, leaving a massive pile of shredded monster corpses right behind him. His damage output shot up by 50% thanks to his passive skill. Jae-hyun looks down at his sword, genuinely surprised. He did not expect that 50% damage buff to make such a massive difference. He inspects the blade closely. The edge cuts so smoothly it is almost terrifying, truly top-tier gear from Jae-hyun. But he cannot let his guard down yet. And get this, countless enemies still remain with hundreds of greedy monsters lurking, all hungry for his prized golden apple. The weakest among them is at least rank 6. That means each beast is as strong as a Milet Academy instructor. Pappy is eagerly helping out. Since Pappy is his pet, the system allows it, but Hera is not permitted to help this time. Staring down the demonic horde, Jae-hyun suddenly crouches and launches himself into the air like a rocket. He dives straight into the middle of the enemy horde. No backing down now. Wearing a chilling smile, he prepares to fight. A severed demon head flies through the air in a perfect arc before hitting the dirt. Exhausted, Jae-hyun catches his breath. The system announces he successfully cleared the first wave. Dumbfounded, Jae-hyun shouts directly at the floating screen. What is the meaning of this? Yoon said there were only 2 trials. The system coldly issues another notification. The second trial has been updated. His blood boils as he reads the objective: defend the tree and harvest the golden apples. The reward listed is the gift of Idun with a strict 12-hour time limit remaining to complete the trial. When the system asks if he wants to review the updated details, Jae-hyun finally loses his temper and yells, "Yoon is such a devious, cunning woman." Another loud announcement echoes around the giant golden apple tree. The tree defense game begins. The rules are simple: defend the golden tree and defeat as many monsters as possible. Crucial details on the incoming monster types are laid out, showing exactly what he will face next. The enemies are split into 3 categories: infiltrators, defenders, and the most dangerous of them all, the magic casters. Each type has its own weakness, and he must remember them all if he wants to survive this defense game. Next, the system explains the scoring system. He will earn 1 point for every normal monster he kills. Defeating an elite monster yields 30 points. Fortunately, he is not entirely on his own. Guardians will assist him. These guardians will help protect the tree, and the player can spend accumulated points to summon additional ally monsters. Crowned elite monsters will spawn in every wave, and the attack only ends once that specific elite is destroyed. With each passing wave, the enemies grow stronger. The second wave is scheduled to begin in exactly 1 hour. He has to use this rest period to prepare. Staring at the system screen, Jae-hyun remarks how familiar this is. This setup is just like the tower defense games he played as a kid, but he is too focused to notice his surroundings. Thick roots silently begin to wrap around his feet. Since he has plenty of gaming experience, he has got this. It is time to use some strategy. Suddenly, the ground beneath him shakes violently as massive roots burst upward. Formed from earth, stone, and the thick roots, the guardians are officially summoned to the field. They even develop large, expressive human-like eyes. Jae-hyun stares at the strange creatures, wondering if they are his allies. According to the system, these summonable guardians will obey his every command to defend the golden tree. One of them blinks in a surprisingly friendly manner, making him smile. He orders them to help Pappy guard the area. Obeying his command, the guardians fall back to defensive positions around the tree, exchanging nods with Pappy. In a strategy game like this, there is one crucial step he has to take first. Jae-hyun opens the system. A notification pops up showing 21 kills. He has 211 points, spending 100 of them on defenses. Sharp, thorny barriers erupt from the ground, forming a protective ring around the golden tree to secure the perimeter. Jae-hyun chuckles coldly. He carefully calculates his next move, deciding to spend his remaining points on summoning allied beasts. Obediently, the newly summoned monsters line up under the tree. The system notes he spent 20 points to summon them. He summoned the intruder type, then spent 20 points on mages. Jae-hyun quickly recalled what the system had previously warned him about regarding these monsters. In this defense game, there were 3 distinct classes of monsters that he could summon to protect his territory. They countered each other just like a game of rock, paper, scissors. Jae-hyun rapidly calculated his options, formulating a precise counter-strategy in his mind. The defensive types were weak against mages. Mages fell quickly to intruders, and the aggressive intruders stood no chance against solid defenders. Each unit had its own strengths and weaknesses depending on the opponent. He knew that failing to master this core principle would make victory impossible. Flicking his index finger, Jae-hyun smirked, ready to test his luck. A brilliant golden aura enveloped his entire body. It was time to unleash that special skill. He remembered the chains wrapped around the thorny vines. After regressing, a lock skill was finally ready. His wood magic forest bind was previously unusable due to low stats. Jae-hyun glared at the sharp brambles creeping beneath him. Since his barrier was quite vulnerable to claws and fangs, these tough vines would serve as a perfect shield. Jae-hyun stepped forward. Better than nothing. Standing side by side with the guardian Pappy and his allies, he prepared for battle. They stared down the monsters, targeting their unripened golden apple tree. "Let's do this," he muttered as the system sensed his resolve. A notification flashed. The second wave had begun. The portal opened, starting a 2-hour countdown to defend the tree. Vicious beasts bared their fangs as they crawled out. They surged forward like a tempest swarming from both land and air. Papi blocked the path and roared with sheer fury, unleashing a mighty sound that instantly activated his skill, Dragon Fear. Enemy attributes plummeted by 20%. Jae-hyun narrowed his eyes at the oncoming horde, shouting for everyone to follow his command. Papi struck first, slamming a claw into a beast's face. Behind him, the mages weren't idling quickly, summoning lightning strikes. Lightning crashed down from above. Clash after clash, Jae-hyun carefully analyzed their combat power while slashing through the front lines. Papi's skill was incredibly potent, proving why dragons sat at the top of the food chain. These A-rank monsters were severely weakened. But Jae-hyun wasn't finished yet. Reaching out with a grim expression, he activated his primary buff Commander's Roar. His dominant aura washed over the battlefield, shifting the tide. The allied units felt their stats surge by 30%. Papi, the Guardian, and the rest of his allies stood tall, completely bathed in the radiant glow of his buff. I have no intention of failing this trial twice, Jae-hyun muttered, clenching his fingers tight. He was determined to end things. He leaped from a high ledge, slicing a beast clean in two before turning to issue swift orders to his forces. He immediately assigned roles to his summoned beasts. Tanks surround those targets as much as possible and maintain constant pressure. Ice wolves flank them to eliminate their mages. They growled in response, quickly moving into their designated strike positions. Jae-hyun didn't forget to organize his reserve forces just in case. All mages stand by and prepare to strike on my command. Guards hold the formation. As he adjusted his tactical lines, he suddenly noticed a major flaw in the defense. Damn it. The enemy's offensive units teamed up against his main defensive guardian, sending the massive beast crashing to the ground. Watching the chaos unfold behind him, Jae-hyun sighed in frustration. There was always one weak link causing trouble. A series of notifications flashed across his screen. Enemy eliminated +1 point. Another beast down +1 point. Total kills had reached 304. He glanced at the tally, muttering that at least they were making progress. But he couldn't afford to relax. Jae-hyun immediately focused back on the battlefield, knowing the real threat was coming. It was finally time for them to make an appearance, the absolute worst nightmares of any tower defense game. They always showed up at specific times during the wave. Suddenly, a gargantuan insect-like foot slammed down, shaking the entire field. The surrounding monsters scrambled in sheer panic as Jae-hyun locked his gaze on the massive silhouette emerging in front of him. It was an elite boss. The creature roared with deafening power, asserting its absolute dominance while rallying the surrounding beasts. A system notification flashed. Elite monster, the destroyer has appeared. Jae-hyun gripped his sword tightly, fully prepared for this exact moment. Finally, showing your face, he muttered. He analyzed the monstrosity carefully, noting that its entire body was covered in thick armor. The four-legged beast possessed a colossal horn and a heavily armored hide. It was built specifically to tear through solid defenses. Its objective was painfully obvious. It wanted to shatter the barrier. If a monster that size rammed his defensive line directly, even with his reinforced chains, the entire barrier would turn to splinters instantly. He had to halt its charge at all costs. Surviving just 2 more waves would seal his victory. There was absolutely no room for error at this critical stage of the trial. Jae-hyun unleashed a devastating explosive blow, kicking up a storm of dust and rock. Yet the agile beast dodged it completely. Undeterred, the monster kept charging forward. Not on my watch, Jae-hyun growled, preparing to trigger his ultimate binding technique. Active skill activated level 5 mana release Glacial Lock. Freezing chains erupted to bind the beast in place. Seizing the perfect opening, Jae-hyun rushes forward at blinding speed, leaping high into the air right before the massive monster's gaping mouth. Driven by sheer determination, he grips his sword to deliver a lethal strike. Meanwhile, in another realm, a figure holding a glass calls out Idun's name. Hera leisurely sips her tea and mentions she has a question. Hellring, this Idun beams with excitement and asks what she wants to know. She proudly claims she can share almost anything. Hera immediately brings up the trials, and Idun seems to instantly catch onto her hidden meaning. Sharing a knowing smile, Idun playfully asks what exactly she wants to find out, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she speaks. Matching her knowing attitude, Hera gets straight to the point. Naturally, she wants to know about the very first elite monster. Idun smiles deeply and asks if she is referring to something other than the destroyer. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun is still locked in combat. He keeps hitting the boss with endless combos, but the beast remains completely unscathed. Jae-hyun leaps back and clicks his tongue in frustration. Deep down, he knew slicing this beast would never be that easy. He decides to unleash his ultimate skill, summoning raging flames from his hands. Charging the monster once more, Jae-hyun activates his active skill, Hellfire, leaving the creature completely bound and burning in agony. As the monster roars from the intense pain, Jae-hyun smugly notes how incredibly tough its hide is. Secretly, he prepares his next move. He remembers the valuable lessons he learned back at the academy. Just then, the system registers his finishing blow and activates another skill. Active skill, Poison Shock, is triggered. The system calculates the massive damage, showing the enemy is now fully afflicted with maximum poison stacks. He visualizes his past lessons on dealing with heavily armored beasts. In that split second, he prepares to unleash another devastating technique. His passive skill, Venom Dragon's Brutality, is successfully triggered. Jae-hyun runs through the tactical plan in his mind one more time. First, he must use fire magic to superheat the monster's thick shell. Gaining momentum from above, he swoops down to deliver the final strike. The notification confirms the heat softened the shell before his blade sliced it clean. Jae-hyun exhales, deeply glad he paid attention in class. A flood of system statistics immediately appears on screen, confirming that he has successfully defeated the second elite monster of this intense trial. He conquered the destroyer, earning himself 30 bonus points as the second wave of the defense challenge officially comes to an end. With 342 kills, his score reaches 383. As night falls, white clouds drift across the sky. A bright round moon shines brilliantly against the pitch-black sky while his summoned guardians stand watch vigilantly beneath the giant tree. Sitting inside his treehouse, Jae-hyun sighs about how exhausting the day was, but at least they have a secure shelter to rest. They successfully reinforced the defensive barricades, giving him some peace of mind. Now he reflects on his journey during this quiet moment. This beautiful forest has become incredibly familiar over the past 29 days, yet tonight, a strange feeling hangs heavily in the air. He has exhausted nearly all of his hidden trump cards. To survive whatever comes next, he must meticulously plan his next move. He knows he needs a flawless strategy, but his thoughts are suddenly cut short. He spots something unusual, wondering what just happened. Fafi growls softly, having sensed the exact same anomaly. Jae-hyun looks up, his face pale with sudden worry as he struggles to speak. He wonders if that massive branch was intentionally snapped. Quickly calming his nerves, he asks Fafi if anyone has recently passed by. The creature seems just as clueless and bewildered as its master. Jae-hyun pieces together the clues, his sharp analytical mind kicking into overdrive. He analyzes the aftermath of the chaotic battle. They fought tooth and nail, yet the outer defensive fence has absolutely no damage. Not a single scratch was left on the barrier, meaning this massive tree could not have been damaged during the second defense wave. Looking closely at the deep, jagged gouges on the snap branch, it is clear that something deliberately targeted the ancient tree itself. The system board specifically called the Destroyer the second elite monster. He successfully took down the second elite monster, but wait. Did an elite monster even show up during the first wave? Wait, you know what? Something is seriously wrong with this entire setup. Remembering the official rules of the tree defense game, the system clearly stated that one elite monster would spawn per wave. A wave only officially concludes once its designated elite monster is slain, yet he never encountered the first elite monster at all. This leads to only one logical conclusion. The first elite monster has already spawned and is currently hiding right under their noses. The most logical scenario is that the beast is lurking nearby. Dropping down from the branches, Jae-hyun lands safely on the ground. He barks out orders to his guarding beasts, telling them to stay alert and stop resting. His mind is spinning with dread. His terrifying theory suggests that the threat is already hiding inside their safe zone. He urgently gathers his loyal beasts together. He commands them to line up immediately since time is running out. Acting on his instinct, he must verify his theory. Suddenly, a flashing system notification catches him completely off guard. A shocking piece of text materializes right in front of him. The system confirms he has detected the first elite monster, granting him a hidden quest to locate and eliminate the lurking threat. He must hunt down the intruder hiding within his allied territory. Successfully completing this hidden quest will massively upgrade his final rewards. The sheer absurdity of the situation leaves him utterly frustrated, cursing Idun for this unexpected twist as his beasts quickly line up. They stand ready to receive orders. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun sighs in exhaustion. Another notification rings out describing the hidden boss. A hidden quest in this tree defense game reveals a monster has infiltrated allied territory. It is incredibly greedy and always has its eyes on the golden apple. Locate the first hidden elite monster and eliminate it. He stands before the ranks. He sighs. He had his suspicions, but he never expected the system to officially confirm it. Jae-hyun closes his eyes with a sigh, telling himself to process those emotions later. Right now, finding the elite monster is what matters. Opening his eyes, he activates his skill to track down the boss. He triggers clairvoyance, initiating a threat assessment of the targets. Evaluating danger levels based on skill sets, Jae-hyun narrows down his search. Looking at the deep scratches on the bark, this attack must have come from close range. His eyes sweep across the rows until the system finally confirms a target. The designated threat level is low. Jae-hyun keeps deducing, though the front of the tree is already heavily protected by allies. With safety guaranteed by his troops, he hits a complete dead end. How could the monster have even approached the tree? Scanning for a third time yields the exact same result, narrowing the possibilities down to the single most likely scenario. There is only one possibility left. Right then, the scan reveals a breakthrough. The target danger level is set to medium. Jae-hyun reaches a grim conclusion before making his move. There is a traitor hiding right inside their own ranks. Anger flares inside him as he confronts the beast. "It is you, isn't it, the traitor?" The monster reveals its true form. Debris shatters everywhere as the monster exposes itself. Seeing this, Jae-hyun is completely sure he has found the hidden boss. Looking back, everything was suspicious from the very start. Why would a test guardian make so many basic mistakes? Only you possessed a completely different threat level, and only you kept constantly slipping up during our team maneuvers. You did not fail out of incompetence. It is because from the very beginning, you were never actually a guardian. Right on cue, the system confirms his theory, announcing that he has successfully discovered the first elite monster. An elongated arm lunges toward Jae-hyun, but he quickly evades the strike and lands safely. With a fiercely competitive glare, he mutters the creature's name. "Bellerophon, that really suits you. Relying on magic and weapons is all well and good, but for a dirty backstabber like you, fists are the perfect answer. Let's see, there is still 1 hour left. Before the next wave hits, plenty of time." He immediately charges forward, closing the distance in a sudden flash of speed. Jae-hyun rushes forward with insane speed and sheer determination. "I am going to beat you half to death." Meanwhile, back at the tea party, Jae-hyun watches him with deep admiration and surprise. He is truly impressive for discovering the traitor so easily. Who would have thought he would choose to pummel it to a pulp using nothing but his bare fists? She never expected him to go this far. He possesses both brains and brawn, making his raw talent absolutely flawless. Hellring this high praise, Hera quietly reflects. To be fair, any god watching this would reach the exact same conclusion. But since Jae-hyun has been trapped in the Misty Garden for so long with zero outside contact, she can only perfect. Guess how immense Jae-hyun's talent truly is, as she has not had any opportunity to meet other humans. If she knew the truth, she would make an even bigger fuss. Keeping her goal in mind, Hera shifts the conversation. "You are hiding something, aren't you?" Hellring this, Jae-hyun acts completely bewildered and asks what she is even talking about. But she cannot fool Hera. It seems she forgot that playing dumb is entirely useless against someone like her. In the initial plan, this trial only had 2 waves. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun casually brushes off his hands. Looking down at the defeated monster, he claims he finished the job before it could even start. Just as promised, those cowards could not handle a thing. The system displays his achievements, confirming he cleared the hidden quest. His rewards will be upgraded upon trial completion. For eliminating the elite monster, he receives 30 points. Jae-hyun checks the panel and immediately upgrades, spending 100 points on his defensive barrier. He spends his remaining points to purchase the maximum number of defense orbs. The system confirms the purchase. Looking at his newly fortified defenses, he proudly sighs and mutters that everything is finally ready to go. Suddenly, the system announces that the third wave is about to begin. Jae-hyun braces himself, wondering if this will finally be the last round. Meanwhile, Hera shares her suspicions. Even though he defeated 2 elite monsters, the trial is far from over. As the third wave starts, Jae-hyun spots the boss and gasps in shock. He cannot believe his eyes. At that exact moment, Hera finally voices her doubt. In the original plan, wasn't this wave supposed to be completely non-existent? Suddenly, 2 heavily armed monsters appear with raging fighting spirit. The system alerts them to the arrival of the third elite monster, suddenly materializing right as Jae-hyun grips his blade. Ready for battle. He chuckles at this absurd beast. That mana is totally insane. What even is that thing? The gorgeous Hera is also deeply baffled, demanding Yoon explain why the enemy faces an unplanned extra trial. What is her goal? Yoon finally shows her hand, admitting there is simply no fooling a sharp mind like Hera. She admits there was never supposed to be a third wave, since that phase was only meant for after they found Nidhogg. So she improvised this bonus stage. Meanwhile, the colossal beast lets out a deafening growl, flexing its sheer overwhelming authority. Both beasts look absolutely ferocious, completely fearless. Right then, the system chimes in to announce their official, terrifying arrival. The third elite monster, the Executioner, has arrived. Jae-hyun chuckles bitterly, his mind racing as he senses its massive mana. Its energy is staggering. What kind of freakish monster is this? He swings his blade to warm up, then charges forward. Jae-hyun grips his heavy blade with absolute determination, aiming to end this in one clean strike. He activates his skill. He vanishes. In a flash, he instantly reappears to slash one of the twins, but something is instantly off. The beast counters. Jae-hyun reels in shock. He clearly decapitated the thing, yet it did not even flinch. He quickly leaps back to rethink his strategy, his mind flooded with calculations on how to deal with this freak. He knew it was strong from its mana reading, but he never expected his attacks to do absolutely 0 damage. It makes no sense. Compared to any raider or demon he has ever faced, this thing is overwhelmingly powerful. Yet, it still shouldn't be at a level that can outmatch him. Frustration mounts as he mutters under his breath. What on earth is this beast? Meanwhile, hearing Yoon's insane real plan, a highly skeptical Hera immediately questions her directly. She asks if Yoon literally just added this stage on a whim. Having fully shown her hand, Yoon proudly confirms it. Hera asks why she would ever do such a reckless thing, but Yoon just smiles like it is completely normal. She claims there is no special reason, but just like Hera, she is starting to really like their mutual enemy. Because of that, she wanted to give him a much better gift, which is why she added this extra challenge. Hera finds this logic incredibly bizarre, arguing that if she wanted to give a gift, she should just hand it over. But Yoon is deeply confident in her creation, teasing that Hera simply does not understand how pride works here. Giving a gift without a proper reason would wound her pride. Every great reward needs to be earned after all. Hera immediately calls out her bluff, asking if she is just incredibly lonely since visitors are so rare out here. She points out that basically nobody can stand Yoon's eccentric personality, which makes Yoon's ego take a massive hit. Slightly offended, Yoon snaps back that this blunt attitude is exactly why Hera has absolutely zero friends of her own. Hera brings the focus back, warning her that Loki and the anti-Asgard alliance will want her head for this. Yoon acts slightly concerned but quickly brushes it off, claiming everything will be fine as long as their enemy survives. She insists it is nothing to stress over, leaving Hera completely speechless at her sheer lack of foresight. Hera sighs deeply at her companion's reckless attitude, knowing she ultimately has no real authority to stop this madness. The power to set these trials belongs solely to the designated supervisor, leaving Hera completely hands-tied in this situation. All she can do now is pray that Jae-hyun somehow manages to clear this deadly test in one piece. Right as Jae-hyun is completely lost in his thoughts, the beast lunges forward with a vicious lightning-fast attack. Jae-hyun barely dodges, but the relentless monster presses the assault immediately, leaving him with zero room to even breathe. He struggles to evade the heavy swings, but thanks to his elite skills, he somehow manages to land safely. Too close. Keeping his guard up against the twin beasts, he breathes a small, highly tense sigh of relief. He carefully analyzes their attack patterns. That cross-shaped slash from their massive twin axes is absolutely devastating. A direct hit would end him right there. There has to be a reason his upgraded weapon is completely useless. Perhaps there is a highly specific condition required to damage them. Just then, a wall of system notifications pops up. A special quest appears, catching Jae-hyun off guard. Stop the executioner and protect the tree from this final elite beast. But there is a catch: the executioners are 2-in-1 twin demons. Direct damage is impossible without fulfilling their conditions. The grand reward is an upgraded version of Idon's gift, while failing to protect the golden apple tree means death. The quest contains a hidden objective. If successfully completed, he will receive an even greater legendary reward directly from Idun. As the bright system screens fade away, he quickly processes the crucial intel to formulate his next vital move. So there is a hidden clear condition. She really should have told him about this sooner, but now he was starting to figure things out. Jae-hyun finally saw a way forward, getting a clear sense of how to steer this entire quest in the right direction. Standing before the two aggressive beasts, he pieced the clues together. The quest never actually required him to defeat the executioner. The main goal was simply to stop the raid and protect the tree. Plus, the system mentioned a hidden condition. That hidden clear condition did not need to be kept separate from the task of taking down the executioners themselves. Jae-hyun recalled the last time he pulled off a hidden clear during the final festival, back when things seemed completely hopeless. When the base was destroyed and a normal clear became impossible, he unlocked the hidden condition by defeating a specific boss. If an unlisted monster suddenly showed up acting as the final boss, then this hidden condition had to be connected, specifically unlocking the divine power by taking down the executioners. But first, he needed to clear up a few doubts. With his plan set, Jae-hyun dashed straight toward the monsters, and they charged right back to clash with him. Swinging his blade, Jae-hyun easily slipped past their heavy swings, using his insane speed to glide right between them. Slipping past the beasts, his test confirmed his theory. He had wondered why there was only ever one shadow. Suddenly, a glowing blue orb wrapped in a web of threads materialized right behind one of the monsters. The other beast had an identical orb behind it with a single thread connecting them, confirming Jae-hyun's theory. These two demons actually shared a single soul. He charged back and calculating his next move since physical attacks failed. Moving at lightning speed, Jae-hyun surged forward with absolute confidence, aiming to completely shut them down by targeting their mana. He slashed through the glowing blue thread, planning to completely suppress the beasts by severing their mana connection. It worked, but his triumph was short-lived. Jae-hyun gasped in shock as the severed blue threads began to knit back together. The magical threads were actually repairing themselves. Before he could process this, the monsters raised their massive weapons. They swung down with immense force, catching Jae-hyun off guard while he was still trying to understand what happened. He was slammed into the dirt but managed to block in time to avoid injury. Still, he learned his lesson. He knew clearing this would not be that simple. He carefully analyzed the split-second glimpse he caught during the clash. He had seen exactly where the severed mana threads connected, tracing them directly to the other executioner's mana knot. In other words, they were sharing their mana pools. Jae-hyun stood back up ready to test his next theory. This endless link was exactly why they were designated as the final elite bosses of this massive raid. His mind raced with strategies. These enemies literally could not be defeated unless you could see their mana threads. Even if you managed to cut the threads of one, they would simply regenerate using mana from the other. He needed a solution, something primitive yet utterly destructive. If cutting them down one by one was useless, because of their shared mana pool, defeat was impossible if he targeted them individually. He had to pivot. As the beasts closed in and swung their swords, Jae-hyun quickly drew his blade ready to counter. To defeat these two final bosses, his only option was to cut them both down at the exact same moment. System notifications flared to life, activating Level 3, Stealth alongside Level 5, Wind Speed, to boost his stats. His speed modifiers reached their absolute limits, heavily amplified by the effects of his passive light walk skill. Jae-hyun stomped his foot and lunged forward. Doing this with his current sword was easier said than done. It possessed great destructive power, but lacked the raw speed required to execute a perfect double finishing blow. Gritting his teeth, Jae-hyun charged straight ahead, knowing there had to be a way to make this work. He raised his hand high, baiting them by intentionally exposing his shoulder and midsection to their incoming blades. He gritted his teeth and waited, fully aware these executioners would never ignore such an obvious opening. He calculated the timing. The moment the beast lunged forward to exploit his opening, its posture would break. When the monster swung down, Jae-hyun easily spotted the split-second flaw. His eyes flashed with absolute determination. He lunged forward, capitalizing on that fraction of a second. Suddenly, a system notification flashed on his screen. Activating Level 3 Invisible Sword-style Giant Sword, he unleashed a single devastating slash that tore through them. The monsters shrieked in agony as Jae-hyun landed gracefully on the ground, turning back with a confident smile. The system confirmed he had successfully defeated the third elite monster, Skun. Satisfied, he safely sheathed his weapon. Elsewhere, someone dropped their teacup in absolute panic. Yoon screamed in disbelief, questioning how he could defeat Skun. What? This feels like a sudden bolt of lightning. I definitely did not design that monster to get defeated so easily. She keeps grumbling that this is completely absurd and asks if he has gone mad. Right beside her, a voice casually answers that this happens all the time. In fact, it is such a regular occurrence that it is not even surprising anymore. But she still cannot accept it, refusing to believe a mere human did this. She is a goddess after all, yet her opponent is just a mortal. Annoyance flares up inside her even though she knows he performed well in the early trials. Now get this, he absolutely crushed both early trials using his wits to bypass every danger just as she had anticipated. It was totally within her calculations, but she never imagined he would actually be capable of bringing down a massive force like Surtur. That hidden ending was only meant to be a wild challenge to provoke him. Suddenly, Hela chimes in with a playful grin on her face. She admits she is incredibly curious about the massive gift prepared for Min Jae-hyun. This clearly gets on Iden's nerves, causing her to snap at Hela. But she quickly gives up on arguing. A win is a win, and seeing their opponent grow stronger is not necessarily a bad thing for them. With a quick snap of her fingers, the glowing system interface suddenly materializes right before Min Jae-hyun's eyes. Notification alerts begin to flash. He has cleared Iden's main trial, stopped the threat of Surtur, and completed the secret scenario. The system announces that his rewards are being upgraded. Right after that, a sudden summoning circle appears. It turns out Iden is the one pulling him over, leaving him standing there completely baffled. He is totally lost as he looks at her, but she just puts on a rather gloomy face and congratulates him for clearing the trial. Min Jae-hyun's expression instantly sours, pointing out that she does not look pleased at all. Aiden sighs and admits that is true. She never expected things to escalate to this point. Min Jae-hyun frowns and asks what she means, but she quickly cuts him off. She tells him to forget it since a promise is still a promise. Looking up, she begins to explain the reward she is about to bestow. Min Jae-hyun's jaw drops. Absolute disbelief. He is completely stunned and cannot believe his ears after hearing her words. He asks if she is seriously giving him a piece of land. Iden confirms it, prompting Min Jae-hyun to demand a clearer explanation. She explains that she is granting him a small plot of land where he can do some farming. It is a very special place. It is a magical territory where he can grow golden apples and rare medicinal herbs. Min Jae-hyun narrows his eyes, repeating the words in suspicion. Iden nods, assuring him that this magical ground is real. She happily explains that he is getting a portion of the Misty Garden itself. Min Jae-hyun is instantly skeptical, wondering how on earth she can just cut out and attach a piece of land like that. Idun immediately snaps at him, asking if he is stupid because obviously that is impossible. Hela quickly steps in to tell her to play nice. She points out that throwing a tantrum just over a piece of land is uncalled for, ordering Idun to explain things properly. Begrudgingly, Idun complies. She grumbles that she is not literally digging up dirt to hand over to him, so he should relax. Instead, she is giving him a special key that grants him access to the Misty Garden whenever he pleases, bypassing normal restrictions. Even better, she is opening a direct portal connecting Midgard straight to Niflheim. Hearing this, Jae-hyun gets incredibly fired up. A direct gate between realms is actually possible, and to think he did not even have to risk his life for this shortcut. But Idun quickly shakes her head. The item she is about to hand over only works under very specific conditions. It can only register locations that he has personally visited before. She warns him that pressure from Asgard will still limit his access. Entering highly restricted zones like the Misty Garden is not going to be an easy task. Hearing this, he sighs in disappointment. He mutters that he gets it, but she quickly reassures him that she will personally open the portal to send him back safely. That definitely saves him a lot of trouble. Shifting focus, he looks at her seriously and demands that she hand over his next reward. Clenching his fist, he points out that they are still missing one more prize. This greedy attitude immediately grates on Idun's nerves. She complains to Hela about how insolent he is before letting out a tired sigh and telling him to just be grateful. She boasts that his final bonus is something truly special, absolute luxury, as she hypes up the big reveal. A tea date, talk about a complete mood killer. The room instantly freezes, leaving even Hela completely speechless at the absurd offer. Jae-hyun stares in absolute disbelief, flatly asking if she is pulling his leg. His reaction quickly makes Idun feel extremely awkward. She cannot believe she just got rejected. Even back in Asgard, countless gods would kill to share a tea table with her. Yet this mere human has the audacity to turn her down without a second thought. It is completely blow to her divine pride. Blushing in embarrassment, she looks down and frantically stammers that she was only joking, desperately trying to save some face. She apologizes, feeling a sudden pang of rejection as if she had just been dumped. She actually had serious matters to discuss. Jae-hyun is quick to speak up, pointing out that drinking tea can hardly be considered a proper system reward. However, looking at the beautifully set tea table, he lets out a quiet sigh and slowly reaches out to pick up a cup. He admits he does not usually drink tea, but he cannot help but appreciate the rich, comforting aroma drifting from it. Jae-hyun gets straight to the point and asks what serious matter she wanted to discuss, only to see Idun looking extremely uneasy. She sighs softly and complains about how heartless he is, asking if he has any idea how precious her afternoon tea time is. Jae-hyun looks completely confused by her dramatics, but Idun just sighs again, brushing it off before revealing she has a story to share. She explains that this is a tale he absolutely must hear, gravely warning him that it is tied directly to his own fate. My destiny, Jae-hyun mutters back in total shock, and honestly, wouldn't you be just as confused? The one once revealed to all 9 realms, she says calmly, pointing out the part about the weakest enemy. Specifically, that the weakest of them all would slaughter Odin and the Aesir. Jae-hyun confirms it, but she warns there is more. Catching onto her words, Jae-hyun asks what he is missing. Idun explains that the prophecy goes far deeper than that. Crucial events took place afterward, and she wants him to know the full truth of the second part of the prophecy. This is the lost lore from 10,000 years ago, spoken in a hushed, mysterious tone that instantly grips his curiosity. She warns him that this forbidden knowledge was never meant for his ears, adding that it is going to be a long tale. Jae-hyun nods but asks if he can raise one quick question first, which Idun generously agrees to answer if she can. Wondering what has caught his attention, she listens as Jae-hyun gets straight to the point about his lingering doubt. He remembers Hela calling her a traitorous defector of the Aesir, and he is genuinely curious about the meaning behind that title. The heavy question makes Idun fall completely silent, prompting Jae-hyun to realize he might have stepped over the line. He quickly tells her she does not have to answer if it is too difficult, but she unexpectedly speaks up anyway. She insists on sharing the truth, unwilling to hide the dark history of how she ended up branded with that title. Reflecting on her glorious past, she explains that she once held a highly respected position as the goddess of youth. She was once a proud member of the Aesir pantheon, and eventually Odin bestowed her with precious seeds to cultivate. He gave her vast lands in Asgard specifically to grow golden apples, even sending a massive workforce to assist her. It was a grueling task, but with human labor they successfully cultivated the magical trees and reaped incredible rewards. Their crowning achievement was the legendary golden apples, which she proudly notes possessed the divine power to halt all aging. Naturally, because of this youth-preserving effect, countless rival races grew incredibly greedy and tried to seize the fruit. But the real issue was Odin's insatiable greed, as he refused to share the apples with anyone outside the Aesir. He kept the divine fruit strictly for himself and his elite circle, using brute force to suppress any complaints. Because of his overwhelming power, nobody could stand against him. Back then, almost everyone believed his harsh rule was justified. Only Loki saw the madness in it, and Idun admitted she feels deeply ashamed for blindly agreeing with Odin back then. She truly believed they were in the right, only realizing her massive mistake much later after witnessing the consequences. It took a very long time for her to see the truth. Eventually, Odin triggered the catastrophic First Ragnarok. He unleashed absolute devastation, aiming to completely wipe out all rival clans while hoarding the golden apples for himself. By turning the life-giving apples into a tool of war, Odin ensured his forces had an unfair advantage. At first, the Aesir and the opposing alliance were evenly matched, but the tide slowly turned in Odin's favor. The crucial turning point was having an immortal army of gods who never aged or grew fatigued in battle. It was an unstoppable force, and no matter how hard the enemy alliance fought, they were slowly ground down. In the final hours of the war, Loki was defeated by Odin, bringing a tragic end to the First Ragnarok. It was a true apocalypse, and Idun still vividly remembers the absolute ruin left behind in its wake. Proud races like dragons, dwarves, and giants were pushed to the brink, their populations utterly devastated by the war. Reduced to a mere one-fifth of their former glory, they struggled to survive, leaving Idun plagued by guilt. She knew other forces were at play, but she could not deny that her golden apples fueled the carnage. As tears streamed down her face, the heavy burden of her past choices clearly weighs on her soul. That realization made her see how blindly she had followed Odin, prompting her to make a completely different choice. In a desperate bid to help, she decided to distribute her youth-giving apples to the suffering survivor clans. She wanted to heal them with eternal youth, but she was completely blind to the tragic consequences. Her fists tighten unconsciously as she speaks, her voice trembling with a deep, sorrowful regret. Because in the end, her act of mercy only brought about even more death, leaving Jae-hyun completely stunned. That is right. Idun immediately confirms it. Then she explains how Odin caught her sharing the golden apples with other races. She recounts the whole ordeal. Odin threatened her, warning he would never forgive her if she kept distributing the precious golden apples. But Idun was stubborn. She flat out refused to follow his orders, determined to keep helping those who needed them. She kept doing things her own way. She handed out the apples to the races, suffering the brutal consequences of the war. Sadness fills her eyes. That kindness became the start of an absolute disaster. Jae-hyun asks with intense curiosity, "What did Odin do then?" Idun answers, Jae-hyun. He slaughtered everyone. Every single person who had eaten her apples. Hellring, this makes Jae-hyun gasp. He realizes Odin spared Idun but punished those she tried to help. Jae-hyun squeezes his teacup tight. He sees that Odin was sending a chilling warning, a way to break her spirit. He wanted to make sure she would never dare to oppose his absolute authority again by taking away what she cherished most. By forcing her to watch them die, he caused her ultimate agony. Quite a devious punishment, and Jae-hyun realizes it with quiet disgust. Besides, Odin probably knew that Idun was the only one capable of cultivating the golden apples in the first place. To fulfill his grand plans, Odin still needed to exploit her power. That is the sole reason she was spared. Jae-hyun grits his teeth in pure anger at how repulsive it is. His mind drifts back to the past events. Odin has committed countless sins, never hesitating to destroy lives. Jae-hyun, Chapel Jugon, and now Idun are all victims. He tried to manipulate so many people just to force them to do his bidding. The more Jae-hyun thinks, the more confused he gets. What is Odin trying to gain from this war? What could possibly drive him? Right then, Idun reaches out. Back then, the only one who extended a hand to help her was Loki. She recalls how he offered her a way out. He urged her to run away with him and escape the clutches of Odin for good. Jae-hyun pieces the clues together. So that is the real reason she fled. Idun immediately confirms his guess. She could not bear to watch more innocent people die. She explains what happened next. After her escape, Odin sent a massive force of Aesir gods to hunt her down. They searched every corner of the world. In the end, to hide her from their sight, Loki and Hel chose this frozen land, Niflheim. Now everything finally clicks for Jae-hyun. He understands why her garden was hidden in such a freezing wasteland. Even the mighty Aesir gods would never suspect that she was hiding in a world meant only for frost and prisoners. Jae-hyun looks around, assessing the space. To protect her from their enemies, Loki had created this pocket dimension. He even placed an artificial sun inside it to keep the garden alive. Jae-hyun shifts his focus. Loki is someone he will inevitably have to meet one day. The young warrior knows his target very well. He is the leader of the alliance against the Aesir, and the only fighter Nidhogg ever admitted was superior. In standard mythology, Loki is portrayed as a mischievous trickster and a sinner who caused nothing but trouble. But judging by Idun and Nidhogg, there is a completely different side to him than what the stories say. A sudden wave of excitement washes over Jae-hyun as he realizes that sooner or later Loki will show up, especially since the Aesir clan is making moves faster now. He knows Loki is currently locked deep inside Asgard. But once Ragnarok begins, all chains and shackles in the world will shatter. Jae-hyun knows this absolute rule of fate. Naturally, the bindings holding Loki will snap as well. Suddenly, Jae-hyun raises his hand, feeling a strange premonition. He has a strong belief that his encounter with the legendary trickster god is going to happen very soon. With that, Aiden reaches out to Jae-hyun. She calmly finishes her explanation, finally ending her tragic story. She details how she got the nickname as the defector of the Aesir clan. She looks directly at him. She asks if that answers what he was looking for. Jae-hyun replies without any emotion, thanking her for sharing. He stares at her in deep thought. Looking at her sad face, he realizes her life has been anything but normal. She must have endured a massive amount of suffering throughout that devastating war. Jae-hyun clenches his fists, feeling the injustice. Odin and his loyal gods were the ones who started the war, but innocent bystanders had to pay the ultimate price. Odin and his loyal gods started the war, but others paid the price. Beautiful, happy memories fade away. Instead, images of a stressed and lifeless Aiden flash by. She must have gone through incredibly tough times. Even if she seems calm on the surface, her soul was likely broken and rotted away a long time ago. Looking at her lonely figure, Jae-hyun cannot help but empathize with her. After all, his own path has been rough. He remains lost in his thoughts, knowing his own life is far from peaceful. He wonders what lies ahead of them. Before he knows it, she is sitting perched on the table, lightly poking at his bangs. She asks if he is still too young, snapping Jae-hyun back to his senses. For once, Aiden's entire face is radiant. She remarks that people should usually smile when listening to someone else's sad story. He parts his lips but has no words. Jae-hyun just smiles and silently agrees that this was Aiden's own choice. As she quickly changes the subject, she suggests they get down to business. He quickly pulls himself together and asks if this is about the great prophecy. Aiden nods, declaring that it is finally time to start. Her voice seems to float on the wind as she mentions a 10,000-year-old prophecy. She prepares to reveal the second part of that ancient lore, drawing them both back in time to 10 millennia ago. Right after the first Ragnarok ended, a fateful prophecy was delivered by the three Norns. Aiden looks at him as she speaks. She explains that once the details were revealed, the entire world fell into chaos. He knows all about this, doesn't he? Jae-hyun silently nods, knowing he is the great adversary of this prophecy. He purses his lips with a resolute look in his eyes. It explains his notorious nickname. The tale is short, but the war itself was a long, brutal conflict. That first prophecy foretold a dark event. This oracle predicted the death of Odin and the absolute collapse of Asgard. The weakest would drag it down, and Jae-hyun would stand above the king. Legend said this great adversary would completely destroy Odin and Asgard. This terrifying fate threw Odin and the Aesir gods into sheer panic. The pure terror of it is impossible for him to forget. To keep watch on Jae-hyun, Odin resorted to trickery, placing a spy nearby. He sent his raven Hugin to stay close to Jae-hyun like family. Odin planned to eliminate him the moment the prophecy ran its course. The scheme was calculated, and it was not a complete failure. In his past life, the king of gods actually succeeded in killing him. Before Jae-hyun regressed, he was dead. But Odin never could have predicted the wild variable that keeps him breathing in this second life. It is all thanks to the Nornir System. Back in the present, Eden extends her pointer finger as she prepares to explain further. Prior to diving in, she gives him a fair warning. This critical information is only known to a select few among the gods. Jae-hyun is genuinely surprised. Information restricted to only a handful of gods. Iden nods with a mysterious look. She explains that he originally lacked the authority to hear it, but his synchronization rate has finally met the requirements. By passing the third trial, he finally unlocked this high-level clearance. His eye twitches. Authority. Jae-hyun's mind begins to race. He realizes the Nornir system must have expanded his access to classified data as his overall synchronization rate developed. Clearing her throat, she tells him to listen carefully because she will only speak once. Her lips form each word with heavy precision. The great adversary of the prophecy. Time itself seems to pause as she speaks of the blood of those who stand beside him. Suddenly, the atmosphere turns pitch black. The path will open, and that is when sheer horror finally washes over Jae-hyun's face. His allies are the key. She calmly tells him that this is the entire second revelation. Jae-hyun's clenched hand starts to tremble. Veins bulge along his knuckles as he whispers that this cannot be true. He struggles to process the words about his allies. The air around him drops to freezing temperatures. He asks if she is referring to his actual comrades. In contrast to his rising panic, Iden coldly confirms the prophecy. His companions must be used as a sacrifice. She gives him a moment to collect himself before delivering another blow. He can never destroy Odin without their lives being offered up. Her calm explanation is like ice water down his spine. The prophecy has already written and sealed their tragic deaths. Fury ignites inside Jae-hyun as he questions why his friends have to die. But right behind that burning anger comes a wave of profound sadness. If she means his comrades, she is talking about the Circle, the Lotus Guild, and every single bond he has forged since returning. He grinds his teeth in sheer frustration. The destiny laid out before him demands the lives of the people he holds most dear. Opening his eyes wide, he is horrified by the thought of abandoning them for the greater good. His voice completely cracks. It is as if he is pleading with Idun and arguing with himself. Does she really expect him to just throw his comrades away? She remains perfectly calm, saying it entirely depends on the situation. Enraged, Jae-hyun slams his hand hard against the stone table. Pushing his chair back, he stands up. Why did he fight so hard all this time? He glares fiercely at the goddess. Does she expect him to sacrifice his loved ones for the sake of the world? He hangs his head, feeling utterly powerless. Protecting what is precious has always been his goal. There is no reason to save this world if it means losing them. Deep down, Jae-hyun knows this better than anyone else. He knows Idun is not the one to blame here. There must be a clear reason why she had to tell him this. She remains silent. After all, the Norns authored the prophecy, not her. It has absolutely nothing to do with Idun's own will. It would be incredibly cruel to hold her responsible for their terrible fate. Pounding the stone table repeatedly in frustration, he struggles to contain his rage. A fire burns hot in his chest. With no outlet for his fury, he can only wonder why fate keeps testing him when all he wanted was peace. He managed to stay out of trouble. After a brief moment of madness, Jae-hyun finally calms down. He wonders if he had to abandon his comrades. In that battle, what exactly would he be fighting to protect? He frowns deeply at the thought as the conversation fades, drifts into silence. 2 days later, Jae-hyun, Paffy, and Hela stand together, watching Idun open a massive dimensional gate. As she works, she asks if his room has been comfortable. Jae-hyun politely replies that it has been wonderful, all thanks to her. Once the portal is ready, Idun turns to him, apologizing that it took so long for him to head back. Return home, explaining that opening a path to Midgard takes time. Jae-hyun quickly waves it off, telling her not to worry about any of it, that at all. But then he hesitates. Taking a deep breath, Jae-hyun decides to apologize to Idun for his earlier behavior, saying he was wrong. He is sorry for losing his temper during their tea. He knows it was not her fault, but he let his emotions take over. Idun gently closes her eyes, telling him that she completely understands. She then adds with absolute sincerity that he can visit anytime, return whenever he wants using the key she gave him. She even asks him to visit often since it gets lonely there. Hearing this, Jae-hyun feels a huge weight lift off his chest. He promises her not to worry because either way he will visit her. Fully intends to bother her a lot from now on. She laughs happily, saying he is always welcome. Jae-hyun gives a small, grateful nod in response and bids her farewell. But just as he takes a step toward the dimensional portal, Idun suddenly calls out, urging him to wait for a second. For a moment, he turns back to ask what is wrong, and she warns him that what she is about to say might be a bit unpleasant. Honestly, this next part is pretty tough to hear. Idun visibly struggles, explaining that a predetermined prophecy is absolute, simply cannot be altered no matter the race or god involved. Even though she hates to say it, she must deliver the truth. Warn him that resisting it is impossible and will only bring misery. Behind her back, Idun's clasped hands are literally sweating. Calling him the great adversary, she whispers that she does not want him to suffer. Her voice grows softer, pleading for him to stay safe. Stop. Before she can finish, Jae-hyun cuts her off. Showing a surprisingly positive outlook, he points out that she had a point. Said it was only almost impossible, which means there is still a slim chance. Hearing this, she gasps in pure shock at his optimism, realizing exactly what Jae-hyun is planning to do. Raising her voice in panic, she asks the great adversary if he is truly going to go through with this. He calmly confirms her fears as an aura of absolute confidence begins to radiate from him. Idun, I am waiting for Nazok.